I originally thought I would become the strongest man in the world, but I didn't choose any of the top explosive professions. Instead, I chose a profession that even the stray dogs on the street look down on. A useless combat profession, wilderness lookout. Only because I bound the divine level magic child system. With the added benefit of the lookout's big eyes, I can become a divine level child magician. With just one glance, I can move mountains and drain rivers. The red god of demon suppression opens the eye of heaven. And every day I can gain a new ability from the Paulownia tree. When 10 types of Paulownia trees fuse, I can obtain a new high-level Paulownia. The higher the level of the Paulownia tree, the greater the chance of fusing a powerful one. At that moment, I was fusing 10 white Paulownia trees. I glanced at the system, saw there were 2 hours left on the progress bar, and decided to go to school first. Dude, I got into the best high school in Jeongjo with top 3 grades in my class. As soon as I entered the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes turned to me, and I blankly asked the teacher at the podium if I was late. The homeroom teacher, Tang Yun, glanced at me helplessly and said I wasn't late, telling me to return to my seat. What a talented young man, yet he awakened such a third-rate profession. My neighbor, Su Hao, excitedly said, "Yifan, you were half asleep." The principal said during the flag-raising ceremony yesterday that today he would execute the members of the Golden Snake Cult in front of the whole school. We can go watch the battle. It's my first time getting up close to a dark cult. I remembered that there was indeed such a thing. The so-called dark cult is a group that offers their souls to evil deities, gaining power to commit anti-human atrocities. Tang Yin clapped her hands and said, "All right, everyone is here, come out and gather." Hey, have you heard? It's said that the followers are trapped by their empowerment. The principal said that the top 3 students can go in and battle against the divine favor, gaining combat experience. The top 3 in our grade are, first is Zhang Ro with elemental powers, second is the sword cultivator Xiao Hongchen, and third is that Yifan. Oh my goodness, you say it's 8 in the morning and I've unlocked a lookout profession? What can I do with that? Just staring at each other to see who gets tired first. I turned and flashed them a bright smile. The 2 beauties were talking about me, they rolled their eyes, but I wasn't upset. I just mentioned that students should dress conservatively, black lace is inappropriate. After saying that, I shoved my hands in my pockets and ran to the front of the line. In the center of the playground, there was a large cage covered with black cloth. After scanning the crowd, Principal Tang Qingsong pressed the red button on the cage. The black cloth fell away, revealing a monster with a snake's head and a human body. His arms were like pythons, his tail brushing against the snake's fruit, and he wore a glowing silver ring around his neck, looking like a grotesque sight. Tang Qingsong addressed the crowd, "You 3, come over here." A girl in a fitted skirt with a high ponytail and a young man carrying an iron sword with a resolute expression stepped forward, and then there was me. The students scoffed, and when the principal asked Yifan to go in, they wondered if he intended to kill the snake man with just his gaze. No, it was a snake man just staring at each other to see who would cramp first. Various jeers came my way, but I remained silent because at that moment, the top 10 Paulownia trees in my mind had just fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple Paulownia experience. My eyes can now control the power of golden flames, devouring everything in sight. I was startled. Could I be the luckiest of all? 10 white copper numbers fused into a purple copper number. Did I really hit that 0.1% probability? Just as the students were mocking me, the 4th-ranked student, Zheng Hong, stepped out from the crowd and said, "Principal, Yifan's awakened lookout profession is useless. He has no combat ability. He shouldn't be given this opportunity." Tang Qingsong glanced at him and said, "Zhang, you have a point. Yes, profession isn't suited for combat. If he wants to withdraw, the opportunity can go to you, but it depends on Ye's own choice." After saying that, he closed his eyes and waited. Zheng Hong contemptuously said to me, "Yifan, give this opportunity to me. It would be a waste if you went." I glanced at him and shook my head, saying, "I won't give it to you. You're not even a combat profession. What do you need this opportunity for? What can you do with a useless profession? Can you even fight the snake man?" Zheng Hong mocked. Zheng Hong's eyes burned with anger as he approached and whispered, 200,000. "I'll buy this opportunity from you." His uncle is the head of the teaching department, and he heard that the principal wants to give special training to the top 3 students. Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Ro are already decided, so he must have that 3rd spot and won't let it go to a useless person like me. "Get lost," I said, then looked at Tang Qingsong. "I won't let go of this spot." Tang Qingsong's eyes flashed with surprise. "Are you sure? If something happens, you'll bear the consequences." I nodded, and Zhang Hong muttered, "Yifan, you really don't know how to stay alive." Homeroom teacher Tang Yun looked at me, her eyes full of concern. The creaking door opened, and Zhang Ro calmly walked into the cage. The school beauty awakened a strong offensive element, but I didn't know what attribute she had chosen. Seeing someone enter, the snake man roared fiercely at Zhang Ro, swinging its long, whip-like arms at her. Although this snake man was restrained to 90% of its power, its physical body could match that of a second-tier extraordinary being. I wondered how many moves Jiang Ro could withstand. Several school administrators were quietly discussing this. I saw Jiang Ro extend her slender hand. She softly said, "Ice spike." Droplets of water in the air condensed, and countless ice spikes shot toward the snake man. The ice attribute is so powerful. No wonder Jiang Xiaohua is impressive, someone in the crowd shouted. She truly is the pride of the Jiang family. Jiang Laotu raised a good daughter. Tang Qingsong nodded in agreement. After Jiang Ro and the snake man exchanged 20 moves, her elemental power was exhausted, and the battle ended. Then Xiao Hongchen entered the cage with his sword. Everyone thought the snake man was physically strong, and Jiang Ro only managed to last 20 moves by relying on her elemental powers. Xiao Hongchen had just awakened as a sword cultivator. Aside from his increased proficiency in swordsmanship, he had no real advantage and could last at most 10 moves. But the result was surprising. Xiao Hongchen managed to last 25 moves using the basic footwork and sword techniques that circulated online. He actually fought the snake man for 25 moves. In the end, if it weren't for his exhaustion, he could have continued. He definitely could have kept going. Tang Qingsong was very pleased with Xiao Hongchen's performance. It exceeded his expectations. The battle between the two ended, fully awakening the serpent man's bloodlust. I stood outside the cage, locking eyes with him. His gaze was filled with slaughter and greed, as if he wanted to tear me to shreds. Just now, while Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchen were fighting, I had already become familiar with the use of the stunning eye technique. Yi Fan is up. How many strikes do you think he can withstand from the serpent man? 3 strikes? Please, you're overestimating him. Did you see how the serpent man is fueled with bloodlust after 2 battles? I think Yi Fan will be taken out in 1 hit. I think so too. I bet a set of teachers' son's photo albums that Yi Fan will be taken out in 1 hit, while everyone laughed. The serpent man roared and charged at me, while Tang Qingsong's gaze sharpened, ready to rescue me at any moment. Everyone was staring at me. Some were worried, others wanted to see me make a fool of myself, while some hoped for my misfortune. The serpent man thrust his feet down, creating a large pit in the ground, and roared as he lunged at me, mouth open to bite my neck. At that moment, golden candlelight suddenly appeared in my eyes, and golden flames burned and flickered deep within. As my gaze shifted, the air crackled and began to burn, igniting spontaneously. Look at what happened to Yi Fan. It's strange, his eyes are glowing. No, wait, they're burning with golden flames. Oh my god, who would have thought he was Liao Wanyuan? Where have you ever seen Liao Wanyuan with eyes that blaze with fire and golden light? Everyone was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Could he have awakened a hidden profession? Tang Qingsong muttered in surprise. I stood with my hands in my pockets, the brilliance flickering in my eyes, then walked towards the serpent man. The golden flames in my eyes grew increasingly terrifying. I took a step forward, and the flames bloomed like a lotus in my pupils. The serpent man's body instantly froze midair, then he let out a painful roar as he crashed down, rolling frantically on the ground, tearing at his own body, blood pouring out. What is going on? Is it Yi Fan's eye technique? Why is the serpent man in so much pain? What did Yi Fan do? Everyone began to discuss in confusion. At that moment, the serpent man, his body erupted with a loud bang, and golden flames surged from him, blooming like a brilliant golden lotus in the air. In the flames, the serpent man turned to nothingness, leaving only the silver empowerment that fell into the black ashes. The entire venue fell silent as everyone gasped in shock. It was actually a Polonia corpse. The red tree corpse surprisingly had combat ability. Tang Qingsong marveled. That golden lotus just now was terrifyingly powerful, reaching extraordinary tier 3, and even erupted to extraordinary tier 4 from the serpent man's body. With this blow, he fell. I've never seen such a strong eye technique. I walked out of the cage, and the gazes of everyone on me faded. His skin was flushed red, glaring at me fiercely, fists clenched with nails digging into his flesh. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could do nothing but watch me claim this spot. Tang Qingsong announced loudly that this execution was over. After school, Jiang Ro, Xiao Hongchen, and Yi Fan should come to my office. Then he walked over to me, patted my shoulder, and said, "I have faith in you, keep it up." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Polonia City Professional Certification and receiving the Polonia reward of the copy eye. I was pleasantly surprised to find that this copy eye was a golden Polonia. After the battle, I shouldered my bag and headed to the principal's office, where Xiao Hongchen and Jiang Ron were waiting outside. We went in together and saw our homeroom teacher, Tang Yun, and Principal Tang Qingsong, peacefully enjoying tea. I was a bit stunned. The principal's last name was Tang, and so was Tang Yun's. No wonder the freshly graduated Tang Yun could be the homeroom teacher at the best high school in Jiangzhou. It turns out they have connections. Tang Qingsong said he called us here to inform us of something. Jiangnan High School is the best high school in Jiangzhou, yet no one has been admitted to Jinshin University for 4 consecutive years. As the principal, I'm deeply troubled. Jinshin University is the most prestigious vocational university, having trained countless super professionals. The admission requirements are strict, and applicants must be combat professionals with a level no lower than Extraordinary Tier 4. As I have just awakened my experience eye and reached the extraordinary realm, this time, I want the 3 of you to go to the provincial capital and participate in the special recruitment exam for Jinshin University, competing for those 30 spots to bring fame to Jiangnan High School, Tang Qingsong said. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen calmly nodded in agreement. Our goal is Jinshin University. Tang Qingsong was very pleased and turned to ask me, Yifan, what about you? Before I could answer, he continued on his own, since you agree too, it's settled. Next, let Tang Yin take you for special training. After saying that, he waved his hand and deliberately looked away from me. Humph, this old man really has no respect. When I got home, I started studying the copy I opened my computer and searched for videos of battles between powerful fighters. A level 9 extraordinary swordsman faced a level 1 demon, the Dark Firewolf. He whispered draw and slash, and in a flash, the wolf was cleaved in 2. After watching the video, I gasped for breath, my vision darkened, and I almost collapsed. Using this copy I is really exhausting. Fortunately, I learned it. Talk is cheap without practice. I grabbed a fruit knife and rushed out of the apartment towards a junked car. I recalled the swordsman's movements, drew the knife sharply, and with a strange arc, I struck down, slicing the junked car in half. I was overjoyed. Although I'm not a swordsman and don't have the profession's attribute bonuses, and my skills aren't as refined as a true swordsman's, this gave me an extra edge in combat. Close combat is no longer a weakness. If I could use the copy I to replicate more skills and unleash techniques from all professions, that would be incredible. On the day of special training, after practicing techniques all night, I wasn't tired at all. Instead, I felt invigorated. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I saw Tang Yun waving, with Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Rong standing beside her. At that moment, Zhang Hong said sarcastically, everyone is waiting for you. Don't you have any sense of shame as a student? You have no concept of time at all. I replied, what business is it of yours? Zhang Hong was furious. He completely didn't expect me to respond this way and swore profusely. Tang Yun shot Zhang Hong a disdainful glance. She had always looked down on students who relied on connections. At that moment, a helicopter landed on the playground. It turned out that the special training location was in the demon forest outside Jiangzhou. Tang Yin said, alright, let's not waste any time. We quickly left, and an hour later, we arrived at the demon forest. Tang Yun said there were many demons here, but none exceeded extraordinary level. However, deep in the forest, there were powerful demons at levels 8 and 9, so be very careful. This special training task is quite simple. Hunt down 50 extraordinary tier 4 demons within 14 days. If you understand, then head into the forest, but don't go in too deep. I had just woken up, and in a daze, I saw Tang Yun's delicate face and asked if the special training had begun. Tang Yun smiled gently and said, I'll escort you in. I instinctively nodded, sure, but the next second, my body floated up and was thrown into the forest like a parabolic arc. It dawned on me that Tang Yun was a psychic master. I crashed hard onto the ground, and before I could react, I saw over 30 demon wolves glaring menacingly at me by the lake. I stood up, smiling calmly, pulled out my fruit knife, and began my rampage. Watching the flames soar in the forest and the continuous explosions, Tang Yun sat in a tree murmuring about Jifan. The power of the Polonia is formidable, but in this forest, such noise will attract more demons. He's going to regret this. But he didn't know that the explosions I caused while killing Zheng Shuang attracted many demons, which was exactly what I wanted. With a knife in one hand, I moved like a specter among the demons, taking a life with each strike. Moreover, the more I used the experience copper, the higher my proficiency became. In a glance, 7 or 8 demons were reduced to ashes. The task was set to be completed in half a month, but I could finish it in just 3 days. While killing demons, the power within their bodies constantly nourished my brain's desires, providing me with a continuous supply of copper. 5 days later, with a loud crash, Zheng Hong smashed a giant bear's head, tore off its skin, and said fiercely, Yifan, you'd better not let me catch you. This time, no one will save you. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Xiao Hongchen effortlessly cut off the wild boar's tusk and walked into the forest without looking back. Zhang Rou broke off and transformed the silver wolf's tail into ice crystals. Another 3 days passed, and I found the extraordinary tier 2 and 3 demons to be uninteresting. I decided to venture deeper into the forest. It was still the same lake, but the water had turned a deep red, resembling a sinister blood river. On a small mountain made of demon corpses, my level rose to extraordinary tier 2. Not wasting any time, I leaped down from the pile of corpses and ventured deeper into the forest. Shortly after, Xiao Hongqian arrived and was astonished at the mountain of corpses. Could he be the great achiever the master spoke of? He paused for a moment before chasing after the direction I had disappeared. At this moment, as I ventured deeper into the forest, Zheng Hong also arrived. I suddenly stopped, my gaze sharpened, and I saw a black tiger leap out from the bushes. I shouted for the stunning flames to burn, and in the blink of an eye, the tiger was reduced to ashes. Then, a figure darted out from the bushes, and upon seeing the tiger was gone, their eyes turned red with rage. How dare you, Yi Fan? You actually stole my prey. Zheng Hong glared at me fiercely, slowly clenching his fists. I glanced at him and calmly replied, whoever kills it owns it. Did you give birth to this tiger? Go ahead and make it call you dad. You sharp-tongued brat, no one can protect you in this forest. Zheng Hong's bones cracked ominously. He charged at me with a roar, Yi Fan, the humiliation you caused me, I will repay you double. Zheng Hong let out a furious roar and charged at Yi Xiao with a clenched fist. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A figure sprang out from the bushes. It was Xiao Hongqian, and to everyone's surprise, there was a hint of panic on his eternally cold face. Run! There's a powerful demon. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from not far away. Hearing that terrifying roar, Yi Xiao's expression changed as well. He activated his X-ray vision and saw a giant snake, dozens of meters long, swaying as it rushed toward them from hundreds of meters away, at least at the extraordinary 5th level. Damn it! You expressionless face, what the hell did you provoke this ancestor for? Yi Xiao was frightened and immediately took off running. Zheng Hong quickly followed suit. Forget fighting. Staying alive was the most important thing. What did you do? How did you provoke such a powerful demon? Zheng Hong yelled at Xiao Hongqian. I took a sword heartgrass from his mouth. Xiao Hongqian replied calmly. Just for a sword heartgrass? Are you crazy for money, you poor bastard? Zheng Hong looked incredulous. A mere sword heartgrass was worth no more than 3,000 bucks on the market. It was only useful for sword cultivators. It had a 5% chance of increasing comprehension of the sword path, but that increase was negligible. Not everyone is as rich and powerful as the Zhang family. With such resources, even pigs could fly. Why would they need to go through the back door? Yi Xiao teased. Yi Xiao, you! Zheng Hong was furious, his face turning red. Alright, stop arguing. It's coming after us, Xiao Hongqian said expressionlessly. He had ignored Zheng Hong's taunts the entire time, focusing solely on the demon behind them. It's a golden feather snake, a top-tier demon among extraordinary 5th levels, Xiao Hongqian said softly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Hong's speed suddenly surged. Yi Xiao, you're right, I'm not arguing anymore, so I'll trouble you to hold it off for me. I'm leaving first. Zheng Hong was a martial artist, and both his physical strength and endurance were superior to those of Yi Xiao and the other two, so he took off running, leaving Yi Xiao and the other two far behind. Yi Xiao showed no reaction, calmly taking out his phone to record Zheng Hong's frantic escape. Then he stopped in his tracks. Hey, friend, are you interested in hunting an extraordinary 5th level demon? Xiao Hongqian glanced at him. That's exactly what I was thinking. The two of them almost simultaneously rolled to the sides. Whoosh! Xiao Hongqian swiftly drew the iron sword from his back, and Yi Xiao pulled out a fruit knife. Boom! A violent tremor shook the ground as several tall trees were knocked aside. A giant snake, over 10 meters long and covered in golden patterns, charged out. Go! Yi Xiao called out, activating his golden flame eye. Boom! A golden lotus flower blossomed from the giant snake's body. Level too low. Can't cover the damage over the whole body. Yi Xiao frowned. He was only at the extraordinary 2nd level, and the gap in strength compared to the extraordinary 5th level giant snake was vast. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yi Xiao activated his blade-drawing slash, instantly appearing at the giant snake's vital spot. At that moment, Xiao Hongqian also appeared in that position. Strike the snake at its vital spot, you know what you're doing. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Xiao Hongqian said nothing, and the two of them swung their weapons down fiercely at the same time. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Yi Xiao's fruit knife broke. Damn it, the quality is really poor, Yi Xiao complained, while at that moment, Xiao Hongqian silently pulled out the sword stuck in the giant snake's flesh. He handed it to Yi Xiao. Your speed is fast, and your knife technique is sharp, you should cut open its body. Yi Xiao nodded. But just then, the pained golden feather snake swung its tail toward the two of them. Golden flame eye. Explode! Yi Xiao shouted coldly. The snake's tail exploded with a thunderous roar, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Now's the time. Yi Xiao summoned all the strength in his muscles and unleashed the ghost blade flash, striking like a specter at the giant snake's vital point. The giant snake let out a painful roar, a section of its body severed in response. Yi Xiao swung his sword again, decapitating the giant snake. Boom! The massive demon crashed to the ground. Phew, that was a bit tough. Yi Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're strong, Xiaohongshan said as he took the iron sword from Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao smiled without speaking. Compared to someone who doesn't use their full strength, of course, you're stronger. Xiaohongshan was taken aback. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. That last strike was enough to split the giant snake in two. You held back, didn't you, Xiaohongshan? Xiaohongshan fell silent, then nodded after a moment. Yes, but how did you see through it? I guessed. Xiaohongshan. It's written like that in novels. Cold-faced characters usually have a hidden hand. They test the protagonist's strength, either to be friends or enemies. Do you think you're the protagonist? Why not? Yi Xiao shrugged. With the halo of a transmigrator, a system, and the experience of being a top-notch driver in his past life, wasn't that the perfect protagonist template? So, do you want to be friends or enemies with me? Yi Xiao asked. Friends. Because. Don't say it yet, let me guess. Someone like you, with a poker face and a sword cultivator, must live and die for the sword, maybe even has some innate sword heart or something. Hey, do you think I can help you achieve greatness in your sword path? Xiaohongshan's expression changed completely. Along with surprise, there was a hint of shock and confusion. Are you a prophet? Yi Xiao, you're really good at telling jokes, don't say them next time. Xiaohongshan fell silent. Do you really believe I can help you achieve greatness in your sword path? I believe. Why? My master wouldn't lie to me. Your master? Got it. I guess your master has said they would wait for you at the God Subduing Academy? Xiaohongshan, your profession must be a prophet. Yi Xiao, let's go, let's check out the depths of the forest. I'm tired. Yi Xiao shook his head and walked deeper into the dense forest. At that moment, in the deepest part of the forest, a pair of golden pupils suddenly opened wide. Following that was a violent aura spreading. The golden pupils flickered for a moment, then returned to calm. Crack! A 7 or 8 meter long poisonous frog turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. Zhang Ro calmly broke off a piece of ice crystal from it. Clap clap clap. Applause rang out, and Zhang Ro turned to see Yi Xiao and Xiaohongshan emerging from the bushes. Impressive, impressive. Zhang Ro glanced at them indifferently, not speaking. Great, another ice block. Yi Xiao was speechless. He elbowed Xiaohongshan beside him. How about a girlfriend? Ice block and poker face, I think it's great. Xiaohongshan shook his head. Why? Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Yi Xiao, let's go, I'm really tired. Zhang Ro led the way, with Yi Xiao and Xiaohongshan following her about 10 meters behind. All three were super geniuses, able to slay demons they encountered along the way. Just then, the forest suddenly shook violently. The tremors were not something ordinary could produce. It felt like an earthquake, shaking the ground and mountains. Boom boom boom, countless trees crashed down. Help, help, save me. Ahead, Zheng Hong was fleeing like a dog, looking desperate as he ran toward them. Behind him followed an extremely massive creature, many times larger than the giant snake they had just slain. It was a giant snake with white wings and a body covered in golden flame-like patterns. It was enormous, like a small mountain. It was over 100 meters long. Hey, what's wrong, Dad? They're still in special training. Tang Yun answered the call from Tang Qingsan while waiting outside the dense forest. Hurry and get them out of the forest. The urgent tone came from the other end of the line. Why? Tang Yun frowned and retorted. Tang Qingsan sounded too agitated. There's no time to explain. There are signs of a deity awakening in this forest. What did you say? Tang Yun's expression changed drastically. Just then, a thunderous roar came from deep within the forest. Tang Yun saw it, the 100-meter-tall giant creature. I saw it. Tang Yun stared blankly as he put down his phone. No way, I have to save them. Whoosh! Tang Yun leaped from the treetops, his mental power propelling him toward the giant snake. Yuner, calm down first, listen to me. The deity that has awakened is codenamed Feathered Serpent, classified as a terror-level deity. Its ability is the golden flames that erupt from its eyes. Its lethality is extremely strong. That's right, it's very similar to Yi Zhao's ability. So I think it must be Yi Zhao's eye technique that attracted it. The mayor of Jiangzhou and I are already on our way. If you can delay, do so. Deity levels range from weak to strong, classified as danger level, terror level, nightmare level, purgatory level, disaster level, despair level, destruction level, and world-ending level. But even the lowest danger level deity is comparable to a second-tier professional. First tier extraordinary, second tier transformation, third tier manipulation, fourth tier control, fifth tier perfection, sixth tier domain, seventh tier natural disaster, eighth tier rules, ninth tier authority. As a graduate of the God-guarding university, Tang Yun possessed manipulation-level strength, but deities can fight across levels. This terror-level feathered serpent's power far exceeded that of an ordinary manipulation-level professional. I understand. I will do my best to protect them. Tang Yun used his mental power to propel himself, leaping between the trees. Damn it! What the hell is this monster? It's on a completely different level from before. Yi Xiao felt the terrifying aura from the creature, his face changing dramatically. If I'm not mistaken, this special fluctuation, this guy is not a demon. It's a deity, Zhang Rou said with a serious expression. What? A deity? Damn! What kind of luck is this? Encountering a deity during training. Yi Xiao's face turned bitter. Run away quickly. He turned and fled. What a joke! A deity? How could a beginner professional like him withstand that? Zhang Rou and the others were also self-aware and quickly followed behind Yi Xiao. Hey, why are you running? Save me, I don't want to die. Only Zhang Hong was left far behind, desperately pleading. The feathered serpent was already very close to him. Humph, you were running pretty happily just now, Yi Xiao said coldly. This is the wheel of fortune turning. The feathered serpent's narrow golden pupils were fixed on Yi Xiao. There was a wave emanating from Yi Xiao that attracted it, an aura that was of the same origin as its ability. The feathered serpent slightly lowered its head, looking at Zhang Hong, who was closest to it, with a flash of disgust in its eyes. Damn little insect, don't block the way. Boom! The golden eyes lit up, and a ball of flame descended from the sky, directly turning Zhang Hong to ashes. Not even a scream escaped. That kind of attack method. Yi Xiao suddenly felt his eyes burning. The golden flame eyes are actually reacting? Ding! Golden flame eyes meet the advancement conditions, fusing with the feathered serpent's eyes, advancing to ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes, red, rewarding the host with one experience opportunity for ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes. A string of question marks appeared above Yi Xiao's head. Alright, so this is how it is. Ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes sound impressive, but fusing with the feathered serpent's eyes is no easier than ascending to heaven. Get out of the way. The deity is about to attack. Zhang Rou's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xiao quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A large piece of ground ahead was completely evaporated by golden flames. A massive pit over 10 meters deep appeared. The path of the three was completely blocked. This is going to be troublesome, Yi Xiao said with a bitter smile. Just then, a voice came. Yi Xiao! Whoosh! Tang Yun's figure suddenly descended from the sky. You all hurry and leave. The principal and the mayor are on their way, Tang Yun said. I'll hold them off here. His black hair fluttered without wind, and an invisible wave formed a wall blocking the feather serpent god. This is the power of a mentalist? Yi Xiao instinctively activated his copy eye. In just a few seconds, he grasped some of the mentalist's techniques. Psychokinesis should be the same as my eye power. It's worth a try. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and his body began to float. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Go! Yi Xiao didn't explain much and directly used his eye power to drag the two of them away at high speed. Roar! The feather serpent god let out a deafening roar upon seeing Yi Xiao trying to escape. Terrifying golden flames erupted between its eyes, evaporating large areas of space. The wall formed by Tang Rou's mental power firmly blocked it. Out! She pulled out a small cloth bag, and after opening it, countless silver small swords flew out, hovering in midair. Go! Swish, swish, swish. The small swords shot towards the feather serpent god. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the other two were fleeing frantically. However, due to the feather serpent god's fury, all the monsters in the dense forest were alarmed. The deity commands the monsters. This is bad, Zhang Rou said. All the monsters in the forest would come to intercept them. There's nothing to worry about. We just need to fight our way out. Yi Xiao grinned. Golden flames burned fiercely in his pupils. I'll lead the way, you follow. Boom! The golden flame eye ignited, and the dozen or so monsters blocking the path ahead were directly burned to ashes. I'll help you. Zhang Rou also took action. Xiao Hongchen drew his iron sword, and in that moment, he seemed like a different person. His sword strikes were sharp to the extreme. With one breath, let's break through. Yi Xiao could feel that after slaying the monsters, his eyes were nourished. In addition, a portion of power was gathering within his body. Before long, Yi Xiao felt his golden flame eyes power surge again. His level had already risen to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. Fortunately, this isn't the deepest part of the forest, otherwise, encountering monsters above the 5th tier would be a huge problem. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The three worked together, as if they had transformed into a ruthless monster-slaying machine. They pushed through, and there was not much distance left to exit the forest. Clap, clap, clap. No wonder these three are the top talents of Jiangnan High School. Their strength is truly astonishing. At that moment, a round of applause came from afar. A figure emerged from the darkness in front of Yi Xiao and the others. Upon seeing him, the expressions of Yi Xiao and the others turned grim. Teacher Gao, why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Hong's uncle, the director of Jiangnan High School. Are you the one pulling the strings behind this? Teacher Gao, you were the one who revived the feather serpent god, Zhang Rou asked coldly, but the other party just laughed sinisterly. Now that it has come to this, do you still think I am your teacher, Gao? That would be underestimating me, he said coldly. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. No, he isn't teacher Gao. This is a puppet. His profession should be a puppeteer. Yi Xiao's X-ray vision immediately saw through the special energy substances clinging to the other person. This is remote control. It seems that teacher Gao has long fallen into his clutches and has been refined into a puppet, Yi Xiao analyzed. Hee, so clever. No wonder you're a super divine eye master. Truly impressive. The other party laughed instead of getting angry, even clapping for Yi Xiao, but it was clearly filled with mockery. Hee, I love hearing compliments. Let me guess again. You are from the dark cult, right? Yi Xiao sneered again. The snake person that the principal and the others captured before came from the same place as you, right? The other party fell silent for a moment. That was my brother. We are from the divine spirit cult, and the deity we believe in is. His gaze turned to the distant sky, where a flickering golden flame danced. Lord Feathered Serpent. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a soaring golden pattern. Now everything was clear. If the revival of the deity was a coincidence, then the emergence of the dark cult was inevitable. This training was itself an assassination attempt targeting Jiangnan High School, aimed at their most outstanding geniuses. It was revenge from the dark cult. Do you know? Our principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way here, Yi Xiao said calmly. Our principal is a 9th-tier practitioner. Your deity cannot stop him. As long as we can kill you, that's enough, the other party said calmly. I see, even your faith can be sacrificed? Hee, with you like this, you dare to call yourselves believers? Yi Xiao scoffed. Kid, don't waste time here, it's meaningless. This is just a puppet of mine. Even if I abandon it here, I won't feel sorry. The other party remained unfazed. Faith can be replaced, but a brother lost is truly lost. You killed my brother, no matter what, I must kill you. Whoosh! With that, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, reaching for Yi Xiao's neck. Be careful, teacher Gao and Zhang Hong are both warriors. His physical strength is immense, Zhang Rou hurriedly warned. Yi Xiao activated his eye power, mimicking Tang Yun to conjure an invisible wall in front of him. Then the golden flame eye activated. Boom! The golden flames erupted from the other party's body. But it was useless. Relying on that terrifying physical body, he forcibly suppressed the golden flames. This puppet's physical strength is quite strong. Your attack is still too weak. The other party sneered, reaching for Yi Xiao again. Clang! Xiao Hongqian suddenly dashed out from the side, drawing his sword fiercely. His current state was strange, his eyes were vacant, as if he had lost consciousness, swinging the sword purely on instinct. The sword moves with the heart, truly astonishing. Given time, you might become the second human sword god. You must not be left alive. A cruel glint flashed in the other party's eyes. He raised his hand to strike at Xiao Hongqian's sword. Bang! Xiao Hongqian's iron sword was directly smashed into 2 pieces, and his body was sent flying into the distance. Although this puppet had a single combat method, relying solely on physical strength, it possessed the power equivalent to an extraordinary 8th tier. The gap between them was too great. Zhang Rou's ice control could only bind it for a short time. Alright, you're forcing me to show my true power, Yi Xiao said coldly. I didn't want to use this move, but today, I'll reluctantly break my seal. Watch closely, let me teach you what it means to be a super divine eye master. Boom! The golden flame eye erupted as Yi Xiao silently chanted in his heart. Eternal flame eye. Experience mode activated. Whoosh! Golden flames surged from Yi Xiao's eyes, weaving into patterns in the air, ultimately transforming into a golden robe made of flames. Yi Xiao was reborn from the flames, his golden robe ablaze with fierce fire. An unparalleled dominance radiated from him, exuding an indescribable nobility. Xiao Hongqian and Zhang Rou were momentarily stunned. This power is too strong. Yi Xiao was also quite shocked. The power of the ever-burning monarch flame eye was simply outrageous. He could feel an endless stream of eye power flowing within his dual pupils. Although this purely offensive eye technique was not as practical as the copying eye, in terms of combat power, it was simply overwhelming. The game is about to end. Turn to ashes before me, in the face of my eye technique. Boom! The golden robe billowed. 2 flames suddenly erupted in Yi Xiao's eyes. Sizzle! The golden flames from all directions enveloped the opponent. Within that puppet's body, a cluster of flames ignited as well, an attack that unified both inside and out. Moreover, there was the transformation of flames. Boom! The sky was filled with golden flames that transformed into various weapons like swords, spears, and halberds. Even if he was a martial artist, with a strong physical body, under this terrifying attack, he was instantly covered in wounds. Half kneeling on the ground, he could not rise again. Yet at that moment, he surprisingly let out a low, shallow laugh. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Kid, I underestimated you. But don't forget, I am just a puppet without pain. Unless you can completely slay me in one strike. Otherwise, I still have the ability to fight again, until my body turns to ashes. The opponent actually stood up like this, unaware of pain or fatigue, charging towards Yi Xiao once more. Be careful. Zhang Rou and the others' faces changed dramatically. How could he still stand with such injuries? They had overlooked the fact that he was a puppet. However, Yi Xiao merely sneered. He stood his ground, not moving an inch. Turned to ashes? Good. The third ability of my eye technique is ever burning. A flame that never extinguishes. As long as life exists, the flame will not die. Boom! Clusters of golden flames ignited from his body again, flesh evaporating at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? A flame that never extinguishes. How could such an outrageous ability exist in this world? Aren't you an eye technique master? He let out a disbelieving roar. His hands gradually turned to ashes under the burning flames. Soon after, his legs, body, and head followed suit, turning to ashes one by one. Yes, I am an eye technique master, but I am an omnipotent eye technique master. Rest easy. As the words fell, only a ground of black ash remained. Ha! Yi Xiao took a deep breath. The experience mode ends here. Please, host, quickly merge the feathered serpent god's dual eyes to upgrade the eye technique. Got it. You talk too much. The effect of the ever-burning monarch flame eye dissipated, and Yi Xiao felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Are you okay? Zhang Rou hurriedly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Yi Xiao waved his hand. Ha! Did he seem to touch something? Soft? He squeezed it hard. Zhang Rou let out a shy whimper. Damn! Yi Xiao quickly withdrew his hand. Did he just grope her? What kind of protagonist treatment is this? Looking up, he saw Zhang Rou's flushed face. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Fortunately, Zhang Rou's shy expression only lasted a moment before returning to normal. Are you all okay? At that moment, a familiar voice came. Two figures descended from the sky. One was the principal of Jiangnan High School. The other was someone Yi Xiao had seen on television. The mayor of Jiangzhou, Zhang Mian. Most importantly, he was Zhang Rou's father. Principal, why did you only come now? I was almost dead. Seeing Tang Xingsong arrive, Yi Xiao complained while holding his waist. Tang Xingsong shot him a glare. I see you're still lively. Where's the sign of being dead? Yi Xiao chuckled. Principal, your special training almost got us killed. You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. If it weren't for teacher Tang Yun coming, we would have. Alright, when we get back, I'll compensate you, Tang Xingsong said with a helpless expression. Yi Xiao's calculations were so clear he could hear them all the way in Magic City. Anything is fine? Yes. As long as it's not outrageous, anything is fine. That's good. Whoosh! Yi Xiao suddenly stood up, showing no signs of weakness. Are you alright, rower? Zhang Mian, the mayor of Jiangzhou, also asked. He was the head of the Zhang family and Zhang Rou's father. Zhang Rou shook her head. I'm fine, luckily I had Yi Xiao. Zhang Mian looked deeply at Yi Xiao, nodding thoughtfully. Alright, old Tang, stop wasting time here, let's go help Xiao Yun. That terrifying level deity, she probably can't hold on much longer. Okay, when I come back, you all can explain to us what happened, Tang Xingsong said to Yi Xiao and the others. After saying that, he and Zhang Mian soared into the air. Both Zhang Mian and Zhang Rou were elemental masters, controlling the element of gold, specializing in killing. Tang Xingsong was a summoner, which was also a powerful profession. Let's go. We need to leave here. Yi Xiao called to the two. Boom! Just as Yi Xiao and the others left, a thunderous explosion echoed from deep within the forest. The three turned back to see a giant metal figure resembling a Gundam roaring to the sky. There was also an incredibly large golden lion battling the feathered serpent god. The scene was nothing short of earth-shattering. What a terrifying world! Yi Xiao felt a chill. In this dangerous world, without powerful strength, he truly didn't know when he might die. The battle between the feathered serpent god and the two big shots lasted a long time. This area of the forest was nearly destroyed, and the battle drew the attention of many citizens of Jiangzhou. This is a premeditated revenge. These guys from the feathered serpent god cult really don't know how to die. In the principal's office of Jiangnan University, Tang Xingsong slammed a stack of investigation records onto the floor, his face filled with anger. He felt a deep sense of dread. If they had arrived even a moment later, things would have been irretrievable. Not only would the three shining stars of Jiangnan High School fall, but even his precious daughter would be in danger. Dad, calm down. Tang Yun, sitting nearby, looked helpless. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages, and she had bruises on other parts of her body. Fortunately, the mentalist's delay ability was very strong. If it had been another martial artist of the same level, they would have likely been crushed by the feathered serpent god. I can't calm down. Damn the feathered serpent god cult. These traitors of humanity. What's the news from Jiang Mian's side? No problem, the feathered serpent god has been slain. Through the blood of the deity, we have already locked onto the location of the feathered serpent god cult. They can't escape. That's good. Tang Qingsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to Yi Xiao and the other two sitting nearby. Kid, we found out that the one who ambushed you is the leader of the feathered serpent god cult, a 7th-tier puppet master of the transformation level. What I find strange is that he controlled teacher Gao, who is also a 3rd-tier martial artist of the transformation level. Just in terms of physical strength, he is comparable to an extraordinary 8th tier. How did you manage to slay him? As he spoke, Tang Qingsong recalled the black ashes they saw when they arrived. He looked deeply at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao scratched his head. Principal, when will you give me the compensation you promised? Tang Qingsong fell silent. He knew Yi Xiao didn't want to say. Just thinking about the compensation. Go ahead. What do you want? Tang Qingsong didn't mind. Who doesn't have a few hidden cards these days? If he didn't want to say, then so be it. I want a skill scroll. I want the heart of ice. I want the eye of the feathered serpent. Tang Qingsong frowned. The first two requests were somewhat normal. But what was this about wanting the eye of the feathered serpent? What do you want that for? Decoration. Tang Qingsong. You brat, if you don't want to tell the truth, just say so. Hee, principal, you said I could ask for anything I wanted, so is it so hard to get an eye? Alright, I'll send it to you later. After leaving the principal's office, Yi Xiao saw the content being broadcasted on the campus big screen. Today, Mr. Tang Qingsong, principal of Jiangnan High School, joined forces with Jiangmian Market to slay a deity, while also rooting out the dark cult lurking in human society, capturing them all in one go. Teacher Tang, will we continue the special training? At this moment, Jiang Ro asked Tang Yun, who was bandaged up beside her. Tang Yun smiled and shook her head. No need, with your current strength, you've already reached the extraordinary 4th stage. Earlier, on the way to the forest, she had seen many corpses of extraordinary 4th stage monsters that had been slain, even spotting a small mountain made of bodies. Clearly, their talents and strength exceeded her imagination, especially Yi Xiao, who she still couldn't gauge the depth of his power. These 3 little brats were many times more monstrous than she had been back in the day. I think with your current strength, getting into the Town God University won't be difficult, but I hope you can achieve a good ranking in the special recruitment exam. If you can make it into the top 3, Town God University will offer special rewards that are beyond your imagination. I remember in my year, the student who ranked first in the special recruitment exam reached the level of a transcendent professional within just a month of enrollment. Now, after graduation, he formed a hunting team called Black Sun, and I estimate his strength is nearing perfection. Tang Yun said with a look of nostalgia. Our Jiangzhou is destined to be a small place. Only by going out can you see the vastness and breadth of the world. This world is filled with many crises, but it also holds many opportunities. The era of universal professions is both a transformation and a disaster. We have lost too many compatriots and too much land. If one day, any of you can reach the peak of being a professional, I hope you can reclaim the land and homes that humanity has lost, and then drive all these detestable things out of Blue Star. Tang Yun said seriously. Back at the rental apartment, Yi Xiao changed from his usual playful demeanor and began to seriously review the battle situation. My current level is extraordinary 3rd stage, and the power of the golden flame eye is enough for me to fight across 2 stages. Coupled with the means of a mentalist and swordsmanship, I can slay extraordinary 6th stage. I wonder what level my strength will reach after merging with the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye. Thinking back to the scene where he used the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye, Yi Xiao was filled with anticipation. It was simply too cool. The golden flame robe that increased defense, the unified internal and external golden flame attack, plus the 2 characteristics of transformation and never extinguishing. It could be said that in front of this eye technique, all fire element mages below the extraordinary level would be utterly dominated by Yi Xiao. Ding! Hello, your package. A voice from outside announced the delivery. Coming. Yi Xiao's expression brightened. It must be the eye of the feathered serpent sent by Tang Qingsong. He walked towards the door, just about to open it. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something's not right. Yi Xiao activated his X-ray vision. Sure enough, the person outside was not a delivery person at all. He immediately spotted the golden snake tattoo beneath the person's clothing. Remnants of the feathered serpent cult. Yi Xiao took a step back. Just then, a huge explosion sounded. A terrifying shockwave rushed towards Yi Xiao through the door. Block it. He summoned his mental power to form a wall in front of him, then retreated accordingly. The remnants of the feather serpent god cult, Yi Xiao said coldly. Amidst the thick smoke, a figure suddenly lunged at Yi Xiao. It's all your fault. It's because of you. The feather serpent god cult is finished. The master has ordered it. You must be killed. The figure in black robes charged through the swirling smoke towards Yi Xiao. Extraordinary level 6. Assassin. Feeling his profession, Yi Xiao's expression changed slightly. No wonder he could escape from the encirclement. Whoosh! A pitch-black blade appeared in the opponent's hand, slicing towards Yi Xiao like a shadow. Golden flame eye. Ignite. Boom! A spot was directly ignited by Yi Xiao, but the opponent's speed was too fast. The golden flame eye had difficulty locking onto his position in such a short time. What does your destruction have to do with me? Why are you blaming everything on me? Yi Xiao's face was filled with frustration. The opponent said nothing, only swinging the blade in his hand faster. So annoying. I can't even have a good rest. You dark cult pests are really bothersome. Yi Xiao was provoked to anger. Stay still. He used his mental power to weave an invisible net in front of him. When the opponent collided with the net, Yi Xiao quickly controlled him firmly. Then, golden flames ignited. Burn! Boom! The flame shot up, burning a large hole in the ceiling of the rented room. The opponent was naturally reduced to ashes. Looking at the wreckage of the room, Yi Xiao showed a bitter smile. Now it was truly uninhabitable. Just then, another voice came. Your delivery. A figure stepped into the room. Damn it! Is this never ending? Yi Xiao grabbed the blade on the ground and swung it at the newcomer. Ah! The person let out a terrified scream, hurriedly blocking the package in front of them. The package was sliced open, revealing an exquisitely wrapped wooden box inside. Ah! Are you really the delivery person? The person nodded in fear. Ah, I'm sorry. Yi Xiao's face was full of embarrassment. Thank you. You've worked hard. After the delivery person left, Yi Xiao picked up the wooden box from the ground and opened it. Inside were 2 golden gems, shimmering with strange patterns. Indeed, they were the eyes of the feather serpent god. The items are in hand, but there's no place to stay. The landlord is definitely going to kill me. Yi Xiao looked helpless. He took out his phone and called Tang Yun. What? Remnants of the cult? Okay, I'll be right there. Before long, Tang Yun arrived at Yi Xiao's home. How did it become like this? Tang Yun looked at the house, which resembled a ruin, in shock. An extraordinary level 6 assassin, he could dodge well. It took me a long time to kill him. Yi Xiao scratched his head and sat down on the broken sofa. Little did he know that a storm was brewing in Tang Yun's heart. Extraordinary level 6? You killed him? Yi Xiao casually nodded. Alas, what a pity for my house. Teacher Tang, can you help me find a place? Just something cheap. I don't have much money. Teacher Tang? Teacher Tang? Seeing that Tang Yun didn't respond, Yi Xiao waved his hand in front of him. Oh. Tang Yun finally reacted, looking at Yi Xiao with a strange expression, as if he were looking at a national treasure. If I remember correctly, you're only extraordinary level 3, right? Yi Xiao calmly nodded. Hiss! Tang Yun gasped. Being able to fight 1 level higher is already a genius. Fighting 2 levels higher is a genius among geniuses. Someone like Yi Xiao, who fought 3 levels higher, would be among the top at the Divine Guardian University. And this is likely not all of his strength. Tang Yun even suspected that even that extraordinary 8th tier puppet was killed by him alone. Tang Yun's gaze towards Yi Xiao became incredibly fervent. Yi Xiao couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Why do I feel a chill? Yi Xiao, since your house is destroyed, why don't you stay at my place for a while? Is it convenient for a man and a woman to be alone together? No problem. Anyway, I'm not living alone. Let's go now, see if there's any luggage you need to take. It would be troublesome if the remnants of the Dark Church are after you. If you stay with me, I can protect you closely. Close protection. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Yun's imposing figure. What are you looking at, little rascal? I'm your teacher. Tang Yun glared at him with a mix of shame and anger. With Tang Yun's help, Yi Xiao completed the compensation to the landlord. Following Tang Yun out of the rental house, the car twisted and turned on the street, finally stopping in a luxurious villa area. You can stay here for the next few days. In front of Yi Xiao was a magnificent villa, 3 stories high, complete with a private garden. Wow, so rich. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had never lived in such a high-class villa in either his past or present life. Teacher Tang, I need to use the bathroom. Where is it? The 3rd room on the left after you enter. Okay. Yi Xiao ran off excitedly. Just then, Tang Yun was startled. Oh no, I forgot to tell him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a piercing scream echoed from the villa. Boom! Immediately after, a fireball exploded through the house. What the hell? Teacher Tang, I've been attacked. Yi Xiao, with his belt half undone, hurriedly ran out of the villa. Behind him followed a woman wrapped in a towel, wielding a long sword, her eyes blazing with fury as she chased him. The imposing figure behind her trembled. Ruo Chang, don't be impulsive. Tang Yun quickly stepped in front of the woman. Yun, don't stop me. I must kill this little rascal today. Bai Ruo Chang glared at Yi Xiao with fiery eyes. She had guarded her purity for over 20 years, and today she was seen naked by this little rascal. Teacher Tang, why didn't you tell me someone was showering in the bathroom? You scared me to death, Yi Xiao said helplessly, hiding behind Tang Yun. He had his pants half undone when the bathroom door suddenly opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman walked out completely naked. The beauty emerging from the bath was like a lotus flower in water, and for a moment, he was dumbfounded. But then the other party reacted, and without a word, cast a fireball spell that nearly blew into bits. Alright, Ruo Chang, it was my mistake. I apologize, Tang Yun said helplessly, calming by Ruo Chang, who finally relented. It's cold outside, don't run around wrapped in a towel. Go put on some clothes. Bai Ruo Chang shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare before swaying her hips and walking back into the villa. Sorry, Yi Xiao, Ruo Chang is staying at my place for a while. I forgot to mention that she has a habit of showering after getting up. Your room is on the second floor, and there's a private bathroom there, Tang Yun said apologetically. Teacher Tang, your friend has quite a temper. She's like someone who ate gunpowder. TSK. I bet no man will dare to marry her in the future. Yi Xiao shook his head and said. Tang Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You brat, still have time to worry about others? Don't worry, Ruo Chang is a well-bred lady. Her suitors could circle around Jiangnan Middle School. As the two entered the villa, they saw Bai Ruo Chang lazily lying on the sofa, crossing her legs and watching TV, with chips and cola beside her. Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Yun, as if to say, is this the young lady you were talking about? Tang Yun coughed lightly. Ruo Chang, let me introduce you. This is my student, Yi Xiao, who will be temporarily staying at my house for the next few days before going to the provincial city to take the special admission exam for Jinshin University. This is Bai Ruo Chang, a local from the provincial city, my best friend and also my classmate. Bai Ruo Chang stood like a proud swan, her neck held high, revealing her fair collarbone. Ah, the special admission exam for Jinshin University. That's not easy. Little brother, you're only at the 3rd level of extraordinary power now. It's tough to pass the special exam. Bai Ruo Chang wore a look of schadenfreude. But if you call me sister obediently and serve me well these days, I might secretly tell you the content of the special exam. A glint of cunning flashed in Bai Ruo Chang's eyes. Yi Xiao glanced at her indifferently. Teacher Tang, I'm going upstairs to rest. With that, he dragged his luggage upstairs. Oh, this kid has some backbone. But just having backbone won't get you through the special exam. Bai Ruo Chang wanted to say more, but she saw Tang Yun awkwardly pulling her arm. Alright, Ruo Chang, stop talking. What's wrong, Yun? Bai Ruo Chang looked at Tang Yun in confusion. Yi Xiao just killed a member of the dark cult, a 6th-level assassin. Bai Ruo Chang was instantly petrified. Him? She pointed at Yi Xiao in disbelief. 3rd level killing a 6th level? What profession are you? Bai Ruo Chang's mouth dropped open as if she could fit an entire egg inside. Look out, Yi Xiao replied, then walked up the stairs. Bai Ruo Chang? What the hell is a lookout? Which lookout can fight at 3 levels higher? Yun, tell me, where did you find this little monster? Bai Ruo Chang grabbed Tang Yun's arm, excitedly speaking. Ah, the thing is like this. Back in the room, after putting down his luggage, Yi Xiao took out the eyes of the feathered serpent. Ding! Detected the eyes of the feathered serpent. Golden Flame Eyes meet upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade to ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes? Upgrade, Yi Xiao said. The next second, the 2 golden gems shattered into countless starlights, directly drilling into Yi Xiao's eyes. Boom! Yi Xiao suddenly felt as if there was magma surging in his eyes. A strong burning sensation came over him. An uncontrollable terrifying power was bursting forth. The surrounding air crackled as if ignited. Strange, why did it suddenly get hot in the villa? Tang Yun downstairs looked puzzled. So rich in fire elements. My cola is about to boil. Bai Ruo Chang was also in shock. The aura is coming from upstairs. It must be that rogue kid. The two exchanged glances and then rushed towards the 2nd floor together. In the room, Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He saw 2 brilliant golden pupils with 2 crimson lotus flowers continuously spinning within them. They resembled the eyes of a deity. So terrifying. I feel like my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. After the advancement, the ever-burning Lord Flame Eyes turned into area damage. As long as he activated the eye technique, he could turn an entire area into a sea of fire. No wonder it's a red-level eye technique. It's ridiculously strong. Yi Xiao's face was filled with joy. Bang! At that moment, the the door was burst open. Tang Yun and Bai Ruoqing rushed in together, but after a moment, both of them turned red-faced and turned away. "Ha, what's wrong, Teacher Tang?" Yi Xiao looked confused. Yi Xiao, you should put on some clothes first," Tang Yun said shyly. "Pa, perverted rogue," Bai Ruoqing spat. Yi Xiao looked bewildered. He reflexively looked down. Good heavens, his clothes were burned. A strange smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face as he leisurely took out his underwear to put it on. He spoke slowly, "Sisters, I'm in my own room, and it's fine if I'm not wearing clothes, right? But you two, barging into a single guy's room without my permission, that's damaging my reputation." The two women's faces darkened. "This little brat, he's clearly out for revenge." "Yi Xiao, have you put on your clothes yet?" Tang Yun asked anxiously. "Not yet. I can't find my underwear. Let me look. I think it's over here." As he spoke, Yi Xiao gradually moved closer to the two. "Pervert, don't come any closer." Bai Ruoqing felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but scream. "TCH, I'm not interested in you. Talking to you is like spitting seeds," Yi Xiao scoffed. "I've already gotten dressed." Only then did the two turn around, and Bai Ruoqing glared at Yi Xiao, gritting her teeth. "Yi Xiao, what on earth happened just now? Why was there such a strong fluctuation of fire elements?" Tang Yun asked seriously. "Nothing much, just a little accident. My eye technique evolved a bit," Yi Xiao shrugged. "A little accident. Evolved a bit." Tang Yun froze in place. "Why does it feel like he's showing off?" Yun, I've figured it out. This student of yours is not only a little pervert but also a show-off," Bai Ruoqing said resentfully. "Ha, is that showing off? Isn't it just a power upgrade? No way, right? There can't be anyone who can't upgrade their abilities," Yi Xiao said sarcastically. Bai Ruoqing was so angry she almost ground her back teeth to dust. It was precisely because she had hit a bottleneck in her level and abilities during this time, unable to break through, that she had traveled all the way from the provincial city to Jiangzhou to clear her mind and find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Tang Yun rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness. The relationship between Yi Xiao and Bai Ruoqing probably couldn't be mended. Just then, he received a phone call. Yun, bring Yi Xiao to school." A deep voice came from the other end. It was Tang Qingsong. "Oh, okay." Tang Yun nodded, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Tang Qingsong's tone seemed a bit strange. "Ruoqing, Yi Xiao and I have something to do at school. You stay home and take care of yourself." Got it. Go ahead." Bai Ruoqing waved her hand impatiently. "You better not bring this little pervert back." The two left the villa, and Tang Yun drove straight to Jiangnan Middle School. As soon as they entered the principal's office, they saw Tang Qingsong sitting at the desk with a serious expression. Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Ro were also there. "Oh, everyone's here," Yi Xiao said with a smile. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as a middle-aged man in a suit slammed his hand on the table. "You are Yi Xiao?" He glared at Yi Xiao coldly. "Yes, and you are?" "I am Zhang Gang, Zheng Hong's father. I ask you, Yi Xiao, during the special training, did you leave my son behind and run away by yourself? You are classmates, yet you abandoned him in a moment of crisis to save yourself. You are unworthy of being a student. Do you know you caused Honger to die? He should have had a bright future." Zheng Gang raged. "Enough!" Tang Qingsong's authoritative voice rang out. "Mr. Zheng, do not jump to conclusions before the matter is fully investigated. Principal Tang, my son is dead, and my brother-in-law. Shouldn't Jiangnan Middle School bear full responsibility for this matter?" Zheng Gang continued. "But you have no evidence to prove that Yi Xiao left Zheng Hong behind to escape." "How can there be no evidence? Zheng Hong told me long ago that Yi Xiao robbed him of his opportunity. Why was Zheng Hong not with them when they escaped together? They must have deliberately abandoned Zheng Hong. You should ask him yourself." Tang Qingsong sighed. "Yi Xiao, is there any truth to this?" Yi Xiao nodded calmly. Tang Qingsong's expression changed slightly. Tang Yin beside him also looked at him in surprise. "Look, Principal Tang, this is the quality of your school's students. What else do you have to say?" With confirmation, Zheng Gang's momentum grew stronger. However, Yi Xiao appeared very calm. "Before that, everyone, please take a look at this." Saying this, Yi Xiao handed his phone to Tang Qingsong. On the screen was a figure fleeing in a panic, frequently looking back. When encountering the extraordinary 5th-tier golden feather snake, Zheng Hong abandoned both me and Xiao Hongchen and ran away. Yi Xiao said calmly. "I can testify, it was like that." Xiao Hongchen also spoke up. "Just a 5th-tier extraordinary golden feather snake scared Zheng Hong into a panic, yet this golden feather snake was ultimately slain by me and Xiao Hongchen. And at that time, the one chasing Zheng Hong was the powerful feather snake god. Faced with such a level of existence, what else could we do besides running away? Should we turn back and confront it head-on?" Yi Xiao looked directly at Zhang Gang, neither servile nor overbearing. The one chasing Zhang Hong was the feather snake god? Tang Qingsong frowned. Yi Xiao nodded. I can testify to this, I was also present. Zhang Ro also spoke up. Tang Qingsong's expression softened. Did you hear that, Mr. Zhang? It was your son who abandoned his teammates first. Just a fifth-tier monster was enough to scare your timid son away. And now, facing a deity, you want our students to rescue him? One cannot have such double standards, or do you want me to bury all the hopes of Jiangnan High School in the belly of a snake? Bang! Tang Qingsong slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Mr. Zhang, this is how one should behave. Tang Qingsong's powerful aura was imposing, leaving Zhang Gang speechless. I. Tang Qingsong waved his hand. I am very saddened by Zhang Hong's death, but this matter has nothing to do with Yi Xiao. You must apologize to him. You have wronged our student. Tang Qingsong's voice was firm and filled with undeniable resolve. Zhang Gang's expression changed, and after a long pause, he reluctantly spoke. I apologize, Yi, I wronged you. He lowered his head, but deep within his pupils surged a profound unwillingness. Why should he apologize? He was also a victim. He lost his son. Lift your head. Yi Xiao's voice rang out. At the sound, Zhang Gang reflexively raised his head. He met a pair of golden eyes, captivating like the eyes of a deity, with two red lotus flowers swirling in the pupils. You may not be clear about the cause and effect of the matter. He joined the special training through backdoor means and even tried to attack me during the training. He also abandoned his teammates. Therefore, his death was self-inflicted. Do you understand? The red lotus flowers in Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly began to swirl, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Zhang Gang's nerves. He trembled in fear. I understand. Zhang Gang kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never seen such terrifying eyes. I understand. He stumbled out of the office, still in a daze as he muttered to himself. Jumping clown. Yi Xiao snorted coldly. Zhang Hong's abilities were due to his uncle. His father was just an ordinary businessman, not worth mentioning. Alright, just a small episode, don't let it ruin your mood. Go back and rest well, the special recruitment exam will start soon. Tang Qingsong waved his hand and said lightly. A small episode, and the following days passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gathering all 10 eye techniques. They can be fused. Yi Xiao successfully signed in for 10 types of eye techniques. It is worth mentioning that the quality was significantly higher than the first time. Surprisingly, 4 of them were green eye techniques. There is even a type of blue eye technique, laser eye, but it's pretty useless. Its lethality is far inferior to the ever-burning Lord Flame Eye. For Yi Xiao, only eye techniques of purple or above would be helpful now. The fusion of the eye techniques happened quickly, and in an instant, it was over. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Martial Spirit Eye, purple. Martial Spirit Eye, host's physical strength is increased 5-fold. Close combat ability is enhanced by 200%. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Is this going to turn him into a battle mage? Fusion. With a thought, Yi Xiao immediately fused the Martial Spirit Eye with his own pupils. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, Yi Xiao felt a powerful force flowing from his eyes to every part of his body. A strong power spread within him. Boom! Yi Xiao punched out, creating a deep pit in the ground. This power, even ordinary extraordinary warriors of the 3rd or 4th rank can't compete with me. Yi Xiao picked up a kitchen knife again and activated the Phantom Blade Strike. Whoosh! A boulder 3 people high was split in half by his strike. Wow! Now I can slaughter extraordinary 6th ranks, crush extraordinary 7th ranks, dominate extraordinary 8th ranks. Extraordinary 9th ranks are no match. This time, I've secured the first spot in the special recruitment of Jinshin University. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Invincible in both close and ranged combat. The biggest shortcoming of eye technique users has been filled. Ding! Martial Spirit Eye triggers evolution route. Martial Spirit Eye, purple. Martial God Eye, orange. Martial Dao Heavily Eye, gold. Yi Xiao felt an immense shock. It can actually advance. The highest level is actually the legendary Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Isn't this the strongest divine skill of martial artists? System, this eye technique user is just a gimmick, right? You want to turn me into an all-rounder, don't you? Yi Xiao complained. The system surprisingly replied to him after a long time. A high-end eye technique user should be a hexagonal warrior. Yi Xiao, it's time to go. Are you ready? At this moment, Tang Yin pushed the door and entered. Yi Xiao nodded. Why do I feel like you're a bit different? Tang Yin looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. What's different? Yi Xiao asked with a light smile. You seem to have become more handsome? Tang Yin shook her head. I can't quite put my finger on it. Teacher Tang, it's just your illusion. Is it? Sigh, Yi Xiao, Don't call me Teacher Tang anymore, just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then nodded after a moment. Okay, Sister Yun. Tang Yun showed a satisfied smile. Leaving the villa, Tang Yun took him to Jiangnan Middle School. There, a special car would pick them up, allowing them to travel to the provincial city via the official road built by the Great Xia. Ha ha, didn't expect it, right? I'm here too. I'm going with you guys. As soon as they arrived at Jiangnan Middle School, Yi Xiao saw Bai Ruochang dragging a pink suitcase and waving at him. Yi Xiao curled his lips. TCH, what bad luck? What did you say? Bai Ruochang's originally charming smile instantly turned into that of an angry little tiger. Yi Xiao, you're too unlikable. Be careful not to find a girlfriend in college. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lips. He glanced at Xiao Hongchen, then said seriously, women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Bai Ruochang, you're an eye technique user. What sword are you drawing? Yi Xiao chuckled. She doesn't understand. She really doesn't understand. He is a high-end eye technique user. Who knows, he might learn swordsmanship one day. Alright, Yi Xiao, stop being cheeky. I won't be accompanying you to the provincial city this time. Ruochang will be going back with you. Tang Yun walked over with a graceful stride. Let me remind you, the special recruitment exam at Jinshan Middle School has a high degree of freedom, so you need to cooperate well. Among them, Zhang Ro is an elemental master, and you are an eye technique user. You are both ranged combat professions. Hong Chen is a sword cultivator, responsible for protecting you closely. Yi Xiao, what I want to remind you is not to rely too much on your eye technique and rush too far ahead. If you encounter close combat warriors, sword cultivators, or knife users, it will be troublesome. Do you understand? Yi Xiao nodded. Xiao Hongchen looked at him with a puzzled expression. Eye technique users are ranged attackers? During the special training in the forest, Yi Xiao's sword strike that killed the golden feather serpent was no less impressive than any sword cultivator or knife user. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yun, Yi Xiao smiled. At that moment, Principal Tang Qingsong approached. Ha, the day has finally come. Are you nervous? He asked the three with a smile. Yi Xiao pouted. Xiao Hongchen silently wiped the iron sword in his hands. Zhang Ro was stroking her hair. Seeing no one respond, Tang Qingsong awkwardly cleared his throat. Yi Xiao, you three are the best students of Jiangnan High School. I have absolute confidence in you. You will definitely be admitted to Jinshan University. By the way, the junior students have prepared blessings for you before the exam. Tang Qingsong turned and pointed. A banner floated down from above the teaching building. Special recruitment, must win, glory to Jiangnan. So, do you have any words to send to the junior students? Tang Qingsong asked with a smile. Stay calm, study hard, and then you'll find that as long as you don't awaken a combat profession, there's a good chance you'll end up working in a factory screwing bolts, Yi Xiao said calmly. Tang Qingsong was left speechless. The first and second year students were also dumbfounded. Well said, but don't say it next time, Tang Qingsong said with a dark face. A special car took the three of them, along with Bai Ruochang, away. Tang Qingsong watched the special car gradually disappear from view, feeling extremely exhausted. Yun, this batch of students is hard to manage, he said softly, especially Yi Xiao, his mouth is too sharp. Tang Yun was silent. Compared to Yi Xiao, her student days were like a well-behaved child. The school bus carried the three away, and after leaving the official road, the path became wide, and the towering buildings disappeared. Instead, there were stretches of desolate wasteland, and Yi Xiao even saw a group of demons rampaging through the barren land. These wastelands are the lands humanity once lost, and now they have completely become a paradise for demons, Bai Ruochang said, looking out the window. If it weren't for a powerful level 8 formation master building official roads between cities, human transportation would have been completely destroyed. Hearing Bai Ruochang's words, Yi Xiao activated his perspective eye, and sure enough, he could see waves of strong energy fluctuations above the official road, along with golden patterns spread throughout the void. A new era has begun with a great disaster. But where will humanity's fate lead in this era? In recent years, demons have become increasingly violent, and many powerful deities are gradually awakening. Humanity's demand for powerful professionals is also growing. This has led many students at Jinshan High School to venture into the wasteland to hunt demons in their senior year. You are the hope of humanity's future. You must grow up quickly, Bai Ruochang said seriously for once. Her gaze turned to the three, especially Yi Xiao. She wondered if her words would instill a sense of crisis in Yi Xiao. Being so carefree is not acceptable. Don't worry, humanity will be safe, Yi Xiao said, chewing gum, in a nonchalant tone. He looked up at the sky, golden patterns intertwining in his eyes. Such an era always needs someone to bring it to an end, doesn't it? The special car drove steadily along the official road. Bai Ruochang rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window. You all need to be careful, this exam is not simple. A province only has 30 spots. In previous years, being at the extraordinary 4th stage was barely enough, but now, even that is quite uncertain. Bai Ruoqing's mind conjured the image of that proud girl. Yi Xiao, if possible, I would like to ask you for a favor. Oh, even Miss Bai has something she needs my help with? Yi Xiao teased. This time, Bai Ruoqing did not retort. Well, if you encounter someone named Bai Ruoyu during the special recruitment, I hope you can teach her a good lesson. Interesting, Bai Ruoyu, sounds like she's your sister? Bai Ruoqing nodded. Wow, I've seen living bodhisattvas, but never a living king of hell. Bai Ruoqing, you really are something, Yi Xiao exclaimed. He couldn't help but mourn for Bai Ruoyu, whom he had yet to meet. It was truly pitiful that even her own sister was targeting her. Bai Ruoyu, if I'm not mistaken, is she the so-called once-in-a-century genius girl from the provincial capital? Jiang Ro, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I heard she awakened both summoner and mage dual professions. Bai Ruoqing nodded helplessly. Yes, Ruoyu is my biological sister. She has always been proud since she was little, and now that she has awakened dual professions, she has become even prouder, inflated to the point of looking down on any peers. I'm afraid this mindset will lead to big losses in the future. Bai Ruoyu's life had been too smooth, she had been pampered and protected like a little princess, without setbacks, which had fostered her arrogant character. Then she awakened dual professions and was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius girl. Even Jinshan University had made an exception to grant her a direct admission spot. This only made her prouder. Ruoyu didn't even need to participate in this special recruitment. Jinshan University had already given her a direct admission spot, but she insisted on joining. In her words, she wants to see what level her future classmates are at, and even wants to choose her future classmates herself. Upon hearing this, the three were somewhat shocked. Could it be? She wants to choose 30 candidates herself. Zhang Ro's face showed surprise. Ah, this is really interesting. Bai Ruoqing, your sister's character is even worse than yours. I don't know why, but even before meeting her, I already want to give her a good beating. I'll take on this commission. I will definitely beat her so badly that her mother won't recognize her. Yi Xiao said, cracking his knuckles with a fierce expression. That might not be necessary. Bai Ruoqing's face darkened. Moreover, Yi Xiao, Ruoyu could easily handle multiple extraordinary 6th stage professionals when she was at the extraordinary 3rd stage, and she could even attempt to fight 7th stage ones. You must be careful and not underestimate her. In Bai Ruoqing's heart, she still leaned towards Bai Ruoyu, because she had seen Bai Ruoyu's combat power with her own eyes. With her summoned beasts and magic, one person was like an entire team, a combat method that could be considered cheating. As for Yi Xiao, she only heard about his achievements from Tang Yun and did not truly understand his strength. Don't worry, I just love teaching average girls a lesson. Yi Xiao made an okay gesture. Bai Ruoqing felt a headache coming on. They were equally matched, neither could say anything about the other, as he was also an average guy. The straight-line distance on the official road was relatively short, and 3 hours later, they arrived at the provincial capital. You all stay at my house tonight, we can go to the exam site together tomorrow, Bai Ruoqing said with a smile. The three nodded. The special car headed towards the Bai family. The Bai family was also a prominent family in the provincial capital. Bai Ruoqing's father, Bai Shanqing, was a level 6 gunner. I told you, I'm allergic to peanuts. What's the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? The steak must be medium rare. Look at this, does it meet that standard? I don't eat scallions. Take every single piece of scallion out of this bowl of wontons for me. Strawberries? I don't want strawberry seeds. Help me pick them out. Now I want to take a bath. 40 degrees of hot water, not a degree more. Plus the freshly picked roses from this morning. Before they even entered the villa, Yi Xiao and the others heard the haughty, crisp voice. Sigh. Bai Ruoqing sighed. Her little temper is acting up again. She's not like this usually. Bai Ruoqing shrugged her shoulders and explained to Yi Xiao and the others. What a spoiled young lady. Yi Xiao sneered. As an orphan without parents, he couldn't stand such a rich kid with a princess complex. Zhang Ro also came from a prominent family, but she didn't develop such bad habits. Let's go in first. Bai Ruoqing sighed and led Yi Xiao and the others into the villa. As soon as they entered, they saw a figure standing haughtily in front of a group of servants. The person was wearing a pure white long dress, her features exquisitely sculpted as if by the hand of God, with smooth black hair cascading down, radiating a glossy sheen. She was holding a small cat in her arms, lazily yawning. Flat-chested, proud, 1 meter 50. The moment Yi Xiao saw her, he mentally tagged her with several labels. Ruoyu, stop throwing a tantrum. The exam is tomorrow. Finish your meal and go to bed early. Bai Ruoqing helplessly approached and instructed Bai Ruoyu. Ah, sister, you're back. As soon as Bai Ruoyu saw Bai Ruoqing, a sweet smile broke out on her previously annoyed face. Yes, I'm back. Let me introduce you. These are the students from Jiangzhou who will be participating in the special recruitment exam with you tomorrow. But before Bai Ruoqing could finish, Bai Ruoyu interrupted her, speaking in a spoiled tone. Sister, we haven't taken a bath together in a long time. Let's do it tonight. She hadn't even glanced at Yi Xiao and the others the entire time. Ruoyu, you need to listen to me. These three are your Tangyan sisters students, and they will be taking the special recruitment exam with you tomorrow. You can get to know them. Only then did Bai Ruoyu reluctantly turn her head, but her gaze towards Yi Xiao and the others was still filled with that condescending arrogance. I understand. You want me to help you pass the exam, right? No problem. As long as you follow me around tomorrow, serving me tea and water, and also hold an umbrella for me. I guarantee you all will pass the special recruitment. Bai Ruoyu said arrogantly. Even the usually indifferent Xiao Hongqian frowned at her tone. Zhang Ro was even more displeased. She also came from a prominent family and had always been the center of attention. If it weren't for Bai Ruoqing's face, she would have stormed out. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. At that moment, Yi Zhao's piercing cold laughter echoed in the hall. Little sister, how old are you this year? Have you fully developed? Why are you talking like an adult? After saying that, Yi Zhao's gaze fell on Bai Ruoyu's chest. If Bai Ruoqing was all-encompassing, Bai Ruoyu was flat and unyielding, creating a stark contrast between the two. You, what did you say? You scoundrel! Noticing Yi Zhao's gaze, Bai Ruoyu hugged the cat tighter, her face flushed as she shouted sharply. Sister, where did you find this kind of person? So rude. Rude? I'm laughing. Is there anyone ruder than you? How do you manage to look down on people from your 1.50 m height? Yi Xiao mocked. Zhang Ro stood by, arms crossed, enjoying the show. Xiao Hongqian rubbed his nose, also looking forward to the spectacle. The attitude of the three made Bai Ruoyu tremble with anger. Ali, bite him. She slapped the black cat's head, and the black cat reluctantly let out a lazy meow. Then it shot out like an arrow. A dark black light radiated from its body as it raised its paw and struck at Yi Xiao. At that moment, Yi Xiao and the others realized that this black cat had 3 tails. Is this a 9-tailed spirit cat? Zhang Ro's face showed a hint of surprise. The 9-tailed spirit cat was a high-level summoned beast, and an adult 9-tailed spirit cat was comparable to a master-level practitioner. Yi Xiao, be careful, Zhang Ro hurriedly warned. Summoned beasts had strong melee capabilities. Interesting. Yi Xiao watched as the 9-tailed spirit cat pounced towards him, his expression unchanged. Martial Spirit Eye, activate, he whispered. Boom! His physical strength surged 5-fold. The melee damage increased by 200%. Yi Xiao casually drew an iron sword from Xiao Hongqian's back. Draw the sword. Slash! Whoosh! With a single strike, like a meteor, like lightning, it struck the 9-tailed spirit cat on the head. Boom! The spirit cat was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto the dining table of the villa, its breath instantly weakening. Ali! Bai Ruoyu cried out in distress. She rushed over to pick up the spirit cat. You went too far. Why did you hurt it? She glared at Yi Xiao with fiery eyes. What? It's allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to hurt it? Not killing it is already showing Bai Ruoqing some face. Yi Xiao said coldly. You! Bai Ruoyu was so angry she couldn't say a word. This time, I will be the first to eliminate you in the special recruitment exam. She pointed angrily at Yi Xiao and the others. Hee hee, interesting. Is this a declaration of war? If so, I accept. Yi Xiao sneered. Bai Ruoqing, I'm leaving now. As for your sister, hee hee, if she doesn't change that bad temper, one day she might get beaten to death. With that, he turned and left. Bai Ruoqing remained silent. Although Yi Xiao's words were unpleasant, they weren't wrong. With Bai Ruoyu's personality, she would really get into trouble in the future. Wait, Bai Ruoyu suddenly spoke up. Your name is Yi Xiao, right? I remember you. Tomorrow in the exam, I will make you regret offending me, Bai Ruoyu. The girl spread her legs, placed one hand on her hip, and pointed at Yi Xiao with a cold shout. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered, then he let out a disdainful laugh. Just a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet. Bai Ruoyu's face instantly turned bright red. In that moment, she felt a chill, as if she were standing in front of Yi Xiao completely naked. Ugh! She hurriedly covered her body, and that feeling finally faded. Ruoyu, you shouldn't be so willful. After Yi Xiao and the others left, Bai Ruoqing finally spoke with a wry smile. Yi Xiao is a very talented eye technique master, with strong abilities. He can kill a level 6 dark cultist at level 3. You should befriend him. Humph! I was 100 times stronger than him when I was at level 3. Bai Ruoyu pouted. Sister, don't say any more. Just because he dared to hurt Ali, I can't let this go. Tomorrow in the special recruitment exam, I will teach him a good lesson. Bai Ruoyu said firmly. After leaving the villa, Yi Xiao and the others initially planned to find a hotel themselves. However, they learned that Bai Ruoqing had already booked a hotel for them and expressed her apologies to Yi Xiao and the others. After checking into the hotel, there was no conversation that night, and time quickly passed. The next day, at dawn, sunlight poured in. Sign in. Ding. Host successfully signed in for glaucoma, white. Yi Xiao. I remember this seems to be an eye disease, right? System, host, you are mistaken. This is a white eye technique, glaucoma, which grants night vision. Yi Xiao. After breakfast, as they exited the hotel, Bai Ruoqing's car was already parked outside. Bai Ruoyu, who was 1 meter 50 tall, was also there, still holding the black cat, coldly huffing and tossing a glare at Yi Xiao. The nine-tailed spirit cat looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of fear in its eyes. Yi Xiao and the others got into the car and headed towards the examination site. The examination was at the largest square in the provincial capital, where they would be teleported by a powerful magician to the wilderness. Indeed, the examination location was the wilderness occupied by demons. The powerful practitioners among humans had already taken action, encircling an area in the wilderness and driving out all the extraordinary level demons. This examination is very simple. Hunt demons in the wilderness. The scoring device in your hands will tally the points earned from slaying demons. No points will be awarded for those below extraordinary level 3. Starting from level 3, it's 5 points, 10 points, and so on. In the end, the top 30 with the highest scores will be selected. In the square, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and looking extremely serious spoke to the group of examination students. He was a gold medal mentor from the God-guarding university, possessing 6th level, domain level strength. Now, all students participating in the examination enter the teleportation array. He raised his hand and pointed to a large magic array not far away. One by one, the students walked into the magic array. In the crowd, Yi Xiao saw Bai Ruoyu, who made a chopping motion towards her neck. Yi Xiao scoffed. Once they reached the wilderness, he would have his way with this proud little girl. Among the more than 300 participants in this examination, only 30 would be recruited by the God-guarding university. The 15 major provinces of the Great Xia had a total of 450 special admissions. The remaining spots would be decided from the college entrance examination. The students rushed into the teleportation array. Strangely, Bai Ruoyu was surrounded by 29 outstanding young men, all with remarkable demeanor. These are my personally selected guards. They will all pass this special admission. Yi Xiao, you three should stop wasting your time. There's no spot for you. If you don't want to be hunted down in the wilderness, take advantage of my good mood now and apologize to me. Say it, Miss Bai Ruoyu, I was wrong. I, Yi Xiao, am worse than a pig or a dog, and I am willing to be your slave, serving you tea and water. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Little sister, you are far inferior to your sister. Your narrow-mindedness has no room for others. Yi Xiao spread his hands and teased. You, Yi Xiao, you're finished. I will not rest until we settle this. Bai Ruoyu angrily cursed, turning her back and walking directly into the array. Let's go, we've already reserved the top 3 spots for this special admission. Yi Xiao turned to the two and said, then entered the array. Once inside the array, the scene before him changed, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a crimson world. The ground was covered in red soil, and the air was filled with an uncomfortable aura of death. This was once the soil where humans lived. Countless humans have lived on this land, leaving behind their beautiful memories and the sounds of laughter. Yi Xiao crouched down, grabbing a handful of soil, a stinging sensation coming from his skin. This land's soil was no longer suitable for human survival, filled with corrosive properties. Yi Xiao, demons are appearing. At that moment, Xiao Hongchen reminded him. Yi Xiao stood up and looked up, only to see a group of humanoid creatures resembling zombies walking towards them. Yi Xiao activated his identification eye. Corrupted corpse, extraordinary level 3. After humans die, their bodies rot and turn into corrupted corpses, lingering here with resentment that never dissipates. Sigh, let's bury them. Golden flames ignited in Yi Xiao's eyes. Boom! Golden lotuses bloomed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the corrupted corpses danced in the flames, turning to ashes. The numbers on Yi Xiao's scoring device skyrocketed. Let's move forward. This time, we have 2 goals for the assessment. To secure a spot in the top 3 and to teach that arrogant girl a good lesson, Yi Xiao said, rubbing his forehead. He opened his perception eye. Various areas were filled with a riot of colors. Green represented no danger, while red indicated high risk. Yi Xiao led the 2 directly into the red zone. On the other side, listen up. Your goal is to prevent Yi Xiao and his team from passing this special recruitment exam. If you encounter them, notify me immediately. Understood? Bai Ruoyu commanded from atop a large tree, hands on her hips, addressing the people below. Yes, they shouted eagerly. Good. Now let's start racking up points. Bai Ruoyu began to draw in the air with one hand. Soon, a rune adhered to the tree. He. With my magic, all the monsters will immediately come running this way. There's no need to go looking for them. Easy peasy. With her magic, the tree became like a delicacy, continuously emitting a fragrant aroma that attracted countless monsters, which they would then jointly slay. A few more rounds of this operation, and their scores would leave everyone else far behind. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. Bai Ruoyu's tactic indeed worked. Monsters of all kinds rushed toward her from the sky, the ground, and even underground. Summoning spell. Come forth, big black. Boom. The summoning array appeared, and a gigantic arm reached out from it. Boom. The arm fell like a mountain. The monsters charging at them were instantly stunned, then crushed into a mist of blood. Big Black is really strong. Unless it's a transcendent level 9, otherwise, they are no match for him. Bai Ruoyu chuckled. Thud, thud, thud. From the summoning array, a figure emerged, revealing its full appearance. It was a completely black dragon man, with a pair of enormous wings on its back that could cover the sky when spread. Big Black, clear the area. Bai Ruoyu stood on the dragon man's back, pointing forward. Roar! The dragon man let out a roar, spreading its massive wings and soaring into the sky, unleashing countless fireballs upon the horde of monsters. Tisk, TSK. Head of the Bai family, your daughter's strength is truly extraordinary. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he's only at transcendent level 5. Yet he has already contracted a dragon man and a 9-tailed spirit cat. These are both highly potential summoning beasts. Some spectators were astonished by the scene, speaking to Bai Xianqing beside them. She is a bit too proud in her temperament. Bai Xianqing shook his head helplessly. Ha. What's wrong with being proud? Talents should be proud, they have the capital to be so. Ha. The other party was unfazed and laughed heartily. In contrast, Bai Ruoqing remained silent. She was a bit worried about Yi Xiao. Her sister had only used summoning techniques so far. The mage profession hadn't even been utilized yet. Could Yi Xiao really defeat her? Bai Ruoqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Her sister fought recklessly, she hoped nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Tang Yun. What on earth is happening over there? The cannon fire is relentless. Yi Xiao and his companions looked at the flames shooting up from the nearby forest, appearing somewhat surprised. This kind of commotion is not something an ordinary person can create. Yi Xiao activated his eye technique. That little girl is gathering monsters. She has some skills. It's all coming effortlessly. Let's go find her. Yi Xiao sneered, and the three of them rushed toward the distance. Kill. I am the commander. You are all warriors under my command. Bai Ruoyu stood alone on the back of a dragon man, directing the people below. A group of professionals was entangled in a fierce battle with a wave of demons, their scores skyrocketing. On the external score screen, Bai Ruoyu was in first place, consistently holding her position, while from 2nd to 30th were all her subordinates. Has this girl turned the special recruitment exam into her own game? Bai Xianqing covered his forehead, looking helpless. He glanced at the gold medal mentor from Jinshan University beside him and noticed that the other's expression showed no obvious change. As long as it was within the rules, Jinshan University would not interfere with any means. Even if in the end, it was really Bai Ruoyu and her more than 20 subordinates who secured the spots, they could only blame the others for being too incompetent. Jinshan University did not need useless waste. As expected of that little girl, she's gone crazy. Yi Xiao and the others arrived near Bai Ruoyu, watching secretly. Should we take action, Yi Xiao? Jiang Ro asked. No, let's wait. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. We can just directly snatch their scoring devices later. It'll be much easier. Anyway, the rules didn't say we couldn't steal. Yi Xiao grinned mischievously. Jiang Ro looked at him oddly, silently giving him a thumbs up. So cunning, so bad, but it was indeed a good plan. Yi Xiao hid nearby, waiting for Bai Ruoyu and her group to crazily farm monsters. After a moment, he said, "That's enough. Let's go." He waved his hand, and the three rushed towards the big tree. Bai Ruoyu, looking down from above, spotted Yi Xiao and the others. Found Yi Xiao. Quickly take them down. Tie them up. Ali, go. Use all your strength. Don't hold back. The 9-tailed spirit cat suddenly sprang out of Bai Ruoyu's arms. Its form gradually grew larger, finally becoming a 4 to 5 meter big cat, with 3 agile tails swaying in the wind. Awah! Ali swung its sharp claws, smashing all the demons blocking its path into meat paste. Yesterday, it had underestimated Yi Xiao and didn't use its full strength, which led to its injury. Today it wanted to redeem itself. Interesting. Yi Xiao activated his golden flame eye. The demons in his way were roasted into charcoal. Bai Ruoyu, is your summoned beast eager to find death? Yi Xiao snatched a long knife from a nearby examinee. Blade drawl. Boom! Yi Xiao transformed into a black lightning bolt, slashing towards the nine-tailed spirit cat. Clang! The nine-tailed spirit cat swung its claws, blocking Yi Xiao's blade, and the two collided, sending sparks flying. Good guy. You've got some strength. Yi Xiao shook his numbed hand. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. Ghost Blade Flash. Swish. Yi Xiao quickly drew his knife, a series of blade lights cutting through the air. Clang! 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 In the air, brilliant sparks exploded wildly. Yi Xiao and the nine-tailed spirit cat were engaged in a fierce battle, making a huge commotion, making it hard for ordinary people to approach. The nine-tailed spirit cat had extremely strong close combat abilities and was fast, comparable to the level of extraordinary 6 or 7. Is this young man a swordsman? What stunning swordsmanship! Someone in the observation area exclaimed in surprise. His swordsmanship is so fast, he can actually keep up with the nine-tailed spirit cat's speed. He must be a swordsman. I wouldn't believe it if he wasn't. Only Bai Ruocheng looked dazed. Yun said Yi Xiao's close combat ability was a weakness, right? Is this a weakness? Other strengths can't even match his weakness. Holy crap! At that moment, someone exclaimed. He was holding Yi Xiao's profile introduction. This young man is actually a pupil master. What? Everyone was stunned. A pupil master. How is that possible? Pupil masters have always had weak close combat abilities. How could he be so strong? Exactly. Pupil masters are pure trash in close combat. Their support is useless. The only ranged combat can't compare to the mage, elemental master, and gunner. This must be a fake eye technique master. A group of people began to doubt the authenticity of Yi Xiao's information. Can a close combat ability really be exhibited by an eye technique master? Even if we assume Yi Xiao's swordsmanship is up to par, can his physical body keep up? Such high-intensity sword swings and collisions would shatter the tiger's mouth and break the arms of even those swordsmen whose physiques are not particularly outstanding. Heavens, look at his level. He's only at extraordinary level 4. The crowd gasped in surprise. Damn! Extraordinary level 4. The combat power of this nine-tailed spirit cat is comparable to extraordinary level 7. Is he fighting across 3 levels? This is a genius. A top-tier genius. Extraordinary level 4? Has he broken through again? Bai Ruocheng was shocked again. At this moment, someone spoke up quietly. He hasn't even used his eye technique yet. The crowd fell silent. Yes, the eye technique hasn't been used. If he uses the eye technique, can his strength increase? Extraordinary level 8? Or, the crowd hesitated to guess. Even the Divine Guardian University has never seen a practitioner who can fight across 5 levels. Bai Ruoyu, this dual-class genius, couldn't do it either. It's over, silly cat. You're no longer worth my time. Golden Flame Eye. Activate. Yi Xiao's gaze flashed. Boom! A golden lotus flower erupted from the body of the nine-tailed spirit cat. Awah! The spirit cat let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Large areas of its body burned. It could not rise again. Ali! Bai Ruoyu exclaimed. Yi Xiao, I won't let you off. She commanded the dragon man to charge at Yi Xiao. Da-hey! Attack him. With a command, the dragon man's mouth began to gather crimson flames. Bai Ruoyu, is this all you can do? That's too weak. Yi Xiao scoffed. He directly activated the mentalist's abilities, floating himself up. If it's just this, then the game is over. Eternal Flame. Monarch Flame Eye. Whoosh! Golden flames transformed into threads wrapping around his body. Moments later, a golden fiery lotus robe took shape. Eternal Flame. Burn! Boom! Flames filled the sky, overwhelming the dragon man. The golden flames transformed in midair into various weapons, blocking the dragon man like a beehive. What? Everyone fighting below was stunned. So astonishing. Yi Xiao's abilities. Is this really an eye technique master? Even a mage can't compare to this. It's appeared again. His indestructible flames. Jiang Ruoyu waved her hand, and a group of demons turned into ice crystals before her. She looked at Yi Xiao, enveloped in the golden flame robe, her face showing a hint of shock. Wind sweeps the clouds. Xiao Hongchen unleashed powerful sword techniques, slaying several demons. Indeed, he must be the one who can help me reach the pinnacle of the sword path. Yi Xiao, draped in the golden flame robe, floated in midair. Bai Ruoyu, do you have any other tricks? If not, then it's time to end the game. Yi Xiao's calm voice rang out. Bai Ruoyu looked into his godlike, majestic eyes, gritting her teeth. Go! Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a weapon engulfed in golden flames slashed towards the dragon man. Roar! The dragon man let out a pained roar. Once it came into contact with Yi Xiao's flames, unless Yi Xiao shouted to stop, the flames would never cease. Da-hey! Bai Ruoyu cried out in pain. Yi Xiao, let Da-hey go! Yi Xiao, hurry up and let him go! Bai Ruoyu anxiously shouted at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao remained silent. He wanted to teach this girl a lesson. Let her know that not everyone in this. Bai Ruoyu's expression completely darkened. Magic, flame dragon, breath. She clasped her hands in front of her, murmuring softly at the corner of her mouth. Boom! A crimson flame surged from her body like a raging dragon. Flame dragon breath. The flame transformed into a massive flame dragon, roaring at the sky, shooting towards Yi Xiao with terrifying momentum. The power of this strike had already reached the limit of what could be achieved at the extraordinary level. A dragon? Interesting. Yi Xiao's copy eye flickered. Bai Ruoyu, if this is your trump card, then I can only say, you underestimate me, Yi Xiao. Magic, flame dragon breath. Boom! An astonishing flame also erupted from Yi Xiao. The golden flame contrasted sharply with Bai Ruoyu's crimson flame. How is this possible? Bai Ruoyu was completely stunned. This was a powerful magic recorded on the purple scroll. Even she had practiced for a whole half-month to master it. How could Yi Xiao learn it just by looking at it? What kind of monster is he? This can't be real. The young people this generation are a bit outrageous. The spectators began to discuss among themselves. This Yi Xiao isn't a magician, right? How can he use the same method as Bai Ruoyu? If I remember correctly, that's the flame dragon breath recorded on the purple scroll. Even a metamorphosis level practitioner needs time to master this skill. Bai Ruoyu being able to master it at the extraordinary level is already impressive. What the hell is Yi Xiao? He learned it just by looking? His eye technique can't be some copy eye, can it? How is that possible? Where would such a heaven-defying eye technique come from? If there really was a copy eye, Yi Xiao would have become an all-class practitioner. Someone joked. Boom! The golden flame surged, transforming into a golden fierce dragon, facing off against Bai Ruoyu's flame dragon from a distance. Yi Xiao! Bai Ruoyu was gritting her teeth. Little girl, now you apologize to me, say it. Yi Xiao, the handsome guy, I was wrong. Bai Ruoyu, am worse than a pig or a dog. I am willing to be your slave, serving you tea and water. Then I will spare you. Bai Ruoyu clenched her small fist tightly. This familiar rhetoric. Yi Xiao was waiting to take revenge on her. I will never beg for mercy from you. Oh, then there's nothing I can do. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Go! With his command, the golden flame dragon roared and charged at Bai Ruoyu. Flame dragon, go! Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and the crimson flame dragon also roared and rushed forward. The two massive flame dragons dried up the surrounding air, creating a vast vacuum. The next second, they collided. Yi Xiao's golden flame was far stronger than Bai Ruoyu's ordinary flame in terms of level. Boom! Zizizi! The golden flame coiled around the crimson flame like a snake, gradually devouring it completely. Once the crimson flame was entirely consumed, the power of the golden flame surged to a new dimension, and the golden dragon grew larger. It then opened its massive mouth, making a deafening sound as it lunged at Bai Ruoyu. Ah! Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale with fear. Don't come over. I was wrong. I said it. I said it. Yi Xiao, I said it. Boom! The giant dragon stopped in front of her. She covered her eyes, looking as if she was about to cry. Her nose twitched, appearing pitiful. I apologize to you. Yi Xiao, the handsome guy. Bai Ruoyu, am worse than a pig. Worse than a pig or a dog. Halfway through, Bai Ruoyu bit her lip tightly, feeling so ashamed that she was about to cry. She really couldn't say those words. Only when it was her turn to speak did she realize how humiliating it was. And the most ridiculous thing was, this scene was being live-streamed. People outside could see it all. I am willing to be your slave. The voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz. Slave what? I didn't hear clearly, say it louder. Slave. Is that clear now? Bai Ruoyu shouted with her eyes closed. Woo! Yi Xiao, you're bullying me. Her eyes were red, as if she would cry at any moment. But Yi Xiao remained unmoved. If one did something wrong, they should pay the price. That was the self-awareness an adult should have. And, continue. Yi Xiao said calmly. Woo! Tang Ruoyu cried as she spoke. I am willing to be your slave, to serve you tea and water. Good. The contract is established. From now on, you are my slave. Yi Xiao said with a wicked smile. Bai Ruoyu looked at his sinister expression and instinctively covered her chest. What are you going to do? Like a frightened little rabbit. What do you think the relationship between a master and a slave is? Yi Xiao's face showed a frivolous expression. Bai Ruoyu's little face turned pale instantly. Woo! Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Spare me, I'm still a child. I haven't finished developing yet. I haven't even grown all my hair. Go find my sister. My sister is much older than me, Bai Ruoyu said with a sobbing tone. Outside, Bai Ruoching had a face full of black lines. As expected of a good sister, she quickly sold out her own sister. Bai Xianqing looked at his daughter in such an embarrassing state. His expression was not good either. Father, I know Yizhao's character, he's not bad, he should just be teasing Ruoyu. Bai Ruoching spoke up. I know, but, Ruoching, this student of Yunyun, how should I put it, his personality is really too. After a long pause, Bai Xianqing finally spat out a few words. Too cheap. In the wilderness. Alright, since you've admitted defeat, hand over your points. Oh, and all your little brothers, hand them over too. This is our loot. Yi Xiao smiled as he collected the spoils. Soon their points shot up to the top 3. This Yi Xiao is not simple. Yeah, he's the biggest dark horse in this special recruitment. Not just Yi Xiao, the other two are also impressive. That girl is an elemental master. Her control over ice attributes is already superb. Plus, she has a powerful force hidden within her that hasn't erupted yet. And that boy with the sword, extremely pure, his sword heart is clear, very similar to our great Xiao's sword god. He is a natural sword cultivator. And with Bai Ruoyu, TSK, our southern province is going to be famous this time. This talent pool is top-notch nationwide. The big shots from several provincial cities looked very pleased. Their province had produced a genius. How could they not be happy? Time flew by, 3 or 4 days passed. Since their points were already maxed out, Yi Xiao leisurely spent his days in the wilderness, as if he were on vacation, and Bai Ruoyu really became his maid, serving him tea and water. Yi Xiao even somehow got a maid outfit and forced her to change into it. Alright, the assessment ends tomorrow. Looking at the setting sun, Yi Xiao was in a great mood. Before him lay a future path, filled with countless dangers but also countless opportunities. Coming to this world, from a useless person to the top of the special recruitment, next, Yi Xiao was going to university. Jinshin University, the top institution in Great Xia, a holy place that all professionals dream of, and he was almost stepping in with both feet. Just then, boom, a thunderbolt fell from the sky in the wilderness. The external alarm immediately went off. Divine fluctuation detected. Divine resurrection. All the big shots could no longer sit still. On the screen, a giant with blue skin stood on the crimson wasteland, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. That is, the revival of a deity. Damn it! Why is there a deity appearing in the assessment ground? Is it a hunting plan by demons and deities targeting our human race's prodigies? What kind of deity is that? Hurry and investigate the records. Whoosh! As the deity appeared, the golden mentor could no longer sit still, transforming into a streak of light and rushing out. Following closely was Bai Xianqing, also a domain-level expert. The two rushed into the formation, wanting to activate it, only to find that the formation had been destroyed. Where is the formation master? Gu Tianming, the golden mentor of the Guardian University, asked with a cold face. The formation master has disappeared. Someone answered tremulously. Gu Tianming's expression changed completely. This was a premeditated attack, destroying the formation, the revival of a deity. This was an assassination from demons and deities. The goal was to bury the most outstanding prodigies of the human race, the future hope, in the wilderness. Demons, deities, you will pay for this. Gu Tianming roared angrily to the sky. We've found out. Codename, Giant Spirit. It's a nightmare-level deity. At that moment, someone opened a tome, pointing and speaking tremulously. This deity revived in the Northwest 30 years ago. It was injured by a control-level powerhouse of the warrior profession and has since vanished. Its characteristics are immense strength, the terrifying power to move mountains and fill seas, and the ability to regenerate from severed limbs. What? Everyone was shocked. This was a nightmare-level deity. Its combat power was on par with top control-level professionals. It was 2 levels stronger than the feathered serpent deity they encountered in Zhangzhou. Damn it! Gu Tianming looked at the blue giant on the screen, his lips trembling with anger. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. What did you say? Deities have revived in the examination grounds of the 15 provinces of the Great Xia. How is that possible? Gu Tianming's face was filled with horror. They came prepared. Could it be that the deities and demons have infiltrated the human race? Latest report. All candidates in Beiyuan province have perished. All candidates in Sundong province have perished. All candidates in Linhai province have perished. Candidates from 3 major provinces were wiped out by the revived deity. The big shots present turned pale. This was a major event. An unforeseen major event. There must be traitors among the human race's upper echelons. Otherwise, the attack from the deities and demons would never be so simple and easy. Everyone, head to the wilderness. No matter what, the candidates must not come to harm. This is the cornerstone of our great Xia's future. Gu Tianming shouted. Boom! Domain expansion. Wuming Blade Realm. Gu Tianming's clothes fluttered, and a pitch-black magic sword appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and tore through the void with a single slash, stepping in, the black blade light enveloping his figure as he appeared thousands of meters away. Domain expansion. Super Energy Light Realm. Bai Xianqing produced a cool-looking handgun, and his figure also vanished from the spot. The other big shots also unleashed their powerful abilities, rushing towards the wilderness. However, without a teleportation formation, even if they were fast, it would take several minutes to reach the wilderness, and those few minutes were enough for the giant spirit to kill the candidates back and forth 100 times. In the imperial capital, Guardian University. In a simple secret room, a middle-aged figure in white suddenly opened his eyes. Fallen deities, filthy insects, dare to underestimate our great Xia, dare to insult our great Xia's prodigies, truly do not know the meaning of death. A sharp long sword lay across his knee, emitting a buzzing sound. Old buddy, I'll trouble you again, to slay a deity once more. Boom! A blazing long rainbow rose, and the figure instantly vanished from the secret room. Today, the sword god of the great Xia, wielding a sword alone, enters the wilderness. He has gone. Today's matter is settled. Hee, those fallen gods really underestimate our great Xia. They have no idea that we have you, this diviner, among us. In an office, two figures are sipping tea. One is dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. If anyone were present, they would recognize him at a glance. He is Ning Zhao, the president of the Divine Guardian University. He is also one of the high-ranking officials of Great Xia, an 8th-level professional. The other person is clad in a Taoist robe, dressed simply, even somewhat disheveled, but his eyes shine like the stars, as if seeing through all directions, past and future. The flower of time has already been planted, right? Yes, the flower of time has been planted in all 15 examination venues. The fallen god's methods have become obsolete. In that case, very good. The old man in the Taoist robe chuckled lightly. This attack by the fallen gods is indeed a good opportunity. What do you mean by that? Perhaps these children will give us an unexpected surprise. The old man in the Taoist robe smiled gently. Let's look forward to it. The flower of time, one of the treasures of Great Xia, is capable of reversing time in a certain area, bringing the dead back to life and averting disasters. The gods thought they had slain the pride of Great Xia, severing the roots of humanity, unaware that their actions had long been anticipated. Now the only question is, who is the mastermind behind this, who is helping these gods? Who is the traitor among the high ranks of Great Xia? Boom! The giant spirit god is enormous, over 100 meters tall, resembling a towering mountain. He walks through the wilderness, and with each step, the ground cracks for hundreds of meters, the tremendous rumbling sounding like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the people. What is that noise? Yi Zhao's expression changed. He could feel an extremely terrifying power approaching from afar. It was too horrifying. Compared to that power, even the feathered serpent god of Jiangzhou seemed weak as an ant. Could it be? The gods are reviving. Yi Zhao exclaimed. Such a terrifying aura could only be explained by the revival of the gods. What? The gods are reviving. The expressions of Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen changed as well. Why are the gods appearing even in the examination venues? Jiang Rou frowned. What are you talking about? Bai Ruoyu still looked dazed, curiously staring at them while holding a kitten. I can't be mistaken about this aura. It is definitely the revival of the gods. Run! Boom! Just as Yi Zhao's words fell, a mountain in the distance collapsed with a roar. A blue, hideous face appeared before them. Green face and sharp fangs, like a malevolent ghost. Damn it! It really is a god. Run! Yi Zhao's face turned pale. What kind of luck is this? Encountering gods twice in half a month. Does he have a physique that attracts gods? This is way too easy to meet an untimely end. Little insects of humanity, where do you think you're going? A strange smile appeared on the giant spirit god's fierce face. He stretched out an arm as massive as a mountain, reaching for Yi Zhao and the others. Ah, so terrifying. What is this? Is anyone coming to save us? No, I don't want to die. Where are the mentors from Divine Guardian University? Why is no one coming to save us? The examinees screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The god looked at the fleeing examinees, who resembled crawling insects, with a deeply satisfied smile. Is this the hope of Great Xia's future? They are even weaker than ants. The future of Great Xia is actually relying on these ants to hold it up. It's simply laughable. Great Xia, Blue Star, humanity, is destined to become our feast. Boom! The blue arm came crashing down, directly crushing dozens of examinees. Ha 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 ha, the feeling of hunting down a celestial being is simply exhilarating. The giant spirit god howled to the sky, his voice booming like thunder above Yi Zhao and the others, making them dizzy. Come, let me enjoy this. I want to see the look of fear on your faces." At that moment, the giant spirit god's gaze sharpened slightly. "Oh, I didn't notice earlier, but there are a few slightly stronger ants hiding here." His enormous, bell-like eyes shifted to Yi Xiao, Jiang Ro, Xiao Hongchen, and Bai Ruoyu. Boom! The giant spirit god reached out his hand towards the four. "Damn it!" Yi Xiao's face turned extremely grim. They had been low-key enough, concealing their presence and hiding among the crowd, yet they were still noticed by the giant spirit god. "Run!" Yi Xiao called out, the eternal flame lord's eyes fully igniting, his golden flame robe fluttering in the air. "Burn for me!" Boom! A sky of golden flames erupted, and the shimmering golden light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes, resembling an ancient god stepping into the mortal realm. The golden flames transformed in the void into a massive bronze bell, crashing towards the giant spirit god's fist. "Stop hiding your strengths. If you can hold on for a second, do it. Otherwise, we all die," Yi Xiao urged the others. Heart of the sword, heaven slaying. Xiao Hongchen gripped his iron sword, entering a state of sword clarity. He slowly raised his sword, resembling an unparalleled sword immortal, swinging it to slice through the heavens. The heaven-slaying sword intent of the great Xia sword god. "Who are you, kid?" The giant spirit god's expression darkened as he sensed that sword intent. Over the years, the great Xia sword god had used a single sword to block the heavens, slaying countless deities with his heaven-slaying sword technique. If there was anyone in the entire great Xia that he wanted to kill the most, it was this sword god. "You little ant actually has connections to the great Xia sword god. Good, good, good. I can't deal with the great Xia sword god. Am I afraid of a mere extraordinary little ghost like you?" The giant spirit god's outstretched hand transformed into a fist, crashing down directly. Magic, flame dragon breath, double absolute. Bai Ruoyu controlled fire magic, summoning two massive crimson flame dragons. Jiang Ro's eyes narrowed slightly, her red lips parting. Purple thunder radiance. Boom! A noble purple lightning erupted from her body, a brilliant lightning pattern appearing on her forehead. Indeed, Jiang Ro was a dual attribute elemental master. The ice attribute was merely a means for her to hide. Her true trump card was the lightning attribute. Boom! A dazzling purple lightning shot towards the giant spirit god. The golden flame bronze bell, the blazing twin dragons, the heaven-slaying sword intent, and the purple lightning all erupted simultaneously. Even a metamorphosis-level practitioner would be reduced to ashes by these attacks. Yet, before the giant spirit god, a nightmare-level deity, they seemed utterly insignificant. Boom! His massive fist descended, and in an instant, these attacks were unable to withstand it, exploding into a shower of sparks in mid-air. Then, the enormous fist continued its descent towards the four. Their faces turned pale in an instant. "You lot, get back!" Yi Xiao shouted. Immediately, he stepped forward, charging towards the giant spirit god's fist. If he wanted to break the deadlock, there was only one way. Gamble. Yi Xiao gambled that the system wouldn't just watch him die like this. Martial spirit eyes. Activate. The two extraordinary eye techniques fully opened, and Yi Xiao stood at the peak of his combat power. He had truly broken through the extraordinary level and entered the metamorphosis level. Yet, before this god comparable to the perfect level, he still felt as weak as an ant. Moreover, it deepened the giant spirit god's intent to kill him. Great Xia has produced another talent like you. Could it be that Great Xia's lifeblood is not meant to be extinguished? The giant spirit god looked at Yi Xiao, who was engulfed in golden flames, his eyes bursting with intense killing intent. He felt immensely fortunate to have come today, otherwise, if Yi Xiao were to grow stronger, if given time, he would become the second sword god of the Great Xia. The Great Xia can never allow another figure like the sword god to appear. Die. The pride of the Great Xia. You can only say you were born in a desperate era, an era where you cannot grow and perish halfway. Boom! The fist of the giant spirit god obscured the sky, as if a heavy hammer from the heavens completely enveloped Yi Xiao. Ding! Life and death crisis detected for the host. Super Eye mode activated. Martial Spirit Eye upgraded to Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Duration, 1 minute. A smile crept onto Yi Xiao's lips. It worked! This system really protects its master. Good system, I love you so much. Yi Xiao suddenly became confident. Please do not be self-righteous, host. Super Eye mode is a built-in function of the system. It can be activated once a month. If the host tries to die twice in a month, the system can only reluctantly change to a new host. Yi Xiao. At this moment, the giant spirit god's fist had already struck Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Jiang Ro and the others' faces changed dramatically. Bai Ruoyu even started crying. She really didn't expect that in a moment of crisis, Yi Xiao would sacrifice himself to save them. It turned out she had always misunderstood Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was a truly good person, a great saint. Woo woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. On this day next year, your Memorial Day, I will definitely burn 10 or 8 beautiful women with figures like my sisters for you." Hearing Bai Ruoyu's words, Yi Xiao almost couldn't catch his breath. "I'm not even dead yet, and you're cursing me." Xiao Hongqian also tightened his grip on his sword. Jiang Rou's eyes were red. A seed of hatred had already been planted in their hearts. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Heavenly eye shines through ancient and modern. Boom! One of the giant spirit god's arms exploded in the void. A golden light shot up into the sky, piercing through the heavens, and surged into the boundless void. What? The giant spirit god felt pain and staggered back 2 steps. He looked in shock at the void. There stood Yi Xiao, dressed in a golden flame robe, floating in the air, with a dark golden vertical mark opening on his forehead. Ancient dark golden patterns flowed around him, and that ancient vertical mark seemed to pierce through the ages. Vast ancient history. What kind of eyes are those? The moment the giant spirit god saw those eyes, he felt a tremor in his heart. A great terror arose. Why do you have the aura of the end of the road? The giant spirit god's voice boomed like a great bell. Only those who have reached the end of a professional path can possess that aura, a presence that transcends level 9, a power that surpasses authority, a realm that no one can touch except for the creator of the profession. This realm is called the end of the road, and at this moment, Yi Xiao exuded the aura of the end of the martial path. He, a pupil technique master, had the aura of a martial artist at the peak of their profession. The giant spirit god couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. I don't know what the end of the road is. I only know that you are going to die now. Boom! Heavenly eye reverses the ages. Ancient patterns intertwined. An endless killing light erupted from Yi Xiao's vertical pupil. At that moment, the giant spirit god seemed to see a figure. He stood alone at the end of the road. In front of him stood countless terrifying figures, any one of whom could easily kill him. And that figure simply spoke. Heavenly eye reverses the ages. Boom! Endless killing light surged. The star river flowed backward. The heavens dimmed. Stars exploded one by one before the penetrating killing light, and those terrifying figures roared in anger, struggling and howling as they unleashed their strongest attacks. Yet they were still effortlessly suppressed one after another in the boundless void. The figure turned slightly, and in the center of its brow, dark golden eyes shone, seeing through everything, exactly like Yi Xiao's vertical pupils. No, 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 little ghost, who exactly are you? The giant spirit god roared madly. I can't let you live. Absolutely can't let you live. The broken arm of his actually grew back at a visible speed. Then he brought his hands together and slammed towards Yi Xiao. Giant force. Boom! A tremendous pressure emerged. Before that massive fist even landed, the barren land began to crack and sink. The earth shook and the mountains swayed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Under the heavenly eye, no life. Gods become mortals. Boom! Yi Xiao opened the martial Dao heavenly eye, manifesting it, killing light soaring into the sky. The golden beam evaporated the air, illuminating the entire world. In a single glance, the giant spirit god's hands evaporated into the air. How can he be this strong? He's just a little ghost. Boom! Immediately after, the golden beam shot through the clouds like a divine arrow, piercing the boundless void. Under this invincible golden light, the giant spirit god had no resistance and turned to ashes. Ding! Host has slain the giant spirit god. The advancement conditions for Martial Spirit Eye, purple, have been met. Would you like to advance to Martial God Eye, orange? Martial God Eye, under the eye technique, physical strength increases tenfold. Close combat ability increases by 500%. Can summon a golden martial god phantom to fight. Time rewound to 1 minute earlier. What is that? After frantically rushing through the domain, Gu Tianming and Bai Xianqing arrived in the wilderness in just 3 minutes. Upon stepping onto that red land, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. It was a golden beam, piercing the heavens, descending countless killing lights, each strand of killing light making one tremble, feeling palpitations and fear. Accompanied by the terrified roar of the giant spirit god, the two couldn't help but start trembling all over. Could it be that a top-tier professional arrived at the scene before us? They exchanged shocked glances. No matter what, the giant spirit god should have been slain. I heard that mournful roar even from this far away. Gu Tianming nodded. I hope the casualties aren't too great. He sighed deeply. He really didn't know how to report to the higher-ups. Let's go. Speed up. If that top-tier powerhouse hasn't left yet, we might get lucky and make an acquaintance. The two once again unfolded their domains and shot off into the distance. Yi Xiaoyu. After slaying the giant spirit god, Yi Xiao withdrew from the heavenly eye mode and slowly descended from the sky. Bai Ruoyu looked at him, appearing a bit scared, a bit fearful. Woo, Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Please don't kill me. I really didn't expect you to hide so deeply. you're such a big expert, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Is it fun to bully a little girl like me? She cried out, holding her head. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Did Bai Ruoyu really think he was some big shot? Yi Xiao deliberately straightened his face. Now you know my strength? Are you still stubborn? To be honest, my true identity is the vice president of the God-suppressing university. Even the great Xia sword god calls me brother. I hid my identity to test the basic qualities of this year's students. It's obvious that you, Bai Ruoyu, are unqualified. I declare that you are deprived of your admission qualifications. Yi Xiao waved his hand and said. Bai Ruoyu stood there in shock, her face pale, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Can't I apologize to you? Please don't deprive me of my admission qualifications. Woo, I'm already your slave. You can't treat me like this. Bai Ruoyu hugged the spirit cat, looking pitiful. Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. All right, he was just teasing you. Jiang Rou stifled her laughter and patted Bai Ruoyu's shoulder. Ah! Bai Ruoyu was stunned, her little face puffed up, looking quite angry. Yi Xiao, you're too insidious. You're so bad. I'm going to bite you to death. She lunged at Yi Xiao with her claws out. Yi Xiao casually reached out and pressed down on her head. Bai Ruoyu flailed her arms but couldn't even touch Yi Xiao's clothes. With your height of 1 meter 50, TSK. Yi Xiao chuckled and shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. After a while, Bai Ruoyu finally settled down. She sniffled and extended her hand. I apologize to you all. My attitude was bad before. I admit it. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Bai Ruoyu, a professional magician and summoner. Jiang Rou smiled and extended her hand. Jiang Rou, professional elemental master. Please keep my lightning element matters confidential. Xiao Hongchen, profession, sword cultivator. Please keep my sword of heaven slashing intent confidential as well. Yi Xiao touched his nose. Yi Xiao, professional pupil master, obedient slave, must keep secrets for the master. Bai Ruoyu was so angry she gritted her teeth. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared on the scene. Are you all okay? It was Gu Tianming. We're fine. Yi Xiao and the others shook their heads. Oh, what about that strong person? Did he leave? Gu Tianming asked suspiciously. What strong person? There's no strong. Woo. Bai Ruoyu's words were cut off as Yi Xiao covered her mouth. He left. That strong person was too powerful. He killed the giant spirit god with one strike and then left. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved all our lives, and we want to thank him properly. Yi Xiao said politely. Sigh, I don't know either. Since that strong person doesn't want others to know who he is, we have no need to disturb him. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. What a pity. Not long after, Bai Xianqing also arrived. Ruoyu, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. Bai Ruoyu shook her head, and while saying this, she provocatively glanced at Yi Xiao, as if to say, my dad is here. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Yi Xiao scoffed, took out his phone, and held it to Bai Ruoyu's ear, pressing play on the recording. The sound rang out, and Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale. The look she gave Yi Xiao was now tinged with a hint of pleading. This insidious, cunning, despicable, shameless man. He actually recorded it. So infuriating. It's good that you're fine. Good that you're fine. Bai Xianqing smiled, then turned his gaze to Yi Xiao. Young man, your methods are quite good. Over the years, not many have been able to make my precious daughter suffer. Yi Xiao bowed respectfully. Senior, you're too kind. I'm just better at dealing with children. This remark earned him another fierce glare from Bai Ruoyu. Bai Xianqing, however, didn't mind. Young man, you're really impressive. To reach this level with the not-so-outstanding profession of pupil master, you have the capital to be proud. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Gu Tianming. Instructor Gu, the special recruitment quota should be confirmed now, right? Gu Tianming nodded. Yes, I will announce the rankings once we return to the provincial city. But those deceased candidates, sigh, they were all the hopes of our great Xia's future. Damn gods! Just then, Gu Tianming's phone suddenly rang. This is a call from the imperial capital. He was slightly startled and quickly answered the phone. Instructor Gu, please proceed to XX location immediately to collect the time flower. After hanging up, Gu Tianming looked shocked. What's wrong, Instructor Gu? Bai Xianqing asked in confusion. Gu Tianming opened his mouth in a daze. I, the proud of great Xia, am unharmed this summer. This is Principal Ning's scheme. The gods have entered the game, and the sword god slays the gods. Heaven bless great Xia. Gu Tianming was overjoyed. I will first collect the flower of time, and then you all will return to the provincial city with me. we will witness the grand spectacle of the sword god of Great Xia slaying the divine demons. This is the best moment to boost the morale of Great Xia. With that, Gu Tianming dashed off in a certain direction. Seeing Mentor Gu so excited, it seems the higher-ups of Great Xia have already found a way to resolve this. Indeed, the thoughts of those big shots are beyond our expectations, Bai Xianqing said with a smile, shaking his head. Let's go, the remaining candidates, I will escort you back to the provincial city. Saying this, Bai Xianqing directly unfolded his domain, enveloping all the candidates, and vanished from the spot. After Yi Xiao and the others returned to the provincial city, not long after, Gu Tianming also returned, bringing with him dozens of students, all of whom had been those candidates killed by the giant spirit in the wilderness. Mentor Gu. This, the big shots all exclaimed in surprise. The dead can be revived? The methods from the capital are nothing to speak of. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianming laughed heartily. Has the live broadcast started? It has started. A figure in white holding a sword appeared on the big screen in the provincial city. This live broadcast is a joint broadcast from the 15 provinces of Great Xia. It can also be seen as a blessing from the sword god before the martial arts examination. The figure in white stood on the boundless red soil, expressionless, with a long sword in hand surrounded by waves of swordlight, as if humming and howling. How many years has it been since we saw the sword god make a move? About 10 years. I remember 10 years ago, a destruction-level dark underworld god revived and caused chaos in Great Xia, and was slain by the sword god with a single sword. Since then, the sword god has not made a move. Ah, I really remember that time. Back then, I was just a rookie. The sword god was simply my faith. Yes, after 10 years, to have the chance to see the sword god make a move again, I am so excited I can hardly contain myself. Just then, the scene on the screen changed dramatically. Buzz! The sword god pointed with one hand. A massive silver sword blade floated behind him. That was the rule of the sword controlled by the sword god. Sword! Fall! Whoosh! The stunning sword in his hand transformed into a soaring dragon, breaking through the air, the terrifying sword energy roaring like a pack of dragons, directly suppressing deep into the wilderness. Boom! The silent wilderness erupted like a revived volcano. A deafening roar echoed. Su Changhen, you are too arrogant. Boom! A dark hand reached out from the ground, an immense black mist obscuring the sky over dozens of miles of wilderness. You group of fallen gods who cannot see the sun. How dare you lay hands on the proud of Great Xia? Today, I will slay your 3 divine beings as a warning. You are the first. Heaven slaying. Sword technique. The sword god coldly shouted. Boom! The stunning sword danced. The sword god wielded the sword with 2 fingers, one finger drew out, and the stunning sword rang incessantly. The clear sword energy flashed, and with this sword, even the heavens seemed to be split in 2. With one sword strike, the black mist dissipated. Su Changhen, do you really want to tear the face with us? You fallen gods in Great Xia have long been in a fight to the death. Slay! The sword god issued a clear shout, and the stunning sword fell again. Don't think that because your true form is not revealed, I won't recognize you. The dark underworld twin evil ranked as a destruction-level fallen god. I slayed the dark underworld god. Where can your dark demon god escape to? Die! Clang! The massive sword light was incredibly bright, illuminating the wasteland, making the entire world appear dim under the sword light. Ah! Su Changhen, you deserve to die. Boom! A figure was directly pierced through the ground by the sword energy. It was a figure shrouded in black mist, pinned to the void by the sword energy of the stunning swan. Many want to kill me, but you, the dark demon god, are not among them, so just die obediently. Swish! The stunning swan sword turned, and the body of the dark demon god exploded in the void. Su Changhen's white clothes fluttered as the stunning swan sword fell back into his hand. He raised the sword once more, aiming at the desolate land. Enough! Su Changhen, is a destruction-level deity not enough for you to vent your anger? A dissatisfied voice rang out. At the end of the wilderness, a figure with 6 arms, flowing white hair, and clad in golden battle armor stepped forward. Azura, ancient god. Su Changhen stared at him, speaking coldly. Su Changhen, I have slain your human race's prodigy, and you have killed one of our deities. This transaction is quite fair, and it should end here. The Azura ancient god slightly raised his head, gazing at Su Changhen. Transaction? Fair? Our Great Xia's prodigy is never a bargaining chip. I, Su Changhen, have said it. I will slay 3 of your deities, not one less. If I do not stain my sword with divine blood, it will not return. Swish! The stunning swan sword pointed directly at the Azura ancient god. Good, good, good. Well said, Su Changhen. Truly worthy of the Great Xia sword god, you have guts. But what if this Great Xia sword god dies in this wilderness? What impact would it have on your human race? On Great Xia, I can't wait to see it. Boom! The Asura ancient god soared into the air, his white hair dancing wildly, and his golden armor clattering. The Asura ancient god was not like the previous dark demon god. The dark demon god and the dark underworld god together were called destruction-level deities, and each of them was far inferior to a destruction-level deity. The Asura ancient god was different. He was undoubtedly a destruction-level deity. Moreover, he was one of the earliest deities to awaken. His power was extremely formidable. You are the second, Su Changhan said. The silver blade behind him, manifested from the rules of the sword, trembled violently, and then cracks began to appear all over it. Boom! In the next moment, the cracks exploded, revealing a blood-red long sword within. Second rule, blood slaughter sword. Swish! The stunning swan sword in his hand suddenly became covered in a layer of blood. Blood slaughter long hate technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stunning swan sword trembled violently as if it had gone mad. Swish! An enormous blood-colored sword energy shot out, capable of splitting heaven and earth. Blood slaughter sword realm. Sword gives birth to slaughter. Eternal hate. The massive sword energy transformed into countless smaller sword energies, manifesting a blood-colored sword realm that trapped the Asura ancient god within. Su Changhen, you actually want to use two great rules to form the authority of the sword, truly worthy of the most stunning sword god of Great Xia. Given time, you will become a figure of great authority. I cannot let you live today. Gods, come to battle. The Asura ancient god's voice boomed like thunder. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a bright red giant hand emerged from the earth. A towering figure crawled out from the crack in the ground, entirely crimson, with two horns on its head, resembling a malevolent spirit. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow the sky. Red Demon God, Su Changhan enunciated slowly. And me, a sinister voice echoed from behind Su Changhan. Su Changhan flipped his palm, and the stunning swan sword blocked in front of him. It intercepted a demonic blade that had emerged from the void. Shadow Hunter God, 2 destruction-level deities, plus 1 Asura ancient god. Su Changhan had to face 3 deities of the same level alone. The people of Great Xia's 15 provinces were all engulfed in worry. The Great Xia sword god had a renowned reputation, but the 3 deities were not weaklings. The Red Demon God could destroy cities and mountains, possessing immense strength. The Shadow Hunter God's hunting techniques were unparalleled. The Asura ancient god's combat power was earth-shattering. 3 deities. Any one of them was enough to make a rule-level practitioner suffer greatly. But the sword god of Daxia has to face 3 deities at once. The passionate youths watching the battle couldn't help but wish to rush in and fight alongside the Daxia sword god against the 3 evil gods. Master, Xiao Hongchen looked at the man in white on the screen, showing a hint of worry. Is he the teacher you said has been guiding your swordsmanship? Yi Xiao nudged Xiao Hongchen with his elbow. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Master taught me a lot. He taught me how to wield a sword, the character of a sword cultivator, and the principles of being a person. No wonder. There was news before that the Daxia sword god suddenly disappeared for a year. It turns out he was with you all along. The Daxia sword god has no disciples. If people find out you are his disciple, all the great families in the world will swarm to curry favor with you, and all the goddess school beauties will have to obediently climb into your bed. Yi Xiao gave him a knowing look. Women only affect my speed in drawing the sword. Yi Xiao, you brat, you're really hard to deal with. At this moment, within the screen, Su Changhen faced the 3 destructive-level deities alone, slowly raising the sword in his hand. I believe Master will not lose. He said that as long as he has a sword in hand, there is nothing in this world he cannot cut. Xiao Hongchen said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Changhen's aura suddenly changed. Sword Realm, Birth. The sword realm that enveloped the Shura ancient god suddenly expanded, pulling all 4 of them inside. Su Changhen, you are too confident. The Shura ancient god sneered. Did this Daxia sword god really think he was invincible? He actually intended to fight them 3 alone. Boom! He stomped 1 foot, and the golden battle armor rattled. 6-armed heavenly king, Shura fist. Buzz! A giant figure, entirely golden, appeared behind the Shura ancient god, raising 6 arms, radiating a brilliant golden light. It was as if a deity was overlooking the mortal realm, suppressing the heavens. Shura fist. 6 arms reached out simultaneously, swinging their fists, and terrifying golden fist energy surged towards the sword realm of the Daxia sword god. Double amplification, triple amplification, quadruple amplification. The power of the Shura fist unleashed by the 6 arms surged 6-fold. Su Changhen's sword realm trembled violently under the fist energy. Jia 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 jia. Su Changhen, hurry up and die. The shadow hunter's body hid in the void, and the space rippled slightly. The next second, countless blades sliced through Su Changhen's body. He dodged to the side, a strand of hair cut off. The red demon roared and charged straight at him. A punch came directly towards Su Changhen. He held the sword with one hand to block it. At this moment, the sword realm was already covered in cracks. Su Changhen, you're finished, the Shura ancient god sneered. Just as everyone was sweating for the sword god, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Pulling you into my sword realm is not to trap you, but to prevent this land from being completely submerged by me. You fallen gods are too self-righteous. Boom! Su Changhen's black hair danced wildly in the air, then transformed into a sky full of silver hair. Jinghong sword, blood slaughter sword. He transformed his hands into sword fingers, crossing them over his chest. Behind him, the silver sword blade and the blood-red sword blade floated simultaneously. Merge! With a command, the two swords actually fused together. A terrifying wave swept through the sword realm. The Shura ancient god widened his eyes. This is the fluctuation of authority. Su Changhen, you have mastered the authority of the sword? No, wait. This is just the embryonic form of authority. Damn it! I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. The Shura ancient god's expression changed unpredictably. 10 years ago, Su Changhen stepped into the 8th level, the rule level, and with a single sword, he cut down the dark underworld god. 10 years later, he was about to step into the realm of the 9th level with the dual sword rule of sword authority. The great Xia sword god is truly the most stunning figure in the world for decades. Therefore, he must not be left alive. Let's strike together. Kill Su Changhen. We cannot let him live. The Ashura ancient god knows clearly that if they cannot kill Su Changhen today, it will be even harder in the future. Ashura fist. The golden phantom directly swung its fist towards Su Changhen. At the same time, the other two destruction-level deities also attacked like madmen. But unbeknownst to them, Su Changhen had already gripped another sword tightly in his hand. It was a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, with an ancient charm. It was not as sharp as the stunning swan sword, nor as violent as the blood slaughter sword. It seemed to represent the most fundamental essence of the sword path. Since I was 16, when I held the sword in my hand, I believed I would become the #1 sword cultivator in Great Xia, unreachable by thousands, not out of arrogance, but out of confidence. You must remember, in this world, only those with a clear sword heart can wield the power of the sword. Under the sword path, everything else is but floating clouds. After saying this, Su Changhen raised his hand and slashed towards the three deities. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ultimate killing light erupted from the sword path's authority, and a snow-white blade transformed into an endless river of the heavens, as if a galaxy hung high in the sky, illuminating the wilderness and purifying this cursed land. Fall. Boom. The heavenly river of the sword path descended, and boundless sword energy immediately engulfed the three deities. Terrifying, terrifying, too terrifying. The three deities were completely slain into nothingness with a single encounter. Not even a trace was left. Whoosh! The long sword was in hand again, and Su Changhen spun it with one hand, carving a large inscription in the crimson wilderness. Wishing, great Xia examinees, may your martial fortunes flourish. And then, he floated away. Oh. Thunderous roars erupted across the Great Xia nation. The legend of the Great Xia sword god swept through countless homes once again. It became a source of pride for many young people. I heard the Great Xia sword god is a guest elder at the God Suppression University. I must get into the God Suppression University. I want to be the Great Xia sword god's disciple. #1 in the sword path, slaying three deities with one sword. So cool. One should be like the Great Xia sword god. If I can't achieve great feats like the sword god in this life, I might as well die. If I marry, I should marry the sword god. Young people all over the country were like they had been injected with adrenaline, their hair standing on end. Southern Province. That last sentence was said to you by your master, right? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Yes, my master said that besides himself, I am the second person in this world with a clear sword heart. Very good, very good. It seems he cares quite a bit about you as his disciple. The #1 in the Great Xia sword path, Xiao Hongchen, I look forward to the day you become the Great Xia sword master. You must surpass your master. Yi Xiao encouraged. Xiao Hongchen nodded seriously. What about you, Yi Xiao? If I become the Great Xia sword master, what about you? What about me? I don't use a sword, and a title of Great Xia sword master wouldn't satisfy me. Then what would satisfy you? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting far away. Just like Sister Yun said, completely expel them from this planet. Xiao Hongchen was taken aback. If that's the case, then you would be the savior, Yi Xiao. Savior? No, that title doesn't sound good. You can call me the Terminator. I want to be the one to end this era. Some people's births are destined to carry responsibilities and fates. That is a mark engraved deep within life, an inescapable mark. Compared to the wasted half-life of his past life, Yi Xiao wanted to achieve something in this world. Alright, next, I will announce the rankings of this special recruitment exam. Just as everyone was immersed in the grandeur of the great Sword God, Gu Tianming's voice rang out. He held a scroll in his hands, looking seriously at the group of examinees below. First place in the special recruitment exam, Yi Xiao, 3,700 points. Second place, Xiao Hongchen, 2,442 points. Third place, Zhang Rou, 2,439 points. Fourth place, Bai Ruoyu, 2,145 points. Fifth place, unsurprisingly, Yi Xiao and his companions dominated the top three. Bai Ruoyu, having lost most of her points to Yi Xiao and the others, could only rank fourth. Gu Tianming read out the names one by one, a total of 30 names. The 30 individuals above are the students admitted through our special recruitment exam at Jinshin University. Report to the capital in 1 month. Gu Tianming's gaze swept over the crowd of more than 300 students. Some were joyful while others were worried. Yi Xiao and his companions remained as calm as ever. With their abilities, it would be difficult not to secure a top 3 position. You three, come up here. Gu Tianming then addressed Yi Xiao and his companions. This is the reward for the top 3 in the special recruitment exam. As he spoke, he handed 3 watches to the 3 of them. Yi Xiao and his companions looked at the watches, a hint of confusion flashing across their faces. All resources at Jinshin University are valued in points. The reward for first place in this special recruitment exam is 3,000 points. Second place gets 2,000, and so on, Gu Tianming explained. Yi Xiao, don't underestimate the points at Jinshin University. As far as I know, many senior students in their 4th year can't even come up with 2,000 points. This is a valuable asset. At school, there are even people buying points for 1,000 daxia coins each. Bai Shueqing said, twisting her waist as she stepped forward. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. So his 3,000 points were equivalent to 3 million daxia coins? When did money become so easy to earn? Senior Bai, can points really be bought with daxia coins? At this moment, Zhang Rou suddenly spoke up. She looked somewhat tempted. Indeed, the Zhang family was powerful in Jiangzhou, and Zhang Mian was the mayor of Jiangzhou. Zhang Rou's family had everything except for money. Senior Bai, could you help me get in touch? I plan to spend 5 million daxia coins to buy points, Zhang Rou said earnestly. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. Was this the power of cash? Terrifying. Bai Shueqing looked embarrassed. Little girl, don't overthink it. At this time, Gu Tianming coughed and spoke. Although the market price is 1,000 to 1, normally, not many students would choose to exchange points for money. Students who get into Jinshin University are all extraordinary. Either they come from prominent families or they are exceptionally talented. They don't lack money. Alright, Zhang Rou looked somewhat disappointed. That's enough. You rich ladies, how am I, a child from a poor family, supposed to live? Yi Xiao lamented, clutching his chest. Yi Xiao, you're not poor at all. With your current potential, once you graduate from university, any force would be eager to recruit you. If you are willing to help my father solidify his position after graduation, the Zhang family is willing to offer you an annual salary of over 800,000. Zhang Rou said seriously. The Bai family, will offer 1 million. Bai Ruoyu also raised her small hand high. Although after raising her hand, she was at most level with Zhang Rou's height. Alright, are you all auctioning me off? I'm not some auction item. Yi Xiao helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. You should auction this instead, Xiao Hongchen, you can take him. He has potential too. Xiao Hongchen, thank you very much. Afterward, Gu Tianming returned to the capital with the results of this assessment. The Bai family hosted a banquet to treat Yi Xiao and his companions to a meal, and then they planned to head back to Jiangzhou the next day. Yi Xiao, I want to go to Jiangzhou with you. At the banquet, Bai Ruoyu suddenly raised her hand and said, why do you want to go? Isn't it better to stay here as the young lady? Yi Xiao said while gnawing on a chicken leg. I don't want to, it's much more fun to be with you. Bai Ruoyu pouted and said, Father plans to find a floral art teacher for Ruoyu, to cultivate her ladylike demeanor during this period before school starts. Bai Ruoqing secretly leaned closer to Yi Xiao and said, Yi Xiao understood in his heart. That's fine, but you have to listen to me in everything. If I tell you to go west, you can't go east, okay? I promise to listen to you. Bai Ruoyu nodded her head faster than a pile driver. Dad, how about it? Can I go to Jiangzhou to play for 2 days with Yi Xiao and the others? I promise to behave. Bai Ruoyu smiled sweetly. Sigh. Bai Shenqing sighed and could only nod. Be obedient and don't cause trouble for Yi Xiao Yu. He then turned to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao Yu, I'll trouble you with this. There's 1 million in this card, which is for my daughter's activities. If she misbehaves, you can impose economic sanctions on her. This card will be entrusted to you, Yi Xiaoyu, and you can use it as you wish. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. What kind of family is this? An activity fund of 1 million as a unit? The next day, Yi Xiao and the others took the same car back to Jiangzhou from the official road. This time, it could be called returning in glory. It takes about 3 to 4 hours to return to Jiangzhou from the provincial capital. The principal of Jiangnan Middle School, Tang Qingsong, was already waiting for them on the official road. Ah, the pride of Jiangnan Middle School is back. Seeing a black SUV approaching, Tang Qingsong, with a smile on his face, stepped forward to greet them with Tang Yun. Hi, old Tang. I'm back. Yi Xiao greeted Tang Qingsong from the car window. Tang Qingsong's smile slightly stiffened. Good for you, Yi Xiao. The first time we met, you called me Principal Tang. Now you're calling me Old Tang. Huh? Yi Xiao scoffed. What's wrong with Old Tang? Doesn't sound good? Maybe one day when I become the strongest in Daxia, I'll change it to calling you Tangzi. Tang Qingsong's old face twitched. You slippery one. I won't talk to you about these nonsense. No one can out-talk Yi Xiao. The more he talks, the more frustrated he gets. Seeing that Tang Qingsong ignored him and instead was chatting warmly with Zhang Rou and the others, Yi Xiao shrugged indifferently. Sister Yun, long time no see. Give me a hug. He cheerfully approached Tang Yun. Tang Yun smiled and embraced Yi Xiao, parting almost immediately. It's only been a few days. Where's the long time no see? Sister Tang, long time no see. Ruoyu came up from the car holding a spirit cat. Ruoyu, you're here too? Tang Yun seemed a bit surprised. How did you end up with Yi Xiao and the others? Based on Tang Yun's previous understanding of Ruoyu, she was a proud person and theoretically wouldn't look down on Yi Xiao and the sorry, Yi Xiao, my dad drank too much, I'm taking him back, you guys enjoy your meal. Tang Yun said apologetically as she helped Tang Qingsong up from the ground. Go ahead, Yun Jia, take good care of old Deng. Yi Xiao waved his hand. After Tang Yun and the others left, Yi Xiao took out his phone. It had been a while since he last saw Su Hao, and since he was his good brother, Yi Xiao wanted to invite Su Hao out to catch up, especially since they would have less time together once they went to university. Hey, Haozi, where are you? I'm back in Jiangzhou, let's get together. Right, Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, box 302. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yi Xiao hung up the phone. Just a good friend, calling him over to hang out, he explained to Zhang Rou and the others. Moments later, the door to the private room opened, and a figure walked in. Haozi, over here. Yi Xiao pulled Su Hao to sit down. He poured him a glass of wine. Yi Xiao, congratulations. I've already heard, first in the special recruitment, that's impressive. As he spoke, he raised his glass. Also congratulations to Jiang Schoolflower, classmate Xiao, you are both the pride of Jiangnan High School. He then downed the drink in one go. What's up, Haozi? Why are you so sentimental today? After a few days apart, Yi Xiao felt that Su Hao had indeed changed. He was no longer the carefree person he used to be, he looked much more mature and somewhat dispirited. Yi Xiao, actually, I came here to tell you something else. Su Hao clenched his fist but then relaxed. I'm leaving. Where to? Leaving Jiangzhou. I don't know where to go for now, just taking it one step at a time. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Yi Xiao frowned and asked, what about the martial arts exam? Aren't you participating? Forget it, everything is meaningless now. Su Hao's face was full of bitterness. What happened? Tell me about it. Forget it, I don't want to drag you down. Yi Xiao, you should have a bright future ahead. Su Hao shook his head. What are you talking about? Our 3 years of friendship, you gave me the blood medicine without a second thought back then. Now that you're in trouble, how can I not help you? Speak. Under Yi Xiao's strong insistence, Su Hao had no choice but to recount everything. It turned out he had a girlfriend who was a student at Qingchuan High School, next to Jiangnan High School. Then, a rich second generation was pursuing his girlfriend, and that rich kid's family was quite powerful in Jiangzhou. At the very least, they were more powerful than Su Hao's family, and most importantly, that rich kid had connections. He was the secretary of a big shot in Jiangzhou's power center. Because the other party was trying to steal Su Hao's girlfriend, in a fit of rage, Su Hao ended up beating him up and sending him to the hospital. This caused a huge problem, like poking a hornet's nest. The other party's father launched a full-scale attack on Su Hao's family's business, and with the help of that secretary, they devoured all of Su Hao's family's assets. They even ordered them to leave Jiangzhou within 3 days, or else they would throw Su Hao's entire family into the pond to feed the fish. I was sincere to Zhang Yu. Over the years, I never treated her poorly, I bought her whatever she wanted. I was even thinking of having my dad buy a house so we could get married after college. But I never expected she would betray me. Su Hao downed a glass of white liquor, his face filled with helplessness and bitterness. The Wang family has a big background. that big shot secretary can easily mobilize powerful professionals. My family really can't compete with him. We can only run, otherwise, we won't even be able to keep our lives. I can't let my problems drag my parents down. This experience had transformed Su Hao from a spoiled rich kid into someone much more mature, but now it was too late. Boom! At that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open. A young man wearing sunglasses and with his head wrapped in bandages walked in, holding onto a woman dressed provocatively and looking quite alluring. Su Hao, my dad has already said it, ordering you to get out of Jiangzhou within 3 days. How can you still have the leisure to drink here? The young man directly ignored Yi Xiao and the others, strutting up to Su Hao and looking down at him mockingly. Wang Jue, there's no need to rush. There are still 2 hours left until the 3-day deadline. We will leave on time, Su Hao said, clenching his fists and staring at him with red eyes. Especially when he saw the woman snuggled in Wang Jue's arms, Su Hao's expression grew even more pained. Su Hao, what are you looking at? Yeah, is now my woman. Wang Jue laughed disdainfully, leaning in to give Zhang Yu a hard kiss on the lips, making a loud smacking sound. Furious, Su Hao almost picked up a bottle. Zhang Yu, I'm about to leave Jiangzhou. Before I go, I just want to ask you one question. Have I not treated you well these past 2 years? Why did you betray me? Su Hao asked coldly. To his surprise, Zhang Yu showed no sign of shame, leaning her head against Wang Jue's chest. Su Hao, I have a combat profession, while you are just a lowly life profession. Young Master Wang said that as long as I am with him, he can send me to a martial arts university in the capital. Can you do that, Su Hao? Not to mention that your family is not as wealthy as young Master Wang's. Even if it were, in this world, powerful professionals are always nobler than a businessman. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, you rank at the bottom. And I want to be the highest ranking powerful professional. I am no longer in the same world as you, Zhang Yu said with a face full of disdain. Su Hao painfully closed his eyes. Fine. Just consider that I, Su Hao, have wasted these years. I fell for you, this snob. Su Hao seemed heartbroken, staggering towards the exit of the private room. Wait! At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly grabbed his arm. Are you just going to walk away after being wronged? That's not like my brother Yi Xiao. I have to help you get back at this place today. Yi Xiao looked coldly at the two. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Jue. Brother, is the second-hand goods fun to play with? What did you say? Wang Jue frowned. Who are you calling second-hand? Zhang Yu, in Wang Jue's arms, suddenly realized that Yi Xiao was talking about her. Ha, isn't she second-hand? Did I say something wrong? As he spoke, Yi Xiao suddenly turned his head. Su Hao, you've been with her for 2 years and you haven't slept with her? How is that possible? Su Hao rolled his eyes. Then how many times have you slept with her? Su Hao thought for a moment. At least twice a week, and there was a time when it was almost 2 or 3 times a day, probably 100 or 200 times. No wonder you were dozing off in class every day for a while, you were so drained. Yi Xiao teased. Did you hear that? 100 or 200 times, and this isn't second-hand goods? Yi Xiao said with a mocking expression. Even a girl like Zhang Yu, no matter how shameless, turned pale with anger at Yi Xiao's words, and Wang Jue looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. Although he knew that Zhang Yu had been with Su Hao and that the number of times was not small, in reality, he had taken Su Hao's woman, cheating him. How could it come out of Yi Xiao's mouth as if he had picked up someone else's discarded trash? Which side are you on? Do you want to stand up for this little loser? Wang Jue pointed at Yi Xiao fiercely. I usually don't help others stand up, Yi Xiao said. A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Hao's face. Meanwhile, Wang Jue became smug. Humph, coward. Let me tell you. But before he could finish, Yi Xiao disdainfully interrupted. I usually just take action directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao swiftly slapped Wang Jue against the wall. Ah, young Master Wang, are you okay? Zhang Yu screamed as she rushed towards Wang Jue. Yi Xiao's slap was powerful enough that Wang Jue was embedded in the wall, unable to pull himself out. You're finished, kid. You dare to hit me. You're dead for sure. Do you know who I am? I swear, your end will be far worse than Su Hao's. I'll send your whole family into the river to feed the fish. Wang Jue struggled to climb down from the wall. So impressive? Just throwing people into the river to feed the fish? Who do you have backing you? Yi Xiao asked curiously. Humph, kid, listen well. The person behind me is the secretary of the mayor of Jiangzhou. Secretary Chen, Lord Chen. Scared now? You offended me, and there won't be a place for you in all of Jiangzhou. Even the mayor won't let you go. Wang Jue said viciously. If you know fear, then obediently apologize to me, bow 200 times, and send those 2 beauties to my bed. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven can't save you. However, Yi Xiao just laughed, laughing very happily. His gaze turned to Zhang Rou. Now you know what to do, right? Jiang Ro nodded. She took out her phone and made a call. She briefly explained the situation. Before hanging up, she added, "The other party also said he wants your daughter in his bed." Then she hung up the phone. Seeing this scene, Wang Jue sneered. Calling for help? Who doesn't have some people behind them? In Jiangzhou, there's no one Wang Jue, can handle. He stood up with Zhang Yu's support. Let me show you what connections are. Saying this, he also made a call. Dad, I was beaten, right at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. The other party even insulted Secretary Chen, saying you're nothing. Hurry up and handle this. Okay, I'll hang up first. Wang Jue hung up the phone. Hee, my dad will be here soon. You're finished. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and apologize to me. My previous demands still stand. Yi Xiao, you guys should leave quickly. Wang Jue's family has a lot of power. You can't afford to mess with them. There aren't many people in Jiangzhou who can take them on, Su Hao urged, pulling on Yi Xiao's arm. He still didn't know Jiang Ro's true identity, thinking she was just some rich kid. But even if she was a rich kid, the gap compared to Wang Jue was huge. Ordinary rich kids couldn't compete with him. The other party had the secretary of the Jiangzhou market backing them. They could even call on the mayor of Jiangzhou. That was a person who held all the power in Jiangzhou. Moments later, the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a big belly, walked in. Xiao Jue, who is bullying you? Hello, Uncle Wang. Seeing Wang Jue's father, Wang Yuan, come in, she respectfully greeted him. Wang Yuan nodded. Speak, Xiao Jue, who is bullying you? Dad, it's them. These few little punks. They're with Su Hao. Wang Jue, seeing his father arrive, immediately became bold. He pointed at Yi Xiao with a fierce demeanor. He even said you're nothing. Secretary Chen isn't even worth mentioning. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's face changed dramatically. Which little brat is this? Talking nonsense with no upbringing at all. Wang Yuan glared at Yi Xiao fiercely. If no one at home taught you how to speak, then let me teach you how to be a person in place of your parents. Yi Xiao's expression darkened. You have the guts to say that again. A ball of light flickered in Yi Xiao's hand. So you're a combat professional. Humph, kid, is this your proud capital? Wang Yuan crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Although he wasn't a combat professional, the people behind him could mobilize combat professionals. A student. Naturally, he didn't take him seriously. Kid, I advise you to show me some respect. Secretary Chen will be here soon. If you dare to make a move against me, don't blame me for having him revoke your qualification to take the college entrance exam. Dad, why hasn't Secretary Chen arrived yet? Wang Jue asked. He was eager to see Yi Xiao and the others kneeling in fear before him, while he toyed with those two beautiful girls in front of them. Don't worry, Secretary Chen will be here soon, and a big shot will be coming with him. That big shot is a big deal in Jiangzhou. Wang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Could it be? Wang Jue's face brightened. Great, great, even that big person is coming. They're completely finished. No matter what connections they have, it won't matter. Wang Jue was overjoyed. You guys are done for. And you, Su Hao, I'm giving you a way out. Leave Jiangzhou now, or you won't be able to escape. You all will be feeding the fish in the river together. Su Hao's face turned even paler. Wang Jue, however, was so excited that he trembled all over, as if he had forgotten the pain in his body. Young Master Wang is amazing, so domineering. Zheng Yu clapped with a smile, feeling increasingly grateful for choosing Wang Jue. Clearly, her choice was not wrong. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A figure of great authority walked in. Behind him was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a suit, but looking very submissive. Secretary Chen. The moment they saw the bespectacled man, Wang Yuan and his son's eyes lit up. They hurried to greet him. Then they bowed deeply to the authoritative man in front of Secretary Chen. Mayor Jiang, I've long admired your name. Hello, Mayor Jiang, you are so busy. How could you take the time to come for such a small matter? Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan bent his body, no longer the fierce demeanor he had before, but instead, he extended his hands in a humble manner, wanting to shake hands with Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian ignored him directly. Explain, what's going on here? He said. Secretary Chen bent over, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Mayor, this is all. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Mian. I meant for these two Mr. Wang to explain. Wang Yuan and his son were stunned, then immediately overjoyed. The mayor was going to stand up for them, so they began to embellish their story, throwing all sorts of insults at Yi Xiao and the others. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, spitting everywhere. They completely failed to notice Secretary Chen, who was turning pale and giving them warning looks. Secretary Chen was now so scared that his legs were shaking, barely able to stand. He was on the verge of fainting. so that's how it is. After they finished speaking, Jang Mian nodded thoughtfully. Please, Mayor, take charge. Severely punish these morally low students. Exactly. Mayor. This Suhao harassed my girlfriend and even injured me with a wine bottle. This kid also heard me for standing up for Suhao. They truly disregard the laws of Jiangzhou. I hope the mayor will take charge for me. Wang Jue put on a victim's face, speaking pitifully. Zheng Yu beside him also displayed impressive acting skills, crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. Mayor, if it weren't for my boyfriend arriving in time, I would have been ruined by Su Hao. Yi Xiao and the others crossed their arms, leisurely watching the scene. Only Su Hao was left in the dark, his lips trembling with anger. This was too much. This was too much. He had never seen such bullying. Wang Jue, Zheng Yu, if you have something to say, come at me. Let my classmates go. Humph, Su Hao, do you think you still have a say in this? Wang Jue glanced at him disdainfully. Alright, I've understood this matter. At this moment, Zhang Mian waved his hand. Now let me ask a few of the little friends over here. After saying this, Zhang Mian's lips curled into a faint smile. His gaze turned to Zhang Rou. Is it as he said, roar, roar? Wang Jue and the others were taken aback. Such a familiar address? Mayor Jiang is really approachable. But the next moment, they heard Zhang Rou's clear response. Dad, you really believe them? Dad? Oh dear, do young people nowadays like to get close so much? But even calling him dad won't help. Mayor Jiang won't forgive you so easily. No, wait. Damn. The two suddenly reacted. They looked at Zhang Rou with a ghostly expression. You. Wang Jue pointed at Zhang Rou, speechless for a moment. Zhang Rou smiled gracefully. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Rou, and this is my father, Zhang Mian. The two stood there in shock. Su Hao also looked dumbfounded. Then, Yi Xiao and the others began to speak. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Xiao, the first in the special recruitment of Jinshin University in the southern province. Xiao Hongchen, the second in the special recruitment of Jinshin University in the southern province. Bai Ruoyu, the fourth in the special recruitment of Jinshin University in the southern province. But my dad is Bai Xianqing from the provincial capital. The little girl pouted, speaking with a mischievous look. She loved this kind of show-off scene, especially the way Wang Yuan and his son had just jumped around, like a pair of clowns. Hearing Bai Ruoyu's words, even Zhang Mian looked at her in surprise. The Bai family is a prominent family in the provincial capital, much stronger than his Jiang family. I can't believe it. Wang Jue and his son almost couldn't catch their breath. What kind of big shots are all these people here today? If you had revealed your names earlier, we wouldn't have been jumping around like this. What kind of value does being first in the special recruitment of Jinshin University hold? It should be known that Jiangnan High School hasn't produced a single student who got into Jinshin University in 4 years. Now that a few have finally emerged, Tang Qingsong values this more than his own life. And Tang Qingsong's status in Jiangzhou is no less than Zhang Mian's. This means that Yi Xiao and the others have Tang Qingsong backing them. And Zhang Rou is Zhang Mian's daughter. This has offended both of Jiangzhou's top big shots. Mayor, I was wrong. They forced me. The Wang family forced me. At this moment, Secretary Chen finally had the chance to speak. He plopped down and knelt directly in front of Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian smiled coldly. My dear Secretary Chen, is there anyone in Jiangzhou who can force you? You are quite impressive, always telling people to roll out of Jiangzhou, or else you'll send them to feed the fish in the river. TSK. Really impressive. Now are you going to send me, Zhang Mian, to the river too? No. Mayor, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Secretary Chen trembled on the ground, cold sweat dripping down continuously. Humph, Zhang Mian snorted coldly. Whether you dare or not, I don't know, but your courage is indeed not small. From today on, you are no longer my secretary, and I will immediately send someone to investigate your financial situation over the years. If any problems are found, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. No. Mayor, please spare my life. Secretary Chen's face turned pale with fear. I've already given you a chance. Or does Secretary Chen want me to execute you on the spot? As the mayor of Jiangzhou, Zhang Mian had the power of life and death. I. Secretary Chen was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his face ashen. His life was over, completely over. If Secretary Chen was like this, then Wang Yuan and his son were even more terrified. Too ruthless, ready to execute at any moment. Plop! The father and son knelt down on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Oh, why aren't you two being brave anymore? I just saw you two with your necks held high like fighting cocks. What happened now? Lost your spirit? Yi Xiao laughed as he strolled over to the two. The two were kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe. Yi, my friend, we were blind to not recognize Mount I. It was our fault, we are willing to compensate. Whatever you want, just spare our lives. Wang Yuan trembled as he spoke. Really? Absolutely. Good, then I want all of the Wang family's assets. Wang Yuan's body shuddered. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so ruthless, but given the current situation, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Alright, I'll give it. And then I want you and your son to feed the fish in the river. The Wang father and son? Mayor Jiang, how's this decision? Yi Xiao smiled as he looked at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian nodded. This is how we should deal with the pests of Jiangzhou. Good, good, good. Yi Xiao chuckled. How about it, Su Hao? I've solved the problem for you. I've gotten your assets back. You don't need to leave, just participate well in tomorrow's college entrance exam. Su Hao's face changed like a roller coaster, shifting from red to white. Finally, it turned into a single sentence. Thank you, brother. At that moment, Xingyu rushed in front of Su Hao like she had gone mad. She clung to his arm, tearfully pleading. Husband, I was wrong. I was wrong. He forced me. I have nothing to do with him. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. Yi Xiao stepped forward teasingly. Right. Just a connection, no movement. You guess if I believe it. If not, then just call me a telecom, right? A hint of annoyance flashed across Su Hao's face. He shook off Xingyu and then slapped her across the face. Get lost, bitch. Let's go. We'll find another place to continue drinking. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Mayor Jiang, we'll take our leave, this place. Jiang Mian nodded. Go have fun. I'll handle things here. Then Yi Xiao and his group left the private room. Jiang Mian's expression immediately turned cold. He grabbed Wang Jue by the collar. Wang Jue trembled in fear. No one in this world can bully my daughter Jiang Mian. You are very good. Really very good. Someone, break their limbs. Throw them into the river to feed the fish. All three together. Oh, and tie a big stone to them, so they don't float back up. This is how the world of professionals works. There are no many rules. With great power comes absolute authority. At a barbecue stall in the night market. Now it's good, with that pair of conical father and son gone, you better work hard for tomorrow's college entrance exam. Yi Xiao raised a beer bottle and clinked it with Su Hao's. Conical father and son? Yi Xiao, why do you call them that? Bai Ruoyu asked, munching on a lamb skewer, her mouth greasy. One is named Wang Jue and the other Wang Yuan, isn't that a cone? Yi Xiao shrugged. I really don't know how your brain works. Humph. Bai Ruoyu snorted lightly and continued eating her lamb skewer. Brother, I'll be honest with you, I actually don't have high hopes for the college entrance exam. Su Hao took a sip of beer and said bitterly. You, classmate Xiao, the Zhang school beauty, both awaken combat professions, destined to be figures who will dominate the world of Daxia in the future. As for me, I awakened a life profession, a blacksmith. What use is that? My future is almost set in stone. I might as well stay in Jiangzhou and help my dad. Su Hao felt helpless. His family was well off, but if he had awakened a profession with even a bit of combat capability, he wouldn't be this desperate. But he just happened to be a blacksmith. This was just like Yi Xiao's previous lookout. His achievements in this life were almost locked in. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Su Hao, because we are brothers, there are some things I have to say. Let's go for a walk. Staying in Jiangzhou all the time will limit your perspective. You might as well take the college entrance exam, go out for 4 years, and if it really doesn't work out, you can come back. Moreover, even as a blacksmith, it can't be said that there is no chance for success. You can try to learn the skills of a forge master. Yi Xiao, you should know better than I do how unrealistic it is to learn skills across professions. Yi Xiao fell silent, and then suddenly reached out, drawing the iron sword from behind Xiaohanshan. Learning skills across professions is difficult, but it is definitely not impossible. Su Hao, you need to see this clearly. Whoosh! Yi Xiao suddenly raised his sword, his gaze flashing, and a black ghostly light appeared, causing a chasm to erupt in the ground over 10 meters away. This is the swordsman's skill, Ghost Blade Strike? Su Hao's eyes widened. Even Xiaohanshan, Zhang Rou, and Bai Ruoyu were left dumbfounded. Yi Xiao had actually been using the swordsman's skill. That's right, this is the swordsman's Ghost Blade Strike. Not only that, I can also perform the blade draw slash. So, Su Hao, I want to say that there is nothing impossible in this world, everything depends on human effort, Yi Xiao firmly said, pressing on his shoulder. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, a spark of hope ignited in Su Hao's eyes. Moreover, the gap between the blacksmith and the forge master is not so unimaginable. There are still similarities between the two. Yi Xiao comforted him again. Su Hao clenched his fists. Yi Xiao, maybe you are right. Retreating without trying is the behavior of a coward. Thank you, Yi Xiao. You have awakened me. I still have a bright future ahead. I have the time and resources to try. The unease and hesitation in Su Hao's eyes transformed into determination. Yi Xiao smiled. Let's go. He didn't tell Su Hao that his professional skills came from the copy eye, as he didn't want to completely disappoint him, leading to despair. He only wanted to give him a little motivation. Only by moving forward can one find the possibility of new hope. This could be considered Yi Xiao's kind lie. This world is too cruel. A person's life is determined by their profession. If Su Hao can truly carve out an unusual path for himself and change his fate, it would be equivalent to opening another world for all the working people in the world. At that time, his achievements could even be recorded in the annals of the Great Xia, passed down through the ages. The next day, at dawn, Yi Xiao and the others went to their alma mater, Jiangnan High School. One was to collect their graduation certificates, and the other was to fulfill their promise to Tang Qingsong to inspire the candidates before the exam. After receiving their certificates, the three of them moved to the playground. Now, the three of them were famous throughout Jiangnan High School, the top three in the special recruitment of the Southern Province. This title was even more astonishing than the top scorer in the Southern Province's college entrance examination. After all, they had emerged as the top three from the elite 300 candidates in the entire province. Even the rare dual profession holders were beneath them. Ah, it's Senior Yi Xiao, and Senior Xiao, Senior Jiang Rou, Senior Yi Xiao. Can I have your autograph? A second-year girl mustered her courage and ran in front of Yi Xiao. Her eyes were filled with admiration, and her fair little face turned slightly red. Senior Yi Xiao, can you give me your autograph? She said, handing over a notebook and a pen. Yi Xiao gladly took the pen from her hand. Sure, keep it up. Next year, Jiangnan High School will depend on you all. Try not to make old Tang cry. After signing, Yi Xiao teased. Yes, I will definitely work hard. I want to get into Jinshin University just like you. My name is Lin Xinran, Senior Yi Xiao. You have to wait for me at Jinshin University. The girl smiled sweetly, revealing two adorable dimples. Yi Xiao chuckled. All right, then I shall eagerly await the esteemed arrival of junior sister Xinran. He didn't think much of it. Children at this age generally have confidence and vitality. Back in his second year of high school, he was even more confident than this kid. When others asked him what he wanted to become in the future, Yi Xiao directly said he wanted to surpass the great Xia sword god. At that time, he really made others laugh until they were rolling on the ground. Upon arriving at the playground, the senior students were already gathered, a neatly aligned formation, with hundreds of eager eyes watching Yi Xiao and the others. Come up, Yi Xiao. Tang Qingsong waved at him from the podium. Old Tang, I have social anxiety. Can I not speak? Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Absolutely not. Tang Qingsong coldly rejected Yi Xiao's request. Letting this kid be so presumptuous, wanting to call me Tanzi, now he should taste a bit of hardship first. Yi Xiao helplessly walked up to the podium and took the microphone. Hee hee. Yi Xiao awkwardly laughed twice. I'll just say one thing, just one. Suddenly, his demeanor changed dramatically, and for the sake of effect, he even activated a special effect. He activated the golden flame eyes. Golden flames danced in his pupils, exuding an air of authority. I'm waiting for you all at Jinshin University, those with the ability can catch up. As his voice fell, there was a moment of silence below. Then all the students erupted in excitement. Good one, Yi Xiao. Is this a declaration of war? All right. I can't stand being provoked in my life. Yi Xiao, wait for me to come to Jinshin University and beat you up. Yi Xiao, just wait. We'll come in a group to steal from your house. For a group of passionate young people, nothing ignites their fighting spirit more than the provocation of their peers. This is more effective than any motivational speech. Afterward, the three of them went to Tang Qingsong's office together. I said, if you can get into Jinshin University, I will reward you. Here, this is your reward. In front of him lay 3 scrolls. The Illusion Eye, the Heart of Ice, and the Cloud Sword Technique. These are the skills I carefully selected as the most suitable for you. Although they are only blue level, they are the strongest skills within the blue category, Tang Qingsong said. Yi Xiao and the others took the scrolls. Ding! Detecting Eye Technique, Illusion Eye, blue, 10 major eye techniques collected. Do you wish to fuse? Fuse. Yi Xiao thought. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Breaking Illusion Eye, purple. Breaking Illusion Eye, see through all illusions and falsehoods. The evolution route for Breaking Illusion Eye has opened. Breaking Illusion Eye, purple, Eye of Nihility, red, Eye of Punishment, black, Fantasy Demon Eye, gold. Fantasy Demon Eye. Another gold level eye technique. Yi Xiao already knew the terror of gold level techniques. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye's devastating golden light was simply a heavenly punishment. What kind of astonishing effects would this fantasy demon eye have? His main eye techniques now were 3. The Red Eternal Flame Eye, a strong offensive type, often used in battle. The Orange Martial God Eye, an extremely impressive melee enhancement technique. he hadn't even used the powerful martial god Phantom yet. The golden copy eye, which is more auxiliary, but due to its outrageous copying effect, its level is also particularly high. If it weren't for my insufficient level, I could have directly copied the sword god of Great Xiao's skyslaying sword technique when I watched him fight back then. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, contemplating. This is the skill scroll. As for weapons, you can choose for yourselves. Once you've made your selections, a courier will deliver them to your door. Tang Qingsong handed them a tablet that recorded the characteristics and levels of various weapons. Xiao Hongchen chose a long sword that resembled the Jinghong sword. Zhang Ro chose a blue long dress. Yi Xiao chose a black knife. Shadow blade. You brat, why would a pupil master choose a knife? You might as well pick some armor like Zhang Ro. Tang Qingsong looked at Yi Xiao with a strange expression. Only Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongchen, who knew the truth, were stifling their laughter on the side. Especially Xiao Hongchen, he was the most speechless. Yi Xiao always directly took his sword, using it more skillfully than he did himself. Hurry up and send him away with that knife. For picking teeth? Yi Xiao tilted his head and retorted. You brat, a Xian-level weapon for picking teeth. Get out of here. Tang Qingsong was so angry that he slammed the tablet down on the table. This brat couldn't go a day without making him mad. I'm just kidding, I'm actually quite skilled with the knife, Yi Xiao said, scratching his head. Skilled? Is your knife skill as refined as that of a knife master? Yi Xiao, I'm not saying this to put you down, but even though you're a genius, you can't just dabble in everything. You should focus on your pupil technique. Don't waste your own talent. Tang Qingsong said earnestly. Okay, I understand, old Tang. Yi Xiao nodded repeatedly. Little did he know, Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongchen were about to burst out laughing. If Tang Qingsong knew that Yi Xiao was wielding a sword and fighting against the fast melee nine-tailed spirit cat, he would realize how wrong he was. Yi Xiao's knife skills were indeed more refined than those of some knife masters. He could make a fruit knife feel like a dragon-slaying sword. Tang Qingsong didn't know if Yi Xiao was actually listening. He sighed slightly. Besides these things, I have prepared an opportunity for you. Do you know about the Hunter God team? The three nodded. The so-called Hunter God team is a group of civilian professionals united to hunt demons and gods deep in the wilderness. In recent years, with official support, civilian Hunter God teams have developed rapidly like bamboo shoots after a rain. The Hunter God team has made indelible contributions to the Great Xia by slaying demons and gods and reclaiming occupied lands. This time, I want you to join the 100 Battles Hunter God team in Jiangzhou. Their captain is an acquaintance of mine, and I specifically fought for this opportunity for you. The exploration team under the 100 Battles Hunter God team discovered an abandoned village not far from Jiangzhou, beneath which lies a small energy crystal vein. The Hunter God team will send a cleanup squad, and your task this time is to follow the cleanup squad and slay all the demons within the village. After that, we will send people to build a defense line around the village, reclaiming this land for the Great Xia, while also mining the small energy crystal vein. This is a great job. Your levels are still a bit lacking, and the God-suppressing university will hold a freshman competition a month after the school starts. I hope you can achieve good results in the competition. The effects of energy crystals should go without saying. Those who understand know. Tang Qingsong said with a smile. Yi Xiao and the others nodded. Energy crystals are a special type of crystal that contains powerful energy, greatly enhancing the level of professionals. In the resource library of the God-suppressing university, one energy crystal is worth 10 points. This is indeed a great job. They can consume all the energy crystals they obtain during the task. Sounds good. Old Tang, you still think of us for such good things. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Humph, you brat, no profit, no early rise. Tang Qingsong glared at him. All right, old Tang, we accept this task. When do we start? I can't wait to earn. Oh, no, I mean, to slay demons and protect the mountains and rivers of our Great Xia, Yi Xiao said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Tomorrow morning, you will report to the preparation town on the edge of Jiangzhou. The cleanup squad has a total of 5 people, adding you 8 people. That abandoned village isn't big, only about 5 to 600 acres. A small energy crystal vein can yield about 2,000 energy crystals at most. I can pretend I didn't see anything under 500. Alright, I love you, old Tang. Yi Xiao smiled brightly. His level was indeed a shortcoming, as he was only at the 4th tier of the extraordinary. Xiao Hongchen and the others were not much better off. But, can we add one more person? Who? Bai Ruoyu, she's a summoner and a mage, her help won't be small, and her dad is the head of the Bai family in the provincial capital. Okay, let's add her too. I'll go talk to her later. Make sure to perform well. This is an opportunity one fought hard for you guys, don't embarrass me. Those guys from the Hunter God team always look down on flowers in a greenhouse. Yi Xiao, make sure to slap them hard in the face. Don't worry, showing off and slapping faces is my favorite. Yi Xiao laughed. Early the next morning, the weapon Shadow Blade that Yi Xiao chose was delivered to Tang Yun's villa by a speedy courier. Currently, Yi Xiao was the only one living in the villa. Bai Ruoyu had gone to Jiang Rou's house to hang out last night, and Tang Yun was staying at school to lead the team for the college entrance examination. Yi Xiao opened the package and took out the contents, which was a completely black tang knife with intricate patterns and grooves etched on the blade, weighing over 30 pounds. A one-handed sword, over 30 pounds, even some sword masters would find it hard to wield. Yi Xiao felt it was a struggle just to lift it in a normal state. Good knife, heavy yet sharp. Yi Xiao flicked the blade and felt extremely satisfied. He strapped the shadow blade to his back and strode out of the house. This was his first time, in the true sense, stepping into the perilous wilderness as a professional. The Scarlet Land, miles of red earth, demons rampant, gods hidden. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and the streets were very empty, with fewer vehicles than usual. Yi Xiao finally managed to catch a ride and headed to the previously determined meeting point, a small preparation town on the outskirts of Zhangzhou. It was a village specially built for the Hunter God team, providing equipment, supplies, and a resting point for professionals to recover their stamina. Yi Xiao, over here. From a distance, he saw Bai Ruoyu in a white dress, her legs wrapped in white stockings, wearing little leather shoes and waving at him. Wait, big sister, are you really wearing that? Yi Xiao approached and asked in a daze as he looked her up and down. Yeah, does it look good? Bai Ruoyu twirled in front of Yi Xiao, lifting her skirt. Bang! Yi Xiao flicked 2 fingers hard against her head. Ah, Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Bai Ruoyu exclaimed in pain. Look good? You're going to the wilderness to hunt demons, not on vacation. Yi Xiao, you're misunderstanding Ruoyu, this outfit is a mysterious grade equipment. Jiang Rou stepped forward, helplessly explaining. Ha! Yi Xiao was taken aback. Looking at Bai Ruoyu's wrinkled nose, he awkwardly scratched his head. Ha ha ha, it really looks good. Not bad, not bad. It suits you very well. Humph. Yi Xiao, I'm going to hit you back. Bai Ruoyu snorted coldly, raising her little fist to strike at Yi Xiao. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Yo, young master and young ladies, all dressed up? A few figures approached from a distance. Leading them was a cold-faced young man in black, carrying a long knife on his back. There was also a burly man holding a large sword and shield, a woman in leather with a seductive figure and charm, and a blue-haired woman in a fitted long dress, holding a staff, with a proud expression. The one who spoke was a young man with yellow hair, wearing a set of silver light armor and holding a knight's sword, looking about the same age as Yi Xiao and the others. I really don't understand what the captain is thinking, sending a bunch of pampered young masters and ladies from their ivory towers to the front lines. Isn't that just asking for trouble? The yellow-haired guy ran his hand through his hair, which resembled a punk style, and spoke disdainfully. The captain's decision is not something you or I can question, just obediently follow orders, the cold-faced young man said. TCH, the yellow-haired guy scoffed, his face full of disdain. The 5 of them approached Yi Xiao and the others. The leader, the cold-faced young man, extended his hand towards them. Captain of the extermination team, Long Hong, profession, swordsman, transformation level 1. Hongling, profession, archer, extraordinary level 8, the woman in leather said, lightly brushing her wavy black hair. Dilly, profession, sword and shield master, extraordinary level 9, the burly man spoke. Lang Ning, profession, healer, extraordinary level 8. Yan Qin, profession, knight, extraordinary level 7. Among these 5, the youngest, Yan Qin, was already over 20. Hello, Yi Xiao nodded. Yi Xiao, profession, technique master, extraordinary level 4. Technique master? Lung Hong glanced at the tang knife strapped to Yi Xiao's back, feeling puzzled. A master of techniques carrying a knife? Xiao Hong Chen, profession, sword cultivator, extraordinary level 4. Jiang Rou, profession, elementalist, extraordinary level 5. Bai Ruoyu, profession, summoner and magician, extraordinary level 6. After hearing the introductions, the yellow-haired Yan Qin couldn't help but snort coldly. What good are those at extraordinary levels 4 and 5? What can you do to help? Indeed, aside from that extraordinary level 6 girl with dual professions, the rest are just dead weight. Lung Ning also shook her head in disappointment. Dali and Hongling didn't speak, but they were likely dissatisfied as well. After all, this extermination mission could be completed by their 5-man team alone. Bringing in 4 gilded students not only held them back but also stole their credit. If I were you, I'd know my place and go back to sleep. You delicate flowers from the greenhouse, better not wet your pants when you see a monster. Yan Qin mocked. He hadn't continued his studies after graduating high school and had directly joined the God Hunter team. Now, with 2 or 3 years of wilderness exploration experience, he truly looked down on these young masters and ladies without any combat experience, just relying on someone behind them, coming out to gild themselves. Then, they would just walk away after finishing. They had to clean up after these young masters and ladies, and give them credit for free. Wasn't that degrading? Wet my pants when I see a monster. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. He had encountered divine beings twice, and even killed one. What are you laughing at? You delicate flowers from the greenhouse, have you ever ventured into the wilderness and killed a monster? Have you made any contributions to the Great Xia? Your understanding of monsters comes from those boring textbooks, right? Let me tell you, the real monsters in the wilderness will eat people. They're 100 times scarier than what you see in your textbooks. Don't come crying to us when you can't even move in front of them. We won't take care of you deadweights, Yan Qin said disdainfully. Hey, you yellow-haired guy, speak to me with some respect. Bai Ruo Yu couldn't hold back any longer. She was the second young lady of the Bai family, and she had always looked down on others. When had anyone dared to look down on her? She had lost to Yi Xiao, so she had been submissive. But that didn't mean anyone could step on her head. A 7th level like Yan Qin could be burned to ashes by her dragon's breath. What did you say, you little girl? Yan Qin exploded in anger. You dare call me a little girl? You yellow-haired punk, come out for a one-on-one. Who's afraid of who? A one-on-one it is. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Yan Qin. The two were on the verge of a fight. Just then, Yi Xiao coldly laughed and spoke. Captain Lang, is this the quality of your team members? Or do you think it's reasonable to waste time bickering here? Lan Hong gave Yi Xiao a deep look. An intuition told him that Yi Xiao, this technique master, was not as simple as he appeared. Alright, Xiao Qin, stop arguing. The mission is important. He spoke up to stop Yan Qin. Let's go. This mission isn't too difficult. You don't need to be too nervous. If we encounter powerful demons, we will take action, he said to Yi Xiao and the others. The group drove 2 off-road vehicles towards the wilderness. In the wild, vehicles are consumables. It was about 7 or 8 miles to the abandoned village. The off-road vehicles bumped along in the wilderness. Half an hour later, they arrived, and the tires were ruined. Even after the passage of time, the small village still retained some of its original appearance. The dilapidated concrete houses stood stubbornly in the wind and rain, like proud, tragic souls standing in unfamiliar soil, gazing longingly at their homeland. All around the village, there were the white bones and corpses of creatures, and various demons walking in the wilderness. Roar! A roar came, and a shadow sprang out from the side. Little demon, seeking death. Lan Hong snorted coldly, drawing his long knife from behind and slashing out with a backhand. The shadow was split in 2. It's a black evil lizard. The others shook their heads. Most of these demons were weak, but they were numerous. There are 9 of us. Let's split into 2 teams and advance from the easternmost and westernmost parts of the village towards the center, Lan Hong suggested. I have no objections. Sure, I have no objections either. However, Yi Xiao shook his head. There's no need, just gathering all the demons together will be enough. Humph, easy for you to say. This village isn't too big or too small, and the demons are scattered all over. What method do you have to gather them together? Yan Qin spoke coldly. Really presumptuous. Do you think the demons are your children? Can you just tell them what to do? Yi Xiao glanced at him sideways. What if I really can do it? If you really can, I'll call you Dad. Alright, it's a deal. Bai Ruo Yu, did you hear that? It's up to you. No problem, leave it to me. Yi Xiao, I congratulate you in advance on finding a son. Bai Ruo Yu laughed, her eyes squinting into 2 crescent moons. During the special recruitment exam, she had once gathered demons from dozens of miles around using magic. This time, she just needed to use the same trick again. Buzz! A symbol appeared in Bai Ruo Yu's hand. Watch my magic. She turned to point at Yan Qin. A mark spread across Yan Qin's body. What did you do? Yan Qin looked at his body, feeling no change, and couldn't help but panic and frown. Humph, just a little magic. Once you're under my spell, your body will emit a scent that attracts demons. Humans can't smell it, but demons will gather like crazy towards the source of the scent. Right now, you are a walking demon hormone. Just stand here and wait for the demons to find you. Humph. Bai Ruo Yu crossed her arms and snorted coldly. You little girl. You. Yan Qin was so angry he almost drew his sword from his waist. So she's using me as bait. Boom. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. They're coming. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. The demons have been attracted. You lost. Call me Dad. Yan Qin's mouth almost twisted. Call. The demons are coming. Wait to call. Swish! Yan Qin directly drew his sword from his waist. Boom! A powerful aura surged into the void. The knight's swordsmanship emphasizes great force and weight, usually wielded with both hands. Each strike is grand and expansive. Jiang Ro said softly. As her voice fell, Yan Qin let out a loud shout. Li Kong slash! With a sweep of his sword, dozens of demons were directly shattered. Let's all attack together. Lung Hong drew out the long knife from his back. Whoosh! He flashed into the midst of the demon horde. Time to clear the field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Holding the knife in one hand, Lung Hong turned countless demons within a few meters of him into chunks of flesh. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword with one hand, splitting the earth open, and the demons were smashed apart by his shield. Hongling stood at a distance, simultaneously drawing 3 arrows. A fierce wind howled out, exploding among the demons. Lang Ning, standing nearby, cast the healing light, treating the injuries on the 4 of them. The 5 of them coordinated perfectly, 3 melee attackers, 1 ranged, and 1 support. Humph, now you know our strength, ha, kids. Yan Qin turned back, provoking Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao tugged at his lips. You guys should also take action. Let my useless son gain some experience. You! Yan Qin felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. But at that moment, a figure darted out from beside him. It was Xiao Hongqian. The sword heart state activated. San Yun. Sword technique. In that moment, Yan Qin and the others seemed to see a wisp of clouds rising. The next second, the clouds were cut down by a beam of sword light. Pft, pft, pft. A circle of demons turned into souls under his sword, the speed so fast it seemed instantaneous. Is this a 4th-tier sword cultivator? The others looked dumbfounded. This level of lethality could be produced by a 4th-tier sword cultivator? You could say he was a 7th-tier extraordinary sword cultivator, and people would believe it. At the very least, the power of this sword was not weaker than Yan Qin's attack. What? At that moment, Dali, who was battling the demons, suddenly let out a surprised shout. He saw a graceful figure descending from the sky, and then all the demons within a 10-meter radius of her turned into ice blocks. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Ro held a blooming ice lotus in one hand, standing proudly like a frost maiden among the ice sculptures. Jiang Ro, extraordinary 4th-tier elemental master, attribute, ice. You too, get in there. Before anyone could take their eyes off Jiang Ro, a delicate voice rang out. Bai Ruoyu was seen standing on the back of a dragon man, who opened its mouth to spew terrifying flames, turning many demons into black ash with a single glance. There was also a 9-tailed spirit cat in the midst of the demon horde, waving its sharp claws, fighting fiercely, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The 3 displayed their skills, using their achievements to silence all doubts. Tap, tap, tap. Then, Yi Xiao walked over slowly. Hey, kid, want to see the sword technique of a flower raised in a greenhouse? Yi Xiao shot a cold glance at Yan Qin. Ha! He was slightly taken aback, then saw Yi Xiao take off the long knife from his back, his figure flashing to the center of a group of demons. Boom! Yi Xiao stomped 1 foot, and the ground directly cracked open. Centered on him, nearly 100 demons were sent flying. Ghost blade. Flash strike. Whoosh! The black blade light sliced through the void, countless black lines intertwining in midair, dense and numerous. Then the sky began to pour down a torrential rain of blood. The bodies of the demons fell to the ground like dumplings, thudding down. How is this possible? This is a swordsman's skill. Ghost blade flash strike. Lung Hong was dumbfounded, cutting down nearly 100 demons with 1 strike. Even he, a metamorphosis-level practitioner, couldn't do that. What kind of monster is this boy? Moreover, he is a pupil technique master, a combat profession that is primarily supportive. His swordsmanship is even more exquisite than his own? Lang Hong felt as if he had wasted his years. Then they saw Yi Xiao twist his neck. Alright, warm-up is over. Next, it's time to clear the field. He slowly sheathed the long knife. One hand covered his eyes. He spoke coldly. Golden flame eye. Activate. Boom! A golden lotus blossomed in his eyes, and a golden flame enveloped Yi Xiao, burning wildly around his body, incredibly magnificent. How is this possible? This heat wave. Yan Qin, closest to Yi Xiao, felt the heat wave that erupted from him almost singe his yellow hair. Annihilate. Yi Xiao commanded. Boom! In the center of the demon horde, a golden flame lotus bloomed. Immediately, like erupting lava, the golden flames spread in all directions. The demons fled in all directions, but in the end, they were still engulfed by the golden flames. The golden flames dancing on the ground resembled a totem, blooming into the most beautiful golden fire lotus. Yi Xiao smirked, turned around, and shrugged. Clearing the field? Seems pretty simple. Silence. Utter silence. Yan Qin's mouth was agape, as if he had swallowed rat poison and it was stuck in his throat. Son, how was that? Wasn't your dad cool just now? Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Yan Xin's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. If they still treated Yi Xiao and the others like delicate flowers in a greenhouse, they must have been out of their minds. Could someone with this kind of strength be an ordinary college student? Who exactly are you? Yan Xin asked in a deep voice. Us? Just flowers in a greenhouse, students in an ivory tower. Yi Xiao scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the top talents specially recruited by the Town God University in the southern province. At this moment, Leng Hong spoke up. I should have thought of that. Besides the top student from the southern province, no one else could possess such strength at this age. His face was filled with bitterness. What? The top of the special recruitment at Town God University? Yan Xin swayed, realizing he had just jumped around and mocked such figures. Wasn't that just monkey behavior? Hong Ling and Lang Ning looked at them differently now. Amidst their astonishment, there was also a wave of embarrassment. Humph, now you know our power, right? Although I'm only at the 6th level of the extraordinary, you at the 9th level are definitely not my match. Bai Ruoyu puffed out her chest proudly. Yi Xiao is even stronger than me. That yellow-haired kid, do you want to fight Yi Xiao? Yan Xin shrank his shoulders. Then why don't you hurry up and fulfill your promise and call me daddy? Bai Ruoyu said fiercely, hands on her hips. Dad! Yan Xin instantly wilted, weakly calling out. Yi Xiao shook his head, feeling nothing. Alright, Captain Lang, since the demons have been cleared, it's time to get down to business. Business? Isn't the business just clearing the demons? Long Hong said blankly. No. Yi Xiao pulled out a burlap sack. The business is to collect energy crystals. Old Tang said we can take them freely, and he will replenish them after we're done. Xiao Hongchen? Jiang Ro? Was this really what Tang Qingsong said? It didn't seem like him. Leng Hong was stunned, unable to believe that the stern and dignified Tang Qingsong would say such a thing. Yi Xiao didn't say much more to them. He dragged a large burlap sack and walked off into the distance. This was the main task. Yi Xiao activated his X-ray vision, and everything became transparent in his eyes. The energy crystals are indeed underground, but there are also quite a few on the surface. Yi Xiao glanced around, noticing many scattered energy crystals buried in the ground. Hanchen, girl, Jiang Ro, come help me. Yi Xiao called out. The four of them busied themselves picking up energy crystals, leaving Leng Hong and the others aside. What should we do now? Let's notify the higher-ups first. Let them send someone over. The demons have been eradicated, and we can build a defense line now. Okay. Hong Ling took out her phone, but just then, a beam of light shot in from the distance. Bang! The phone in her hand shattered. Hong Ling was startled. In the next moment, a figure flashed by. Raising a hand, he grabbed Lang Ning by the neck and pulled her away towards the distance. Ah, brother, save me. Who is it? Long Hong shouted. Swish! Two figures appeared not far away. Ningjing is a good thing, but unfortunately, you have no share in it. This Ningjing mine, we, the Shadow God sect, will take it. Two figures wrapped in black robes stood on a large rock in the distance, sneering at Long Hong and the others. One of them had already grabbed Lang Ning by the neck. Shadow God sect. Long Hong tightened the long knife behind him. The dark sect, followers of the gods. Again, these filthy and corrupt beings, traitors of the great Xia. Let Ninger go. You want me to let her go just because you asked? That would be quite embarrassing for me, wouldn't it? The black-robed man laughed coldly. I know you are the hunter team from Jiangzhou, but so what? In this remote wilderness, everything is up to me. The black-robed man holding Long Ning smiled. I advise you not to act rashly, or this girl will meet a terrible fate. Look at her fair face, so delicate. If I were to cut it, what do you think would happen? Long Ning trembled in fear. As a healer, her combat power was weak, and these two black-robed men were extremely strong, on the same level as Long Hong. What do you want? Long Hong questioned. Very simple, you come out and duel with us. After saying that, another black-robed man stepped forward. Swish! He drew a long knife from beneath his robe, which looked exactly like Long Hong's weapon. If you win, we will let your sister go. If you lose, all of you will die. Is it a deal? I swear in the name of the Shadow God. Then come on. Long Hong drew his knife and assumed a fighting stance. Go ahead, let him know how terrifying the power of the Shadow God is. Swish! The black-robed man's coat fluttered as he slashed towards Leng Hong. Meteor knife technique. Leng Hong swung his knife at lightning speed, the blade flashing in the air like shooting stars. The captain is going all out right from the start. Yan Qin clenched his fists. Captain, you must win. Clang! The two figures clashed with their knives, the sound of metal ringing out, sparks flying. Something's wrong. Why is his knife technique exactly the same as the captain's? At that moment, Hong Ling exclaimed in surprise. What? Swish! The black-robed figure turned, and from his side, two more black-robed figures holding long knives appeared. He can mimic the captain's knife technique, and he has a technique for creating clones. What kind of profession is this? Dali said in shock. Boom! The three black-robed men swung their knives simultaneously, striking Long Hong's long knife with great force. Ugh! Dali cried out, and Long Hong couldn't help but kneel on one knee. So weak, it's like dealing with ants. The three black-robed men spoke simultaneously, laughing coldly. Get lost! The three swung their knives again. Meteor knife technique. The 3 layers of meteor knife technique stacked. Crack! Long Hong's long knife was actually shattered on the spot. Then the 3 struck him with their knives. Boom! He was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out like it was free. Captain! Brother! Lang Ning and the 3 team members exclaimed in shock. Run! Run! Don't look back! Lang Hong pushed away the teammates who came to help him. Captain! Are you okay? You all hurry and leave. Don't worry about this. Otherwise, we will all be wiped out, Long Hong said, trembling his lips from excessive blood loss. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is a shadow warrior, and he is a shadow warrior blessed by the shadow god. His strength is unfathomable. Long Hong stared fearfully at the 3 knife-wielding figures. Ordinary shadow warriors can summon multiple clones to fight, but a shadow warrior blessed with power has taken their strength to another level, capable of mimicking their opponent's combat techniques. This is the most terrifying aspect. It's like facing 3 or more versions of yourself at the same time. How could anyone possibly win against that? Kick. Not much strength, but your vision is quite good. Alright, now you've lost. It's time for you to die. The 3 shadow warrior clones approached with their knives drawn. I'll hold them off. You two take the captain and run. A burly figure stood in front of them, gripping his sword and shield tightly, staring intently at the 3 black-robed figures. Heh, you worthless piece of trash? You think you can stop us? One of the shadow warriors suddenly floated out, swinging his long knife and shattering the burly man's shield, followed by a kick to his abdomen. Weakling, utterly pathetic. Your entire team, including your captain, is weak. Too weak. Damn it. I'll fight you. The hot-tempered Yen Qin charged out with his sword. Yen Qin, come back. Hongling shouted anxiously. I'm going to fight you. He raised his knight's sword, letting out an angry roar. You worthless piece of trash, you think you can compete? Slap. With a backhand, Yen Qin was sent flying. Alright, you all should die now. This crystal vein belongs to our shadow god cult. At that moment, the black-robed man observing from the giant rock suddenly spoke. Anda, leave the girl, I want to have some fun. Kick. Good idea, I also want to vent a bit. His eyes, hidden beneath the black robe, leered at Hongling's enchanting figure. Little beauty, I will summon 5 clones to satisfy you. Hongling's face turned pale with fear. What difference was this from a fate worse than death? So, you 3 annoying flies, just go die. They raised their knives, aiming at Yen Qin, the burly man, and Lang Hong. Just then, Captain Lang, do you have any sacks left? I've filled mine. Yi Xiao walked over from a distance, carrying a large sack, followed by Ruoyu and the others. The black-robed man's movements suddenly halted. Yi Xiao, you all run! Lang Hong shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. They are from the Dark Cult. Dark Cult. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The knife-wielding shadow warrior questioned Yi Xiao and the others. Anda, they are the top 4 from the special recruitment of the Southern Province's Divinetown University. The future talents of the human race. Kill them. The black-robed man on the giant rock pulled up a photo on his phone for comparison. I was originally thinking of finding someone to assassinate you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. What a stroke of luck, he said with a smile. We're doomed. This time, we're completely finished. Long Hong sighed deeply. His heart felt like ashes. This time, not only their team but even the 4 promising talents would fall here. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. Long Hong gritted his teeth. Captain, don't move. Your wound has opened up. Hongling hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding. Whoosh! The shadow warrior in the black robe charged towards Yi Xiao with his knife. Swordsmanship? I can do that too. Yi Xiao snorted coldly as he unsheathed the shadow knife from his back. Divine Warrior's Eye. Activate. Draw and slash. Boom! As Yi Xiao swung his knife, even the surrounding air erupted with a booming sound. Lang Hong's eyes widened as he saw the air around them twist. The next second, Yi Xiao's knife collided with the opponent's knife. Whoosh! The opposing shadow warrior directly created 3 clones. Clash! 1 knife against 3. Blade strike. Bang! The 3 of them were unexpectedly sent flying by Yi Xiao. How can someone have such great strength? The shadow warrior showed an incredulous expression. Just now, his 3 strikes felt like they were hitting against black iron, and his hands were numb from the impact. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lips. Is a tenfold enhancement of physical strength a joke? Even warriors would have to kneel before him. If strength isn't enough, rely on technique. The three shadow warriors directly swung their long knives, simultaneously executing the meteor blade technique. Shadows whirled, and the knife lights were sharp, resembling a densely woven net descending upon Yi Xiao. It's the meteor blade technique. Be careful, Lung Hong warned, as no one understood the power of this technique better than he did. The speed was as fast as a meteor. The three of them wielded the meteor blade technique, almost overwhelming to the eyes, let alone defending. One couldn't even see where the knives were. However, in front of Yi Xiao, this was merely a display of skill. Break illusion eye. Activate. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered with white light, and amidst the myriad of knife lights, he instantly spotted the one fatal line. Stop jumping around, you look just like a clown. Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead, wearing a helpless expression. In the next second, his gaze sharpened. I've found your flaw. Draw the knife. Slash. Whoosh. Yi Xiao's figure transformed into a streak of light, flashing past along that line. Pft, pft, pft. In the next moment, three figures were sent flying out. How is this possible? Lung Hong was so astonished he couldn't speak. Finding their flaw amidst the sea of knife lights was harder than reaching the heavens. How could someone with such astonishing knife skills possibly be a pupil of the eye technique? Has the world turned upside down? Lung Hong felt dizzy, unsure if it was from being shocked by Yi Xiao or from excessive blood loss. Damn little brat! The Shadow Warrior's clones dissipated, and he angrily threw his knife to the ground. I admit I underestimated you, but no matter what, you're just a fourth-tier transcendent brat. You can't turn the tide. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 clones, 20 clones, 30 clones. In one breath, dozens of black-robed figures appeared, surrounding Yi Xiao. Under my shadow clone technique, even if your knife skills are unparalleled, it won't help. Now, can you find my true body? He. Dozens of black-robed figures spoke in unison, their voices piercing and eerie, like a demonic sound echoing in the ears, shaking the eardrums. What a bizarre method. His endless clones are impossible to kill. Lung Hong and the others looked at Yi Xiao with worried expressions. The Shadow Warrior profession itself isn't particularly strong in combat, but with their strange techniques and the blessing of the Shadow God, they became very difficult to deal with. However, in front of Yi Xiao, this was merely a minor trick. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, the break illusion eye illuminating all voids, piercing through the essence of all laws. At that moment, all the clones dissipated, and in front of him, only one figure remained, flailing its arms, trying to appear intimidating. Moreover, he discovered something even more interesting. What a pitiful creature with such deep-seated insecurities. Yi Xiao sighed. Then, he walked forward. Don't be impulsive. Yi Xiao. His clones are endless, you can't kill them all. Lung Hong, enduring his injuries, reminded him. That's right, kid, listen to the captain. He's not wrong. This clone technique is too sinister. We need to think long-term. Yan Qin also spoke up. Instead, Bai Ruoyu and the others remained silent. Having experienced numerous battles with Yi Xiao, witnessing him turn the tide in critical moments, they had extreme trust in him. Yi Xiao won't fight without confidence. Xiao Hongqian said calmly. Exactly, although Yi Xiao usually seems carefree, he never hesitates when it comes to crucial matters. Zhang Rou also agreed. Yi Xiao has defeated my man, Bai Ruoyu said proudly, raising her head. You all. Sigh. Lung Hong sighed helplessly. After all, they were just a bunch of kids, lacking respect for powerful professions, filled with a mysterious confidence. But even so, no, I can't just watch him get into trouble. Lung Hong struggled to get up. At this moment, the countless black-robed figures ahead of him appeared as an endless abyss, and Yi Xiao was about to step into that abyss. He absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. Captain, you can't go. Your injuries are too severe, Hong Ling advised. No, I must go. Principal Tang entrusted them to me. I can't just watch them die. Moreover, they are exceptionally talented. They just lack experience right now. Given time, they will definitely grow to be the pillars of our Great Xia. They cannot die. The future of Great Xia cannot die. Lung Hong propped himself up with his knife and stood up, blood dripping from his body onto the ground. But just then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Yi Xiao directly passed through the dozens of clones. Then, he walked up to a black-robed figure. Slap! He raised his hand and sent the figure flying. How is this possible? How could you see through my clone technique? The black-robed figure, who had been slapped away, got up and roared in disbelief. If his clones were not seen through, they were individual entities. They could inflict substantial harm. But if seen through, they were just illusions, unable to cause any damage. Yi Xiao actually found his true body among dozens of clones at a glance. What kind of monster is this? Slap! Yi Xiao reached out with one hand and grabbed his head. You are truly a pathetic guy, even going so far as to use disguise techniques to make yourself appear grand and mighty. In reality, you are just a cowardly, dark-hearted rat living in the corners. After saying that, Yi Xiao flicked his hand, tearing off the black robe. To everyone's astonishment, the figure beneath the robe turned out to be a pockmarked dwarf with messy hair, standing only 1.50 m tall. No, no, my clothes, my clothes! He screamed in terror, desperately tearing at his skin exposed to the sunlight. He rolled and crawled towards the oversized black robe, shrinking himself back into it. Just a bug that cannot stand the sunlight, all show and no substance. Even if you disguise yourself as evil and cruel, your essence is nothing but a pitiful creature. No, don't say that. I don't want to hear. I'm not listening. The dwarf went crazy, roaring. Since you won't listen, then go die. Yi Xiao smiled coldly, golden lotuses appearing in his eyes. Golden flame eyes, burn. Whoosh! A cluster of flames shot high from the black robe, igniting the dwarf as well. I don't want to die. Ma too. Save me. The dwarf rolled frantically on the ground, his whole body engulfed in golden flames, like a burning man, incredibly tragic. Humph. Useless. Ma Tu, who had captured Lang Ning, muttered under his breath, not even looking at him. The only sound left in the scene was the desperate screams of the dwarf and echoing, until his body was completely burned away, turning into a pile of ashes, scattered by the gentle breeze. Yan Qin couldn't help but shiver, looking at Yi Xiao with fear in his eyes. What would happen if those flames touched him? He dared not imagine. There's one left. Yi Xiao patted his head and looked at another black-robed figure. Kid, you have some skills. If given enough time, you could really become something. So, you absolutely cannot leave here alive today. He looked down at Yi Xiao from a high position. Let me introduce myself. Shadow God Cult, Matu, profession, Dreamweaver. Now, enter the dream I have created for you. Whoosh! A burst of purple arclight erupted from beneath the black robe, enveloping everyone present. A Dreamweaver, simply put, is a branch of illusionists, characterized by the ability to pull opponents into a dream of their own making, silently and without a trace, leading them to their demise, until they can no longer awaken. This profession is extremely rare, but it is indeed a terrifying auxiliary profession. If used well, one person can doom an entire legion. The purple arclight spread, and in an instant, everyone was pulled into his dream. They fell to the ground in a daze. Even Yi Xiao was no exception. Permanently sink into my dream. He tightly gripped Lang Ning's neck, laughing excitedly. Long live Lord Shadow God. Little girl, I give you a chance. As long as you are willing to join my Shadow God cult, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will accompany them to the grave. You wish. I will never join your dark cult. My brother and the others will definitely escape your dream. Lang Ning glared at him. Interesting, I thought you were a healer and wanted to give you a chance to join our Shadow God cult, to become a follower of Lord Shadow God and gain immortality. Since you are so ungrateful, then I will kill you first. With that, the Dreamweaver's hand began to exert force. Creak, creak. Lang Ning's brows furrowed tightly, her face starting to turn pale, as if she were drowning. The last struggle of an ant. A cruel smile appeared on the face beneath the black robe. TSK, I thought you were a compassionate guy, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. At that moment, a teasing voice came through. The black robe was startled, nearly stepping off the rock. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? You should have entered my dream. Aren't dreams supposed to end? Once you wake up, everything is fine. Yi Xiao shrugged. Dreamweaver? Am I a professional dreamweaver, and you think this is just a nap? Who are you looking down on? You are insulting my profession. In reality, Yi Xiao had indeed entered the Dreamweaver's dream. However, he had just entered the dream when the broken illusion eye automatically activated to protect him. And then, the dream shattered. It can only be said that it is not that the Dreamweaver profession is weak, but that the broken illusion eye does not play by the rules. Yi Xiao's ability completely countered him, and the Dreamweaver, having lost his dream, was merely an auxiliary profession. His combat ability was extremely limited. Alright, the game is over. Yi Xiao clapped his hands and stepped closer to him. Don't come over. If you dare come closer, I'll kill her. He gripped Lang Ning's neck tightly. You kill her, and then I'll kill you, which means I helped her take revenge. It's not that I can't save her, but revenge is more cost-effective. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Lang Ning? Brother, isn't my life worth saving? Save me, brother. Otherwise, I'll cry for you to see. Just kidding. Seeing the black-robed man trembling with anger and Lang Ning looking like she was about to cry, Yi Xiao smirked. It's just a small effort. Burn! Golden flames ignited in his eyes, and the black-robed man felt a sharp pain in his hand. It turned out that his hand had been set ablaze by Yi Xiao. Damn it! He quickly pulled his hand back. Lang Ning seized the opportunity to jump down from the rock. she escaped to Yi Xiao's side. Damn it! Why won't this flame go out? Why? The black-robed man clutched his hand, frantically covering it with purple energy. It's useless. My eternal flame I controls the indomitable golden flame, and it won't extinguish before it completely burns you to death. Yi Xiao smirked. Experience the fear of waiting for death. This is your only chance in this lifetime. Bastard! Damn kid! I won't let you off. Ma Tu roared. He raised his other hand, purple light enveloping it. Ah! Swish! He struck down, severing his own arm at the root. That's ruthless. Yi Xiao chuckled, having the courage of a warrior cutting off his own wrist, much stronger than that dwarf. Clap clap clap. He raised his hand and applauded. Alright, you've rested enough. Don't keep sleeping. Yi Xiao's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Coupled with Ma Tu's severe injuries, it was hard for him to maintain the dream, and the few who had entered the dream gradually woke up. What happened? Am I still alive? Hiss. Long Hong crawled up from the ground, his face pale. Wasn't I fighting a million demons? I'm not dead? He trembled, disbelief written all over his face. The others also looked pale and dazed, clearly having experienced something profound in the dream. Hey, yellow hair, why is your face so red? What dream did you have? At that moment, Bai Ruoyu pointed at Yan Qin and shouted. Yan Qin's expression changed, instinctively hunching over. Bai Ruoyu looked at him strangely. After a moment, she reacted, her face filled with disdain. Did you have a spring dream? You! What nonsense are you talking about? Yan Qin shrank back like a turtle, unable to say a word. Put! Ha ha ha! Who would have thought, yellow hair, you're such a closet pervert? Having a spring dream? Don't you have a girlfriend? You're so grown up. Ha ha ha! Yan Qin's neck turned bright red. What are you laughing at? What dream did you have? I dreamed of a candy paradise, filled with countless candies. It was so delicious. I want to eat it for a lifetime. Bai Ruoyu's face was filled with longing. Yan Qin, compared to her, his dream was indeed too. The structure of dreams varies from person to person, but whether sad or joyful, they all have a magic that makes one involuntarily immerse themselves in it. Yi Xiao, what dream did you have? Zhang Ro walked up to Yi Xiao and asked. I didn't dream. I went in and came out. Sigh, I really want to have a profound dream. Unfortunately, my eye technique is too troublesome. It pulled me out in an instant. Zhang Ro, please go away with your Versailles. Thank you. I'm envious. What about you? Zhang Ro shook her head, indicating she didn't want to talk. Damn it. You guys, you damn guys, do you still have time to discuss dreams? Don't you know you're about to die? At some point, Ma Tu, who had lost an arm, had already taken off his black robe. The remaining arm held a crystal ball. He muttered incantations. Great Shadow God, as your most loyal believer, I call upon a trace of your true spirit. Please, Shadow God, descend here. Slay these damned blasphemers. I am on a divine mission. Ignite my soul and body. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the crystal ball in Ma Tu's hand erupted with brilliant black light. An ancient aura gradually revived within him, and wisps of black mist surged out from the crystal ball. The gods are possessing. Long Hong exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought this was supposed to be a simple extermination mission? But halfway through, the dark cult emerged, and now even the gods were possessing. This is too outrageous. Who is calling me? Those who call my true name shall see eternal life in the cycle. Immortal and indestructible. Ma Tu opened his eyes, a surge of black mist wildly erupting outward, his aura rising sharply. Blasphemers die. Bury in the 9 hells, never to see reincarnation. Boom! An extremely powerful aura pressed down on everyone. Moreover, it was rising at a visibly rapid speed. At this moment, the deity had not yet fully descended. If the deity were to completely arrive, this might directly break through to the level of manipulation. Damn it, it's that damn god of shadows again. I'm going to confront him head-on. Yi Xiao frowned. Hurry up and take action. Destroy the deity's vessel. At this time, Lang Hong shouted while covering his wound. No need. Leave it to me. Yi Xiao stopped several people. Their feeble attacks were meaningless. Eternal Flame Monarch Eye, open. Yi Xiao coldly commanded. A sea of golden flames transformed into a robe that enveloped Yi Xiao. The golden light was dazzling. The robe billowed like a god or an immortal, incredibly domineering. War God Eye, open. War God Phantom, manifest. Yi Xiao opened his eyes again, and the ancient golden patterns in his pupils spread through the void. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel a deity from a distant time roaring with earth-shattering fury. Dawn! A loud bell rang out across the heavens and the earth. A giant figure, 100 meters tall, appeared behind Yi Xiao. It was a phantom with eyes bursting with golden light, exuding a terrifying aura like a mountain. It was as if an ancient god had awakened from slumber. Crossing time and space, it waged war in this era. Roar! The the war god phantom let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The war god phantom stood behind Yi Xiao, dark golden ancient runes intertwining in the air, blocking all the black mist of the shadow god outside. Holy crap! This skill is the Golden Devourer. My mana is almost gone. As soon as the war god phantom was summoned, Yi Xiao felt that 2/3 of his eye power had already been consumed. The remaining eye power could at most support the phantom to throw a punch. This was truly a life-risking skill. Once used, there would be no mana left. It should not be used recklessly unless in a life or death situation. Bang! The war god phantom stomped on the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. You want to descend? Who allowed you? I don't allow it. Go back where you came from. Yi Xiao sneered. The war god phantom behind him clenched its enormous dark golden fist. Then, it punched forward. Human ant, you're seeking death. The black mist transformed into a blurry phantom, standing opposite the war god phantom. Ah, yes. I'm indeed seeking death. I beg you to come and kill me quickly. Can't do it and still want to chatter here? Now the shadow god had not fully descended, and the power it unleashed was comparable to the 4th stage of transformation. A dark golden fist, resembling brass, was hurled forward. Die! The phantom formed from the black mist reached out to block the dark golden fist. Ah, how is that possible? As soon as they made contact, the black mist was frantically devoured and expelled by a surge of golden runes. It's actually a natural restraint. A hint of joy appeared on Yi Xiao's face. He had been worried that the war god phantom wouldn't be able to send it away with a single punch. Now that this restraint had occurred, it was almost beyond doubt. The dark golden fist passed through the black mist, and all the black mist turned into flying smoke the moment they made contact, flowing in the void. Kid, one day I will descend in my true form, kill you 100 times, annihilate the vast lands of the great Xia. The shadow god roared in anger. How dare anyone block his path in this world? This was simply intolerable for his noble divinity. Vast lands, you really dare to boast? Our great Xia sword god slashed down the 4 great annihilation deities. Why haven't I seen you take action against him? Shadow god, are you going to live your life hiding in the shadows? Yi Xiao sneered. Alright, you have nothing to do next. You can roll now. Boom! The fist light of the war god phantom blazed, and this punch directly drained 1/3 of Yi Xiao's remaining eye power. You wait. I remember you, shadow god cult, and this deity. I will remember you. Just wait. Alright, you remember me, right? Then remember to give me a gift for Christmas. Now you have nothing to do, so get lost. Boom! The dark golden fist energy pierced through the black mist and shot off into the distance. A small mountain trembled violently, half of its body caving in from the punch, leaving an incredibly obvious fist mark on the mountain. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva echoed. Bai Ruoyu and the others were already used to it. This shadow god looked imposing, but in reality, his strength was only at the level of a 4th or 5th transformation. They had witnessed Yi Xiao's eyes directly explode a complete deity, a giant spirit god. That was truly earth-shattering, a heavenly eye illuminating the past and present. In comparison, this was just a small scene, a mere sprinkle of water. However, Long Hong and the others did not think so. They were completely stunned. What kind of genius was this, a 4th-tier extraordinary, taking down a deity in an instant? The shock Yi Xiao brought them today was more than they had seen in the past 3 or 4 years. Especially Yin Xin, recalling his previous cold mockery of Yi Xiao, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Fortunately, Yi Xiao didn't hold a grudge, otherwise, with a punch from this golden giant, even 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to withstand it. However, if Yi Xiao knew his thoughts, he would probably say one thing. A cannon is not used to swat mosquitoes. Let's report today's events truthfully to the higher-ups. The sudden attack of the Shadow God Church gives us reason to believe that there are traitors among humans, Yi Xiao said to Lang Hong. Combining this with their previous experiences in the provincial city, there were definitely more than one traitor in the Great Xia, likely a considerable group. That was truly a poison like a bone-deep affliction. But this kind of matter was not something they could manage. Those big shots in the Great Xia should have had countermeasures long ago. Don't worry, we will report truthfully. However, Yi Xiao, about this part. Lang Hong hesitated. Since I dared to let you see it, it means I'm not afraid of being known, Yi Xiao said calmly. By the way, Captain Lang, do you have any sacks? Get some energy crystals, one sack isn't enough. Yi Xiao lifted the sack beside him. Lang Hong's mouth twitched. Just kidding, I still don't want to make things difficult for old Tang. They already had quite a bit of energy crystals in this sack, 499 of them. Tang Qingsan's bottom line was set firmly. After that, Lang Ning used healing magic to treat Lang Hong, but due to his severe injuries and excessive blood loss, he still needed systematic treatment. The few of them got into an off-road vehicle and headed towards the supply town. Because of Lang Hong's report, Tang Qingsong and the captain of the 100 Battle Hunter team were already waiting for them in the supply town. Captain Long, are you alright? Seeing them get out of the car, Tang Qingsong hurriedly approached. Thank you for your concern, old Tang. It's nothing serious. That's good. Tang Qingsong nodded. By the way, did Ji Xiao and the others cause you any trouble? Did they hold you back? Long Hong's mouth stiffened. It was us who held him back. We feel ashamed. Ha! Tang Qingsong was stunned, not understanding what they were talking about. Old Tang, Captain Lang is almost turning into a cold-blooded animal. His face is pale. Why don't you let him go donate some blood first? Yi Xiao said to him. Oh, right. You go get treated first. Long Hong nodded and then instructed Hong Ling. Hong Ling, report the specific situation to Old Tang and the captain. Yi Xiao ran to a nearby vending machine to buy a can of cola. Can you buy me a can? A handsome young man appeared beside him, smiling. Sure. Yi Xiao tossed him a can. Still this taste, I haven't had it in many years. The young man examined the cola can, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. If you like it, drink more. The young man smiled without speaking. Yi Xiao, do you know who I am? Yi Xiao nodded calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the captain of the 100 Battles Hunter team, right? Oh, how did you figure that out? I just figured it out. Luo Qingyun? Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. He really did figure it out. With a flick of his identification eye, it was clear. Luo Qingyun, 31 years old, captain of the 100 Battles Hunter team, graduated from the Guardian University, making him Yi Xiao's senior. Junior, what do you think of my 100 Battles Hunter team? Pretty strong. Established for 7 years, they have slain over 100,000 monsters and 5 deities in the wilderness. They have made an indelible contribution to Jiangzhou. You seem to know quite a bit. Luo Qingyun nodded with a smile. So, Junior, when you graduate from Guardian University, would you be interested in joining my 100 Battles Hunter team? As long as you come, I'll reserve the position of vice captain for you. Luo Qingyun formally extended an olive branch to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled. Senior, you really value me. Of course, being the top recruit from the southern province, that's quite a prestigious title. I believe you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Consider this my early investment, how about it? Yi Xiao casually tossed the soda can into the trash can. Then he shook his head. Senior Luo, since you all are so sure I will achieve something in the future, why should I join your team as a second-in-command and be subordinate to you? Luo Qingyun was taken aback. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, no wonder you are the top recruit from the southern province. You have guts. Honestly, Yi Xiao, if you accepted my invitation, I might be very happy, but it also means you will always be beneath me. On the path of a professional, if one loses the courage to be brave and strive forward, their future will be limited. Achievements will be easily seen as reaching the end. Rather than having one more excellent vice captain in my 100 Battles Hunter team, I would prefer to have one more powerful hunter team in the Great Xia. I respect your choice. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Luo from now on. Luo Qingyun formally extended his hand to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao chuckled. He already knew Luo Qingyun had come to test him, and now, he had finally placed Yi Xiao on equal footing with himself. Brother Luo. Yi Xiao extended his hand, and the two shook hands gently. Yi Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so deep. You once told me that using a knife was for picking teeth? You even tricked me. You've never spoken a word of truth. At the table, Tang Qingsong slammed the table hard. Alright, old Tang. Yi Xiao is just being modest, a bit low-key. Modesty is a virtue, Luo Qingyun said with a smile. Modesty? You say this kid is modest? Tang Qingsong was stunned. When I asked him to come up and give a speech to the candidates, he came up and said, if you have the ability, come chase me. You call that modest? Everyone in the room laughed uproariously. Yi Xiao, honestly, are you a modest person? Tang Qingsong asked. Yi Xiao nodded. Definitely, a modest and confident man is the most handsome. Look, where is there any sign of modesty? Tang Qingsong rubbed his forehead. I must have been your enemy in my past life. Yi Xiao, honestly tell me, in the new student competition after school starts, if I want you to take first place, what are your chances? Yi Xiao raised a fist. 0? Are you kidding me? Old Tang, what I mean is my chance of losing is 0. Tang Qingsong. After a few rounds of drinks, Yi Xiao and the others took a special car back, while Luo Qingyun's 100 Battles Hunter team planned to thoroughly investigate this shadow god cult. They also wanted to find a way to root out the undercover agents lurking in Jiangzhou. Yi Xiao, I've heard about the plans from the upper echelons of the Great Xia. They intend to lure out 15 divine beings with the students participating in the special recruitment and annihilate them all. The sword god has ventured deep into the wasteland, slaying 4 destruction-level divine beings. This time, the divine side will surely suffer heavy losses. If they knew that all of this was part of the Great Xia's high-level plan, it would surely spark a fierce storm. Before you fully grow, I hope you can keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. One must know that a tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Yi Xiao nodded seriously. Old Tang, don't worry, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. This line, often used by protagonists in web novels from his past life, Yi Xiao had long wanted to say it once. That's good. Tang Qingsong felt somewhat relieved. Although Yi Xiao usually acted quite frivolously, he was serious when it came to important matters, which made him a reassuring type. You guys must support each other well in university. It's not easy to come from one place and make it out. He then spoke to Xiao Hongqian and the others. Old Tang, thank you. Yi Xiao solemnly shook his hand. What are you doing? Why so sentimental? Tang Qingsong felt a bit uncomfortable under Yi Xiao's gaze. Yi Xiao didn't say much more. He had noticed Tang Qingsong's kindness towards him. He was always well taken care of, perhaps because he saw potential in Yi Xiao, but that couldn't overshadow his concern for him. Moreover, Yi Xiao now referred to Tang Qingsong as Brother Tang. In his past life, Yi Xiao was an orphan and had never experienced familial love, which had shaped his carefree personality in the face of challenges. In reality, that was merely a protective coloration of a chameleon. Deep down, Yi Xiao still yearned for familial affection. In this life, Yi Xiao was also an orphan, but he felt a long-lost emotion from Tang Qingsong. The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. A few days later, the college entrance examination results were released. No one from Jiangnan High School managed to get into Jinshan University. However, it didn't matter much, as Yi Xiao and his friends swept the top 3 spots in the special recruitment. Compared to that, the exam results were not so important. Jiangnan High School thus gained immense fame. It was already the top high school in Jiangzhou, and now it was known throughout the entire southern province. Many prominent families from other cities and even the provincial capital sent their children to Jiangnan High School to study. It was said that during those days, Tang Qingsong stayed in the office, not returning home for 4 or 5 days, constantly receiving endless phone calls. He was so pleased that he couldn't stop smiling. In the following days, Yi Xiao lived particularly leisurely. After absorbing those energy crystals, his level successfully reached the 6th stage of the extraordinary. In his spare time, he would go out with friends to drink, eat skewers, and have small gatherings. Yi Xiao was aware that this kind of leisurely life would become increasingly rare in the future, so he wanted to cherish it doubly. Notably, Su Hao, through his family's superpowers, also got into a decent university, and that university was in the capital, which made Su Hao very happy for a long time. That night, the air was cool as water. Yi Xiao stood atop a tall building. Tomorrow is the new student registration day. Any thoughts, Yi Xiao? Zhang Rou appeared behind him and asked softly. For now, I just want to secure first place in the new student competition and, by the way, spend those 3,000 points to exchange for my own strength. And you? Hearing Yi Xiao's question, Zhang Rou's gaze drifted to the distant city filled with neon lights, momentarily lost in thought. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yi Xiao, what do you think of my dad? Uncle Jiang is great. He is a qualified father and a competent mayor, diligently contributing to Jiangzhou. Zhang Rou nodded noncommittally. But, he is not a good husband. Yi Xiao frowned slightly. Yi Xiao, we're so familiar now. I'm not afraid to tell you, my mother is a young lady from a prominent family in the capital. Her marriage to my father was not recognized by the family, so after giving birth to me, my mother was taken back to the family. Later, the family arranged a marriage for me, and the other party is a young master from another prominent family in the capital. So your goal is to go to the capital and marry that young master? Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask. Zhang Rou rolled her eyes at him. Do I look like that kind of person? No. I am indeed going to the capital partly to seek further education opportunities, and partly to completely resolve this marriage contract. I don't want to be controlled by others in my life like my mother. You know, Yi Xiao, my parents are very loving, but they dare not meet each other. Every year I see my father locking himself in the study, stroking my mother's photo, and getting drunk out of his mind. He is too timid, and too painful. My life will never be like my father's. Zhang Rou said firmly. Yi Xiao fell silent. As an outsider, he felt it was not his place to judge others' family matters. However, just based on Zhang Mian's years of not daring to step into the capital, lacking the courage to meet the woman he loves, he felt that he was a bit less of a man. After so many years, he should have understood that some things cannot be diluted by time. So, as a man, shouldn't he bravely face difficulties? Yi Xiao, I'm telling you this for no other reason than to find someone to confide in. Ru is carefree, and Hongqian is cold-hearted, so I can only turn to you. We're going to the capital tomorrow, and to be honest, I'm really a bit nervous. Zhang Rou showed a relaxed expression and smiled. She extended her slender palm towards the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight is so bright tonight. The stars are shining too, I hope the bright moon and stars can guide us. Yi Xiao, may we both have a bright future. In the great Xia, the capital, today is the freshman enrollment day at Jinshin University. Countless vehicles are parked at the school gate, and many bright-eyed, extraordinary young men and women are getting out of the cars, looking at the Grand Jinshin University sign, eager to try. Yi Xiao, goodbye. I'm heading next door. Come find me for drinks later. Su Hao got out of the car and waved goodbye to Yi Xiao. Okay, hurry back with a girl. Yi Xiao chuckled. He then slung his sword over his shoulder and walked towards Jinshin University. Hello, classmate, are you a freshman? At this moment, a young man approached Yi Xiao. Yes, please report your student ID, 2265. Yi Xiao, right? Your dormitory is in Building 4, Room 618. Just go to the dormitory building to get the key from the dorm manager. This is your ID card, very important, don't lose it. Your identity and school points will be stored on this card. This is the freshman code of conduct. You can take a look when you have time. Many school activities are recorded in it, along with instructions for using some public facilities. Saying this, he coldly handed a booklet and a black card to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao casually took it and tapped on the ID card. Beep. Remaining points 3,000. Ha! The indifferent young man was instantly stunned. What the hell? Is there a mistake with the ID card? He leaned over to take a look. Holy crap, it really is 3,000 points. I'm not seeing things. You, a freshman, have 3,000 points, he exclaimed in shock. Wait, Yi Xiao. He opened the freshman information system. Let me see. Yi Xiao. Holy crap. First in the special recruitment from the southern province? He stared at Yi Xiao in disbelief. Yi Xiao calmly nodded. He. Junior, how are you? The journey from the southern province is long. You must have had a tough time on the way. Have some water. Saying this, he handed Yi Xiao a bottle of mineral water. Yi Xiao silently accepted it and took a sip. Thank you, senior. No problem. It's a small issue. Junior, let me take you to the dormitory. My name is Hu Han, I'm a sophomore. My profession is a thief. A thief? A thief can get into Jinshin University? Not simple at all. Yi Xiao, profession, technique master. Nice to meet you, senior. Impressive. Junior, you managed to get the top special admission spot as an technique master, which is a support-type profession. You must be a dragon among men. The future is promising. Yi Xiao. He followed Hu Han around the campus, finally stopping in front of a small red brick building with black tiles. Junior, your dorm is on the 6th floor. I won't go up with you. Let's exchange contact information. Saying this, he raised his phone. Yi Xiao nodded and added him as a friend. Then he went to the dormitory management office to collect his key. Beep. At this moment, his phone rang. Yi Xiao, have you organized your things? We're going out to have fun. It turned out to be by Ruoyu, who had tagged Yi Xiao in the group. Okay, I'll be down soon. Yi Xiao smiled and then pushed the door open. The dormitory was a double room, quite nicely decorated, comparable to a 4-star hotel. Hello. Yi Xiao pushed the door open, and a young man with a warm demeanor was sitting at the desk, quietly flipping through an ancient book. Hearing someone enter, he looked up, put down the book, and adjusted his glasses that were perched on his nose. Hello, classmate. I'm your roommate. My name is Lin Ru, profession, Word Spirit Master. Word Spirit Master? Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback. This is a rare profession. Just like his technique master, both are quite uncommon. The only difference is that technique masters are somewhat lackluster, while Word Spirit Masters are incredibly powerful. They can suppress enemies just by speaking. In a team battle, they are a battlefield weapon. Within the range of their words, every word can clear the field. No wonder Jinshin University produces such exceptional talents. Yi Xiao, profession, technique master. So you are Yi Xiao. You know me? Lin Ru smiled and nodded. Top special admission from the southern province, of course I know. Then I look forward to learning from you in the future. Mutual learning. Leaving the dormitory, Yi Xiao took out his phone. Where are you guys? At the snack street by the north gate. I'll be there in a minute. Then Yi Xiao checked the map. Goodness, he was 7 or 8 kilometers away from the north gate. Is Jinshin University a city? Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment. This is way too big. There was no choice but to take a taxi straight to the north gate. Finally, he found Bai Ruoyu and the others at a barbecue stall. Didn't you say you'd be here in a minute? Bai Ruoyu teased with a smile. Yi Xiao, let me see you get here in a minute from 7 or 8 kilometers. TCH, as long as I summon Dehei, it's not a big deal. Bai Ruoyu pouted. Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond, grabbing a bottle of beer and chugging it. I'm dying of thirst. So, have you all met your roommates? How are they? Pretty good. She's a big sister, about 178 centimeters tall. by Ruoyu said with a smile. A mother-daughter duo, not bad. By Ruoyu? We're all fine, but Hongchen might not be doing so well, Jiang Ro said with a smile. What happened? Yi Zhao's gaze turned to Xiao Hongchen. My roommate is a swordsman and a battle maniac. The moment we met, we started fighting, and we almost demolished the dormitory building. Then we got kicked out by the dorm manager, Xiao Hongchen helplessly said after taking a swig of her drink. Put, you guys are really talented. I'm dying of laughter. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, slapping the table. Don't talk about me, how about you? Pretty good. He's quite a bookish guy named Lin Ru, and he has a rare profession, a word spirit master. Lin Ru? Jiang Ro showed surprise. It's actually Lin Ru? Even Bai Ruoyu couldn't help but exclaim. What, do you all know him? Xiao Hongchen nodded. Lin Ru, the top recruit from Guangnan province, codenamed the Destroyer of Dragon Language, is an extremely powerful word spirit master. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. During the special recruitment exam, he achieved the astonishing feat of defeating 100 opponents single-handedly. Wherever the word spirit descends, no one can stand. He subdued 100 geniuses with his own strength. What terrifying power! He is a strong contender for the championship of the freshman competition. Yi Xiao, your roommate is no simple character. He could very well be your biggest obstacle on the road to victory, Jiang Ro also said. Yi Xiao took a sip of beer. As expected of Jinshi, anger was gradually eroding his sanity. Kid, I want to duel you. You don't deserve Ruoyu. He pointed at Yi Xiao, speaking furiously. Duel? Are you sure? Do you know who I am? Yi Xiao retorted. I don't care who you are. I'm Dai Lian, 8th place in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination. Profession, Holy Warrior, I challenge you. If you're a man, come out and fight me fairly. Dai Lian roared, drawing all the attention around them. Ha ha ha, Dai Lian, you dare to challenge my master. Do you know who my master is? Say it, it will scare you to death. He is the top recruit from the southern province. What? Surprise appeared on Dai Lian's face. This kid, casually drinking beer and eating skewers, looking like a street punk, was actually the top recruit of a province. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Do you still want to fight? Yi Xiao asked back. Fight? Why not? Just the top recruit from the southern province, not the national champion. What's there to be afraid of? With an arrow on the string, Dai Lian gritted his teeth and spoke. In fact, there was still a glimmer of luck in Dai Lian's heart. The gap between geniuses from other provinces and those from the imperial capital was quite large. In previous years, the top 10 geniuses from the imperial capital had the caliber of provincial champions. If Yi Zhao's top recruit status was just for show, that's right, it must be for show. After all, he was a pupil master, a support-type combat profession, which had a significant gap compared to his rare profession, Holy Warrior. Come on, then let's fight. Yi Xiao finished the skewer in his hand and stood up. There's no better day than today. Let's settle this in an open space. I still need to go back to sleep. I'm quite tired. With that, Yi Xiao walked towards a dark alley near the snack street. Dai Lian followed with a stern face. Yi Xiao was walking ahead when Dai Lian suddenly stopped. Come on, kid, let me tell you. Whoosh! Yi Xiao turned around and landed a heavy punch on his face. Bang! Dai Lian was sent flying, dazed, crashing into a trash can in the corner, his expensive suit stained with dirt. Kid, you're dead. Dai Lian spread his hand, and a blade resembling a great sword appeared in his grasp. Saint's Barrier. Buzz! A golden light circle enveloped them, centered on Dai Lian. Is this the ability of a holy warrior? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, feeling a force pressing down on him from all angles, attempting to lower his strength by 30%. The warrior profession is divided into two rare professions. One is the berserker, focused on killing. In battle, they act like madmen, inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while harming themselves 800, even trading life for life. The second is the holy warrior, with group battle auras, full support auras. Not only can they amplify their own strength but also that of their teammates. Most importantly, they come with healing abilities. It can only be said that both of these professions belong to extremely powerful rare professions. Dai, Ruoyu is mine. Boom! He stomped one foot, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Then he swung the massive blade towards Yi Xiao. Whoosh! Yi Xiao took a step back. Then he flipped his hand and the shadow blade fell into his grasp. To deal with you, I don't even need to use pupil techniques. Whoosh! The black blade unsheathed, slicing through the air. Ding! One strike landed on Dai Lian's blade. The immense force made his arm numb. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Xiao swung his blade at lightning speed, striking Dai Lian's weapon one after another, forcing him to retreat step by step. I told you Yi Xiao would be fine. I don't know what you all are worried about. Outside the alley, Bai Ruoyu and the others each held a bottle of beer, sipping slowly. Come on, let's toast. The jar lightly bumped. If this kind of trash can win, then I can only suspect that Yi Xiao has been possessed by a deity. Jiang Ro, Xiao Hongchen, the deity thinks your way of speaking is quite impolite. Humph. Bai Ruoyu pouted, unfazed. She waved her little fists, bouncing around. Master, go for it. Master, go for it. Whether those soft calls of master were cheering for Yi Xiao, who knows, but they must have ignited Dai Lian's anger. Listening to Bai Ruoyu's words, he felt an unbearable sharpness, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. I will kill you. I must kill you. Great sage blade, earth split slash. Boom! A layer of golden holy light swirled around his axe blade. Dai Lian's aura surged, rising from the extraordinary 6th level to the critical point of the extraordinary 7th level. Die! Boom! The golden axe blade swept across the sky, as if it were splitting heaven and earth. Double enhancement. In his barrier, the enemy's combat power is suppressed by 30%, and this skill also increases his combat power by 30%. Truly a rare profession. Jiang Ro exclaimed. Given the strength Dai Lian was displaying, if she didn't use her lightning attribute power, she wouldn't stand a chance. Only by leaving Jiangzhou can one see the vastness of the world. In the imperial capital, someone with such strength ranked 8th in the college entrance examination. Hard to imagine. Xiao Hongchen was also somewhat astonished. Including his swordsman roommate, they were all formidable opponents at this stage. Without using the sword intent of Heaven Slash, it would be hard for him to defeat them. Back in Jiangzhou, Yi Xiao was the top recruit. They were second and third, nearly behind Yi Xiao. But upon arriving in the imperial capital, they realized that the gap between first and second or third could accommodate dozens more. The battle between Yi Xiao and Dai Lian also put some pressure on Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchen. At this pace, the gap between them and Yi Xiao would only grow larger, until they couldn't even see his back. Het, seeing you come out all cocky, I really thought you were strong, but in reality, you're just like this. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Too weak to the point of being ridiculous. With someone like you, do you even have the face to pursue others? Do you deserve it? Swish! The shadow blade swung, and Yi Xiao unleashed the phantom blade strike. Bang! One strike actually deflected that golden axe blade directly. You should reflect well, your strength doesn't even qualify me to use my eye technique. Bang! Two black blades of light whizzed past, and the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand was actually knocked away on the spot. Immediately after, Yi Xiao's fist struck his face. Bang! Dai Lian crashed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then slumped down to the ground. The battle is over. Yi Xiao clapped his hands and turned to leave. Who told you it's over? Not yet. I said not yet. Dai Lian actually gasped and crawled up from the ground. He was panting heavily, his eyes blazing as he glared at Yi Xiao. I will kill you, he roared, blood seeping from his gums. Dai Lian reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial of blood-colored potion. Then he plunged the needle into his skin. That's a penetration agent? Has he gone mad? This will drain his potential. Jiang Ro exclaimed in shock. He must not be able to accept that kind of disparity, Xiao Hongchen said softly. Dai Lian, a local prodigy of the imperial capital, ranked 8th in the college entrance examination. He had always been an object of admiration and awe, having never experienced any setbacks, yet today he was brutally beaten by Yi Xiao in what was almost a humiliating manner. His heart must be feeling extremely unbalanced right now. Roar! As the blood-colored potion was injected, Dai Lian let out a roar, and the energy fluctuations around him began to tremble wildly. Die! He picked up his weapon and leaped into the air, striking down towards Yi Xiao. Come on, eye technique master. Show me your eye technique. Am I worthy of you using your eye technique now? Ah, come on, where's your eye technique? Dai Lian roared. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. As you wish. Martial Spirit Eye, activate. Whoosh! Yi Xiao's power suddenly surged. Then he clenched his fist. Seeing his movement, Dai Lian's eyes nearly bulged out. Why? You're not even using your eye technique. Show me your eye technique. I must defeat you. However, Yi Xiao remained silent, slowly throwing a punch at Dai Lian's axe blade. Sorry, you only deserve this. Bang! Yi Xiao's punch struck Dai Lian's weapon, and upon collision, a fierce gust of wind shot out in all directions. Unbelievable! Yi Xiao's physique is simply not like that of an eye technique master. Unbelievable! How can he be this strong? Is he made of iron? Bai Ruoyu covered the hem of her skirt blown up by the wind, exclaiming in shock. I think that might be a type of eye technique, one that enhances physical strength. Xiao Hongchen speculated. How is that possible? I've never heard of such an eye technique. Jiang Ro exclaimed in surprise. Have you ever seen an eye technique that can shoot and explode a deity? Xiao Hongchen countered. Jiang Ro fell silent. Had she seen it? Never heard of it. The miracles Yi Xiao created were already numerous. Or rather, he himself was a miracle. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and a crack appeared on the axe blade in Dai Lian's hand. How is this possible? Dai Lian's eyes widened. This was a profound-grade weapon, crushed by someone's bare fists? This was insane. Are you telling me this physique belongs to an eye technique master? Even a martial artist couldn't do that. Boom! After shattering the weapon, Yi Zhao's fist continued unabated, smashing into Dai Lian's face. He was sent flying like a free fall. Bang bang bang! He crashed through 3 walls and landed outside the alley. The students eating and the business owners were startled by the sudden figure flying out. It wasn't until someone approached to check that they recognized who the unconscious figure was. It's him! Dai Lian, rank 8th in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam. What happened to him? How did he end up like this? What? It's Dai Lian, the young master of the Dai family? It looks like he was beaten up. How is that possible? This is the genius ranked 8th in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam, a professional holy warrior. How could he be beaten up so badly? I know. I just saw Dai Lian follow a young man into the alley. Could it be that he fought with that young man? Just then, several figures walked out of the alley. Yi Xiao, I told you that you hit too hard. This is disturbing the peace. Bai Ruoyu scolded. What can I do? He was on drugs. I thought he had become really strong. I was a bit scared at first. I was just defending myself. Who knew he was so weak? Bai Ruoyu, Zhang Ro, Xiao Hongchen. Onlookers, listen. Is this even human language? Weak? You're describing a rare profession's holy warrior like this? Are you joking? Or am I the joke? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the academy's teachers will come and torture us. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly, hands in his pockets, walking away into the distance. After Yi Xiao and the others left, a student from Jinshin University spoke up in surprise. Is there any particularly strong martial artist among this year's freshmen? There is, but it's not him. Another person shook their head in response. Then what profession is he? The injuries on Dai Lian are clearly from fists. At that moment, a young man on the other side quietly set down his spoon. He spoke softly. I know him, he's from my province. His name is Yi Xiao, and his profession is eye technique master. Everyone? They all glanced at Dai Lian's distorted face and the deep, sunken fist marks. They couldn't help but be filled with questions. Are you sure this is the kind of injury a pupil master can inflict? After everyone gathered again that evening, Yi Xiao returned to the dormitory. Lin Ru was still reading. Yi Xiao, you're famous now. Lin Ru took out her phone and showed it to Yi Xiao. At the top of the forum for Jinshin University, the hottest post read, shocking. Holy warrior Dai Lian was knocked out in an alley. The assailant turned out to be a pupil master? Attached was a photo of Dai Lian with his head knocked askew. A black line appeared on Yi Zhao's forehead. Ridiculous. He had been low-key enough. He didn't expect to still attract attention. College students love to watch the excitement. Lin Ru chuckled. Yi Xiao, I've actually been following you for a month now. The only dual career prodigy from the southern province, Bai Ruoyu. Originally, she was my focus, but you unexpectedly emerged and defeated her. You took the first spot in the special recruitment, so I turned my attention to you. I have a feeling you are my biggest rival in the freshman competition. I look forward to the day we battle. Lin Ru smiled like a spring breeze. If there's a chance. Yi Xiao smiled back. The destroyer of dragon language, a single person suppressing 100. Lin Ru's achievements were indeed impressive. Moreover, Yi Xiao felt that Lin Ru was quite similar to him. He made a living with his eyes, and she with her words. Both were artists. The next day, Yi Xiao went to the cafeteria for a meal. That's Yi Xiao, the guy who defeated Dai Lian. Hiss, he looks harmless. You can't tell he's so ruthless. Yeah, I heard Dai Lian's head was knocked askew by him. He's probably in the hospital now. He likely won't be able to participate in this freshman competition. Really impressive. A tough guy. Yi Xiao quietly ate his breakfast alone. Just then, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Not far away, at the food counter, 2 figures were confronting each other, looking tense. One of them was someone Yi Xiao recognized. It was Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen, I want that last marinated egg. No, I got here first. The capable take the spoils. If you have the skills, fight me. Whoever wins gets it. Who's afraid of who? Swish! Xiao Hongchen half drew his sword, revealing the blade. The other party also drew a tang knife. Yi Xiao immediately understood. This must be Xiao Hongchen's knife-wielding roommate. Yi Xiao finished his buns in 2 bites. Then he placed his tray down and walked over to them. Auntie, how much for the marinated egg? $2. I'll take it. Okay. Beep. After swiping his card, Yi Xiao grabbed the marinated egg and tossed it into his mouth. This marinated egg is pretty good, very flavorful. Xiao Hongchen? Xiao Jianfeng? Damn, that's my egg. You just ate my egg. Where did you come from? Xiao Jianfeng turned to glare at Yi Xiao. It's just an egg. Who eats it isn't eating it. Yi Xiao shrugged. I saw you two arguing, so I helped resolve your conflict. Isn't that good? Xiao Jianfeng trembled with anger. Xiao Jianfeng, have never seen such a shameless person. Well, now you have. Swish! Xiao Jianfeng angrily drew his tang knife. Do you dare to fight me? Yi Xiao clicked his tongue, glancing at Xiao Hongchen. Hongchen, does your roommate have a rage disorder? Does he pull out his knife at everyone? Xiao Hongchen remained silent. After a moment, Yi Xiao, you owe me a marinated egg. Yi Xiao, wait, are you pulling this on me too? It's just a marinated egg. Who eats it isn't eating it. However, Xiao Hongchen shook his head seriously. My breakfast can't be without a marinated egg, just like the West can't be without Jerusalem. That's right. Well said. This time I support you. Xiao Jianfeng gave a thumbs up to Xiao Hongchen. Yi Xiao looked astonished. Xiao Hongchen, there's nothing more to say. Take him down and make him spit out the egg he ate. Xiao Jianfeng said coldly. Even if he spits it out, it can't be eaten. Then what to do? Go buy one outside the school. Xiao Hongchen, are you scared? Not scared. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't beat him. Ha, Xiao Jianfeng, have never feared a battle. As a swordsman, one must have the courage to draw their sword against the gods. Xiao Hongchen, his name is Yi Xiao. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Sure, I don't care what he's called. Wait a minute. What did you say? Yi Xiao? Him? Damn. Xiao Jianfeng was completely stunned. The Yi Xiao who topped the special recruitment in the southern province? The one who defeated Dai Lian? Yes, that's him. Do you want to duel with him? Xiao Hongchen retorted. Xiao Jianfeng touched his face. Actually, I don't really want to eat a marinated egg. Eating it every day is boring. Let's have a fried egg today. Auntie, do you have fried eggs? How much? $2? Okay, I'll take it. This fried egg is delicious. I love it. Xiao Jianfeng looked completely satisfied. Xiao Hongchen, it's nice to change things up occasionally. It's good. Auntie, give Xiao Hongchen one too. Here, it's on me. Don't be polite. After all, we're roommates. Xiao Hongchen. Yi Xiao. Bro, you're quite interesting. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Let's drink together sometime. I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. Xiao Jianfeng smiled awkwardly. No way, you a swordsman. Shouldn't you be drowning your sorrows in drink and laughing in the face of the world? Xiao Jianfeng, prejudice. This is prejudice. Not all swordsmen drink. Xiao Jianfeng shouted angrily. By the way, Hongchen, what time do you have class? At 7:30, why? Oh, it's already 8. Xiao Hongchen? Damn. Hurry up and go to class. The two rushed out of the cafeteria. Yi Xiao shook his head. These two got along quite well. They're both lively. Looking at the class schedule, he had no classes today. Yi Xiao. Tower challenge. Tower challenge gives points. Someone wants to challenge you. Hurry to the demon suppression tower. In the group, Bai Ruoyu was frantically tagging him. Yi Xiao, he's the top scorer in the Southern Province's college entrance exam, and he's Ruoyu's high school classmate, a berserker by profession. Be careful, he's had his eye on you for a long time, Zhang Ro explained. Compared to Bai Ruoyu's chaotic demeanor, Zhang Ro was much more mature. Is the demon suppression tower that facility where you earn points by clearing levels? Yes, it simulates the wilderness through the Shumi illusion, and then you fight demons. Each level has rewards. Sounds interesting. I can come take a look. Yi Xiao smiled. The demon suppression tower, He turned and walked towards the tower. Moments later, he stopped in front of a grand, ancient giant tower. This way. Yi Xiao. Bai Ruoyu and the others waved at him. That guy has already gone in. He's reached the 6th level. Bai Ruoyu pointed at the score monument below the tower. On it, a name was rapidly climbing up. Jin Chengning, 6th on the freshman leaderboard. That's quite an impressive achievement. Someone spoke up. The level of the southern province isn't bad in the entire Great Xia. As the top scorer, Jin Chengning could rank in the top 5 even in the imperial capital. No less than anyone. This top scorer Jin Chengning is so strong. In comparison, the special recruitment top scorer, who should have a higher gold content, seems a bit lacking. The capable ones are already challenging the tower, while the incapable ones are still content to fight over trivial matters, brawling in public. It's truly a disgrace to Jinshin University. Various voices began to rise around. Yi Xiao, why do I feel like they have such malice towards you? Bai Ruoyu frowned. If one isn't envied, they are mediocre, Yi Xiao replied calmly. Yi Xiao, do you know? The onlookers surrounding Jin Chengning are all disciples from prominent families. They inherently harbor hostility towards ordinary students who enter Jinshin University through hard work and talent. By hitting Dai Lian, you didn't just hit Dai Lian, you also slapped the faces of those disciples from powerful families. Naturally, they have no good feelings towards you. This class hierarchy and sense of status are particularly evident in the imperial capital. Zhang Ro frowned. She, along with his father, had been poisoned by this sense of status, a malignant tumor that spanned 2 generations. Even Zhang Ro's current marriage was affected by this. She felt a deep-seated disgust towards it. Zhang Ro, the notion of matching social status is meant to be broken. In a world like this, one's own hands are the strongest weapon. Yi Xiao stepped forward. I challenge the tower for rewards, not to be provoked by these clowns. Indeed, to me, they are clowns, and I don't care. If they don't provoke me, that's fine. But if they do, no matter who it is, they will pay the price. Zhang Ro, I can walk this path for you to see. As long as one is strong enough, other problems are not problems. If there are still problems, it just means one is not strong enough. As his words fell, beep, the identity card rang. Yi Xiao entered the tower. This kid has also gone in. How interesting. Is he going up against Jin Chengning? Laughing to death, if he were to challenge Jin Chengning one-on-one, I could understand. But to compare tower challenges with Jin Chengning? He's not worthy. Exactly. Jin Chengning, the berserker, grows stronger with each battle. The increasing number of monsters in the tower might be a challenge for us, but for him, it's completely not a problem. In the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, 10 monsters of the same level would appear. 100 in the second level, 1,000 in the third level. The fourth level would have 10 monsters 1 level higher. Following this pattern, Jin Chengning had already reached the 6th level, meaning he would face 1,000 monsters 1 level higher. The difficulty is evident. Even the most elite students of Jinshin University can only achieve this rarely. What? You say someone can't defeat 10 monsters of the same level? Then sorry, walk out to the right, the withdrawal procedures are over there. At this moment, Yi Xiao appeared in the tower, and what met his eyes was a stretch of crimson wasteland. The simulation is quite realistic. Just then, a commotion arose, accompanied by the sound of rustling in the breeze. Yi Xiao turned to look and saw 10 black wind wolves, 4 to 5 meters tall, approaching him. They were eyeing him hungrily, eager to pounce and bite his neck. Transcendent level 6? This difficulty is too low. Yi Xiao shook his head and drew his long knife. Whoosh! In an instant, he flashed past. Boom! 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 The 10 black wind wolves were instantly slain by his single strike. No difficulty at all. Yi Xiao sheathed his knife. Beep! Checking his identity card, he saw his points had increased by 100. Second level. Yi Xiao turned and entered the teleportation portal. In the next moment, he appeared on the second level. There were 100 transcendent level 6 black wolves. Yi Xiao directly activated the golden flame eye. Boom! A surge of golden flames shot into the sky, followed by countless fireballs raining down on the group of monsters. Boom! Boom! Groups of black wind wolves howled as they perished. Yi Xiao turned and walked towards the third level without looking back. Clearing this level added 200 points. Isn't there a higher difficulty? On the third level, Yi Xiao still annihilated them in an instant. Basically, students who can get into the Divine Town University find the first 2 levels not difficult, but the third level is a watershed. It distinguishes between ordinary geniuses and outstanding geniuses. 1,000 demons of the same level as oneself present a challenge that is even higher than that of the 4th level. Many students exhaust themselves in this level, ultimately ending in regret. But in front of Yi Xiao, this was nothing. As soon as he activated the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye, it was equivalent to placing an active volcano on this level. 1,000 demons floated and sank in the volcano, roaring, and finally turned to ashes. Yi Xiao successfully entered the 4th level. Outside. Damn! Is this for real? What kind of speed is this, like the Siberian comet? He cleared the 3rd level in an instant? This guy is defying the heavens. He must be cheating. How could it be so fast? Even with a group attack, it's impossible to instantly kill 1,000 demons. Yeah, the berserker Jin Chengning took a full half hour to clear this level with his area attack. How did this guy do it? Isn't the Eye Master a support combat profession? Holy crap, he cleared the 4th level too. The 5th level. He cleared the 5th level as well. That's 100 demons of a higher level than him. He's entered the 6th level. Same level as Jin Chengning. This speed, how is this possible? This is too fast. Is this guy a monster? On the ranking stone tablet, Yi Xiao's name had already shot up to 7th place, closely following Jin Chengning. The 6th level isn't that easy to clear. That's 1,000 demons 1 level higher than oneself. They could form a large army. Yeah, with this level of difficulty, no more than 10 freshmen can surpass it. Look, look! At this moment, someone exclaimed again. Jin Chengning cleared it. My god, he passed the 6th level. Awesome! Oh yeah, As expected of Jin Xingning, so impressive. He should rank in the top 5 among freshmen. Good, good, good. Jin Xingning is still Jin Xingning. He's keeping Yi Xiao firmly suppressed. Ha ha ha. On the stone tablet, Jin Xingning had already rushed to 3rd place, excluding some students who didn't come to challenge. Even so, the value of this ranking list is very high. The person at the top of the list is a guy named Wu Tongxian, who is the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination in the imperial capital. The Divine Town University implements a special recruitment system for the 15 provinces of Daxia, but the imperial capital does not have special recruitment. So Wu Tongxian represents the most outstanding freshman from the imperial capital. He is definitely one of the candidates for the freshman competition champion. Most importantly, his profession is extremely terrifying. He is a rare profession among rare professions, known as the Jack of all trades, the cultivator. Even the Daxia sword god has praised this profession as innately invincible. Sword control, spells, and physical body all fall within the realm of the cultivator. Upon reaching the transformation level, he can even develop brand new abilities: alchemy, weapon refining, formations, or talismans, one of the 4 choices. There are rumors that Wu Tongxian alone can push aside all the candidates in the imperial capital. He is on a completely different level from others. Few have truly fought against Wu Tongxian, and when asked about his strength, they all become evasive, as if touching upon some taboo. Second is a girl from a yin-yang master family in the east, hailed as a once-in-a-century yin-yang master in her family, with extremely profound yin-yang techniques, and she is said to have mastered the 9 great Shikigami. Thus, Jin Xingning ranks behind these 2 monsters, which is already something to be proud of. At this moment, Yi Xiao had arrived at the 6th level. Only 1,000 points? Not enough, still too little. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the 1,000 extraordinary 7th-tier demons before him. Please work hard one more time and turn into my points. Yi Xiao stepped towards the vast ocean formed by the gathering of demons. Among the demons, countless ferocious beings were itching to pounce, waiting to devour Yi Xiao. But the moment Yi Xiao stepped out, golden flames spread through the surrounding space, ultimately weaving into an illusory golden robe in the void. With golden threads and fiery patterns, golden lotuses spun in Yi Xiao's eyes, blooming forth, and no demon dared to meet his gaze. This was the state of his ever-burning monarch flame eyes fully activated. In this state, aside from a few extraordinary individuals, no transcendent being could stand against him. Boom! Yi Xiao's golden robe billowed, a terrifying aura steaming around him. Transform! Burning heaven seal! Boom! A golden flame seal appeared in the void, resembling a blazing sun burning in the sky, causing all demons to tremble in fear. Suppress! Yi Xiao pointed with a single finger, and the burning heaven seal suddenly descended. At that moment, whether they were 6th, 7th, or 8th tier transcendent beings, they were all treated equally. One by one, the demons turned to ashes amidst their terrified roars. Yi Xiao, in his golden robe, soared like a king wielding flames, standing high above the ages. With a sound, Yi Xiao received 1,500 points into his account. Next level. He turned and walked out, his ever-burning monarch flame eyes still ablaze, ready to push through the 9-story demon suppression tower. He's out. He's out. Jin Xingning is out. Someone shouted, and at the entrance of the demon suppression tower, a figure emerged. He had hair as bright as fire, walked with a dragon's stride and a tiger's gait, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Ruoyu, did you see? I'm 3rd on the leaderboard now. Jin Xingning's brilliant red hair danced in the wind. This time, I earned a total of 3,600 points from the tower challenge. How about I give you half? But you have to go eat with me later, we're classmates, and it's been a while, hasn't it? As he spoke, he shyly scratched his head. Sure, give it here. Bai Ruoyu was unreserved, taking out her identity card and handing it to Jin Xingning. Jin Xingning was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Bai Ruoyu to be so proactive. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Alright, I'll give it to you. He immediately pulled out his identity card and transferred 2,000 points to Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu happily accepted the identity card, a joyful smile appearing on her face. Then let's go, Ruoyu. As she spoke, she reached out to take Bai Ruoyu's hand but was dodged by the other party stepping aside. Wait a moment, my friend hasn't come out yet. Just then, gasps erupted from the crowd. Wow, he actually passed. He got through the 6th level. So fast. How is this possible? It's only been 10 minutes. 7th level. He's reached the 7th level. Look at the leaderboard. Jin Xingning and Yi Xiao are tied for 3rd. Waves of incredulous gasps echoed. Jin Xingning looked over at the sound and saw the name tied with his, and his displeasure intensified. Not just anyone had the right to be tied with him. Crack, crack. Jin Xingning clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. He had already reached his limit when he cleared the 6th level, unable to fight any longer, which was why he chose to retreat. And now, Yi Xiao had also reached the 7th level. Jin Qingning prayed that Yi Xiao was in the same situation as him and would retreat immediately. He eagerly awaited at the exit, but Yi Xiao did not come out for a long time. This made his jealousy and anger surge even higher, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. "Hey, are you a mouse? Ha!" Hearing Bai Ruoyu call him, Jin Qingning finally snapped back to reality. "Stop grinding your teeth, it sounds like a mouse. I get nauseous when I see mice." Bai Ruoyu made a gagging motion. Jin Qingning's face darkened further. "Sorry, Ruoyu." At this moment, Yi Xiao had already reached the 7th level. "Damn teleportation portal, it took me 10 minutes to find it, damn it," Yi Xiao cursed as he stepped out of the portal. Indeed, the reason he had lingered for 10 minutes on the 6th level was that he was searching for the exit to the 7th level, not because, as outsiders marveled, he had merely taken 10 minutes to kill all the monsters. In reality, from the moment Yi Xiao appeared on the 6th level to the moment he unleashed the Eternal Flame Eye's explosive Heavenly Destruction Seal to annihilate all the monsters, it took less than 30 seconds. This level seems to have extraordinary 8th tier monsters. 10 of them should be a bit simple. Yi Xiao shook his head. With a flick of his golden robe, golden flames began to spread in the air. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled, and the monsters appeared. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. Was there something wrong? Before him stood 10 titanic giants, each as massive as a mountain, their every step shaking the earth. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what extraordinary 8th tier monsters should possess. Yi Xiao shot out an identification eye. 10 transformed 1st tier monsters? Has this monster tower undergone genetic mutation? Yi Xiao was baffled. This was not how things were supposed to go. This was messing with his mindset. But he had no time to think. One of the titans was already roaring and swinging a fist toward him. Damn it! Ridiculous! Yi Xiao sidestepped and jumped away, the eternal golden flames erupting, a torrent of fire roaring toward the opponent. Boom! The golden flames exploded on the titan, flames climbing up its body, burning its flesh with great difficulty, yet the giant staggered back only 2 steps as if it felt no pain. Is there fire resistance? What the hell? Is this hell-level difficulty? Yi Xiao was stunned. He waved his hand, and the golden flames transformed in the air. Flame sword. Boom! A massive flaming longsword appeared in the void, then slashed toward the opponent. One titan was directly cleaved in half by Yi Xiao, but before he could catch his breath, several other titans swung their fists down hard at him. Damn it! Yi Xiao rolled to dodge, but the titans had formed a circle, several enormous fists descending from above to smash down on him. Damn! Are you all addicted to this? In a fit of rage, the martial god eye shone. Boom! Yi Xiao's strength surged, he drew the shadow blade, and directly slashed upward. Clang! 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 The shadow blade struck the titan's arm, sending sparks flying everywhere. So damn tough, my hand is numb. Yi Xiao shook his arm. I'm not playing with you anymore. Boom! He closed his eyes. Martial god true body, appear! Boom! A pure, vast sound resonated through the heavens and earth, and a dark golden giant materialized behind Yi Xiao. An unparalleled martial god phantom emerged, looking more imposing than a mountain, simply earth-shattering. Suppress! Yi Xiao floated in the void, the martial god phantom standing tall and equal to the 9 titans. Then, he clenched his fist and punched forward. A series of crackling sounds echoed in the void. The titan roared and countered with a punch, but the martial god phantom punched through its core. Kill! The martial god phantom moved as if in a realm of no one. The transformed 1st tier monsters were as weak as chickens in its hands, being ruthlessly trampled. It's over. Sensing the rapid depletion of his eye power, Yi Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. The martial god phantom unleashed its full power, a world-shattering punch reducing all the titans to rubble. Ding! 3,000 points added. Yi Xiao fell from midair, a black line across his forehead. Damn it, this level has issues. This monster tower has a bug, right? He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Forget it, I'm tired, I don't want to play anymore. I guess my performance is about done. Yi Xiao felt a bit uneasy. He was afraid of encountering some abstract thing again on the 8th level. This demon suppression tower really had some issues. He shook his head, and with a thought, the door to the outside world opened. At this moment, in the office of the president of the God Suppression University, looking at the screen showing Yi Xiao's darkened face, Ning Zhao smiled and shook his head. This kid, I really set the difficulty too low for him. He had originally thought to set a transformation level to give this kid a hard time, but unexpectedly, he had leveled it out. However, recalling the strength Yi Xiao had displayed earlier, he couldn't help but marvel. This generation truly had many geniuses, a monstrous spirit linguist, an unprecedented cultivator, and a dual career prodigy. Plus, there was the Onmyoji from the east, claiming to have 9 major Shikigami. He hadn't expected there to be a monstrous eye technique master hidden here as well. This generation is full of treasures. The future of our God Suppression University is promising. Ning Zhao looked pleased. He valued Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru the most, and now he had to add Yi Xiao to the list. Oh, right, there's also a little guy with a clear sword heart, a disciple of Su Changhen. TSK. I'm really looking forward to it. Under their leadership, where will our great Xia go? Ning Zhao couldn't help but think back to his younger self, when he was just an ignorant young man, full of passion, and now he had become the president of the God Suppression University. Truly, the world is unpredictable. In the future, these kids will all become the current versions of themselves. At this moment, outside, there were waves of astonishment, rising and falling, incoherent. I can't be seeing this wrong. This guy broke through the 7th level. My God. Jin Qingning was suppressed by Yi Xiao. Yeah, the leaderboard shows Yi Xiao is 3rd, and Jin Qingning is only 4th. This is so abstract. Yi Xiao can actually fight 2 levels up. TSK. Another dark horse. No need to say, he's definitely in the top 10 of the freshman competition. I think it's more than that. He might even make it into the top 5. It's still the special admission. I said special admissions are definitely stronger than regular college entrance exam champions. After all, special admissions are the best among geniuses, while college entrance exam champions are just the best among ordinary people. That last sentence came from a student from a humble background, and it was a killer blow. It dealt 999 plus damage to Jin Qingning. It was true damage, breaking his defenses on the spot. Jin Qingning was already furious, unable to control himself, eager to challenge Yi Xiao to a duel. Yi Xiao, you finally came out. 3rd place, not bad at all. Seeing Yi Xiao walk out, Bai Ruoyu quickly waved. Here, this is the points I earned for you, 2,000 points. It's a gift. Saying this, he took Yi Xiao's identity card and transferred 2,000 points from his own card. I can't believe. Jin Qingning had a curse in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Ruoyu, this is the points I'm giving you. Since it's a gift to me, I can handle it however I want, right? Jin Qingning fell silent, then bit the bullet and said, yes. Then I plan to give it to Yi Xiao. Is there a problem with that? No problem. Jin Qingning felt as if his heart was bleeding. He felt like a boiling sheep. Alright, Yi Xiao, let's go eat together. Zhang Rou and I have been waiting for you for half a day. We're all tired. Jin Qingning finally couldn't hold back. Ruoyu, you said you would accompany me for a meal. Ha, did that happen? Of course. You said you would accompany me for a meal, and that's why I gave you the points. Oh, next time, let's talk about it later. I don't have time today. Bai Ruoyu waved his hand casually. Jin Qingning finally couldn't take it anymore. White Ruoyu, do you really think I'd become your loyal dog after retreating time and again? He angrily reached out to grab White Ruoyu. White Ruoyu quickly sidestepped to avoid him. Jin Qingning was furious. He couldn't do anything to White Ruoyu after all, as she belonged to a prominent family from the southern province. So he vented his anger on Yi Xiao. Kid, get out here. Let's settle this one-on-one. He pointed at Yi Xiao with a fierce expression. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. He had just been tricked in the demon suppression tower and hadn't earned enough points, feeling quite displeased. Was a punching bag being delivered to him for venting? I'm up for it. What's the wager? Slap. Jin Qingning threw his identity card onto the stone table beside them. This card contains 2,000 points from my college entrance exam top scorer reward and 1,800 points earned from the tower. If you win, all the points are yours. If you lose, stay away from Ruoyu and don't let me see you at Jinshin University again. Jin Qingning's face twisted as he spoke emphatically. Yi Xiao smiled brightly. If someone wants to sleep, a pillow is delivered. How nice, I accept this challenge. Boom! As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Jin Qingning erupted. He couldn't wait any longer. A massive blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. Die, you bastard. Blood burst. The Berserker's special skill, Blood Burst, temporarily increased combat power by 30%. At the same time, healing ability and endurance were boosted by 20%. It was an incredibly powerful skill. Boom! A black blade light sliced through the air towards Yi Xiao. Clang! Yi Xiao raised his hand to draw the shadow blade, activating the martial god eye, and swung it. Jin Qingning's strength was significantly greater than that of Dai Lian. While Dai Lian had relatively balanced attributes, Jin Qingning had focused all his points on attack. This axe strike was heavy and powerful. Without activating the martial god eye, Yi Xiao wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Clang! Yi Xiao's arm was like a mountain, blocking the strike. The massive broadsword struck the slender shadow blade, nearly bouncing off. Jin Qingning stumbled back 2 steps. Don't underestimate anyone, otherwise, one day you'll be killed by the very person you look down upon. Yi Xiao sneered, using one arm to push him away. Then he directly punched Jin Qingning in the face. This punch nearly crushed his nasal bone. Extra! Extra! Huge news! The top recruit from the southern province and the top scorer from the college entrance exam are fighting in front of the demon suppression tower. Who is stronger, the eye technique master or the berserker? Hurry and watch. A spectacular show. Some students, eager to stir up trouble, rushed around spreading the news. This berserker is so brainless, all muscle and no threat to me, but this eye technique master is a bit strange. As an eye technique master, he can actually go toe-to-toe with a berserker. Not simple. In another direction, a graceful figure quietly observed the battle between the two. The girl wore a sailor suit and had a lollipop in her mouth, looking like a two-dimensional beauty stepping into reality. Can the dream demon enter their dreams? The girl asked softly. A deep voice responded beside her. Miss, that berserker is no problem, but that eye technique master is a bit tricky. Is that so? An interesting eye technique master. I'll remember you. The girl smiled as she stroked her chin. Cultivator, word spirit master, eye technique master, who should I choose to join my Xingu family? A playful glint flashed in her violet-like beautiful eyes. Why not take all three? He. At this moment, the more Jin Qingning fought, the angrier and more alarmed he became. Yi Zhao's physical combat power was beyond his imagination. What seemed like a frail body contained an incredibly terrifying strength. He found it hard to defend against every move. This was a great humiliation for a berserker known for his attack power and physique. Fervent Surge. He directly cast another buff on himself. This skill came from a purple level scroll, which could consume part of his sanity in exchange for even greater power. If fully unleashed, Jin Qingning would become a fool. Conversely, his combat power would increase geometrically. Jin Qingning's mind was in chaos as he let out a beast-like roar. Roar! The next second, he lunged at Yi Xiao. Boom! He let out battle cries, swinging his broadsword wildly in the air without any technique. If he accidentally hit someone, they would either die or be left crippled. He was simply born for slaughter. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao's expression remained calm. It's over. A beast that has lost its sanity is not qualified to fight me. Boom! Golden flames ignited around him. Eternal Flame Monarch's Eye. Activate. Heavenly Flame Seal. Manifest. Boom! A robe of golden flame covered his body, and Yi Zhao's aura suddenly changed, filled with pressure. So cool! Is this the battle state of a pupil master? His eyes are glowing and spewing fire. Regardless of the power of this ability, just the transformation effect is enough for him to show off. They were already cool, and with this makeup, they are simply stunning. I admit I can't compete with Yi Xiao in the realm of showing off. A group of spectators looked at Yi Xiao with envy and jealousy. Compared to Jin Qingning's beast-like combat form, Yi Zhao's was indeed much more imposing and dignified. Heavenly Flame Seal. Boom! Streams of golden flames gathered in the void, finally forming a large golden seal. The next second, that seal rushed towards Jin Qingning with immense force. Roar! Jin Qingning roared, swinging his weapon at the massive golden seal in the sky. Boom! The two collided, and in just a moment, Jin Qingning was sent flying as if crushed, the seal smashing hard against his chest. Wow! Jin Qingning suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then was directly pinned to the ground by the heavenly flame seal, his breath weak. He let out an unwilling roar, his energy burning and exploding wildly, but it was still futile. In front of this heavenly flame seal, he was like the monkey under the Buddha's finger mountain. So strong, too strong. This is simply a massacre. Yeah, they are not even on the same level. This power is against the heavens. Yi Zhao's state is simply both cool and strong, utterly dominating Jin Qingning. I feel he has a chance to compete for a top 3 spot in this freshman competition. Hiss, top 3. If that's the case, Yi Xiao would represent the commoners. Those from humble backgrounds looked at Yi Xiao with eager eyes. In contrast, the rich kids looked at Yi Xiao with displeasure. Yi Xiao, however, didn't care at all. He enjoyed the looks of those who were annoyed but couldn't do anything about him. It was refreshing. Alright, hand over the identity card. Once the heavenly flame seal dissipated, Jin Qingning lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking miserable and covered in blood. Yi Xiao pulled the identity card from his grasp. Jin Qingning held onto it tightly, clearly unwilling to give it to Yi Xiao. Hand it over. A bet is a bet. Yi Xiao yanked it away forcefully, taking the card from his hand and transferring all the points to his own card. Now his points had reached an astonishing 13,200. That was a huge sum. Some seniors nearing graduation didn't even have that many points. Looking at the 5-digit score on Yi Xiao's identity card, everyone showed greedy expressions and couldn't help but swallow. Yi Xiao nonchalantly put away the identity card. These guys can only be envious. It's impossible for them to snatch anything. After all, they lack both strength and courage. With over 10,000 points, how should I spend them? Yi Xiao was in a great mood. Let's go. Yi Xiao, let's go drink. Bai Ruoyu said cheerfully. Sure, I'll contact Su Hao, and after Red Dust finishes class, we'll call him too. Let's have a good drink today. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Just as they were leaving the demon suppression tower, a black sedan suddenly stopped in front of them. An old man with a white beard got out of the car, wearing a brown coat and leaning on a cane. His hair was jet black, and he looked spirited and imposing. The moment Zhang Ro saw the old man, her expression changed. Xiao Ro, why didn't you tell your grandpa when you came to the capital? If it weren't for a family child seeing you at school, I wouldn't have known. The old man's deep voice rang out. I don't think I have an obligation to report everything to the Chu family, Zhang Ro replied coldly. Cousin, how can you speak to grandpa like that? A refined young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses frowned. Zhang Ro glanced at him but ignored him. Alright, Lian Yu, be a bit more tolerant towards your cousin, the old man said lightly. His imposing gaze fixed on Zhang Ro. You've grown up and become beautiful, very good. Rower, have you met Tang Xian? After all, he is your fiancé. It would be nice to set a date for the engagement banquet. I don't have a fiancé. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression finally changed a bit. Is this how Zhang Mian taught you? It seems leaving you with Zhang Mian back then was a mistake. But it's not too late now. The old man pondered for a moment. Move out of the dormitory and return to the Chu family. Your mother hasn't seen you in a long time. She misses you dearly, and I believe you feel the same. Tang Xian has been at the Chu family these days. You can cultivate your feelings well. As a girl of the Chu family, being willful is the last thing you need. Rower, you should be more obedient and not act like your useless, cowardly father. The old man's calm words were filled with an undeniable tone. This was the aura and authority that only high-ranking figures could possess. Zhang Ro clenched her fists tightly. Just a few words could decide her fate. The Chu family was still as domineering as it had been years ago. She would never forget how her mother's own brother, her uncle, trampled her father like garbage and arrogantly took her mother away. It made it impossible for her parents to see each other for 10 years, leaving her father immersed in sorrow, numbing himself with alcohol. This was the Chu family of the capital, where a single word could determine life and death. A single word could change a person's entire life. And now, they even wanted to interfere in her life, using her as a tool for family marriage. A sense of desolation surged in Zhang Ro's heart. In such a family, where was the affection to speak of? I'm living well in the dormitory, and I won't return to the Chu family. As for my mother, one day I will bring her back, Zhang Ro said coldly. You can go back now. The old man's expression darkened. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Chu Lianyu quickly jumped in. Cousin, no matter what, you can't change the fact that you are a member of the Chu family. Your profession is an elementalist, a powerful profession. If nurtured by the Chu family, you would undoubtedly be the top recruit in the southern province. It's all because of your useless father that your talent has been wasted. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make up for it. Cousin, Grandpa is giving you good advice. Why are you being so ungrateful? Obediently return to the Chu family. With the family's resources, you can definitely make it into the top 3 in this new student competition, Chu Lianyu said. This was not his boast. The Chu family indeed had this strength. Before the era of the masses began, the Chu family had already been a top aristocratic family rooted in the imperial capital for hundreds of years, with an extremely long lineage. The current Chu family is not lacking in rule-level powerhouses, and the 3 outstanding members of the family are all top figures of the age. Even the great Xia sword god, who could slay 3 gods with a single sword, was not feared by the Chu family. They are undoubtedly the top aristocratic family of Great Xia. Even the Divine Guardian University has to give the Chu family some respect. The Tang family, which is allied with the Chu family through marriage, also holds an almost equal status. When the old master of the Chu family stamps his foot, the entire imperial capital trembles. And now that he wants Zhang Ro to return, she must go back even if she doesn't want to. The Divine Guardian University will not intervene, nor do they have the right to meddle in someone else's family matters. Don't want to go back? Roar, I'll give you one more chance. Don't be as stubborn as your mother was back then. Otherwise, the old man's gaze turned cold. It was as if an ancient glacier had descended, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhang Ro's face turned pale, she bit her lip tightly, and a wave of helplessness surged in her heart. The Chu family wants to take her away, and no one can stop them. Moreover, her value is not yet high enough to make others tear their faces with the Chu family. Otherwise what? At that moment, a figure stood in front of her. Old man, otherwise what? I'm quite curious. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Shu Lianyu frowned as he saw an unknown young man appear beside his cousin. Cousin, you have a fiancé, shouldn't you keep a certain distance from other men? What would Tang Xian think if he knew? Shu Lianyu lectured. That's enough, if you like Tang Xian so much, why don't you go marry him? Yi Xiao retorted with a cold smile. I've really never seen a family like yours, coming in with moral coercion, not considering others' wishes at all, and always saying it's for your own good. Do you want a marriage tool or a family member? You. Shu Lianyu was left speechless by Yi Xiao's words. Young man, you have quite a sharp tongue. What's your name? I might know your parents. Chu Shanhe squinted at Yi Xiao and asked. Yi Xiao, no father, no mother, all alone. Yi Xiao replied with indifference. Yi Xiao? So you are the top recruit from the southern province, huh? How interesting. Chu Shanhe stroked his beard. Young man, the Divine Guardian University is a school for geniuses, and it is most lacking in geniuses. Your status as the top recruit from the southern province is indeed impressive elsewhere and can be a source of pride for you, but in front of my Chu family, it brings you no glory. A top recruit means nothing to my Chu family. You may not be aware, but graduates from the Divine Guardian University have been fighting to enter my Chu family, including many top recruits and exam champions. And now, they all obediently work for my Chu family, and when they see me, they must respectfully say, Greetings, head of the Chu family. And then, what do you want to express? Yi Xiao smiled calmly. His current state is that of someone who has nothing to lose. After all, he has nothing to care about, no weak points. No matter how powerful the Chu family is, what can they do to him at the Divine Guardian University? What I want to say is, young man, some things are still far from your time to shine. To put it bluntly, your words carry too little weight. I'm in a good mood today, so I spoke a few more words with you. Normally, you might not even have the qualification to speak to me directly. Chu Shanhe played with his cane, knowing that any smart young man would know what to do. Since ancient times, those who forcefully seek prominence without matching abilities have paid a very tragic price. Unfortunately, they have picked the wrong person. Old man, I know your Chu family is powerful, but what does that have to do with me? The current situation is that my friend is being bullied, and as a friend, I naturally have to stand up. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, appearing indifferent. Are you saying we are bullying her? Otherwise, it's a problem anyone can see. Can't you see it? Shu Lianyu, standing nearby, was about to explode with anger at Yi Xiao's disrespectful demeanor. Kid, who do you think you are? Just a little brat from a small place, and you've achieved a bit of success. What right do you have to speak to my grandfather like that? Swish! Yi Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted to him. I've been annoyed by you for a long time. What are you interrupting my conversation with your grandfather for? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Yi Xiao coldly reprimanded. Damn! Shu Lianyu tugged at his tie. As a young master of the Chu family, how long had it been since he heard someone provoke him like this? This brat was simply asking for trouble. You've got guts. Kid, I've been in the capital for so many years, and you're the most arrogant guy I've ever seen. Come on. He stepped forward, glaring at Yi Xiao with a fierce expression. Yi Xiao, be careful. Although my cousin's talent isn't great, with the support of the Chu family, he got into the Town God University, and he's a sophomore this year, at the transformation level. You must be cautious. Jiang Ro reminded. Don't worry, I'll make him unrecognizable. Watching the two confront each other, Chu Shanhe surprisingly did not speak. He stood by with a thin smile, leisurely watching the show. Lianyu, take it easy, after all, he's your junior. Don't leave him with a shadow. With Chu Shanhe's approval, Shu Lianyu was overjoyed, revealing a cruel smile. He rubbed his hands together. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm just going to guide my junior in practical experience. I won't let him get hurt. But his gaze towards Yi Xiao was filled with malice. You little brat, dare to provoke me? Once we start, I'll cripple you. I want to see what qualifications a cripple has to shout at me. In Chu Lianyu's eyes, Yi Xiao was almost already a dead man. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was highly sensitive to others' hostility due to his various eye techniques. If Chu Lianyu wanted to mess with him, then he would first cripple this guy. Boom! Yi Xiao activated the ever-burning Monarch Flame Eye, golden flames swirling around his long knife, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Chu Lianyu. Clang! The golden flames rose like a cloud, piercing the void, and a blinding golden light erupted. Looking for death. You, a mere extraordinary level kid, think you can fight me? What a beautiful dream. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A gust of wind howled from Chu Lianyu's hands, which then transformed into arrows shooting towards Yi Xiao from all directions. Yi Xiao, be careful, his profession is wind sorcerer, Jiang Ro warned. Wind sorcerer, a profession not particularly strong, had the ability to manipulate strong winds, which was a relatively singular method. However, the level difference was enough for Chu Lianyu to blow Yi Xiao apart. He had always thought so. The howling wind dispersed the golden flames burning in the void. Kid, let's see how you die. The arrows, carrying the green light of the gale, aimed to pin Yi Xiao's limbs. Zhang Rou's expression changed. You want to cripple Yi Xiao? Chu Shanha's face remained calm. We're all adults. We should be responsible for our words and actions. Yi Xiao's disrespect had already deeply displeased this high-ranking elder. Otherwise, Chu Lianyu wouldn't dare to overstep and take action. The head of the Chu family is right. Adults should be responsible for their words and actions, Zhang Rou said non-committally. She knew Yi Xiao's strength. A single Chu Lianyu wouldn't be able to make Yi Xiao suffer. On the contrary, Chu Lianyu himself might be in even greater danger. As expected, golden flames took shape, swirling around the shadow blade, the blade's edge expanding directly. The enormous golden flames burned fiercely, tearing through the raging wind. Is that all you've got? I see your mouth is quite tough, but I didn't expect that the only hard thing about you is your mouth. Boom! The massive flaming long knife fell straight towards Chu Lianyu. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, using all sorts of means. But in the face of Yi Xiao's unstoppable scorching golden flames, everything was as fragile as paper. In that instant, the flaming long knife had already ignited his hair, almost cutting Chu Lianyu down. Chu Lianyu showed a look of horrified fear. Just then, a fair hand suddenly appeared, gripping Yi Xiao's golden flame knife light. That's enough. A man in a white long robe with long hair cascading down stood in front of Chu Lianyu with a warm smile. His fair arm glowed with a jade-like radiance, gripping Yi Xiao's long knife. The flames on the knife spread to his palm, burning fiercely, but were offset by an unknown force. Tong Xian, you're here. Seeing the appearance of the ancient-style young man, Chu Lianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Lianyu, in the future, if you encounter such things, you can come to me. There's no need to take the stage yourself. Got it, Tong Xian, thank you. Chu Lianyu looked relieved as if he had survived a disaster. He truly hadn't expected Yi Xiao, a sixth-tier extraordinary warrior, to be so fierce. He almost got beaten to death. If it weren't for Wu Tongxian's timely arrival, he would have had to lie in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. Yi Xiao, do you want to continue? Although we will eventually have a battle, I think it shouldn't be now, but on the stage of the new student competition. Wu Tongxian smiled at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. He slowly sheathed the long knife. The flames dissipated accordingly. Tong Xian, you're here. At this moment, Chu Shanha spoke with a smile. Tong Xian came late, making Grandpa worried. Chu Tong Xian respectfully bowed to Chu Shanha. What's there to worry about? It's just a small scene. Back in the day, when we old fellows faced the wilderness deities, I could remain unperturbed, let alone today. Grandpa is still as strong as ever. Wu Tongxian flattered. Ha ha ha, I like your way of speaking. Lianyu, learn more from Tongxian, you're too impulsive. Your performance today has disappointed me greatly. Chu Lianyu's face turned pale. Yes, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Chu Lianyu knew that his performance today was indeed poor. He was provoked into anger with just a few words and ended up unable to defeat Yi Xiao. He almost got beaten up. If it weren't for Wu Tongxian's timely rescue, the Chu family's reputation would have been ruined. Roar, Tong Xian is my god-grandson. He comes from an orphanage and was adopted by my Chu family at a young age. I have always had high hopes for Tong Xian, and he has never disappointed me. He is talented and capable, and this time he secured the first place in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination, which also brings fame to my Chu family. You should take the opportunity to consult him. So this is my cousin Zhang Rou, right? I've heard Grandpa mention you. If you have any trouble, you can come to me for help. Wu Tongxian said with a light smile. No need. Zhang Rou coldly refused. She walked to Yi Xiao's side. I will not return to the Chu family, she said firmly. If Zhang Rou doesn't want to leave, no one can take her away. Yi Xiao also expressed his stance. That's right. And me. Bai Ruoyu, who had been watching the battle without a chance to speak, also chimed in at the right moment. Yi Xiao, will say this today. If anyone wants to take Zhang Rou away, I don't mind letting them exit the new student competition early. Yi Xiao's gaze fell on Wu Tongxian. The profession of a cultivator is indeed very strong. In his previous life, he had read many fantasy novels about cultivation, where cultivators could reach the heavens and the earth, their power boundless. But so what? Among his peers, Yi Xiao had never feared anyone. He even wished that Wu Tongxian would hurry up and fight him, seizing the opportunity to replicate the methods of cultivators. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, it seemed that Wu Tongxian did not have this idea. He looked at Chu Shanha's darkened expression and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Grandpa, can I say a few words? Go ahead. For this exceptionally talented grandson, Chu Shanha would still respect his opinion. Thank you, Grandpa. Wu Tongxian pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Grandpa is also trying to help cousin Zhang Rou return to the family, so she can access better resources, enhance her strength, and achieve a better ranking in the freshman competition. Since you don't want to go back, Why not showcase your abilities? If you can enter the top 10 in the freshman competition, it will prove that your persistence is right. If you can't make it to the top 10, it means your abilities are limited, and in that case, you should immediately listen to Grandpa and go back. How about that? If cousin Zhang Ro doesn't agree to this, then no matter who tries to stop me today, I will take you back. Wu Tongxian's deep gaze fell on Yi Xiao. Zhang Ro, follow your own thoughts. If you don't agree, no one can take you away. A mere Wu Tongxian cannot stop me. Yi Xiao placed a hand on Zhang Ro's shoulder to comfort her. Yes, Sister Zhang Ro, we will definitely help you. Bai Ruoyu also consoled her. I'm a dual career practitioner. Whoever tries to capture you, I'll fight them. Bai Ruoyu waved her fist. And me, I came from Jiangzhou too. How can I be left out? A figure with a sword on his back walked over from a distance. Hong Chen. Looking at the faces of the few people, Zhang Ro's eyes became a bit misty. Perhaps it was moved. Over the years, although she was seen as a high and unattainable flower by others, the heavy responsibilities and pain were borne solely by herself, and who understood the pain hidden in her heart? No matter how strong Zhang Ro was, she was just an 18-year-old girl. But now it was different. A group of companions had gathered around her. They had experienced life and death together, shared hardships, and faced danger together. With their support, Zhang Ro suddenly felt that the Chu family was not an insurmountable mountain. It wasn't that terrifying. She wiped her face. Okay, I agree. I will enter the top 10 in the freshman competition, and I will prove to you that even without the Chu family, I, Zhang Ro, am still not inferior to anyone, she said firmly. I hope so. Chu Shanha glanced at him lightly, then turned and walked towards the business Mercedes. Before getting into the car, he turned back and looked deeply at Yi Xiao. Young man, you are the most courageous young person I have ever seen. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Old man, don't worry. The person who can defeat me, Yi Xiao, hasn't been born yet. Humph, you little brat. Chu Shanha snorted coldly and then got into the car. The Mercedes drove the two away into the distance. Yi Xiao, I look forward to battling you in the freshman competition, and of course, Lin Ru as well. Wu Tongxian smiled at Yi Xiao. Then he floated away, his white robe dancing in the wind, exuding a hint of an immortal's ethereal quality. This Wu Tongxian is quite interesting. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. The imperial capital was indeed a great place, where strong individuals emerged, and geniuses were abundant, never allowing one to feel bored. Alright, stop thinking so much. Let's go drink. Yi Xiao put his arm around Xiao Hongchen's shoulder. Maybe I can't. Xiao Hongchen hesitated. What's wrong? Yi Xiao frowned and asked. Actually, my roommate got caught soliciting. He asked me to bail him out. Xiao Hongchen said awkwardly. Yi Xiao? What does soliciting even mean? Yi Xiao looked completely bewildered. The seemingly honest swordsman, Xiao Jianfeng, actually went soliciting? This was simply embarrassing for their town's Shinshin University. What exactly happened? Xiao Hongchen shook his head. During class, he suddenly raised his hand to the teacher, saying he needed to go to the bathroom. After he went out, he never came back until the class ended. I thought he had an upset stomach from that fried egg he ate in the morning, but after class, he called me, saying he got caught soliciting and was too scared to tell the teacher or his parents, asking me to bail him out. Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. This young man was really living it up. Let's go take a look. That guy seems pretty dull. He doesn't look like someone who would do that kind of thing. Yi Xiao said helplessly. Is something wrong? Zhang Ro and the others asked curiously. Well, Hongchen's roommate, soliciting got caught. Soliciting? What is that? Zhang Ro frowned, looking confused. Oh, it's just soliciting. Zhang Ro, you don't even know this. Bai Ruoyu chimed in with a smile. Zhang Ro's face instantly turned bright red. As a young woman, she wasn't like Bai Ruoyu, who was carefree and browsed certain websites for fun. She really only understood the matters between men and women from textbooks. Yi Xiao, you must never go soliciting. Otherwise, if you get caught, we won't help you. At that moment, Bai Ruoyu suddenly huffed. If I get caught, I'll just say you're my wife, and we'll both be embarrassed. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. You, Yi Xiao, you're shameless. Bai Ruoyu was so furious that her whole body trembled, her delicate fingers pointing at Yi Xiao, shaking slightly. You really want to go soliciting? With me, a youthful and invincible beauty around, how could you even look at those cheap women? Bai Ruoyu put her hands on her hips, striking a seductive pose. No matter what, it's still a flat chest. I'm a master of ball skills. Yi Xiao pouted, then reached out to pull Xiao Hongchen close. Hongchen's chest muscles are even more developed than yours. This directly made Bai Ruoyu explode, pouncing at Yi Xiao like a mad white cat. I'll bite you, big rogue. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at the police station near Shinshin University. Outside the station, Xiao Jianfeng was carrying a long knife, looking miserable. In front of him, a 34-year-old man was sternly lecturing him. Not far away, a girl in a sailor suit stood with a wronged expression, her violet eyes revealing timidity and fear. Xiao Hongchen, you finally came. Hurry and save me. Xiao Jianfeng's face lit up the moment he saw Xiao Hongchen. You must be his classmates. This time, we'll let it go. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. If there's a next time, I will definitely punish you severely. The man looked at Yi Xiao and the others, speaking sternly. You're all so young, and excellent students from Shinshin University. Why do something like this? Look at how pretty these two girls are. If you want a girlfriend, just pursue them properly. Don't take shortcuts. If there's a next time, I'll inform your school teachers and parents. The man sternly reprimanded Xiao Jianfeng. He lowered his head, not daring to say a word. All right, just sign here, provide your ID, and you can leave. The police officer handed over a notebook. Little girl, you sign too. Don't do this kind of thing again. If you have difficulties, you can tell us. Don't go down the wrong path. The girl in the sailor suit gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and took the pen to write down her name. Shingu Nene. Looking at that name, Bai Ruoyu was slightly taken aback. It seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Oh, a little Japanese girl living quite well, huh? The uncle quickly changed his words. Uncle, there's no need for that. I know you want to insult us Japanese. Although I am Japanese, I grew up in the Great Xia, Shingu Nene said. The uncle awkwardly scratched his head. Ha ha ha, little girl, don't misunderstand. As long as you're in the Great Xia, regardless of which country you're from, we treat everyone equally, there's no distinction. However, since you are Japanese, you really shouldn't be doing this. Although this is a legal and traditional industry in your Japan, it is absolutely prohibited in our Great Xia. Yi Xiao took a closer look at this uncle. It was clear that this uncle had quite a rich private life after work. All right, you all can go. The uncle waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao and the others that they could take Xiao Jianfeng away. Kid, Xiao Jianfeng, right? I remember you. I hope we don't meet again through iron bars next time, the uncle said meaningfully. Xiao Jianfeng's face immediately fell. Yi Xiao and the others left the police station and headed towards Jinshin University. Shingo Nene followed closely behind them. Hey, I said, Miss Shingo Nene, living quite well, what are you following us for? Are you self-promoting? Yi Xiao suddenly stopped and asked. Shingo Nene pouted. I'm going in the same direction. I'm also a student at Jinshin University. She spoke with an indifferent expression. Oh, I remember now. Bai Ruoyu suddenly slapped her forehead. There is indeed a Japanese student among this year's freshmen, the little princess of the Shingu family. Her profession is a onmyoji passed down through generations in her family. She is said to control the 9 major shikigami. The second best record at the Demon Suppression Tower is held by her. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, looking at Shingo Nene in shock. What? The others were startled. They looked at the girl in the sailor suit with a bit more caution. The Shingo family is also a prominent family in Japan, not weaker than the Chu family in Great Xia. Does a girl from such a top family need to sell herself? There must be something complicated going on. Hey, did you have any kind of incident with her? Yi Xiao suddenly grabbed Xiao Jianfeng by the collar and asked. No, I don't know what happened. I went to the bathroom during class and then got a phone call. After that, I didn't know anything. When I came to my senses, there was an uncle saying I was suspected of PC, and then I was arrested. Xiao Jianfeng scratched his head. Could it be that I was tricked? The uncle shouldn't be lying to me, right? He scratched his head, looking completely confused. Yi Xiao helplessly slapped his forehead. College students are really as naive as they come. It's not the uncle lying to you, it's her lying to you. Hey, Shingu blah blah. You tricked Xiao Jianfeng and lured us out. What is it for? Yi Xiao squinted his eyes, glaring at Shingo Nene. Shingo Nene changed from her previous pitiful look. She caressed her slightly pouted, beautiful red lips, and a mischievous smile flashed across her face. Yi Xiao, will you be my husband? The others all looked at her in confusion. What the heck? Husband? No wonder she's a little Japanese girl living quite well. She's so open. Proposing in public. You want me to be your husband? Are you out of your mind? Yi Xiao looked Shingo Nene up and down. She wore a black sailor suit commonly seen in Japanese anime, her figure almost perfect, with not a hint of excess flesh. Her legs were long and straight, wrapped in black tights, rivaling Jiang Rou's long legs. The most important thing was her ample bosom. Not to mention Bai Ruoyu's flat chest, even Jiang Rou seemed smaller in front of Shingu Ningzi. A rough estimate would put her at a C cup. One could only say she had developed exceptionally well. Her face was flawless, fair and translucent without a trace of impurity, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her violet eyes shimmering. She was simply the ideal perfect two-dimensional girlfriend. There couldn't be a man who wouldn't like Shinguning Ningzi. Yi Xiao, you can't like her, Bai Ruoyu exclaimed as she saw Yi Xiao's gaze scanning the girl up and down, immediately getting anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Why? Are you my mom or my dad? Why do you care who I like? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked. I care. I want to help my sister take good care of you. And, Bai Ruoyu's little face turned red as she struggled to find the words. And you are the pride of Daxia, the treasure of Daxia, you can't be deceived away to the east. This was not said by Bai Ruoyu, but by Jiang Ro, who had been silent until now. The group fell silent for a moment. Right, Ruoyu? Jiang Ro said as she brushed her hair back. Bai Ruoyu immediately reacted. That's right. For the sake of the country, you can't marry a woman from the east. Exactly. She placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest, though no matter how she puffed, it still wasn't much, declaring earnestly. Yi Xiao looked bewildered. Why are you all more anxious than I am? Shinguning Ningzi just giggled. Yi Xiao, why are they more anxious than you? She walked up to Yi Xiao with a cat-like grace, exhaling softly. Yi Xiao, you are an excellent eye technique master, and I am a yin-yang master with the strongest bloodline of the Shingu family. Together, we can surely have an invincible child. I chose you out of the three of us at first glance. Shinguning Ningzi stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked Yi Xiao's earlobe like a little kitten. Then she jumped back, hands behind her back, looking extremely relaxed. As long as you marry into the Shingu family, we will provide you with abundant resources to help you grow. In just a few years, you could become a figure like the sword god of Daxia. Moreover, in both Daxia and the East, you will earn the respect of countless people. And I, the most beautiful woman of the Shingu family, the most gifted Shinguning Ningzi in history, will also become your wife. You can treat me however you want, don't you feel moved, Yi Xiao? Shinguning Ningzi's fingers caressed her red lips. If you mind my relationship with that man, rest assured, I only used my yin-yang master techniques to confuse him. He hasn't even touched my hand, everything about me is pure and belongs to you. Shinguning Ningzi was stunningly beautiful, and more importantly, she exuded femininity far more than the childish Bai Ruoyu and the cold Jiang Ro, stirring a man's hormones. Bai Ruoyu was glaring at her fiercely, like a little cat with its fur bristled. Even Jiang Ro wore a wary expression. Their instincts told them this woman was incredibly frightening, proactively frightening. Yi Xiao pressed his lips together. Any normal man would probably not refuse such temptation. But before that, I want to ask you, why did you choose me? Of course, as my future husband, you have the right to know. Shinguning Ningzi smiled gently. Actually, at the beginning, my goal was 3 people. You, as a pupil master, Lin Ru, as a word spirit master, and a martial arts immortal. But after my observation, the martial arts immortal is backed by the Chu family, making him half a member of the Chu family. He doesn't lack resources from my Divine Palace family, and it's unrealistic to expect him to marry into the Divine Palace family. Lin Ru's personality is too cold and too reclusive. He spends all day in the dormitory reading, and it's impossible to see that he has a normal sexual orientation. In contrast, you meet my expectations in every aspect. You are powerful, eccentric, and also of commoner origin. You must need a lot of resources to rise, right? So I chose you. How about that? I'm honest, right? Shinguning Ningzi said with a smile. Yi Xiao nodded. Very honest, I'm quite satisfied with this answer. So, does that mean you agree to marry into the Divine Palace family and take me as your wife? Shinguning Ningzi said with a slight joy. You're thinking too much, Yi Xiao said lightly, curling his lips. He raised 3 fingers. First, I, Yi Xiao, am not a substitute for anyone, not your second choice. Second, I, Yi Xiao, am from the Great Xia, and it's impossible for me to marry into the East Japan. Third, I do not accept a relationship that is only physical, without love, nor do I want to be a tool for reproduction. That's what I wanted to say to you. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned around directly. I'm leaving, going to drink with Su Hao. Jiang Ro revealed a sweet smile upon hearing this and followed Yi Xiao's pace without saying a word. Bai Ruoyu also looked very happy. She made a face at Shinguning Ningzi and even, as if in revenge, linked her arm with Yi Xiao's. Shinguning Ningzi narrowed her eyes slightly. Yi Xiao, it's a pity that you might not be able to drink this wine today. I've also thought of a second backup plan, which is to cook raw rice into cooked rice. Buzz. A talisman suddenly appeared in Shinguning Ningzi's hand. I use blood to command the gods. All those who fight shall line up in front. Buzz. She formed a seal with one hand. Golden talisman light appeared in the void, and behind Shinguning Ningzi, a huge formation emerged. Soaring serpent. Hide. Boom. A large white serpent, resembling a dragon, rushed out from the formation. It soared in the sky, riding the clouds and mist. "It's a dragon," Bai Ruoyu exclaimed. "It's not a dragon. This is a soaring serpent, one of the 12 Shikigami of Abe no Saimai, the ancestor of Onmyoji in East Japan." Jiang Ro said solemnly, "The profession of Onmyoji is extremely rare in other countries, but in East Japan, it is one of the national professions, alongside samurai and ninja, known as the 3 major professions of East Japan. Onmyoji can use talismans to summon Shikigami to fight, employing strange and varied methods, and among them, the Onmyoji cultivated by the East Shingong are particularly powerful. The most outstanding Onmyoji genius of this generation, Shingong Ning Ning Z, inherited the 6 Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor, who is known as the strongest in the Onmyoji profession, Abe no Saimai. Her talent surpasses many Onmyoji and is a treasure of the Shingong family, with countless young talents in East Japan wanting to marry her. Unfortunately, almost no one catches her eye, which is why Shingong Ning Ning Z traveled across the ocean to Great Xia, seeking a satisfactory husband, to give birth to the most outstanding offspring for the Shingong family. "Yi Xiao, I won't let you go." She held the golden talisman in her hand and waved it gently. Whoosh! The soaring serpent in the sky roared and charged towards Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao's hand fell on the knife at his back, but at the critical moment, he was stopped by Ruoyu. "Yi Xiao, leave this little matter to me. I've been holding back for a long time," Bai Ruoyu said angrily. "Ali, da hey, come out." She clasped her hands together, and the summoning formation behind her emerged. A 9-tailed spirit cat, as big as a small mountain, shook its 3 tails and bared its teeth at the charging soaring serpent. The dragon man also stared fiercely at the soaring snake, letting out a deafening roar. Boom! The 2 summoned beasts charged directly at the soaring snake. Boom! The terrifying attacks collided in mid-air, causing the surrounding air to surge wildly. "Hee hee, you're so weak, you'll only drag Yi Xiao down." Shinguning Ningzi laughed contemptuously, as one soaring snake directly suppressed by Ruoyu's 2 summoned beasts. The soaring snake rolled its body, its tail striking fiercely. It slammed the 9-tailed spirit cat to the ground. Then it opened its bloody maw and bit towards the dragon man. 1 against 2 was more than enough. "Ruoyu, be careful. This soaring snake is at least Abe no Saimai Shikigami. Even though Shinguning Ningzi can't exert its full power now, its foundation is still there, so don't underestimate it," Jiang Ro reminded. "Don't worry, I know. Watch me, flame dragon breath." Bai Ruoyu slightly opened her eyes, and a scorching aura erupted from her cute little body. A cluster of flames shot into the sky, transforming into a fiery dragon, roaring as it charged at the soaring snake. "I'm a dual class. If the summoned beast can't do it, then taste my magic," Bai Ruoyu sneered. Seeing the blazing flame dragon, a glint of amusement flashed in Shinguning Ningzi's eyes. "You have some strength, but unfortunately, you're still not worthy of Yi Xiao. Moreover, compared to me, Shinguning Ningzi, you're still far behind. All combatants, array in front." "Yin Yang robe." Shinguning Ningzi's hands moved quickly, and her whole body radiated a crimson glow. "Just right, the soaring snake is also a fire attribute Shikigami, so let me play with you, little girl whose gender is hard to discern." Shinguning Ningzi sneered, directly poking at Bai Ruoyu's reverse scale. "What's so great about having 2 balls? Watch me knock you down," Bai Ruoyu said angrily. The power of the flame dragon surged, roaring to obliterate both Shinguning Ningzi and her Shikigami. However, at that moment, the soaring snake suddenly charged into the sky. Its pure white body glowed with red flames. Boom! The soaring snake dove into Shinguning Ningzi's body. A long crimson battle robe concealed her perfect figure, with a blooming golden lotus on her chest resembling 2 perfect peaks. Flames transformed into long ribbons swirling around her, resembling a valkyrie. Incomparable pressure, incredibly stunning. "This is my yin yang robe, red lotus." Shinguning Ningzi gently caressed the fire ribbons around her body, smiling softly. "This is the ability of a yin yang master, where the yin yang master and Shikigami merge into one, their thoughts connected, ultimately forming a battle state of human and spirit united. This is the yin yang robe." Whoosh! The fire-colored ribbon shot out, wrapping around the flame dragon. It tightly ensnared its massive head, leaving the flame dragon entangled in the void, unable to move. Fire prison cage. Whoosh! Shinguning Ningzi crouched down, reaching out towards the ground. Boom! Flames erupted from all directions around Bai Ruoyu, forming cages that trapped her tightly within. "It's over. The game proves that I am the one worthy of Yi Xiao." Boom! Shinguning Ningzi pulled hard, and the flame dragon was torn apart in the sky by the red ribbons. The two summoned beasts were also ensnared by her fire ribbons. Ruoyu was imprisoned, having lost her means to fight. She could only grit her teeth and watch as Shinguning Ningzi flaunted her superiority before her. Tap tap tap. Shinguning Ningzi walked gracefully towards Yi Xiao in her fiery red high heels. Let's make love, husband. Give me a perfect child. She pouted her red lips, revealing a seductive expression, simply enchanting. Zhang Ro watched her warily. Ruoyu, trapped in the fire prison, was on the verge of tears. Yi Xiao squinted his eyes. Let her go. Shinguning Ningzi blinked her big eyes. I don't like disobedient women, and there are some things I don't want to say a second time. If you keep pushing, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Xiao stared at Shinguning Ningzi, golden lotuses beginning to bloom in his eyes, powerful fire elements leaping and dancing around him. Master, be careful, his flames are extremely powerful. The yin-yang robe flickered, and Shinguning Ningzi knew it was her Shikigami, Tengu, reminding her. Tengu, a fire attribute combat Shikigami, even felt that Yi Xiao's flames were formidable. How terrifying Yi Xiao truly was. With this thought, Shinguning Ningzi pondered for a moment. She extended her jade hand and waved gently. The fire prison cage suddenly disappeared. Shinguning Ningzi glanced coldly at Ruoyu. Then she spoke to Yi Xiao. Actually, at first, I just wanted to find a husband to have a child, but now I'm really a bit interested in you, Yi Xiao. She touched her red lips. Well, this matter can't be rushed, and if the person I like dislikes me, it would be a loss. With that, she swayed her waist and walked away in her high heels. Goodbye, my future husband. The red lotus yin-yang robe retreated, and Tengu transformed back into a piece of paper in her hand. Wait! At that moment, Ruoyu shouted. Shinguning Ningzi's steps paused slightly. She asked, you will participate in the freshman competition, right? Shinguning Ningzi nodded. Very well, then I will defeat you in the freshman competition. To avenge my shame. Ruoyu crossed her arms, looking serious. Shinguning Ningzi laughed. He. Interesting. Okay, I accept this challenge. Pulling out a lollipop from somewhere, Shinguning Ningzi popped it into her mouth and happily left the place. Now it's good. You two have one aiming for the top 10 and the other wanting to duel. The difficulty just went up. Yi Xiao shrugged. I just can't stand her being a rogue. Ruoyu said anxiously. Are you afraid of me being a rogue with her? I might as well be the rogue with her. Yi Xiao scoffed. No way. You are not allowed to be a rogue with her. Ruoyu waved her small hands. Then who should I be a rogue with? You? What rogue moves do you have to show me? Yi Xiao's gaze fell on her flat chest. Woo. I'm still young. I can still grow. I'm the type that develops later. Ruoyu covered her chest to explain. Hey, silly, do you really want me to be a rogue with you? I mean, you. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. You wouldn't actually like me, would you? Swish, swish, swish. Several pairs of eyes fell on Ruoyu. She was so startled that she couldn't speak, her face redder than an apple. Hey, do you really like me? Yi Xiao asked again. Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongchen also looked at her with confusion. Who likes you? How could I possibly like a big rogue like you? Ruoyu turned her head and quickly shook her hands. Well, if you don't like me, that's good. I don't like flat chests either. Yi Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Let's go, let's drink. He then pulled Xiao Hongchen and Xiao Jianfeng away. I can't drink. Xiao Jianfeng's terrified voice came. If you can't, you can learn. Just blow 2 bottles and you'll get it. Yi Xiao replied casually. Ruoyu walked behind with a dejected expression, her eyes glistening, looking like a wilted eggplant, utterly dispirited. Ruoyu, you wouldn't really have developed feelings for Yi Xiao, would you? Zhang Ro asked, noticing her low spirits. I don't know. Ruoyu mumbled. Just when everyone walks together, my gaze will unconsciously fall on him. When I see him defeating the enemy, I feel happy, I cheer. But when he gets too close to other women, I feel a tightness in my chest. And also, I used to really dislike him making dirty jokes, but now, I find it quite interesting. He. Does this count as liking him? I'm not sure. Looking at the silly smiling Ruoyu, Zhang Ro felt speechless. The little girl appeared carefree, but deep down, she was still a child, unable to see her own feelings clearly. But how could others not see it? Undoubtedly, Ruoyu definitely liked Yi Xiao, and with her family background and talent, she was indeed worthy of him. The two were naturally suited to be like happy enemies. But what about herself? Zhang Ro touched her chest, asking herself, where should her restless heart find a place? She gazed at the profile of that figure in the distance, slightly lost in thought. She didn't know when it started, but Yi Xiao seemed to have become increasingly eye-catching, so bright that she could spot him in a crowd at a glance, so bright that she could recognize him even from a distance by just his back. When did it begin? Was it when he charged towards the giant spirit god alone? Was it when he faced the shadow god cult alone? Or was it when he stood resolutely in front of her against the massive Chu family? Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up! Yi Zhao's voice came from afar. Oh, coming! The two hurriedly followed. Well, this is fine as it is. It was just a fleeting breeze borrowed from the heavens. Even if it stirred up a moment of fireworks, it didn't belong to her. He would eventually return to the heavens, and before that, being able to silently watch was already a great fortune. We're coming! Ruoyu, let's hurry and catch up. Zhang Ro pulled by Ruoyu, and the two figures, one big and one small, followed the footsteps ahead. Oh no, I drank too much. Damn, we're going to be late. Last night, Yi Xiao and a few of them got carried away drinking. They didn't bother to sober up. After drinking, they didn't return to the dormitory and just found a chain hotel to spend the night. As a result, when he woke up, the first class was already well underway. It's fine. The teachers won't recognize me in the first 2 days of school. I can just pretend and get by. Yi Xiao glanced at the time on his phone and hurried towards the school. When he arrived at the classroom, he immediately spotted Xiao Hongchen and Bai Ruoyu. Today, he happened to have this class with them. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Xiao Hongchen frantically gestured to him. Bai Ruoyu covered her mouth, looking gleeful. TCH. Yi Xiao curled his lips in disdain. He mouthed, "Watch my moves." As a result, Xiao Hongchen's reaction became even more intense, while Bai Ruoyu was holding her stomach laughing. Furious, Yi Xiao wanted to knock her on the head a couple of times. Report! Teacher, I had a stomach upset and came a bit late. Sorry. He rushed into the classroom and said boldly. He had used this trick many times in his previous life during college, and it worked like a charm. Generally, teachers wouldn't fuss over such minor issues. However, today, oh, so you had diarrhea? The teacher slowly raised her head. The moment Yi Xiao saw the delicate face, he froze. Yesterday, Ruoyu said you were drunk and would probably skip class today. So it turns out you just had diarrhea. Does that mean Ruoyu was wrong? The teacher's gaze turned to Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu shook her little head like a rattle drum. No, sister. No, teacher Bai, I didn't lie. Then that means Yi Xiao is lying. Deceiving the teacher is a serious offense. You will stand for this class. Come to my office after class. Looking at Yi Zhao's expression as if he had eaten something unpleasant, Bai Ruoching's heart was blooming with joy. You little rascal finally had your day of reckoning. Who told you to mess with me before? She discreetly pressed down the corners of her mouth that had curled up. Then she spoke loudly, let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ruoching. I also graduated from Jinshin University, so I can be considered your senior. Now, I am a new teacher at Jinshin University, responsible for. Yi Xiao stood at the back, finally understanding why Xiao Hongchen had been giving him signals, and why Bai Ruoyu was gloating. Truly, the heavens have unpredictable winds. He never expected that his new teacher would be Bai Ruoching. This big cow definitely had a motive for revenge. A class just passed like that. After class, Yi Xiao drooped his head and walked towards Bai Ruoching's office. Ha ha ha, Yi Xiao, you have your day too. I was originally thinking of giving you a surprise, but now it has turned into a scare. Ha ha ha. Bai Ruoyu came in front of Yi Xiao, holding her stomach and laughing at him without restraint. As a result, Yi Xiao gave her a whack. Yi Xiao, let's go together. Zhang Ro is on her way too. Teacher Bai asked us to go over together. I think it must be something important. Understood. Hearing the word important, Yi Zhao's expression became serious. The four of them arrived at Bai Ruoching's office. She was staring intently at the lesson plan, feeding herself bite by bite with her delicate, luscious red lips. TSK. Tell me, was your mom lacking nutrition when she gave birth to you? Same womb. How come the difference is so big? Looking at the enormous figure wrapped in a white shirt, swaying as Bai Ruoching moved, Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel. It must be said that Bai Ruoching and Bai Ruoyu really looked like mother and daughter. Bai Ruoching was broad-minded, standing at 178 centimeters tall. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings were super aggressive, perfectly catering to the preferences of leg enthusiasts. A mature and charming woman, full of allure. As for Bai Ruoyu, she was 150 centimeters tall, a little flat-chested, with a pair of small, meaty legs wrapped in white stockings, her face also chubby, turning red like an apple, completely resembling a little loli. She didn't look like a college student at all. She could easily pass for a middle schooler. Yi Xiao, stop being a rogue outside, come in. Bai Ruoching raised her head and said helplessly. After spending time together, she had already gotten used to Yi Zhao's playful and cheeky personality. Hi, hello, Teacher Bai. Yi Xiao greeted her with a grin as he walked in. What are you eating, Teacher Bai? So busy? Bai Ruoching crossed her legs and shot Yi Xiao a reproachful glance. You're fine with us, but don't go messing with every girl you see outside. How could that be? I, Yi Xiao, am a gentleman. Yi Xiao scoffed dismissively, sharp-tongued. Alright, actually, I called you here mainly for this matter. Saying this, Bai Ruoqing placed a stack of documents in front of Yi Xiao and the others. Yesterday, the freshman competition at Moda Vocational University ended, and a teacher from Moda University is bringing the top 5 students to our imperial capital. They say they want to learn from us, the top vocational university in Daxia, to see the differences between us and promote friendly development between the schools. Yi Xiao took the documents. Hee, sounds nice. But isn't it just looking for trouble? What, is Moda Vocational University tired of being the perennial second and wants to move up? Bai Ruoqing nodded. That's how it is. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. I heard that Moda Vocational University has produced a few outstanding students this year, and they must be feeling quite inflated. Especially a student named Tang Hao, who is the top freshman at Moda Vocational University this time, a dragon warrior with a companion divine dragon, incredibly powerful. I heard he's from the capital and specifically came to join the Magic City Vocational University. His brother is Tang Xian from the Tang family in the capital, who was the top scorer in the capital's college entrance examination 4 years ago. Tang Xian? At the mention of this name, Zhang Rou's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Yi Xiao glanced at her. Zhang Rou returned a calm smile. Oh, I know Tang Xian, the old cow-eating tender grass, and then? Old cow-eating tender grass? Bai Ruoqing was slightly taken aback. Don't mind it, Teacher Bai, please continue. Bai Ruoqing nodded. Well, this time Tang Hao specifically requested that you two go to receive them. The school has also agreed, and if we calculate the time, they will arrive this afternoon. We go to receive them? Teacher Bai, do you think this is reasonable? They from Magic University still want us to receive them? Yi Xiao retorted. I also think it's not very reasonable, but this is Principal Ning's instruction, and a hint of hesitation flashed in Bai Ruoqing's eyes. And what? Yi Xiao pressed. Actually, I didn't want to tell you, but thinking about it, you Yi Xiao are not the type to be bullied. Principal Ning specifically instructed that if they go too far, there's no need to endure. No need to endure? Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly. Did the principal really say that? Of course, over the years, Magic University and we have never gotten along, and the competition for student sources has become increasingly fierce. For example, Tang Hao was originally supposed to come to our Jinshin University, but he was poached by Magic University without scruples. I heard they assigned him 5 beautiful senior girls as companions. It's simply immoral. Since they are so unscrupulous and don't give us face, why should we indulge them? Bai Ruoqing said indignantly. Magic City Vocational University has changed principals in recent years, and their methods have become increasingly aggressive, willing to do anything to compete for students. Last year, it was said that a young mentor from Magic University directly gave himself to a candidate. If Jinshin University hadn't reacted quickly this year, Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru would have been poached as well. Alright, Teacher Bai, we'll take care of this matter. Yi Xiao agreed readily. By the way, I heard Tang Hao is quite lecherous. You two young ladies should protect yourselves well. Bai Ruoqing added. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Yi Xiao patted his chest in assurance. Bai Ruoqing still looked a bit worried. Yi Xiao, be careful, don't be too harsh. The Tang family's influence is quite large, and if it really comes to a fight, don't leave Tang Hao with any irreversible injuries. She reminded again. Don't worry, I know how to control my strength. Hearing this, the 3 behind him twitched their mouths. Indeed, he knows how to control it. Dai Lian and Jin Xingning are still lying in the ICU. It's uncertain whether they can come out this month. Leaving Bai Ruoqing's office, Yi Xiao was in a great mood. Zhang Rou, that Tang Xian is the fiancé that old man arranged for you, right? Yeah. Zhang Rou nodded. Tang Xian's strength is very strong. He graduated just a year ago and has already reached level 5 perfection, commanding a god hunting team that is even more formidable than Jiangzhou's 100 battles god hunting team. He is the most outstanding young man in the Tang family. As Tang Xian's brother, Tang Hao often trains with Tang Xian's god hunting team, has rich practical experience, and has even seen real deities. He is much stronger than Dai Lian and Jin Xingning, truly a young prodigy. The stronger, the better. If it comes to a fight, there's no need to hold back. Yi Xiao rubbed his fists, grinning. Xiao Hongchen weakly interjected. Yi Xiao, Teacher Bai said we don't need to endure if the other party goes too far. What if they don't go too far? It's impossible for them not to go too far. Just wait and see. Tang Hao is lecherous, right? I guess when he sees Bai Ruoyu, he'll pounce like a rat seeing rice. I know people like him well. After all, in my previous life, during university, Yi Xiao was a homebody who spent his days in the dormitory reading novels, so he was quite familiar with this kind of scenario. Upon arriving at the pickup point, Yi Xiao quickly spotted a few people from Magic City University among the crowd. A middle-aged man in a golden suit approached them with a beaming smile. Behind him were 5 young men and women dressed in Magic University uniforms, all full of vigor. They all looked like troublemakers. The more Yi Xiao looked, the happier he became. "Hi, classmates. Are you students from Jinshin University?" The man in the golden suit waved his hand. "Hello, teacher," Yi Xiao replied obediently. "Thank you for your hard work, and thank you to all the students as well. My name is Yi Xiao, a freshman from Jinshin University, and I'm responsible for welcoming you all. These are my classmates, Zhang Ro, Bai Ruoyu, and Xiao Hongchen." Yi Xiao changed his usual demeanor, appearing very honest and simple, which formed a stark contrast to the outstanding students from Magic University. But Xiao Hongchen and the others knew that Yi Xiao's display of this honest appearance was precisely a sign that he was holding back something big. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's self-introduction, a young man in the crowd lifted his gaze. He was an unremarkable-looking young man, someone you wouldn't notice in a crowd. The only difference was that his eyes were bright and proud, exuding an extreme arrogance, looking down on everyone as if he had the words "I'm better than you" written on his face. "Students from Magic City Vocational University, please come this way," Yi Xiao invited. "We have arranged a banquet at Jieyun Building." Well, Yi Xiao's attitude is very good. Jinshin University's hospitality is quite impressive, the teacher in the golden suit said, turning to the students. His tone was as if he were addressing a waiter. Yi Xiao maintained his radiant smile. The group gradually boarded a business vehicle. "Sister-in-law, come eat with us. There's no need to be with these people," Tang Hao said, turning back before getting in. Zhang Ro was slightly taken aback. Yi Xiao's smile remained as he turned back to Xiao Hongchen with a glance, as if to say, "Don't stop me later." Xiao Hongchen twitched the corner of his mouth, silently mourning for Tang Hao for a second. "And Bai Ruoyu, you're quite cute. Come eat with us," he spoke again to Bai Ruoyu, his eyes revealing an unmasked greedy possessiveness. Zhang Ro was his sister-in-law, so he naturally couldn't do anything to her, but Bai Ruoyu was different. Moreover, he had never played with someone so pure before. The students from Magic University were engrossed in their phones, and even the mentor maintained a smile, as if they were already accustomed to Tang Hao's behavior. "Everyone, go ahead, we will come later," Yi Xiao said with a smile. "I wasn't talking to you. Why are you butting in?" Tang Hao coldly reprimanded Yi Xiao as he turned back. "Is this how Jinshin University treats its guests? It seems I made the right choice in picking Magic University. The service attitude of the 5 senior sisters from Magic University is extremely good." Yi Xiao's smile grew even brighter. The more Tang Hao fumed, the more excited he became at the prospect of a fight later. "Bai Ruoyu, I'll ask you one more time, are you coming to eat with us?" "I'll tell you, I'm from the Tang family in the imperial capital. You know the Tang family, right? If you come with me, my family will cover all your cultivation resources for the next 4 years of university. You don't need to worry about how Jinshin University is. With my Tang family backing you, you can completely withdraw from Jinshin and join us at Magic University," Tang Hao declared proudly. The teacher in the golden suit also smiled as he took out a tablet and began swiping on it. Bai Ruoyu's talent is also very outstanding, a dual-class summoner and mage. "If you are willing to join us at Magic University, that would be excellent. We will provide you with the following resources." He rambled on for quite a while. Yi Xiao continued to smile, but his smile grew increasingly cold. Publicly digging at the corner of the town god university, did they really think the school mentors weren't around and that they could do as they pleased? Bai Ruoyu blinked her big eyes. "I'm not really sure. And besides, I need to ask my boyfriend." As she spoke, a sly glint flashed in her eyes as she directly grabbed Yi Xiao's arm, smiling brightly. "Boyfriend." Tang Hao's expression darkened. At that moment, a male classmate whispered a few words beside him. Tang Hao suddenly changed his demeanor. "I was the one being rude. Since you have a boyfriend, sister-in-law, do you want to join us?" Zhang Ro shook her head. "We'll take another car in a bit." The car window slowly rolled up, and the group disappeared at the end of the road. "This guy is really recklessly courting death. Let's go see what big move he has next." Yi Xiao sneered, hailing a cab and heading towards the Xiaoyan building. In the car, "Tang Hao, it's all fun and games, but after all, we're students of Town God University. Don't let things get too out of hand," the mentor advised. "Don't worry, with my Tang family backing me, a provincial capital family, we can handle it easily." Tang Hao disdainfully flipped through Bai Ruoyu's information and data. "I actually think this young man named Yi Xiao is quite extraordinary." At that moment, a female student spoke up. "Look, since school started, he has consecutively injured Dailian and Jin Xingning, both severely. His methods are quite ruthless, yet his performance today is completely different from what's recorded in the data. He seems overly timid. The female student analyzed carefully. Suya, you're overthinking it. He's just a waste who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Comparing Tang Hao to those two injured wastes is an insult to Tang Hao, isn't it? The young man who had whispered to Tang Hao earlier said. Exactly, knowing Tang Hao's strength, he can only keep his tail between his legs. Another male student chimed in. Heh, the top recruit from the southern province, what a joke. Under the flattery of the crowd, Tang Hao became increasingly arrogant. He tossed aside his tablet. Tonight, I want him to obediently send his girlfriend to my room. That would be much more interesting, wouldn't it? Suya frowned slightly but said nothing. Tang Hao's strength was formidable, and the Tang family's influence was vast. In this circle, being able to keep oneself safe was already quite rare. Suya, do you want to join us tonight? Tang Hao shifted his sparkling gaze to Suya. Forget it. I've not been feeling well these past few days. Suya turned her head. Tang Hao's burning gaze made her very uncomfortable. This time when I go back, I should keep some distance from them. Suya sighed, otherwise, she might not be able to protect herself. Then forget it. Wang Shuer, do you want to join? Tang Hao asked another girl who was dressed flamboyantly and playing with her phone. Sure. Wang Shuer readily agreed, as she was already Tang Hao's plaything. But, this handsome guy, I'm a bit interested in him. She caressed the data board, looking at Xiao Hongchen's chiseled face. Interested? If you like him, let Gao Jia take care of it later. Tang Hao said nonchalantly. Wang Shuer's profession was a seductress, a rather unique occupation with alternative means of leveling up. As long as she engaged with men, absorbing their yang energy would enhance her strength. In just this short time since school started, there were at least 80 boys from Magic City University who had fallen under her spell. It was said that she could go all night without a single change. Then thank you, Tang Hao. Wang Shuer smiled, climbing next to Tang Hao and gently pecking his lips. Tang Hao wrapped his arm around Wang Shuer's slim waist, beginning to caress her, his expression indifferent. To be honest, this Town God University is just so. The only ones worth my attention are Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, the rest are just ants. This time coming to Town God University, his goal was very clear, to step on Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru to rise to power, and then casually play with the women of Town God University. Actually, Jiang Ro is not bad, but unfortunately, she's my brother's fiancée, Sai. Tang Hao looked regretful. The Xieyun building is a relatively business-oriented restaurant, mostly used to entertain guests. Shortly after Tang Hao and the others arrived, Yi Xiao and his group also showed up. Please, everyone. Under the guidance of the male attendant, they all entered the restaurant together. Along the way, Tang Hao's gaze frequently fell on Bai Ruoyu, and his look at Yi Xiao revealed a malicious smile. Yi Xiao noticed Tang Hao looking at him and turned back to give him a brilliant smile. Tang Hao grinned. This kid still doesn't know what will happen later. Just thinking about the scene of offending the husband made Tang Hao unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha, sister-in-law, you haven't met my brother yet, right? I think you two could go out on a date. My brother is on vacation these days, and you can have a deep chat. After all, we'll be family in the future. Tang Hao emphasized the word deep with great effort. Sorry, I've been very busy lately. Jiang Ro took a sip of her drink indifferently. Tang Hao chuckled awkwardly, and at that moment, he picked up 2 wine glasses and walked towards Yi Xiao. Hey, brother, I offended you earlier, let me toast you. Saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in front of everyone. Actually, I've heard of your great name for a long time, the top recruit from the southern province. Less than half a month into school, you got angry for a beauty and beat up the 2 talents Dailian and Jin Xingning. TSK. You truly earn my respect. Let's drink to that. As he spoke, he handed another glass of wine to Yi Xiao and then took one for himself. Yi Xiao glanced at the swaying liquid with indifference. Sure enough, there was a problem. Tang Hao had drugged his drink. It was a special knockout drug. Even a transformed level professional would sleep like a dead pig after drinking it. Yi Xiao grinned, taking the drink without showing any signs. Well said, Moto Vocational University and Town God University are brothers. I'll drink this cup. Brother Tang, you do as you please. With that, Yi Xiao downed the wine in his glass in one go. Good wine. Yi Xiao wiped his chin, looking satisfied. Tang Hao's smile grew even more intense. He was silently counting down 3, 2, 1 in his heart. However, after a while, Yi Xiao showed no signs of being affected. Tang Hao was stunned. Could it be that he used too little? He turned his gaze towards Wang Shuer, from whom he got the drug. She often used this kind of drug to pick up young boys in bars. But Wang Shuer was practically glued to Xiao Hongchen, staring at him with a face full of infatuation, completely ignoring Tang Hao's gaze. Furious, Tang Hao cursed under his breath. He then turned his attention to Gao Jia, who quickly reacted. He took 2 more glasses of wine and walked towards Yi Xiao and the others. Brother, you have great drinking capacity. Let me drink with you. My name is Gao Jia. Saying that, he handed the drugged wine to Yi Xiao. What you call me isn't important. Yi Xiao received the glass with a calm expression. Right, it doesn't matter. After this cup, we're all brothers. Gao Jia replied with a smile. Yi Xiao wore a faint smile. What you call him really didn't matter. They would all become punching bags later, no difference at all. Yi Xiao downed the drink again, still with no effect. With the enhancement of the martial god Ai, his physical quality had increased tenfold, let alone the small amount in the wine. Even if he drank a whole bottle of the drug, it wouldn't matter. It was just broken down as soon as it hit his stomach. The two kept feeding Yi Xiao wine, and he remained unaffected. Gao Jia and Tang Hao were both dumbfounded. You guys should stop feeding him wine. Yi Xiao gets drunk and goes wild. At this moment, Jiang Ro said helplessly. Drunk? Gao Jia was taken aback, and the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag flew out. Bang! Yi Xiao's punch landed heavily on Gao Jia's eye, turning it into a panda eye. Good for you, pig-shaped demon. How dare you sneak into the territory of our great Xia human race? Watch me slay you. Whoosh! Yi Xiao swiftly drew the shadow knife he carried and swept it over. Damn! Gao Jia hadn't reacted yet when he saw Yi Xiao swinging the knife at him. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the blow, but his belt was accidentally cut open, revealing his bright red underwear. A pig-shaped demon learning to wear human underwear, how ridiculous. No matter how you disguise yourself, that pig head of yours can't be hidden. Yi Xiao was incredibly fast, appearing in front of Gao Jia in the blink of an eye, and slashed down with his knife. Damn it! You really think I have no temper? Ha! Gao Jia roared, his upper body's clothing bursting apart, revealing his muscular physique, covered in black patterns, exuding a strong aura of blood. Little handsome guy, your friend is in trouble. Gao Jia is a transcendent 8th-tier demon warrior. Do you see those demonic patterns on him? With those patterns, his body is as tough as iron. Your friend acting drunk towards him is going to suffer. Wang Shui leaned on Xiao Hongchen's chest, speaking sweetly. Her delicate fingers kept drawing circles. But, as long as you have a fun night with me, I can ask Gao Jia to spare your friend. She leaned her red lips close to Xiao Hongchen's ear, breathing softly. Xiao Hongchen frowned and pulled his chair aside. Sorry, women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Wang Shui was taken aback. Then she heard Xiao Hongchen add, moreover, you have a rotten smell on you, it's very stinky. Xiao Hongchen had a clear sword heart, pure as a mirror, able to perceive the aura of a person to a great extent. Wang Shui had a strong scent of decay on her. This made her face turn bright red with anger. You! She glared at Xiao Hongchen, her face full of shame and rage, wishing she could suck him dry. At this moment, Gao Jia's eyes were bloodshot, and the demonic patterns all over his body were glowing. Dare to hit me. No matter if you're really drunk or pretending. You must die. Roar! Horizontal river fist. He swung his massive fist towards Yi Xiao. Gao Jia was the 4th in this year's Demon City Vocational University freshman competition, and as a demon warrior, his strength was several times greater than that of ordinary warriors. With this punch, Yi Xiao would either die or be severely injured. Instructor Zhao, are you just going to watch Gao Jia hit someone? Jiang Ro questioned the instructor. To her surprise, the instructor shook his wine glass nonchalantly. Ah, Gao Jia is just defending himself. Clearly, Yi is the one with poor alcohol tolerance, starting the fight first. I can't interfere with that. He had a look of enjoying the show, quietly sipping his drink. Instructor Zhao really won't intervene? Really won't. In that case, I can relax. Jiang Ro smiled serenely. The instructor was taken aback. What the hell? Why did you suddenly relax? Shouldn't you be begging me to help? At that moment, he saw Bai Ruoyu trembling with laughter, covering her mouth, unable to stop. He suddenly realized, had he been tricked? Just then, a figure flashed in front of Gao Jia under everyone's astonished gaze, reaching out to grab that imposing fist in his hand. Then he twisted it hard. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the venue, and then Yi Xiao slapped him backhandedly across the face. Gao Jia was slammed against the wall, embedded like a mural, unable to budge. Instructor Zhao? What the hell? How is this different from what I imagined? He opened the data panel and carefully read Yi Xiao's information. That's right, a pupil master. This isn't a profession suited for close combat. In his impression, pupil masters were mostly support and ranged fighters, but could a pupil master really use their physical strength to grab Gao Jia's fist and then slap him away? Even a martial artist couldn't do that. At that moment, he noticed a small string of light-colored text in the corner. Important note, defeated Dai Lian and Jin Xingning with a long knife, very strong in close combat, suspected to have a second profession, swordsman. Damn! Mentor Zhao almost smashed the tablet. Who told you to use light ink for important notes? Shouldn't you bold and darken it? What kind of professional quality is that? Watching Yi Xiao walk towards Gao Jia with his fist raised, Mentor Zhao finally couldn't sit still. Stop! He exclaimed, getting up to stop Yi Xiao. but he was blocked by Zhang Rou. Mentor Zhao, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere no matter what? Mentor Zhao's face darkened, then he pouted. Who told you that? I never said that. Oh really? Zhang Rou pursed her lips, and Mentor Zhao suddenly felt a bad premonition rising. Ruiyu, what about the recording from just now? Here it is. Ruiyu took out her phone and gently tapped it. Mentor Zhao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. As a mentor, you can't speak like you're farting, right? Zhang Rou asked with a smile. Mentor Zhao could only sulkily sit back down. Just then, a young man who had been sitting quietly beside Suya stood up and strode towards Yi Xiao. His figure suddenly transformed into smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Xiao. A dagger materialized in his hand, and he slashed directly at Yi Xiao's neck. Yi Xiao seemed to have anticipated it, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and he turned around to kick. Fortunately, the opponent's reaction speed was also quick, instantly turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing. This is Chen Tao, who came in second in our freshman competition. His profession is Shadow Assassin, moving like a ghost, extremely difficult to catch. Your classmate will have a hard time. Wang Shuer giggled, covering her mouth. Shadow assassins indeed moved in a very strange manner, excelling in decapitation tactics. In the freshman competition, even Tang Hao almost took a big fall, but fortunately, he used his companion Divine Dragon to cover the entire arena with dragon breath, forcing Chen Tao out and defeating him. I'll give you one more chance. Serve your sister well, and I can let them spare your classmate. Wang Shuer threw a flirtatious glance at Xiao Hongchen. Haven't you slept with all of them? Otherwise, how could they listen to you so well? At that moment, Bai Ruiyu leaned over to ask. You! Wang Shuer glared at the little girl, as Bai Ruiyu was speaking the truth. He had not only slept with each of them but even with 3 at once. EW. So dirty, so dirty. You wouldn't have caught some disease, would you? I need to stay away from you. I'm still a pure girl, afraid of catching something. Bai Ruiyu waved her little hand, distancing herself from Wang Shuer. Xiao Hongchen also took the opportunity to move away from her, making Wang Shuer so angry she almost flipped the table. Her mouth was nearly twisted from anger. At this moment, Chen Tao's figure had completely disappeared from the scene. Mentor Zhao, satisfied, raised his cup and took a sip. So, Zhang Rou, if I had stopped this earlier, maybe Yi Xiao wouldn't have been harmed. Really, I can't help it. I'm a mentor, and I must keep my word. If I said I wouldn't intervene, then I can't intervene. What a pity, the students of Jinshin University are going to get hurt. Mentor Zhao wore a big smile, eagerly anticipating Zhang Rou's frowning expression. How dare you try to trick me? Simply reckless. Now let's see how you stay calm. But Zhang Rou still calmly took a sip of her drink. Oh, that was very profound. Master Zhao felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. He coldly snorted and took a sip of his drink, preparing to enjoy the scene of Yi Xiao being brutally beaten. But at that moment, Yi Xiao reached out without any hesitation towards a certain space. Then, slap, a figure was pulled out by him. Slap slap. With 2 crisp slaps, Chen Tao was left dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? He directly asked the 3 soul questions. It was really strange. He had clearly hidden well, so how was he so easily pulled out by Yi Xiao? What the hell? Am I seeing things? You can hide pretty well, huh? Playing hide and seek here? Sorry, that's my favorite. Bang! Yi Xiao directly grabbed his collar and snatched the dagger from his hand. Then he stabbed it into his hand. Chen Tao let out a piercing scream of anger. Which hand did I cut? This one. Chen Tao raised his uninjured left hand. Shut the hell up. It's clearly the right hand. He pulled it out and stabbed into his left hand again. Chen Tao cried out like a pig in pain. I'll ask you one more time. Which hand? Right hand. Swish. Yi Xiao stabbed back into his wound again. The pain was so intense that Chen Tao felt like he was about to spiral into the sky. It hurts so much. I was wrong. Spare me, he cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. Yi Xiao expressionlessly lifted his collar and hurled him towards Daojie. Boom! The walls of this Jieyun building were exceptionally thick, and the 2 of them were embedded in the wall like a stacked tower. Clap clap clap. Yi Xiao clapped his hands. A perfect work of art. Wait, let me take a picture. Post it on my social media. This artistic atmosphere is so rich. I've never seen anything like it. Bai Ruiyu jumped out, pulling out her phone and snapping pictures from every angle. This scene almost made Gao Jia, who still had some consciousness, faint from shock. Enough! Bang! At that moment, Tang Hao slammed the table hard and stood up. Kid, you're not even drunk. You're playing us. Yi Xiao shrugged. Who gave me the knockout drug first? Tang Hao's face turned ugly. You noticed it early on? Then why did you drink? Are you stupid? If I didn't drink a bit more, what reason would I have to go on a drunken rampage and beat these two idiots? Yi Xiao looked at Tang Hao as if he were an idiot. Tang Hao trembled with anger. Alright, this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. You're looking for death. His eyebrows stood on end, and his eyes seemed to burn with a fierce fire that wanted to completely consume Yi Xiao. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who messed with me? Tang Hao stared coldly at Yi Xiao. I broke his limbs, sank him to the bottom of the river, and sent his whole family to the wilderness to clear land. By now, he's probably turned into some monster's excrement, rotting somewhere in the wild. You don't want to be the second one, do you? I've investigated you, kid. He took a couple of steps closer, leaning in to whisper in Yi Xiao's ear. A powerless, insignificant kid. Just wait and see how I play with you until you die. Once you're dead, your little girlfriend will be mine. I'll take good care of her, and not only that, I'll find 10 big men to take care of her too. I just wonder if her little body can handle it. Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Only a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Tang Hao was definitely the most purely evil and despicable person Yi Xiao had encountered since his rebirth. And this guy was also a genius, a member of a powerful family in the Great Xia. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Yi Xiao raised his hand and swiftly grabbed his neck like lightning. The Great Xia has you as its disgrace, and the Magic City Vocational University will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Great Xia because of you. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered with golden flames, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. He was no longer the carefree person he had been before. Just because of you, kid, I'm not afraid that you won't dare to strike at me. Tang Hao, who was being choked by Yi Xiao, showed no signs of panic, his face displaying a strong arrogance. I have the backing of the Tang family, with immense power and strength. What can you do to me? Even if I kill you today, no one will stand up for you. Boom! A brutal aura erupted from Tang Hao, forcefully breaking free from Yi Xiao's grip. He took 2 steps back, creating distance between himself and Yi Xiao, then spoke coldly. Azure Blue War Dragon. Whoosh! A deep blue mist spread from behind him, transforming into a massive beast form nearly 10 meters tall, almost touching the ceiling of the hall. Tang Hao, you really can endure. I can't wait to tear this kid apart. In the blue mist, a bloody red light flickered, revealing a fierce beast's eye, and waves of brutal aura spread outwards. That is Tang Hao's companion spirit dragon, the Azure Blue War Dragon, a devilish existence. Wang Shuer looked at the Azure Blue War Dragon with deep fear in her eyes. The first time she saw the Azure Blue War Dragon was during the quarterfinals of the freshman competition. When Tang Hao's Azure Blue War Dragon appeared, it shocked the entire audience. The scene was so brutal and ferocious that Wang Shuer still vividly remembered it. His opponent, a local prodigy from the Magic City, was almost bitten to death by the Azure Blue War Dragon. All the freshmen watching were terrified by the dragon's violent roars, the spurting blood, the chilling fangs, and the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Many students even had nightmares because of it. If it weren't for the mentors intervening, that opponent might have been devoured by the Azure Blue War Dragon, skin and bones included. Tang Hao was really serious this time. Zhang Ro, your classmate is doomed. But you can rest assured, I will step in to save his life. After all, the Magic City Vocational University and the Guardian University are one family. However, I can't guarantee anything else, since he provoked Tang Hao first. Isn't it Tang Hao who drugged him first? Zhang Ro retorted. He, drugged? Do you have evidence? I do. At that moment, Xiao Hongchen suddenly spoke up. He swiftly drew his sword, placing it against Wang Shuer's neck. Then he snatched her handbag and pulled out a packet of drugs from it. Following that, Bai Ruoyu quickly reached for the wine glasses at Gao Jie and Tang Hao's position. Damn it! Suya! Stop them! The mentor truly did not expect that these students would have such sharp reflexes in action, knowing to preserve evidence at the first sign of trouble without panicking. This was a bit troublesome. However, Suya simply sat quietly in her seat, unmoving. She shook her head at the mentor. Mentor-son, I don't want to assist in wrongdoing. You! Mentor-son's face turned extremely ugly with anger. Hand over the items, he shouted, unleashing a commanding aura towards the students, intending to seize them. Mentor-son, I have already notified Mentor Bai and Principal Ning, they are on their way. Are you sure you want to escalate this matter? Zhang Ro displayed the chat records on her phone. Upon hearing the name Ning Zhao, he immediately calmed down. The principal of the Guardian University, Ning Zhao, was a formidable character, not to be underestimated even in front of the long-established top families in the imperial capital. Moreover, Ning Zhao had many friends, all holding significant power in various fields of the Great Xia, and that Great Xia Sword God was also a close friend of his. Even the Grand Chancellor favored him greatly. He pushed up his glasses, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. With Ning Zhao coming, he he dared not continue to act arrogantly. Now he could only hope that Tang Hao could incapacitate Yi Xiao. If Tang Hao won, everything would be negotiable. Roar! A battle cry attracted everyone's attention. Deep blue smoke gradually took on a solid form, revealing a dragon-like monster covered in chilling dragon scales and clad in tough armor, its appearance imposing and majestic, with blood-red eyes, as if it had stepped out of a shonen manga. Think of the noble war chariot from Akame ga Kill. It felt similar. Tang Hao, how far should we go? Maim him? Or kill him? The voice of the battle dragon rumbled. As long as he doesn't die, do as you please, Tang Hao replied indifferently. Ha ha ha, then I won't hold back. I'm going for it. I'm starving. Let's start by eating his 2 hands. Boom! The azure battle dragon shot towards Yi Xiao like a brilliant meteor. Swish! It raised a claw and struck at Yi Xiao. Tang Hao's level is extraordinary level 9. But the domineering output of the azure battle dragon is hard to withstand, even for someone at transformation level 1. Just watch, if he tries to clash head-on with the azure battle dragon, he'll have his bones broken in less than 3 moves. The mentor crossed his legs, exuding confidence. Indeed powerful, the pressure it gives me is much stronger than that of the 100 Battles Hunter team's Lung Hong. Yi Xiao squinted at the azure battle dragon dashing like a meteor. Under normal circumstances, his extraordinary level 6 combat power wouldn't be enough to escape death. Unfortunately, he was not an ordinary extraordinary level 6, his level was merely a facade. True strength was the core. In an instant, Yi Xiao activated all his eye techniques, terrifying eye power coursing through his limbs and bones. With the martial god eye activated, his body's strength surged tenfold, and the shadow blade he held felt as natural as his own arm. With the breaking illusion eye activated, even the flow of air became clear, and the incredibly fast azure battle dragon revealed countless flaws under his eye techniques. With the ever-burning monarch flame eye activated, 9 golden flame lotuses surrounded him, a golden flame robe cloaking his tall figure, his eyes shining like a deity. Except for his strongest trump card, the martial god phantom, Yi Xiao was almost at full combat power. With this move, I'll end your career. Yi Xiao's aura became extremely terrifying, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, dispersing all gloom. At this moment, Yi Xiao took control of the battlefield, the initiative firmly in his hands. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, and axes formed a shield. The golden lotuses transformed into 9 battle soldiers, standing in front of Yi Xiao. At that moment, the azure battle dragon crashed like a meteor right in front of Yi Xiao, but the 9 battle soldiers firmly blocked it. Like a wall of fire, the azure battle dragon roared, trying to tear through this shield, but to no avail. Yi Xiao coldly watched it go mad, the sounds of battle cries echoing in this huge private room. Why does this badass battle cry feel so powerless after listening to it for a while? Bai Ruoyu tilted her head and said obediently. This feeling isn't unique to you, Xiao Hongchen replied expressionlessly. Yi Xiao looked at it pounding furiously, sneering. Stop shouting, it's annoying to hear. Boom! He raised his hand and conjured a flaming long knife, the flames spreading from his arm to engulf his entire body. The shadow blade also ignited. Dual blades, phantom blade strike. Swish! Yi Xiao vanished from his spot, and the next second, a burnt, acrid smell filled the air. Bang! The azure battle dragon let out a miserable cry, sent flying by Yi Xiao's blade. Aren't you tough? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? You want to eat me? Then I'll eat you first. Yi Xiao loosened his grip with one hand, and the 9 great warriors disappeared before him as he activated his copy eye. He thoroughly examined the body structure of the azure dragon. Immediately, flames transformed into a 10-meter-tall monster in front of him. It looked exactly like the azure dragon, but its entire body was engulfed in golden flames, obscuring its features, resembling a mass of condensed fire. Roar! The fiery monster let out a battle roar identical to that of the azure dragon. Yi Xiao gently patted it and smiled. Let's call it the golden flame dragon. How about that? It's much more prestigious than yours. Tang Hao's face twitched in anger. My azure dragon is a true being with the bloodline of dragons. What is yours? A fake. It can't withstand a single blow. Whether it can withstand a blow or not, you'll find out if you try. Boom! The golden flame dragon lunged directly at the azure dragon, pinning it firmly to the ground. It began to beat it mercilessly. The unquenchable flames even spread up onto the azure dragon's body, causing its large, bell-like eyes to flash with fear. No way! Your dragon is no match for mine. Too weak, and you are no match for me either. Yi Xiao sneered coldly. You, the dragon warrior, are just a decoration. I see no difference between you and a beast tamer. He charged at Tang Hao with his sword. Arrogant! I admit you have some strength. Being able to defeat Gao Jie and Chen Tao is enough to catch my eye. So, I allow you to witness my true power. Azure Dragon, come back. Dragon armor. Swish! The azure dragon hurriedly pushed away Yi Xiao's golden flame dragon and retreated. Tang Hao, kill him. I must kill him. It hurts so much. I'm dying from the pain. Ah! It roared in anger, and the golden flames continued to burn on its body, with large areas of burns and many dragon scales torn off. Don't worry, I'll make him pay, Tang Hao said coldly. Come on, let the Divine University tremble under your command. Azure armor. Roar! The Azure Dragon stood behind Tang Hao, letting out a deafening roar. A massive blue beam of light enveloped the two. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Tang Hao was seen clad in deep blue battle armor, wielding a large sword, with a cloak of pitch-black skin billowing in the wind behind him. Interesting, it resembles the yin-yang attire of a sailor suit. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. Die! Tang Hao had already moved, swinging his large sword towards Yi Xiao. In this state, Tang Hao's combat power is already comparable to the second stage of transformation. Mentor Sun's face lit up with joy. I didn't expect he was hiding his strength. Our Magic City Vocational University has really struck gold. As Tang Hao and Yi Xiao fought fiercely, Mentor Sun wore a look of surprise. This kid shouldn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. This battle is secure. But Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. He seemed to have gained a new insight. This golden flame robe is definitely not just a simple decoration. If I can transform using flames. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao began to channel the golden flames of heaven and earth. As he stepped forward, golden lotus flowers bloomed around him. Gather! Sizzle! 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 All the flames enveloped Yi Xiao, forming a domineering set of golden battle armor. Yi Xiao looked like a burning fire god, his aura terrifying to the extreme. Your ability is not bad, let me borrow it. Yi Xiao flicked his hand. A feeling akin to transforming into an armored warrior surged through him. Bang! He directly engaged in combat with Tang Hao. Mentor Sun watched in astonishment. Yi Xiao became more and more exhilarated in the fight. With one final strike, he sent Tang Hao's sword flying. He then discarded his shadow blade and charged forward with a punch. Boom! A punch landed on Tang Hao's head, followed immediately by a kick. Bang! 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 Every part of his body seemed to turn into a weapon, hitting like a painting on the wall, and Tang Hao was like a sandbag, completely led by Yi Xiao into his own rhythm. Playing with my girlfriend? You think you can? Want to kill me? On what basis? The Tang family is impressive? You, Tang Hao, are strong? Sorry, to me, you're nothing. By the end, Yi Xiao seemed to have truly gone mad. He actually began to peel the armor off Tang Hao piece by piece. I told you, your career will end here. I never lie. Yi Xiao, keep my word. I do what I say. Clang, clang, clang. Those pieces of armor were smashed to the ground. Tang Hao was pinned down by Yi Xiao, each punch turning him into a bloody mess. Like playing with women? Sorry, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Xiao directly stomped on his groin. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Tang Hao lost his weapon, he had already lost all control. A series of combos turned him into a fool. The removed armor lay on the ground, transformed into the battered Azure Dragon. Tang Hao, seeing his master beaten to such a state, the Azure Dragon was both shocked and furious. Don't shout, it's your turn soon. Hearing the shout, Yi Xiao tossed Tang Hao to the ground like garbage. He was engulfed in flames, charging towards the Azure Dragon. Who taught you to eat people? Those who eat people are all demons, you can die too. Boom! With a single hand gesture, a sea of flames surged, and a 3-meter-long big knife appeared in his hand. Then Yi Xiao leaped up, descending from the sky with a slash. Under the terrified gaze of the Azure Dragon, the knife drew closer. Just then, several figures burst into the private room. All that could be seen was the silhouette of a giant azure beast, split in half by a boy engulfed in flames, descending from the sky with a single slash. As Tang Hao let out a piercing howl, the Azure Dragon was completely consumed by golden flames. By rewatching arrived late and, upon seeing this scene, her lips parted slightly, her face filled with shock. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? You just crippled him. Boom! Yi Xiao tightened his grip on the 3-meter-long knife engulfed in golden flames, and with a single slash, a massive chasm surged from where he stood towards Tang Ruoqing and the others. Whoosh! A figure beside Bai Ruoqing stepped forward, lightly pointing with one hand, and all the flames vanished. Teacher Bai? Seeing Bai Ruoqing arrive, a look of astonishment flashed across Yi Xiao's face. He dispersed the flaming long knife in his hand, and the burning sparks in his eyes slowly extinguished. As the golden flame robe faded away, his bare upper body was revealed. 8-pack abs, a strong and well-proportioned physique, completely unlike the thin appearance he seemed to have. Teacher Bai, why are you here? If we hadn't come, you would have killed this kid. Bai Ruoqing shot Yi Xiao a reproachful glance. At this moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground, clutching his groin with both hands, rolling around madly. I'm crippled. So painful. His face twisted in agony, snot and tears mixed together. Tang Hao's younger brother was stomped to a pulp by Yi Xiao. and his companion spirit dragon was also slain by Yi Zhao's knife. This meant that, physiologically, he was already a cripple, and his career was also over. A dragon warrior without a companion spirit dragon was even worse than an ordinary warrior. One can imagine the despair in Tang Hao's heart. Your methods are really. By rewatching side, unsure of what to say to Yi Xiao. Teacher Bai, didn't you say it was okay to defend myself? This kid had bad intentions and drugged me. Yi Xiao wore a look of grievance. You have no idea how potent his drug is. If I really get caught in it, you might never see me again. By rewatching shot him a glance. Others might not know Yi Xiao, but she certainly did. Anyone who thought they could take advantage of him was simply dreaming. Classmate Yi Xiao is right. It was Tang Hao who drugged first and then threatened. Yi Xiao's actions can indeed be considered self-defense. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been silent beside Bai Ruwatching spoke up. A hint of approval flashed in his gaze as he looked at Yi Xiao. Young man, your methods are quite seasoned, and your strength is not bad. Very good. The principal is overpraising me. It's all just minor tricks, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Yi Xiao waved his hand. He had always been a rather humble person. Hee, you are quite interesting. You can come to my office for tea sometime. Ning Zhao laughed. Yi Zhao's face turned bitter. I might prefer to drink alcohol. We have alcohol too. Actually, cola tastes better. Whatever you want to drink, we have it. Yi Xiao, what does this mean? Is this step not meant for me to take? Alright, he agreed with a pained expression. Okay, let's go take a look. Yi Xiao led the two towards Zhang Rou and their dining table. Principal Ning. Seeing Ning Zhao approaching, Mentor Sun hurriedly stepped forward with a humble expression, extending both hands to shake hands with Ning Zhao. But Ning Zhao didn't even glance at him, simply brushing past him. Mentor Sun wasn't angry, he just wiped his pants and maintained that subservient smile. Are you sure this matter was instigated by Tang Hao? Ning Zhao got straight to the point, asking Zhang Rou and the others. Yes, this is the cup Tang Hao and his group gave to Yi Xiao to drink from. The drug inside is a special knockout drug, identical to the one found in Wang Shuer's bag. Zhang Rou handed the drug to Ning Zhao. Eternal death? This is a potent drug used to confuse demons and monsters. An overdose could lead to death. Ning Zhao's expression turned cold. Then, Zhang Rou handed over the recording to Ning Zhao. In addition, Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchen also called over the staff from the cloud tower to retrieve the surveillance footage hidden in the corner. Seeing this scene, Mentor Sun's face looked worse than if he had eaten feces. A look of ashen fear appeared on his face. He never expected these students to be so meticulous. From the very beginning, they had fallen into Yi Zhao's trap, one link leading to another, as if they were being driven to their doom. Recalling the first time he met Yi Xiao, with that honest and simple smile, Mentor Sun felt a chill in his heart. That smile was too deceptive. It lowered their guard. How could a young person be so mature in thought? This was terrifying. Footage? Let me see. Ning Zhao opened the video. The screen showed Tang Hao's defiant expression. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who messed with me? A powerless little brat. Just watch how I play you to death. Once you're dead, your little girlfriend will be mine. I'll take good care of her, and not only that, I'll find 10 big men to take care of her too. I just wonder if her little body can handle it. I have the Tang family backing me, with immense power and strength. What can you do about it? Even if I kill you today, no one will stand up for you. The camera was the latest model developed by the Daxia Technology Institute, capable of recording even the sound of a fly flapping its wings. Tang Hao and Mentor Sun's words were naturally recorded word for word. Good. What a Tang Hao. What a Tang family. Immense power, ha. No one dares to stand up, right. Then today, I, Ning Zhao, will stand up. Call the Tang family for me. I want them to come and take their people. Ning Zhao's eyes were incredibly cold. The current situation of the Great Xia is dire, with demons and gods lurking outside, and within, these powerful families oppressing men and women. They cover the sky with one hand. It is truly outrageous. He, Ning Zhao, is fighting in the wilderness alongside the strong of Great Xia, only to protect these pests of powerful families? It is simply despicable. If it weren't for the long-standing heritage and immense strength of these families, Great Xia would not withstand the turmoil today. He, Ning Zhao, must propose to the Grand Leader to take action against these powerful families. Moments later, there was a commotion outside the private room. Two figures rushed in. One of them bore some resemblance to Tang Hao, exceptionally handsome. Unlike Tang Hao, however, there was a deep-seated arrogance in his eyes, which instead revealed a sense of composure. The other was a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, presumably a person of high status. Hauer. Upon arriving, the two saw Tang Hao's miserable state. Principal Ning, what happened to Hauer? Tang Xinlu looked at Tang Hao's pitiful appearance, his expression extremely grim. "Father, my brother's accompanying divine dragon has been slain, and his other thing has also been trampled." Tang Xian examined Tang Hao's injuries and said gravely, "What?" Tang Qianlu's eyes widened in fury. "Who did this? Who exactly did this?" He immediately spotted Jiang Ro standing coldly in the crowd. "Jiang Ro, tell me, who did this?" he asked with red-rimmed eyes. "Don't worry about who did it first. Look at this. Your son's conduct." Seeing Tang Qianlu, who was as furious as a lion, Ning Zhao directly threw the audio over. This. After watching the video, Tang Qianlu calmed down somewhat, stepping back 2 paces with a grim expression. This was indeed Tang Hao's speaking style, but could he admit it? If he did, Tang Hao would end up in Great Xiao's prison for the New Year's Eve dinner. Even the official investigation department of Great Xiao would launch an inquiry into the Tang family. The Tang family couldn't withstand such scrutiny. Principal Ning, I think the authenticity of this video is debatable. After all, in this day and age, even a hacker with a little computer knowledge can easily alter video content. At this moment, Tang Xian spoke calmly. Yes. Xianer is right. Hauer is inherently good-natured. He wouldn't do such a thing. I believe this video is fabricated. Someone is trying to slander Hauer. Tang Qianlu hurriedly echoed. Do you take me for a fool, or do you take yourselves for fools? We are all professionals. Can't you tell if it's been altered? And with so many people present, do you think they are all blind? Ning Zhao said irritably. These powerful families, when something goes wrong, their first reaction is to distance themselves. If something happens to Great Xia, would they act the same way? They have no sense of responsibility at all. I can prove the video is real. So can I. Me too. Bai Ruoyu and others raised their hands. Jiang Ro, you. Even Jiang Ro expressed her stance, making Tang Qianlu's expression even uglier. This was his Tang family's daughter-in-law. How could she stand with outsiders? Even if the video is real, all of this is just Hao's verbal statement and cannot be taken seriously. Perhaps Hao is just trying to scare him. Yet he has crippled Hao. Not only has he ruined his career, but he has also deprived him of the chance to carry on the family line. In comparison, Yi Xiao is more culpable, right? Tang Xian said sternly. What crime have I committed? At most, I got into a fight, self-defense gone too far. What about your brother? Drugging someone? If I'm not mistaken, this 10,000-year loss should count as a poison. He is attempting to harm the pride of Great Xia, equivalent to murdering the future of Great Xia, hindering the development of Great Xia. This is treason. Your brother is guilty of treason. Yi Xiao directly threw down the accusation without hesitation. You, what a sharp-tongued little brat. Tang Xian was furious. The next poison was turned into treason, and it really depended on just a mouth to convict. However, what Yi Xiao said was indeed correct. If all the responsibilities of Yi Xiao and Tang Hao were pursued, Yi Xiao would only spend at most half a month in prison, and with Ning Zhao around, he might not even need that long. But for Tang Hao, with the murder of the pride of the Great Xia, plus Ning Zhao's interference, he might be directly executed. The Tang family would suffer along with him. What do you want? Tang Xian squinted at Yi Xiao and asked. Why are you asking me? You should ask the laws of the Great Xia, asked Principal Ning. I'm just a student. My words carry little weight. When something happens, I can only protect myself. What can I do? Yi Xiao observed calmly. All right. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly. This kid was really stubborn. Yi Xiao, right? You're quite impressive. I remember you. After saying that, he turned around. Father, let's go. But, Xianer, your brother. Tang Qianlu asked with a grim expression. The Great Xia has its laws. If my brother did wrong, he should bear the consequences. A noble family is no different from commoners when it comes to mistakes. No one can get special treatment. From today on, Tang Hao is no longer a member of the Tang family. I, as the heir of the Tang family, declare that Tang Hao is expelled from the Tang family. After saying that, he left the private room with Tang Qianlu without looking back. Hearing his brother's decisive words, 2 tears rolled down Tang Hao's cheeks. His face turned ashen. He knew that in the face of family and himself, his brother chose the family. After Tang Qianlu left, Ning Zhao's expression was serious. What a Tang Xian, a true hero who cuts off his own wrist. This decisive attitude of Tang Xian even surprised Ning Zhao. The Tang family has truly produced a dragon. But, he looked at Yi Xiao. You need to be careful of Tang Xian. The Tang family will seek revenge, and I don't think this matter will just end here. Yi Xiao nodded. I was mentally prepared before choosing to do this. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will drown it. At the same time, Yi Xiao felt a sense of urgency. Tang Xian was definitely not simple. His own strength was quite remarkable, and he was undoubtedly the biggest opponent Yi Xiao had encountered since his arrival. After this incident, it was time to improve his own strength. Alright, Call the police to handle this. Those who need to go to the hospital should be sent. Ning Zhao glanced at the two paintings on the wall, his expression twitching. This kid really had a rich artistic talent. You too, if you plan to stay in the capital for a while longer, I will arrange a place for you. If you want to go back, I will also have someone send you back. Then, Ning Zhao spoke to Wang Shuer and Suya. I want to go back. Wang Shuer was now paler than a corpse. Even Tang Hao had been ruined. If she dared to stay here any longer, her fate would not be any better. That Yi Xiao was simply a monster. Better to return to the Magic City and find those young boys to play with. I want to stay here, Suya said softly. After this incident, she was probably completely torn apart from Wang Shuer and their group. Wang Shuer and the seniors in her second year were also quite extravagant. If she went back, it might be very dangerous. Suya even thought about directly transferring to Jinshin University. Alright, let's go. Ning Zhao nodded and strode towards the exit of the private room. Yi Xiao and the others followed suit. After everyone left, Mentor Sun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ning Zhao had forgotten about him. Otherwise, he would also be in trouble. But just then, Mentor Sun's phone rang. You are expelled. From now on, you have no relationship with Magic City Vocational University. You bear all the consequences. The voice on the other end was unmistakably that of the principal of Magic City Vocational University. He immediately slumped down. Moments later, the inspector's men came over and took Tang Hao and the ashen-faced Mentor Sun away. After Zi and Lu left, Ning Zhao departed due to busy official duties. Bai Ruoqing also handed over her time to Yi Xiao and let them arrange it themselves. Yi Xiao, you were a bit impulsive this time. If Tang Xian wants to go down with you, you won't benefit either, Zhang Ro said with concern. I'm betting that the Tang family's foundation isn't clean. He wouldn't dare to fight me, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. After all, he had nothing to lose. With a life as worthless as his, anyone who wanted to mess with him would have to pay a price first. No matter if you were a deity or a noble family. Yi Xiao, don't take such risks in the future. You have no idea how nervous I was at that moment, Zhang Ro said, her gaze softening as she looked at him. If Yi Xiao dared to take Zhang Ro's hand now, he would find that her hand was completely damp, soaked with nervous sweat. Zhang Ro, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Seeing Zhang Ro's serious expression, Yi Xiao put away his nonchalant demeanor and said earnestly, but if anyone dares to harm the people around me, I will make them regret it for life, no matter if it's a god. I'll show you. Back in the school dormitory, Yi Xiao saw Lin Ru still seriously reading a book. Yi Xiao, you're famous again, Lin Ru said with a smile as she put down her book. Lin Ru took out her phone and pulled up the school's forum. TSK. The top freshman of Moto Vocational University has been sent in by you. Now everyone is saying you're one of the candidates for the freshman competition champion. Congratulations, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao shrugged, looking indifferent. Congratulations for what? I'm not the champion. Even if I were, what does it matter? There's a champion every year in the freshman competition. Lin Ru looked at Yi Xiao curiously. I think you're very different, Yi Xiao. What kind of honor would make you happy? If it were an ordinary person from a humble background achieving what you have, they would probably be jumping for joy by now. Yi Xiao paused in the motion of taking off his jacket. So happy. A candidate for champion. I've never had such an honor in my life. I'm so excited I can't contain myself. My whole body is trembling, Yi Xiao said weakly, his tone clearly dismissive. What are you doing? At that moment, Lin Ru's smile froze as she watched Yi Xiao finish taking off his jacket and start to take off his pants. Taking a shower. It's still September, the weather is quite warm. I'm going to take a cold shower. Want to join? Yi Xiao formally invited Lin Ru. He had almost stripped down completely, wearing only a pair of boxers. His well-built muscles were exposed, looking very impressive. I didn't sweat, I don't need to shower. Lin Ru turned around and continued reading. That's true. You read in the dormitory every day, so you really haven't sweated much. But, bro, Yi Xiao didn't know when he had moved behind Lin Ru. His hand rested on Lin Ru's shoulder. Staying cooped up in the dorm all day isn't good. You should go out and move around. Who knows, you might encounter a little junior sister and start a discussion on the most primitive human knowledge in a small grove or pavilion. After all, you're quite handsome, and your skin is pretty fair. How do you take care of it, bro? As he spoke, Yi Xiao reached out and poked Lin Ru's face. TSK. It feels better than that girl by Royu's skin. She would probably be so jealous if she saw you. Yi Xiao shook his head. Yi Xiao, why don't you go take a shower first? I'm reading. Oh, that's right. Yi Xiao turned around, scratching his head as he walked toward the bathroom. Lin Ru couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, her long fingers pressed down on the book, leaving 4 distinct sweat stains. 10 minutes later, when Yi Xiao walked out of the bathroom, Lin Ru was already asleep. This guy, he doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't stay up late, doesn't go to bars, just knows how to read. What a good man. I wonder which girl will encounter such a treasure of a boy in the future. If I were a woman, I might just fall in love with him. Yi Xiao dried his hair and smoked a cigarette in the hallway. Ding! Congratulations, host. Today's check-in, nearsightedness. Coming back to his senses, Yi Xiao realized it was past midnight, and now it was the next day. It seems I've collected another round of eye techniques. Hey, you nearsighted fool, how can you call it an eye technique? You're clearly just putting diseases into my eyes. Yi Xiao couldn't help but complain. Over the past few days, Yi Xiao had gradually collected quite a few eye techniques. Cataracts, farsightedness, red eye. They all sounded like eye diseases, yet the system insisted on calling them eye techniques. How can you even call nearsightedness an eye technique? If that's the case, wouldn't there be hundreds of millions of people in the world who are eye technique masters? Please do not doubt the professionalism of the system. This is indeed an eye technique. Then tell me, what is the use of this eye technique? Ding! The system actually brought up a panel. Nearsightedness. Aside from nearsightedness, you will not suffer from any other eye diseases. When paired with farsightedness, you will have a pair of very healthy eyes. Yi Xiao. Alright, so this is how we're playing it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Eye technique fusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, eye technique fusion complete. Obtained, Wood Spirit Eye, purple. Wood Spirit Eye, purple powerful healing and recovery effects. When activated during battle, all non-lethal damage the host receives will be immune, and the eye power will be inexhaustible. Evolution path, Wood Spirit Eye, purple, Divine Wood Eye, red, Eye of Life, black, Everlasting Green Eye, gold. Feels like another ultimate path for a profession. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. His known eternal flame eye had already reached its peak. The final mode of the martial god eye, the martial Dao heavenly eye, is the ultimate path for martial professions. The everlasting green eye is likely the ultimate path for healing professions, and perhaps not just for healing professions. After all, the name everlasting green leaves a lot of room for imagination. This is an auxiliary divine skill, very nice. Not to mention the healing effect, just the inexhaustible eye power is already terrifying. Yi Xiao had always used the martial god Phantom, but often due to insufficient eye power, he couldn't unleash the full combat power of the martial god Phantom. But with this Wood Spirit Eye, Yi Xiao felt that from now on, the martial god Phantom would be my basic attack. If I don't win the championship in this freshman competition, it would be a violation of natural law. The next morning, Lin Ru left for class early. Yi Xiao slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. He asked Bai Ruoqing for a leave of absence. Then he opened the official website of Jinshin University, Treasure Module. Don't forget, he still had over 10,000 points lying in his account. Moreover, his current extraordinary 6th tier level was really a bit insufficient. Almost a month into the semester, the students' levels had all risen. He heard that Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongqian were almost at extraordinary 9th tier. Yi Xiao had fallen too far behind. Energy crystals are a good thing. Let's start with 500. One energy crystal is worth 10 points, so Yi Xiao's operation directly spent 5,000 points. Still have 8,200 points left. Let's see what else I can exchange. Yi Xiao scrolled through the treasure. This is the Eye of a Void Sea Beast? 8,000 points? So cheap. I remember this is a domain-level monster. In terms of combat power, it's stronger than many deities. It exists in the deep sea and is extremely difficult to hunt. Wait, oh, juvenile, so it's a juvenile. No wonder it's so cheap. I'll take one. Half an hour later, all the resources Yi Xiao bought arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Broken Illusion Eye, purple, meets the advancement conditions. Next stage, the Void Eye, red. As expected, a smile crept onto Yi Xiao's lips. The advancement conditions had been met. Yi Xiao absorbed a little over half of the 500 energy crystals, directly boosting his level to extraordinary level 9. The next stage would be the transformation level. The remaining 300, I'll use them when I reach the transformation level. As practitioners reach the later stages, the amount of energy crystals needed for level advancement increases significantly. If he relied solely on gathering the strange energy from the air to level up, who knows how long it would take. Therefore, leveraging various external forces is necessary. However, with these 300 energy crystals, he might only be able to raise one level when he reaches the transformation level. Next up, the Void Eye, here I come. Yi Xiao took out the eye of the Void Sea Beast. It was a pair of pupils as pure and transparent as gemstones, exuding a strange feeling. Merge! Yi Xiao silently chanted, and in an instant, the pupils of the Void Sea Beast exploded into a sky full of starlight, pouring into Yi Xiao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Void Eye, Red. Void Eye pierces through all illusions, reveals enemy weaknesses. The host can fight using spatial power, spatial coordinates, spatial shattering, spatial blades, and slip into the void. Not bad, very strong. Anything related to space is powerful. Awesome. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Especially this spatial coordinate, it was quite cheeky. If he set a coordinate at the Godtown University, he could teleport back from anywhere. This was simply a life-saving skill. A real-life return to the city. A human-shaped teleportation array. Especially when executing tasks in the wilderness, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Yi Xiao, at 12 noon, the principal is gathering all the new students at the playground. The freshman competition is about to start. Yi Xiao had wasted quite a bit of time with various distractions, and when he came to his senses, it was already noon. Linru returned to the dorm after class. I lost track of time. Yi Xiao looked at the clock. It was 11:30. He scratched his head, looking complicated. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. Now it was too late to eat. The restaurants in Godtown University were filled with starving students. He couldn't just use his martial god phantom to knock them all away. He couldn't snatch anything, so would he starve? At that moment, Linru quietly sat back at his desk, opened his lunchbox, and started eating bite by bite. Gurgle. He turned around and saw Yi Xiao looking at him with a face full of desire. How about we eat together? He hesitated. Is that okay? Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Saying this, Yi Xiao took out chopsticks from the lunchbox. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I think this kind of thing. It's fine, I can't eat that much. I'll give you half. The portions of the fast food at Godtown University were quite large since they were all practitioners, eating a lot and consuming a lot. The ants serving the food didn't shake at all. The rice was piled high like a small mountain. Every time Bai Ruoyu and Jiang Ro would share one portion just to finish it. How much is it? I'll pay you. No need, we're roommates. Lin Ru smiled, silently eating his lunch. Then I won't be polite. Next time I'll treat you to drinks. Yi Xiao took the food and started eating heartily. In no time, he finished. Meanwhile, Linru had only eaten a small portion. The rice hadn't even been touched much. Yi Xiao, could you not stare at me while I eat? Linru said shyly. Yi Xiao had been watching him eat, which made him feel a bit strange. Oh, sorry. Yi Xiao realized and ran to the balcony to light a cigarette. But as he thought about it more, he found it increasingly strange. He had originally thought that Lin Ru was just a bit introverted. However, both his performance today and last night were very odd. Yi Xiao was no fool. He had read many novels in his past life. A sudden thought popped into his mind. He walked into the room, where Lin Ru was still eating slowly. Hey, Lin Ru. Lin Ru looked up. You're not a girl, are you? Ha! Lin Ru froze in place, then started coughing violently. He put the lunchbox on the table, patting his chest. How is that possible? Yi Xiao, your imagination is too rich. I mean, I have an Adam's apple. How could I be a woman? Lin Ru said with a smile. And you can tell from my voice that I'm not. Don't get me wrong, my skin is good because I don't go out much. I spend most of my time at home reading, and I'm not used to being too close to the same sex. I have my own pace in life, so you don't need to speculate about me, Yi Xiao. Lin Ru said. Oh, okay. Yi Xiao lay down on the bed, hands behind his head. The more he looked at Lin Ru, the stranger he felt. Curiosity clawed at him like a cat's paw. Just as he was thinking about whether to use his eye technique to investigate, Lin Ru's soft voice came. Yi Xiao, please don't use your eye technique on me. This instantly dispelled Yi Xiao's thoughts. Don't worry, I won't. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! With a loud chime, the bell of Jinshin University rang. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He knew the freshman competition had begun. Yi Xiao, let's go! Hurry to the playground. We need to be divided into groups today. Yi Xiao, if we're in the same group, I'm definitely going to beat you up. To get back for last time. Yi Xiao, we'll be waiting for you at the playground. He opened his phone, and the screen was filled with messages from Bai Ruoyu and others. Let's go, Yi Xiao. Lin Ru put down his neatly organized lunchbox and quietly looked at Yi Xiao. Let's go. The two of them left the dormitory. Throughout, Lin Ru held an ancient book in his hand. What's that for? Just a habit. Lin Ru explained. The two walked side by side toward the playground. Look, they're coming. It's Yi Xiao and Lin Ru. I've never seen Lin Ru at school. Turns out he looks like this. Very handsome. Almost ridiculously handsome. The one next to Lin Ru is Yi Xiao, right? He doesn't look like the rumors say. What were the rumors about Yi Xiao? I heard from our classmate that Yi Xiao is 3 meters tall. With a tiger's back and a bear's waist, he has 6 arms, a green face and sharp teeth, a voice like thunder, and a tattoo of the King of Hell on his back. with 10 Yama Kings on his chest. A demon god walking among men. How come he looks so ordinary now? Even a bit handsome. The person asking was left speechless. Bro, Jinshin University doesn't allow non-humans to enroll, thanks. In another direction, there were bursts of exclamations. A young man dressed in a white robe, with long black hair flowing behind him, exuding an ethereal, immortal-like aura, walked toward Yi Xiao and the others. He wore a faint smile on his face, giving a refreshing feeling. We meet again, Yi Xiao. I look forward to battling you, and of course, you too, Lin Ru. Wu Tongxian, is this your old man's order? Yi Xiao asked in return. No, it's my own will. Battling with strong opponents is immensely beneficial. This is what my grandfather has always taught me. One should look up to the strong and then surpass them. Heh, the old man has quite the insight. Yi Xiao chuckled with Wu Tongxian and then walked away. Lin Ru was simpler, not good with words, he just nodded and brushed past. Lin Ru, let's all go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Alright, see you in the finals. See you in the finals. When they arrived at the agreed place, Bai Ruoyu and the others were already waiting for him. Yi Xiao, you finally made it. Yi Xiao scratched his head and walked over. What's wrong? I'm not late, am I? The draw has already happened. The preliminary round is divided into 10 groups, with about 100 people in each group. The first round will determine the top 100, and we've already finished drawing. Bai Ruoyu raised the draw in her hand. I'm in Group A. This is definitely a good omen. I'm also in Group A, Jiang Ro said with a smile. With Jiang Ro and me teaming up, our entire group will be crushed. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed exaggeratedly. I'm in Group C, Xiao Hongchen raised her draw. I'm in Group E. His roommate Qiu Jianfeng also spoke up. Hurry up and draw, Yi Xiao. It's just a draw. I think with your strength, it won't matter which group you're in. Look at how many eyes are on you. Bai Ruoyu pointed around. Why do I feel like they want to kill me? Yi Xiao touched his head, as a group of male peers looked at him with murderous intent. It must be because of us two beauties. They're envious and jealous. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed with her hands on her hips. You don't know, I'm now one of the 4 school flowers of the new students. By the way, the other 3 are Jiang Ro, Shingong Sati, and one you don't know. Bai Ruoyu gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yi Xiao, your shirt is wrinkled. At that moment, Jiang Ro suddenly stepped forward and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Yi Xiao's t-shirt. Jiang Ro's hand was very cold, even through the fabric, he could feel the chill, even though it was summer and the sun was shining brightly. Are you nervous? Yi Xiao asked. No, just a bit excited. Jiang Ro withdrew her hand. Over the years, my father has always been looked down upon by the Chu family. They always thought my father's genes tarnished their noble bloodline. In front of them, I was just a pretty tool for marriage, but now I can finally slap them in the face. I, Jiang Ro, have blood flowing in me that is not inferior. I am more outstanding than the disciples of the Chu family, Jiang Ro said emphatically. A usually quiet girl spoke a series of heartfelt words today. That's great. Seeing you in high spirits puts me at ease, Yi Xiao smiled. Go on, let the frogs at the bottom of the well from the Chu family see your excellence. Jiang Ro, with one strong push, seized the top 10. And I will cheer for you. Yi Xiao, you got it wrong. We all will cheer for Jiang Ro. Xiao Hongchen spoke up. Exactly. It's clearly everyone's matter. How did it become just yours and Jiang Ro's? You have no sense of teamwork at all. Bai Ruoyu teased as she leaned in. Then let's set a small goal, everyone in the top 10. How about that? Yi Xiao asked. Of course. I have no objections. Isn't that obvious? Qiu Jianfeng, you should join too. Me? Sure. No problem. But my biggest goal is to battle you, Xiao Hongchen. Rankings don't matter to me. By the way, Yi Xiao, you can't just be satisfied with the top 10, you have to aim for first place, got it? Jiang Ro suddenly said. Exactly. We can't let our southern province lose face. First place must be secured, especially that Wu Tongxian. Give him a good beating. Just looking at his pretentious face makes me angry. Bai Ruoyu waved her fist, looking cynical. Don't worry, I'll beat him so badly that even his grandpa won't recognize him. With that, Yi Xiao walked towards the drawing area. Yo, husband, we meet again. A figure beside him greeted him with a smile, and it was none other than Shingdo Naniko, dressed in a sailor suit and black tights. Husband, please go ahead, hee hee. Shingdo Naniko clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. I'll go first. Yi Xiao walked towards the lottery system. Name, Yi Xiao, student ID. After reporting his name, the person in charge of the lottery system recorded Yi Xiao's name with an indifferent expression. Then, the system activated. Yi Xiao drew Group G. It's done, husband. Let me see. Group G. It's my turn now. Shingdo Naniko cheerfully stepped forward, sneaking a peek at Yi Xiao's ticket, and then began to draw. Ah, I won. I'm also in Group G. Ha ha ha. Husband, we are so fated. Do you mind if I have another certificate? Yi Xiao blinked and reflexively asked. What certificate? Marriage certificate. And a big fat child. Do you want one? Shingo Naniko had a look of surprise. I don't have the habit of being an accidental father, thank you. Then, he turned and walked away. Hey, don't go. I didn't say I'm pregnant now. I meant after we get married. Hey, Yi Xiao, don't go. I have something to tell you. At this, Yi Xiao finally stopped. Spit it out quickly. What's with the cold attitude? Good thing I'm your wife, anyone else would have been angry by now. Shingo Naniko pouted. Just as Yi Xiao was getting impatient, she suddenly changed her tone. You know, Yi Xiao, the person in charge of that lottery system has been bribed. Bribed? By whom? The Tang family. How do you know? Because I was also bribed. Ha? What ha? The Tang family gave me 3 million to eliminate you in the elimination round. Not only that, all the students in Group G, except for you, have been bribed by the Tang family. Yi Xiao, what do you mean? I mean exactly that. The Tang family wants me and the remaining 98 students to work together to stop you in the elimination round. Shingo Naniko shrugged casually. No, I'm asking why you are telling me this. Because you are my husband, I have betrayed them. Didn't you take their 3 million? You still betrayed? Taking the money is one thing, doing the work is another. At worst, I'll run away to the East Japan overnight. The Tang family dares to come to the East Japan to catch me, right? Yi Xiao, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Well, now you have, so how about it? Am I beautiful? Shingo Naniko blinked her big eyes, looking enchanting. Yi Xiao, I'm going to the venue. Yi Xiao didn't say anything more and turned to leave. This woman is too flirtatious. Is it that all women from the East Japan are this flirtatious? Or is it just Shingo Naniko? Every move is a direct hit. Can't handle it. Really can't handle it. Yi Xiao, I can help you. How about it? 98 students. All top students from Jinshin University. You must feel a lot of pressure, right? I can help you. As long as you go with me to a hotel outside tonight. No need, I can handle it myself. Oh, come on, man, don't be so stubborn. What's the use of holding on? Yi Xiao simply pretended not to hear. Shingo flirtatious girl. You're being flirtatious again. You don't understand any decency or shame. At this moment, Bai Ruoyu jumped out and blocked Shingo Naniko's path. Oh, so it's Miss Bai. I thought there was a wall in front of me. Almost bumped into it. So sorry. Saying this, Shingo Naniko brushed her black hair, slightly puffed out her chest, her assets swaying, capturing all attention. You, Shingu Shrine's flirt. I challenge you. In the freshman competition, I will challenge you. Sure, bring it on, Miss Bai. With that, she swayed her hips and walked away. Shingu Ningxi and Yi Xiao were in the same group, so they naturally stayed together. Jinshin University had specially set up a formation to isolate the 10 group platforms, allowing students to engage in a free-for-all within the same area. The last 10 remaining would qualify for the top 100. Once everyone had gathered, the referee from Group G opened the formation. Yi Xiao, although I have no evidence, this referee is likely bribed by the Tang family. Is the Tang family that ruthless? They can bribe the teachers of Jinshin University? Money can make the devil push the mill, don't you think? That's true, you're the only one who takes the money and doesn't do the work. Yi Xiao shot a glance at Shingu Ningxi. Isn't that for you, my dear husband? With that, she reached out to hug Yi Xiao, but he dodged away. Alright, everyone is here, so I will open the formation. It will not close until the top 10 are decided. Remember, no killing, no causing irreparable injuries. No. After the referee finished reading the rules, the crystal in his hand flickered slightly. Swish! The elimination round began. The scene before Yi Xiao and the others changed, and they found themselves standing on a massive stone. The stone floated in the vast void, surrounded by swirling white clouds and howling winds. It was the kind of sight that would terrify anyone with acrophobia. It's just the virtual mode of the formation, adding some atmosphere. This is a standard setup for freshman competitions in professional universities, Shingu Ningxi explained. At that moment, an impolite voice came from afar. Yi Xiao, are you planning to withdraw on your own, or do we have to beat you until you can't get up? A group of students surrounded Yi Xiao and Shingu Ningxi. The leader bore a resemblance to Tang Hao. Who are you? What's your relation to Tang Hao? Yi Xiao asked, glancing at him. I don't change my name or my surname. I am Tang Quan, Tang Hao's cousin. Profession, swordsman. Tang Quan looked at Yi Xiao with arrogance, confident of his victory. He was sure he would win. After all, over 90 students attacking Yi Xiao at once meant that no matter how strong Yi Xiao was, he couldn't possibly win. These over 90 people were not the same ones Lin Ru defeated during the special recruitment exam. Anyone who could enter Jinshin University was an elite among elites. None of them were below the 5th stage of the extraordinary. Among them, Tang Quan had the level of the 8th stage of the extraordinary, with strength ranking in the top 30. Shinguning Ningzi, get ready, come over quickly. Tang Quan shouted at Shinguning Ningzi, who was beside Yi Xiao. His gaze towards her was filled with fervor. Such a stunning beauty, and she's from the east. If he could spend a night with her, what a wonderful thing that would be. After all, she was willing to deal with Yi Xiao for money. Perhaps she could also be persuaded to. He. The more Tang Quan thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could take Shinguning Ningzi right then and there. But to his surprise, she merely glanced at him indifferently. Then she linked her arm with Yi Xiao's. A delicate voice came from her red lips. What are you talking about? How could I help you deal with my husband? You. Tang Quan felt his head buzzing at her words. It was as if all his sincere feelings had been devoured by a dog. This Shinguning Ningzi was actually already involved with Yi Xiao. Then how dare you accept the 3 million from my Tang family? Humph. I took it, so what? What can you do about it? If I don't take it, how can I afford to support my husband? Diapers, milk powder, clothes for the child, aren't they all money? You actually have a child with her. Tang Quan's face twisted in anger. The thought that the woman he cared for was already with Yi Xiao, and might even have children with him made him feel murderous. Get them. Eliminate both of them. Get rid of them all. Ah, bitch, you deceived my feelings. Tang Quan roared. This is ridiculous. I've only just met you. How could I deceive your feelings? Besides, you're ugly and talentless. Why would I be interested in you? What do you have that compares to my husband? As she spoke, she pressed even closer to Yi Xiao. This intimate gesture dealt a devastating blow to Tang Quan. Get them, he shouted, raising his knife and charging at Yi Xiao. The other 90 or so people surged towards Yi Xiao as well. They were professionals when it came to taking money and doing someone else's dirty work. Yi Xiao looked at the crowd rushing towards him and smiled disdainfully. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants, easily crushed underfoot. Husband, how about we compete to see who can defeat more people? The loser will have to kiss the winner. Shinguning Ningzi teased, blinking her eyes. For you, it's all a reward. He. She blinked again, deliberately acting cute. But no, I'm enough on my own. He pushed aside Shinguning Ningzi's arm and stepped forward. The school has a rule that each group must select 10 people. I can't eliminate all of you. What a pity, so I'll only use one move. After that, the first 8 people to stand up will pass the elimination round, the rest can get lost. With that, Yi Xiao slowly raised his hand. Heavenly Flame Seal, appear. With Yi Xiao's current strength, he could instantly activate his eye technique and transform in a second. As the words fell, boom, countless golden flames gathered in Yi Xiao's hand, and soon a large seal burning with golden flames appeared. Bang! Yi Xiao hurled the Heavenly Flame Seal out. You think a mere seal can suppress all of us? Yi Xiao, you really overestimate yourself. Tang Quan shouted in fury, brandishing his knife. Ninefold Ghost Blade. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several dark blades shot out with a howl. Follow my lead. The other students also unleashed their full power. Taking money to do someone else's bidding, college students were still quite earnest. Those who took money and didn't deliver were the exception. Everyone else was fully committed. Oh my! With so many people, even if I wore a yin-yang outfit, I'd still be beaten to death. Shinguning Ningzi covered her red lips inside. Her violet eyes were fixed on Yi Xiao, filled with curiosity. She also wanted to know how Yi Xiao would suppress them all with one move. Go! Yi Xiao tossed the Heavenly Flame Seal forward expressionlessly. Whoosh! The Heavenly Flame Seal grew immensely, engulfing everyone as if a flaming meteor was crashing down. Crack, crack, crack. All the various attacks crumbled before the Heavenly Flame Seal, shattered in an instant. How is this possible? Tang Quan shouted in shock and anger. How could Yi Xiao be this strong? This was the combined attack of 98 people. Even a metamorphosis-level opponent would be reduced to dust. But the moment they touched the golden flames, they were all devoured, unable to raise even a ripple. Ah! The scorching heat hit him. Tang Quan let out a scream. Yi Xiao, just you wait. The Tang family won't let you go. Boom! The seal completely suppressed everyone. Not let me go? Tell Tang Xian to wait for me. One day I'll twist off his head and use it as a urinal. Yi Xiao flicked his hand, and the Heavenly Flame Seal dissipated. The students on the scene fell to the ground in a daze, many of them even having their clothes burned off. The boys were fine, but the girls were so scared that they let out explosive screams. He. Yi Xiao, do I look good? Shinguning Ningzi asked with her hands behind her back. Not bad. Hee, I'm prettier than them. Do you want to see? Yi Xiao, not interested. His gaze was fixed on the students lying on the ground. Gradually, a figure stood up. Then, one by one, several figures began to rise. At this point, 7 people had already gotten up. The rest were either unconscious or still struggling. At this moment, 2 figures slowly stood up. One of them was Tang Quan, propping himself up with a broken sword, already half upright. The other student was a bit slower than him. Yi Xiao frowned and flashed in front of him. Who allowed you to use a sword to prop yourself up? You cheated, you're disqualified, get lost. With that, slap. He backhanded Tang Quan, sending him flying. Yi Xiao, you're taking personal revenge. Damn it. Just now someone used a spear to prop himself up and you let him pass. You're making things difficult for me. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lips. So what if I'm making it difficult for you? Who told you to have the surname Tang? All Tang surnames get lost, thank you. I didn't kill you just to save face for the school. If it were in the wild, I'd have cremated you on the spot and scattered your ashes. Yi Xiao wore a look of contempt. He was the one jumping around the most, who else would he target? As for the few who had finally stood up, the students who made it into the top 100, Yi Xiao didn't care. That last move was enough to keep them in bed for a few days, and after entering the top 100, they were done, they wouldn't qualify for the subsequent matches. Referee, Group G assessment completed. Yi Xiao raised his hand, directing his identity badge towards the sky. As long as 10 students raised their identity badges, the formation would automatically disappear, proving the assessment was complete. The mentors still waiting saw the glowing formation and were momentarily taken aback. Hiss, quick action. It's only been a few minutes, and 10 people have already been decided? Looks like Yi Xiao was eliminated right from the start. This million was easy to get. Just a little help and it's in the bag. The Tang family is really generous. If there's another good opportunity like this, I'll go again. The referee maintained a blank expression, but inside he was overjoyed. I wonder who the first one out is. I guess it's Shinguning Ningzi and Tang Quan. These two are quite outstanding among the students. The referee rubbed his hands, waiting quietly, as a foot stepped out of the formation. Men's shoes? Is it Tang Quan? Impressive. As expected of a disciple of the Tang family, truly remarkable. Gold will shine wherever it is. The referee nodded in approval. The next second, his expression froze on his face, because the figure appearing before him was a smiling Yi Xiao. Yo, old dang, are you disappointed to see it's me? Yi Xiao asked with a half-smile. You've all confessed, as a mentor of Jinshin University, you took 1 million from the Tang family, right? You're quite something, making Principal Ning invite you for tea. What kind of tea do you like? Death tea, soul-severing tea, peace in the earth tea? Pick one. The referee shivered in fear at Yi Xiao's words. Yi Xiao, it's a misunderstanding, let me explain. Actually, Principal Ning will invite you for tea. Yi Xiao waved his hand, too lazy to waste words with him, and walked away, just as Shinguning Ningzi's direct ball came flying again. Moments later, the referee, with a face full of despair, and the person in charge of the previous lottery system were taken away by campus security for tea. Later, Yi Xiao seemed to hear that Ning Zhao specifically went to the Tang family for a visit, after which the head of the Tang family nearly broke his son Tang Qinlu's legs. The other groups were also doing well. Jiang Rou and Bai Ruoyu teamed up, unbeatable, and smoothly made their mark. Xiao Hongqian wielded the remnant cloud sword technique, and no one could enter his 10-meter radius. Xiao Jianfeng was the most outrageous. It was said that he would challenge anyone he saw with a knife, and in the end, he was almost beaten to death by dozens of people, but he still passed the assessment. Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian were even more so. When people saw them, they actively reduced the quota to 9. After spending an afternoon, the top 100 for the new student competition were decided. That evening, Yi Xiao and the others were eating in the cafeteria. Yi Xiao, why did you buy 2 meals? Bai Ruoyu looked curiously at the tray in his hand. For Lin Ru. I ate his meal at noon, so I'm returning the favor tonight. Where is Lin Ru? I heard he was called to the back of the teaching building. I don't know. Bai Ruoyu said with her mouth full of food, her words unclear. Ever since coming to Jinshin University, Bai Ruoyu seemed to have become less picky about food. Aside from peanuts, she stuffed everything else into her mouth, and her appetite had grown tremendously, even more than Yi Xiao. Oh, thanks. By the way, you. Yi Xiao glanced at her with slight disdain. Eat less, don't get too fat. With that, he turned and left. Humph. Yi Xiao, you don't understand. I want to gain weight. Saying this, Bai Ruoyu took out her phone. Girls who eat more will have bigger breasts because the nutrients will accumulate. The little white book won't lie to me. Yi Xiao held his meal and walked to the back of the teaching building. He heard a trembling female voice. Linru, actually, I liked you the moment I saw you. Can you be my boyfriend? Yi Zhao's footsteps suddenly stopped. Wow, this guy is really popular. How long has it been, and already a girl is confessing? Yi Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Mainly, Linru was wearing a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and always holding a book, looking like a refined and noble young man, which was incredibly attractive to girls. Sorry, I can't be your boyfriend. Linru's calm voice rang out. This guy is quite decisive in his rejection. But what he didn't expect was that the girl actually started crying. She cried while saying, I knew it would turn out like this. This is actually my first time confessing to someone. My roommate always says I'm too timid, that I like someone but don't know how to confess. I finally mustered the courage, but I didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. I guess someone like me should just die. How could I possibly be worthy of you? After all, you have great talent and are handsome. It's such a waste for someone like me, an ordinary girl. It's my fault. I shouldn't have confessed to you. How about I just commit suicide? The girl's sobbing voice echoed. What the hell? This girl's attributes are a bit dangerous. Yi Zhao twitched his lips, silently mourning for Linru for a second. Seeing the girl's sad expression, a flicker of conflict crossed Linru's face. Then he gritted his teeth and squatted down. I'll tell you a secret, but you must promise me you won't tell anyone. The girl raised her tear-stained eyes and weakly asked, what secret? Actually, Linru touched his neck, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I've been disguising myself as a man. I'm a woman, so I can't accept your confession. How is that possible? But you have an Adam's apple. And your voice is. It's just a simple voice manipulation technique. The next second, Yi Zhao heard a beautiful girl's voice. Like this, I can switch my voice freely. So, my inability to accept your confession is my own issue, not because you're not good enough. Wow. Yi Zhao's eyes widened. He had accidentally uncovered Linru's secret. She really is a girl. This is a big deal. Better act like I don't know. There must be a reason for her cross-dressing. I can't expose her. A roommate like this is too precious. Yi Zhao held his tray and quietly left the scene. Standing at the dormitory door, Yi Zhao appeared somewhat awkward. He didn't know what the first thing to say after opening the door should be. Hey, Yi Zhao, why are you standing here? Why don't you go in? A familiar voice came, and Linru walked over from a distance, carrying a lunchbox and a book. Oh, I forgot to bring my key. Yi Zhao scratched his head. Then what's that in your hand? Yi Zhao reflexively raised his hand, only to see a key in his grasp. I made a mistake. Sorry, ha ha ha, maybe I'd been too tired lately, he said as he opened the door and went in. Linru followed him, sitting down at his spot and opening the lunchbox to prepare for a meal. I actually moved in with a girl so quickly? And I even acted like a rogue in front of her. What kind of plot is this from an island's two-dimensional anime? Are time travelers really this extravagant? Various harem manga from his past life flashed through Yi Zhao's mind. Such a dramatic thing actually happened to him. The next day, with panda eyes, Yi Zhao arrived at the assessment site. Hey, Yi Zhao, what's wrong? You look like a giant panda. Bai Ruoyu came in front of him and gently patted his shoulder. Didn't sleep well last night. Yi Zhao looked troubled. He hadn't slept well at all, listening to Linru's even breathing, which made it harder for him to fall asleep. One night, half a pack of cigarettes. He clearly knew she was a girl, yet they still had to interact normally, living and eating in the same dormitory. It felt really strange. Ha ha ha, did you wear yourself out? Don't get easily eliminated today. Bai Ruoyu laughed, holding her stomach. Bang! Yi Zhao decisively raised a finger and tapped it on her head. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll post the recording of you calling me master on the campus forum. I want to see how they view you as the campus beauty. Yi Zhao threatened. EW. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale, and she quickly clung to Yi Zhao's arm, acting cute. I was wrong. Just kidding. You're a big man. You have to forgive me, this little woman. Only the small and women are hard to raise. You. Just as the two were bickering, more and more people gathered in the assessment square. What is that? At this moment, a student pointed at the distant high platform and shouted, That's! Yi Zhao's gaze sharpened as he saw 10 tall stone pillars slowly rising straight into the sky. At the top of those pillars, there were 10 luxurious seats. Golden seats. They were truly magnificent, exuding brilliance and dominance. The 10 outstanding seats. Those are the 10 outstanding seats. A student shouted, pointing at the golden seats. The 10 outstanding seats? Yi Zhao tilted his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The top 10 of the freshman competition are the 10 outstanding students of this entire freshman class. This ranking will last for a year, unless something happens within that year, otherwise, it will absolutely not change. Moreover, the 10 outstanding students will have more resources compared to other students, so if you can sit on the 10 outstanding seats, you'll likely still be one of the 10 outstanding students by graduation. I heard that the senior who ranked first in his 4th year was the first among the 10 outstanding students in the freshman competition 4 years ago. He stood out from everyone else and maintained that position for 4 years. A student looked at the seats on the pillars, filled with longing. If I could become one of the 10 outstanding students, that would really bring glory to my family. Yeah. Once the 10 outstanding students graduate, they are the top talents of the Great Xia. Whether joining the official ranks or entering major families, organizations, or the God Hunter team, they will receive excellent treatment. If they are from a noble family, they even have the hope of directly establishing their identity as the next heir. The 10 heroes' throne looms in the sky, the golden seats reflecting the heavens, like 10 great suns. Just imagine how imposing the young prodigy sitting on the 10 heroes' throne must be, looking down upon the world. At this moment, a figure walked in from the distance. It was none other than the president of the Divine Guardian University, Ning Zhao, accompanied by a figure in white robes and white hair, carrying a long sword. The president is here. That is. My God. It's my idol, the Great Xia Sword God. It's Sword God Su, my idol. Holy crap. The real person, the Great Xia Sword God. This is the real deal. If my high school classmates knew, I could brag for 100 years. So handsome. The Sword God is so manly. I want to marry the Sword God. Su Changhan wore a calm expression, his gaze somewhat dazed, muttering to himself, clearly lost in his own world. Students, Ning Zhao brought Su Changhan to the front of the stone pillar and called out to all the students. Today's competition will be simple. The contest for the 10 heroes throne. If you think you qualify to enter the top 10, go sit on the chairs on the stone pillar. Before sunset, those who can hold the throne will be the 10 heroes. All 10 heroes will receive rewards. There will be gold medal mentors who will take you as disciples. If any sword cultivator makes it into the top 10, they can directly become a disciple of the Sword God. Furthermore, the top 3 will be allowed to enter the land of guidance once, for a duration of 12 hours. The first place will receive the honorary title of chief student. The authority in school will be comparable to that of a silver medal mentor, plus a reward of 30,000 points, and an internship qualification with the Qishao Hunter team. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the students erupted in excitement. Just making it into the top 10 grants the right to choose a gold medal mentor. It should be noted that gold medal mentors are all level 6, powerful professionals at the domain level. In any province, they are top figures. To be a disciple of the Great Xia Sword God is a lifelong dream for all sword cultivators in Great Xia, not to mention entering the Land of Guidance, which is a special space within the Divine Guardian University, where the concentration of strange energy is dozens of times that of the outside world. Staying in the Land of Guidance for 12 hours can directly elevate one's level to the transformation stage or even higher. The authority of a silver medal mentor is recorded in the Great Xia archives. During regular times, you don't even have to attend classes. Moreover, if you suffer grievances outside, the Divine Guardian University is your strongest backing. The Qishao Hunter team is one of the top 4 hunter teams in Great Xia, and its captain is an 8th level rule professional. He holds the title of Human Son. His strength is not inferior to that of the Great Xia Sword God. Becoming a member of the Qishao Hunter team is a lifelong dream for many professionals. All the students were in an uproar. Their enthusiasm was greatly stimulated. Alright, I announce that the competition begins now. With Ning Zhao's command, he and the Great Xia Sword God stepped aside. The students surged towards the stone pillar, their eyes fixed on the 10 golden seats above, as if they were the rarest treasures in the world. Swish! A figure in white flew forward with the crowd towards the stone pillar. His expression was calm, as if even the collapse of heaven and earth could not stir him in the slightest. What was strange was that none of the surrounding students could approach within 3 feet of him. Wu Tongxian formed a hand seal with one hand. Sword control. Swish! A silver light appeared before him, a sword without a hilt, only the blade. It seemed this sword was never meant to be held by human hands. Wu Tongxian stepped onto the silver long sword. Swish! The long sword carried him soaring into the sky. Wu Tongxian flicked his robe and leisurely sat down on his golden seat. As he settled down, all the students on his stone pillar jumped down with dark expressions, rushing towards the other 9 stone pillars. What a joke! That's Wu Tongxian, who would dare to compete with him, asking for a long life. On the other side, Lin Ru was also holding a scroll, and he spoke. Shift. Whoosh! His figure instantly appeared on another stone pillar adjacent to Wu Tongxian, and he slowly sat down. Thus, his stone pillar also lost its contender. Meanwhile, the competition for the other 8 stone pillars became even more intense. This position is being fought over quite fiercely. Yi Xiao had already seen several stone pillars where students were going crazy. One guy had a hard time climbing up, and before he could even warm his seat, he was knocked down by 6 or 7 people working together. Those 6 or 7 were then sent flying by even stronger individuals. This battle for dominance seemed simple, but in reality, it was anything but. Students needed to possess formidable strength to suppress these watchful competitors, and there were certainly instances of group attacks. Yi Xiao saw Shingong Ning Ning Zi donning the yin-yang robe, sitting gracefully like a fiery princess, her long, slender black legs crossed. The robe enveloped the entire stone pillar in a blazing sea of fire, and no competitor dared to approach. He also saw Jiang Ro standing in front of her seat, exerting all her strength to fend off wave after wave of incoming competitors. Then there was Xiao Hongqian, who single-handedly wielded a sword, as if blocking 1,000 troops. Bai Ruoyu summoned a 9-tailed spirit cat and a dragon man to guard her side, with the flame dragon's breath magic ready to unleash. It could be said that in this battle, all the students were doing their utmost to vie for the throne of the top 10. It's about time, my turn now. Yi Xiao's gaze lightly swept, finally locking onto the 5th stone pillar. That one. With a step forward, the golden flame robe covered his body, and a staircase formed from golden flames appeared in the void. It extended from beneath Yi Xiao's feet all the way to the top golden throne. He walked up the burning golden staircase, step by step, at a leisurely pace. As expected of my husband, he can come up with such a cool way to ascend. Shingong Ning Ning Zi gently touched her red lips, smiling charmingly. Beside her, Wu Tongxian watched Yi Xiao ascend step by step, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable meaning. Lin Ru seemed to be lost in his own world, still quietly reading. For him, having no one disturb him was a great opportunity to read. Yi Xiao walked on the fiery staircase, his fingers moving left and right. 18 types of weapons floated around him. With a gentle flick, one batch after another of students were swept off the stone pillar by Yi Xiao as easily as swatting flies, until Yi Xiao reached the top and finally sat down on the golden chair. Eye of Void, Blade of the Void. Yi Xiao spoke softly, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, invisible blades swirling around him. Indeed, an anomaly was present. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dagger sliced through the air towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, get down! Blame yourself for being too careless, capsized in a ditch. Ha 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 ha! A sinister voice echoed in his ears. Yi Xiao remained expressionless, and without needing to command, the surrounding invisible blades flew towards him. Ah ah ah! With the sound of screams, a figure fell from the stone pillar. In the last fleeting glance, Yi Xiao recognized this guy. He seemed to be the top scorer from a certain province's college entrance examination, with a profession as an assassin. He had probably concealed his presence, hiding behind the chair, waiting for the right moment to strike. Unfortunately, for Yi Xiao, it was still too laughable. It's not hard for me to enter the top 10, the difficulty lies with them. Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to the other pillars. Jiang Ro's ice attribute ability had been pushed to its limit, but she not only had to face a crowd of students attacking her, there was even a pair of stunningly beautiful sisters among them. Yi Xiao remembered them, ranked 9th and 10th in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination. Chu Ro and Chu Xin. They came from the Chu family. Perhaps they were the greatest obstacle to Jiang Ro's ascent. Both girls were elemental masters, one wielding fire and the other water. Jiang Ro was in a perilous situation under their assault. Sorry, Jiang Ro, Grandpa has given the order. You absolutely cannot enter the top 10. That's right, Jiang Ro. You really don't know what's good for you. Grandpa is willing to marry you off to someone like Tang Xian, a prodigy, and you're still here being picky. What qualifications do you have? A lowly bloodline wretch. The two looked at Jiang Ro with jealousy. Tang Xian was exceptional, the leader of the younger generation of the Tang family. Such a young man was naturally very appealing, and the sisters were no exception. Thus, they were genuinely envious of Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro, you're too weak. You don't deserve to be in the top 10. The two joined forces, the powers of water and fire intertwining, rushing towards Jiang Ro like a hurricane. Watch as we sisters knock you down. Boom! A pillar of flame wrapped in water surged through the crowd, heading straight for Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro bit her lip tightly. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Yi Xiao's gaze from the corner of her eye. Yi Xiao mouthed something to her. It was as if he was saying, keep going. Yes, keep going. You can do it. Jiang Ro, believe in yourself, you're not alone anymore. Facing the incoming attack, Jiang Ro slowly closed her eyes. Zizz! Purple arcs of electricity danced around her, and Jiang Ro's aura underwent a tremendous change. Sister! Jiang Ro is acting strangely. Chu Xin exclaimed in surprise. Something's not right. She's hiding a second elemental power. This element is the lightning element. Chu Ro's eyes widened. Sure enough, buzz! As Jiang Ro opened her eyes, brilliant purple lightning tore through the sky. Purple lightning shining through the heavens. Boom! The purple lightning struck like a long whip towards the water and fire hurricane. The elements reacted with each other, the water element channeling into the lightning element, then colliding with the fire element. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, a thick mist surged upwards, and the shockwave sent everyone on the stone pillar flying. In the final moment, a purple lightning whip extended from Jiang Ro's hand, wrapping around the golden throne. She walked towards the position of the top 10 and then took her seat. The purple lightning surrounded her, making her look like a queen of thunder and lightning. I'll take this position. Anyone have objections? Jiang Ro's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, revealing a hint of dominance. Yishao nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Jiang Ro was in good shape. On the other side, on Xiao Hongchen's stone pillar, there was no one left, except for two figures clashing like lightning, one in white wielding a sword, the other in black wielding a knife. The clash of blades had become frenzied. These two guys. Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead. Was this considered infighting? His roommates were actually in a heated battle. Xiao Hongchen, today I must defeat you. 3 layers of black light blade. Zhou Jianfeng shouted, raising his long knife. A black aura surged around him. Boom boom boom. 3 massive black knife lights swept out. Wind sweeps away the clouds. Xiao Hongchen wielded his long sword, slashing out several times to block one of the knife lights, but the remaining 2 were already in front of him. Just when everyone was sweating for him, Xiao Hongchen's aura suddenly changed. No self, no others, only the sword. Sword slash. His mastery of the sword heart state is quite good. Su Changhan observed Xiao Hongchen, who was focused solely on wielding his sword, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What's wrong, Changhan? Are you interested in this kid? Want to take him as a disciple? Ning Zhao asked with a smile. Su Changhan remained silent, only shaking his head with a smile. Ning Zhao did not know that during the year Su Changhan disappeared, he was teaching Xiao Hongchen swordsmanship. He was already Su Changhan's disciple. Is that not okay? I looked around, and only this child's sword is the purest. If he doesn't catch your eye, then the great Xia sword god will have no successors. Ning Zhao sighed. Su Changhan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ning Zhao. This guy was always trying to introduce him to disciples, or matchmakers, purely meddling in his affairs. Clearly, he was still separated from his wife, and he could barely see his daughter a few times a year. Yet he was worrying about his matters. At this moment, in a state of sword heart, Xiao Hongchen's sword technique soared in power, instead pressing down on Zhou Jianfeng. Sigh, why do I feel like this kid's sword moves are so familiar? Ning Zhao stroked his chin. How come it resembles the sword path from when you were in college so much? He wouldn't be your secretly accepted disciple, would he? No, you saw wrong. Su Changhan replied. Really? Ning Zhao remained skeptical. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen's sword wind shifted. Heaven slaying. Sword drawing technique. Boom! A brilliant sword light erupted. Even the blazing sun dimmed in the face of this dazzling sword light. This sword seemed to split the sky in half. A sword that startled the swan. What the hell? Isn't this your heaven-slaying sword drawing technique? You still say he's not your disciple. When did you accept him? You little rascal. You're hiding your disciples from me, ha! Ning Zhao directly cursed. Hongchen's sword talent is very good. Better than mine. Su Changhan simply spoke calmly. Once the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique was unleashed, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Zhou Jianfeng was directly slashed away by this sword. Demon Blade State. Activate. Zhou Jianfeng was enveloped in black smoke. His eyes turned pitch black, and a terrifying aura surged up. He let out a beast-like roar, wildly swinging the tang knife in his hand, powerful blade light sweeping towards the heaven-slaying sword intent. Yet even so, he was still no match for the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique and was slashed away. Even so, he continued to roar and unleash his indomitable blade intent. Just as the sword light and blade light clashed again, whoosh! A figure appeared between the two. Ning Zhao waved his large sleeve, and the sword light and blade light vanished into thin air. That's enough. With Ning Zhao's intervention, Xiao Hongchen slowly exited the state of sword heart. The demonic energy on Zhou Jianfeng also dissipated. Demon Blade Body. This is a genius of the blade path. Ning Zhao looked at Zhou Jianfeng, secretly thinking, perhaps it would be very suitable to hand him over to that guy. With this battle, Xiao Hongchen firmly secured his place among the top 10. By now, the slots for the top 10 were almost decided. Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongchen, Zhang Ro, Xingu Ningningzi. There were also 3 other young people, one named Shurjiu, a strong man whose profession was guardian. Pure defense, he set up a shield on the throne, and a group of students couldn't break it after hitting it for a long time. Another was from the Chu family, named Chu Yan. His profession was demonization sorcerer, and his lethality after demonization was extremely strong. Ordinary students who faced him were almost all heavily injured, and gradually no one dared to fight him. The last one was a frail girl whose profession was caster. She cast a group curse on all the students, causing them to fall off the climbing stone pillar for various reasons. Alright, so far, the top 10 has been decided. The remaining people will have more detailed ranking battles in another venue. Next is what you all have been looking forward to, the championship battle. The rules are as follows. Ning Zhao's figure floated in the void. The top 10 thrones are arranged from left to right. The far left is the first, and the far right is the 10th. You can challenge the opponent in front of you, starting from the 10th place. Until the end, no one will fight again. Yi Xiao was currently sitting in the 5th chair, which meant his provisional rank was 5th. Sitting on the far left was Wu Tongxian, making him the provisional 1st. Those behind could challenge those in front. The 10th was Shurjiao, a professional guardian. He stood up and shook his head. My profession is guardian, defense is fine, but if you want me to attack, I can only give up the challenge. The 9th was a cursed sorceress, a girl named Shu Weifeng. I forfeit. Her curses had some effect on ordinary students, but against opponents of similar strength, the effect was minimal. It could be said that both the cursed sorcerer and the guardian were not suitable for one-on-one combat. They were more suited for team battles. The 8th was a demonization sorcerer named Chu Yen. His level was also very high, extraordinary 9th rank. I want to challenge. A strange smile crept across his lips. The 7th, Zhang Rou. His gaze turned to Zhang Rou, a strong bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Come on, Zhang Rou, I will take good care of you. Zhang Rou stood up expressionlessly. The two moved to the center of the arena. Zhang Rou, I admit you are quite good. Your family may indeed have underestimated you, but you absolutely should not bring shame to your family. So here, I will completely ruin you. Women should just obediently follow the family's arrangements and get married. Competing is a man's domain. With that, whoosh, Xu Yan let out a strange cry and shot towards Zhang Rou like an arrow released from a bow. Ghostly claw of the underworld. Boom! His 10 fingers sliced through the air like long blades, tearing towards Zhang Rou. Freeze! Zhang Rou waved her hand, and 5 icy pillars crashed towards him from behind. Too slow, too slow. Xu Yan cackled, easily dodging Zhang Rou's icy pillars. Stop wasting time. Show me your lightning attribute. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zhang Rou took a step back and spoke slowly. As you wish. Purple thunder radiance. Zzz. Purple lightning tore through the air, swirling around her body. Now that's more like it. This is how it should be fought, so exhilarating. Xu Yan gently licked his sword like nails. The characteristic of a demonization sorcerer is to demonize oneself through the blood of demons. For example, Xu Yan now has gained his abilities through the blood of a demon called the Night Demon Wolf. His movements are strange, his strikes ruthless, and he is incredibly bloodthirsty. Zzz. The purple lightning swept out densely, like a large net, covering the arena. Ordinary people would feel their scalp tingle just looking at it. However, Xu Yan charged straight through the purple lightning, rushing towards Zhang Rou. Why isn't the lightning affecting him? Bai Ruoyu frowned. The power of Zhang Rou's lightning was definitely not weak. Even an extraordinary 9th rank should not dare to take it head-on. Why does Chu Yan seem unaffected? Look at the surface of his body. That's the ability of the petrified beast. This type of demon has strong defense and high immunity to lightning. Yi Xiao frowned and spoke. Xu Yan is not limited to using just one demon's ability. He came prepared. Zhang Rou is in danger. Whoosh! The lightning barrier was instantly breached by Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, die! He swung his claws towards Zhang Rou. Boom! An ice wall rapidly rose in front of Zhang Rou, blocking the attack. But in the next moment, Xu Yan's figure appeared behind her. Too slow. Can your ice-making speed keep up with me? He grinned, his claws already reaching Zhang Rou's hair. No, what is truly full is you. Zhang Rou's lips parted slightly. Land of ice condensation. Swish! Centered around Zhang Rou's body, countless ice crystals spread out in a flurry. What? Crack! Crack! Xu Yan's body was actually frozen. No! It should be said that more than half of the arena was frozen by Zhang Rou's ice. Xu Yan's body also stiffened in the void. It's over. Zhang Rou turned around, her long hair fluttering, splashing ice crystals everywhere. She reached out, and an ice sword appeared in her hand. Then, she thrust the sword towards the frozen Xu Yan. I won! Great! Sister Zhang Rou is amazing! Bai Ruoyu shouted joyfully. No, not yet. This guy. Yi Xiao opened his eye technique, and he could see a surge of fiery power rising within Xu Yan's body. That's right. He knows how to counter Zhang Rou's lightning attribute with the petrified beast's ability. How could he not find a way to counter her ice attribute as well? Indeed, Zhang Rou's reaction speed was quick. After realizing that the lightning attribute was ineffective against Xu Yan, she used herself as bait to prepare this killing move. However, she still underestimated the Chu family's information network. Chu Yan had long prepared a targeted killing move to counter Zhang Rou. Ha ha ha, you celebrated too early. The expression that had been frozen on Chu Yan's face revealed a sinister smile. Explode! Boom! He opened his mouth, and a violent burst of fire surged out, exploding in midair. The tremendous impact sent Zhang Rou flying. Ha ha ha, Zhang Rou, you underestimated me. You underestimated the Chu family. Swish! The claws sliced through the thick mist, reaching for Zhang Rou. Zhang Rou's face turned pale. The explosion had already sent her blood surging, leaving her unable to resist Chu Yan's attack. She conceded. Yi Xiao suddenly stood up and spoke. Ha ha ha, concede? She didn't say it herself, so it doesn't count. I don't acknowledge it. Chu Yan laughed heartily, mercilessly clawing at Zhang Rou. You're seeking death. Yi Xiao stepped forward, appearing in front of Zhang Rou. Boom! He waved his hand, and a surge of golden flames erupted. It sent Chu Yan flying. Principal Ning, he interfered in the match. Please disqualify him. The blasted Chu Yan shouted at Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao frowned. Yi Xiao's actions indeed disrupted the rules of the match. Yi Xiao, do you have anything to explain? Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. Ha ha ha, Yi Xiao, you broke the competition rules. According to the regulations, you will be directly disqualified from the top 10. Just immediately go back home. This is not something a poor loser like you can meddle in. Chu Yan licked his nails, grinning. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes at Chu Yan. Those who knew him understood that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Principal Ning, Yi Xiao is also worried about his companion's safety. I think that's understandable. Xiao Hongchen spoke up. Exactly, Principal Ning. Chu Yan was too ruthless. He aimed to seriously injure Zhang Rou. Bai Ruoyu said anxiously. I also think Yi Xiao's actions are understandable, Xingu Ningningzi said. Principal Ning, give him another chance. Even Lin Ru spoke up like this. Alright, I'll give you another chance, but it's conditional. Ning Zhao looked at Yi Xiao with a serious expression. If you cannot win the championship, I will disqualify you from the top 10. And, on the grounds of disrupting the freshman competition, I will punish you. Can you meet this condition? Yi Xiao nodded. Yes, good. Then, the match continues. This round, Chu Yan wins. Chu Yan rises to 7th place. Zhang Rou is 8th. Next, 6th place, Xingu Ningningzi. Xingu Ningningzi shrugged. In this round, I forfeit. Alright. Then, next, 5th place, Yi Xiao. Who do you want to challenge? Yi Xiao slowly raised his head. In his eyes, golden flames danced. I want to challenge Chu Yan. Yi Xiao spoke each word deliberately. Chu Yan's face turned pale. He panicked and shouted, Yi Xiao, you are ranked 5th. How can you challenge me, who is ranked higher? He pointed at Yi Xiao and yelled. It's just a provisional ranking. It doesn't say I can't challenge someone ranked higher. Yi Xiao replied coldly. Indeed, there is no such rule, Ning Zhao said calmly. However, even if you win this battle, Yi Xiao, you will gain nothing. If you lose, your position will belong to Chu Yan. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Absolutely. Good. Ning waved his hand. Second match, Yi Xiao vs Chu Yan. Begin. With Ning Zhao's command, flames filled the air, transforming into a set of blazing armor that enveloped Yi Xiao's body. Boom! Yi Xiao stepped forward, and the golden flames spread through the void, as if igniting the entire world. He clenched his fist and swung it. A terrifying aura immediately surged forth. Principal, I admit. Chu Yan's face turned white with fear. He hurriedly shouted. But before he could finish saying I admit defeat, Yi Xiao's fist was already upon him. Boom! He was sent flying by Yi Xiao's punch. Then, Yi Xiao charged forward again, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him down onto the arena. The arena instantly caved in. Bite down on your teeth. Boom boom boom. Yi Xiao knelt on Chu Yan's neck, the golden flames burning fiercely, resembling a golden ancient god bathed in fire. Under Yi Xiao's terrifying momentum, Chu Yan couldn't move at all. Bang! Bang! He raised his fist, striking Chu Yan again and again. Chu Yan couldn't utter a single word, unable to even say he wanted to admit defeat. He was like a sandbag being relentlessly beaten by Yi Xiao. Today, if I don't beat you to a pulp, my name isn't Yi Xiao. Crack! Yi Xiao used one hand to crush Chu Yan's hand bones into fragments. His arms hung limply on the ground, like two pieces of rotten meat. If you want to waste him, I'll waste you first, Yi Xiao said fiercely. Flames burned on his body, and with each punch that fell, Chu Yan's body was nearly scorched. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh left on him. He wanted to speak, but Yi Xiao slapped him, burning his mouth. Yi Xiao, you've vented your anger. You should let him go now. Wu Tongxian finally stood up. After all, Chu Yan was a direct descendant of the Chu family. As the grandson of Chu Shanha, Wu Tongxian had to prioritize the interests of the Chu family. You say let go, so I should let go? When I told him to stop earlier, why didn't he stop? Now that you tell me to let go, it's too late. Boom! Yi Xiao stomped down hard on Chu Yan's leg. Boom! The arena caved in, creating a large pit. Chu Yan's leg had been crushed into mush by Yi Xiao's stomp. Only a thin layer of skin barely held it together, preventing it from breaking immediately. It hurts. My hand, my leg. Wu Tongxian, save me, help me. Chu Yan tried to hold his leg, but his hand had already been crushed by Yi Xiao. He could only tilt his head back, looking at the deep blue sky, letting out heart-wrenching screams. This scene sent chills down the spines of the watching students. So ruthless. Yi Xiao was truly too ruthless. Even if Chu Yan's injuries healed, today's experience would be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Perhaps just mentioning the name Yi Xiao would drive him to madness with fear. Principal Ning. Yi Xiao's actions are suspected of abusing his opponent. I demand that he stop immediately. Wu Tongxian said with a cold face. If I stop, will you come down and fight me? Yi Xiao interjected before Ning Zhao could respond, glancing sideways at Wu Tongxian. I'll come down. It wasn't my turn originally, but now you're challenging me. Then I can only accept it without courtesy. With that, Wu Tongxian slowly stood up. Alright, if you want to fight Yi Xiao, wait a moment, it's Bai Ruoyu's turn now. Ning Zhao raised his hand to stop them. The treatment costs for Chu Yan will be covered by our Jinshin University. As for Yi Xiao, as long as he doesn't take first place, serious penalties are unavoidable. Ning Zhao lifted his eyelids. Young people shouldn't be so aggressive. Be a bit more peaceful. Saying this, he took a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos. Crack! Yi Xiao stepped down hard on Chu Yan's leg again. Then, as if nothing had happened, he shrugged his shoulders. Ning Principal is right. I, Yi Xiao, have always relied on strength to convince others. Yi Xiao, how does this look like convincing others with reason? Wu Tongxian was so furious he almost couldn't catch his breath. What a blatant lie. Even with his good temper, he couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Xiao ignored him and expressionlessly returned to his seat. He extended his hand and made a gun gesture at Wu Tongxian. Baiyu, knocked down. Wu Tongxian's face turned as dark as a pot of charcoal. At this moment, Bai Ruoyu slowly stood up. She stood on the stage, hands on her hips, glaring coldly at Xingu Ningxi. Get down. Do I need to call your name? Xingu flirt. He. Xingu Ningxi chuckled lightly, stood up, brushed her skirt, and jumped onto the stage. I'm here, Bai Ruoyu friend. Her gaze fell on Bai Ruoyu's flat chest, deliberately emphasizing the small words. The surrounding audience burst into laughter. They were all seasoned veterans, the kind that rolls their wheels over people's faces. How could they not understand the hidden meaning in Xingu Ningxi's words? You're finished, Xingu Ningxi. I will make you regret this. Flame dragon breath. Boom! With a wave of her small hand, a crimson fire dragon soared into the air. Yin Yang garment. Red lotus. Xingu Ningxi stepped forward, her body perfectly wrapped in the red lotus garment. Since we both have fire attributes, let's have a contest of firepower. Bai Ruoyu little friend. Whoosh! A fire serpent composed entirely of flames soared into the sky. Splash! The fire serpent and the flame dragon entangled in midair. Ali! Da hey! Go! Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and two magic circles appeared behind her. The nine-tailed spirit cat and the dragon man charged out. Hua! Go! Thus, the third summoned beast appeared, a fierce three-headed hellhound. But Bai Ruoyu gave it such a cute name. Splash! The three summoned beasts pounced towards Xingu Ningxi from different directions. With my blood, I command the gods. All combatants, line up in front. 3 talismans appeared in Xingu Ningxi's hands. As the talismans burned, 3 different magic circles also appeared behind her. Shaotou, Queen, Go-chun, Hidden, Splash. 3 Shikigami emerged from behind Xingu Ningxi. The queen was a white-haired woman in green clothing. Go-chen was a man in purple clothing. Shoto was a handsome man with red hair, wielding a great sword. Shikigami can transform into human form? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, a curious look flashing across his face. Yes, the form of Shikigami is in the mind of the Onmyoji. They can be beasts or humans. They can also be yin-yang garments. Jiang Ro nodded. Boom! The current stage was an extremely chaotic battle. The fire dragon clashed with the fire serpent in the sky. Below, the 3 summoned beasts were pitted against the 3 Shikigami. The queen and Go-chen were once Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai from the east. It is said that in this life, all 12 Shikigami of the Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai have appeared in the present world. Half of them are here with Xingu Ningxi in the East Shrine. Half of it is with a young man from the Shitu human family. Zhang Ro explained to Yi Xiao. There has always been a rumor in the East Japan that if you gather the 12 Shikigami of Saimai, it might allow the Onmyoji ancestor Abe Saimai to be resurrected. That would be a formidable being at the peak of the path. A being at the peak of the path resurrected in this world could very likely change the fate of humanity. Just as Zhang Rou and Yi Xiao were conversing, Bai Ruoyu and Jin Guningzi had already engaged in a fierce battle. If this keeps up, we won't be able to determine a winner even by nightfall. Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. Bai Ruoyu conjured various spells with ease. Meanwhile, Jin Guningzi's Onmyoji attire also had many powerful fire-based attacks, making them evenly matched for a short time. Alright, stop fighting. I declare this round a draw. At that moment, Ning Zhao suddenly spoke up. Principal, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed. Hee, little one, do you think I used my full strength? I still have 5 Shikigami that haven't appeared. Jin Guningzi covered her red lips. Continuing to fight like this won't yield good results for you. It's better to know when to stop, little one. You, Jin Guningzi. One day, I will cut off those 2 lumps of fat hanging on your chest. Bai Ruoyu glared at Jin Guningzi's swaying figure, furious. Ultimately, this battle ended in a draw, and the next challenger was Xiao Hongchen. I want to challenge Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongchen stood up, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at Wu Tongxian. You want to challenge me? We have no grievances or grudges, do we? Wu Tongxian squinted at Xiao Hongchen. No grievances or grudges, just seeking a battle. Xiao Hongchen held his sword, as if there was nothing in his eyes but the sword. Hee, a good warrior with a sword. I accept your challenge. Whoosh! Wu Tongxian formed a sword gesture and descended onto the arena on his flying sword. This is getting interesting. Wu Tongxian's flying sword and Xiao Hongchen's swordsmanship. Lao Su, what do you think about your disciple's chances? Ning Zhao asked Su Changhen. Hongchen can't win. Wu Tongxian has already broken through to the transformation level. Su Changhen replied calmly. However, if they were at the same level, I would have confidence in Hongchen. Rarely, Su Changhen expressed his opinion. Deep down, he still believed in his disciple. After all, he was the only disciple, and likely the only one in the future. Whoosh! A gentle breeze lifted the hair between Xiao Hongchen's brows. Facing Wu Tongxian, he dared not be careless. So he entered the sword heart state right from the start and brewed the intent to slash the heavens. Slash the heavens. Sword drawing technique. Whoosh! The long sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed, brilliant sword light shining forth, surging towards Wu Tongxian like the Milky Way. Control the sword. Wu Tongxian quickly formed a hand seal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 flying swords whistled out. Crack crack crack. The 6 flying swords collided with the river of sword energy. Again, control the sword. 8 swords unite, 8-part pagoda sword. Wu Tongxian casually waved his sword finger. 2 more flying swords shot out from left and right, and the 8 flying swords merged into one in the void. A massive flying sword, entirely black and swirling with golden patterns, appeared. It faintly seemed as if a demon god was murmuring, and celestial beings were chanting scriptures. Boom! The 8-part pagoda sword collided with the intent to slash the heavens. As expected, after a moment of resistance, the intent to slash the heavens was shattered. Xiao Hongchen was sent flying. The pagoda sword slashed towards Xiao Hongchen, yet he never uttered the words of surrender, because, as a swordsman, he would rather die than yield. The word lose would never come from his mouth. He surrenders. At that moment, a voice rang out, and with the appearance of that voice, the 8-part pagoda sword stopped at Xiao Hongchen's brow. The speaker was none other than the absent-minded sword god, Su Changhen. The sword is good. When Hongchen's level increases, he can battle you again. Su Changhen looked at the 8 floating pagoda swords in front of him and nodded in approval. Then, he flicked his fingers. The pagoda swords flew back, transforming into 8 flying swords that circled around Wu Tongxian. I've taken the person, you all can continue the competition. As he spoke, he held Xiao Hongchen's shoulder and transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing into the void. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Even Wu Tongxian looked astonished. Xiao Hongchen was actually a disciple of the sword god. Sigh. This guy, he doesn't follow any rules. Ning Zhao helplessly took a sip of tea. They had clearly stated that disrupting the competition was not allowed. Really, he doesn't have the demeanor of an elder at all. And he even told him that rules are meant to be broken. Does he really think he can just slash at anything with a sword? In this round, Wu Tongxian wins. Next, Lin Ru. Who do you want to challenge? I want to challenge Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru said, holding a scroll, standing up. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Wu Tongxian had just finished a match, and now Lin Ru wanted to challenge him again. And then Yi Xiao would probably challenge him too. Did they really think Wu Tongxian was a robot? Wouldn't this will battle tire him out? Lin Ru, how about you skip this round? At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. Wait until I determine the winner with Wu Tongxian, and the winner will fight you, is that okay? Lin Ru thought for a moment and nodded. slowly sitting back down. I forfeit. Because Lin Ru forfeited, the second round began. Ji and Shi both forfeited. The 8th, Zhang Ro, also forfeited. The 7th, Chu Yan. Oh, she should still be in the ICU. The 6th, Xinguningzi, also forfeited. So, naturally, it fell to the 5th, Yi Xiao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xiao slowly stood up. A pair of eyes glimmered with golden flames. I challenge Wu Tongxian. Whoosh! From beneath Yi Xiao's feet, a golden flame staircase appeared. He stepped down the staircase, one step at a time. At this moment, Wu Tongxian was still on the stage, not yet leaving. 8 flying swords circled around him, his white clothes ethereal, black hair dancing lightly, like a celestial being. Yi Xiao, I accept your challenge. Wu Tongxian smiled slightly. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Besides family reasons, I have my own reasons. Whoosh! He flicked his fingers. The 8 flying swords shot towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stood still, his expression unchanged. He watched as the flying swords rushed towards him. Yi Xiao, be careful! Zhang Ro exclaimed. Yi Xiao, are you stupid? Why are you just standing there? Bai Ruoyu shouted anxiously. Even Xinguningzi couldn't understand Yi Xiao's actions. Just standing there, not attacking or defending. Was he here to give away his head? Outside the spectator seats, supporters of Wu Tongxian laughed at this. Is Yi Xiao scared silly by Wu Tongxian? No way! Yi Xiao is so cowardly? He looked so impressive when he came out. I thought he was a king. I didn't expect him to be a bronze. Oh no! Yi Xiao is done for. Just a clown trying to attract attention. No need to watch. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Whoosh! Amidst the various voices, a flying sword pierced through Yi Xiao's shoulder. Blood sprayed out. A large blood hole appeared on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Yi Xiao! Why? Yi Xiao! Bai Ruoyu and the others were confused. But then, Yi Xiao finally reacted. He looked at the wound on his shoulder, and a green light flashed in his eyes. An unbelievable thing happened. The blood hole on Yi Xiao's shoulder began to shrink at a visible speed. It was recovering to its original state. Only the torn clothing still indicated that Yi Xiao had indeed been hit by Wu Tongxian's flying sword. How is this possible? Everyone looked shocked. Such a big blood hole, and it just healed? Could it be they were seeing ghosts? Yi Xiao twisted his neck and slightly moved his arms. Not bad, the recovery effect of the wood spirit eye is quite good. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Indeed, Yi Xiao's action was merely to test the recovery effect of the wood spirit eye. Nothing more. He clenched his fist and looked at Wu Tongxian, who also wore a puzzled expression. Alright, Wu Tongxian, the match officially begins. Look, what is that? Wow, this is insane. What the hell? How did Yi Xiao's wound heal? Foul. Is there a healer helping him from the shadows? This is a foul. Principal. Yi Xiao brought a healer to the match. Foul. I suggest disqualifying him. Those noble disciples who supported Wu Tongxian and had come to see Yi Xiao make a fool of himself were now stomping their feet in anger at this shocking turn of events. Their defenses were shattered. Do you think I, a level 8 practitioner, am blind? Can't I tell if there's a healer helping him from behind the scenes? Why don't you come and be the judge? I'll give you the chance. Ning Zhao looked at the students who were losing their composure and spoke calmly. Have you been pampered at home too much, losing your ability to think for yourselves? Is that why you spout such foolishness? It seems I need to re-evaluate the standards for new students at Jinshin University, especially in terms of intelligence, strict checks. Under Ning Zhao's stern words, all the students obediently shut their mouths. Upon reflection, it was indeed foolish to try any tricks in front of a level 8 practitioner like Ning Zhao. It was simply digging their own graves. Their slander against Yi Xiao was equivalent to questioning Ning Zhao. I tell you, no one is helping Yi Xiao from the shadows. Yi Xiao hasn't taken any recovery potions. Everything is his own ability. Do you understand? Everyone nodded obediently. Humph. The match continues. I don't want to hear such intelligence-lowering remarks again. The youth of Daxia are not that foolish. With a wave of his hand, the match resumed. Wu Tongxian's gaze sharpened as he looked at Yi Xiao. Is this the method of a healer, Yi Xiao? Is this also your eye technique? If Yi Xiao's ability could be used continuously, it would be truly terrifying. Yi Xiao could simply wear him down in a war of attrition. Unless he could strike Yi Xiao down in one blow, rendering him completely unable to fight back. Just a little trick, nothing to be taken seriously. Yi Xiao shrugged casually. Wu Tongxian, when it comes to showing off, no one can compare to you. Yi Xiao, I admit your strength is formidable. I underestimated you a bit. From now on, I will use 120% of my strength to battle you. Wu Tongxian became completely serious. 8 steps floating pagoda sword. Whoosh! With a single hand gesture, a massive black gold patterned sword slashed towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's body tensed, and the martial god I activated in an instant. Immediately, he shot forward like a sharp arrow. Whoosh! He reached out, and golden flames transformed into a large blade in his hand. After learning the transformation technique, he no longer needed to carry a sword when going out. His back was finally free. I knew you would attack me at close range. I've seen through your strategy. Seeing Yi Zhao's figure flicker, slashing with the golden flame blade to deflect the 8 steps floating pagoda sword and close in on him, Wu Tongxian's mouth curled into a smile. Glazed treasure body. Buzz! He formed a seal with one hand, and a shape resembling a glazed pagoda enveloped his body. A layer of colorful radiance spread across his white jade-like skin. Boom! Yi Zhao's blade struck Wu Tongxian's body but was surprisingly blocked. Truly worthy of a cultivator. Skilled in both close combat and ranged attacks, Wu Tongxian is practically without weaknesses. Yi Zhao is bound to lose. Exactly. An auxiliary profession. A commoner. Why should he ride on our heads and be our servant? Wu Tongxian, crush Yi Zhao. Blast his dog head. The shouts outside grew louder. Yi Zhao, did you hear that? They all want me to defeat you. Wu Tongxian propped up the glazed pagoda and smiled softly at Yi Zhao. How could I let them down? With that, boom! He raised his hand and punched towards Yi Zhao. The space concealed, and the power of the void I activated, Yi Zhao took a step back and vanished from his original spot. I'm sorry, you will indeed disappoint them. Boom! A calm voice came from another side, and Yi Zhao appeared elsewhere. The spells of cultivators are quite powerful, but your thin shield is too obvious. A flash of white light flickered in Yi Zhao's eyes. The void blade shot towards a certain spot. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of blades struck the same location. Under the effect of Yi Zhao's broken illusion eye, he had already seen a very fine gap. Your glazed body cannot protect you for a lifetime. Boom! Yi Zhao stepped out with one hand, flame swirling to form a fist cover in his hand. Then Yi Zhao punched towards that direction. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and strands of golden flames ignited on Wu Tongxian's body, burning fiercely. Thus, crack! The glazed body was completely shattered by Yi Zhao. At the moment the treasure body broke, Yi Zhao also struck instantly. He waved his hand. 9 flaming great swords appeared in the void, surrounding Wu Tongxian. Then, the 9 swords swung together. Boom! 9 blazing golden sword lights whistled towards Wu Tongxian. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Wu Tongxian. The advantages of the cultivator were leveled. Both close combat and ranged support were eliminated by Yi Zhao. Wu Tongxian was in great danger. Yi Zhao, you are really strong. Very strong. In close combat and ranged attack, you have astonishing accomplishments, even I might not compare to you. But, you have underestimated my profession as a cultivator. I am Wu Tongxian, though I cultivate immortality. I am a martial immortal, heavenly gifted divine skill, martial immortal body. Boom! A gigantic rune floated in the void. Then it was imprinted on Wu Tongxian's body. Whoosh! The white robe fluttered, and Wu Tongxian's black hair turned snow white and ethereal. He stood proudly, surrounded by a thick aura rolling, yet seeming like a celestial being. The form of a martial immortal. Martial fist. Immortal technique. Boom! He raised his hand and punched through the air towards Yi Zhao. A white fist force rolled and roared towards Yi Zhao. This punch, everyone's eyes widened. The power was too strong. It had far exceeded the extraordinary level. Yi Zhao, to let you know, I have entered the transformation level, and the martial immortal body is just one of my trump cards. I have a second trump card. Formation, Heavenly Thunder 5-linked formation. As Wu Tongxian spread his hands, runes intertwined on the arena. A great formation completely enveloped Yi Zhao. Lightning flickered within the formation, like long whips tearing through the void. Cultivators at the transformation level can choose elective professions. Alchemist, blacksmith, rune master, and formation master can be chosen from 4. It seems Wu Tongxian has chosen the formation master profession. The martial immortal body's combat power skyrockets, and the formation is mysterious and unpredictable. Yi Zhao is in danger. Everyone watched the battle with burning eyes. At this moment, the fight had reached a fever pitch. Even Jiang Rowan by Ruayu couldn't help but sweat for Yi Zhao. The rolling fist force, and the thunder surrounding him. Yi Zhao was in a predicament. But even so, there was no panic on his face, as calm as ever. It seemed everything was under his control. Wu Tongxian, your trump card's power is indeed not weak. Even a careless transformation level 3 practitioner could suffer a great loss. Yi Zhao said with a smile. What's going on with Yi Zhao? Does he know he can't beat Wu Tongxian and is just giving up? The attack is right in his face. How can he still be in the mood to chat here? Regardless of how strong Yi Zhao is, his heart is truly big. The onlooking students were buzzing with discussion. Yi Zhao, you have a good eye, but unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. The game is over. Wu Tongxian nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, with just a thought, 2 powerful attacks would fall upon Yi Xiao. Even if his strange flames were powerful, even if his bizarre recovery methods were outrageous, he was confident he could defeat Yi Xiao with this one move. Completely defeat him, is that so? Yi Xiao shrugged. There was something he had never said. He had reached the level of transformation tier 3 before even enrolling. Fall. With Wu Tongxian's command, his fist struck towards Yi Xiao. Thunder rumbled, covering Yi Xiao's retreat, cleaving towards him. Wu Tongxian, you were right about one thing. The game is over. Yi Xiao revealed a signature smile. Everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, especially Wu Tongxian, who inexplicably felt a wave of palpitations. Is Yi Xiao going to use that? Zhang Ro gently covered her red lips. That was a move he had never shown in front of others. Yi Xiao had once used this move at the 6th tier of the Extraordinary to send a being comparable to Tier 3 transformation back home. War God, appear! Boom! The arena shook violently. A dazzling dark golden light rose, soaring into the sky. What is that? Someone screamed in terror. That is. The students trembled in their voices. They pointed at the figure behind Yi Xiao, their faces filled with disbelief. Behind Yi Xiao, a massive dark golden figure emerged, standing on the ground, with the sky above, exuding unparalleled dominance and majesty. It was as if a deity from the heavens was looking down upon these mortals, instilling a deep sense of fear within them. What on earth is that? Wu Tongxian looked up at the war god's phantom, feeling his heart tremble. This thing was too astonishing. Suppress! Yi Xiao casually uttered a word. Boom! His entire body's power was instantly drained. The war god swung his fist, striking forward. In an instant, Wu Tongxian's fist power was torn apart. Following that, the thunderous array shattered into pieces. This punch was unstoppable as it smashed towards Wu Tongxian. Just how strong is your war god body? I really want to know how many punches it can withstand from me. As the words fell, the fist also arrived. Puff! Wu Tongxian's face turned pale, and his body was sent flying. The war god body was instantly broken. He felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed into a mess by a giant hand. His whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck. Even a revolving lantern appeared in his mind. Boom! A figure shot off like a meteor towards the distance. It crashed straight into the dormitory building several kilometers away. Stop! Just as Wu Tongxian's body was about to collide with the teaching building, Ning Zhao appeared behind him and released the impact with a single palm. Even he, who had seen much, changed his expression. The power of this punch is comparable to Tier 5 transformation. This little monster. The worst was Wu Tongxian. After taking this punch, he was barely conscious. When Ning Zhao returned with the nearly unconscious Wu Tongxian, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. After a moment, however, it erupted into earth-shattering gasps. This Yi Xiao is a monster. What on earth was that golden shadow? It scared me so much I almost peed myself. So terrifying. Just looking at it almost scared me to death. Wu Tongxian took a punch from him. Wu Tongxian was knocked out by a single punch. This is simply against the heavens. The students' faces were filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Especially the disciples from humble backgrounds were even more excited, shouting loudly. After all, Yi Xiao and Wu Tongxian, in a sense, represented the confrontation between the humble and the noble. Yi God, damn it! This is my Yi Father. Damn, really awesome. You've really brought honor to us humble folks. A young man looked at Yi Xiao, who stood in the arena, with a face full of fervor. Hey, classmate, do you mind having more mothers? A pretty girl with heavy makeup came up to him and threw him a flirtatious glance. Get lost. My Yi God is not someone you common girls can covet. He looked at her with disdain. Suddenly, he added, but I can allow you the chance to be my Yi Father's daughter-in-law, you better seize it. He looked the girl up and down. She wasn't bad at all, though her makeup was a bit heavy. She knew how to dress. Most importantly, she was quite alluring. A black spaghetti strap top with black stockings, little leather shoes, and a super short skirt that was simply captivating. The girl was momentarily taken aback by his words, but the next second, she reacted. Get lost. You should look in the mirror and see what you are. She tossed her long hair with a look of disdain and turned to leave. Alright, I announce that in this battle, Yi Xiao wins. At that moment, Ning Zhao announced loudly. Yi Xiao walked down the stage with a blank expression, pausing slightly as he passed by Wu Tongxian. Sorry, but among my peers, I've never lost, and I don't know what it feels like to lose. I thought you could make me feel that, but unfortunately, you disappointed me. I apologize for being too heavy-handed. Next time, I'll go easy on you, trying not to let you become a free fall. With that, he left without looking back. Wu Tongxian was so furious that he almost spat out blood. What a blow! Killing with words, winning and still adding insult. he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Medical personnel hurriedly took Wu Tongxian away. The dignified and refined nobleman lay on a stretcher, being transported to the same ICU room as Chu Yen. Alright, the next battle should be between us, Lin Ru. Yi Xiao returned to his spot and called out to Lin Ru from a distance. To his surprise, Lin Ru shook her head. There's no need, Yi Xiao, I'm not your opponent, I concede. Indeed, even though Lin Ru, as a word spirit master, was powerful, she was about on the same level as Wu Tongxian, with not much difference. Yi Xiao's martial god Phantom had defeated Wu Tongxian in one move, so fighting him wouldn't be much different. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was afraid of exposing her true gender during the fight. That was the most crucial. With Lin Ru not fighting, Yi Xiao won by default. The final rankings were announced: Yi Xiao first, Lin Ru second, Wu Tongxian third. Shingong Ningningsi and Bai Ruoyu tied for fourth, with Xiao Hongqian sixth, Xu Yan seventh, Zhang Rou eighth, the Cursed Master ninth, and the Guardian 10th. Yi Xiao, Lin Ru, get ready. Tomorrow I will take you to the place of guidance, Ning Zhao said. You can each look for a mentor you like. Then he spoke to the others. Yi Xiao, you really made it to first place. Not bad, Bai Ruoyu said, swaying in front of him with her hands behind her back. Congratulations, Yi Xiao, Zhang Rou said with a smile. Yeah, and congratulations to you for making it into the top 10. You no longer have to obey the Chu family. Yi Xiao replied. Do you have any thoughts on mentors? I already have someone in mind. Zhang Rou nodded. Right. I also have someone in mind. My mentor is a top-tier beauty. Bai Ruoyu laughed heartily. Besides learning the profession from her, I also want to ask her how to enhance my feminine charm. I can't let myself be outdone by those shameless girls from the Divine Palace. Bai Ruoyu said proudly. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. I think some hard issues are quite difficult to change. Hard issues? What hard issues? Bai Ruoyu blinked her innocent big eyes. After a moment, she finally reacted and followed Yi Xiao's gaze. Suddenly, she hugged her chest tightly. Pa! Stinky pervert! Who's the pervert? What do you have on you that's worth my attention? Yi Xiao scoffed. You just don't know. There's a saying, Lolas have 3 good traits, light and soft, easy to topple. She put her hands on her hips, looking proud. That expression seemed to say, hurry up and praise me, hurry up and praise me. But after a long while, she still didn't receive any compliments from Yi Xiao. Coming back to her senses, she saw Yi Xiao already walking away with Zhang Rou. Let's go out for dinner tonight, with Hong Chan and the others. Sure. This weather calls for some cold beer, Yi Xiao said with a relaxed smile. Damn! Yi Xiao, don't ignore me. Bai Ruoyu chased after him, flailing her arms. The next day, Yi Xiao and Lin Ru arrived at Ning Zhao's office together. Principal, we're here. Oh, you're here. Here's the cola you wanted. Ning Zhao placed a cup of cola in front of Yi Xiao. Principal, you remember. Yi Xiao scratched his head awkwardly as he reached for the cola. I'm not teasing you anymore. Here's your title of chief student. From now on, at Jinshin University, you'll enjoy the same treatment as a silver mentor, a private villa, a monthly salary of 80,000 dasha coins, and regular cultivation resources. All of this will be yours. The permissions for the treasury have also been increased, plus an extra 5,000 points each month. Ning Zhao clearly explained the various benefits of being the chief student to Yi Xiao. Alright, next I'll take you into the place of guidance. You only have 12 hours. Which is very precious, so you must seize the time to absorb the energy present in the place of guidance. I hope that when we meet again, you will have entered the transformation level, Ning Zhao said with a smile. He picked up a feather pen and began to draw in the air. At that moment, Yi Xiao remembered that Ning Zhao's profession was also a very rare one. Divine painter. With ink, he painted the world. With a stroke, he stabilized the mountains and rivers. As he finished his strokes, a magic array gradually took shape in the air. Go in. I have high hopes for you. He smiled at Lin Ru and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped into the magic array. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in a void space. The air was filled with visible particles, and with his gentle breath, those particles surged into Yi Xiao's body. Instantly, he felt the power within him boiling. His eyes even became warm. These particles are the same as energy crystals. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled. Hurry and raise your profession level. He inhaled deeply like a water buffalo. Whoosh! Countless particles rushed into his mouth and nose, and the power within Yi Xiao became more and more abundant. Ding! Detected that the host is about to break through to a level 2 professional. Transformation level. Promotion rewards issued. The host can choose to advance the eye techniques already mastered, excluding the golden eye technique. Currently available eye technique advancement routes: Golden Flame Eye, Purple; Eternal Flame Monarch Eye, Red, already advanced; Martial Spirit Eye, Purple; Martial God Eye, Orange; Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Golden, cannot advance at the end of the road; Copy Eye, Golden; Breaking Illusion Eye, purple, eye of nothingness, red, eye of retribution, black, fantasy demon eye, golden, can advance. Wood spirit eye, purple, divine wood eye, red, eye of life, black, eternal green eye, golden, can advance. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. If there are currently only two options for advancement, they are the wood spirit eye and the eye of nothingness. Soon, Yi Xiao made his choice. I choose to advance the eye of nothingness. Clearly, advancing the eye of nothingness from the second to the third stage is more cost-effective than advancing the wood spirit eye from the first to the second stage. Ding! Selection successful. Eye of nothingness advanced. Congratulations, host. The eye of nothingness has advanced to the eye of retribution. Eye of retribution, eyes like heavenly punishment, punishing evil. Everything within sight can be punished. At this stage, you have reached the superb realm of killing with your gaze, capable of summoning the sword of Damocles to punish evil, locking onto a target of the same level, killing in one strike. The cooldown time is 3 days. Hiss! Yi Xiao immediately gasped. What does it mean to kill in one strike at the same level? He is currently at the first stage of transformation, which means he can already slay a powerful being at the 9th stage of transformation. My goodness! Another perverse eye technique. Yi Xiao tried to activate the eye of retribution. His gaze fell upon a certain void. It flickered slightly. Countless blades and shadows of swords howled into that space. Countless particles were shredded into nothingness. Yi Xiao gasped again. If it were to strike a physical body, how terrifying would that be? How many professionals could withstand it? Good. After experiencing the power of the eye technique, Yi Xiao was finally satisfied. He began to raise his level. 12 hours passed in a flash, and Yi Xiao transformed into a water buffalo. He forcefully raised his level to the 3rd stage of transformation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Ning Zhao's office. Looking at you too, I can tell you've gained quite a bit. Let me see. Ning Zhao's gaze scrutinized the two. Lin Ru, you did well, you've indeed broken through to the transformation level. Good. Next, Yi Xiao, let me see. If you haven't broken through to the transformation level, I'll invite you to my office for cola every day. Ning Zhao had a mischievous smile on his face as his gaze fell on Yi Xiao. Upon seeing him, his expression froze. Ha? 3rd stage of transformation? Did I see it wrong? No, let me look again. Still 3rd stage of transformation? I didn't see it wrong? What the hell? It really is the 3rd stage of transformation. I really didn't see it wrong. You brat! Ning Zhao looked at Yi Xiao in astonishment, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. What on earth did you eat to grow up? Yi Xiao replied innocently, the rice grown by the farmer uncle. Ning Zhao rubbed his face. 12 hours, among the students who went to the place of guidance in previous years, the highest record was just breaking through to the peak of the 1st stage of transformation. Your 3rd stage of transformation is truly unheard of. Ning Zhao shook his head, his eyes still sparkling with amazement. How did you absorb it? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. He had used the power of the void, opened his mouth, and swallowed, clearing the energy of a whole space. Moreover, he had wasted several hours due to the advancement of the eye technique. Otherwise, he would have already rushed to the 4th stage of transformation. Ha! Isn't that normal absorption? Normal. Ning Zhao was left speechless. Here, this is your token, the internship token of the Qishao Hunter team. They just happened to have a new mission recently, so go ahead. I'm a bit tired. Ning Zhao waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. Back when he was at the place of guidance, he had to absorb energy every second, and in the end, he only broke through to the transformation level, with no time left. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao absorbed normally and reached the 3rd stage of transformation. People are indeed incomparable. It makes one feel exhausted. Qishao Hunter team. Looking at the blazing sun in his hand, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. One of the top 4 hunter teams in Daxia. He planned to go directly to the Qishao Hunter team to take a look. The Qishao Hunter team is stationed in Daxia, known as the Sun Mansion. The defenses of the Sun Palace are extremely strict, and ordinary people cannot get close at all. As soon as Yi Xiao entered the vicinity of the Sun Palace, he was stopped by someone. Who goes there? Ahead is the important area of the Sun Palace. I am Yi Xiao, the first place in the new student assessment of the Divine Guardian University, here to intern with the Qishao God Hunting team. This is my token. Yi Xiao handed the token to the guard for inspection. It's real, you can go in. Once inside, someone will guide you. The guard smiled. Kid, are you mentally prepared? Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback. What mental preparation? He asked in return. The guard only smiled faintly and didn't say much more, just being mysteriously cryptic. You'll know when you get there. With the token in hand, Yi Xiao entered the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace is vast, like a gigantic silver maze, with various staff members bustling about. Although the Qishao God Hunting team is called a team, it actually has over 3,000 members. It is divided into logistics, investigation, security, hunting, and reserve departments. Each has its own duties, like a giant robot made up of countless parts. Interns like Yi Xiao go to the reserve department. Most of the people in the reserve department are young, possibly just graduated from university, or perhaps they finished high school and chose not to continue their studies, joining the god hunting team instead. There are quite a few people around Yi Xiao's age among them. In any case, the reserve department is where the Qishao god hunting team cultivates fresh blood. Generally, they rarely go on missions, but this time, in line with the idea of assessing young talent, an extermination mission against deities was issued. Young people from the reserve department were sent to complete it. Hello, may I ask where the reporting area for the reserve department is? Yi Xiao approached the front desk and inquired. Hello, please show your identity token. A soft voice came. Yi Xiao looked up, slightly stunned. It's you? You're not. It's me. Suya also looked a bit surprised. Aren't you going back to the demon city? Yi Xiao frowned and asked. I dropped out. Suya brushed her long hair away from her forehead, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Some things are not pleasant to talk about. After that incident, Suya had completely offended Tang Hao. The Tang family even vented their anger on the Su family because of it. After Wang Shui returned, their little group united to isolate Suya. The family was also forcing Suya to go back and apologize to the Tang family, even planning to marry her off to a young man from the Tang family as an apology. So, she simply decided not to go back and dropped out instead. I'm currently volunteering with the Qishao god hunting team, Suya said softly with a smile. Are you going to the reserve department? I'll take you there. Okay, thank you. Yi Xiao nodded. But the fact that you can come here means you must have secured first place in the new student competition, right? Just lucky. Hee hee, you weren't this humble when you crippled Tang Hao. Suya smiled. Yi Xiao said nothing more. He always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless they offend him first. The atmosphere in the reserve department. Well, just be careful. They are not like the sheltered flowers that Tang Hao and the others are. Suya reminded him. Atmosphere? Is the atmosphere really that bad? After all, it's the top god hunting team of the Great Xia. It shouldn't be that way. Yi Xiao frowned. No, it's not that the atmosphere is bad, but the competitive atmosphere is very intense. Simply put, it's filled with the smell of gunpowder. You'll know when you go in. It's just the right time for their training now. Suya stopped Yi Xiao in front of a metal wall. Beep. She swiped her identity token, and the metal wall opened. A wave of restless energy, like that of a volcano, rushed towards them. Suya clearly felt uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and even covered her nose. The smell of sweat on the men, the heat, mixed with hormones, felt like being in the midst of a volcano. The door opened, and the young people exercising on various training equipment turned their gazes. Hey, little Ya is here. A red-haired man with a scruffy beard approached with a smile from afar. He was holding a military metal flask, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted from him. Suya took 2 steps back and instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Minister M.O., this is the first place winner of the new student assessment at Jinxing University. His name is Yi Xiao. Minister M.O., this kid is Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Oh, the first new student from Jinxing University. Not bad, not bad. Can you drink? Of course. Want to have a little? Mo Tian shook the flask in his hand. Of course. Yi Xiao took it and drank a big gulp without hesitation. The young people around watched him with great interest, as if waiting to see Yi Xiao's reaction. The moment the liquor slid down his throat, Yi Xiao frowned. 96 degrees of the water of life. This guy was serving it straight, not good intentions at all. He wanted to use the power within him to neutralize the alcohol. But Mo Tian slapped Yi Xiao's shoulder. This wine is good, right? With that slap, the power within Yi Xiao felt like it was blocked at the dam. It was hard to mobilize. The water of life entered his stomach, and a fiery burning sensation surged up. The wine is not bad. Yi Xiao took a second sip from the flask, his expression still calm. Mo Tian's face finally changed. He released his hand from Yi Xiao's shoulder. Young man, you are quite interesting. I like you. This kid is not simple, quite interesting. You don't need to say that. The minister has already sealed his internal power, yet he still drank the water of life with a straight face, as if nothing happened. Huoran, when you drank this wine back then, if it weren't for the minister unsealing you, you would have been in the ICU with a perforated stomach. By 2 weight machines, 2 young men in black vests were pushing and pulling with all their might. He is the 5th member of our team this time, Huoran. I think he is quite reliable. Not necessarily, he might just have a strong physique. A professional's combat power cannot be measured by physique alone, said the young man named Huoran, shaking his head. Alright, I know you, Huoran, want to fight everyone, but hold back a bit. After all, he is a newcomer. working on tasks together. If you send him to the ICU again, the minister definitely won't be able to protect you. I know, Han Si, you don't need to say much, Huoran replied coldly. He looked at Yi Xiao with a somewhat fiery gaze. As if sensing the gaze from the side, Yi Xiao turned his head and met Huoran's lively eyes. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, and he grinned. Interesting. Oh. At this moment, Minister Motian finally reacted. Come, let me introduce you. Motian waved to Huoran and Han Si in the distance. This is Huoran and Han Si. Your internship will be with them on tasks. Hello, my name is Huoran, profession, gunner. Huoran smiled slightly and extended his hand to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, profession, technique master. Yi Xiao's palm met Huoran's. Whoosh! Huoran secretly exerted force. His profession was gunner, wielding long spears and halberds for years. His wrist strength was extremely impressive, not inferior to an ordinary warrior's wrist strength. However, when he shook hands with Yi Xiao, Huoran felt as if he was gripping a piece of steel. So hard, so heavy. He used all his strength, but Yi Xiao's hand remained unchanged, even still fair, without a hint of redness. Have you squeezed enough? Yi Xiao smiled slightly, then suddenly exerted force with his hand. Huoran was just about to respond when a cracking sound came from his hand. His bones were crushed by Yi Xiao. The pain that penetrated to the marrow made Huoran's face change dramatically, twisting and contorting in agony. Nice to meet you, brother Huoran, Yi Xiao said with a smile as he released Huoran's arm. Huoran calmly placed his arm behind his back. His entire hand had been deformed by Yi Xiao's grip. It was bent at an extremely bizarre angle. Huoran, you. Han Si noticed Huoran's injury and was taken aback, just about to speak, but he waved his hand to stop her. Brother Yi Xiao, your strength is truly impressive. I admire it greatly. He gritted his teeth and said, I still have training tasks, so I'll take my leave. He then turned and discreetly brought his arm in front of him, walking quickly away with Han Si. Strange, why is Huoran so docile today? Suya said with a strange expression. Usually, when he brought newcomers here, Huoran would mercilessly torment them. Today, he just shook hands and left? Nothing strange about it. If he doesn't leave now, he might lose a limb, Yi Xiao said with a faint smile. Mo Tian looked at him deeply. Yi Xiao, let me take you to meet your other two teammates. Sure. Yi Xiao nodded and then handed the wine jug back to Mo Tian. Mo Tian instinctively tried to pour the wine into his mouth, only to be surprised to find that Yi Xiao had finished it. This jug had a capacity of 500 milliliters, even he usually took 2 days to finish it. Minister Mo, this wine is strong, but it still lacks some flavor. It tastes like water, Yi Xiao said, smacking his lips, completely unfazed. Mo Tian's gaze slightly froze. Yi Xiao, your alcohol tolerance is impressive. Little did he know that a storm was brewing in his heart. Yi Xiao had actually downed 500 milliliters of strong liquor in one go. Moreover, his strength had been sealed until just now. Under such circumstances, Yi Xiao remained calm and collected. How terrifying was his physical strength. In the earlier confrontation with Huoran, Yi Xiao had completely triumphed. His physical power was already beyond comprehension, but he clearly claimed to be a pupil of the eye technique. Mo Tian's expression towards Yi Xiao grew serious. This new student from Jinxing University was no ordinary person. Very extraordinary. Minister Mo, I'll take my leave now, Suya said, bowing to Mo Tian. No rush, let's go together. Afeng hasn't seen you in a long time, and he wants to see you too. This. All right. Suya bit her lip and agreed. They left the training room and walked in another direction, stopping in front of a door after passing through several corridors. This is the battle room. At this time, they should be fighting here, Mo Tian said as he used his ID card to open the door. Inside the large battle room, two figures were engaged in a fierce fight. One of them, a young man in a black jacket and combat boots, stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling as countless blades and weapons circled around him. The blades and swords tore through the air like swimming dragons, shooting towards the other figure. One punch to shake the mountains and rivers, shouted a tall young man with a buzz cut on the opposite side. He swung his fist at the blades in the air. Bang! The blades transformed into various shapes, coming at the buzzcut young man from tricky angles, one move after another. But the other side was not weak at all. With each defense and collision, he gradually closed the distance. One punch to shake the mountains and rivers. One punch to shatter the heavens. He punched away the blades and then charged towards the young man in the jacket. Afeng, I concede this round. Boom! A punch smashed towards the jacketed man's face. Shuahan, you lost. The jacketed man smiled slightly, and then, a round shield unfolded in front of him, blocking the punch. Then, from the shield, a flying dart transformed into a streak of light, grazing Shuahan's face. Good. Mo Tian clapped his hands and led Yi Xiao and the others forward. Zhang Feng, Shuihan, let me introduce you to the fifth member of your team for this mission, the top freshman from Jinshin University, Yi Xiao. Mo Tian said with a smile. A college student? A freshman? Shuihan's gaze fell on Yi Xiao, slightly taken aback. Zhang Feng didn't even glance at Yi Xiao. Xiaya, I achieved first-class merit in this mission. I personally slayed that cultist from the dark sect. Look, this is my reward, the Tianhu shield. Zhang Feng said, dragging around shield with a smile. Congratulations, brother Zhang Feng. It's nothing, Xiaya. Since I have time, do you want to go out for dinner tonight? Zhang Feng invited with a smile. Suya fell silent for a moment. Brother Zhang Feng, I have an appointment tonight, so I might not be able to. Male or female? Male. Impossible. Do you know anyone in the capital? Zhang Feng frowned. He knew Suya had dropped out and was alone in the capital, volunteering for the Qishou Hunter team. He also knew she didn't know anyone in the capital. Is it him? Zhang Feng pointed at Yi Xiao. How could it be? It's not him. Suya shook her head. In fact, she had no appointment. She just didn't want to go to dinner with Zhang Feng, so she casually made up an excuse. She didn't expect Zhang Feng to misunderstand. It must be him. How could I not know any male friends you have in the capital? Zhang Feng questioned coldly. Suya's expression suddenly turned sour. Do I need to report to you about who I associate with? No, Xiaya, that's not what I meant. Zhang Feng seemed a bit flustered. Zhang Feng, yes, I admit that when I first joined the Qishou Hunter team and was bullied, you helped me, and I am very grateful to you. But that's just gratitude. I can't say that because I'm grateful to you. I have to give myself to you. That's impossible. To be honest, I don't like you. At least, I don't like you now, Suya said firmly. Zhang Feng frowned. What would it take for you to like me? I don't know. That's up to time. Maybe I will like you in the future. Or maybe I will never like you. Suya shook her head. I'm very tired right now. I just want to be an ordinary volunteer in the hunter team and live a little more comfortably. I don't want to deal with the complexities of relationships between men and women. A hint of gloom flashed across Zhang Feng's face. After a moment, he raised his head and said firmly, I will work hard to make you like me. Why bother? You're from a prominent family. There's really no need to waste your time on me. No, Suya, to be honest, although I was born into the Zhang family and have been surrounded by many women since childhood, I have never had an inappropriate relationship with any woman, not even dated anyone. I have dedicated the first half of my life to my career. What I truly desire is true love. In this desire-filled city, I want to find sincerity with sincerity, regardless of status, position, or anything else. After saying this, Zhang Feng turned and left. Sigh, difficult to deal with, a lovesick teammate. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose. He had been left aside for a while, just to watch such a melodramatic scene. But unexpectedly, halfway out, Zhang Feng turned back. He looked at Yi Xiao and said, Kid, are you our fifth team member? Yi Xiao nodded. Finally, you remembered the important matter. Good, I'm in a bad mood right now. Fight me, and if I feel better, I'll accept you as a teammate. Yi Xiao. After I finish fighting you, you might feel even worse. How is that possible? I don't believe the top freshman of Jinshin University could be weak enough to be defeated by me in one move. Right now, I need a thrilling battle to vent. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Mentalist Zhang Feng, please enlighten me. After saying that, he and Yi Xiao distanced themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords and blades floated in the void. Zhang Feng held the heavenly arc shield in one hand while manipulating the weapons in the air with the other. Come on, kid, don't lose so quickly, make it enjoyable for me. Zhang Feng looked at Yi Xiao with pride. Go! With a command, the swords and spears whistled towards Yi Xiao. Fifth stage of the metamorphosis level, quite high. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered. Zhang Feng was actually just a year older than him. He had studied for a year in college but dropped out because he found it uninteresting and joined the God Hunter team instead. Zhang Feng, be careful, he's a student of Jinshin University. Shuihan shouted. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Zhang Feng made an okay gesture to him. Kid, if you really can't hold on, shout out, I'll save you. The minister is also here. Shuihan reminded Yi Xiao. Actually. Yi Xiao scratched his head. You guys might have misunderstood something. At this moment, the swords and blades had already reached in front of him. Yi Xiao stood still in place. Sigh. This sheltered flower. The attacks are right in front of him. Still standing there foolishly. Shuihan complained helplessly. His body tensed, ready to intervene and save Yi Xiao at any moment. But the next second, Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly shone with a golden fire. His dark pupils were instantly covered by golden flames. Explode! He spoke softly. Boom! A violent golden flame surged forth like a dragon, swallowing all the swords and blades in one gulp. Yi Xiao stepped forward, walking through the golden flame that had transformed into a fire dragon. I think you need to listen to me carefully first. What I mean is, you will lose very quickly. Boom! The golden fire dragon exploded, and countless sparks fell to the ground. Zhang Feng's swords had already melted into magma in the flames. You see, it's over. Can you vent like this? A cold glint flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes. Whoosh! The void rippled, and Zhang Feng, who was standing far away with the heavenly arc shield, felt a chill down his back. It seemed that something extremely sharp surrounded him in the air. As long as he dared to move, he would be pierced like a beehive. This is a mentalist? No, who exactly are you? But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Zhao stepped forward and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Feng, playing with a button on his jacket. Let me introduce myself, the top freshman of Jinshin University, Yi Zhao, profession, TechniQue master. Boom! At that moment, the door to the room was opened. Two figures strode in. Zhang Feng, I'm telling you, a freak has come this time. He must have grown up eating pesticides. His strength is unbelievable. Huoran looked up just in time to see Yi Zhao and the others looking at him, and Yi Zhao's gaze fell on his hand wrapped in bandages. Whoosh! Huoran hurriedly hid his hand behind his back. Yo! You're all here, ha. What are you all, playing? Shuihan twitched his mouth and exchanged a glance with Han Ci beside Huoran. Both of them showed a look of helplessness. Yo, brother Hua, are you done with your training mission? Yi Zhao joked with a smile. Huoran's expression changed. You're bringing up the wrong topic at the wrong time. Don't you know not to poke the bear, huh? Huoran, what happened to your hand? Did a car hit you? Shuihan asked, looking at Huoran's bandaged hand. This hand. Cosplay, ha. Do you understand? It's the new trend among young people, cosplay. Enough. Stop pretending. You tried to test others and ended up like this. How embarrassing. Motion mocked. Ha. Well, minister, don't be so harsh on me. Huoran scratched his cheek awkwardly. At that moment, Yi Zhao flicked a button in his hand. Here, returning this to you, he said, handing the button back to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng accepted the button with an awkward expression. Your strength is impressive, I fully acknowledge it. You're the strongest college student I've ever seen. Zhang Feng scratched his head. Thank you for going easy on me. Weren't you going to vent a bit? Not going to vent anymore? Yi Zhao asked in return. There are always stronger people out there, nothing to vent about. My strength doesn't allow me to act recklessly. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. You're one of the few aristocratic youths I've seen who isn't too bad. Oh, what were the aristocratic youths you met like before? Well, you go out from here, then turn right, walk 1,000 meters, then turn left, walk straight for 2,000 meters, and you'll arrive at the first central hospital of the imperial capital. You can go check it out there. Why go there? Do they work there? They're all lying in the ICU, I sent them there. Zhang Feng, I'm very glad I didn't end up there. He wiped a cold sweat. The people around burst into laughter. Alright, this counts as your team's first meeting. Motion lightly coughed twice. Next, I need to explain this mission. You all need to listen carefully. According to the latest news from the investigation department, we have discovered a dangerous level deity in a mountain range called the Nanling, codenamed Phantom. This deity has already been injured by the strong members of the God Hunter department, and its strength has now dropped to the first level of manipulation. This time, your mission is to slay this deity. Of course, it's not just your team, we will send out 3 teams. Regardless of the process, only the result matters. Whichever team can kill Phantom will gain the qualification for formal status. Yi Zhao, you too. Joining the God Hunter team doesn't conflict with your university. Do you understand? Motion questioned sternly. However, even though the deity's combat power has greatly decreased, it is still a deity. There is still danger. So this mission carries the risk of casualties. According to the logistics department's estimates, there will be about a 25% mortality rate. If you're scared, you can withdraw now. However, the 5 of them looked extremely calm. I don't have a habit of backing out midway, Zhang Feng said. I crave a fight. Can the deity satisfy my desire for battle? Huoran shrugged. The other 2 were the same, their expressions unchanged. Before we suffer casualties on our side, I will take down the deity first. Yi Zhao grinned, and that smile unexpectedly made Motion feel a chill down his spine. Good. You have guts. This is what my Qishao God Hunter team members should be like. Prepare for a day. We depart tomorrow. Motion waved his hand. After leaving the Sun Mansion, Yi Zhao returned to school. Yi Xiao, I heard you guys are going to Nan Ling to hunt a deity? Back in the dormitory, Lin Ru asked curiously while holding a book. How did you know? Yi Xiao was taken aback and asked curiously. He had just heard the news from Motian. How did Lin Ru know? It's a secret. Lin Ru smiled and continued to read quietly. Ha! Yi Xiao was completely puzzled. At this moment, the group chat was also buzzing with mentions of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, are you back? Isn't it great? You went to the god hunting team. You're so lucky. I want to go too. Slay those evil gods of the great Xia. I want to be a female hero. Various expressive emojis from Bai Ruoyu popped up one after another. Yeah, we're going to slay gods now. Wow, we're really going to slay gods. Awesome. I want to go too. Yi Xiao, can I go? Sure, but I heard that the gods specifically target girls with small chests. Are you sure you want to go? Ugh, never mind. Yi Xiao, I suddenly remembered that my mentor asked me to do breast enhancement exercises with her. I have to go. Bai Ruoyu was so scared that she logged off immediately. TCH, little girl. Yi Xiao scoffed. Yi Xiao, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. I have something to tell you. Yi Xiao also saw Jiang Rou's message, but it was inconspicuous, drowned out by Ruoyu's colorful emojis. Okay, don't worry. I'll be careful. You too. You're still carrying your destiny, right? Yi Xiao replied. Let's encourage each other. On the other side, Yi Xiao also received messages from Xiao Hongchen and Su Hao. Yi Xiao, you definitely don't know where I am right now. I'm training in the wilderness with my master. When we meet again, you'll be shocked. Yi Xiao, I look forward to battling you one day. I look forward to it too. Su Hao's message was much more ordinary, and it seemed like he had been living quite well recently. Yi Xiao, I've fallen for a girl. How should I pursue her? Do you have any experience? Maybe you can impress her with your cash ability. But she seems to be richer than me. How does she feel about you? She said I'm a warm guy. Oh, Su Hao, send me a selfie. What's up? Soon, a selfie of Su Hao came through. On a hot day, he was daydreaming on the playground, tan like a black guy. Su Hao, girls like handsome guys. A good-looking guy is called a warm guy, while an ugly one is called a hot goblin. So do you think I'm handsome? I don't want to be a goblin. How tall are you? 188 centimeters. Work hard, grow to 190 centimeters, and you won't be a hot goblin anymore. Then what will I become? Su Hao sent an expectant emoji. A hot troll. Su Hao. Yi Xiao turned off his phone. He smiled slightly. He lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling, and slowly fell asleep. My journey has just begun. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao woke up from his dream, and Lin Ru was no longer in the dormitory. Yi Xiao packed his gear, slung the shadow knife over his back, left the dormitory, and headed straight for the Sun Mansion. Outside the Sun Mansion, 5 off-road vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Qishao God hunting team were lined up neatly. Yi Xiao, over here. Huoran waved his hand wrapped in white bandages at Yi Xiao. Good morning, everyone. Yi Xiao greeted them. Look at this, Yi Xiao. And this is the composition of the opposing team, and this is the information on the god's phantom. This god is an illusion-type god. Its abilities are charm and seduction. Han Xiai handed a stack of documents to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, look at the composition of the opposing team. There are illusionists here, and charm removers there. But our team doesn't have any targeted professions. Our professions are all strong attack types. I'm a gunner, Huoran is a spearman, Xuehan is a martial artist, and Zhang Feng is a psychic. The situation is not in our favor. So, what do you think of my profession? Yi Xiao, we need to hurry and come up with a strategy. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage from the start. We don't have any practitioners with the ability to break illusions. So I said, I am. Yi Xiao, I think we can just follow behind the other teams. The minister said not to ask about the process, only to look at the results. So why not just pick up the scraps? Wouldn't that be easier? Actually, at that time, we can do this, blah blah blah. Han Xiai paused, and Yi Xiao didn't hear a word. There was something he really wanted to say. His damn profession is a pupil master. He has the ability to break illusions. That said, pupil masters are clearly a support combat profession. Why the hell do these idiots classify him as a strong attack type? Years later, when recalling what happened today, Yi Xiao would still feel very helpless. I often feel helpless when others regard pupil masters, this support combat profession, as a strong attack profession. Yi Xiao could only flip through the member information of Team 1 and Team 2 by himself. Team 1, Illusionist, Healer, Sword Cultivator, Guardian Knight, Archer. It's a relatively balanced team, but there aren't any standout points. Team 2, Charm Remover, Magician, Summoner, Mechanic, Word Spirit Master? Word Spirit Master? Lin Ru? What the hell? Yi Xiao's face twitched as he looked at the list. Why can Lin Ru join in? Hey, Yi Xiao. He looked up and saw Lin Ru standing in front of him holding a book. This girl is also flat-chested. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Surprised, right? Yi Xiao, actually, I have been an auxiliary member of the Qishao Hunter team for a long time. Lin Ru picked up the identity token in her hand. It clearly stated, Lin Ru, auxiliary member of the Qishao Hunter team, joining date, October 15th, 2018. October 15th? 5 years ago? She was only 13 back then. Wait, the Qishao Hunter team was established 5 years ago. Hold on, the captain of the Qishao Hunter team is called Lin Qishao? Lin Ru, Lin Qishao? Damn! Yi Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So this sister has connections. So, this time we are competitors. Yi Xiao, please take care of me. Lin Ru smiled slightly and leisurely left with her book. Yi Xiao, do you know this pretty boy? His profession is a word spirit master, which is a very dangerous profession, although his level is not high. But the combat power of such a rare profession cannot be measured by level. Moreover, he is the second new student of this Xinshin University. You have fought him, tell us, how strong is he? Huoran walked up to Yi Xiao, squinting his eyes and asking, he is my roommate. Actually, I haven't fought him. Yi Xiao shook his head. Roommate, winning without a fight. Yi Xiao, your first place isn't very legitimate. Do you think he has a crush on you and wants you to be his bottom? But that doesn't make sense. Looking at his delicate and tender face, he would be more suited to be the bottom. Zhang Feng stroked his chin, pondering with a puzzled expression. Yi Xiao. Half an hour later, they boarded the off-road vehicle heading to the wilderness. From the moment they drove out of the capital, the five of them maintained a high level of vigilance. It will take at least 2 hours to get from here to the Yinan Ridge. There will definitely be many wild monsters on the way. We will take turns clearing the area, Han Ci suggested. I am a gunner. I'll go first. Whoosh! He leaped out of the window and onto the roof of the car. 9 Thunder Fire. Transform. A handgun appeared in his hand, and with a slight touch, it transformed into a machine gun over a meter long. Day. Countless energy bullets poured out from the gun's muzzle. Hansi's 9 Thunderfire is the weapon he obtained after awakening his profession, with 9 different transformations. Whether it's a sniper rifle, handgun, cannon, machine gun, or rifle, he can switch freely. Gunners are a profession that relies heavily on weapons. Before reaching the mastery level, this characteristic will not change. And the 9 Thunderfire is indeed an exceptionally excellent weapon. Even Minister Motion praises it endlessly, Horan explained. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. It was indeed very powerful. The rain of bullets pouring down was comparable to the firepower of an enhanced armed company, all from Han Ci alone. Look, what is that? What the hell? At that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly pointed and shouted from a distance. Yi Xiao and Horan shifted their gaze. They saw a black off-road vehicle speeding just a few hundred meters away from them. On the roof stood a young man with fair skin and a slender frame, holding a bundle of ancient texts, his face adorned with a calm and warm smile. His lips buzzed as he spoke, and the monsters blocking the way ahead would explode into pieces. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ru's lips. He seemed to be saying, I say, explode, blood splatter, casualties. Just a few keywords felt like a curse. Whether it was a first-tier extraordinary or a transformed monster, they all exploded into blood mist in the sky. The power of this word spirit master is truly abnormal. The power of language. Just moving his mouth can kill. So impressive. I always thought that saying a word could determine life and death was fake. I didn't expect it to be real. Horan and the others exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, Shui Han suddenly turned the steering wheel. He made an emergency turn. Screech! The tires of the vehicle screeched against the wilderness. What the hell? What are you doing? Shui Han, are you driving with your feet? The group was spun around, cursing loudly. Something's wrong. We've already entered the area of the Yinan Ridge. Horan suddenly shouted in alarm. What? How is that possible? We've only been driving for half an hour. Zhang Feng and the others' faces changed dramatically. Spatial fluctuations. Only Yi Xiao, his gaze flickering slightly, felt a very subtle spatial fluctuation from Shui Han's sudden break. Although it was not obvious, he was the Void Eye, mastering the power of space. He could definitely sense it. The surrounding environment, the black rocks, this is indeed the Yinan Ridge. And it's the depths of the Yinan Ridge. Zhang Feng pushed open the car door and got out, wiping his hand on the ground. The wilderness soil is blood red, while the Yinan Ridge soil is pitch black. What on earth happened? Just then, a shadow quickly flashed from a distance. Be careful, something's coming, Shui Han shouted, stepping in front of Zhang Feng. One punch shatters mountains and rivers. Ha! Boom! His blood surged, and like a martial god, he punched towards that shadow. Shui Han, Don't attack, that's Han Ci. Horan's face changed drastically, exclaiming, "What? Han Ci?" Shuehan's expression changed, he retracted his punch, transforming it into a palm, catching the shadow. It was indeed Han Ci. However, Han Ci was already dead. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. His entire heart had been ripped out. Clang! The 9 thunderfire fell out of his pocket, the originally exquisite weapon now battered and broken, with sparks flashing from the gap. Han Ci. Hey! Horan let out a desperate roar. You brat! Speak! Wake up! He shook Han Ci's body desperately. Why did it turn out like this? Shuehan clenched his fists, unable to understand. Everything had been going smoothly, their plans were already arranged, but the sudden change disrupted all their deployments, and from the very beginning, they had lost an important teammate. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Yi Xiao opened his eye technique, and in his vision, the entire Yinan Ridge was shrouded in a layer of purple mist. Strange. Everything became strange from the moment we left the imperial capital. He wanted to pass through the mist and see the essence of all things, but his eyes ached faintly, as if a powerful force was preventing his probing. Caw! A sudden scream rang out. The few people immediately became like startled birds. Zheng Feng unfolded the arcane shield, with knives, guns, swords, and halberds surrounding him. With a swift motion, Horan summoned a long spear into his hand. Shuehan's expression was also serious, his muscles were tense, blood surging through him, ready to strike at any moment. It's a crow. A large black bird flew out from the jungle. The group let out a sigh of relief. Ever since they arrived at this strange atmosphere of the Calamity Ridge, Han Ci had died mysteriously. They had all become a bit flustered. After all, they were just a group of young people with limited combat experience. Something's not right. That crow! Shoot it down! Suddenly, Yi Xiao saw the crow's blood-red eyes glance back at them, a human-like smile flashing in its gaze. What? Here, the only long-range attack came from Zheng Feng's mental power, as he directed a flying knife to strike the crow. But the crow's speed suddenly surged. You can't escape. Whoosh! Yi Xiao stepped forward, activating the power of space, his figure disappearing from the spot. The next second, he appeared high in the sky. His gaze sharpened, the power of punishment taking form. He struck the crow dead in one blow. Someone is spying. Is it that shadowy deity? Yi Xiao pondered. But when he turned around, he was astonished to find a great mountain behind him. That's right, where his teammates had originally stood, a mountain had appeared out of thin air. How is this possible? This is a formation, or a barrier. Yi Xiao opened his eye technique, but he couldn't see through it. It should be known that with his current eye technique, even a barrier set by a dangerous level deity could be partially seen through. But he couldn't see anything about this barrier at all. A bad premonition arose in Yi Xiao's heart. Could it be? This mission is a conspiracy. In the imperial capital, at the Divine Guardian University, Ning Zhao took a sip of tea. Oh, Lin Qixao really knows how to arrange things, sending these little guys to hunt a severely injured deity. It's quite a good training opportunity. He took out his phone and called Lin Qixao. Old Lin, long time no see. Where have you been active lately? Spit it out quickly. I'm busy, right now in the East Japan, hunting a deity codenamed Amaterasu. Amaterasu? You dare to take action against that? That's a top deity in East Japan. A peak-level monster of destruction. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, in the little days, just go all out. This time I've pulled all 4 department heads from the 5 major divisions of the God Hunter team. Plus, the entire God Hunter department is mobilized. I've really invested a lot to hunt this Amaterasu, Lin Qixao said anxiously. The elite combat power of the Qixao God Hunter team was all in the God Hunter department, and the captain of the God Hunter department was a level 7 disaster level professional. So you have no one left in your main department? I do. The reserve department. Right now the main department is temporarily handed over to Motion. To hunt this Amaterasu, I pulled the elites of the God Hunter department and the 4 major department heads 2 months ago. I see. Ning Zhao nodded, then suddenly froze. Wait, if you've pulled all the elites from the God Hunter department, who injured the dangerous level deity codenamed Shadow at Calamity Ridge? What Calamity Ridge? What are you talking about? Lin Qixao asked in confusion. Old Ning, how long has it been since you looked at the deity files? Who told you that the deity codenamed Shadow is dangerous level? That's a freaking horror level, and it's one of the more troublesome ones among horror levels. This deity's full name is 10,000 Shadows, abbreviated as Shadow, possessing dual abilities of illusion in space, with combat power comparable to that of a control-level professional. What are you saying? Lin Qixao, are you serious? Ning Zhao stood up abruptly. Am I joking with you? Damn it! You have a traitor in the Sun Palace. Damn! Ning Zhao cursed loudly. He directly summoned his domain, his phone dropping to the ground, a beam of light wrapping around him, disappearing from the office. Hey, what did you say? I have a traitor in the Sun Palace? Ning Zhao, be more specific. A confused voice came from the other end of the phone, Lin Qishao. Boom! The next moment, Ning Zhao's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Palace. Emotion, where are you? Get out here! Ning Zhao shouted in a calm yet furious voice. The pressure almost subdued half of the imperial capital. Principal Ning. A middle-aged man stepped out of the Sun Palace, fearfully bowing to Ning Zhao. What brings you here, Principal Ning? Cut the crap. Where is Emotion? Call him out to see me. Principal Ning, Minister Mo left early this morning. Where did he go? The minister said there is a nightmare-level deity causing chaos in the wilderness, threatening the cities of the Great Xia, and he specifically went to slay it. The man said honestly, slay my ass. We're doomed. Ning Zhao's expression changed. Whoosh! He vanished into thin air, rushing towards the wilderness at an incredible speed. A figure streaked across the sky of the wilderness like a shooting star. Ning Zhao's face was filled with urgency. It's all his fault. He didn't investigate thoroughly. However, it was quite normal for new students of the God-suppressing university to join the Qishao hunting team for training every year. He and Lin Qishao had been old friends for many years, so they were very taciturn about it and didn't say much. Who would have thought that today someone would take advantage of the situation? Emotion. A minister of the hunting team is actually a traitor of the Great Xia. How many traitors are hidden within the Great Xia? A strong killing intent appeared on Ning Zhao's face. At that moment, he saw two off-road vehicles below. Is that Lin Ru? Boom! Ning Zhao rapidly descended. Lin Ru, where's Yi Shao? Principal Ning, what are you doing here? Lin Ru was slightly taken aback upon seeing Ning Zhao's figure. Where did Yi Shao go? Yi Shao? Their team has already returned. Someone in the vehicle said with confusion. Ning Zhao's brows furrowed. A black and white brush appeared in his hand. Reveal. The brush lightly tapped, and sure enough, a purple mist enveloped the heads of the people in the two vehicles. They had all been enchanted by that deity. The strength of that deity was comparable to a master-level practitioner, easily enchanting a group of transformed children. You all go back first. Ning Zhao waved his hand. There was no time to waste. Every second delayed could bring more danger to Yi Shao and the others. Principal Ning, is something wrong? No. I'll tell you when you get back. Boom! Ning Zhao soared into the air, ready to rush into the distance. But at that moment, a golden fist force descended from the sky. The rivers and mountains are like a dragon. Ning Zhao splashed ink, wielding the brush across the sky, the vast rivers and mountains stretching like the Great Wall and resembling a divine dragon. It blocked the sudden punch. Principal Ning, where are you going? A six-armed figure clad in golden armor hovered in the void. Shura, ancient god, you're not dead. Seeing that familiar figure, Ning Zhao spoke each word slowly. You and Su Changhan are not dead. How could I bear to die? The Shura ancient god, in golden armor, walked through the air. The sound of clanging echoed. It was as if a heavy hammer was striking at everyone's hearts. Ning Zhao, I am the Shura ancient god of the six paths. My life is like the six paths. Su Changhan, severed one of my life sources. Today I will reclaim it from you. Boom! The Shura ancient god swung his six arms, instantly filling the sky with divine energy, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating Lin Ru and the others. The terror of a destruction-level deity can only be glimpsed through personal experience of its earth-shattering power, but that is already a vast abyss of disaster. Moreover, I know you want to save that kid, but that kid, he must die. A prodigy who has mastered the power of the end of the road, once he grows up. That will be a nightmare for us deities. Boom! The Azura ancient god swung his fist, and golden fist energies fell from the sky. Beautiful rivers and mountains. Ning Zhao picked up his brush, and a picturesque landscape appeared, enveloping Lin Ru and the others. That is my student. I must save him. Gods block, gods die. Dragons and tigers contend. Ning Zhao struck again, and a red flame dragon and a white fierce tiger appeared in the void. Azura ancient god, if you dare to stop me again, I will sever your remaining 5 life sources. Ning Zhao howled to the sky. On the other side, after Yi Shao got separated from his teammates, the priority is to regroup with them. Since this place is so strange, I might as well break through with force. With this thought, Yi Shao stomped 1 foot. War God Phantom, appear! Boom! 100-meter phantom appeared behind him. The terrifying divine might stood tall. Open for me. Boom! The dark golden war god clenched his fist and smashed it towards the void. Boom! The void trembled. Yi Shao felt his eye power being completely drained. He activated the wood spirit eye to restore his eye power, while the war god phantom continuously punched towards a certain space. Boom boom boom. The earth roared, and Yi Xiao could suppress even a metamorphosis-level practitioner with each punch. But he still couldn't break through this void. His expression grew increasingly grim. Alright, stop hitting. Human, if you want to find your companions, just come here. A faint voice echoed from all directions. In the next moment, a force of space enveloped Yi Xiao. He instinctively wanted to struggle. If you move recklessly, your companions will suffer. Yi Xiao stopped his movements, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a desolate land littered with bones. In the center of that desolate land, a white skeleton pierced the sky. Above the skeleton, 3 figures were weakly bound to it. Welcome to my divine dojo, the Bone Graveyard. With a wave of space, a tall woman in purple walked out of the void. As a welcome gift, whoosh! With a flick of her hand, a head flew up. First, I'll return you one companion. Looking at the head of Shui Han that fell into her hand, Yi Xiao trembled with anger. There were no convoluted plots like in novels, no various conditions. The opponent chose to kill one person right at the start. Because this game itself was unequal. This deity's strength was definitely beyond the danger level. Its power even triggered a warning from Yi Xiao's eye technique. System, activate Super Eye Mode. Ding! Cannot be activated, host's life safety is intact. The cold voice made Yi Xiao's expression turn cold. You really want me to be on the verge of death before activating it, right? Yes. Unless the host faces a life-threatening situation, Super Eye Mode cannot be activated. The system advises the host to escape this place quickly. What about them? Give up. These are my teammates. You want me to just give up? The host does not have a particularly close relationship with them. They are merely teammates. What the host should do is leave this place quickly and preserve his own life. Your own life is the most important. As if seeing the struggle in Yi Xiao's eyes, Huo Ran and Zhang Feng weakly smiled. Yi Xiao, go by yourself. You are a prodigy, the hope of Great Xiao's future. Your life is more valuable than ours. Yes, Yi Xiao, do you know? Countless practitioners in Great Xia can die, but the top combat power of Great Xia cannot die. Because they are the guardians of the Great Xia, the great building is about to collapse, and only they can hold up the sky. With your talent, as long as you don't die, you will surely become one of the towering figures of the Great Xia in the future. You should leave quickly. We die with honor. 2 lives exchanged for a future towering figure, we don't lose anything. The 2 spoke with great difficulty. It's just a pity. It's a pity that Suya and I are fated to be apart. In this life, I have always longed for a true heart, and I saw this hope in Suya, but in the end, I cannot give this true heart to her. If you see Suya, please tell her I'm sorry. Zhang Feng forced a bitter smile. Yi Xiao, hurry and leave. If you don't go, we won't die in peace. Huo Ran closed his eyes. If you don't leave now, we will be terrified, because we really don't want to die. I still have family. I have parents waiting for me to take care of them in their old age. But for the sake of the Great Xia, 9 deaths, no regrets. Yi Xiao, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I won't die with my eyes closed. Huo Ran's whole body was surging with power. He was actually going to self-destruct. Host, your future path is to stand as an invincible eye master at the peak, unmatched in all realms. Your path is destined to be filled with parting and loneliness. You must learn to get used to it. Get used to the death of those around you. Get used to your mother. Yi Xiao's body flickered and he charged directly at the shadowy figure. I tell you, I want to kill the gods, and I also want to save people. Yi Xiao, are you crazy? Stop. Yi Xiao, what are you going to do? Seeing Yi Xiao charging towards him, the 2 were on the verge of bursting with anger. Is your life just meant to be wasted like this? Yi Xiao, Huo Ran roared in anger, but Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light, appearing exceptionally calm. System, you said it. When I encounter a life and death crisis, you will save me once. You better not go back on your word. Yi Xiao's lips curled up, and his figure shot out like a cannonball. Daring to act under my nose. Kid, do you think I don't exist? Whoosh! The beautiful face of the divine shadow revealed a hint of coldness. With a wave of her jade hand, a wave of purple mist surged towards Yi Xiao. It blocked the way in front of Huo Ran and the others. But she didn't expect that Yi Xiao was not charging at Huo Ran, but at her. Bite down hard. Boom! Yi Xiao's fist was engulfed in golden flames, the golden fire sweeping across the sky, and he punched the woman in the face. Crack! Half of the shadowy figure's face was instantly engulfed in golden flames, brutally smashed by Yi Xiao's punch against the rocks. Huff huff huff. Yi Xiao gasped for breath. That punch had already been his full power. Boom! A mountain suddenly exploded. Good. Kid, I underestimated you. No wonder you are the top genius of the Great Xia, mastering the ultimate aura. Next, I won't give you another chance to touch me. Whoosh! The shadowy figure flickered, and Yi Xiao clearly saw the slight ripples appearing in the air where she had stood before. In the next moment, a pale, bony hand reached for his head. This slap was meant to crush Yi Xiao's skull. System, can you still sit still now? Yi Xiao not only felt no fear but even smiled. He stretched out his limbs, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even the shadowy figure was shocked by Yi Xiao's calm acceptance of death. Yi Xiao, no! Huaran and Zhang Feng shouted in anger. Just at that moment, ding! Host's life safety detected to be compromised. Activating Super Eye mode. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and in the next moment, a cool power flowed through Yi Xiao's limbs. Boom! Yi Xiao's gaze flickered slightly, and that divine shadow was actually sent flying several miles away. How is this possible? What is this aura? As he flew back in a fit of rage, he only saw Yi Xiao's pupils shining with an emerald-like brilliance, as if containing the origin of life. Eternal youth. A loud voice resonated through the heavens and the earth, as if it came from a distant, primitive era. The aura of the ultimate path. Mei looked at this scene in shock. In the depths of Yi Xiao's eyes, it seemed she saw a giant tree reaching up to the sky, supporting the space between heaven and earth. That giant tree was like the ancestor of all things, existing eternally and indestructibly. Jianmu, connecting heaven. As Yi Xiao whispered softly, boom! The earth trembled, and a massive towering tree burst forth from the ground, its roots intertwining. The thick trunk was surrounded by emerald-like rays of light, which scattered into the air, causing even the flowers, grass, and trees in the mountains to grow at a visible speed. The aura of the path of life. Another different ultimate path. On a high mountain dozens of miles away, a red-haired figure held a wine jug, pouring it into his mouth sip by sip. What secret does this kid hold? He has already manifested 2 ultimate path auras. Will there be a third? Where did he get these things? Emotion scratched his head, messing up his red hair. Can't figure it out. When in doubt, drink first. He poured the wine into his mouth. Ha, it's gone? Emotion hung the wine jug at his waist with a disappointed expression. Killing, especially killing an unprecedented genius of the great Xia, if there's no alcohol to liven things up, that would be too uncouth. Emotion shook his head regretfully. Let me see how long this aura on you can last. He squatted down on a giant rock, quietly watching the towering tree in the distance. Boom! Jinmu connecting heaven. It was truly connecting heaven. The giant tree was still growing. It had already penetrated the clouds, and its sprawling canopy could even cover the entire mountain range. What is that? Yi Xiao's power? How can he, a transformation level, be so terrifying? Huaran and Zhang Feng looked shocked. It was hard to imagine that Yi Xiao possessed such power. No wonder these deities wanted him dead, because the power Yi Xiao wielded had already made the deities feel apprehensive. Bluffing, Mei coldly reprimanded. Stepping forward, dozens of clones appeared alongside her. Each clone seemed to exist here in reality, yet also appeared elusive and hard to grasp. Spatial folding? Yi Xiao frowned slightly. It was merely an illusion created by simple spatial folding. Go! Yi Xiao scoffed, lightly waving his hand. The branches atop Jianmu shot out like a storm. Swish! The branches pierced into the void, tightly entangling the surrounding space. With a scream, a figure was skewered by the branches and pulled out. How did you find my true body? Mei shouted angrily, desperately pressing down on the Jianmu that pierced through her abdomen. Yi Xiao sneered. Jianmu is the tree that connects heaven and earth, a bridge linking worlds, merely folding space. What can't be broken? Forget it. Saying more, you, this insignificant evil god, wouldn't understand. You just need to know one thing. What thing? Mei reflexively asked. That is, your time to exit has come. Boom! From the tips of the branches piercing through Mei Ying's body, countless smaller branches extended out. In the void, they transformed into a giant hand, grasping Mei Ying. It completely enveloped her body, like a massive blood-red mouth, swallowing its prey. Ah, no! Mei Ying let out a terrified scream as her entire body was devoured by the branches. Splash! On the branches of the Jianmu tree, a purple flower bloomed, and moments later, it transformed into a juicy fruit that fell into Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit. Its rich fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth. A pure energy flowed through his body. His level rose to the 5th stage of transformation. This was the power of the everlasting green eye. Immortal and indestructible, yet able to devour the life force of all beings for its own use. The balance of gain and loss was truly terrifying. What an amazing power! Even Emotion's lips trembled. The strength of this massive tree was nothing short of cheating. Splash! The Jianmu faded, and Yi Xiao's aura weakened accordingly. Ding! Super Eye mode ended. Cooldown time, 1 month. Yi Xiao gasped for breath. Phew! Thankfully, we won. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the 2 people on the skeleton. Don't worry, I'm coming to save you. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly as he turned to walk towards them. Yi Xiao, you! When Yi Xiao set the 2 down from the skeleton, they stared at him in shock, looking somewhat confused and incredulous. That person just now was comparable to a master-level practitioner. You actually took him down in an instant. Was that your trump card? The Tree of Heaven. So cool. Zhang Feng waved his fists. Huoran nodded in agreement. Yi Xiao, with this strength, you could form your own god-hunting team. Just a trump card, please keep it a secret for me. Yi Xiao smiled as he spoke. Don't worry, we definitely will. We swear on our careers. Zhang Feng nodded vigorously, a determined look on his face. Let's go, we should leave here first. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. Alas, it's a pity about Han Xiai and Shuaihan. Let's find a place to bury their bodies. Huoran clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drops of blood flowing down along the curve of his fist. Let's go. Zhang Feng nodded. Just then, Huoran suddenly grabbed Zhang Feng. Hey, Zhang Feng, what is that on your face? What is it? Zhang Feng touched his head in confusion. Look for yourself. Huoran took out a mirror from his pocket. This is. Zhang Feng looked into the mirror, and to his surprise, there was a pattern resembling a skull on his face. Hey, you have it on your face too. Zhang Feng suddenly pointed at Huoran. It turned out that, at some point, the pattern had also appeared on Huoran's face. What on earth is this? Yi Xiao, don't you have it on you? No. Yi Xiao shook his head in confusion. Then that's strange, the deity is dead, could it be? Bang! A head exploded. Red and white matter flew everywhere. A headless corpse fell straight to the ground. Yi Xiao and Huoran stood frozen in place until Huoran suddenly reacted. Zhang Feng, you! But he hadn't finished speaking. Bang! His head exploded as well. A spray of blood splattered all over Yi Xiao's face. His body collapsed directly onto Zhang Feng. How's that? Does it look like fireworks exploding? Is it beautiful? A figure with red hair walked over from the distant void. Fortunately, I came back quickly, otherwise, you would have escaped while I was busy with the wine. Mo Tian's face flashed with a strange smile. Mo Tian, it's you! Mo Tian nodded with a smile. That's right, I still find it quite interesting to personally strangle a genius like you. It greatly satisfies my vanity. From the very beginning, your target was me, right? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I went to such great lengths? Mo Tian raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for the circumstances, I really want to dissect you to see what's inside you. To possess two kinds of ultimate auras, truly unprecedented. Mo Tian exclaimed. Fortunately, I was the one who set up the special examination. Otherwise, you would have really slipped past me. If someone like you fully grows, you might even be more threatening than the great Xia sword god. Special examination? You did that too? The invasion of the 15 examination sites by deities was your doing. Yi Zhao's face flashed with suspicion. Of course, my profession is barrier master, and this task was most suitable for me. However, in the end, the great Xia experts found a way to break the situation. They actually used the flower of time, which I did not expect, and it caused us to lose so many deities. However, discovering such a genius as you is not a loss. After all, compared to a genius who can influence the future situation of Blue Star, losing a few deities is a small issue. Mo Tian took a sip of wine. Yi Xiao, your alcohol tolerance is really good. If we weren't in opposing camps, I would really love to drink and chat with you. Sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking with traitors of the great Xia. Yi Xiao said calmly. Is that so? Mo Tian remained non-committal. Yi Xiao, in the end, your vision is still too narrow. Once you have seen more, you will understand that everything is just different choices, unrelated to right or wrong. Whoosh! Mo Tian waved his hand, and a barrier imprisoned Yi Zhao's body. I know what you're thinking. You hope Ning Zhao will come to save you, right? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Ning Zhao is currently too preoccupied to have the opportunity to save you. This place is sealed by my barrier. No one can save you. Mo Tian slowly raised his hand, intending to completely obliterate Yi Xiao within it. Wait! Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. I have one last question. Trying to buy time? No problem. I'll give you the opportunity. Ask whatever you want. After all, you are a prodigy, and should be given the highest respect. Why did you betray the great Xia? Why? Because I am not human. Mo Tian sneered coldly. Since you are not human, what is there to betray? Not human. Then what are you? Yi Zhao's eyes widened. He is a demigod, the combination of human and deity. A clear voice came. A figure in white appeared before the two. The newcomer, dressed in white, was ethereal like an immortal, holding a sword that seemed capable of opening the heavens and cutting through all things. Great Xia sword god, Su Changhen. Mo Tian frowned. How did you appear here? Clearly, there are already powerful deities. Is there any necessary connection between deities coming to stop me and my appearance here? Su Changhan replied lightly. Or do you think a fallen god can stop my steps? The Jinghong sword danced in Su Changhan's hand, emitting a series of bright sword sounds. Thanks to you fallen gods, otherwise I would have overlooked such an outstanding prodigy hidden in the great Xia camp. Su Changhan smiled faintly. As a reward, I will give you a sword. Heaven-slaying sword technique. With a flourish of his sword, a sword aura resembling a galaxy emerged from the void, its magnificent sword might illuminating the sky and brightening the land for hundreds of miles. Damn it! Mo Tian's expression changed, but then he widened his eyes. This power. So that's how it is. You Su Changhan are not here in your true form. Just a sword soul avatar. I thought you were truly invincible in the world. Good, good, good. Heaven helps me. Watch me today as I slay a sword soul avatar of the great Xia sword god. Mo Tian laughed loudly, holding a magical seal and soaring into the air to meet that sword light. As long as Su Changhan's sword soul avatar remains at the domain level, he is not without the strength to fight. If they can sever this avatar, Su Changhan's main body will also be damaged, and with good luck, even this great Xia sword god could be dealt with. Mo Tian's strength is indeed formidable. He forms seals with his hands, balancing offense and defense. The sword god and he are locked in a stalemate for a short time. Su Changhan, how long can your sword soul avatar fight? Once your avatar's power is exhausted, let's see what you use to save this little ghost. A Taiji Bagua diagram hovers in Mo Tian's hand, and two Taiji diagrams in the void envelop Su Changhan, as if a yin-yang millstone is about to completely grind him down. Sky-slaying sword technique. Break! The sword god lightly lifts 1 foot, and the sword light pierces through the Taiji Bagua diagram. Slaying you is enough. Swish, swish, swish. The sword god raises his hand to form a sword seal, and the stunning sword hovers before him, followed by countless sword shadows splitting apart. Flying immortal sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi roars like silver dragons in the void, entangling Mo Tian and completely sealing off the space around him. Freeze. Great Abyss 9 Extreme Seal. Mo Tian quickly forms seals with both hands. He is a barrier master, effortlessly conjuring various barriers. A series of black seals are thrust into the void, wrapping around the howling sword chi. With a total of 9 seals, he seizes control of all the sword god's sword chi. Swish! The sword chi unexpectedly flies back, shooting towards Su Changhan, turning the tables. Su Changhan, you are the great Xia sword god. Have you ever tasted your own sword? The sword chi darts towards Su Changhan's limbs and his brow, aiming to completely subdue this sword soul avatar right here. Swish! Su Changhan's white robes swirl as he dodges a sword strike, raising his hand to slash with the stunning sword, but the following sword cuts through his clothing. With just an avatar, the sword techniques Su Changhan can use are extremely limited. Senior Su, I will assist you. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpens as he shouts loudly to Su Changhan. What? Su Changhan glances at Yi Xiao, only to see him nod firmly. Senior Su, trust me. Su Changhan hesitates slightly, then nods. Sword. Rise. Long rainbow sword shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More sword chi bursts forth, like a rainbow piercing the sun, deflecting the sword chi tainted by the black seals. Come. Su Changhan performs a sword song, trying to pull Yi Xiao to his side. Don't even think about it. Domain unfold. Black flame hell. Mo Tian's gaze turns cold and fierce as he brings his fingers together, slicing through the air, and suddenly 2 massive rifts appear in the void. Deep within the rifts, thick magma churns. Boom! The sky is filled with rolling magma pouring out from the rifts, engulfing this world. Upon regaining his senses, the entire space has transformed into a sea of magma, the ground cracked, and the scorching black earth burns with terrifying heat just by stepping on it. The surrounding void is an endless sea of magma, as if it could erupt at any moment and devour everything. Go! Mo Tian commands the sword god's sword chi, which pierces through the magma, roaring with blazing flames towards Su Changhan. Domain unfold. Stunning swan sword realm. Su Changhan rolls to evade, but half of his sleeve is completely consumed by the flames. His gaze turns cold as he whispers softly. Swish, swish, swish. Countless silver sword chi hover behind Su Changhan, filling every corner of the world. Everywhere he looks a sword. Suppress. Circles of sword chi surround Su Changhan, forming the most solid protective shield. Offensive and defensive. Boom! The sky of magma crashes against the sword chi barrier, but all is deflected by the sharp sword light. Su Changhan finally reaches Yi Xiao's side. A single sword shatters the barrier that had imprisoned him. Su Changhan, indeed, you have means. Then try this next move. King of the Black Flame Hell Rope. Mo Tian forms a seal with his hand, a strand of black light blooming at his fingertips. In that vast sea of magma, it seemed as if a drop of ink had fallen, and then the blackness spread rapidly in all directions, visible to the naked eye, until the entire magma turned into black flames. Boom! The soaring black flames seemed capable of burning a hole in the sky. Come out! Boom! The sea of magma trembled, and a figure, entirely black and bare-chested, crawled out from the magma. He held a blazing greatsword in one hand, his upper body entwined with long ropes like steel chains. His body was covered in runes and barriers. His eyes were enormous black voids, within which purple flames seemed to flicker. Roar! As the Great Rope King appeared, a fierce aura spread throughout the space. Su Changhen, you can block me for a moment, but I don't believe you can block me for a lifetime. Crush them for me. With Emotion's command, the Great Rope King let out a roar. With a swing of his sword, the sea of magma was instantly split in two, slashing towards Su Changhen. Hiss! Countless sword energies were extinguished, and the Great Rope King let out a beast-like howl, stepping forward towards Su Changhen. Senior, I'm here to assist you. My technique pierces through all laws. I will find his flaw. You come to strike him. Seeing Su Changhen's sword ring about to be shattered, Yi Xiao anxiously called out. All right. Su Changhen nodded. With a wave of his hand, a sword energy protected Yi Xiao, lifting him into the air. Yi Xiao opened his eye technique. The technique of breaking illusions was pushed to its limit. His eye power was constantly depleting, yet it was also being restored by the recovery ability of the Wood Spirit Eye. Yi Xiao had two things to observe. One was the weakness of the Great Rope King. The other was the weakness of Emotion's domain. For him, observing a level 6 practitioner was extremely difficult. The result of fully opening his eye technique was that blood began to ooze from Yi Xiao's eyes. His vision blurred intermittently. The stabbing pain from his eyeballs even made Yi Xiao's temples throb wildly. Even the Wood Spirit Eye could no longer keep up with the speed of his eye power consumption. Warning! Warning! Host is overusing their eyes. Please stop immediately. Otherwise, the host's eyes will suffer irreversible damage. But Yi Xiao remained unmoved. Even if he went blind, so what? As long as he could live, as long as he could kill Emotion, it would be worth it. His 4 teammates were innocent people, yet they had tragically died at the hands of Emotion and the gods, fundamentally because of him, Yi Xiao. This debt must be settled. Open for me. Yi Xiao roared with a twisted face. Boom! Blood flowed from his eyes in streams, staining his collar, and the bloodstains on his face added to his ferocity. Finally, Yi Xiao saw it. Amidst the sea of black flames, the figure of the Great Rope King slowly overlapping with the sea of magma. So that's it. I see it. Senior, strike. The weakness of the domain is the Great Rope King. The Great Rope King is the embodiment of the sea of magma. The weakness of the Great Rope King is his eyes. Extinguish the flames in his eyes simultaneously. Yi Xiao shouted urgently. Senior, I've reached my limit. The rest is up to you. Su Changhen silently nodded, supporting Yi Xiao with one hand and carrying him on his back. Kid, you've worked hard. You rest well. Next, I will end all of this. Boom! A towering Mount Tai floated in the void, as if suppressing an entire world. Suddenly, Mount Tai exploded, and a figure clad in golden battle armor charged in, its body as dazzling as the blazing sun. Ning Zhao, how long have we been fighting? I suppose your dear student must be dead by now. Ha 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 ha. The Shura ancient god laughed wildly. They had also sensed the towering giant tree that pierced the clouds earlier, but now that the giant tree had dispersed, a quarter of an hour had passed. If something had happened, it was undoubtedly too late. Shura ancient god. Ning Zhao's face was filled with a strong killing intent. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and placed them on his collar. If Yi Xiao gets into trouble, I will not rest until I have dealt with you all. Humph, as if our current relationship is so harmonious. Ning Zhao, just continue to weep for your own incompetence. Just like back then when you couldn't save your senior brother. Now you can't save your student either. Bang! The Shura ancient god stepped forward, his golden hair billowing as he swung his fist at Ning Zhao. Principal, Lin Ru and a few others, hiding at a distance on the ground, looked at Ning Zhao with worried expressions. They saw him fall into a long silence, until the moment the Shura ancient god's fist was about to land on him. He moved. Ning Zhao picked up his brush. The brush tip moved, as fast as thunder, each stroke outlining the heavens and the earth. Heavenly Court. His entire aura suddenly became incredibly serious. A voice like heavenly music emanated from his mouth. Boom! A golden thunderbolt manifested in the world. The Shura ancient god widened his eyes. What is this? His gaze trembled violently. Fallen god, today, I, Ning Zhao, will take your 5 lives. Ning Zhao roared. As his final stroke fell, a magnificent heavenly palace revealed itself from the depths of the clouds. Though it was not solid, the overwhelming heavenly might that suppressed everything and transcended all was impossible to conceal. Ning Zhao, you are insane. You dare to replicate such a forbidden thing. The Shura ancient god roared in anger. What is there to fear? The heavenly might has appeared. If the fallen god does not fall, the heavenly might cannot be extinguished. Ning Zhao replied calmly. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the Shura ancient god. On the other side, as Su Changhen's sword ring was completely split by the great rope king, this last Pure Land was also shrouded in endless black flames. Yet Su Changhen was carrying Yi Xiao on his back, one arm bare, holding the stunning swan sword. He softly uttered a few words. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Sword rise, god, fall, whoosh. A sword split yin and yang, cutting through dusk and dawn. Whoosh! The sword energy brushed past the Great Rope King's fiery blade, then it slashed towards his head. Boom! The Great Rope King raised his other massive fist, crashing down towards Su Changhen like a warhammer. However, with a flash of sword light, that arm was sent flying. Su Changhen stepped on the void, retreating, holding the sword with one hand, his eyes filled with a white, fierce sword energy. Heaven-slaying sword technique, one sword. Open the heavens. Whoosh! A simple sword light flew out, without any distinctive features, just pure lethality. So fast it was almost indescribable. That sword light was blinding, illuminating this world of black flames, vast heavens, flickering like the scene of countless lights. Not good. Great Rope King. Retreat. Emotion finally sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The sword god was too fast. Whoosh! This sword directly sliced through the Great Rope King's body. The purple flames in his eyes were disturbed by the sword energy. Then the sword energy surged out again without losing momentum. One sword cut through the world of black flames. One sword out. The rain has passed. The sky is clear. Domain. Broken. Crack crack. As the Great Rope King let out a roar, flames erupted from his body, being devoured in the void. The domain that enveloped this space also shattered. With the domain broken, Emotion suffered the backlash. Put. Damn it. Su Changhen, how did you see the weakness of the domain? Emotion clutched his chest, unwillingly roaring. Thanks to Yi Xiao. Su Changhen raised his hand, aiming the stunning swan sword at Emotion's head. Yi Xiao. It's Yi Xiao again. Damn it. I can't rest easy until he is dead. Emotion glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, who was lying on Su Changhen's back. This kid had ruined how many of their good plans. He truly was as tough as iron, impossible to kill. Even with such a web of traps laid out, he could still survive. Emotion's face twisted in rage. Su Changhen, you wait. One day, we will trample down your entire Great Xia. Millions will become our divine blood food. Emotion roared, then turned and fled into the distance. You can't escape. Sword Realm. Rise. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword energies once again wrapped around this space. At some point, Su Changhen had not only surrounded himself with a circle of sword rings but had also covered this space with another circle of sword rings. Perhaps he had long predicted Emotion's trajectory. Slash. As he spoke, cold light shot into the sky. Countless sword energies pierced towards Emotion. Ah! Pft, pft, pft. Emotion was pierced by thousands of sword lights, directly pinned to the void like a hedgehog. A wine jug fell from his waist, hitting the ground, all the wine flowing out. Farewell wine on the road to the Yellow Springs. Emotion saw the flowing wine and felt as if he was witnessing his own end, a life of turmoil, ultimately becoming a solitary grave standing in the wilderness. I am not willing. Boom! His body shattered completely in the void. Su Changhen waved his hand, dispersing the sword rings, but his aura had also become faint, as the power of the sword soul clone was nearly exhausted. He glanced at the unconscious Yi Xiao, his brow furrowed. Kid, your identity has been exposed, and it is no longer safe. The only way now is to make Yi Xiao completely disappear from this world. Su Changhen shook his head. He held Yi Xiao and soared into the sky with the divine sword. Then, with a single sword strike, the entire mountain range was flattened. After that, he vanished with Yi Xiao from the spot. On the other side, 8,000 miles away, the sword god's true body severed the head of a deity, until the sword soul clone returned, merging with him as one. Severely injured, especially the eyes, almost damaged to the core. If it weren't for a powerful life force protecting his eyes, he might have lost his eyeballs. The sword god frowned. He transferred his power into Yi Xiao's body. Only then did Yi Xiao slowly awaken. He opened his eyes but found he could see nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host. Awakening eye technique. Double eyes. Just as Yi Xiao was shocked, the system's voice rang out again. The double eyes awakened, but his eyes still couldn't see. In shock, he could only accept that he seemed to have become blind. A pupil technique master, now turned blind? I said, I will sever your 5 lives, and I will sever your 5 lives. In the calm sky, Ning Zhao brushed past the ancient golden god. Ning Zhao, I admit, I am not as good as you. Then, the ancient god's body exploded, even the armor he wore shattered. Ning Zhao's expression remained unchanged, his face calm. After he landed, Principal? Lin Ru approached. You all go back first, I need to rescue Yi Xiao. Ning Zhao waved his hand, signaling Lin Ru and the others to leave quickly. He then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. When Ning Zhao arrived at the Calamity Ridge, what he saw was all ruins. The entire Calamity Ridge had been destroyed by a terrifying force, nothing remained. Life was hard to find. Not even Yi Xiao's complete corpse could be found. Ning Zhao stood in place for a long time. He raised his head, looking up at the sky, which was very blue, almost blurry. On the other side, Yi Xiao and the Sword God were in a desolate wilderness far from here. Yi Xiao was checking his newly awakened eye technique ability. Double eyes. Double eyes, red, can grow, no need for advancement. The innate eyes of an emperor. Mastering double eyes can open the heavens, slay immortals and demons, patrol the 9 heavens, seal the realm with a thought. The ability of the is incredibly comprehensive. It can see through the weaknesses and trajectories of opponents, ignore illusions to penetrate barriers, and even unleash astonishing innate divine light from within its dual pupils. Moreover, the can directly seal off a space, forcibly refining opponents within that area. However, Yi Xiao does not need all of this right now, as his level is still insufficient. At this stage, the can only provide him with 2 enhancements. One is the automatic gathering of strange energies from the heavens and earth, which means Yi Xiao will be in a state of leveling up 24 hours a day. The second is the might of a conqueror. It imposes 100-fold gravity on the enemy, as if a conqueror has descended, causing all who see it to kneel. This is the current ability of the that Yi Xiao can use. Yi Xiao, I need to tell you something, the Sword God suddenly spoke. Your existence has already been detected by the divine beings, so I have deliberately disguised your death. From now on, it's best if you no longer appear as Yi Xiao. In the future, you will act under the identity of my disciple. Choose a name for yourself, the Sword God instructed. Yi Xiao stood up and looked at the crimson wasteland beside him, covering his eyes with a piece of white cloth. Blood instantly soaked the cloth. Let's call it Red Knight. And your profession? Profession. Conqueror. Yi Xiao raised his head. The might of the was activated, and a distant mountain was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying pressure. Boom! Half of the mountain's body instantly caved in. Pressure? Impressive ability, the Sword God said, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, not expecting Yi Xiao to be so severely injured yet still possess such powerful skills. To ensure the authenticity of your disciple identity, let's take a trip to the East Sea, Su Changhen said casually. Why go to the East Sea? There's a malevolent god causing chaos in the East Sea, severely affecting the coastal cities. I'm going to slay him. The Sword God waved his sleeve, as if discussing something quite simple. Alright, by the way, what about Hong Chen? You don't need to worry about him, I have already made arrangements for him. Swish! After saying this, the Sword God took Yi Xiao and transformed into a beam of sword light, disappearing into the sky. Whoosh! The fierce wind blew past Yi Xiao's brow, and this time he became much quieter. This battle had allowed him to grow significantly in an instant. Perhaps compared to his peers, he was already quite powerful, but in this world, he was still too weak. Weak enough that he couldn't even protect himself. Yi Xiao sat calmly on the sword body, facing the raging wind. When we arrive in East Sea City, there's something else I need you to do. What is it? There's a dark cult within East Sea City, likely followers of that divine being. You will assist the practitioners in East Sea City to find the hiding place of the dark cult, alright? Understood. Yi Xiao nodded. With the Sword God's speed, they arrived at East Sea City in just a few hours. East Sea City is a coastal city of considerable size. There are also many strong practitioners. The strongest practitioner in this city is a level 6 domain level existence. Swish! The white-clad sword light was sharp and swiftly descended upon the city. Welcome, Great Xia Sword God, to East Sea City. We are truly honored. The mayor of East Sea City, Fang Changnan, greeted him with a smile, accompanied by a group of leaders. No need for such formalities. Just tell me which direction that divine being is in East Sea, Su Changhen said. As the sword god, he preferred straightforwardness and despised the petty dealings between people. What is there that cannot be discussed openly? Why must one scheme and plot? At the very least, if there's a fight, one can just solve it with a single sword strike. The coastal area of the East Sea often experiences waves and tsunamis. Fishermen have reported seeing giant shadows swimming beneath the sea. We dispatched professionals to investigate, but none of them returned. That day, I personally went to explore. Fang Changnan began to recall. I saw the half-body of that deity. Just half of it, yet it left me utterly shocked. Its form was enormous, like a chasm, as if a massive bridge spanned across the surface of the sea. That deity could cause towering waves with just a turn of its body, as if the ocean were roaring. The shock that deity gave me was immense. I knew this was not something I could confront alone, so I fled back as quickly as possible and reported this matter to the capital. Fong Chengnan was filled with shock and a hint of fear. According to our observations over the past few days, that deity should be in a deep slumber. However, the fishermen have been going out to sea more frequently lately, disturbing its sleep, which led to the deity being awakened. A small turn of its body nearly destroyed the coastal defense system of Donghai City. Su Changhan's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he took the tablet from Yi Zhao's hands. If I'm not mistaken, this deity sleeping near Donghai City should be it. A destruction-level deity, codenamed Kuanping. The image of Kuanping showed a gigantic fish stretching thousands of miles, with a wide mouth that could swallow the waters of the four seas in one gulp. Its two pairs of massive wings stirred slightly, capable of soaring to the heavens and traveling thousands of miles in a day. This deity has been on the capital's radar for 30 years. In our observations, Kuanping has always been sleeping in the East Sea, and has not taken any harmful actions against humanity, which is why we have not acted against it. I suspect that Kuanping has been sleeping in the deep sea, and due to the movement of the water, it coincidentally came near Donghai City. The fisherman's activities disturbed it, causing it to turn and trigger a tsunami. If that's the case, this matter is difficult to handle. Fong Chengnan's expression darkened. Sword God. Although this Kuanping means no harm, just a turn of its body nearly caused the coastal defenses of Donghai City to collapse, resulting in the deaths of over 300 mortals. More than 50 professionals. This is a tangible sin caused by it. What does Mayor Fong mean? Su Changhan's gaze was sidelong. Fong Chengnan's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. I propose, while this Kuanping is still asleep, we should slay it. The professionals of Donghai City will fully support the sword god in this matter. Su Changhan fell silent. Mayor, this is not possible. There are members of the Kuanping cult in Donghai City. If we act against Kuanping, the followers of the Kuanping cult will likely forcibly awaken it. At that time, Kuanping will spread its wings and stir up the waves, and my entire Donghai City will be submerged by the sea. The leader of the Ocean Observation Group, Deng Lin, spoke urgently. Then what do you propose? How can we allow it to sleep beside us? Is the ocean of humanity or the ocean of that evil god? How many people has this Kuanping killed in Donghai City? Fong Changnan pounded the table forcefully. Mayor, I propose that we can ask the capital to send powerful formation masters to relocate Kuanping. It doesn't necessarily have to be killed. Deng Lin interjected. Director Deng, are you suggesting that for a deity that has harmed the lives of our great Xia, we should expend manpower to send it away properly? On what grounds do you say such a thing? Fong Changnan rebuked. Deng Lin's expression changed several times before he fell silent. I asked the sword god to take action. Fong Changnan once again cupped his hands toward Su Changhan. Alas! Su Changhan nodded, indicating his agreement to this matter. But before that, Mayor Fong, you must first deal with the members of the Kuanping cult in Donghai City. Rest assured, the Kuanping cult is hidden in Donghai City, and I have long been displeased with them. This time, I will definitely capture them all, Fong Changnan declared. Alright, then for this matter, Yi Hongye, you help Mayor Fong and the others find the hiding place of the Kuanping cult. Yes, Yi Xiao nodded. This is. Fong Changnan looked at the oddly shaped Yi Xiao, slightly taken aback, and asked, my disciple. Oh, so it's the esteemed disciple of the sword god. I am honored. Fong Changnan quickly bowed respectfully. Mayor Fong is too polite. There's no time to waste. Let's go search for the Kuanping cult. Alright, then the sword god. Fong Chengnan's gaze turned to Su Changhan. I will stay in Donghai. Once the Kuanping cult is destroyed, I will immediately strike down the gods. Whoosh! Su Changhan's figure transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished from the scene. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, yet he could see that beam of sword light retreating far away, finally hovering above the East Sea, like an immortal calming the world. Young hero Hongya, this way please. Fong Changnan led Yi Xiao out of the mayor's hall. This time I have gathered over 312 practitioners of manipulation level and above. They will search every street and alley of Donghai City for the Kuanping cult. I guarantee none of them will escape. Outside the mayor's hall, a group of practitioners in uniform stood neatly arranged. Upon seeing Fong Changnan come out, they all respectfully greeted him. Hello, Mayor. Hello everyone. You've worked hard. Fong Changnan greeted them with a smile. We don't need so many people. Yi Xiao shook his head. Mayor Fong, too many eyes can easily alert the enemy. Just a few strong ones to maintain order will suffice. Dismiss them, Mayor Fong, Yi Xiao said lightly. But, But a look of hesitation flashed across Fong Qingnan's face. Don't worry, Mayor Fong, trust me. Moreover, with you by my side, can a small dark cult escape? That's true. Ha ha ha. Fong Qingnan laughed heartily. Then we shall follow what Brother Hongya said. Yi Xiao nodded, then as if remembering something, he asked, may I ask what profession Mayor Fong has? If you don't mind revealing it? Of course. My profession is not a secret. Fong Qingnan nodded. I am a beast tamer. Oh, that's a very good profession. I have a friend who is a summoner, and your profession has a similar essence. Yi Xiao said as if chatting casually. It is indeed somewhat similar, but a summoner seeks summoned beasts from other spaces to form contracts, while I establish contracts by enslaving demons. It's still a bit different. Fong Qingnan laughed. I see. May I ask how many demons you have enslaved, if it's not too much trouble? 4. I see. These demons must have a large daily food intake. What do you usually feed them, Mayor Fong? I often take them to the wilderness to hunt demons for food, or I buy large quantities of prime meat in the market to feed them. Does young hero Hongya have any other questions? If not, can we set off? No more, let's go. Yi Xiao shook his head and was the first to walk out of the courtyard. Moments later, under Fong Qingnan's lead, he arrived at the top of the Donghai Tower, the tallest building in Donghai City. This is the Donghai Tower, the tallest in Donghai City, standing at 468 meters. Fong Qingnan introduced. Yi Xiao stood atop the Donghai Tower and activated his eye technique. Mayor Fong, the characteristic of the Kunpeng cult is that all members have Kunpeng tattoos, am I right? Yes, young hero Hongya, could it be that? I have already found it, let's go. Yi Xiao turned and walked down the tower. Is it this way towards the East District? Let's go. Yi Xiao led Fong Qingnan all the way to a main street located in the East District, where there was a bar club. Boom! Yi Xiao kicked the door open and entered the club. The originally lively club, filled with loud music, was suddenly disturbed by a huge noise, startling the men and women who were touching each other. Who are you? Someone pointed at Yi Xiao and Fong Qingnan, angrily rebuking them. You can't even recognize me. Fong Qingnan's expression darkened as he took 2 steps forward. The light shone on his face, and the person who shouted froze for a moment. Then, with a face full of fear, he spoke up. Mayor Fong. Brother Hongya, which of these people are from the Kunpeng cult? The one singing, and the one with his pants halfway down, and the one with his hand in that girl's pants. That one, what is he digging for? As Yi Xiao casually pointed out a few people, Fong Qingnan wasted no time. Boom! Boom! With a few slaps, he turned those people into pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a strong, metallic smell. The other men and women screamed and fled in all directions. Brother Hongya, are there any more? Yi Xiao shook his head. No more. He turned to leave. Brother Hongya, are these the only people from the Kunpeng cult? They seem too weak. I feel there must be big fish in the Kunpeng cult. Fong Qingnan frowned. There really are no more. Why is Mayor Fong so certain that there are strong ones in the Kunpeng cult? If the deity they believe in is not active, and the powers gained from summoning are limited, the strength of the followers naturally cannot be strong. The Kunpeng has been sleeping for years, so their followers are certainly not strong. Fong Qingnan fell silent. Mayor Fong, or are you familiar with the strong ones in the Kunpeng cult? How could that be possible? Brother Hongye, your imagination is really rich. How could I have anything to do with the dark cult? I am an official of the Great Xia, the mayor of Donghai City. You must not speak carelessly about such things, Brother Hongye. Fong Qingnan firmly waved his hand to deny it, his attitude very strong. Just a joke. Mayor Fong, don't take it to heart. Yi Xiao shook his head. The matter is done. If there's nothing else, I will report to my master. All right, Brother Hongye, go ahead. Fong Qingnan nodded. Then Yi Xiao turned to leave. Fong Qingnan stood in place for a moment. What a so-called sword god heir. Useless. In the end, I still have to find people myself. Silver Moon Wolf King, Crimson Flame Pegasus, Meteor Ghost Beast, Azure Sky Black Hawk. Go! Fong Qingnan waved his hand. 4 beams of light shot out from his body, soaring into the sky. Search again. Find everyone with a Kunpeng tattoo. Kill them all. Leave not one alive. Yes, Master. A deep voice responded, and several beams of light re-entered the void. Donghai Tower. Indeed, Fong Qingnan has issues. Yi Xiao stood at the top of the tower, and with his eye technique activated, everything in Donghai City was simply reflected in his view. He doesn't believe me, but when I pointed out the people from the Kunpeng cult, he showed no mercy in killing them. Moreover, he repeatedly mentioned that there are strong ones in the Kunpeng cult, indicating that he has long been entangled with the Kunpeng cult, perhaps even an old rival. Ding-dling! Yi Xiao's phone rang. Sword God, how's the situation on your side? Kunpeng is still in slumber. How are the people from the Kunpeng cult handling things? Actually, Sword God, I have something I want to ask you for help with. The scale of destruction caused by the tsunami? The Sword God was taken aback. I'll take a look for you. Before long, Yi Xiao received images sent by the Sword God. The images showed ruins. It was indeed the coastal defenses that Fang Changnan mentioned had been hit by the tsunami, as well as nearby small towns. Yi Xiao's eye technique was superb, allowing him to observe in great detail. He could see that the level of destruction in these ruins did not seem to be completely obliterated by the tsunami. Instead, it looked like it had suffered some kind of attack. Every house is a part that has been destroyed, and the remnants still support it. The most important thing is that the buildings show no signs of water damage. There's just one last place left, then we can be sure. Yi Xiao turned and left the Donghai Tower. He went to the largest meat wholesale market in Donghai City. Half an hour later, looking at the documents in his hand, Yi Xiao smirked. As expected, what a good mayor of Donghai City, Fang Changnan. Yi Xiao turned and left. An hour later, Mayor's Hall. Mayor Fang, since the Kunpeng cult has been eradicated, my master will immediately carry out the Kunpeng hunting plan. Yi Xiao said to Fang Changnan. Good, good. Fang Changnan replied absent-mindedly. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Master, I trouble you. No problem. Moments later, a sword aura hung high above the 9 heavens, and the sword light almost illuminated half of Donghai City. Fang Changnan looked a bit nervous, constantly stroking his left-hand ring. Mayor Fang, you seem a bit restless. Are you worried that my master lacks the ability? Or would you like to send your pet beast to assist my master? Yi Xiao teased. No, my little tricks can't help the sword god. Fang Changnan laughed awkwardly. Then what is Mayor Fang worried about? Are you concerned about when your pets will find the leader of the Kunpeng cult? If that's the case, Mayor Fang, you need not search. The leader of the Kunpeng cult is right here, Yi Xiao asserted. Instantly, Fang Qingnan's expression changed drastically. All the powerful figures present also changed their expressions. You can't just say things without evidence. Young hero Hong Ye, someone frowned and said, I'm not speaking carelessly, am I, Director Deng Lin? Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to Deng Lin, who had been clenching his fists and remained silent. You are the leader of the Kunpeng cult, the one Mayor Fang has always wanted to eliminate. Isn't that right? Deng Lin tightened his fists and then relaxed. How did you know? It's simple, your Kunpeng tattoo, no matter how well you cover it, it's meaningless. Yi Xiao was a pupil technique master. No matter how much one tried to hide, he could see through it all. Others would first not suspect the leader of the Kunpeng cult among the high ranks, and secondly, they wouldn't casually use observation techniques on Deng Lin. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Well, so it turns out Deng Lin, you are the leader of the Kunpeng cult. You fallen god's believer. Die for me. Fang Changnan exploded in anger. He stood up and directly raised his hand to strike at Deng Lin. Everyone remained seated, not intervening. Wait. At this moment, Yi Xiao's voice rang out as he stepped in front of Deng Lin. Mayor Fang, exposing Director Deng's identity is just the first step. The problem in this incident does not lie with him, but with you, Mayor Fang. You cleverly diverted the disaster. You almost tricked both me and my master. Yi Xiao said coldly. Brother Hongya, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Fang Changnan frowned. Mayor Fang, are you still going to cover it up? Fine, let me lay out the whole story. Everyone present has the right to know the truth. Yi Xiao calmly stood up. The truth of this matter is, Fang Changnan, you have been feeding your pet beasts with the citizens and professionals of Donghai City. What? As soon as Yi Xiao said this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Brother Hongye, could there be some misunderstanding? Someone stood up in disbelief and spoke. Yes, Mayor Fang has always worked diligently for the people. How could he do such a thing? This matter needs to be considered carefully. Brother Hongye. Different voices rang out one after another. It seems that no one believes what Yi Xiao has said. Brother Hongye, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. How can you slander me without distinguishing right from wrong? Fang Changnan frowned. Even if you are a disciple of the great Xia sword god, you cannot irresponsibly talk nonsense. This has caused significant damage to my reputation. Fang Changnan pointed at Yi Xiao, swearing earnestly. Yi Xiao sneered. Then let me analyze the cause and effect of this matter for everyone. Mayor Fang, I previously asked you what you generally use to feed your pet beast. You told me that you hunt demons outdoors or buy large amounts of lean meat, but I checked the meat wholesale market supply list and the entry and exit records of Donghai City and found that you haven't left Donghai City in the past 3 months, and the meat wholesale market has no records of large meat supplies. So, where did the food your pet beast needed come from in these 3 months? Yi Xiao sneered. I. Fang Chengnan's face suddenly turned ugly. Who told you I haven't left Donghai City? I have left. I just didn't register. Fang Chengnan argued. Left? Mayor Fang, our great Xia has strict laws. No matter who you are, anyone leaving their city must register, including the mayor. Do you think this rule is just a joke? Moreover, since you only went to hunt demon beasts, was it necessary to take the risk of being punished by not registering? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think you're stupid? Fang Chengnan's expression became unpredictable. You can't see, right? What? You think I can't see, so you never thought I would check the records? But I'm just blindfolded. Who told you I can't see? Yi Xiao sneered. It seems that this disguise is quite deceptive. You can see, yet you blindfold yourself. Are you sick? Fang Chengnan cursed angrily. I like it, Yi Xiao coldly retorted. Then he continued speaking. In these 3 months, you fed your pet beast as an ordinary person in Donghai City. The matter came to a head not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, that day you were discovered by professionals from the coastal defense line while hunting ordinary people, right? So you decided to kill dozens of professionals. The huge commotion attracted the Kuanping in the deep sea, which also caused a tsunami. On a whim, you simply decided to push all the blame onto the Kuanping. Let this sleeping deity take the fall for you. Am I wrong? After that, the matter of the Kuanping grew larger and larger. Some even said they would report it to the imperial capital to find strong individuals to deal with this restless bomb. You couldn't suppress it, so you could only let it take its course. When I and the Sword God Master came, we would cut it down. Coincidentally, you had several encounters with the Kuanping cult, so you planned to use our hands to eliminate this thorn in your side. That's why as soon as I said the other party was the Kuanping cult, you didn't hesitate to kill them, because you intended to eradicate the Kuanping cult yourself. You just didn't expect that I would only identify a few small fries, and you would cease your actions, while you, who had fought with the Kuanping cult multiple times, knew their leader was very strong, so you concluded that the Kuanping cult had not been completely eradicated. In fact, I also asked the Sword God Master to show me the environment where the tsunami occurred. I found that those collapsed houses were more likely to have been smashed down by some giant beast rather than being washed away by seawater, and the most important point is that the houses showed no signs of being soaked. Fang Chengnan, you are really impressive. You pushed everything onto the Kuanping and the Kuanping cult, and by the way, you let us solve your major headache for you. Your calculations are really sharp, Yi Xiao said coldly. What you said is just your one-sided story. You have no decisive evidence to prove that my pet beast eats people. Have you ever seen it eat people in front of you? Show me the evidence, Fang Chengnan said disdainfully. His gaze was piercing, and he had already developed a killing intent towards Yi Xiao. Evidence. Yi Xiao was about to speak. Of course, there is evidence. A figure floated in from the distance. Bang! 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 Su Changhan threw several shadows to the ground. Isn't this evidence? Fang Chengnan, your pet beast is wild and even dares to harm people in broad daylight. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, ordinary people would have fallen victim to it. Su Changhan pointed at the several demons on the ground. Then what about the light just now? Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right, it was the sword light I used to suppress these monsters, Su Changhan said coldly. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Then someone immediately pointed at Fang Chengnan and began to scold him. You scoundrel! As the mayor of Donghai City, you actually allow your pet beast to harm humans. You are simply unworthy of being the mayor of Donghai City. Fang Chengnan, seeing that he had been exposed, decided to stop pretending. Unworthy? Do you think you are worthy? A bunch of mediocre people, do you think you deserve it? Donghai City has thrived under my leadership, and now just for killing a few ordinary people who contribute nothing to the city, you turn around and blame me? You are stubborn. They were furious at Fang Chengnan's words. Fang Chengnan didn't care at all. Survival of the fittest is the principle of heaven and earth. Why should we protect those worthless ordinary people? In my opinion, these ordinary people have no value other than reproducing. Just a bunch of livestock. They should serve us, not the other way around. Fang Chengnan said disdainfully. If a person's rights are stripped away, and if we measure a person solely by their value, then according to your logic, my value is higher than yours, so I can kill you at will? The sword god spoke coldly. Fang Chengnan was left speechless. Isn't this your theory of the weak serving the strong? Fang Chengnan, what difference is there between you and a demon when you say such things? The sword god shook his head. He slightly raised his hand, and a sword light flickered at his fingertips. Sword god, you want to kill me? Fang Chengnan's face changed dramatically. Why would I keep you alive? Your pet beast is dead. As its master, shouldn't you accompany it? Go! The sword god pointed, and a sword light shot out. Su Changhen, If you want to kill me, you won't have it easy either. Boom! Fang Chengnan used all his strength to pounce towards Yi Xiao. Kid, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. If I die, you won't have it easy either. Fang Chengnan roared as he lunged at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a step back, his expression extremely calm, showing no signs of anxiety or fear, as if he had already mastered everything. Boom! Just as Fang Chengnan's fingers were about to grab Yi Xiao's, an incredibly powerful gravity enveloped his body. Boom! Fang Chengnan's speed immediately slowed down, his body curling up like a shrimp. Without his pet beast, his combat power was not strong. Facing the sudden hundredfold pressure, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What kind of ability is this? Fang Chengnan exclaimed in shock, his face pale. Under the high pressure, his blood vessels were about to burst, and his blood was almost flowing backward. Let me reintroduce myself. Hong Yi, profession, Overlord. Yi Xiao said coldly. Good. What a great Overlord. So domineering. Fang Chengnan gritted his teeth. To command someone to kneel without moving, this profession was indeed domineering. Master, please make your move. Yi Xiao said. He withdrew, releasing the gravity. Just as Fang Chengnan breathed a sigh of relief, the sword god's sharp sword light fell. Shoo! Fang Chengnan's head was instantly severed. The entire venue fell silent. A complete stillness. Fang Chengnan killed his fellow human beings. Death penalty. Deng Lin, take him to the death cell to await trial, the sword god said. Immediately, professionals entered the hall, escorting Deng Lin. Kunpeng has been in a deep sleep for many years, posing little threat to humanity. I will drive him to the deep sea, and this matter will be settled, the sword god said, lightly brushing off his sleeves. He then turned and left, with Yi Xiao following closely behind. Sword god, is it really okay to leave Kunpeng alive? Yi Xiao asked. It's fine. Kunpeng is a neutral deity, inherently simple and non-aggressive. As long as humanity does not provoke it, it is very safe. The sword god summoned a sword light and disappeared with Yi Xiao in the city of Donghai. Soon, they arrived above the East Sea. Yi Xiao, you haven't seen Kunpeng, have you? I'll let you witness it with your own eyes. Then, the sword god formed a sword gesture with his hand and shouted loudly, Sword rise! Whoosh! Countless sword energies hung in the sky, and then they surged down like a long river, diving into the deep sea. Clang, clang, clang. As the sword energy buzzed, the sea suddenly roiled with waves. At that moment, the sea's surface suddenly split apart. Yi Xiao saw a gigantic creature being lifted by the sword energy, revealing itself before him. It was an island floating on the sea. Its size was even larger than an aircraft carrier. Its form was comparable to more than half of Donghai City. Kunpeng's wings drooped, its eyes tightly closed, only a faint sound of breathing could be heard. With each breath, its massive mouth buzzed, creating a terrifying suction that pulled the surrounding air in, then pushed it back out. Yi Xiao, what do you feel from Kunpeng? The sword god asked. Yi Xiao concentrated. Inclusiveness, warmth, and a lack of contention with the world. That's right, Kunpeng is a neutral deity. As long as humanity does not disturb it, it will not pose a threat to humans. Kunpeng itself is very powerful, especially its body, which is extremely solid. Even an atomic bomb cannot break through its body. It is very difficult to forcibly kill Kunpeng, and the cost would be great, so I choose to coexist peacefully with it. Go! The sword god waved his sleeve, and the river of sword energy carried Kunpeng away into the distance. Alright, let's return to the capital. Once we return, you need to cut your identity. I know, my identity, Hong Yi, the new disciple of the sword god, Yi Xiao nodded. My friends, it's been a long time, how have you been? A look of nostalgia flashed across Yi Xiao's face. Whoosh! The sword light took the two away from the spot. In the capital. It had been 2 days since Ning Zhao returned. Naturally, many people had already learned of Yi Zhao's death. Martyrs Cemetery. I knew you would be here. Xiao Hongchen approached with a sword on his back. Time flies. When Principal Ning brought back the news that Yi Xiao was dead, no one could believe it or accept it. That girl Ruayu kept mumbling that Yi Xiao wouldn't die, but 2 days have passed, and everyone seems to have gradually accepted this fact. These days, Ruayu hasn't been thinking about that breast enhancement tea, but has been studying hard with the mentor. I've heard she hasn't slept for 2 days and nights. Since we met, she seems to have never worked so hard. What about you, Zhang Ro? When will you be able to move on? Hearing Xiao Hongchen's voice, Zhang Ro slowly turned her head. Her face was pale, her beautiful features devoid of color, and she seemed to lack any spirit or vitality. Anyone in this world can believe that Yi Xiao is dead, but I cannot. But he really is dead. Even Principal Ning has accepted this fact. He turned the entire Anan Ridge upside down. All we could find was a piece of Yi Xiao's clothing. Didn't we all together erect a tomb for him? The deceased are gone, and the living should strive to be strong. Xiao Hongchen clenched his fists. Yi Xiao definitely doesn't want to see us like this, does he? We promised to reach the peak of our careers together. Jiang Ro raised her head. I believe Yi Xiao is not dead, he must still be alive. If he really died, I will. What will you do? I will drive all the gods off this planet. Can you do that? I bet my life on it. Jiang Ro gently caressed the tombstone. Then she stood up and left. Where are you going? I am going to the Divine Void Realm. Are you crazy? Jiang Ro, are you throwing your life away? That's a secret realm only accessible to manipulation-level professionals. I want to become stronger. Stronger than Yi Xiao. I don't want to see everything repeat itself. Hong Chen, don't you realize? We are a burden. We have always been dragging Yi Xiao down. When can we stand on our own? Normal means won't work, so we can only risk our lives. After saying that, Jiang Ro really didn't look back and left the martyr cemetery. Night slowly fell. Xiao Hongchen gently touched the inscription. Did you hear that, Yi Xiao? Everyone is fighting hard, holding their breath, to avenge you. If you are really alive, if you can hear us, bless us, Yi Xiao. Then, I will end this era for you, hoping you are watching over us from above, guiding us. Soon after, Xiao Hongchen also left the place. In the darkness, a figure with red cloth covering its eyes slowly walked out. One day, when I no longer need to hide, I will personally end all of this. Until then, my friends, I hope I can always watch over you from the darkness, Yi Xiao said softly. Then he turned and left. He was now living in a villa prepared for him by the sword god. After leaving the martyr cemetery, Yi Xiao returned to the villa. The villa area in Yunding is considered quite expensive in the imperial capital, given to him by someone trying to curry favor with the sword god in the early years. Building No. 1 in Yunding. It had been sitting idle for a long time. Now that Yi Xiao moved in, it was finally being put to good use. This No. 1 villa finally has someone living in it. It's really rare. In the adjacent No. 2 villa, a girl was doing yoga in the yard. She saw Yi Xiao's figure entering the villa. It's a young man with limited mobility, she said, her eyes flickering slightly in surprise. A disabled young man living alone in a villa must have many inconveniences. Since they were neighbors, she thought she could help him if conditions allowed. The next day, Yi Xiao was practicing his sword techniques in the small yard of the villa. I have to say, the effect of the dual pupils is truly remarkable. After waking up from a night's sleep, he had already advanced to a transformation level 4 professional. This efficiency is incredible. He could level up just by eating and sleeping. Hello, I made too much breakfast. Do you want some? The girl called out from across the yard. Yi Xiao's movements paused. He turned his head and saw the girl. I made buns. Do you want to eat some? The girl held a white porcelain plate with several buns. She smiled and handed the plate to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then took it. Thank you. You're welcome. We're neighbors. Seeing Yi Xiao eat the buns, the girl looked very happy. By the way, what's your name? The girl asked. Hong Yi, right? I'm Lin He. Nice to meet you. From now on, we are neighbors. She smiled. Yi Xiao nodded. Thank you for the buns, they are delicious. If they're good, eat more. At that moment, the girl glanced at her watch. I'm going to be late for work. I have to go. Saying that, she hurriedly ran back to the villa, put on her coat, and rushed out the door. Yi Xiao watched her figure disappear, feeling a bit strange. Do people still need to work while living in a villa? Hey, Yi Xiao, have you had breakfast? Sword God. Yi Xiao took the phone. Yes, I have. Is there something you need, Sword God? Yi Xiao spoke softly. Yi Xiao, I figured you had nothing to do, and a new bronze-level mentor at Jinshin University is looking for a teaching assistant. I've recommended you to her. Go help her out. Su Changhen's voice followed. Yi Xiao was taken aback. A teaching assistant for a bronze-level mentor? He himself was the top student, with power comparable to a silver-level mentor. Now he was being asked to be a teaching assistant for a bronze-level mentor? Yi Xiao found it quite interesting. It was an unprecedented experience. Okay, I agree. I wonder what this mentor teaches. Geography. Yi Xiao? A teaching assistant is one thing, but it's a water course? Are you serious? Geography, while considered a water course, is a required subject for all freshmen at Jinshin University. This geography course not only teaches the terrain of the Dragon Kingdom but also the wilderness and various terrains of other countries. It's quite a practical course. Alright, no problem. Yi Xiao agreed. After finishing his bun, he headed straight to Jinshin University. Oh no, I have class in the first period today. Luckily, I brought the lesson plan. It would be embarrassing to be late on the first day. Lin He rushed into the office, hurriedly preparing the lesson plan and teaching tools, then headed straight to the lecture hall. Oh, by the way, Teacher Lin, you have a teaching assistant. Has he arrived? At that moment, the office director spoke up. Teaching assistant? Not yet. Lin He was confused. Sigh, young people these days have no sense of time. The office director took a sip of goji berry water, helplessly said. Lin He felt her face flush with embarrassment. How humiliating. It felt like she was scolding herself. That teaching assistant. He made her get scolded. When he arrives, she would definitely give him a piece of her mind. Lin He thought to herself. Then she ran towards the classroom, in a hurry. Since the geography class was attended by several classes together, it was in a lecture hall. At this time, nearly 300 students had already arrived. Facing so many students for the first time, Lin He felt a bit nervous. It was as if the air around her had become much heavier. Huff, huff, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Lin He took a deep breath. Students, nice to meet you. I am Lin He, your geography teacher. Today is my... Bang! The classroom door was slammed open. Lin He almost bit her tongue. She suppressed her anger and turned her head. The moment she saw Yi Xiao, she was slightly taken aback. Then she calmed her chest and smiled. Student, you're late. Please sit back down. Class is about to start. Yi Xiao was also taken aback when he saw Lin He. Then he raised the ID on his chest. I'm the teaching assistant, not a student, Teacher Lin. Teaching assistant? Teaching assistant. You are the teaching assistant. Lin He's expression darkened. Yes, I am your teaching assistant. Saying this, Yi Xiao walked towards Lin He. Hey, be careful. Lin He was just thinking of reminding Yi Xiao that there were many steps in the lecture hall, and he shouldn't fall. Unexpectedly, he walked towards her as if on flat ground, unharmed. Your eyes are fine? Lin He asked in surprise. Eyes? They're fine. Yi Xiao shook his head. He was already used to it. Even the security guard at the villa would ask him the same question. Since your eyes are fine, Lin He clenched her fists. Veins were throbbing on her forehead. She felt that Yi Xiao had taken advantage of her kindness. If it weren't for making breakfast today and preparing an extra portion for Yi Xiao, she wouldn't have been late. If she had known Yi Xiao's eyes were fine, she wouldn't have gone out of her way. Lin He glared at Yi Xiao with an angry look. Yi Xiao touched his face, looking puzzled. Why did he suddenly feel that this woman had developed hostility towards him? Wasn't everything fine before? She even brought him breakfast. Let's take attendance first. Lin He said angrily. As she called out names one by one, Yi Xiao sat idly by, observing the students below. He saw some familiar faces. Lin Ru, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongchen, Jian Xiufeng, and even Shingong Ningzi was there. A nostalgic look flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. His fists clenched and then relaxed. However, they could not acknowledge each other now. Jiang Ro. Is Jiang Ro here? Jiang Ro. Lin He called out twice without getting a response. Teacher. Jiang Ro is sick and has taken leave. Bai Ruoyu raised her hand. Oh, she's sick, is she? Lin He was about to mark it on the roster when a disdainful voice interrupted. What leave? She's clearly skipping class. Jiang Ro has been skipping for a whole week, relying on her top 10 ranking in the freshman competition. Now she skips whenever she has class. And you all are covering for her. TSK, TSK, TSK. The quality is concerning. The discordant voice echoed in the classroom. The speaker was Tang Si, a young man from the Tang family in the capital. You can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense. Bai Ruoyu stood up, glaring at him. What? Can't speak the truth? You few are all in cahoots. Back when that Yi Xiao was still alive, you were the most arrogant in the whole school, bullying classmates and slandering others in front of the principal. Now Dai Lian, Jin Shengning, and Wu Tongxian are still lying in the ICU. What else can't you do? Tang Si scoffed. Now look, you've got your comeuppance for bullying classmates, and that Yi Xiao got killed on a mission. Didn't expect you still haven't learned your lesson. Deceiving the teacher. Do you think the new teacher is easy to fool? Tang Si questioned. You. Bai Ruoyu's chest heaved with anger. Slap. Without saying a word, Xiao Hongchen slammed a sheathed sword onto the table. Stop talking here. If you're not convinced, let's go outside and fight. Can't argue, so you wanna fight. Do you have any respect for school rules? Tang Si snorted coldly. The teacher is still here, relying on your strength to bully others. Tang Si's actions were deliberately aimed at tarnishing Jiang Ro and the other's image in the teacher's eyes. There shouldn't be any major issues, but it should be possible to annoy them a bit. As for taking further action against them, that would have to wait until Wu Tongxian returned, or perhaps the seniors from the second year would step in. After all, Yi Xiao was dead now, and no one could protect them. Honestly, if it came to a fight with someone of Wu Tongxian's level, it would still be quite difficult. Bai Ruoyu, is what Tang Si said true? Did Jiang Ro really skip class? Have her answer the phone. Lin He's expression darkened. Subjectively, he had already leaned towards Tang Si's side. If it was confirmed that Jiang Ro really skipped class, what awaited her would be. But Jiang Ro had been in the void spirit realm during this time, completely out of contact with the outside world. They couldn't reach Jiang Ro. Teacher Lin, why don't we start the class first? Before I enrolled, I actually heard of Jiang Ro's reputation. She is an excellent student. Moreover, she ranked in the top 10 in the freshman competition. I don't think she is the type to skip class casually. There must be some reason. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. Reason? What reason? Jiang Ro has a habit of skipping class. Students like her rely on their strong abilities and good talent, completely disregarding school rules. Tang Si said sarcastically. Yi Xiao's gaze slightly lifted, the coldness in his eyes revealed beneath the fabric. This classmate seems to have a deep grudge against Jiang Ro. How is that possible? I don't even know her normally. I'm just speaking up for the teacher. On the first day of class, someone skipped her class. Tang Si always maintained the moral high ground in his response to Yi Xiao. Perhaps his strength wasn't particularly formidable, but his eloquence was indeed commendable. Tang Si spread his hands, a smug expression on his face. Unless Jiang Ro appeared here right now, as long as he stood firmly on the moral high ground, no one could do anything to him. This is the consequence of offending the Tang family. From now on, no matter the occasion, you will not benefit from us. A cold look appeared on Tang Si's face. Lin He's expression had already turned ugly. I will contact the school now. Jinshin University had strict regulations, and the penalties for unexcused absences were particularly harsh. Alright, I'll be honest. Jiang Ro did skip class. At that moment, Bai Ruoyu shouted. But she didn't skip class for no reason. She didn't skip class just to have fun. Jiang Ro, she went to the Void Divine Realm. We have completely lost contact with her. We can't reach her. As soon as this was said, the entire room was shocked. What? She went to the Void Divine Realm. She just reached the transformation level and she dares to go to the Void Divine Realm. Is she crazy? Isn't it better to be alive? She wants to go to the Void Divine Realm. Too crazy. Is Jiang Ro a lunatic? She's committing a form of alternative suicide. Voices rose and fell. Lin He's face was also filled with shock. Everyone present, including the teachers, knew about the Void Divine Realm of Jinshin University. The gods killed by students and teachers of Jinshin University throughout history would have a wisp of their soul suppressed in the Void Divine Realm. Killing the remnants of gods in the Void Divine Realm could grant immense power. Both level and combat strength would receive a qualitative boost. But the remnants of gods in the Void Divine Realm are extremely terrifying. A slight misstep could lead to being possessed by the god's soul, causing irreversible injuries. Therefore, before reaching the manipulation level, the school strictly prohibited students from entering the Void Divine Realm. Jiang Ro actually sneaked into the Void Divine Realm. Bai Ruoyu, why did you bring this up? Xiao Hongchen's face turned ugly. Hong Chen, we can't hide this. If we keep it a secret, Jiang Ro's reputation will be ruined by him. That little man. Bai Ruoyu glared angrily at Tang Si. Jiang Ro is not someone who skips class habitually. We have never bullied anyone. Everyone provoked us first, and Yi Xiao only acted in response. Now that Yi Xiao is dead, you still want to slander him. Jiang Ro too. She is avenging Yi Xiao. To drive the gods out of Blue Star, she would go to any lengths to enter the Void Divine Realm. She wants to become strong as quickly as possible. That's why she resorted to this desperate measure. You don't understand her at all. You don't understand the deep pain caused by Yi Xiao's death. That is a scar that can never be erased. You don't understand anything. You just spread rumors with your mouth. Bai Ruoyu's eyes were red, glaring at Tang Si like an enraged tigress. Tang Si was somewhat pale from her gaze. Bai Ruoyu, enough. Stop talking. Tang Si, if you're a man, come out and fight me. I challenge you to a life and death battle. Xiao Hongchen directly drew the sword in his hand. In the bright classroom, his sword energy surged. The life and death battle is a unique challenge mechanism of Jinshin University. The so-called life refers to the student's future, and the combatants gamble their futures to fight. The loser will be ordered to withdraw from the school directly. However, if a student initiates a life and death battle 3 times during their time at school, they will be regarded as a problem student. They will be ordered to withdraw, so generally, no one would use this method to resolve conflicts unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Hongchen had only been in school for a little over a month and had already called for a life and death battle. It was simply unprecedented, also incredibly audacious. As expected of a disciple of the sword god, the sword wielder's sharpness is evident, unyielding, and resolute. Teacher Lin, how about we let them have a match? You know the situation. That girl didn't skip class on purpose. Yi Xiao, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke up. Shut up. Lin He turned her head and glared coldly at this deceitful liar. Today was her first day at work, and such a mess had already occurred in class. Lin He felt quite hesitant. No matter what, she believed there had to be a better way. However, just thinking about that little girl's hysterical scream made her feel a bit heartbroken, as if she could truly see the sadness they had once experienced. Ding dong! Lin He's phone rang. It was a message from her sister. Sister, Yi Xiao is my roommate. If you don't mind, would you like to hear his story? Although I'm just an outsider. Following this message was a longer passage. This was her sister Lin Ru's own narration, and Lin He didn't think she would lie to her. When she heard that Yi Xiao's entire team had perished due to the betrayal of Motian from the Qishao Hunter team, Lin He felt a deep sense of guilt. Because the Qishao Hunter team was her Lin family's hunting team. Yi Xiao's death was also something her Lin family had to take responsibility for. Lin He closed her eyes, calming her emotions. Classmate Xiao, let's settle this quickly. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Xiao Hongchen's face upon hearing this. He didn't know why Lin He suddenly had a change of heart towards them, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he could finally make that loose-tongued guy pay the price. Tang Si, get out here. Boom! Xiao Hongchen slammed his long sword onto the table and lunged towards Tang Si. Tang Si's face instantly turned pale. Teacher Lin, he hit someone in class. Aren't you going to do something? Classmate Zhao's challenge battle is in accordance with school rules. Tang Si had no time to hide as Xiao Hongchen grabbed him by the collar. Then he flung him towards the doorframe. Boom! A figure was thrown out in front of everyone, but perhaps because Tang Si was struggling hard in midair, twisting his body, he ended up veering off course. He flew towards Yi Xiao, who was sitting by the door. Bang! Yi Xiao raised his hand and caught Tang Si. Tang Si immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank you, teacher. No need to thank me. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, then casually tossed him out again. Bang! A figure traced a parabolic arc in the air, crashing into the wall, leaving a deep hole. Tang Si was stuck there like a painting that couldn't be taken down. All the students stared in shock, their mouths agape. Why did it seem like this assistant teacher was even harsher than Xiao Hongchen? Yi Xiao rubbed his chin, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, my hand slipped. I didn't control the force well. I'll be more careful next time. You still have a next time? The students instinctively shrank their necks. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen had already dashed out like a cheetah with his sword. Boom! A brilliant sword light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire hall. Go! 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 Hurry up! It's the sword god's sky-slaying sword technique. Let's go see. The students rushed outside in a swarm. At this moment, they saw Xiao Hongchen swing his sword at Tang Si, causing the ground to crack open. A large sword mark appeared, and Tang Si was left hanging in a tree, his clothes shredded into strips by the sword's aura. A caterpillar was even hanging on him, and the girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. They even spat out a curse. Pa! So small. Tang Si felt dizzy, hanging in the tree for a long time without coming to his senses. Xiao Hongchen's swordsmanship was truly astonishing. That one strike nearly sent him on a trip to the afterlife. Lin He covered her eyes with her hand, just about to scold this group of students for being so heavy-handed. As he looked up, he saw Yi Xiao, who had originally been at the back of the crowd, smiling slightly before turning and disappearing into the distance. Lin He instinctively followed, walking for a while on the campus, but Yi Xiao's figure had already vanished. Ha! Where did he go? Lin He touched her hair, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly came from beside her ear. Teacher Lin, why are you following me? The students are waiting for you to return to class. You can't let the first day of class go to waste, can you? Lin He shivered, not expecting Yi Xiao's reverse reconnaissance ability to be so strong. What are you going to do? Going to the bathroom? Do you want to come with me, Teacher Lin? Yi Xiao asked with a grin. Lin He looked up and saw a restroom sign not far away, unable to help but curse under her breath. Pa, who wants to go with you? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Hurry back. You are my teaching assistant. You can't be late today. Lin He commanded. Yi Xiao nodded with a smile. Once Lin He's figure disappeared from view again, Yi Xiao's smile faded. Zhang Ro, I really never thought you would do something for me. Why do you have to torture yourself like this? You should have your own burdens to bear, but that burden is definitely not me. Yi Xiao shook his head. When he heard that Zhang Ro had entered the Void Divine Realm for her alone, he finally realized that he had indeed underestimated his position in the hearts of these friends. They had experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness together, even life and death. An invisible bond had long been formed. He was no longer the Yi Xiao who had only himself and no attachments. The Void Divine Realm. Without an identity token, I can't enter. I can only ask Sword God for help. Yi Xiao dialed Sword God's number. Wait for me on the rooftop in 3 minutes, Sword God said. Yi Xiao hurried towards the rooftop. Whoosh! Moments later, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. The Void Divine Realm. Why do you want to go to that place? It's not suitable for you to enter now. It's very dangerous. Sword God frowned. For a reckless girl, she went in for me, so I naturally have to take responsibility to bring her out," Yi Xiao said with a smile. Sword God was silent for a moment. "2 requirements. You must not expose your identity, and both of you must come out safely, understand?" "Rest assured." Yi Xiao nodded. Sword God flicked his fingers, and the identity token appeared in the air. Whoosh! Then a golden vortex appeared in front of him. "Go in, once Ning Zhao arrives, you won't be able to enter." Sword God pushed Yi Xiao, and he stepped forward, diving into the vortex. The vortex gradually disappeared, and Sword God put away the token. At that moment, a figure walked out from the void. It was Ning Zhao, his face devoid of a smile, his brows tightly furrowed. He looked quite displeased. "You're back. What happened? Why did you open the door to the void divine realm?" Ning Zhao rubbed his forehead. "I took in a new disciple, letting him experience the void divine realm," Sword God said. "You took in another disciple?" A hint of surprise flashed across Ning Zhao's face. "Yes, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, the lighthouse came out of the void divine realm, let me meet him properly. Since you have a disciple, you must take responsibility to protect them. They are the hope of Daxia, don't let it slip through your fingers like I did." Ning Zhao looked at his fingers, a heavy look flashing in his eyes, as if recalling something extremely painful. With the disappearance of the golden vortex, Yi Zhao's figure reappeared in the void divine realm. It was a piece of crimson land, resembling a wasteland. This void divine realm was built to mimic the wilderness. In the entire realm of the void gods, there are quite a number of students, with some outstanding second-year students from the Town God University and a portion of third-year students actively participating in the void god realm. However, even among the second-year students, the manipulation-level practitioners are the most exceptional group. Therefore, most of those active in the void god realm are third-year seniors. As for the first-year freshmen, that is an unheard-of situation. Have you heard? That first-year junior was cornered by a golden-armored deity in the Wild Valley. She can't get out now. Serves her right. She doesn't know her place. How dare a mere transformation-level student venture into the void god realm? Moreover, even an ordinary manipulation level can't match the strength of a golden-armored deity. She can only rely on a teacher to save her. Can't find a teacher now. Chu Wanyan from the Chu family said that anyone who dares to seek a teacher is going against her. Hiss. Chu Wanyan, how can a third-year student go up against Zhang Ro? You don't know? Zhang Ro is actually from the Chu family. She faced off against the Chu family's prodigy in the freshman competition. In the end, that guy was beaten up by Yi Xiao and is now lying in the ICU. Sigh. Now that Yi Xiao is gone, that group of people is in trouble. I heard that the prodigies from the Chu and Tang families in the second and third years are all gearing up to deal with them. It's all Yi Xiao's fault. He's too rampant. He's offended too many people. Now his friends have to clean up after him. If you ask me, they are really unlucky to have a classmate like Yi Xiao. He just slaps his own butt and dies, but his friends are the ones who will suffer. What about Zhang Ro? Is it really going to cost her life? Not to that extent. Chu Wanyan said she just wants her to suffer a bit. There won't be any life-threatening danger. Sigh. Why are you worried about her? Why don't you go save her? I heard Zhang Ro is a top-tier beauty. You could be a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who knows, she might repay you. Yi Xiao walked along, overhearing many students' conversations. He really didn't expect that after his death, Zhang Ro and the others would face so much trouble in targeting. But fortunately, he had already learned Zhang Ro's location. The Wild Valley, the Golden Armored Deity, and the Chu family, right? Then let them come one by one. At this moment, in the Wild Valley, a stunningly beautiful figure sat in place, adjusting her breath. Her skin was fair, surpassing frost and snow, but her originally moist and rosy lips now revealed an unhealthy pallor. Surrounding Zhang Ro's body was an endless ice prison, firmly protecting her within. Outside the ice prison, a giant creature over 10 meters tall, clad in golden armor, was pounding on the ice cell with its fists. The ice cell trembled under the unbearable pressure, as if it would collapse at any moment. Miss, if something really happens to Zhang Ro, the family head will blame us. Not far from this deep valley, on a high mountain, stood several figures. The leader was a girl dressed flamboyantly, with heavy makeup. Her fiery red lips were slightly pursed. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. I just want her to suffer a bit. I never said I wanted to kill her. Chu Wanyan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It's normal for a first-year freshman to get into trouble by recklessly entering the void god realm. For example, lying in the ICU for a few weeks. Grandpa can't blame me for such a trivial matter, but it would be best if she were disfigured. A cold glint flashed in Chu Wanyan's eyes. As long as Zhang Ro is disfigured, the only candidate to marry Tang Xian will be me. Mentioning Tang Xian, a lovesick look appeared in Chu Wanyan's eyes. The students around her showed disdain at her words. You This faded flower? Tang Xian would look at you? Chu Wanyan's private life was extremely disreputable. Any good-looking or slightly outstanding man in her grade had tasted her luscious red lips. If it weren't for her noble status as a member of the Chu family, that reckless demeanor should have long been scolded by someone. A pair of jade arms for 1,000 pillows, a touch of vermilion for 10,000 guests to savor. This is Chu Wanyan, a woman like a courtesan. What gives her the right to think that Tang Xian would look at her? However, this is something he only dares to think in his heart. As a follower of Chu Wanyan, he would never dare to say it out loud. After all, he also wants to taste Chu Wanyan's flavor. Being unrestrained is one thing, but being lewd is truly lewd. Miss, I guess Zhang Rou can last at most 10 more minutes, the followers said with a smile. You did well this time. If it weren't for you attracting this golden armored deity, it would have been quite troublesome to deal with Zhang Rou so easily. When we return tonight, I will reward you handsomely. Chu Wanyan lifted the follower's chin with her delicate fingers. The other party showed a look of ecstasy. At this moment, unbeknownst to them, a figure with a red cloth blindfold was slowly approaching from afar. This must be the Wild Valley. Yi Xiao looked at the valley before him, his expression unchanged, revealing no signs of joy or sorrow. Something blocking the way? Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Suddenly, a number of white bones emerged from the ground, wielding weapons and converging towards him. Danger level deity, code name, Spirit Bone. Yi Xiao immediately spotted the skeleton in the center, its bones glistening like jade, holding a scepter. That was the leader of this group of skeletons, the lowest level of deity. Yet even so, its combat power was comparable to an ordinary manipulation level, and Yi Xiao's current level was only transformation level 4. However, he appeared as calm as ever. Let's end this quickly. Zhang Rou can't hold on much longer. Yi Xiao rubbed his fists. He stepped directly into the attack range of the bones. At that moment, the skeletons suddenly trembled, raising their swords and axes towards Yi Xiao. Boom! Yi Xiao suddenly activated his heavy eye. The pressure in this place surged hundreds of times. The ground collapsed, and Yi Xiao stood with his hands in his pockets, like a god king. The surrounding bones were pressed to the ground by the immense pressure, their skeletons trembling violently as if they would collapse at any moment. Yi Xiao was surrounded by the kneeling bones, like stars surrounding the moon, resembling a king. 30 seconds, roll. Otherwise, I'll break every bone in your body, Yi Xiao said to Spirit Bone, in a flat tone. A flicker of orange-red flame ignited in the black hollow eyes of Spirit Bone. It seemed to give birth to a wisp of consciousness, but that wisp appeared somewhat vague. Roar! It let out a strange roar, and the next second, its form shot towards Yi Xiao like a meteor. Roar! It raised its hand, a white bony arm wildly growing in the wind, finally transforming into 3 sharp white bone swords. One sword slashed towards Yi Xiao's head. Yi Xiao looked through the burning flames, reflecting his own face. The red cloth covered his eyes, yet he remained so calm and indifferent, even as the heavens and earth crumbled before him. Kneel! As Yi Xiao's lips parted slightly, a cold shout burst forth from his mouth. Boom! The surrounding space trembled violently, an astonishing pressure was applied to Spirit Bone. Its jade-like bones emitted a buzzing sound under the unbearable weight, as if they would shatter and collapse at any moment. Spirit Bone's movements suddenly slowed down, as if trapped in a quagmire, while Yi Xiao stood with his hands in his pockets. Under his incredible pressure, the bones that had been kneeling around him emitted weak cracking sounds, one after another being crushed into bone dust. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The flames dancing in Spirit Bone's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Its fury was ignited in an instant. A more powerful force erupted within him, as if the Spirit Bone was about to break free from Yi Xiao's pressure bit by bit. The 3 sharp white bone swords lunged towards Yi Xiao's head. Still able to move? It seems. The pressure isn't strong enough. Yi Xiao sneered, stepping forward. Boom! The 3 bone swords shattered with a loud crash. They turned into a flurry of bone shards flying everywhere. Yi Xiao's figure brushed past the Spirit Bone. Since you're already dead, don't flail around here anymore, rest in peace, you're just a remnant soul of your original body. Yi Xiao's calm voice reached the ears of the Spirit Bone. As Yi Xiao's figure gradually receded, the Spirit Bone stood frozen in place. Boom! The next moment, it turned into countless bone particles, completely vanishing into nothingness. A surge of power drilled into Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao immediately felt his strength increase significantly. His profession level rose to the 5th stage of transformation. So this is the Void God realm. Killing the remnants of divine spirits grants power. What a nice experience. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. Once I rescue Zhang Rou, I can really level up here. Yi Xiao grinned, his figure completely disappearing into the depths of the valley. It's about to break through. Zhang Rou is in danger. Miss. In the valley, the icy power was visibly dissipating. With a thunderous roar from the golden-armored divine spirit, boom! A punch was thrown, and ice shards flew in the void. The ice prison protecting Jiang Ro was finally shattered. A massive golden fist was heading towards her. Purple lightning thunder serpent. Jiang Ro suddenly opened her eyes, speaking coldly. Boom! Waves of purple lightning erupted from Jiang Ro's body. Like a giant python of lightning, it writhed in the air, striking at the void. Zzz. The golden-armored divine spirit's fist was entangled by the lightning serpent, unable to advance an inch for a short time. Jiang Ro breathed a sigh of relief. She pointed her toes, lightning enveloping her body. Her speed suddenly surged as she retreated into the distance. She had been stalling for time just for this move, to restrict the golden-armored divine spirit's actions, to seize a glimmer of hope for escape. Miss, she's trying to run. Block her. Xu Wanyan spoke coldly. Whoosh! A follower beside her made a single-handed gesture, and a green wind arrow condensed at his fingertips. Go! He shouted, and the arrow shot through the air. Immediately, he drew the bowstring again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 sharp arrows whistled out again. His profession was a wind archer. 4 arrows imbued with the power of the wind shot towards Jiang Ro, completely blocking her path. At this moment, the golden-armored divine spirit had already broken free from the lightning serpent's restraint, letting out a deafening roar. It seemed extremely dissatisfied with being outsmarted. Boom! The golden-armored divine spirit crushed the lightning serpent in the void, then strode towards Jiang Ro. Boom! A punch followed. Jiang Ro's figure retreated, but facing her was the massive fist of the golden-armored divine spirit. In front of her, the wind arrows blocked her way. Her brows furrowed tightly. Just then, a figure appeared on the mountain peak, opposite Xu Wanyan and the others. He gently raised a hand and flicked it. Buzz! A powerful gravity enveloped the arrows, and the 4 arrows carrying the power of the wind fell helplessly to the ground. A glimmer of joy flashed in Jiang Ro's eyes. She didn't know who the person was or why he would offend Xu Wanyan to save her, but at least Jiang Ro was safe now. She rolled forward, dodging the golden-armored divine spirit's punch. The golden-armored divine spirit stepped forward again, swinging its fist. Yi Xiao grasped the void with one hand. Gravity was applied to the golden-armored divine spirit's fist. Boom! The golden-armored deity staggered, and a punch struck the ground. Boom! A deep pit appeared on the ground. Yi Xiao stepped forward, his figure flashing. He stood on the back of the golden-armored deity. He spread his arms, applying pressure on the entire body of the golden-armored deity. Boom! The golden armor on the deity emitted a creaking sound. You leave this place first, this big guy is mine, Yi Xiao said casually to Jiang Ro, his hands in his pockets. His voice had naturally been altered, and his appearance was different. Yet that calm demeanor made Jiang Ro feel a moment of familiarity. There was once someone who always stepped up to save her in her most dangerous moments. That person was just as composed, solving problems and suppressing opponents amidst the calmness. Unfortunately, that person was already dead. She would never see him again, even though she longed to grasp him in her dreams time and again. But it was destined that she would never see his figure again. All she could do was carry his ideals forward in this world filled with malice and suspicion, danger and schemes. What is your name? Jiang Ro asked the figure. Hong Yi, Yi Xiao replied. At this moment, the golden-armored deity was covered in golden light, roaring with fury, shaking the heavens and the earth. He broke free from Yi Xiao's terrifying gravitational suppression. Yi Xiao leaped into the air. The golden-armored deity roared, twisting his body, and swung a fist at Yi Xiao, who was floating in midair, with a fierce expression. Boom! This punch even shattered the air. You should have died long ago. There's no room for you to act here, Yi Xiao said coldly, lightly tapping on the golden-armored deity's arm. Then he softly chanted, Sword, come. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light burst forth from Yi Xiao's fingertips. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the void, penetrating everything. It directly pierced through the golden-armored deity's massive fist, pinning his hand to the ground. Yi Xiao flipped over, lightly tapping his foot on the golden-armored deity's head. Do you have any objections? Long before in Donghai City, Yi Xiao had copied the sword god's swordsmanship with his copying eye. Among them, the sky-slaying sword technique and the sky-slaying sword intent were of utmost importance. After all, he was known as the sword god's disciple, and he had to master exquisite swordsmanship. The main point was that Yi Xiao knew sword techniques. He wanted to completely sever ties with Yi Xiao. He was Hong Yi, not Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao was already dead. Boom! A brilliant sword light reappeared in Yi Xiao's hand. With this sword, I can slay your remnant soul. If you want to continue living, then shut up. Yi Xiao lightly brushed the brilliant sword light in his hand, pointing it at the golden-armored deity. Even though the golden-armored deity's face twisted in pain, he still stopped roaring. A hint of wariness flashed across his face as he looked at Yi Xiao. What do you want me to do? The golden-armored deity asked in a deep voice. Very simple. Disable those two guys for me. Yi Xiao pointed at Chu Wanyan and her followers in the distance. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanyan's face changed dramatically. You dare? Kid, are you going to be my enemy? Do you know who I am? I am Chu Wanyan of the Chu family. My boyfriend is Chang Wanyan, the 5th and the 3rd year. Chu Wanyan glared coldly at Yi Xiao. Chang Wanyan was from a common background and was the only commoner among the top 10 in the 3rd year. Chu Wanyan recognized Chang Wanyan's talent, so she provided him with a lot of resources and conveniences in the name of the Chu family. Along with various training opportunities, this allowed Chang Wanyan to secure his position in the top 10 of the 3rd year. He even gathered a group of followers. Chang Wanyan had a club called the Reversal Society, mostly gathering commoner students, each of whom regarded Chang Wanyan as their faith. He was regarded as a model of a commoner rising to compete on the same stage as the noble families. Little did they know that Chang Wanyan merely received the support of a wealthy woman. The gap between commoners and nobles is difficult to bridge through personal effort alone. For the disciples of noble families, entering the Jinshin University or the Magic Capital Vocational University is just the beginning, while for commoner disciples, it is already the endpoint they can reach with all their might. Chang Wanyan's own strength is naturally astonishing. He is a martial artist, but he is known as the #1 martial artist of Jinshin University. With all the senior students in their 4th year out practicing, he is the benchmark for martial artists at Jinshin University. Level Manipulation Level 9. He has long reached the terrifying realm of essence and blood like mercury. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Wanyan values him. A martial artist's physical strength makes them extremely enduring and fierce in bed. This often leaves Chu Wanyan captivated. Even though Chang Wanyan knows his girlfriend is promiscuous, he has no right to interfere, because he needs the resources from the Chu family to help him stabilize his position and pave the way for the future. So he lets Chu Wanyan put one hat after another on him. Of course, he also plays around. It is said that he rented a villa off campus with Chu Wanyan's money and is keeping a dozen beautiful girls from other schools. Go, or die. You choose, Yi Xiao said, as the brilliant sword light in his hand sliced through the arm of the golden-armored deity. The golden battle armor was easily cut open like tofu by Yi Xiao. Alright, I'll strike. You stop, the golden-armored deity roared. Then he turned and punched towards Chu Wanyan, who was on the mountain ridge. Bold, what is your name? I will remember you. Chu Wanyan's expression turned cold. She did not expect Yi Xiao to completely ignore her words. Still doing as he pleased. Did he really not take her boyfriend's name seriously? Get away from me. Chu Wanyan waved her jade hand, and a deep blue barrier appeared in front of her. Boom! The golden-armored deity's punch struck the barrier she created, and a terrifying force was actually rebounded back. I am a water manipulator. Water benefits all things. The highest good is like water. It won't be that easy to deal with me. Chu Wanyan floated above a vast ocean. Her strength was at the transformation level 9, much higher than Yi Xiao's level, but in terms of combat power, it was worlds apart. Boom! Yi Xiao's heavy pupil power was directly applied to the mountain. Boom! This section of the mountain shattered with a loud noise. Ah! Miss, save me! Chu Wanyan's followers screamed in terror, crashing to the ground along with the shattered rocks. Waste! Chu Wanyan said disdainfully. Get away from me! With a wave of her hand, 2 whirlpools transformed into raging dragons and shot towards the golden-armored deity. In terms of combat power, she really wasn't a match for the golden-armored deity. Chu Wanyan, say this. If you dare to touch me today, you will offend Chang Wanyan, offend the Chu family of the imperial capital. There will be no place for you in Jinshin University or the imperial capital. Chu Wanyan threatened. I really don't believe you can dominate Jinshin University. My name is Hong Yi, my master, the great Xia sword god, Su Changhan. If your Chu family has that ability, come at me. Otherwise, stop wasting words here. Boom! The heavy pupil divine power surged, and 500 times the gravity fell from the sky like a mountain. Ah! Chu Wanyan let out a miserable scream. The water flow beneath her feet exploded. She felt as if her body was completely crushed by a car, her bones about to shatter. Chu Wanyan's body flew down towards the ground. At that moment, the golden-armored deity swung his fist and struck her. Boom! Chu Wanyan let out another heart-wrenching scream, then shot out like a missile. She plunged into the rocks, unable to pull herself out. The originally beautiful and graceful figure was almost completely shattered. It seems that lying in the ICU for a few months is the only way to recover. At the very least, she won't be able to enjoy this year's New Year's Eve dinner. Your master is already done for. Hurry up and find someone to save her. Yi Xiao coldly laughed as he dug out Chu Wanyan's follower from the ground. The other party trembled in fear. Why you dare to leave your name? Hong Yi, welcome to come and cause trouble," Yi Xiao said, then turned and walked away into the distance. The golden-armored deity's body tensed, fearing that Yi Xiao might suddenly turn around and kill him with a sword. "Wait a minute," Zhang Ro suddenly spoke up. "Why do you want to save me? I feel like you look a lot like someone I know. Have we met somewhere?" Yi Xiao's figure suddenly paused. "I say, beautiful lady, this kind of pickup line is already outdated. However, you will hear it in the future. The name Hong Yi will become the brightest star in the Great Xia." Then, the figure gradually faded away. Zhang Ro's gaze suddenly became dazed, because someone had once said the same thing, to drive all gods and demons out of Blue Star without leaving a single one behind. He was just as confident, just as dazzling, like a blazing sun, illuminating those around him. Zhang Ro watched that figure disappear into the distance, standing still for a long time, lost in thought. After a moment, "Should I go out now?" She looked at her fair palm. In the Void God realm, her strength had indeed greatly improved. From the initial transformation stage, she had advanced to the second transformation stage. But this was already her limit. After that battle, Zhang Ro was too exhausted to continue. Most importantly, her foot was fractured, and every step brought excruciating pain. "Next time, I will come back, Void God realm." Zhang Ro shook her head and left. After leaving this area, Yi Xiao walked deeper into the Void God realm. "Have you heard that Zhang Ro was saved?" Yeah, even Chu Wanyan was beaten into the ICU. I heard more than half of her bones were shattered. It's truly astonishing. Who is it? Which grade? Daring to cripple Chu Wanyan. Chang Wanyan is furious. He was originally in seclusion trying to break through to the control level. Now he's so angry he came out. The group of reversers has already sent people to block the entire Void God realm. They are determined to catch the person who's seriously injured Chu Wanyan. That person's characteristics are quite obvious. I heard he seems to have some problem with his eyes, covering them with a red cloth. I think his name is Hong Yi. This guy is really arrogant. Hey, look, that person over there. He's covering his eyes with a red cloth. Damn, that can't be Hong Yi, right? My God. A group of people looked at Yi Xiao with terrified expressions. Who exactly is this Hong Yi? Could he be a senior from the 4th year? So arrogant. The reversers are currently searching the entire Void God realm for him. They watched Yi Xiao's figure gradually fade away, trembling in fear. Chang Wanyan said, "Whoever can provide information on Hong Yi will be rewarded with 50 energy crystals. Charge. If you don't take the money, you're an idiot. Go. Notify the reversers." A few students turned around excitedly, but they were shocked to find that Yi Xiao, who had already walked far away, had suddenly appeared right in front of them. A few of them screamed in fright. "I know you want to tip off the authorities. Go ahead. I just want to say, I hope you can send more people. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be enough to fight." Yi Xiao coldly smiled, and after saying that, his figure reappeared dozens of meters away. This guy can teleport. What kind of monster is this? Forget it. This kind of guy is not someone we can provoke. Go notify Chang Wanyan. Get the reward and leave quickly. When gods fight, mortals suffer. A few students shrank back, flying towards the distance. At this moment, Yi Xiao once again delved deep into the Void Divine realm. There is a very powerful force ahead. It has been luring me, Yi Xiao murmured to himself. His heavy pupils were constantly absorbing the strange energy in the air, and at this moment, he sensed a massive energy conglomerate not far ahead. It was stronger than the deities he had encountered before. This momentum is already comparable to the peak of the manipulation level, Yi Xiao estimated while stroking his chin. It was more than a whole level above him. However, it's not impossible to kill. Whoosh! Yi Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Moments later, a ripple appeared, and his figure reappeared atop a large tree 100 meters away. I see it. Is that it? Yi Xiao gazed into the distance and saw a flower bed. Colorful flowers bloomed in competition, and in the center of the flower bed lay a wandering swordsman with a dogtail grass in his mouth, lounging among the flowers. The powerful force emanated from him. Codename, Wanderer, a deity active in the east, has a worldly name, Sasaki Kojiro. The information about the other party instantly surfaced in Yi Xiao's mind. This guy was a disaster-level deity in his past life, with combat power comparable to a domain-level practitioner. 7 or 8 years ago, the Wu Wanderer crossed the ocean to seek a strong opponent in Huaxia and encountered the Great Xia Sword God, who had not yet mastered the sword path, on the sea. At that time, he was not yet called the Great Xia Sword God. He was already a core powerhouse of Great Xia, wielding a long sword to slay gods and enemies, renowned throughout the Blue Star. When Su Changhan met the Wu Wanderer, who had traveled across the ocean, Sasaki Kojiro had not yet set foot on Great Xia's territory, and the two engaged in a breathtaking sword duel on the sea. That battle nearly overturned 100 miles of ocean, the sword god unleashed 3 strikes, and the unparalleled sword light illuminated the sky. After the 3 strikes, the ocean was cleaved, unable to heal for a long time. Naturally, the wanderer perished as well. His remnant soul was taken by the sword god and imprisoned in the void divine realm. Until now, this remnant soul, Sasaki Kojiro, naturally did not possess the combat power of a disaster-level deity from his peak period, but he was comparable to a 9th-tier manipulation level. A few months ago, the top 3 from the 3rd-year class joined forces to suppress this wanderer, but all retreated in defeat. They even declared that the wanderer's combat power was already invincible within the 3rd tier. Oh, I wondered why my left eyelid kept twitching early this morning. It turns out a guest has come from afar. Sasaki Kojiro, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Pa! He spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth. The next second, he vanished from his spot. Yi Xiao pushed off with one foot and jumped towards a tree behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, a beam of sword light shot out from the tree where he had been standing. Oh, young man, not slow at all. Sasaki Kojiro's figure appeared on the large tree where Yi Xiao had stood earlier, slowly sheathing his sword and smiling as he spoke. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm. I sense a familiar aura from you. It makes my blood boil after a long time. Can you tell me what it is? Sasaki Kojiro lightly brushed his hair aside with his fingers and spoke softly. Is it this? Whoosh! Yi Xiao extended one hand and grasped the void. Whoosh! A silver sword light fell from the sky like a galaxy, caught in Yi Xiao's hand. Oh, this sword energy. So it's him. Sasaki Kojiro's eyes brightened even more, like 2 stars in the night sky. Young man, can you tell me, who is he to you? Consider him my half-master, Yi Xiao said, stroking the sword body with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. So you are his successor. What a delightful surprise. Sasaki suddenly burst into excited laughter. After all these years, boy, you are the first one to ignite my fighting spirit. Although your strength is a bit lacking, but I won't hold back. Boy, my sword is already eager for battle. Whoosh! A shadow appeared in place. Sasaki Kojiro's figure directly appeared in front of Yi Xiao. His gaze was sharp, and the katana in his hand was already drawn. Swish! A crescent blade slashed down towards Yi Xiao. Calm down! Yi Xiao shouted angrily, gravity descending. But Sasaki Kojiro actually cut through the gravity with a single sword. In front of me, everything can be cut by the sword, regardless of whether it has a physical form. So, there's no need to embarrass yourself with such tricks. Pick up your sword and fight me. Sasaki Kojiro's gaze was extremely fervent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Changhen. He saw in Yi Xiao the figure of that man who had once defeated him with a sword. Boom! It should be said that he truly was a being of disaster-level divinity. His combat power was on a completely different level from what Yi Xiao had encountered before. With a single sword, he sent Yi Xiao flying. Bang bang bang! He crashed into 7 or 8 trees in succession. Is that all you've got? If so, then I'm very disappointed. Sasaki Kojiro pursued Yi Xiao like a shadow. The katana in his hand cut through everything that stood in his way. The speed was so fast, it was as if crescent moons were blooming in the void. His exquisite swordsmanship firmly suppressed Yi Xiao's attacks. Boom! At that moment, a 3-inch small sword shot up from the top of Yi Xiao's head. Clang! A sword deflected Sasaki Kojiro's katana. This is his sword intent. Sasaki Kojiro became even more excited. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Whoosh! The 3-inch small sword shot up into the sky. He raised his hand to grasp the long sword and slashed out. With an unstoppable momentum, this sword could not even be blocked by the heavens. What a heaven-slaying sword technique! It has the grace of that man from back then. However, it's still not enough. Secret sword. Swallow return. Boom! His hand rested on the katana at his waist, a red robe billowing behind him, and his white hair danced in the air. Boom boom boom! A series of terrifying waves surged outward from Sasaki Kojiro, radiating in all directions. In that instant, his speed seemed to transcend time and space. The ultimate heaven-slaying sword technique appeared to have a trace to follow in his eyes. Whoosh! He slashed out with his sword, and his body actually passed through Yi Xiao's sword. Gravity! 500 times. This full-powered sword strike was so forceful that Yi Xiao also activated 500 times the gravity at that moment. This was the limit of gravity that could be controlled so far. Boom! With immense pressure bearing down, Sasaki Kojiro's body leaned forward due to inertia. Hee, kid, my swallow return is a second-tier sword technique. Sasaki Kojiro showed no panic. A smile even crept onto his lips. Caw! A light call of a migratory bird sounded. Whoosh! Sasaki Kojiro's sword suddenly rose, aiming directly at Yi Xiao's brow. Kid, This sword will end you. A smile appeared on Sasaki Kojiro's lips. The effect of swallow return is to reverse any predicament with this sword. When the three great prodigies besieged him, they had already captured Sasaki Kojiro, but at the last moment, he used a single sword of swallow return to severely injure the three. This move, swallow return, is even a legendary skill in the East. However, because Yi Zhao's eyes were covered by a red cloth, Sasaki Kojiro could not see the details of his expression. Whoosh! This sword directly cut through the red cloth covering Yi Zhao's eyes, but that was all. Yi Zhao's figure unexpectedly appeared 10 meters away in the next moment. Spatial power. Sasaki Kojiro uttered a few words, feeling an immense shock. Boy, what profession are you exactly? You possess exquisite sword skills and can control gravity and space. At that moment, Sasaki Kojiro realized that Yi Zhao's speed, which had previously astonished him, was due to the use of spatial power. It was just that the distance was too great at that time, and he hadn't felt the fluctuations of space. But at this moment, everything became so clear. Good kid, truly impressive skills, ha 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 ha. The strongest secret technique, Yen Return, had missed, yet Sasaki Kojiro showed no resentment. Instead, he excitedly shouted, "Your Yen Return has already missed, Sasaki Kojiro. What other tricks do you have?" Yi Zhao questioned. "Young man, you really underestimate me. Who told you my Yen Return has missed? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Never let your guard down before completely defeating your opponent." Ka! With another light cry, a beam of sword light shot out from beneath Yi Zhao's feet. Ignore space. Ignore distance. My sword will never stop until it truly strikes the opponent. It's over, kid. Swish! A huge sword scar appeared on Yi Zhao's body, nearly tearing his half-body apart. 3672. Sasaki Kojiro slowly sheathed his sword. This was the 3732nd soul under his blade. Whoosh! The red cloak fluttered, and the white hair swayed like a phoenix as Sasaki Kojiro walked away into the distance. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. "Hey, who told you the battle was over?" Sasaki Kojiro's steps paused. He turned around in disbelief. How is this possible? He was shocked to see an astonishing sight. The sword scar on Yi Zhao's body was visibly healing at a rapid pace. "Next, I declare, it's my turn." Yi Zhao grinned, exuding a wicked charm. "Eye of Judgment." He raised one hand high above the heavens. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted from deep within the clouds, and a terrifying aura surged. "This is..." Sasaki Kojiro looked up, feeling an incomparably terrifying power locking onto him. "Sword of Damocles." As Yi Zhao's clear voice echoed, a silver great sword revealed half of its blade from deep within the clouds. It firmly enveloped Sasaki Kojiro. Like the judgment sword of a deity, this move was a locking technique. Sasaki Kojiro's expression changed completely. What kind of trick is this? On the other side, at the entrance of the Void God realm, 2 rows of young men in black stood respectfully, and a burly man in a black suit, muscles bulging, strode forward from the middle of the 2 rows. "Have you found that guy named Hongyi, deep in the Void God realm? Manhwa Valley? Isn't that guy's territory?" Chang Wanyan was slightly taken aback when he heard the news from his subordinate. Interesting. He looked at the identity information of Hongyi in his hand. Not a student, nor a teacher, just an assistant, and now he dares to provoke that guy. This kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. He snorted coldly. With a slight exertion of his hand, he wrapped a stack of documents, and as he slowly released his grip, the stack of documents, which was about an inch thick, turned into fragments like snowflakes. "Enter the Void God realm. I want to see what that kid is capable of. He hurt my girlfriend. I'll make him go in standing and come out lying down. Humph, let's go." Chang Wanyan waved his hand. "Yes, boss." A group of black-clad men roared in response. They took out their tokens, and one by one, they quickly disappeared into the void. Chaos, chaos. The strongest warrior of Jinshin University, Chang Wanyan, has set out. That kid named Hongyi is doomed. What kid? That's our teaching assistant. Show some respect. Someone teased. Ha ha ha. The teaching assistant of Jinshin University is worth less than a dog. Besides, look, what subject is he a teaching assistant for? Geography. It's simply laughable. I can't take it. I've never seen anything so funny in my life. Someone clutched their stomach and laughed heartily. Let's go. Let's go. We should go in and watch the show. I remember the last time Chang Wanyan led the rebels into battle was last year. Yeah, back then, a guy from the neighboring vocational university was harassing Chu Wanyan in a bar, tearing her stockings, and Chang Wanyan directly challenged an entire grade. He became famous in one battle. From then on, the title of the strongest warrior of Jinshin University was established. Awesome, really awesome. A fit of rage for a beauty. How many men's dreams is that? Chang Wanyan is just too strong. a true noble from a humble background. Those who can reach his level are legends. Such success is completely unreplicable. Yeah, last time, that guy just tore Chu Wanyan's stockings and was beaten by Chang Wanyan so badly he couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. His career was almost ruined. Not to mention now, I heard this guy directly sent Chu Wanyan to the ICU. It's hard to imagine a teaching assistant being so arrogant. No worries, Chang Wanyan will soon teach him a lesson. Chang Wanyan led his group into the Void God realm, a dark mass of overwhelming momentum. Chang Wanyan did not hide his powerful warrior aura at all, and a terrifying blood energy was freely emanating. His body burned like a furnace, with waves of terrifying blood energy erupting from the top of his head, like a raging dragon dancing in the void. There were even sounds of roaring waves coming from within him, as his blood energy boiled. Once Chang Wanyan reached the mastery level, perfectly controlling his body, he could even regenerate a single cell. His recovery ability was terrifying to the extreme, and his physical strength could directly overturn a warship. This is the terrifying aspect of the warrior profession. The stronger they become, the more formidable they are. In the later stages, warriors can rival the gods of war on earth, their fists shaking mountains and rivers. Let's go! Follow me to the direction of Manhwa Valley. Chang Wanyan roared, waving his hand. Okay. The black-clad subordinates roared in unison. This rebel organization looks like a gang on a mission, not at all like students. It's simply tarnishing the reputation of Jinshin University. Among the crowd, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses crossed his arms and coldly snorted in disdain. However, his voice was very soft, as if he was afraid Chang Wanyan would hear him. It was evident that he lacked confidence. Unfortunately, the warrior's powerful physique allowed him to hear even the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings from miles away. So, Chang Wanyan easily locked onto this young man in the crowd. Boom! A terrifying blood energy erupted like a volcano, pressing down on the crowd. Finally, it locked onto the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. Bang! He collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Chang Wanyan strode over, and the crowd spontaneously parted to make way for him. Are you the one talking bad about me, Chang Wanyan? His tall figure appeared beside the young man, and then he stepped down. He directly stomped on the other person's head. Chang Wanyan crossed his arms, rubbing his foot forcefully. Say it again if you have the guts. The young man's glasses were crushed into pieces, and he fell into the dirt, frantically flailing and struggling. Chang Wanyan, you dare to touch me. I'm from Lion King's crew. Humph, so you're from Huang Tianhu's crew. But even if your boss Huang Tianhu came, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. You, a little subordinate, are worthy? Boom! With a slight exertion of force under his feet, Chang Wanyan directly stomped the opponent's skull, causing it to cave in. Huang Tianhu was the 7th-ranked figure in his 3rd year, a beast master, and had a deep-seated enmity with Chang Wanyan. Conflicts often arose between their student organizations. However, for a lackey to dare challenge Chang Wanyan could only be described as utterly irrational, especially since Chang Wanyan was currently in a foul mood. Bang! Chang Wanyan kicked out, sending the young man flying hundreds of meters away, like a dead dog sprawled on the ground, struggling to move. Go back and tell Huang Tianhu that if he wants to deal with me, Chang Wanyan, he should come himself. Or wait until I resolve this incident, and I will personally take on his organization. Don't send a piece of trash over to die. For now, I'll reluctantly send him back for a reboot. No need to thank me, he said coldly. The young man was severely injured by Chang Wanyan and was granted a bed in the ICU of the First Central Hospital of the Imperial Capital. Recently, the business at the First Central Hospital of the Imperial Capital had been booming, with ICU beds being booked one after another, nearly running out of space. At this moment, everyone shrank back, silent as the grave. Chang Wanyan was truly domineering to the extreme, and his strength was terrifyingly powerful. While they feared Chang Wanyan, they also looked forward to the sparks that would fly between him and the teaching assistant named Hong Yi. Just then, the sky of the Void Divine Realm rolled violently, dark clouds shifting in waves. It was as if the gods were in a rage. The footsteps of Chang Wanyan and the others came to an abrupt halt. What happened? Someone said, swallowing hard in fear as they looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky of the Void Divine Realm became incomparably chaotic, a sense of oppression enveloping everyone's hearts. They felt as if a sharp sword was suspended above their heads, ready to plunge down at any moment, annihilating them all. The fear of being at the mercy of life made all the students tremble involuntarily. Even Chang Wanyan himself unconsciously clenched his fists, looking up at the sky with an extremely grave expression. The prickling sensation on his skin told him that this was an unparalleled terror. Look, what is that? It's appearing, someone shouted in fear, pointing at the sky. From deep within the clouds, a massive silver sword slowly emerged, revealing half of its blade. The sword was enormous. It was like a divine sword, hanging high above the heavens, waiting to judge all beings. Is it a deity, or a professional? Chang Wanyan gripped his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. This momentum, it's too astonishing. Who has entered the void divine realm? To his knowledge, even the top student in their third year hadn't given him such a strong sense of oppression. This pressure felt like facing the best interns in their fourth year. He felt a fear that made it hard to lift his head. Just then, Chang Wanyan heard a clear, melodious cry of a swallow. Chirp! Then he saw a brilliant beam of sword light shooting towards the heavens. It's him! Chang Wanyan and the others looked astonished. How could they not recognize the figure in the red robe, with white hair flowing, wielding a warrior's sword? That was none other than the overlord of Wanoagu, the one known as Ronin, Sasaki Kojiro. Back then, Chang Wanyan, along with 3 other top 10 figures, had been defeated by Sasaki Kojiro. Who was battling Sasaki Kojiro? Could it be? A name flashed in his mind, but then he shook his head frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an assistant have such strength? His resume only shows a mere transformation to the 3rd stage. Absolutely impossible. It's a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Boom! At this moment, the clouds rolled violently, and the silver sword descended. In that instant, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, like a meteor striking the earth. This strike, even a master-level practitioner would be severely injured if they took it head-on. Why isn't he dodging? Such a slow attack. It should be avoidable. Chang Wanyan's face showed confusion. Sasaki Kojiro's combat experience was clearly very rich. Yet, facing such an overwhelmingly powerful attack, he foolishly charged forward instead of dodging. Even Chang Wanyan could evade this strike. Why wasn't Sasaki Kojiro dodging? He couldn't understand. Chang Wanyan would never have imagined that such a terrifying attack was actually a lock-on skill. If he had known, Chang Wanyan would definitely have questioned his life. How could such a skill be a lock-on skill? Are you even letting people live? Sasaki Kojiro gritted his teeth. The closer he got to that sword, the stronger the fear in his heart became. That divine judgment-like power made his battle-hardened body tremble violently. Even the katana in his hand was crying out in anguish. After this sword strike, I will definitely die. But I have nowhere to escape. Sasaki Kojiro roared against the wind. Because I am Sasaki Kojiro. Yatagarasu. Aha! The sound of a light cry echoed through the void once more, and in that instant, Sasaki Kojiro collided with the sword of Damocles. Boom! It was as if a meteor had struck the earth. Everyone could only see an incredibly earth-shattering beam of sword light piercing through the ground. The entire Manhwa Valley, with its endless flowers and trees, was destroyed beneath this sword. A fierce wind swept across dozens of miles of land. Even a powerful warrior like Chang Wanyan was shaken by the gust. Not to mention the other students, who were all thrown about, some even flying off without knowing where they landed. This power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Chang Wanyan was filled with dread. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if such an attack were aimed at him. At this moment, Sasaki Kojiro's figure froze in midair. He gripped his katana tightly, motionless. What will the outcome be? Chang Wanyan spoke, and even he didn't realize that his voice was trembling. In that instant, the sword of Damocles fell, a silver beam of sword light crashing down onto the earth like a raging thunder. The speed was so fast it was like a flash of lightning. No one could see it clearly. Following that was the terrifying gale and the divine might sweeping across dozens of miles. Sasaki Kojiro's figure was completely engulfed. When they finally saw him again, they didn't even know what had happened to Sasaki Kojiro. Crack! With a crisp sound, the katana that Sasaki Kojiro had been holding shattered into countless iron shards. Cough! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I have lost. This is simply the sword of the heavens. Sasaki Kojiro struggled to glance at the ground. He saw a silhouette. The figure simply tied the red blindfold back on gently. Then, without looking back, it vanished from the spot. You are even more terrifying than Su Changhen. Boom! His body transformed into countless sparkling lights, rushing towards the ground. All of it merged into Yi Zhao's body. Boom boom boom! A wave surged within Yi Zhao, and his level skyrocketed. Is this the 8th stage of transformation? A 3-level increase in one breath? So fast? Yi Zhao's face showed surprise. Killing deities in the void divine realm to level up was simply like using cheats. If a few more of this level came, Yi Zhao felt a bit excited. But he didn't know that beings of Sasaki Kojiro's level were no more than 3 in the void divine realm. They were already top-tier existences. The remaining 2, even if he wanted to kill, the Divine Suppression University wouldn't allow it. That was the foundation of the void divine realm. Killing them would be of no use. It's over. At this moment, a student beside Chang Wanyan spoke. Just like that, he died? Sasaki Kojiro, that was someone who once fought against the sword god. Died just like that. Who on earth is it? So strong. That position. It must be Manhwa Valley. Could it be that Red Knight? How is that possible? Don't joke around. If that useless assistant teacher had such power. A student looked around anxiously. I'll soak your socks in tea for a whole semester. What the hell are you talking about? Another student jumped up in fright. Let's go. Check it out. At that moment, Chang Wanyan waved his hand. The group rushed forward at full speed towards the ruins. Who on earth is it? Such strength, in this Shinshin University, they are definitely not a nameless nobody. Chang Wanyan felt an insatiable curiosity, as if a kitten were scratching inside his heart. I must befriend such a strong person, only as a friend, not as an enemy, Chang Wanyan said. Everyone, split up and search. If you find them, treat them with the highest courtesy of my Reverse Fate Society. Chang Wanyan shouted at his subordinates. Yes, boss. The crowd roared in response. Just then, someone let out a scream. Everyone's attention was drawn to that sound. Did you find them? Chang Wanyan was even more excited. Found them. But, boss, it's that Red Knight. A figure with a red cloth blindfold stepped out slowly from the nearby woods. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Yi Xiao reflexively touched his cheek. There didn't seem to be anything there, right? Kid, have you seen an unparalleled strong person here? A top genius? Someone questioned loudly. Yi Xiao scratched his head. Yes, here. Where? The student was taken aback. Here. Where? This. Yi Xiao pointed at himself. Instantly, everyone was speechless. Someone even pulled out a copy of Yi Xiao's information. Red Knight, age 18, level transformation stage 3. Aren't you embarrassed to impersonate him? You idiot. Exactly. Do you really think that just because you walked through Wanhua Valley, you're a strong person? If I go to the principal's office for tea, does that make me the principal? Shouldn't you greet the principal? What a joke. Everyone burst into laughter. Why is it that when I tell the truth, no one believes me? Yi Xiao spread his hands, a look of frustration flashing across his face. Hey, I say, you little brat, you get a little color and you think you can open a dye shop? You're given a step down and you won't take it, really thinking you're someone important. You should take a look at yourself. That subordinate of Chang Wanyan pointed at Yi Xiao and cursed, but he hadn't finished his sentence. Yi Xiao shoved his hands into his pockets and suddenly leaned forward. I think you can repeat what you just said, if you still have the ability to do so. Creak! The black-clad student's body trembled violently, his legs making creaking sounds under the unbearable weight. He looked extremely pained, gritting his teeth, blood spurting from his gums. Aha! He let out a furious roar. Hey, Chu Sheng, what's wrong with you? Someone asked in confusion. Did that kid do something to you? Boom! At that moment, the young man called Chu Sheng directly collapsed to the ground. His whole body pressed tightly against the ground, as if an invisible giant hand was holding him down. This aura, it's gravity, right? Chang Wanyan strode over, looking at the sunken ground, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Your profession is gravity manipulation? What kind of profession is that? Chang Wanyan slightly raised his head and asked Yi Xiao. Chang Wanyan was nearly 2 meters tall, towering over Yi Xiao, and his condescending posture was filled with disdain and arrogance. Profession? Hee, the overlord, that's why I don't like others looking up to talk to me. Yi Xiao sneered. Boom! A tremendous force of gravity was directly applied to Chang Wanyan. His body suddenly sank, and his feet began to bend down. Chang Wanyan was forcibly pressed down by Yi Xiao by more than 10 centimeters, finally stopping at the same height, looking straight at Yi Xiao. This is more appropriate, Yi Xiao said with a slight smile. Ha! Chang Wanyan's body trembled slightly, not out of fear but amusement. He let out a contemptuous laugh, followed by a hearty laugh. Hee, ha ha ha, you brat, truly interesting, but do you think this little pressure of yours can overwhelm me? A rolling wave of sound surged from within Chang Wanyan's body. Crackling sounds followed. Chang Wanyan gradually straightened up. Brat, do you think you can overpower me? With your mere third stage of transformation. Waste? Boom! A terrifying blood energy erupted from the top of Chang Wanyan's head, like a mad dragon dancing in the void. Originally, I was thinking of befriending that strong person, considering not to stoop to your level for a while, letting you live a few more hours, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, daring to hit my people. Brat, remember this, if I, Chang Wanyan, want to hit you, you have to bring your head over. If you want to play with your woman, you have to strip her and send her to my bed. Otherwise, your end will be very, very miserable. So miserable that you can't even imagine it in your lifetime. First, let's calculate the matter of you injuring my girlfriend. I will remove your limbs, making you spend your life in bed. Your career ends here. After saying that, a hand as large as a fan shot out like lightning towards Yi Xiao's shoulder. He's making a move. The boss is making a move. This kid is done for. he still dares to confront the boss at close range. The boss can crush his skull with a single slap. Finally, we can see the boss in action. I can't control my boiling blood anymore. Chang Wanyan's underlings waved their hands excitedly, as if they could already see the ecstatic scene of Yi Xiao being crippled. Just then, Chang Wanyan's phone rang. He pulled out his phone with the other hand. Wanyan? A look of astonishment flashed across Chang Wanyan's face. It was a video call from Chu Wanyan. Chang Wanyan answered the video. On the other end of the phone, Chu Wanyan lay weakly on a hospital bed, her body wrapped in white bandages and connected to various 4 tubes. She lay completely still, resembling a mummy, looking utterly miserable. One could only imagine how badly she had been beaten by Yi Xiao. Wanyan. Chu Wanyan spoke weakly. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred, a hatred that could send chills down one's spine even through the screen. Her pair of phoenix eyes fixed on Yi Xiao, and if looks could kill, Yi Xiao would have turned to ashes at that moment. Wanyan, I want to see you cripple this brat with my own eyes. I want to see him suffer 1,000 times more than I do. 10,000 times. You crush every bone in his body. You cripple him. Make it so he can never be a man again. I want him to suffer more than death. Chu Wanyan's cold voice came from the other side of the screen, causing everyone who heard it to shiver uncontrollably. This woman was truly ruthless. They silently mourned for Yi Xiao in their hearts. Now, even if Yi Xiao were alive, it would be no different from being dead. Don't worry, Wanyan, everything will be done as you say. I will definitely avenge you. You rest well. Chang Wanyan nodded. Once this is done, I will introduce you to my father, and we can talk about marriage, Chu Wanyan casually said. Really? That's great. Chang Wanyan was overjoyed. Although Chu Wanyan was a slut, as long as he married her, he would be able to enter the core of the Chu family. From then on, he could reverse his fate, soar to the top and become a phoenix. He would finally be part of the upper class in the imperial capital. Wasn't this what he had been desperately pursuing all along? Don't worry, Wanyan, I will crush this kid's bones into pieces. Chang Wanyan revealed a sinister smile. He handed his phone to a nearby lackey, instructing him to hold it up so that Chu Wanyan on the other end could see Yi Xiao's impending misfortune clearly. Meanwhile, his other hand, resting on Yi Xiao's shoulder, began to exert force. Rip! One of Chang Wanyan's sleeves suddenly tore apart, revealing an arm covered in powerful muscles, like a pillar reaching for the sky. The muscles bulged high, with veins crisscrossing like a twisting dragon, looking extremely fierce. Boom! A tremendous force landed on Yi Xiao's shoulder in that instant. Yi Xiao immediately activated his martial god eye. His body instantly became as hard as iron. Chang Wanyan's full force came crashing down, but the imagined scene of Yi Xiao's body dislocating did not occur. Instead, the recoil made him feel as if that slap had struck a giant rock. A look of astonishment appeared on Chang Wanyan's face. At that moment, a fair hand landed on his wrist. Haven't you eaten enough or are you still half asleep? Why don't you go take another nap? The massage girls are stronger than you. Yi Xiao wore a contemptuous smile. Especially the curve at the corner of his mouth made Chang Wanyan's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Boom! His other hand came crashing down towards Yi Xiao. But with a forceful push, Yi Xiao unexpectedly twisted Chang Wanyan's body around. Then, he stepped forward, slightly tilted his head, and pushed hard with his hand, striking Chang Wanyan's abdomen. Boom! Chang Wanyan was sent flying by the inertia, like a cannonball, tracing a curved arc in the air, flying hundreds of meters away. Instantly, everyone was stunned in place. Is this real? Are we seeing ghosts? At that moment, some couldn't help but doubt who the real martial artist was. The invincible Chang Wanyan was effortlessly pushed away by Yi Xiao. Although Chang Wanyan did not suffer any obvious injuries, it was enough to shock the crowd of students. Chang Wanyan got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Boom! He stomped one foot down, and his figure shot back like a sharp arrow, appearing in front of Yi Xiao. He waved his hand, signaling the lackeys of the Reversal Society not to panic. Interesting, kid, you have some skills. That move just now was the soft overcoming the hard in Tai Chi, right? Chang Wanyan sneered. Yi Xiao did not respond. It was merely a simple application of force against force and inertia. Nothing extraordinary. Seeing Yi Xiao remain silent, Chang Wanyan chuckled twice. Just a little trick, and you all are scared like this. This kid has so many tricks, but he only has the strength of a transformation level. Can he really turn the tide? Chang Wanyan snorted coldly. Then he turned his gaze to Yi Xiao. Next, I won't hold back with this move. After all, my girlfriend is watching. Chang Wanyan glanced at the expressionless Chu Wanyan on the other end of the phone. Die, kid. Boom. His entire aura converged in one place, his body surging with the energy of a fierce tiger, as if a dam had burst. Hun Yuan. One chi fist. Boom! As he threw this punch, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The thunderous sound of the air bursting nearly ruptured their eardrums. Then, a powerful fist force howled out, smashing towards Yi Xiao's body. Get out of the way. This momentum is too strong. I want to crush you. The students all shouted, quickly distancing themselves from Yi Xiao. At this moment, only Yi Xiao had to face Chang Wanyan's earth-shattering punch alone. Sigh. Yi Xiao sighed. To be honest, no one believes it, and yet they still want to threaten me. The quality of this year's students is a bit lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swayed. He suddenly appeared on the other side. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. What the hell? How is this possible? My goodness, what kind of magic did he use? Why did he suddenly disappear? What exactly happened? Did Chang Laoda's punch miss? Boom! Chang Wanyan's punch landed on a small hill in the distance, causing the entire hill to explode, sending clouds of yellow sand and thick earth into the air. At this moment, Yi Xiao slowly raised a hand. Open your eyes and take a good look. Just then, a few people rushed over at high speed from a distance. Boss! Found it! I found it! I found that mysterious powerhouse. A few days ago, the surveillance drone I sent out happened to capture the entire battle between that mysterious person and Sasaki Kojiro. At this time, a figure holding a drone rushed over with a joyful expression. Chang Laoda, look! This is that mysterious powerhouse. He ran to Chang Wanyan's side and handed him the video captured by the drone. In the video, a young man with a red cloth wrapped around his eyes slowly raised a hand, and in an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Chang Wanyan suddenly raised his head, and at that moment, the scene in the video completely overlapped with the scene before him. As Yi Xiao raised a hand, the sky instantly changed color. Holy crap! Chang Wanyan's face turned pale. He couldn't help but curse. Let's talk this out. He hurriedly shouted at Yi Xiao. But at this moment, Yi Xiao seemed to be deaf, as if he hadn't heard anything. As his hand slowly pressed down, the silver greatsword hidden in the depths of the clouds revealed its true form. Chang Wanyan was utterly terrified. He had witnessed the power of Yi Xiao's sword. A beam of silver sword light fell, sinking dozens of miles of land. Everything ceased to exist, even the earthworms were split in two. If this sword came down, they would all end up in the ICU. Chang Wanyan's face changed dramatically. He was terrified to the extreme. At this moment, the sword had revealed more than half of its blade. The might of judgment enveloped everyone. Their bodies trembled violently, unable to move even a little, as if they were tightly locked by the judgmental gaze of God. Any movement would result in a fatal blow. At this moment, Chang Wanyan finally understood why Sasaki Kojiro didn't dodge or evade this move. Because it was a locking technique. He could only take it head-on. But what about himself? Even the strong Sasaki Kojiro was killed by a single sword after using the yen return technique. Even if his physical strength was formidable, he would still end up in the ICU's VIP bed for a year. The next second, with a loud bang, Chang Wanyan actually knelt down in front of Yi Xiao. Able to bend and stretch, after 18 years, he was still a good man. I admit defeat. I, Chang Wanyan, admit defeat. He knelt on the ground, lowering his proud head. The sword of Damocles falling from the sky came to a halt. At this moment, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. In fact, this skill has a cooldown time of 72 hours. So even if he wanted to use this sword now, it wouldn't fall. He and Chang Wanyan were playing a psychological game. It was a battle of endurance to see who would break first. Clearly, Chang Wanyan had lost. Whoosh! Yi Xiao flashed and appeared in front of Chang Wanyan. Then he raised a leg and stepped on his shoulder. Who said they wanted to crush all my bones and turn me into a complete cripple? Chang Wanyan remained cold-faced and silent, and Yi Xiao directly slapped him across the face. Can you speak? Don't bully me too much. Chang Wanyan clenched his fists tightly and roared. Bully you too much? Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a segment of the great sword from the depths of the clouds fell again. Do you have any objections? Chang Wanyan fell silent. After a while, he spat out a few words. No objections. Yi Xiao sneered. You came in all high and mighty, but it turns out you, Chang Wanyan, are only this capable. It's utterly laughable. It seems my assessment of you was not wrong. Even the girls at the massage parlor by the school are better than you. Chang Wanyan clenched his fists tightly. He didn't speak, but this humiliation was deeply engraved in his heart. 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years in the west of the river. Let me tell you. Slap. Before Chang Wanyan could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao slapped him again. Don't bully the young and poor, right? As long as you know. Hey, I also know not to bully the middle-aged poor, not to bully the elderly poor. The dead are the most important. Yi Xiao mocked with a cold laugh. The little brothers around Chang Wanyan, who had been trembling and submissive on the ground, couldn't help but laugh like pigs. Chang Wanyan's face turned from green to white, looking extremely ugly. He had been thoroughly humiliated by Yi Xiao. How can you resolve this matter? Chang Wanyan gritted his teeth and asked. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, just about to speak. Chang Wanyan, what are you doing? I told you to cripple him, and you knelt down before him? What are you doing? The incredulous voice of Chu Wanyan came from the other end of the phone. Wanyan, you don't understand. His strength is very. But Chu Wanyan didn't give him a chance to explain. I don't want to know how strong he is. I only want to know how you are. Chang Wanyan, you worthless piece of trash. You actually knelt down to him. Do you know what he did to me? You worthless piece of trash. I know. But Wanyan, no buts. From today on, you are no longer my boyfriend. We're breaking up. My boyfriend cannot be a cowardly piece of trash. Chang Wanyan, you are worse than garbage. Hearing such humiliating words, especially coming from his girlfriend in front of so many people, the anger that Chang Wanyan could no longer endure completely consumed his reason. Break up then. I've long wanted to break up with you, you bitch. Chu Wanyan, you are nothing but trash. You can accept any man. You've put so many green hats on me. I'm already disgusted. If it weren't for your Chu family's power, I wouldn't even want you over a prostitute. Break up. Damn. You slut. Chang Wanyan snatched the phone and smashed it hard on the ground. Huff huff huff. He gasped for breath. His eyes were bloodshot, like a bloodthirsty demon, ready to devour. Sir, the conflict between us stems from Chu Wanyan. Now I have no relationship with Chu Wanyan. A debt has its owner. You should go find her. Chang Wanyan said calmly to Yi Xiao. What you said is quite interesting. Wasn't it you who wanted to stand up for Chu Wanyan from the beginning? You were going to cripple me. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Yi Xiao questioned with a cold laugh. Then, what do you want? Chang Wanyan's face turned extremely ugly. Yi Xiao beckoned him closer. Come a little closer. Chang Wanyan frowned and moved closer to Yi Xiao. Boom! Yi Xiao lifted his foot, and then his heel came crashing down. Like a giant hammer falling from the sky, it smashed down hard on Chang Wanyan's shoulder. Ah! Chang Wanyan let out a wretched scream. This wasn't over. Yi Xiao's arm reached out again, grabbing for his other shoulder. Chang Wanyan instinctively tried to resist. Yi Xiao simply waved his hand lightly, and the great sword in the depths of the clouds fell again. Chang Wanyan's fist, which he had swung out, was stuck in midair. Anger and fear flickered across his face, but in the end, he still couldn't make a move. Crack! Yi Xiao forcefully crushed his other arm. Then, he kicked Chang Wanyan in the chest. Crack! Chang Wanyan's chest instantly caved in, and he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into a towering tree in the distance. Cough cough cough. This injury was definitely not light, but Chang Wanyan, known for his physical prowess, still endured the pain and got up from the ground. So, are you satisfied now? It's acceptable. Yi Xiao sneered, pulling out a wet wipe from his pocket and carefully wiping his hands. Let's consider this matter settled. If there's a second time, you'll be the next Sasaki Kojiro. Yi Xiao turned around, and in that instant, everyone felt a sense of relief, especially Chang Wanyan's subordinates, who slowly got up from the ground. Just then, centered around Yi Xiao, 100-fold pressure suddenly descended. Boom! A group of young people, who had just managed to sit up, all fell back to the ground again, landing in the mud and unable to get up. They struggled to lift their heads, only to see a distant figure leaving. Their gazes were filled with intense fear. This time, including Chang Wanyan, everyone was suppressed by Yi Xiao alone. Yi Xiao casually waved his hand, and the great sword in the depths of the clouds disappeared, the rain cleared, and the sky brightened. His figure also vanished from Manhwa Valley. The Void God realm held no further significance for Yi Xiao, and he planned to leave. At this moment, at the entrance of the Void God realm, it was just noon, and the students of Jinshin University had all finished their classes. They welcomed a rare moment of rest. Thus, students from the first to the third year all gathered in this place. It was a grand occasion not to be missed. At this time, the teleportation array appeared, and the crowd immediately stirred. He's out. He's coming out. I wonder what kind of miserable state he's in. Chang Wanyan said he would go in standing and come out lying down. Sigh. Chang Wanyan has become more and more arrogant these past few months. Damn it. Bullying men and women. If I had the strength, I would definitely give him a good beating. Sigh. Kid, quiet down. You can eat shit but can't talk nonsense. If Chang Wanyan's supporters hear you and report you, you're done for. Among the crowd, Zhang Ro was naturally present. A trace of worry appeared on her face. The teaching assistant named Hong Yi had saved her, which had offended Chang Wanyan and Chu Wanyan. If she got hurt because of her, she would naturally feel guilty. Zhang Ro, don't worry too much. This is Jinshin University. Chang Wanyan wouldn't dare to act too recklessly here. If it really comes to it, I'll ask my master to intervene. Xiao Hongchen comforted her. Sigh, if only Yi Xiao were here. What Chang Wanyan? Yi Xiao would set him on fire and burn all his hair clean off. Bai Ruoyu pouted. Stop talking. Xiao Hongchen's expression turned cold, signaling Bai Ruoyu to be quiet. Mentioning Yi Xiao's name, a shadow of sadness reappeared on Jiang Rou's face, as if it were a pain in her heart that she could never touch. At that moment, a figure walked out from the teleportation array. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting. The golden sunlight shone on that figure. He gently raised his hand to shield himself from the sunlight. Oh, you're all here? Are you here for the market? Yi Xiao's indifferent voice followed. Everyone was stunned in place. This conspicuous red cloth, how could this guy be completely unscathed? And he looks like he's quite happy? Why is that? Ah, I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat first. Yi Xiao patted his stomach and walked straight through the crowd towards the cafeteria. The others, however, remained frozen in place, seemingly still immersed in confusion and surprise. After a moment, a group of people in black emerged from the teleportation array. They're out. Chang Wanyan and the others are out. What happened? I'm so curious. Why is that Hong Yi completely fine? Yeah, it shouldn't be. According to Chang Wanyan's character, Hong Yi's fate should be quite miserable, but he seems unaffected. He's even going to the cafeteria to eat. We haven't eaten yet. He's so relaxed. Even Jiang Rou frowned, feeling a bit surprised. Our teaching assistant is not an ordinary person, Xiao Hongchen said with a smile. As long as he's fine, otherwise. A hint of relief flashed in Jiang Rou's eyes. I don't want to let anyone down anymore. At this moment, the crowd stirred again. Here they come. Chang Wanyan is here. The first thing that caught the eye was a simple stretcher, followed by a group of young people covered in dirt carrying it. And lying on the stretcher was the weak figure of Chang Wanyan, who had previously entered the Void God realm with great bravado. At this moment, everyone was numb. No way. Are you saying that going in vertically and coming out horizontally is referring to yourself? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had already arrived at the cafeteria. Since all the students were over at the Void God realm watching the excitement, there weren't many people in the cafeteria, and he easily bought the dishes he wanted without having to queue. Yi Xiao carried his tray and sat down in front of a figure who was eating with their head down. Why are you alone, beautiful? Lin He looked up, her eyes flashing with resentment. Hong Yi, did you spend the whole morning in the bathroom? Oh, Teacher Lin, I had a bit of a stomach issue. Sorry, humph, nonsense. Lin He snorted coldly. Now, who doesn't know you went to the Void God realm? I heard that Chang Wanyan took people in to catch you, and since you're here now, I suppose. That's right, just as you think. I dealt with Chang Wanyan. You didn't run into Chang Wanyan, did you? Ha! Yi Xiao was stunned. He looked at Lin He, thinking, Sister, how did you come to that conclusion? Even the Tang Niu inequality wouldn't yield such a result. Oh, you're quite lucky. If you had run into Chang Wanyan, you probably wouldn't be sitting here eating peacefully. I might even have to grant you a long leave as your superior. Lin He shook her head while eating. What? Are you looking at me with such a surprised expression? Am I wrong? Lin He looked up to see Yi Xiao staring at her in shock, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Actually, Yi Xiao paused for a moment, just about to speak. Hey, you're not saying you ran into Chang Wanyan, seriously injured him, and then appeared here safe and sound, sitting here eating and chatting with me, are you? Lin He burst out laughing. Well, is that not possible? Yi Xiao tilted his head and asked. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor. If you could beat Chang Wanyan, I'd eat this tray. Oh, I remember you're still quite young, in your puberty, right? You're killing me with laughter. Stop daydreaming. The path to becoming strong relies only on your own efforts. Lin He lectured Yi Xiao with the demeanor of someone who had been through it all. Yi Xiao was 18 this year, while Lin He was 24, indeed a few years older than him. Oh no, you've made me laugh. Fine, since you made me so happy, I'll forgive you for skipping class this time. Just don't do it again next time. Lin He smiled, her silver bell-like laughter filling the entire cafeteria. It was clear that Yi Xiao's joke had indeed amused him. Yi Xiao calmly finished the last bite of his meal. At that moment, a group of students streamed into the cafeteria. Ah, I'm starving. I really didn't expect this outcome. Yeah, if you had told me this result before, I would have said you were crazy. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe it. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can't help but believe it. Ah, all I want to say now is, Hong Yi is amazing. I really didn't expect him to beat Chang Wanyan into a dead dog. I can only say he's too strong. I heard he even challenged Sasaki Kojiro from the Void God realm. He's so powerful. I remember he's only 18, right? He's even a year younger than me. With such strength, why isn't he in college? Being a teaching assistant is such a waste of talent. Yeah, I heard he's just a geography teacher's assistant now. I mean, what level is that geography teacher? How can a class like that have such a great assistant? I think it would make more sense if their roles were reversed. The cafeteria was suddenly flooded with countless students. The most discussed topic was about how Hong Yi had defeated Chang Wanyan. Everywhere was filled with exclamations of Hong Yi being amazing, so strong, unbelievable. Hearing these words, Lin He was completely stunned. The hand that was holding the spoon froze in midair. Yi Xiao smiled as he picked up his tray. So, Teacher Lin, don't forget to finish your tray. Do you want me to get you a bowl of soup? This stuff is quite hard to chew. Lin He's silver teeth ground together with a creaking sound. She glared at Yi Xiao with resentment. Through gritted teeth, she spat out a few words. Thanks, no need. Yi Xiao nodded, smiled casually, and left with his tray. Enjoy your meal, Teacher Lin. Lin He clenched her small fist, feeling like a clown at that moment, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Hong Yi, you guy. She angrily finished the food on her tray. Staring at the plate for a long time, she ultimately couldn't muster the courage to take another bite. I'll remember you, Hong Yi. She angrily left with her tray. After Yi Xiao left the cafeteria, he walked towards the playground. Bathed in sunlight, Yi Xiao felt that returning to campus was truly a comforting feeling, even if he was coming back under a different identity. Just then, a beam of sword light descended beside him. The figure was none other than the sword god, Su Changhen. At that moment, Su Changhen, dressed in white, was covered in blood. Even the stunning Jinghong sword he usually carried on his back was now gripped in his hand. The brilliant Jinghong sword was surprisingly filled with tiny nicks. Something's wrong, Su Changhen spoke in a serious tone. Look, that person. At that moment, the students strolling on the playground also saw Su Changhen. Ah, this is the male god. Oh, no, wait, it's the sword god. A girl exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Strange, why is the sword god covered in blood? Yeah, this is the invincible sword god, who can easily take on 3 destruction-level deities alone. What on earth happened to him? Who could injure the invincible sword god? The students all looked astonished and began to discuss. Hey, that person looks a bit familiar? Ah, isn't he the Hong Yi who defeated Chang Wanyan in the secret realm? Hiss, this Hong Yi knows the sword god? Otherwise, why would the sword god be looking for him? Do you think this Hong Yi is so powerful that he might be the sword god's disciple? Ah, there might really be a possibility. Hiss, that's astonishing. I thought the sword god only had that Xiao Hongchen as his disciple, but I didn't expect there to be such a powerful red knight as well. However, if he is the sword god's disciple, everything makes sense. Besides the sword god's territory, I might also be a relative of the sword god. I think he is the sword god's son. What son? The sword god is only in his 30s. I think he is the sword god's partner. Maybe the sword god likes this type. The students activated their agile minds and began to guess wildly. But at this moment, Su Changhen clearly didn't have much time. He grabbed Yi Xiao's shoulder and transformed into a beam of sword light, shooting straight into the sky, instantly disappearing. The sword god had close contact with him. They eloped together. So cool, I ship this pair to death. A plain girl wearing black-rimmed glasses suddenly shouted, Get lost, yaoi fangirl, go away. Everyone involuntarily raised their middle fingers at her. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the sword god had already arrived above the vast clouds. What on earth happened? Yi Xiao asked with a frown. The sword god sighed deeply. The matter goes back to when you entered the void divine realm. At that time, I met Ning Zhao. He has always been troubled by your death, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. So, on a night when I was unaware, Ning Zhao charged into the wilderness alone, wanting to slay all the gods. Yi Zhao's expression changed dramatically. The principal actually did this for me. His eyes turned red. What happened next, senior sword god? Is the principal okay now? Well, later, I sensed the commotion and rushed into the wilderness to find him. By the time I found him, Ning Zhao was already covered in injuries, but he had fought to the death against 4 destruction-level deities. At that time, he was already at the end of his strength. I brought him out of the wilderness while fighting and retreating against the remaining 5 deities. Just as we were about to exit the wilderness, an extraordinarily terrifying existence from the deity side made a move. That aura was definitely that of a calamity-level deity, comparable to a power-level professional. When that being made its move, it nearly crushed the 2 of us in the wilderness. Only because of some reason could its true body not attack with full force, which allowed us to escape. But after this battle, Ning Zhao fell into a deep sleep due to his severe injuries, even using forbidden abilities. He is still in the intensive care unit of the hospital, and the medical god is doing everything possible to treat him. As he spoke, the sword god brought Yi Xiao to the first central hospital of the imperial capital. they saw the unconscious Ning Zhao in a luxurious ward. Principal. Yi Zhao's eyes turned red. He didn't expect that his relationship with Ning Zhao was just an ordinary teacher-student bond, yet Ning Zhao would go to such lengths for him. Ning Zhao had a senior brother in his early years. They graduated from the God Suppression University together, founded the God Hunting team together, and fought for the Great Xia together, slaying deities together. But later, due to Ning Zhao's momentary impulsiveness, he fell into the deity's trap, and the entire God Hunting team was almost completely wiped out. Ning Zhao's senior brother died tragically at the hands of the deity while trying to save him. From then on, Ning Zhao became disheartened and withdrew from the front lines, coming to the God Suppression University to become the principal, with the purpose of protecting the future hope of Great Xia. In his heart, perhaps you are the future hope of Great Xia, or perhaps he saw the shadow of his former senior brother in you. That man's student days were just as extraordinary as yours, and he was also a leader among his peers, unable to hold his head high. He was once the object of admiration for both Ning Zhao and me. Su Changhan's eyes flashed with reminiscence. His gaze was clearly on the sleeping Ning Zhao in the VIP ward, but it seemed as if he could see a group of young men from the past. That extraordinary era, when they were also the leaders of Dei, the trendsetters. Senior Sword God. What is that person's name? I'm very curious how someone could earn both your and Principal Ning's respect, Yi Xiao asked. His name is Yi Li. Yi Li. I will remember this name. Yi Xiao nodded solemnly. Senior Sword God, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Why must we hide the fact that I'm still alive from the principal? Yi Xiao suddenly inquired. Well, you know Yi Li's story, and you certainly know how much Ning Zhao values his students now. If he finds out you are still alive, and that you are even being targeted by the divine side, do you know what Ning Zhao would do? Yi Xiao shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He would keep you hidden. He would protect you fiercely, turning you into a flower in a greenhouse, and that is the aftermath of that incident, overprotection. So, I can't let Ning Zhao know about this. A truly outstanding professional emerges from the front lines, not a flower in a greenhouse being protected as it grows. Yi Xiao, I can tell you clearly that in today's Great Xia, the gap between the privileged professionals from noble families and those fighting on the front lines in the Hunter God team is enormous. Take me as an example. Among professionals of the same level, I can take on 5 of those pampered guys. What we need is a pillar that can support an era, not a beautiful flower with no substance. Su Changhan said seriously. One day, I will drive the gods and demons off this planet. I, Yi Xiao, will keep my word. Yi Xiao said earnestly. Perhaps this was his mission for being reborn in this world. Good. Yi Xiao, besides this matter, I have one more thing to tell you. Su Changhan's expression became serious again. Please, go ahead. Ning Zhao is currently gravely injured, and as the best professional academy in Great Xia, Jinshin University cannot be without a principal for even a day. Therefore, after a complicated council, it has been decided to send the principal of Magic City Vocational College to temporarily take over the position of principal at Jinshin University. What you may not know is that the principal of Magic City Vocational College had a rivalry with Ning Zhao when they were young. They have always been competitors, and when the position of principal at Jinshin University fell to Ning Zhao, he has always held a grudge. Now that he has the opportunity, I guess he will definitely make some moves, and it is even possible that he will try to undermine Ning Zhao's authority while he is in a coma. As a principal, he cannot openly do such things, so I suspect he will start from the student level. And this is what you need to pay attention to, Su Changhan said, pressing on Yi Zhao's shoulder. During this time, I will also temporarily take on the position of vice principal. If anything happens, I will help you. Don't worry, Principal Ning was harmed for my sake, and before he returns, I will protect Jinshin University well. Yi Xiao nodded. That's great. Yi Xiao, your current strength is still too weak. In the first, second, and even third years, you are acceptable, but definitely not top tier. If those guys from the 4th year return, you will struggle. This time, while Ning Zhao and I killed the gods, we also seized a medium energy vein. I extracted all the energy crystals from this vein and fused them into a divine energy crystal. By absorbing this divine energy crystal, your level can reach the manipulation level. As he spoke, Su Changhan handed a golden glowing energy crystal to Yi Xiao. The energy contained in this energy crystal is equivalent to 10,000 ordinary energy crystals. Don't worry, Sword God. Yi Xiao nodded and took the energy crystal, feeling the warm energy enveloping his wrist and filling his body. Yi Xiao felt the power within him surging wildly, even his eye technique became active. Alright, you can leave now. As he watched inside the ward, the white-haired medical deity had just completed another treatment and stood up. Su Changhan quickly signaled for Yi Xia to leave. Creak! The door opened, and the elderly medical deity walked out. Elder Xia, how is the situation? The medical deity shook his head. Ning Zhao's condition is not good. First of all, his injuries are too severe, and the potential within him has almost been exhausted. Ning Zhao's career may come to an end here. Elder Xia sighed regretfully. Once, Ning Zhao was one of the most outstanding talents of the great Xia. Who would have thought he would end up like this? How could this happen? Is there no hope for Ning Zhao to regain power in this life? Su Changhan's expression turned grim. Damn it! If I had known this, I shouldn't have hidden it from him. What are you saying, Su Sword Deity? It's nothing. Please continue, Elder Xia. The white-haired elder nodded. In addition, there is a terrifying force within Ning Zhao that has been suppressing his vitality. It is this force that has made it difficult for him to awaken. I suspect Ning Zhao used that move. He must have imitated that thing. Su Changhan nodded. Ning Zhao indeed imitated the ancient heavenly court. He even imitated an ancient divine general of our great Xia, the three-eyed divine general. Otherwise, we would all be buried in the wilderness. Ning Zhao sighed. Alas, the deities of the ancient heavenly court are not something we mortals can easily imitate. Now, Ning Zhao can be said to be cursed by the ancient heavenly court, unless what? Unless there is a power at the level of the end of the road to erase the curse within him, otherwise, Ning Zhao cannot awaken in a short time. Elder Xia said. End of the road. The sword deity's expression darkened. In today's great Xia, or even the entire blue star, where could one find such power? At that moment, he thought of something. Right, Yi Xia. Yi Xia carries the aura of the end of the road. If Yi Xia takes action, moreover, if there is a power at the level of the end of the road in the path of life, it can not only erase the curse of the ancient heavenly court within Ning Zhao but also replenish his vitality and restore his potential. But how easy is that to achieve? Alas! Elder Xia's expression was also grim. Ning Zhao's severe injuries were a loss for the entire great Xia. But Su Changhan's heart was already stirring. Yi Xia, it's up to you. After Elder Xia left, Su Changhan hurriedly informed Yi Xia of the matter. Power at the end of the road in the path of life. Yi Xia's expression hesitated. Sword deity, I cannot currently use the power at the end of the road. This power can only be triggered when I am at the brink of life and death. Moreover, I can only use it once a month. I cannot use this power to save someone, but as long as you give me time, I can obtain the power at the end of the road. Yi Xia said solemnly, I only need a year. No, half a year, just half a year. I promise you, after half a year, I will save Principal Ning. The power at the end of the road could only rely on the everlasting green eye. However, his current wood spirit eye needed to advance and had to cross the 2 levels of the divine wood eye and the life eye. His level had to reach at least the 5th level of perfection. Time was tight. But for the senior who had always taken care of him, he had no choice. Yi Xia swallowed a golden energy crystal. A heavy force surged within him. His level skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 3rd level of manipulation. You have gained an opportunity to advance your eye technique, and the host concurrently. I choose to advance the wood spirit eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine wood eye. Divine wood eye 1. Can attack and defend, evolving a dense forest. The divine wood forest confuses all things. 2. One person can stand against thousands. Summon divine wood guardians, each of whom can exert the host's current level of strength. 3. Group healing. In the team, you are always the most sought after. The 9-star healer belongs to you. The newly acquired divine wood eye possesses 3 powerful skills, and Yi Xiao is quite satisfied. He is now almost a fully developed hexagonal warrior, with absurd combat power. Nowadays, even at the control level, he dares to go head-to-head. Ding! Host's eye technique collection complete. Fusion opportunity obtained. Fusion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple extreme eye. Purple extreme eye, purple, purple extreme demon eye, red, purple extreme immortal eye, a black, purple extreme immortal demon eye, gold, purple extreme eye. Basic combat power fully increased by 100%. This newly awakened purple extreme eye is indeed astonishing, with basic combat power doubled. When Yi Xiao does not use those heaven-defying skills, he can still fight at least 5 levels above his opponent with just the combination of ordinary swordsmanship and gravity. In half a year, Principal Ning, I will keep my word. Yi Xiao clenched his fist and walked out of the villa. 3 days had already passed since he entered seclusion. Su Changhan sent word that the new principal would arrive at Jinshin University today. All faculty and students were required to welcome him. When Yi Xiao arrived, he was one of the last few people there. At this moment, everyone from the vice principal Su Changhan to the freshmen had already gathered to welcome him. The seniors in their 4th year were all busy with internships and had no time to attend. Tap tap tap. Above the sky, the howling wind roared, and the helicopter's rotor blades emitted a deafening roar. A military-armed helicopter slowly descended from the sky. The fierce wind blurred everyone's vision. The helicopter door slowly opened, and a man dressed in a suit, wearing black gloves, holding a handkerchief, and with a pale face like fallen snow stepped out. The man had a delicate appearance, looking only in his 20s, with jet black hair, and a tuft of white hair fluttering in the front. It was hard to believe that the principal of the Magic City Vocational University was already 38 years old, as he bore almost no difference in appearance from these college students. He even exuded a mysterious mature aura. The black suited him very well. As soon as this man stepped off the plane, Yishao felt an undeniable sense of mystery about him, like a black hole pulling at your gaze. A phrase involuntarily popped into his mind. While you are peering into the abyss is also peering into you. Ahem! The man covered his mouth and nose with the handkerchief and coughed lightly twice. Hello, students, my name is Ing Xiangtian. From today onwards, I will be your acting principal. Please take care of me. A gentle smile curved at the corner of his mouth, adding a hint of enchantment to his pale face. This man was too handsome and too wicked. His posture was upright, but his skin was whiter than a woman's. Hello, principal. The students obediently greeted him, and the girls looked at him with a hint of fascination. It seemed that good-looking people were always popular, regardless of age. Alright, come down, and by the way, introduce yourselves. Ing Xiangtian clapped his hands. From the plane, 3 young people strode down. These 3 are the most outstanding students of Magic City Vocational University. I called them here to assist me in managing the school. As my first order on my first day as principal, in the spirit of respecting students' autonomy, starting today, I will establish a 10 outstanding committee at Jinshin University, which will handle all matters big and small. Respecting students' autonomy, student self-governance. This is the best way to bring out each student's individuality. Wow! Ing Xiangtian's suit jacket flared open, the fierce wind tousling his hair. You 3, please introduce yourselves. Ing Xiangtian stepped back, giving the floor to the 3. Chen Anqing, profession, sword cultivator. A young man with a cold expression, dressed in white, and a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, spoke. The cold-faced man in white could only be described as a sword cultivator. Elementalist of the 5 elements, Zhou Gu. Another man, wearing a floral shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, smiled wickedly. And then there was the most ordinary and dejected-looking young man among the 3. What was most surprising was that he was wearing slippers and nearly dragging jeans, looking as if he had just woken up. Mu Liuha, profession, God. After saying this, he yawned again, looking extremely sleepy, even raising doubts about whether he had slept well the night before. God? The crowd was puzzled. What kind of profession was this? Unprecedented. They knew about deities, but what exactly was a god? Before the students could ponder further, Ing Xiangtian coughed again. These 3 will join the 10 outstanding committee. At the same time, I will also select 3 students from both the junior and sophomore classes, as well as a freshman, to form the 10 outstanding committee. From now on, the 10 outstanding committee will be responsible only to me, managing the entire school. Everything. A smile curved at the corner of Ing Xiangtian's mouth. That is all I have to say. Do you have any objections? I have an objection, Su Changhan said coldly. He knew that Ing Xiangtian would take action as the new principal, but he didn't expect it to be such a big move. He was openly trying to seize power. Vice Principal Su, do you have any objections? Or do you think my management method is not good? Our Jinshin University, as the top university in Daxia, should respect the autonomy of students and emphasize individual abilities. I believe the 10 outstanding committee is a good way to assess student capabilities. Every word from Ing Xiangtian was from the perspective of Jinshin University, and the clueless onlookers might really be swayed by him. But to Su Changhan, this was nothing but an obvious wolf's ambition. Principal Ing, if the 10 outstanding committee seeks personal gain and infringes on the rights of other students, how should this matter be handled? Su Changhan spoke. I believe that as the most outstanding students of Jinshin University, the 10 outstanding will not do such things. However, to prevent this from happening, I naturally have corresponding countermeasures. First, the 10 outstanding committee will decide by voting. As long as half of the people oppose it, it will not be established. Secondly, hasn't Jinshin University always had a life and death battle? Let's use that. If there are any grievances against the 10 outstanding members, a life and death battle can be initiated. What do you think, Dean Su? The 10 outstanding committee has members from freshmen to juniors, so any student from any grade who has grievances can challenge the 10 outstanding to a life and death battle. After all, this world is one where strength reigns supreme. Letting students know about this in advance is better, isn't it? Do you think I'm right, Vice Principal Su? Su Changhan looked coldly at Ing Xiangtian, not expecting this guy to be so well prepared. It seemed he had long coveted the position of principal of Jinshin University. I have no objections. After saying this, Su Changhen fell silent. He indeed had no grounds to refuse this matter. Very well, then I will continue. To motivate the students, challenges from students to the 10 outstanding must be accepted without refusal. If defeated, they must voluntarily withdraw from the 10 outstanding committee, and the position will be automatically filled by the victor. Of course, the resources enjoyed by the 10 outstanding will also be more generous, such as crystals, advanced skill scrolls, gold medal mentors, even my personal guidance. For example, internship qualifications with top hunting teams, etc. Currently, it is tentatively decided that the top 3 of each grade will hold the positions in the 10 outstanding. The top 3 from the sophomore and junior grades step forward. With Ing Shangtian's command, 6 young people walked out from the crowd. They are all the most outstanding students of Jinshin University. Next is the first year. Originally, this opportunity should have been given to the top freshman, but it seems he has fallen, alas. This is truly unfortunate news, and I feel deeply pained by the loss of a genius for Disya. Ing Xiang Tian gently patted his chest and sighed. He looked genuinely sorrowful. Therefore, let him take the place of the top freshman in the 10 outstanding. Step forward. With Ing Xiang Tian's command, a figure emerged from the crowd. He wore a white robe, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal aura like a celestial being, and his face bore a smile as warm as spring, making one naturally feel fond of him. I greet the principal. Wu Tongxian cupped his hands towards Ing Xiang Tian. You've recovered well. Naturally, just a minor injury. This time, your grandfather strongly recommended you to me. Don't let me down. Ing Xiang Tian patted Wu Tongxian's shoulder. Tongxian will certainly assist the principal in managing the campus to the best of his ability. Ing Xiang Tian nodded, clearly very satisfied. 10 young people lined up behind Ing Xiang Tian. So, these are the initial members of the 10 outstanding council. Does anyone have any objections? Step forward to challenge. The crowd fell silent. Objections? Who would dare? Take Wu Tongxian for example. Who could compete with him except Yi Xiao? Or Lin Ru? But Lin Ru, he didn't care who became a member of the 10 outstanding council. Very well, then the members of the 10 outstanding are thus confirmed. Now you have your first task. Ing Xiang Tian slowly removed his black gloves. On his fair fingers, he wore a skull ring, full of artistic flair. Ing Xiang Tian gently stroked the skull ring and then spoke softly. First-year student Zhang Ro has repeatedly violated school rules by skipping classes and has breached the regulation that prohibits first-year students from entering the virtual divine realm. Now, I ask the 10 outstanding council to make a judgment on her. To everyone's surprise, Ing Xiang Tian's target was actually Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro's face turned pale instantly. Oh, the first task. We must establish the reputation of our 10 outstanding council, otherwise, all sorts of riffraff will come to challenge our authority. I say, skipping classes and breaking rules is quite serious, so, expulsion. Zhou Gu grinned, revealing a cruel smile. For expulsion, those in favor, raise your hands. Ing Xiang Tian spoke. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 7 hands were raised. The 3 young people brought by Ing Xiang Tian, along with Wu Tongxian, and 3 more from the second and third years raised their hands. Good. Then Zhang Ro shall be given. Expulsion. Ing Xiang Tian slammed the table and made the decision. Zhang Ro's body trembled violently, her face turning deathly pale. Why? Why? Is it really that easy to execute a person? Zhang Ro made mistakes, but they are understandable. A punishment would suffice. Do you know how hard she worked to get into Jinshin University? Do you know what she sacrificed for her companions? Ai Ruai Yu shouted unwillingly. No matter her intentions, wrong is wrong. Ing Xiang Tian waved his hand. What? Little sister, are you not convinced? Do you want your brother to make you convinced? Ha ha ha. Jogu looked at Bai Ruayu with a sinister grin and laughed. Her chest heaved with anger. Principal Ing, you just said that one can challenge the members of the 10 outstanding council, right? At this moment, a voice rang out. It was Xiao Hongchen. And what of it? Ing Xiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Then I challenge. Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongchen declared boldly, drawing his sword, its blade shining with silver light, pointing directly at Wu Tongxian behind Ing Xiang Tian. Ing Xiang Tian's gaze narrowed slightly. You teach good students, Su Changhen, with quite a fiery temperament. Ing Shangtian spoke to the silent Su Changhen beside him. My student, the sword cultivator, values following one's heart, as it has always been. Su Changhen replied. Sword cultivators are sharp and exposed, I see. I just wonder if he knows the principle that things easily break after a while. Ing Shangtian chuckled while stroking his cheek. Tongxian, since someone wants to challenge you, then go and give it a try. As you command, principal. Wu Tongxian's 3,000 black locks danced as he walked out slowly. Xiao Hongchen, we have already fought once. you are not my opponent. This battle is meaningless. Xiao Hongqian held his sword with one hand, a torrent of sword intent surrounding him. A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Wu Tongxian, don't you understand such a simple principle? If He Xiao could defeat you the first time, then I, Xiao Hongqian, can defeat you the second time. Alas, foolish. Wu Tongxian shook his head. In that case, we can only settle this quickly. Boom! He flicked his finger, and 8 flying swords shot out into the void. Are you using this trick again? It won't work on me anymore. Boom! The sword intent of the heaven-slaying sword erupted. One sword slays the heavens. Silver sword light shot from Xiao Hongqian's eyes. Then, a brilliant sword energy howled out, as if everything was about to be cleaved apart by this sword. Well learned, you've managed to grasp about 30% of my heaven-slaying sword intent. Ying Xiangtian nodded in acknowledgement. Scatter! Boom! The sword energy cut through the heavens. All 8 flying swords were deflected by Xiao Hongqian. Wu Tongxian, I've already said, today is not like the past. Long rainbow sword escape. Whoosh! Xiao Hongqian pressed the attack, transforming into a bright sword light that appeared before Wu Tongxian, then struck down with a sword. Interesting, you've indeed made some progress, but Xiao Hongqian, you should know that you're not the only one improving in this world. I haven't been standing still either. This move was originally prepared for Yi Xiao, but since he is dead, I'll use you for an experiment today. Formation, Heavenly Law Thunder Body. Boom! A golden thunderbolt descended from the sky. A golden array pattern actually appeared on Wu Tongxian's body. He has inscribed the formation on his body. Has he gone mad? How can a mortal body withstand the power of the formation? And it's the most violent and terrifying thunder attribute formation. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, torrents of golden thunder erupted around Wu Tongxian, tearing apart the void and annihilating everything. He directly sent Xiao Hongqian flying. At the same time, a 100-meter-tall golden thunder figure appeared behind him. Roar! As that figure let out a roar, the lightning began to rampage wildly. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Wu Tongxian. He just broke through to the 3rd level. How can he unleash such powerful strength? Is this the terror of the immortal cultivator profession? The crowd gasped. It's not that this profession is strong. It's that Wu Tongxian is strong. He actually inscribed the formation on his body, something we could never have imagined. Xiao Hongqian is doomed. This move will severely injure him. Wu Tongxian is taking revenge. At this moment, the golden thunder figure swung its fist down towards Xiao Hongqian. He is avenging the punch Yi Xiao used to suppress him. Xiao Hongqian is finished. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness the scene. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped out from the back of the crowd. Scatter! He stood in front of Xiao Hongqian, raising his hand to strike. Boom! The golden fist formed from the gathered thunder was shattered in the void. The thunder giant staggered back a few steps, letting out a roar. Who is it? Who made the move? One strike to block Wu Tongxian's heavenly law thunder body. Who on earth is it? Swish! At that moment, a figure in white beside Ying Xiangtian suddenly moved. A sharp sword light sliced through the air towards that figure. But that figure also drew a long sword formed from condensed energy. Clang! The 2 swords, one virtual and one real, collided in midair. Boom! 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 The void trembled, and the earth roared. Terrifying sword energy shot out like a raging wind in all directions. The overwhelming momentum caused several students to stagger back repeatedly. Kung! The 2 figures finally separated. Shen Anqing quickly turned in midair and landed on the ground, retreating 3 steps. Meanwhile, that figure carved a long trench in the ground with his feet, barely stopping his momentum. Who made him move? The crowd curiously began to scrutinize that figure. Holy crap! It's him! Hong Yi! Who is Hong Yi? I haven't heard of him. Is he famous? Someone asked in confusion. You don't even know Hong Yi? He's the one who saved Zhang Rou in the Void God realm, single-handedly took on Chu Wanyan and Chang Wanyan, and now Chang Wanyan is in the ICU because of him. Someone explained, unable to hide their astonishment. But he's just a teaching assistant at the school. For a teaching assistant to get involved in a fight between students and the top 10, that's a bit overstepping. The principal will definitely punish him. This time, Hong Yi is in big trouble. He's likely to be expelled. Sigh. Someone sighed. What a pity. Hong Yi is only 18, about our age, and he has such powerful strength, it's really a shame. The students shook their heads. Your swordsmanship is okay, but the level is a bit lacking. Who taught you? The white-clad Chen Anqing sheathed his long sword and questioned Yi Xiao. Who taught me? Yi Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Guess? No need to guess, I've already heard someone say you're a teaching assistant at our school. At this moment, Ying Xiangtian waved his hand. Since you're a teaching assistant, why are you interfering in the life and death battle between students and the top 10? I announce that from today, you are expelled. Go back and pack your things and leave. He determined Yi Xiao's fate with just a few words. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. Sigh. I knew it. A teaching assistant who makes a strong move is bound to be expelled. This is hilarious. He's not even a regular staff member. A teaching assistant, to put it bluntly, is on the same level as a janitor. Who gave him the confidence? Showing off. This is what you get for showing off. Defeating a Changwanyan and getting lost. You dare to provoke the principal's authority. Getting expelled is what you deserve. Most of those who said these words were hostile towards Yi Xiao, for various reasons. Some couldn't stand him showing off, while others were close to Changwanyan. Alright, what are you still standing here for? Does the school need to keep you for meals? Ying Shangtian saw Yi Xiao standing still and waved his hand. It was as casual as swatting away a fly. It's a pity, Principal Ying, you can't expel him now. At this moment, Su Changhen, who had been silent, spoke up. Ying Shangtian turned at the sound. Vice Principal Su, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, from today, Hong Yi is a student of Jinshin University. Swish, Su Changhen pulled out a student registration certificate. What? He just became a student? No way. What kind of joke is this, a teaching assistant turning into a student? But, you can't deny that he's only 18, and his strength is sufficient. If his background checks out and he has a guarantor, he can indeed be a student at our school. After all, with his strength, he could easily be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Someone spoke up. A student of our school? Su Changhen, are you sure? Have you checked this kid's background? Who is his guarantor? Is there any credibility? And at his age, having such strength seems very strange. Have you investigated if there's any connection behind him? Su Changhen, inserting a student midway, especially from the prestigious Academy of Daxia, is not such a simple matter. Ying Shangtian said, I have already checked. Hong Ye is an orphan. He had an eye disease in his youth, and he was born in an orphanage without any formal education. As for his strength, it's very simple. I taught him, because I am his guarantor. Hong Ye is my disciple. I brought him out of the orphanage and have taught him swordsmanship until now. He is my direct disciple. The first disciple. Su Changhen waved his hand. No wonder he has such outstanding swordsmanship. It turns out he is your disciple. Su Changhen, you are something. First, you arrange for your own student to be a teaching assistant. Then at a critical moment, you turn him into a student. You really have a knack for this. Everyone underestimated your cunning. Su Changhen, a coldness flashed across Ying Shangtian's delicate face, making him appear even colder and more eerie. Su Changhen dared to bring this up at such a crucial moment, which meant he was definitely prepared. Hong Ye's admission was practically a done deal. You're overpraising me. It still can't compare to Principal Ying's strategies in the 10 Heroes Council. Su Changhen retorted. Oh, no wonder he saved Zhang Rou in the Void Divine Realm. I finally understand. Zhang Rou is a friend of Xiao Hongchen, and he is Xiao Hongchen's senior brother. So that's the connection. No wonder. I finally understand why this Hong Ye seems to favor Xiao Hongchen and the others. Tisk tsk. Impressive. Cultivated by the sword god himself. Truly enviable. No wonder he has such strength. Now it makes sense. The students all sighed in admiration. Senior brother? My senior brother? A look of surprise flashed across Xiao Hongchen's face. Didn't the master say he had taken in a disciple? Is the master lying to me? Xiao Hongchen looked at Su Changhen with a hint of confusion. Su Changhen turned his head away, looking a bit awkward. One could only say that plants couldn't keep up with changes. Moreover, he really didn't expect that Yi Xiao wasn't originally a sword player. Now he was displaying such talent in swordsmanship. That one sword strike even showcased the essence of his heavenly sword intent. To outsiders, Yi Xiao was Su Changhen's disciple, and it was natural for him to have superb sword skills. But only Su Changhen knew that he had never taught Yi Xiao swordsmanship. He was a pupil of the eye technique. Could this be what genius is? A genius that doesn't play by the rules? So, Principal Ying, since I am already a freshman at Jinshin University, do I have the right to challenge Wu Tongxian? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Ying Shangtian's expression suddenly turned ugly. Challenge? What challenge? You've already defeated the strongest warrior, Chang Wanyan, and now you're telling me you want to fight Wu Tongxian? Are you trying to dig him a grave? You do have the right to challenge the 10 heroes, Ying Shangtian said flatly. Oh yeah, Bai Ruoyu exclaimed happily. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen also showed joy, but Ying Shangtian's next words made their expressions change abruptly. However, you are not challenging Wu Tongxian, but them. With Ying Shangtian's command, 3 figures stepped forward. Your sword is passable. You have the right to play with me, Chen Anqing said, holding his sword. Hey, the sword god's disciple, I really want to beat you to death. Zhou Gu shook the big gold chain around his neck, looking eager to try. can we finish this quickly? I want to go back to sleep, Mu Liuhai yawned, his dark circles under his eyes looking even more pronounced. Hong Ye, let's be reasonable. You are Su Changhen's disciple, taught by the Dasha sword god since childhood, so your strength cannot be measured against your peers. I say it's reasonable for you to fight those three. Ying Xiangtian smiled. Not reasonable, Hong Ye is just a freshman, and you want him to fight those three third-year students. Do you think this is reasonable, Ying Xiangtian? Su Changhen questioned. There's nothing unreasonable about it. He's a genius. Geniuses have privileges. How about this? I'll grant him a chance to skip a grade. Can Hong Ye accept jumping to the third year? Ying Xiangtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Can you accept it, Hong Ye? A chance to skip a grade. Do you want to accept it? Yi Xiao nodded. Of course, it's a chance granted by the principal, why not take it? Alright, you see, Su Changhen, your disciple has agreed himself, so you, as his master, shouldn't have any objections, right? Since he has agreed, I naturally have no objections. Hong Ye, be careful with everything, Su Changhen advised. Okay, thank you, teacher. So, who do you plan to challenge among us three? Zhou Gu eagerly questioned Yi Xiao. Do you really want me to challenge you? Yi Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Of course, it's such a thrill to step on the sword god's disciple. I'm itching to try. Zhou Gu burst into laughter. Oh, in that case, Yi Xiao spoke softly. Choose me, hurry up and choose me. I can't wait. Zhou Gu looked at Yi Xiao as if he were a treasure. Then I'll choose you, continuing from that last sword. Yi Xiao unexpectedly pointed at Chen Ansheng. Zhou Gu's expression froze, and his laughter abruptly stopped. Why? Why the hell didn't you choose me? Why didn't you choose me? Are you looking down on me? Zhou Gu shouted in frustration. He bit down hard on the large gold chain around his neck, causing pieces of gold to crack in his mouth. Why not choose you? Let me think. Because I don't want to fight a fool. He. Yi Xiao wore a playful expression, which completely enraged Zhou Gu. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. No one has ever called me a fool and lived to tell the tale. I'll kill you. Zhou Gu was like a mad beast, gnawing on his gold necklace, spitting saliva everywhere. Alright, Zhou Gu, don't go crazy. Ying Xiangtian waved his hand and said, it's not your turn, so just stand quietly. You can trust Anxing's strength. Only Ying Xiangtian's words could calm Zhou Gu down. Even though he was still baring his teeth, at least he wasn't shouting anymore. Chen Anxing stepped out with his sword. You really know how to choose. By picking Zhou Gu, you still have a slim chance. Choosing me, all you can expect is failure. Ha? What do you mean? Chen Anxing, say that again. Do you think I can't beat you? Zhou Gu said angrily, waving his fists. But Chen Anxing didn't respond or even look at him. He simply drew his long sword quietly and casually tossed the sheath aside. Actually, I really want the sword god to understand that not choosing me is his greatest mistake in this life, and the disciple he has painstakingly trained will become the stepping stone to the sword god's throne. After saying that, he shot forward like a meteor. A beam of sword light chased after Yi Xiao. In the moment when everyone was stunned, Chen Anxing's sword had already arrived. What a fast sword technique! I didn't even see him draw his sword. No, does his sword flash? It appeared at Hong Ye's neck in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Hong Ye held a silver long sword condensed from his internal energy. With that sword, he was sent flying over 10 meters. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Hong Ye stepped lightly, his figure soaring. Then he slashed downward with his sword. Whoosh! A surge of majestic sword intent erupted. Compared to Xiao Hongchen's previous sword, it was even sharper and more forceful. It was like a galaxy of sword energy, descending from the heavens. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Indeed impressive, but in front of my swift sword, it counts for nothing. Swish! Chen Anxing flicked his sword. In the world of swords, only speed is unbreakable. The swift sword cuts through everything. Whoosh! The silver light danced in the air like a long snake, stabbing at Yi Xiao's neck from an awkward angle. Yet that awe-inspiring sword technique of heaven-slaying was actually cut empty. It's over. The Red Knight Sky Sword. This is a great taboo. One sword determines life and death. He's bound to lose. Is the sword god's disciple going to lose? So easily? The crowd couldn't help but shout loudly. 500 times gravity. Down. Yi Xiao spoke softly, and in the next second, Chen Anxing was suddenly crushed to the ground by the overwhelming gravity, his sword barely grazing Yi Xiao's hair. Empty sword. Another empty sword. Everyone was astonished. Gravity. Why do you control gravity? Chen Anxing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it nearly impossible to move. Even lifting his wrist to raise his sword became extraordinarily difficult. What exactly is your profession? Why does a sword cultivator control gravity? What kind of bizarre technique is this? Chen Anxing struggled to lift his wrist. For a sword cultivator known for his swift sword, gravity was simply his natural nemesis. What is your disciple's profession? Ing Shangtian also frowned and asked Su Changhen. It was at this moment that Yi Xiao and Su Changhen spoke simultaneously. I never said his profession was sword cultivator. Who told you my profession was sword cultivator? His profession is overlord. My profession is overlord. Why don't you kneel before me? Boom! As Yi Xiao took a step forward, 800 times the gravity was directly applied to Chen Anqing. A slowed down swift sword, can it still be called a swift sword? It might as well be called a turtle sword. Yi Xiao walked step by step towards Chen Anqing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Anqing trembled as he gripped his sword, his brows lowered, yet his expression appeared quite calm. Not a trace of panic. He softly counted the numbers as Yi Xiao approached him step by step. Finally, Chen Anqing raised his head, his gaze as brilliant as his sword light, shining to the utmost. Turtle sword? Who are you calling a turtle sword, you blind fool? Swish! A blue light circle enveloped Chen Anqing. In the next second, his figure vanished from the spot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was shocked. It was as if Chen Anqing had suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Damn! Is this magic? He just vanished from the spot? Where did he go? Can't see him at all. Where is he? What on earth happened? Until someone with sharp eyes noticed something unusual. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, shouting, "Look up!" Chen Anqing's figure appeared over 20 meters above Yi Xiao. Immediately after, whoosh! A blue light descended from the sky like thunder. Heavenly soaring blue shadow. Whoosh! The sword energy shot towards Yi Xiao like a lightning bolt, the speed of that sword reaching its peak, so fast that everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and in the next second, it seemed they could see Yi Xiao's body being sliced apart by a single sword. The fastest sword must ignore space and time. Chen Anqing's sword couldn't ignore time, but he had already grasped a hint of it. With this one sword, he can be ranked among the pinnacle sword cultivators of this world. Indeed, while everyone else focuses on how to enhance their sword energy, sword intent, and sword heart, Chen Anqing took a different path, combining the sword path with the path of space. He truly comprehended it. Chen Anqing's understanding is enough to be recorded in history. He can be considered an extraordinarily excellent sword cultivator. I believe the sword god would recognize this as well. A group of mentors gathered together, nodding continuously. Even Su Changhen couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although Chen Anqing was not his disciple and even held a different stance, his extraordinary talent was absolutely undeniable. It's over. Ing Shangtian sneered. Su Changhen, your disciple, has lost. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Su Changhen, you placed all your hopes on this disciple, but now, you have lost. A loss. You've lost everything. However, Yi Xiao's lips maintained a constant upward curve. I see, combining space with the sword path, interesting. So, is it like this? Just as the blue sword shadow was about to strike Yi Xiao, his body swayed slightly. He had actually appeared 10 meters away. Swish! Chen Anqing's face showed horror. His sword had actually missed. Since he comprehended this sword, relying on the elusive nature of the space path, his sword had never missed. Even Ing Shangtian had praised this sword as having the power to slay gods. But today, his sword had missed in front of a young man who was 3 years younger than him. This kid was also the disciple of the sword god Su Changhen, the very man he had always wanted to prove his abilities to. But before Chen Anqing could think further, a chill ran up his spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He reflexively raised his sword, wanting to turn his body. However, a detached voice rang in his ear. Is the sword of space like this? It was Yi Xiao. His sword swept past Chen Anqing's body, but it did not harm him, only severing a strand of Chen Anqing's hair. Is it like this? Yi Xiao's figure reappeared on the other side. Is it like this? Or like this? Or perhaps, like this? Yi Xiao's ghostly figure vanished from one spot and appeared in another the next second. If this were a life-and-death battle, Yi Xiao would have had 100 chances to sever Chen Anqing's head, but he simply wouldn't. Every sword Yi Xiao wielded only cut off a strand of his hair, and in a short moment, Yi Xiao had gathered a whole bunch of hair in his hand. Those dark strands appeared exceptionally glaring in Chen Anqing's eyes, for each strand symbolized a version of himself that Yi Xiao had slain. Chen Anqing finally understood. Yi Xiao had been toying with him. While giving him hope, he simultaneously plunged him back into despair, making him feel the stark contrast of falling from heaven to hell and then back to heaven, only to finally plummet into the 18 layers of hell. Humiliation. Barefaced humiliation. As a swordsman, he was publicly humiliated by another swordsman. Ah! Chen Anqing trembled all over, gripping his sword tightly. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. Hong Yi, if you have the ability, kill me. Who are you humiliating? Kill me. If you still consider yourself a swordsman, then kill me. He swung his sword wildly in the air, but the spatial power Yi Xiao commanded was far beyond his own, and Chen Anqing couldn't even graze Yi Xiao's clothes. Sorry, I'm not a swordsman, the sword path is just my weakest point. As Yi Xiao's figure reappeared, he finally made his move. Whoosh! Yi Xiao appeared right in front of Chen Anqing and flicked his sword away with a finger. Look at you, you're so afraid of me that you can't even hold your sword. Now I say your sword is a turtle sword. Do you have any objections? When you see me, do you still want to kneel? Boom! Yi Xiao's large hand reached out, directly pressing down on Chen Anqing's head. Enough! You won! Stop! Ying Shangtian spoke with a grim expression. Yi Xiao's actions were destroying Chen Anqing's sword heart. Once Chen Anqing's will was shattered, he would be practically useless for the rest of his life. This is fatal for a swordsman. He absolutely cannot let this happen. However, Yi Xiao seemed to have not heard at all. Bang! He pressed down. Chen Anqing's body was pinned to the ground, motionless like a dead dog. Sorry, Principal. Your voice is a bit soft. I didn't hear you. Can you speak a bit louder next time? Yi Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, tilting his head and showing a brilliantly radiant smile to Ying Shangtian. Ying Shangtian's lips turned purple. Crazy. So crazy. He confronted him face to face. Ying Shangtian had never seen such a bold student. This was truly the first time someone dared to challenge his authority. Very good. Su Changhen, you have taught an exceptionally outstanding disciple, really very outstanding, very good. Ying Shangtian gritted his teeth and said, Principal Ying is overpraising, it's all thanks to Hong Yi's own hard work. Su Changhen smiled, even he was somewhat shocked by Yi Xiao's displayed strength. It should be known that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Yi Xiao's countless methods. Even so, a first-level manipulator, a sword cultivator who mastered the way of space, was still defeated by him. In that case, I can be considered a member of the 10 talents now, right? Yi Xiao raised his hand. Then, regarding the expulsion of Zhang Rou, I vote against it. Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchen immediately showed expressions of relief. Su Changhen, with a face as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, also rarely wore a smile. He couldn't say he was satisfied with Yi Xiao's performance today, he could only say he was extremely satisfied. However, Hong Yi, you went through so much trouble for this, but unfortunately, Zhang Rou still has to be expelled. The opposing vote is invalid. Ying Shangtian sneered. Wow! A wave of uproar immediately erupted among the crowd. Ying Shangtian sneered. Ha ha ha, Hong Yi, you didn't know this, did you? There are a total of 7 votes in favor. Even if you took Chen Anqing's place, the opposing votes are still 6. Zhang Rou still has to be expelled. Your efforts are meaningless. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Uncomfortable? Ha ha ha. I just want to see your expression. So refreshing. So refreshing. Jogu stuck out his tongue and laughed weirdly. I still have to thank you for helping me take down that pretentious Chen Anqing. Jogu grinned. My sword is fast. One strike can seal your throat. If you say one more word, I'll cut you down. Jogu mimicked Chen Anqing's tone. So impressive. I'm so scared. He's so powerful. Ha ha ha. He shrugged his shoulders, spreading his hands with a mocking expression. Chen Anqing's face turned even uglier beside him. Normally, he would have already drawn his sword to kill Jogu, but unfortunately, right now, he wasn't in the mood for that. Hong Yi, now you understand, right? Even if you take the position of the 10 talents, Zhang Rou's expulsion cannot be changed. This has already become a foregone conclusion. Unless... Ying Shangtian stroked his chin, a shadowy smile appearing on his face, looking somewhat chilling. Unless what? Hong Yi asked calmly. Unless you can defeat me. Jogu stepped forward, rubbing his wrist. That's right, if you can defeat another member of the 10 talents, I will agree to overturn this decision. Ying Shangtian said. So, I have to fight this fool? Yi Xiao tilted his head and asked. Naturally. Well then, let's fight. Yi Xiao shook his head with a look of regret. To make Zhang Rou be expelled, Principal, you really went through a lot of trouble. The Chu family must have given you a lot of benefits, right? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. What are you talking about? Ying Shangtian's already gloomy expression became even worse. Are you slandering the principal of Jinshin University? No, just joking. The principal has plenty of time, so don't mind it. Yi Xiao shrugged. Some jokes shouldn't be made, and some words shouldn't be spoken, otherwise, the price will be very heavy, understand? Ying Shangtian said coldly while stroking his black leather gloves. Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Principal. Yi Xiao cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, but there was no sign of reverence in his attitude. His expression was slightly dazed, as if he was pondering something. Why? Did the Chu family insist on having Zhang Rou drop out? Because then they could completely control Zhang Rou. So, why did they have to keep Zhang Rou under their control? Because they wanted her to marry Tang Xin. but with so many young ladies in the Chu family, why must it be Zhang Ro? Did Zhang Ro hide some secret? But Yi Xiao couldn't think too much. At that moment, a figure had already leaped towards him. Although Zhou Gu looked unreliable, his strength was no joke. He must be wary of Yi Xiao's gravity and spatial powers. From the beginning, Zhou Gu had layered a protection over himself. Deep Blue Guard. Completely isolating him from the outside world, the Deep Blue Guard had the nature of being as gentle as water, making it hard for gravity to harm a droplet. At the same time, he formed a hand seal. Fire Lion, Roar, Golden Spear, Penetrate. Instantly, 2 fire lions formed from flames surrounded him, along with 2 divine spears that pierced through everything, protecting him tightly. This was to guard against Yi Xiao using spatial power to flash in front of him and attack. Then, Kunmu, Entangle, Hantu, Transform. The earth trembled, and a massive stone giant rose from the ground. It let out a deafening roar, swinging its fist, which was as huge as a rock, towards Yi Xiao. Just as Yi Xiao was about to dodge, a towering tree grew behind him. Countless vines surged from all directions, sealing the space tightly. They wrapped around Yi Xiao's body, constricting him. Then they tightened even more, wanting to crush Yi Xiao's body completely. Gaga gaga. Kid, I've been waiting for this move from you. Now let's see how you break out. Your gravity, your spatial power, they have no effect on me. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Just immediately die at the hands of your Zhou Gu. Hantu, Sand Dragon Tornado. He formed another seal. Boom! The stone giant's body spun rapidly, stirring up a storm of yellow sand and fierce winds. A yellow tornado appeared in the air. The students watching were all blown about, covered in dust. Elemental masters control the 5 elements. Their combat methods are ever-changing. Whether it's offense, defense, or control and recovery, Zhou Gu's overall combat power is absolutely top-notch. Die! Boom! The raging tornado came rolling in, and Yi Xiao's body was entangled by the vines, unable to move at all. Go! Seeing Yi Xiao trapped like a turtle in a jar, Zhou Gu waved his hand, and the fire lions and golden spears shot forward. Just as the storm of sand completely enveloped Yi Xiao, Zhou Gu frowned, because he saw Yi Xiao smiling, and it looked like he was very happy. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The next second, a calm voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Judgment! Sword of Damocles! Boom! Dark clouds rolled in from deep within the clouds, covering everyone. That is, I know, that's that move from the void divine realm. Hiss! The might of the gods. It really is the might of the gods. That momentum. So astonishing. The students who had witnessed that scene all became excited, chattering away. Those who didn't know exchanged glances, wondering if this change in the heavenly phenomenon was related to Yi Xiao. At that moment, from deep within the clouds, a massive silver sword emerged. A pressure directly enveloped Zhou Gu. His face instantly turned pale. His expression was one of sheer horror, frozen like a statue. That terrifying aura made him too afraid to move. What is this? What is this thing? Zhou Gu was utterly shocked, truly shocked. His gold-rimmed glasses were knocked off and shattered under his own foot as he stumbled. Wait! Hong Yi! Wait! He hurriedly waved his arms. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the raging sandstorm, and as he slowly waved his hand, the surrounding attacks could not penetrate within half a meter of Yi Xiao. Fall! Yi Xiao snapped his fingers, not caring about Zhou Gu's grim expression. He was never one to show mercy to his enemies. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the heavens and earth. In that instant, a silver greatsword fell like a meteor, bursting forth with an incredibly dazzling silver light that blinded the eyes, the silver glow flashing across everyone's faces, causing them to involuntarily shut their eyes. The next moment, the ground shook violently. A gold-ranked mentor stepped forward and waved his hand. Seal the area. He isolated Yi Xiao and Zhou Gu from this region. Fortunately, we are all here, otherwise, these little brats would be in trouble. The gold-ranked mentor said with a smile. These 2 little guys' combat power is truly astonishing. The competition we faced in our student days seems like child's play compared to them. Impressive, indeed impressive. Several mentors nodded in agreement. Among them was Lin He. As a newly appointed mentor, she was only a bronze mentor, so she had been standing at the back of the crowd. But she had witnessed Yi Xiao's astonishing combat power and arrogant demeanor firsthand. She couldn't help but be incredibly surprised. A young man she had thought was just a fool displayed strength that belonged to the pinnacle of the vast Xia dynasty. Even, to put it bluntly, Lin He might not be able to defeat Yi Xiao. At the very least, she absolutely could not withstand that earth-shattering sword strike from Yi Xiao. Little monster, Lin He muttered under her breath. She admitted that she had underestimated Yi Xiao. Having him as her assistant was indeed a disgrace. No! This sudden roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone focused their gaze on the arena. They saw Zhou Gu roaring madly, the 5 great elements gathering around him. 5 elements. Protect. A 5-colored shield enveloped him. Block it. You must block it. As long as you block this move, you are at your last gasp. You can let me slaughter you at will. I bet my 10 years of life. Block it. The 5 elemental forces surrounding him began to stir. Each one became increasingly active. I can do it. I can do it. I can really block it. Jogu's face showed wild joy. The activity of the 5 elements gave him immense confidence. The next second, the silver divine light arrived. Boom! One sword strike, like a meteor from the heavens, smashed through a planet in one breath. That unparalleled might instantly shattered Jogu's defenses and his confidence. Everything was obliterated. It turned out that his so-called confidence was merely an illusion. Boom boom boom. Yi Xiao had clearly held back. Otherwise, with that sword strike, Jogu would have been left with nothing but bones. But now, that terrifying judgment power descended upon him. The feeling of being torn apart, penetrating to the very marrow and even the depths of his soul, made Jogu let out a scream of agony that was worse than death. Kill me. Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me. The silver light completely enveloped him. As that beam of light gradually faded, the space seemed to twist in an instant. Everyone saw the once proud and arrogant Jogu now lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was frothing at the mouth, his posture pitiful to the extreme. Everyone immediately gasped in shock. Hiss! The next moment, a chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. It was terrifying. This was Yi Xiao's first time demonstrating the sword of Damocles in front of all the teachers and students at the school, and this sword had already subdued everyone's minds. They looked at Yi Xiao with eyes full of awe, admiration, and fear. Yi Xiao casually flicked the dust off his clothes. He walked past Ying Xiangtian. I'm not as good as Chen Anqing, all show and no substance, Yi Xiao said with a cold smile. He then stopped looking at him. Jogu, who was still conscious, fainted from anger upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. Ying Shangzhang, does this mean I have the right to overturn the decision of the 10 Heroes Council? Yi Xiao asked with a smile, hands in his pockets. Ying Xiangtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Xiao's posture seemed to be provoking him. So arrogant. And Ying Xiangtian was also a proud person. He disliked people who were like him. Hong Yi, you're quite impressive. Ying Xiangtian, dressed in a suit, took 2 steps closer to Yi Xiao with his hands in his pockets. I know I'm impressive, you don't need to emphasize it, Principal Ying. Yi Xiao stepped forward as well, both wearing insincere smiles. It was as if they were in a standoff. In that moment, Ying Xiangtian felt a bit dazed. He sensed something familiar in Yi Xiao, something he had felt many years ago. It was an era when he, Ning Zhao, and Su Changhan competed against each other. In that era, there was a young man who suppressed them all, dominating Jinshin University, ruling over an era of the Great Xia. That person's name was Yi Li. And at this moment, Ying Xiangtian seemed to see in Yi Xiao a temperament strikingly similar to Yi Li's. Proud, confident, unafraid of power, with the courage to declare war on anyone. That was the temperament that should exist in a leader of an era. This temperament, in the mouth of the Great Xia's leader, was called leadership charisma, and Yi Xiao was very likely to be the next leader of the Great Xia. However, Yi Xiao and he were not on good terms. If Yi Xiao fully grew up and gained a significant position in the Great Xia, Ying Xiangtian narrowed his eyes. He might be in great danger, since they were not in the same camp, if he couldn't obtain it. Just like Yi Li back then. A fleeting change in Ying Xiangtian's expression vanished. Alright, Hong Yi, this time I'll concede to you. The decision to expel Zhang Rou is null. Rejected. After saying this, he flicked his coat and turned to walk away. Yay! Among the crowd, Bai Ruoyu was the happiest, even more so than Zhang Rou herself, jumping 3 feet high. However, Yi Xiao looked at Ying Xiangtian, who was gradually walking away, along with the 10 heroes behind him, his expression still difficult to relax. In that moment, he truly felt the faint killing intent emanating from Ying Xiangtian that others might overlook. Although it was indeed very small, so small that one might think it was just an illusion. But with Yi Xiao's mastery of multiple eye techniques, his perception ability was already several times greater than that of ordinary people, and he truly felt it. Ying Xiangtian was extremely dangerous. Hong Yi, you did very well. This time, you severely undermined Ying Xiangtian's momentum. Most importantly, in the 10 Heroes Council he proposed, you alone occupy 2 seats. This will give us more initiative in future events. Su Changhan came to Yi Xiao's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Senior Sword God is being too modest. Principal Ning got into trouble because of me. I have the duty to protect Jinshin University until he returns, Yi Xiao said lightly. He had been an orphan since childhood, seeing through the ways of the world. It was truly like drinking water. One knows the warmth and coldness. Therefore, if someone treated him well, Yi Xiao would definitely repay them 100-fold. If anyone wants to harm him, he will completely ruin them. One can see from the fate of his opponents, each one lying in the ICU. If it weren't for certain restrictions, Yi Xiao would have directly taken them out. Yi Xiao, Xiang Tian will likely make a move as well. I will intercept him within my capabilities to create an opportunity for you to act. Just like soldiers blocking soldiers and water covering the earth. Yi Xiao nodded. Alright, next, I won't disturb your time. You haven't seen them in a long time. Although they don't recognize you now, go and catch up. Su Changhen said meaningfully, glancing at Zhang Ro and the others. Then, he turned and shot up into the sky like a beam of sword light. Sword God, you're quite good. Yi Xiao patted his head and walked towards Zhang Ro and the others. When Bai Ruoyu saw Yi Xiao approaching, she waved at him excitedly. Handsome, handsome, you're so strong. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Zhang Ro would have dropped out. I can't repay you enough, Bai Ruoyu said, her face full of excitement, her little legs bouncing in place, the hem of her white dress swaying back and forth. Aside from offering herself, Zhang Ro can promise you anything. After all, she already has someone in her heart, right, Zhang Ro? Bai Ruoyu turned to ask. Zhang Ro's face turned red. Don't listen to her jokes. However, this should be our second meeting. I'm really grateful to you. Consider it that Zhang Ro owes you 2 favors. As long as it's something I can do, I definitely won't refuse, Zhang Ro said seriously. Yet, in her words, there was still a lack of the gentle and caring warmth that had characterized her interactions with Yi Xiao before. She maintained a certain distance. Do you think there are things that even I can't do, that you can accomplish? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Zhang Ro was speechless. I will do my best. Just because I can't do it now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Ambitious, it seems I didn't save the wrong person, Yi Xiao said with a smile. I've heard your story. That person is named Yi Xiao, right? Zhang Ro was taken aback, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Then she nodded. I heard he is the most outstanding genius of Jinshin University. If he were alive, I would really look forward to battling him. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly. I have to say, it feels quite strange to talk about oneself in this way. He would be looking forward to it too. Zhang Ro replied. Hong Yi, Yi Xiao is a pupil master. He has many techniques, and he can summon a phantom of a martial god. It's super huge, and its power must be no weaker than your silver greatsword that falls from the sky. As soon as Bai Ruoyu mentioned Yi Xiao, she seemed to open a floodgate of words, but as she spoke, her expression dimmed. He's so powerful. How could he suddenly die? I really don't believe that Yi Xiao, who has created miracles time and again, would die. The little girl suddenly started to sob. Her mood was like the changing weather. One moment it was a rainy day, and the next it turned into bright sunshine. By the way, Hong Yi, why do you always cover your eyes with red cloth? Is this some kind of cosplay? Do you really like playing Eternal Return? I remember there's a character named Ning Hong Yi. Yi Xiao felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. This little girl is really asking for it. I'm blind. I've had a hidden ailment in my eyes since I was young, so I can only keep them covered with red cloth. Then how do you see things? That is, because my senior brother has already cultivated the heart eye that the master spoke of, observing the 4 directions with the heart, carrying swordsmanship with the heart. The highest virtue is like water, and great virtue carries all things. All things are the foundation of the heart. Right, senior brother, Xiao Hongchen said firmly. He looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Although I don't know what you're talking about, it sounds very profound. Impressive, you're really impressive, Hong Yi. Bai Ruoyu gave him a thumbs up. Yi Xiao was filled with black lines. He didn't even know when he had developed this insight. Xiao Hongchen's imagination was quite rich. Well, it's pretty much like what Hongchen said. Yi Xiao scratched the back of his head and admitted. At that moment, Zhang Ro's phone rang repeatedly. She took out her phone, and everyone's gaze focused on her. It's not my phone. It's Yi Xiao's. Zhang Ro glanced at the phone, her brows furrowing. She raised the phone and said, when Yi Xiao fell, Ning Zhao searched the entire Yinan Ridge and only found one of Yi Xiao's phones and some torn clothes. Those were traces deliberately forged by Su Changhen. And now, this phone had fallen into Zhang Ro's hands as a memento to remember Yi Xiao. Yet at this moment, Yi Xiao's phone actually rang. It was none other than his high school classmate Su Hao, with whom he had always had a good relationship. It's Su Hao. Answer it, Xiao Hongchen said. Zhang Ro nodded and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Zhang Ro? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line, but it sounded somewhat downcast. It's me, Zhang Ro. What's wrong? Zhang Ro asked in surprise. Actually, I have something I need your help with. I really have no way out. If there was even the slightest chance, I wouldn't come to you for help, but I really have no way out. Zhang Ro, considering we come from the same school, please help me. Su Hao's pleading voice came through. Don't panic, just tell me what it is. You're Yi Xiao's friend, and as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help you. Zhang Ro reassured Su Hao. Yi Xiao. Sigh. If only Yi Xiao were still here, those guys wouldn't dare to do these things at all. My poor brother from the same class, why did you have to go? Su Hao sighed. Yi Xiao, who had been listening to the conversation, was filled with black lines. Damn it. I can't believe this. Yi Xiao wished he could reveal his true self and slap Su Hao a couple of times, teaching him that while you can eat shit, you can't just say anything. The thing is, Su Hao slowly began on the other end of the line. It turned out that after Yi Xiao's previous advice, Su Hao had pursued the girl he liked. Perhaps it was because Su Hao was shameless enough, or perhaps the girl had a unique taste, but he indeed succeeded in winning her over. As the saying goes, the ugly have partners, the foolish have partners, but the cowardly have none. Anyway, Su Hao was not cowardly, although he had no potential. He had a bit of money at home, and every day he showered her with flowers, fireworks, and romantic gestures one after another. Thus, he finally won her over. But who would have thought that one of her suitors was a young master from a wealthy family in the capital, a spoiled brat who was used to doing whatever he wanted. He had been interested in her for a long time but had not succeeded, only to be overtaken by Su Hao, this useless guy. In a fit of rage, he decisively tore off the mask. He directly kidnapped the girl and took her to a hotel. Then he had someone beat Su Hao up badly. Tonight, he planned to force himself on Su Hao's girlfriend. With no way out and no one to turn to, and given that the other party's family had considerable power in the capital, no one was willing to help Su Hao. In desperation, he could only seek help from Zhang Ro. Which hotel? Zhang Ro asked directly without saying much. Crown Hotel. Okay, where are you? We'll come right over. Zhang Ro did not hesitate. Su Hao was Yi Xiao's friend and had once helped him when Yi Xiao was still weak. So, out of affection for Yi Xiao, she was willing to help Su Hao. I'm right at the gate of Jinshin University. Su Hao hurriedly replied. Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Zhang Ro then hung up the phone. She briefly explained the situation to Xiao Hongchen and the others. Upon hearing about Su Hao's predicament, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. What? Robbing a woman in broad daylight? How can anyone do such a thing? It makes me furious. I must break that guy's third leg and feed it to the crocodiles. Bai Ruoyu clenched her small fists and said indignantly. Since he's Yi Xiao's friend, that makes him our friend too. Let's go help Su Hao get his girlfriend back. Xiao Hongchen said seriously as well. The three of them then hurried towards the school gate. Wait, I'm going with you. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. The others turned around, looking at Yi Xiao in surprise. Love for the house extends to the crow. Hongchen is my junior, and your friend's friend is my friend too. Let's go together for more support, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Yay! Bai Ruoyu cheered immediately. With you, senior brother, a great expert. It's like gods blocking gods and Buddhas blocking Buddhas. Since when did I become your senior brother? Xiao Hongchen frowned and asked. Your senior brother is my senior brother, we're all brothers. Why bother with so many details? Bai Ruoyu casually patted his shoulder. Senior brother, let's hurry and go show that scumbag a thing or two. Bai Ruoyu called out as the four of them rushed out of the school gate. From a distance, Yi Xiao spotted Su Hao's figure. He looked much more haggard than the last time they met. Especially at this moment, his face was bruised and swollen. It looked like he had been beaten badly. You guys are here? Seeing Yi Xiao and the others arrive, Su Hao lowered his head in embarrassment, as if he didn't want them to see his miserable state. Let's go. Time is tight, every minute wasted puts your girlfriend in more danger. Zhang Ro, with her high emotional intelligence, directly ignored this and spoke up. Do you have a car? Su Hao shook his head. Taking a taxi won't make it in time. Zhang Ro frowned. At this moment, Yi Xiao strode towards a Mercedes parked in the nearby lot. The owner of this car was a student from Jinshin University, a rich kid. At that moment, the Mercedes was shaking continuously, and faint sounds of pleasure could be heard from inside. The owner must be having a great time. Yi Xiao directly opened the car door. A cold wind rushed in, and two bare figures screamed, quickly wrapping themselves in their clothes. Hong Yi. The male student turned pale upon seeing Yi Xiao. What do you want? He stammered. Just when he was at the most critical moment, he was suddenly interrupted. If it were someone else, he would have slapped them twice. But facing Hong Yi, he usually chose to present his face for a couple of slaps. Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered with him and pulled the two people out of the car. He didn't even look at the exposed scene. I'm borrowing your car, he said as he took the driver's seat. V-room. The Mercedes roared and shot out like an arrow. Get in, Yi Xiao called out as he stopped the car in front of Zhang Ro and the others. Although they were puzzled about where Yi Xiao got the car, they decisively got in. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. After they got in, Yi Xiao pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Strange, why does the car smell weird? Bai Ruoyu wrinkled her nose, looking puzzled. Hong Yi, where did you get this car? Borrowed it from a friend, Yi Xiao replied casually. I see, your friend doesn't seem to be very clean. The car has an odor. Bai Ruoyu nodded in understanding. Yeah, he really isn't clean. I'll tell him to pay more attention next time, Yi Xiao said seriously. Anyone with some experience in these matters would react, but unfortunately, a car full of pure-hearted youths. Yi Xiao's driving skills can only be described as extraordinary. The Mercedes swerved left and right on the street, reaching an extreme speed. It attracted significant attention. It's easy to imagine that after this incident, the owner's driver's license would definitely be revoked. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes stopped at the Crown Hotel. A few people got out of the car. Where is your girlfriend? Jiang Ro asked. I don't know. Su Hao was dumbfounded. If someone was going to move against his girlfriend, he couldn't possibly tell them which floor and room number, could he? The others frowned. If they had to search room, by the time they found her, it would be too late. 36th floor, room 3612, Yi Xiao said casually. How do you know? Everyone frowned and asked back. Intuition, Yi Xiao shrugged dismissively. I understand, this is my senior using his insight to sense it. He must be right. Let's hurry to the 36th floor. Xiao Hongchen spoke up. The others were taken aback, then quickly reacted and rushed into the hotel. Yi Xiao glanced at Xiao Hongchen with slight approval. The young man was teachable. His ability to infer was stronger than his swordsmanship. Yi Xiao followed leisurely behind them. Boom! Arriving at room 3612 on the 36th floor, sure enough, two burly bodyguards in black stood at the door, looking cool and intimidating. Go! Xiao Hongchen took the lead, drawing his sword from behind. Who? The two bodyguards immediately reacted. They charged at Xiao Hongchen with a roar. In an instant, the strength they displayed was actually at the third level of manipulation, and their profession was martial artist. Indeed, bodyguards in prominent families generally wouldn't be weak. This was the gap between society and students. Boom! One bodyguard, muscles bulging like a small mountain, stood like an iron tower in front of Xiao Hongchen. With a single punch, he unleashed a terrifying force that sent Xiao Hongchen staggering back over 10 meters. You guys go in, leave these two big fools to me. Yi Xiao walked over, casually waving his hand to signal the others. Then we'll trouble you, senior, Xiao Hongchen said. With their strength, it would take them a while to defeat these two bodyguards, so it was best if Yi Xiao could step in. Hurry! The group rushed straight toward the main door. You can't go past. The two bodyguards' expressions changed, and they hurried toward Jiang Ro and the others. Be quiet. Your opponent is me now. Yi Xiao grinned, and before anyone knew it, he had appeared beside the two bodyguards, pressing down on their shoulders with both hands. Let go of me. The two bodyguards' expressions changed. Yi Xiao's speed was indeed astonishing, but they were professional bodyguards, well-trained, and quickly reacted. They swung their fists at Yi Xiao. Don't rush, let's have a chat, Yi Xiao said, extending two fingers to press against their fists. Suddenly, the two men's faces changed dramatically. This kid was different from the previous students. Incomprehensible. Get away. Tiger roar fist. The two bodyguards, well-trained, punched simultaneously. Roar! A fierce tiger's roar echoed in the air, like a king descending from the mountain, imposing and majestic. Boom! Two illusory tigers charged toward Yi Xiao. You guys, can't we just have a nice chat? Do you really have to kneel to talk? Yi Xiao sighed deeply. Then, he spoke softly. With a single word, he commanded, kneel. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from above. The illusory tigers let out a mournful cry, shattering into nothingness in the void. The two bodyguards suddenly felt as if a great mountain had fallen on their shoulders. With a thud, they knelt down. Knees slammed onto the floor. The tiles shattered with a loud crash, leaving a deep imprint. Ah! The knees were bloodied and mangled, and the two let out a mournful roar. Just kneel obediently. Yi Xiao patted their shoulders and brushed past them towards the hotel room. Time rewound a few minutes earlier. Jiang Ro and the others rushed towards the door. Xiao Hongchen drew his long sword and shattered the door with a single strike. The group filed into the hotel. In the luxurious presidential suite, on a 2'7" bed, a girl in a white dress was bound by her hands to the bed. A young man in a bathrobe approached the girl with a lewd expression, slowly climbing onto the bed. Xiao Yu! Su Hao shouted urgently as he rushed forward. He grabbed the young man's shoulder and punched him in the face. The young man was caught off guard, his two front teeth knocked out. He fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? You are. Su Hao leaped onto the bed and began to untie Changyu. Su Hao, you finally came. I'm so scared. He wants to assault me, Chunyu cried, her tears streaming down as she threw herself into Suhao's arms. It's okay. I'm here, nothing will happen now. Suhao comforted her, his face filled with concern. At that moment, the young man staggered to his feet. Suhao, do you want to die? Damn it! How dare you ruin my plans? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted in a grimace. I swear I'll kill you, he threatened viciously. Hey, who are you going to kill? Scum! A crisp voice came from behind, and Man Yanjie turned to see a young girl, barely reaching his shoulder, shouting at him. Beautiful, too beautiful, even more so than Changyu, especially with that proud demeanor that made Man Yanjie's eyes light up. The little girl in white stockings was simply amazing. Man Yanjie instantly wore a lecherous expression. Little sister, do if you offend me, you offend the Chu family, and all of you will be doomed. For the men, I will chop you into pieces and throw you into the lake to feed the fish. For the women, I will send you all to the brothel. Regret it to your heart's content. This is the consequence of provoking me. Man Yanjie shouted with a twisted face, tears and snot streaming down, looking extremely terrifying. At that moment, Yi Xiao walked into the room. Is everything resolved? He saw Man Yanjie's miserable appearance and the uncontrollable blood beneath him, and immediately understood, asking, Not yet, this fool says he wants to find his brother to deal with us, and his brother has a strong background. Xiao Hongqian shrugged helplessly. Oh, strong background? How strong? Does his brother have someone behind him? Which big shot? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Humph, another ignorant fool. Do you want to die with them too? My brother's boss is the #1 young martial artist in the capital, Chang Wanyan. He's backed by the young lady of the Chu family, Xu Wanyan. How about that? Are you scared now? Man Yanjie said viciously. He was eager to see the fear and trembling in Yi Xiao's eyes. Oh, Yi Xiao let out a long breath. I know Chang Wanyan, a junior at Jinshin University, ranked 5th in his year, the #1 martial artist in the school, extremely powerful. That's right. How could Chang's boss be someone you few cats and dogs can provoke? Be smart and kneel down to me and knock your heads a few times. When Chang's boss arrives, I might consider sparing your lives, otherwise, you will surely meet your doom. Man Yanjie became even more arrogant upon hearing that Yi Xiao knew of Chang Wanyan's prowess, his whole body shaking wildly, whether from pain or excitement. Then let's wait for him to come. I'm quite curious about this young genius. I wonder what kind of extraordinary talent he possesses. Yi Xiao said with a smile, reclining on the sofa. Humph, you really are looking for death. When Chang's boss arrives, even if you want to beg for mercy, you won't have the chance. Your fate is guaranteed to be a luxurious ICU suite. Man Yanjie grinned, showing his teeth. I've never stayed in an ICU, I want to experience it. Yi Xiao poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle beside him. Zhang Rou and the others smiled. This red knight really liked to joke around. You! Man Yanjie's face turned ugly. You blind fool, do you not know what's good for you? Man Yanjie became even angrier. Bang! Yi Xiao raised his hand and smashed a cup of hot tea on his head. Man Yanjie immediately bled from his head and grimaced in pain, letting out a wail. I advise you to shut up and wait for your backup to arrive, otherwise, I won't go easy on you. Yi Xiao poured another cup of tea calmly. Man Yanjie immediately lowered his head and fell silent, but occasionally, the upward glance of his eyes revealed his immense anger and resentment. He was forcing himself to endure that anger, secretly vowing that when his brother arrived, he would make this group pay a bloody price. Suhao comforted Chengyu, while Zhang Rou and the others found places to sit and do their own things. Bai Ruoyu even started scrolling through short videos. 5 methods to promote secondary development are: what to do if your boyfriend thinks your chest is too small? What if you don't have the height of a mature woman? Then work hard to be a lowly in white stockings. What magic can enhance breast size? Can you turn the volume down? Zhang Rou said, rolling her eyes. Watching these silly videos all day, what are you doing? Hee. Sorry, Zhang Rou. Bai Ruoyu giggled, scratching her head awkwardly. At that moment, the hotel door was kicked open. Boom! The leading person kicked it open, and a group of people followed in one after another. Brother, are you there? A young man at the forefront had a rather fierce appearance, with 3 strands of beard on his face, looking less like a student and more like a man in his 30s. At that moment, a strange expression appeared on Yi Zhao's face. This person was none other than a lackey who had been following Chang Wanyan when he suppressed him in the Void God realm. Because of his distinctive appearance, Yi Xiao still remembered him. Brother, what's wrong, brother? Seeing Man Yanjie lying pitifully on the ground, he hurriedly rushed over to help him up. Brother, you finally came, Man Yanjie cried, snot and tears streaming down his face as he complained. Brother, those guys, they bullied your brother. He pointed at Yi Xiao and the others. Who dares to bully my brother? Step forward and face me. He looked up. In the distance, he saw a figure lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Gah! His expression instantly froze. It was then that he clearly saw the several figures sitting around. Xiao Hongchen, Jiang Ro, Bai Ruoyu, and that man who seemed like a god in his heart, Hong Yi. The man suddenly felt a jolt and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he felt his legs turn to jelly, unable to stand. Brother, what's wrong with you? Noticing his brother's unusual behavior, Man Yanjie furrowed his brows and asked, Nian, Lanjie, can you say it again? Who hit you? The man's voice trembled. He was clearly uninjured, yet his face appeared unusually pale, cold sweat dripping down continuously. It was them, and that idiot with the red cloth over his eyes. He said he had never been in the ICU and wanted to experience it. Brother, hurry up and take action. Waste him, Man Yanjie said angrily. Ah. The man trembled in fear, not just him, even the brothers he brought were all lowering their heads and shaking. The atmosphere became very strange. Man Yanjie finally sensed something was off. He frowned. Brother, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? And you guys, what's wrong with you? Lanjie. His brother pressed one hand on Man Yanjie's shoulder. How have I treated you these past few years? Well, you're my real brother. Of course, there's nothing to say. Yes, I've treated you so well, isn't it time for you to repay me? His brother wiped the cold sweat from his face. That's true, but why are you sweating so much? Man Yanjie looked puzzled. Don't worry about that, I'm learning a skill, and the effect of this skill is to sweat profusely. Lanjie, now it's your turn to help me. Do you understand? Aha! How can I help you, brother? But let's beat up these losers first. Brother, my egg is broken, it hurts a lot. Can you take me to the hospital first? If it weren't for Man Yanjie being a professional, he would have fainted from the pain long ago. How could he still be here talking to his brother? That's not urgent. We'll talk about that later. Lanjie, the thing I need your help with is more important. This matter is, can you let me break your other 4 limbs? He asked seriously. Of course. Brother, what kind of relationship do we have? We are brothers. The elder brother is like a father. Of course, I can, but breaking my 4 limbs. Wait, what did you just say? Man Yanjie was originally patting his chest to guarantee, but suddenly realized, perhaps the continuous pain had slowed down his reflexes. Break my 4 limbs? Brother, what kind of international joke are you making? However, his brother shook his head seriously. Yanjie, I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. A trace of fear finally appeared on Man Yanjie's face. Why, brother, what wrong have I done? Man Yan's body trembled slightly again. Lanjie, I don't want this either, but if you don't go to the ICU, then all of us brothers will have to go to the ICU. None of the brothers want to go to the ICU, so we can only force you to make a sacrifice. After all, the person you offended. He sent Boss Chang and Miss Chu Wanyan of the Chu family into the ICU. He looked at Yi Zhao's face, his voice trembling with intense fear. He would never forget that day when that man was surrounded by their group. Just when everyone was mocking him, even about to take action against him, he simply raised his hand, and instantly the world changed color. A silver greatsword emerged from the depths of the clouds, its divine might like a god awakening. Powerful as his boss Chang Wanyan was, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Under that pressure, he knelt down in fear, severing ties with Chu Wanyan. He didn't dare to utter a word of complaint even as he crippled his own arms. Moreover, this man was still one of the top 10 at Jinshin University, the only one who held 2 identities by his own strength. The 2 top students brought by the principal were no match for him. He was definitely the most terrifying man at Jinshin University. No exceptions. His own brother had actually provoked such a being, so he could only endure the pain of letting go. It's only because you offended someone you shouldn't have. Brother, I can't let these brothers from the club accompany you to the ICU. Right now, Boss Chang is still lying in the ICU, and the club needs us to hold it together. So, we can't have any accidents, brother. Please understand, I can only seek his forgiveness in this way. Saying this, he swiftly reached out, his hand forming a claw shape as it gripped his shoulder. No, brother, don't cripple me. I'm your own brother. Brother, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a young man, a college student. Do we really need to be afraid of him? My family has a level 6 professional in charge. Brother, we don't need to be afraid of him. Man Yanjie clutched his brother's clothes, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading. Brother, you don't understand. My family isn't bad. A level 6 professional isn't bad. But he is Hong Yi. His teacher is the sword body of Daxia. Compared to the sword body, how can our Ma family compete? Even if the entire family and all the dogs were tied together into a rope, it wouldn't be enough for the sword body to cut in one strike. Brother, I owe you, it's because I haven't taught you well these years that you got into this kind of trouble. Boom! With his words falling, he no longer waited for Manhwa to say anything, nor did he care how he would plead for mercy, he acted. One arm was completely crushed. Manhwa let out a piercing scream, and then he struck again. Both his hands and feet were crippled. With all 5 limbs disabled, Manhwa now lay on the ground like a dead dog, just like a puddle of mud. Hong Yi, how about this? Are you satisfied? Then, he carefully turned around and asked Hong Yi. You're quite reasonable, not bad at all. What's your name? Ma Shandao. Yi Xiao. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. A person is like their name, no wonder Chang Wanyan values you so much. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyu was already laughing uncontrollably. Ma Shangdao lowered his head, shame and unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but then it was covered by helplessness. Faced with Yi Xiao, he had no way out. Yi Xiao's strength was beyond his ability to resist, and the background behind Yi Xiao was something the Ma family couldn't provoke. So this loss, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Endure this silent grievance. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Let's go. Have you vented enough? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yi Xiao took a sip of tea, and since he poured this cup, it still retained a hint of warmth. Xiao Yu. Su Hao, concerned, tidied up his girlfriend's rather disheveled clothes. He then pulled her in front of Yi Xiao. This big brother, you are a senior of Hongchen, right? From now on, you are my big brother, Su Hao. Thank you for saving Xiaoyu. Come on, Xiaoyu, thank big brother. If it weren't for big brother, that scoundrel would have succeeded today. As he spoke, Su Hao glared fiercely at Manhwa and spat at him angrily. Thank you, big brother, Chengyu said gratefully to Yi Xiao. No need for that, I'm about the same age as you. No need to call me big brother. Yi Xiao waved his hand casually. Alright, since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave, Yi Xiao said as he turned and headed towards the hotel exit. Once he left this floor and arrived at the empty stairwell, Yi Xiao removed the red cloth covering his eyes. I'm sorry, Su Hao, and Jiangro, Hongchen, Ruoyu, I still can't reveal my identity to you for now. Until that traitor from the Great Xia is found, I will always be Hong Yi. But I believe that day will come, and I have been working hard towards that direction. Until then, let Hong Yi protect you. Yi Xiao clenched his fist and murmured to himself. He then put the red cloth back on. He still had to continue playing the role of Hong Yi. Yi Xiao left the Crown Hotel first. He took a taxi back to the villa. By the way, it seems I forgot something? He scratched his head. He felt like there was still something he hadn't done. Forget it, if I can't remember, then I won't think about it. At this moment, outside Jinshin University, a young man was in disarray in the wind. It's been 7 or 8 hours. Big brother, when are you going to return my Mercedes to me? He looked miserable, his eyes full of helplessness. After resting for a night at the villa, Yi Xiao went straight to Jinshin University. Hong Yi, the principal wants you to go to the conference room. As soon as Yi Xiao arrived at Jinshin University, a student with a cold demeanor said to him, You want me to go to the conference room? Did they say what it was about? You'll know when you get there. After the student left, Yi Xiao frowned and changed direction towards the conference room. Yi Xiao pushed open the door to the conference room, and all eyes were on him. Principal Ling Shangtian, and the members of the 10 outstanding, even by Ruoyu, Zhang Ro, and Xiao Hongchen were among them. Yi Xiao even saw Manhwa's brother in the seats, Ma Shangdao. Ma Shangdao's gaze flickered, not daring to meet Yi Xiao's eyes, but his peripheral vision kept glancing at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao immediately understood what these guys were up to. Interesting, this guy is quite capable. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly and walked straight to the other end of the large conference table, sitting down about 10 meters away from Ming Xiangtian. Principal, what did you call me here for? I can guess it's not for anything good, so just say it. Everyone's time is quite precious. Ing Xiangtian's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This Hong Yi was a bit too reckless. After all, he was the principal, not just anyone's principal. Hong Yi, I believe you should have guessed why I called you here, so let's talk about your off-campus brawl, using your influence to bully Ma Shangdao and his brother, which led to his brother being hospitalized and losing all his limbs. Let's have a good chat about this. Ing Xiangtian said. I have an objection. Yi Xiao suddenly raised his hand. If you say he lost all his limbs, I won't acknowledge that, because Manhwa's limbs were broken by Ma Shangdao himself. Moreover, I did not rely on my master's influence. I never mentioned my master's name even once. Where does this pressure come from? Principal, before dealing with me, you should clarify these matters first, or do you, our esteemed acting principal, simply believe one side of the story? Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Hong Yi, what evidence do you have to prove everything you said? You didn't pressure anyone, you didn't disable Ma Shangdao's brother's limbs. Ing Xiangtian questioned. Then, principal, What can you use to prove that Ma Shangdao is telling the truth? Yi Xiao calmly retorted. Ying Shangtian's pupils constricted. Of course, I have evidence. The dozen or so students from the Reversal Society are evidence. Oh, by your logic, using your own people as evidence, I have that too. Who's to say what's true? Principal, do you have video? Is there surveillance? Yi Xiao countered. The surveillance. The hotel corridor's surveillance is broken, and no surveillance was found in the room. Chang Wanyan gestured to one of the 10 talents to inform him of the investigation results before he spoke. Did you hear that? The surveillance is broken, and compared to you few, I still trust the Reversal Society more. Ying Shangtian's face turned cold. No surveillance in the hotel room? How is that possible? Hotel rooms are filled with cameras. They could capture every detail. It was just that the Ma family personally intervened afterward to eliminate the evidence. Although the Ma family couldn't compete with Su Changhen, it wasn't difficult for them to play some tricks behind the scenes. This time, Ma Nianjie suffered a devastating loss, and the price paid was simply too great. No matter what, the Ma family would not let Yi Xiao off so easily. Hence, they would use their influence to deal with Yi Xiao. Principal, you can't be biased. You can't just believe them because there are more of them, Yi Xiao said leisurely while drinking water, his expression calm, showing no signs of panic. However, since you want evidence, I do have some. Smack! Yi Xiao slammed a phone onto the table. Since I had nothing to do, I happened to record a segment, from start to finish, completely recorded. Would you all like to see it? For example, Senior Ma? Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Ma Shangdao's face instantly changed, panic filling his eyes. Yi Xiao pushed the video to Ying Shangtian, and the 10 talents watched it one by one. Ying Shangtian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He hadn't expected Yi Xiao to leave such a backup plan. This guy was cunning, and he even recorded a video. Yi Xiao disdainfully shook his head. Ma Shangdao could indeed endure, but he was still far too lacking compared to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had long guessed his behind-the-scenes plan, so he preserved the evidence. Now, Principal Ying, who does he think is at fault? Yi Xiao mocked as he questioned. Ying Shangtian's face immediately darkened. It really isn't that serious. Ma Shangdao did indeed lie. Then let him be expelled. As a member of the 10 Talents Council, I have the right to initiate a vote, right? Those in favor of expelling Ma Shangdao, raise your hands. I'll be the first, counting as 2 votes. Yi Xiao crossed his legs and smiled as he raised his hand. You can disagree, but if you can forgive a student like Ma Shangdao, who speaks nothing but lies, I seriously doubt the standards of your 10 talents. Should I come to talk to you after this matter is settled? Yi Xiao said. This was an overt threat, but the effect was indeed significant. Several people's expressions changed, and they slowly raised their hands. Not as many as those 2nd and 3rd year seniors. Alright, passed. Ma Shangdao is no longer a student of Jinshin University from today. Final decision, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Ma Shangdao's face turned pale, and he slumped in his seat, suddenly feeling that the future was a pitch-black void. Not only had he failed to take revenge on Yi Xiao, but he had even implicated himself. His face turned ashen. At this moment, Ying Shangtian perhaps was unwilling to let Yi Xiao go so easily. Or maybe he had prepared a second plan. He spoke up. Han Yi, this is the video captured by the hotel corridor's surveillance camera. I said you were fighting, and I wasn't wrong. You severely injured 2 bodyguards from the Ma family, and I also found out that it was by Ruoyu who kicked Ma Nianjie. You two still have to bear some responsibility, Ying Shangtian said lightly as he looked at the documents. I did it because that beast was trying to force himself on someone else's girlfriend. I did this to rid the world of harm. Bai Ruoyu crossed her arms defiantly. No matter the reason, you did it, and that's that. Ying Shangtian snorted coldly. The principal is right, but I find it a bit strange. Earlier, you clearly said there was no video, that the camera was broken. So why are you now saying there is a video? Are you joking with us? Or is it that the principal is targeting me, Hong Yi? Yi Xiao mocked softly, but before he could finish, Ying Shangtian slammed the table in anger. Nonsense! It seemed he was truly enraged by Yi Xiao. Hong Yi, you don't need to care where my video came from. You assaulted someone off campus. Bai Ruoyu did the same. This is certain. This clearly violates school rules. I announce that I will temporarily revoke your qualifications as one of the top 10, and I will initiate a trial against you. A smile reappeared on Ying Shangtian's face. You think you're clever, recording videos, right? Playing tricks on me, huh? Good. Then I'll play too. Let's see who can outdo whom. Even the smallest trivial matter, I will magnify it. Ying Shangtian laughed coldly. Yi Zhao's existence was undoubtedly a huge obstacle to his control over Jinshin University, so he urgently needed to eliminate this dissident, by any means necessary. In the end, the top 10 unanimously reached a conclusion. Bai Ruoyu received a serious punishment, placed on probation, and could not leave Jinshin University for a week. As for Hong Yi, he was confined for a week. At this moment, far away in the east, as the most renowned university in the east, Dongying University sent a delegation to Jinshin University in Dasha for an exchange battle. Among the teams participating in the exchange battle was a descendant of the Tsuchimikado family, a peerless talent in the onmyoji profession, a person said to be the reincarnation of Abe no Saimai, Tsuchimikado Haruto. On the sea, a cruise ship flying the Dongying University emblem sped along. I really want to see what it is about Dasha that keeps Ningningzi here at this so-called Jinshin University, unwilling to return home. Dongying University is superior to Jinshin University in every aspect. It is the most suitable place for Ningningzi. This time I go to Dasha, not only to defeat all the talents of Dasha but also to bring Ningningzi back. Reflecting on the vow he made to the elders of the Tsuchimikado and Jingu families before, Tsuchimikado Haruto felt a bit dazed. Since their last parting, he had not seen the person he longed for in 6 years. Jingu Ningningzi, from the day he was born, his family had often told him that Jingu Ningningzi would surely be his future wife, and he believed it without a doubt. The eastern Jingu and the western Tsuchimikado both inherited Abe no Saimai's Shikigami. Once combined, they would give birth to the most outstanding onmyoji in the history of the East, a peerless genius with the potential to reach the highest level. Therefore, he had long regarded Jingu Ningningzi as his forbidden fruit. Haruto, what's wrong? Are you too excited to see Ningningzi? A young man dressed in a samurai robe, with a katana hanging at his waist and a long braid, suddenly appeared behind Tohamin Haruto and patted him on the shoulder. Ah, Kaso, don't scare me. Tohamin Haruto took a deep breath, clearly shaken. This young man named Kaso was the most outstanding swordsman at the Eastern Japan University, known as the genius swordsman of the second generation of Miyamoto Musashi. Ha, did I scare you? How can your alertness be this poor? Haruto, are you too absorbed in thinking about Ningzi? Kaso scratched his head and laughed. If I can scare you, then Yuka-chan must have scared your soul out of you. But she likes you so much, she definitely won't scare you, Kaso said with a smile. Bang! At that moment, a cloud of smoke spread between the two, and a blue-haired beauty in a ninja outfit, with a curvy figure, appeared beside them. Her large chest was particularly eye-catching, and a girl who looked quite youthful was carrying such a massive weapon, making one involuntarily want to help her bear the weight of those two mountains. What bad things are you saying about me now, Kaso? Sarutobi Yuka frowned, looking angrily at Kaso. Ah, no, I was just praising your superb ninjutsu. Kaso scratched his cheek, looking up with a feigned expression. Humph, that's more like it. Sarutobi Yuka snorted coldly, her ample chest swaying uncontrollably. Kaso's eyes nearly popped out. What are you looking at, you pervert? She instinctively covered her chest. I was looking at the chest. No, I was looking at the mountains. Mountains. The mountains outside the mountains and the buildings outside the buildings. The culture of the Great Xia is really interesting. Ah ha 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 ha. Kaso laughed awkwardly. Yuka shot him a disdainful glance and fell silent. Haruto, once we find Ningzi and return to eastern Japan, are you going to marry her? Sarutobi Yuka looked up at Tohamin Haruto with a slightly dreamy gaze. Not yet, the elders say we should get engaged first, and we can marry when we turn 20. A hint of longing flashed in Tohamin Haruto's eyes. I see. Ningzi is actually going to get married. Time flies so fast. You like her so much, she must be very happy. Sarutobi Yuka's expression turned sour, but Tohamin Haruto kept looking into the distance, clearly unaware. I hope she can feel happiness. Tohamin Haruto clenched his fist. Ningzi, I'm coming. I'm here to take you home. The cruise ship sailed across the vast ocean, and the country that lay in the east was now in sight. This time, the 3 best young talents from Eastern Japan University are here. Here are their profiles, study them well. I have only one request, victory is a must, defeat is not allowed. The face of our great Xia cannot be lost. Ing Xiangtian sat in the main seat, with several members of the 10 Heroes Council beside him. They began to flip through the materials brought by Ing Xiangtian. Tohamin Haruto, Control Level 1, heir of the Western Tohamin family, considered the young version of Abe no Saimai, the most powerful onmyoji at Eastern Japan University, commanding 12 Shikigami? This number is already comparable to Abe no Saimai. This guy is a monster. How does his body contain the power of 12 Shikigami? Jogu exclaimed as he flipped through the materials. Since being defeated by Yi Xiao last time, he had been in a daze for a while, only recently recovering. Kaso, Control Level 9, the first swordsman of Eastern Japan University, known as the second generation of Miyamoto Musashi? His swordsmanship is extraordinary, surpassing his peers. I want to fight him. Chen Anqing looked at the materials, a fierce battle intent flashing in his eyes. Ever since his defeat to Yi Xiao last time, Chen Anqing's resolve had nearly been shattered, and it took a considerable effort for Ming Shangtian to help him emerge from his predicament. Tsurugi Kitsuka, an 8th-level manipulator, the most outstanding female ninja of the Tsurugi family, whose ancestor is the so-called god of ninjas, Tsurugi Sasuke. These three young people are not to be underestimated. They are among the best in all of the Eastern Japan. In the three major professions, they can be considered leaders, Ming Shangtian said. So, this time I plan to send the three of you to confront them, especially Zhou Gu and Chen Anqing. I want you to reclaim the honor lost to Hong Yi in front of the entire school. Do you understand? Don't worry, principal. Once is enough for failure. I won't fail a second time, Zhou Gu said, rubbing his fists together. Principal, my sword will not lose to anyone again. Chen Anqing seemed colder since his last defeat. This Tsumagumo Haruhito is a monstrous existence. Liuha, I'll leave him to you. Do you have confidence? Ming Shangtian finally turned his gaze to Mu Liuha. It doesn't matter if there are 10 more of them. No one can stop the footsteps of a god. Mu Liuha casually tossed the materials aside. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. He then lay down on the table, ignoring the current situation, and quickly fell asleep. Senior brother, I'll go find the master to get you out, Xiao Hongqian said, knocking on the door at the entrance of the confinement room. This matter has nothing to do with you, senior brother. No, I have to find Ming Shangtian. I'm willing to go in myself and let you out. Xiao Hongqian clenched the sword in her hand, gritting her teeth. No need to go. Ming Shangtian's target is me. He is aiming at me. There is no right or wrong. It wouldn't matter if you went, a voice came from inside the room. Besides, this 7-day confinement isn't so bad. I eat well, sleep well, and someone brings me meals every day. Just consider it a vacation, Yi Xiao said lightly. Senior brother, don't blame yourself. If you really feel guilty, then work hard to become stronger. Next time we encounter a problem, you should be able to solve it with your own strength. That's what you should focus on now, Yi Xiao said. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Hongqian will remember it. Xiao Hongqian nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave. I will come to see you, senior brother. A week later, we will welcome you back together, she said, turning to leave. Inside the room, Yi Xiao stood by the window, looking at the clear blue sky. Such nice weather, perfect for a nap. At this moment, the people from Eastern Japan University had arrived in the capital, and as the host, Jinshin University naturally had to receive them. From a distance, Ming Shangtian saw the vice president of Eastern Japan University, along with 3 young people beside him. Ah, long time no see, Principal Ing. It's been 3 years since we last met at the International Exchange Conference, right? I didn't expect that in 3 years, you have become the principal of Jinshin University. Congratulations, the vice president of Eastern Japan University, Mr. Yamashita, said with a smile as he approached and shook Ming Shangtian's hand. I knew Principal Ling was extraordinary. In just 3 years, you've taken this throne. It's just acting, Mr. Yamashita is being too polite, Ming Shangtian said with a smile, nodding. However, Mr. Yamashita's words did indeed please him. From now on, when people mention the top vocational university of the Great Xia, they would no longer think of Ning Zhao, but of him, Ming Shangtian. Today is acting, but tomorrow I will officially take office. Mr. Yamashita said nonchalantly, not noticing Su Changhan's increasingly grim expression beside him. Oh, Sword God. Sorry. I didn't mean to overlook you, Sword God. Ah, is the Sword God doing well these days? I heard that the Sword God encountered several destructive deities in the wilderness and was seriously injured. Have you recovered from your injuries? You are the Sword God of the Great Xia, so please don't leave any aftereffects. Yamamoto said with a forced smile, looking concerned, but his eyes were filled with glee. A few years ago, Su Changhan chased a sea deity, which fled to his Eastern Japan territory. Su Changhan didn't care and directly charged into Eastern Japan with his sword, and several powerful figures from Eastern Japan came out to stop him, almost getting cut down by his sword. He was one of them. That time, the severely injured deity escaped to Hokkaido in Eastern Japan, and Su Changhan pursued him there. In that battle, Mount Fuji in Eastern Japan was almost split in two by his sword. Furious, the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan sent 7 letters to the leader of Great Xia over 3 days, demanding severe punishment for Su Changhan. In the end, the leader used them to wipe his dogs behind. In previous years, there would be exchange battles between Eastern Japan University and Jinshin University. They had been repeatedly defeated, but this time, Eastern Japan University sent out the 3 most outstanding talents in history. Yamamoto came with absolute confidence, believing they would not lose again. Yamamoto, since we are both vice presidents of our respective schools, why not take this opportunity to practice a bit? It would also let you see if I have any after effects, saving you from being so curious. Su Changhen narrowed his eyes, his sword already half drawn, a hidden sword aura emanating from him. Zio Yamamoto's face turned pale. What a joke! Although they were both vice presidents, 10 Zio Yamamotos wouldn't be enough to be cut down by one Su Changhen. If it really came to a fight, he would be utterly humiliated. Ha ha ha, the sword god really knows how to joke. There's an old saying in Great Xia, isn't it harmony is precious? Xiao Yamamoto awkwardly touched his cheek. Then you shouldn't bark here, it sounds disgusting. Su Changhen gave him no face at all. A swordsman follows his heart. He couldn't do the kind of insincere flattery that Ing Xiangtian did. Hee, the sword god still has his charm. Xiao Yamamoto said a few awkward words and fell silent, but his eyes were filled with deep dissatisfaction. I may not be capable, but this generation of students from Eastern Japan University is very capable. Just wait for me to slap your face this time. At this moment, Tsuji Hikari had no interest in the electric exchanges between the elders. His gaze was searching among the students of Jinshin University. He still couldn't find the figure he longed for day and night. Principal Ing, does your school have a student named Jingu Ningning? I wonder where she is. Tsuji Hikari asked in broken Chinese. A student? I'm not very sure. Ing Xiangtian shook his head. At this moment, a female student raised her hand. Ningning should be in the confinement room right now. Ah, did she do something wrong? Tsuji Hikari frowned and asked. Well, Ningning burned a mentor's beard during class, so now she's locked in the confinement room. The female student said. Confinement room? Principal Ing, can I go see her now? Tsuji Hikari asked anxiously. Since she's in confinement, you absolutely cannot see her. However, you can talk to her, but you cannot enter the confinement room. Ing Xiangtian said. As long as I can hear her voice, I'll be satisfied. Tsuji Hikari nodded, showing a deeply affectionate expression. Then he followed the female student towards the confinement room. At this moment, Yishao was still lying in bed, sleeping. However, there was a constant banging sound coming from the next room. It was so noisy that he couldn't sleep. Bang! Yishao angrily punched the wall. The entire wall trembled violently under his punch. The noise from the other side immediately stopped. Yishao sneered, turning around, ready to get a good sleep, but not long after, the noise started again. Yishao was furious. Are you sick or something? I want to sleep, damn it. If you keep this up, I'll smash your head. He directly cursed at the person across from him. Hey, are you Hong Yi? A familiar voice came from the other side. Shingon Ningzi? Yishao frowned. Why is it this woman? Is she also in confinement? Hey, Hong Yi, can you hear me? I can. What's up? Who are you? Yishao replied in a cold tone. My name is Shingon Ningzi. Enough about that, Hong Yi. Are you interested in being my boyfriend? Yishao, are you serious? Yishao retorted. What's going on with Shingon Ningzi? Is it enough that she's a person? Actually, my fiancé from the East Japan has come, and now he sent me a message saying he wants to see me. He's super annoying, like a sycophant, showing off his deep feelings all day long. It makes me sick, yet the women from the East Japan think such men are very gentle and like him a lot. You know, we women from the East Japan like men who are Yasashi. Shingon Ningzi complained. What about you? You're also from the East Japan, don't you like Yasashi? I don't like it. I like strong men, and Yasashi men. I feel like they have no merits at all, and you have to force yourself to find a merit in them, just saying they are gentle, which gives off a feeling of being useless. Yishao, I represent all the male protagonists from Japanese anime to thank you. Hong Yi, help me. Okay, he's coming. Ah, damn it, that sycophant. Just seeing his handsome face makes me want to vomit. It's not that I don't like handsome guys, I really hate sycophants. Men who have no self in front of love. The love brain really drives people crazy. Shingon Ningzi's frantic voice came through. Not interested, I just want to sleep now. Yishao couldn't be bothered to respond, turning over to continue sleeping. No matter how Shingon Ningzi called out, he didn't want to pay attention to her. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knocking sound from next door. Ningzi, are you there? It's Haruto. Long time no see. It's been 3 years since we last met. I think about you every day and night, just to see you again. Today it finally happened. I'm very happy, even though I can't see you. Just hearing your voice is enough for me. If you could chat with me, talk about the things we've experienced together. They say women hate men who talk too much, especially someone like Tsuji Haruto, who goes on and on with sweet talk, sounding so emotional that it's even more annoying. Luckily, this isn't a chat. Otherwise, his 500-word essay would earn a fatal O in response. Ningzi, do you want to go back to the East Japan with me? The elders say. This time when we go back, we can get engaged first. Ah! At this moment, a sudden scream came from the room. Suji Haruto frowned. Ningzi, what's wrong? Ah! Be gentler. Ningzi, what are you doing in there? Suji Haruto's voice became urgent. Ningzi, say something. Ha! Ha! Haruto? Wait a moment. I'm working out. I'll talk to you in a bit. Ah! Be slower. Don't touch there. Hong Yi. Stop. The sound of Shingong Ningzi's hurried breathing came from the room. Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao jumped out of bed in shock. What the hell? This woman has no sense of propriety. Does she have to drag him into her self-indulgence? Really, does she not care about her own face? Ningzi, open the door. What on earth are you doing? The voice of Tsumugi Haruto gradually turned cold. I didn't do anything. I already said I was working out. Are you annoying or what? The continuous panting was accompanied by the sound of the bed shaking. Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. This woman is so strong? Her performance talent is off the charts. Ningzi, why is the bed making noise while you're working out? Is there someone in the room? Tsumugi Haruto questioned again. No one. No one. The bed is creaking. Because, yes, I'm exercising on the bed. Ha, ha, so tired. Just wait a moment. I'll finish my workout soon. Shingong Ningzi said breathlessly. Yi Xiao was already shocked beyond belief. Just when Yi Xiao thought Tsumugi Haruto would definitely burst in out of anger, his voice suddenly calmed down. Ningzi, I know, stop lying to me. I'm not by your side, and you feel very lonely. You need someone to relieve your loneliness. I can understand that, and I am willing to forgive you. But, once we return to the East, you will be my wife, and you absolutely cannot betray me again. You need to focus your heart and mind on me, and then, I will also be devoted to you. Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. This, damn, is unbelievable. He can forgive this? He can understand this? This man is quite good. If it were him, Yi Xiao would have killed those two and fed their ashes to the dogs. At that moment, the sounds in the room suddenly stopped. Even Shingong Ningzi must have been shocked by Tsumugi Haruto's level of devotion. Hey! Just then, a heavy object fell in the corridor. Yi Xiao turned his head to look. Goodness, Shingong Ningzi actually jumped directly from the balcony to his side. How is it? Hong Ye, does my voice sound good? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? Shingong Ningzi asked with a smile, leaning close to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a step back. Not interested, and I don't like girls who lack self-respect. Is that really how you feel? Shingong Ningzi traced her finger over her red lips, a playful smile appearing on her face. I lack self-respect? You must think I'm a promiscuous woman, but you're wrong. I only act like this towards you. She pressed herself closer. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yi Xiao scoffed. Do you really think that? Shingong Ningzi was unfazed and directly sat on Yi Xiao's bed, crossing her legs. The view under her skirt, hidden beneath black stockings, was tantalizingly revealed. Hong Ye. Actually, you might not know, but one of my Shikigami's abilities is to see into others' hearts. So, how long do you plan to hide this from me? Dear Yi Xiao, Shingong Ningzi's cheerful voice rang in Yi Xiao's ears. I already said, I only act like this towards you. Yi Xiao took a step back, and Shingong Ningzi lunged at him. Boom! Yi Xiao quickly dodged. He noticed a chill appear on Shingong Ningzi's face. He would rather Jiang Ro know this secret than let this woman with unclear intentions find out. Are you going to attack me? Yi Xiao, if you want to kill me, then come on. Shingong Ningzi caressed her chest, then tugged at her bow tie, causing her entire sailor uniform to fall to the ground, revealing her perfect figure, with her voluptuous body wrapped in black lingerie. Are you afraid I'll expose your secret? Do you want to kill me to silence me? Kill you to silence you? A hint of amusement suddenly appeared on Yi Xiao's previously cold face. Of course, I wouldn't do something so unromantic. Yi Xiao stepped towards Shingong Ningzi, then reached out a hand to wrap around her smooth waist. His fingers gently caressed her slick skin. Such a perfect body, if it were to be killed like this. Wouldn't that be a bit of a waste? Yi Xiao leaned his face closer, his hot breath brushing against Shingong Ningzi's delicate face. As expected, a hint of emotion appeared on her face, and a blush like peach blossoms climbed from her neck to her cheeks. Woo woo! Yi Xiao continued to stroke her waist, his fingers gradually moving from the back to the front, slowly making their way up. It looked like he was about to wrap his hand around her perfect curves. Haven't you always wanted me to be your boyfriend? Haven't you always wanted to have a child with me? Just right, your fiancé misunderstood. So why don't we just go along with it and settle things here? What do you say? Yi Xiao's other hand brushed away the hair from Shingong Ningzi's cheek. He then leaned in to kiss her lips. No, we can't do this. Shingong Ningzi finally couldn't hold back, using both hands to push Yi Xiao away, but instead, he used the momentum to pin her firmly against his chest. The unique scent of male hormones hit her face, and Shinguning Ningxi's complexion turned even redder, her watery eyes glistening with tears. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, as expected. This girl was just putting on a brave front. Deep down, she was still very shy. She just knew that Yi Xiao wouldn't really take action against her. But Yi Xiao was no saint. If she teased him once or twice, it was fine. But if it happened too many times and he remained indifferent, then he would truly be useless. Yi Xiao, you, let go of me. Shinguning Ningxi's body was pressed tightly against Yi Xiao's chest, her curves deforming under the pressure. A warm breath surged from her lower abdomen, and she squeezed her legs tightly together. Don't do this. Yi Xiao, I was just joking. I give up, she said, her face flushed, breathing heavily. But I wasn't joking. Giving up? You say you give up and that's it? No way, this is my room, I make the rules. Yi Xiao grinned wickedly. He turned around forcefully, throwing Shinguning Ningxi onto the bed, then half of his body covered hers. Are you going to expose my secret? No, I wouldn't dare. Are you still going to threaten me? No, I won't. Eek. Yi Xiao's cold fingers traced over her fair abdomen, causing Shinguning Ningxi to shiver, letting out a soft whimper. Her eyes seemed to flutter, her beautiful gaze warm like water. Her flushed face looked like a ripe peach, tempting enough to bite into. Ha! You're not that impressive. Yi Xiao sneered, rolling off the bed and walking to the window. With this little skill, don't think about teasing me again. If there's a next time, the consequences will be something you can't bear. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Turning back, he said, now, obediently return to your own room and stop disturbing my sleep here. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After all, I'm a normal man, aren't I? The one who suffers won't be me. Saying this, he pointed outside the window. Please. Shinguning Ningxi, blushing with anger, picked up her sailor suit from the floor and put it on. Yi Xiao, you're something else, she said angrily, walking to the balcony and then flipping back into her own room. At this moment, Suji Munehito was still outside, banging on the door frantically. Get lost, so annoying, Shinguning Ningxi shouted in frustration. I'm telling you, Suji Munehito, I won't marry you. I already have someone I like. Get lost, I don't want to see you again. You dog, I hate dogs the most. So annoying. Ugh. Suji Munehito was left dumbfounded by the insults. After a moment, his originally handsome face twisted in disbelief. Ningxi, you actually developed real feelings? Why did you betray me? Suji no Kamen Haruto let out an angry roar. Betrayal my ass. We never even dated. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you keep calling, I'll put you on the confession wall. Let all the students of Kamishin University see your pathetic behavior. Get lost. Alright. Ningxi, tell me who that man is. What makes him better than me? Suji no Kamen Haruto suppressed his anger. His good upbringing told him not to get angry at a woman, especially the one he loved. What does it matter who he is? I just like him. He's more domineering than you, stronger than you, in every way. Alright, if you won't tell me, then I'll find out myself. Once I find out who he is, I'll kill him. Boom! Suji no Kamen Haruto slammed his fist against the wall of the confinement room. A deep fist imprint appeared on the wall. Suji no Kamen Haruto left, and Yi Xiao didn't care. He was just a pathetic dog. It had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to take a peaceful nap. At that moment, on the rooftop opposite the confinement room, a figure stepped out of the darkness, holding a camera. I didn't expect to capture such good stuff. Ningxi, you can't blame me. You were the one who misbehaved first. Your dirty body doesn't deserve Haruto's love. The figure was Saratobi Yuki, dressed in a black ninja outfit. The camera in her hand clearly captured a photo of Kamishin Ningxi in a white lingerie, intimately embracing a man. With this photo, Haruto will definitely realize that I'm the one who loves him the most in this world. Kamishin Ningxi, you don't deserve Haruto's pure love. He's a good person, and you deceived him. Whoosh! Saratobi Yuki leaped and disappeared back into the darkness. She couldn't wait to expose Kamishin Ningxi's true colors to Suji no Kamen Haruto. Meanwhile, Suji no Kamen Haruto returned to his residence, his face filled with anger. Boom! He kicked a table aside. What's wrong, Haruto? Didn't you go to see Ningxi? Kamoko Toro, sitting on the sofa, stood up, putting down the book he was holding, and asked in confusion. Toro, what should I do? Suji no Kamen Haruto covered his face and cried. Ningxi, betrayed me. She doesn't want me anymore. Suji no Kamen Haruto clenched his fists, warm tears uncontrollably rolling down. How is that possible? How could Ningxi betray you? What happened? Kamoko Toro was dumbfounded. Ningxi, she was with a man. Even so, I could forgive her because I haven't been by her side. She needed a man as a substitute for me. I could understand that. But Ningxi actually said she fell in love with that man. She doesn't want to marry me anymore. Boom! Tsuji no Kamen Haruto slammed his fist on the coffee table, the solid wood table breaking in response. Toro, you have to help me. I must find out who that man Ningzi likes is. Then, I will kill him. Tsuji no Kamen Haruto's face twisted, revealing a strong killing intent. No need to investigate. At that moment, a figure walked into the hall. As she strode over, her ample assets swayed with each step, nearly dazzling Kamoko Toro's eyes. Are you alright, Haruto? Don't cry. Come here for a hug. She reached out and pulled Tsuji no Kamen Haruto's head into her ample bosom. Haruto, didn't you always want to know who the man with Ningzi is? I found him for you. Here he is. Saying this, Sarutobi Yuki placed the camera on the table. Tsuchimikado Haruto also saw it, Shinomiya Nene in her pure white underwear, embracing a handsome man with a red cloth covering his eyes. Is it him? A strong jealousy erupted in Tsuchimikado Haruto's eyes. Nene's perfect body had never even been touched by him. Not even a hand had he held. Yet that man could embrace his most precious gift and lay his hands all over her. Yukika, what's his name? This man. I want to kill him, Tsuchimikado Haruto said angrily. His name is Akaya, and he is also a student at the Divine Guardian University. Quite formidable, Sarutobi Yukika replied. Alright, then this time, my opponent is him. I will definitely take him down. Take him down. Tsuchimikado Haruto's eyes burned with fierce anger as two figures slowly intertwined before him. Shinomiya Nene whispered sweetly in Akaya's ear. Alright, don't be angry, Haruto, Nene has gone too far. She shouldn't have betrayed you, you've always been so good to her. Sarutobi Yukika pouted. Haruto, what will you do if Nene really doesn't marry you? Sarutobi Yukika asked. No matter what, Nene will definitely be mine. I will marry her. Not even a god can stop it. Tsuchimikado Haruto waved his hand. I will make Nene fall in love with me again. I will touch her heart with my sincerity. I believe she will see my efforts. A hint of jealousy appeared on Sarutobi Yukika's face. Beside them, Kamasu Teru looked a bit dazed. No way. You can forgive this? Bro, what about your dignity as a man? But with so many years of friendship with Tsuchimikado Haruto, he naturally wouldn't voice such thoughts, and he actually hoped Tsuchimikado Haruto would win back Shinomiya Nene. That way, Sarutobi Yukika would be his. Those ample assets, he could enjoy for a whole year, completely unable to let go. The next day, the exchange battle between the Divine Guardian University and the Eastern Japan University officially commenced. Principal, the three prodigies I brought this time are the leading figures of the younger generation in all of Eastern Japan. You won't find anyone better than them in the past 100 years or the next 100 years, Kamiyama said with a smile, his tone filled with confidence in the three. Interesting, the three figures I brought are also quite representative. They are Jianqiu Chun Anqing, Wuxing Sorcerer Jogu, and the temporarily confidential Muliu. Does Principal Kamiyama have any objections? No objections, no objections. Wait a minute. At this moment, Tsuchimikado Haruto suddenly stood up. I have an objection. Haruto, what are you doing? Kamiyama frowned. They had agreed beforehand to follow his arrangements, and Tsuchimikado Haruto usually behaved like a good student, so why was he being so rebellious today? Haruto, what is your objection? I don't want to fight him. Tsuchimikado pointed at the drowsy Muliu. Today, I will only fight one person, and his name is Akaya. As for the others, I will not fight them at all. Otherwise, I will automatically concede. Tsuchimikado Haruto said loudly. Is this kid out of his mind? Jogu said with a crooked mouth. Sigh. It was hard to finally see Ryoha in action, and now he's going to run. He sighed. Sure enough, the drowsy Nulio stood up. Principal, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm tired and want to sleep. After saying that, he didn't wait for the principal's consent and walked away, smacking his lips. Ryoha, wait a minute. The principal tried to stop him. Principal, don't persuade me. I won't be chosen by anyone, let alone by such a weak ant. That Akaya is quite suitable for him. It's more interesting for weaklings to peck at each other. After saying that, no matter how much Ing Shangtian shouted, Mu Luhai would not look back. Ing Shangtian's face turned ugly. Go call Hong Yi out. Tell him to come and fight. He instructed one of the students beside him. The student nodded and then walked towards the confinement room. Tsuyuman Haruto watched the direction the student left with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Hong Yi, I will personally ruin you. Let Ning Ningzi know that her choice was wrong. I am the one most suitable for him. At that moment, Yi Xiao was sleeping in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hong Yi, you can come out now. The principal wants you to participate in the exchange battle. Tsuyuman Haruto has specifically called you out. The student's voice came from outside the room. Yi Xiao frowned. Although he didn't know why Tsuyuman Haruto wanted to challenge him, Ing Shangtian needed him now, asking him to participate in the exchange battle? Sorry, I'm still in confinement, I can't come out until 7 days are up. Yi Xiao directly refused. What a joke, was he Yi Xiao's dog, coming and going at his command? The principal said you can come out early. That's not possible, rules are rules, they can't be easily changed, otherwise how would you command respect in the future? Yi Xiao shook his head like a rattle. So the principal is already willing to forgive you. Hong Yi, you can come out early. The student spoke again. I said I'm not going out. Either letting Shangtian come personally to find me, invite me out, and then apologize to me in front of all the teachers and students, saying he misunderstood me, or tell him to get lost. The further the better. Anyway, I can still go out after 7 days. What can he do to me? Who the hell cares about him? Yi Xiao said disdainfully. The student was shocked. Was Hong Yi really so bold? He actually wanted the principal to come personally to invite him. How dare he? But he was just an ordinary student, caught in the middle and very passive. He can only take this message back and letting Shangtian judge for himself. What did you say? Did he really say that? Ing Shangtian was dumbfounded. Why was the student speaking so arrogantly? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? Yes. He said there are 2 choices, either he comes out himself after 7 days, or you go personally to invite him now, and you must apologize to him in public, otherwise. The student stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Otherwise what? Ing Shangtian frowned and asked, Principal, I dare not say. It's okay, just say it. I've been through so much. What haven't I heard? Just say it. I want to see what kind of ivory can come out of that dog's mouth. Ing Shangtian waved his hand, a domineering look appearing on his delicate face. Hong Yi, he said, if you can't do it, then tell you to get lost as far as you can. After the student finished speaking, he lowered his head, a look of fear on his face. He was afraid that Ing Shangtian would punish him severely because not everyone was as arrogant as Hong Yi, daring to go against the principal. Good. What a Hong Yi, so arrogant. You want me to personally invite him, huh? Alright, then I will go. I want to see what tricks he has. Ing Shangtian stood up suddenly, a hint of anger on his face. Principal Yamamoto, please wait a moment, I will personally go find that Hong Yi. Oh, Principal Ing, could it be that Hong Yi is really some super genius? You have to go find him personally? Yamamoto's face showed a hint of doubt. He can be considered a genius, but compared to his talent, his arrogance is even greater. In summary, it can be described in 8 words. Prideful and arrogant, unworthy of great responsibility. After saying that, Ing Shangtian left directly. TCH, if Brother Hongye is unfit for the task, are you still going to look for him? Bai Ruoyu angrily waved her small fist from the audience stand. Sooner or later, I'll hang you, you androgynous thing, on the wall. Because she was forced to stay at Jinshin University for observation, Bai Ruoyu hadn't left the campus for several days. She couldn't even drink the bone soup she loved from the school gate. Furious, her teeth itched, wishing she could tear Ing Shangtian apart. Ing Shangtian stormed towards Yi Zhao's confinement room. Bang bang bang, he knocked hard on the door. Hongya, it's me, Ing Shangtian. Didn't you want me to come personally to invite you? Here I am. However, there was no response from inside the room. Ing Shangtian knocked a few more times, still no one answered. He directly opened the door. There lay Yi Xiao on the bed, wearing headphones, his eyes half closed, swaying his body to the rhythm of the music. He was completely immersed in his own world. Noticing someone had entered the room, Yi Xiao opened his eyes. Oh, President Ing has graced us with his presence. I really didn't expect you to come looking for me. After all, you're so busy. Stop with the nonsense. Ing Shangtian waved his hand. Are you going to face the students from Donying University or not? He asked with a serious face. Come on. Don't be in such a hurry. President Ing, sit down first. You can sit on my bed. I don't mind you being dirty. Hong Ye, don't talk to me about these trivial matters. Just one sentence, are you going or not? Ing Shangtian stared at Yi Xiao with a gaze that seemed capable of killing. He had held a high position for many years, and his aura was not something ordinary people could withstand. If it were an ordinary student, they would have been trembling in fear before him. But was he an ordinary person? He was Yi Xiao, the owner of those with are born conquerors. What was there to fear? In terms of momentum, Yi Xiao was not inferior to anyone. I'll say it again, either you apologize to me in public and invite me to go, or please feel free to leave. Yi Xiao pointed to the door outside. Hong Ye, are you really going to do this? Do you really want to tear our faces apart? You should know this battle concerns the reputation of Daxia. Winning is allowed, losing is not. If Daxia loses face, it will all be your fault. Ha! Don't put a hat on my head. I can't bear it. In previous years, the kids from Dongying have never won a single time in the exchange battles, losing time and again. This year, you, President Ng, have just taken over as acting president. If Ssssss University loses, how do you think the higher-ups will view you? You, President Ng, are far inferior to Principal Ning, Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. President Ng, what about that Mu Liuha under you? Wasn't he the one chosen for the role earlier? Liuha is gone, and that Tsuchimikado Haruhito is determined to have you fight him, Ng Xiangtian said with a serious face. He, President Ng, you're not doing well either. You can't even control one Mu Liuha and one Tsuchimikado Haruhito. Back when Principal Ning was here, he was the one who spoke and no one dared to disobey. Yi Xiao scoffed. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Ng Xiangtian's eyes. He wished he could kill Yi Xiao on the spot. However, Yi Xiao was right. This battle allowed for victory but not defeat, for the position of president of Ssssss University. Alright, Hong Ye, I agree to your condition. I will apologize to you in front of all the faculty and students. You will face Tsuchimikado Haruhito. Ng Xiangtian reluctantly nodded in agreement. Once he officially took the position of president, the first thing he would do is erase Hong Ye's student status, and Su Changhan, he would have to roll as far away as possible. In that case, I'll trouble President Ng. Yi Xiao jumped off the bed with a flip. President Ng, let's go. I'm quite willing to do something for the glory of the country. Yi Xiao walked out of the room with his hands behind his head. I haven't been out for 3 days, the air outside is so fresh, and the scenery is so beautiful. Don't you think so, President Ng? In contrast to Yi Xiao's bright smile, the resentment on Ng Xiangtian's body was at a level that even ghosts would retreat 100 miles from. They're coming. Hong Yi and the principal are here. This Hong Yi is too arrogant. He even wants the principal to personally invite him. Is he dreaming? The principal is coming to pick me up. I should at least bow to him a couple of times. Arrogant and self-important. He won't achieve great things. Clearly, this is a matter of fighting for the country. Yet Hong Ye's character is concerning. If that's the case, then Mu Luha said he wouldn't fight. Does that mean he betrayed the country? Exactly. Do you understand the principle of not judging without knowing the full picture? Among the students, 2 factions began to argue. One side consisted of students who were intimidated by Hong Ye's strength and courage, who were his admirers. The other side couldn't stand Hong Yi stealing the spotlight but dared not confront him, only gossiping behind his back. Hong Yi and Ng Xiangtian arrived at the arena, and then Hong Yi found a spot to sit down. Alright, I've brought Hong Yi here. Suji Kaito, is he the one you want to challenge? Ng Xiangtian asked. The moment Suji Kaito saw Yi Xiao, he couldn't control himself, suddenly standing up from his seat, fists tightly clenched, staring at Yi Xiao as if he were looking at his father's murderer. Yes, it's him. Suji Kaito's terrifying aura unconsciously fluctuated. His level had reached the terrifying control level. At this level, one has almost completely explored their profession, fully mastering the skills and various characteristics of their vocation. At this level, practitioners awaken a brand new ability, levitation. I will definitely defeat you and prove to you that only I am worthy of Ning Ning Zi. Suji looked at Yi Xiao's face, his eyes burning with rage. Yi Xiao looked puzzled. Shouldn't this be our first meeting? Why do you look like you have a grudge against me? And that kind of grudge feels as if you killed his father and slept with his mother. Alright, since that's the case, let's begin. It's an exchange battle. Who will come up first? Ng Xiangtian also glanced at Suji Kaito strangely but didn't think much of it. He simply waved his hand to announce the start of the match. Wait a minute. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. Principal Ng, did you forget what you promised me? In an instant, Ng Xiangtian's face turned exceptionally ugly. Hong Yi, are you really going to do this? Didn't we agree on this before? You, as the principal, wouldn't deny it, would you? I have it recorded. Yi Xiao raised his phone and said with a smile. Hong Yi, you. Ng Xiangtian found himself in a difficult position. Alright, Hong Yi, you're good, really good. In front of the crowd, he was made to look foolish. It had been so long since he encountered such a situation after graduating from university. Ng Xiangtian had always been one to repay grievances with vengeance. During his university days, someone had insulted him with a single word. That person, right after graduation, was rendered useless the night before joining the hunter team, instantly falling from a prestigious graduate to a waste. From heaven to hell, the last person to provoke such anger in him was that man. And now it was Hong Yi. The crowd stirred. Whispers of discussion spread. Did Hong Yi and the principal reach some kind of deal? Yeah. Did the principal promise Hong Yi some conditions? This Hong Yi is impressive. He really knows how to take advantage of the situation for his own gain. He must have threatened the principal to get benefits. To involve personal interests in something meant to bring glory to the country. a morally corrupt guy. He doesn't deserve to be a student of Jinshin University. Dude, why are you barking here again? I've said it before, without knowing the full picture, don't judge. Did Hong Yi sleep with your mom or something? Why do you hate him so much? Red Knight stood with his hands in his pockets, a calm smile on his face as he gazed at Principal Ling Xiangtian. Everyone should know that I, Red Knight, was punished with 7 days of confinement by the principal for injuring someone off campus. However, this was actually a misunderstanding, and the school has just clarified that I, Red Knight, am innocent. The truth is that I injured the other person in self-defense, so now that the truth is out, Principal Ling wants to personally apologize to me. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. So that's how it is. The principal is going to publicly apologize to Red Knight. Is this true? Now that Red Knight is here, they must have reached some sort of agreement. This can't be fake. I knew it. I always felt that Red Knight wasn't the kind of student who would cause trouble. Just the fact that he went into the Void Divine Realm to save Zhang Ro, even at the risk of offending Chu Wanyan and Chang Wanyan, shows that. After all, Red Knight is just Xiao Hongchen's senior brother and has no direct relationship with Zhang Ro, yet he still took action. This shows he is a person of deep feelings and loyalty. How could someone like that be a bad person? Principal Ling, what are you waiting for? Please go ahead. Yi Xiao smiled and slightly raised his hand to gesture. Ing Xiangtian's face turned ugly, but the words had already been spoken. Moreover, Red Knight had his recording in hand. He had no choice but to act. I admit, we did not investigate thoroughly and wronged student Red Knight. I apologize to Red Knight. I'm sorry, student Red Knight. We wronged you. Your punishment is revoked. Wow! The crowd was shaken, and everyone's gaze towards Red Knight changed. So that's it. Red Knight didn't use any personal interests to blackmail the principal. He even silently endured the unfairness of confinement. Everything Red Knight did was just to seek a fair and just resolution for himself. He is truly a man. Yes, so Red Knight was wronged. I knew he wouldn't do such a thing. You've been wronged, Red Knight. Congratulations on clearing your name. Red Knight, you're amazing. You're a real man. A group of passionate students began to cheer for Red Knight. In an instant, Red Knight won the hearts of many. Nice. Red Knight's punishment is cancelled. Mine is cancelled too. I can go drink bone soup now. I'm so craving it. Zhang Ro, let's go together. Bai Ruoyu jumped up 3 feet high in joy, reaching out to rub Zhang Ro's shoulder. Drinking bone soup can enhance one's figure. Ha ha ha. Watching the lively crowd, Ing Xiangtian became even more furious. His apology had turned into an opportunity for Red Knight to win over the students of Jinshin University. What a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Seeing Red Knight's triumphant expression, Ing Xiangtian wished he could kill him. I accept Principal Ying's apology. By the way, Principal Ying, there's something I've never told you. The recording is fake. After all, I still believe in Principal Ying's character. You wouldn't do something untrustworthy, right? Red Knight tilted his head and asked. Of course not. Ing Xiangtian gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I really believe in you, Principal Ing. Red Knight chuckled. He had won this round. Then, looking at the many students, Red Knight slowly spoke. There's no other way. To clear my name, I, Red Knight, had to resort to this underhanded tactic. I apologize for wasting everyone's time. Yi Xiao cupped his hands in salute. Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted with a raised fist. Not a waste. Red Knight, you're a real man. From now on, I only follow you. Red Knight, you are our role model. Fearless against tyranny. Red Knight is amazing. Yi Xiao slightly raised his hand to quiet the students' excited voices. Thank you all for your understanding. So, to express my apologies and to stop wasting everyone's time, I, Hong Yi, have decided. I alone will fight against the 3 prodigies of Donying University. One battle, to determine the victor. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed instantly. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the crowd, and the next moment, an even more sensational uproar erupted. Incredible! Hong Yi is so badass. 1 against 3. How dare he say such a thing? He's crazy. Although Hong Yi is strong, he defeated Chen Anqing and Zhou Gu, but the 3 on the other side are also powerful monsters. Their profiles. Yeah, that girl, Saratobi Kika, controls an 8th tier ninja, and the one with the sword, Kamozu Teru, controls a 9th tier warrior, and the most terrifying, Sumagumo Haruto. He controls 12 Shikigami, 6 of which come from Abe no Saimai. Most importantly, his level is the 1st tier of control. He could be a city lord in a small city. Hong Yi is a bit overconfident, right? Is he going to crash and burn? Definitely. Hong Yi is completely immersed in people's flattery. If he wins, I'll do a live stream of me doing a handstand and eating shit. Come on, bro, are you at it again? Do you have a grudge against Hong Yi? You diss him every day, something must have happened with your girlfriend. The commotion among the students even surprised the vice president of Dongying University, Yamashita. Principal Ing, your student is way too overconfident. Is he serious about 1 against 3? Ing Xiangtian remained silent with a serious expression. After a moment, he finally spoke. Hong Yi, are you serious? Do you know what will happen if you lose? Ing Xiangtian asked in a deep voice. Of course I know, but I can't lose. What makes you think that? Confidence. Isn't that arrogance? If I don't win, I voluntarily withdraw from school. Alright, because of that one sentence, I allow it. Ing Xiangtian slammed the table. Since Hong Yi wanted to take the responsibility, why not let him? Even if he lost, it would be the result of Hong Yi's stubbornness and had nothing to do with Ing Xiangtian. Principal Yamashita, you heard it too. Our school's educational style advocates respecting students' autonomy. Since Hong Yi has made this request and is willing to bear all the consequences, as the principal, I choose to respect him. Ing Xiangtian took a comforting sip of hot tea. The public embarrassment had already made him want to kill Hong Yi, but now with this turn of events, if Hong Yi lost this battle, his reputation would be completely reversed. After all, he represented not just himself, but Jinshin University and the Great Xia. If he lost, it would be the sin he committed for the sake of showing off. The students would also condemn him for it. Alright, since Principal Ing said so. Haruto, you 3 step forward. With Yamashita's command, the 3 immediately stood up. I want to have a fair fight with him, Sumagumo Haruto said with a serious face. Haruto, I've already granted your wish to fight him, so stop throwing a tantrum, or I'll have to tell your grandfather, Yamashita said sternly. Fine. Hearing his grandfather's name, Sumagumo Haruto's face paled slightly, and his tightly clenched fists relaxed. Don't worry, Haruto, the 3 of us will definitely not lose. Kamuzu Teru reassured him. That's right, Haruto, Kika will do her best to defeat him. Sarutobi Kika encouraged, clenching her pink fist. The 3 of them and Hong Yi stepped onto the arena. Before the battle begins, can you tell me why you have such great hostility towards me? This should be our first meeting, right? Yi Xiao shrugged, feeling very curious about this. Humph. Sumagumo Haruto snorted coldly, tossing a stack of photos that scattered in front of Hong Yi. He lowered his head to pick up the photo. Ah, so that's why. Secretly taking pictures, huh? Such good skills, it's you, right? Hong Yi's gaze lingered on Sarutobi Ketsuka among the 3. A cold expression emerged. He hated being secretly photographed more than anything, and the photo clearly showed Jin Gong Ningzi wearing only white lingerie, looking intimate with him. At least from the photo, the 2 looked like a very close private couple. Hey, woman, do you know what happens when you secretly take pictures of me? Hong Yi rubbed his wrist slightly. Has the match started? He turned to Ing Xiangtian and asked. It has started. Ing Xiangtian nodded. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, Yi Zhao's body swayed slightly in place and then disappeared. Ketsuka, be careful. His speed is very fast. Kamuzu Teru's gaze was sharp as he instantly reacted. Thunder flash. Boom. He tightened his grip on the katana in his hand, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, shooting out fiercely. It became a residual shadow, as if a chain of lightning spanned half the thunder. When his figure reappeared, Kamuzu Teru inhaled and exhaled, white vapor rolling around him, enveloped in a violent force of lightning. Whoosh! Die! He swung his sword, a series of thunderous roars shaking the void, slashing towards Sarutobi Ketsuka's back. Whoosh! Just as his sword light swept through the void, a figure appeared in the trajectory of his strike. Not good. Hong Yi has been predicted. This Kamuzu Teru's strength is terrifying. Lightning-like speed, thunder-like explosive power, combining attack and speed into one. This is an invincible stance. It's over. Hong Yi has teleported into the opponent's attack path. What to do? Is Hong Yi going to lose? Defeated right at the start? People kept exclaiming in shock. That guy's sword. Even Chen Anxing, seeing the opponent's move, couldn't help but grip his sword tightly, imagining whether he had a chance against Kamuzu Teru. It's over. The pride of Daxia is nothing like this. Kamuzu Teru exhaled, a scorching breath hitting the air. His sword had already brushed against Hong Yi's hair, just a little closer, and he could severely injure him. This strike would undoubtedly leave him gravely wounded if not dead. You have lost. Remember, the one who defeated you is me, Kamuzu Teru. As the words fell, boom, the thunderous sword struck out. Thunder roared through the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. It's over. Hong Yi has been hit. So strong. Even Hong Yi is not his opponent. Is he really going to lose? Damn it. Those damn little days. They took us for fools. If my senior from the 4th year were here, what right do they have to be rampant here? Damn. The students clenched their fists, their faces filled with unwillingness. Just then, someone exclaimed, "No! Look! Up there! It's Hong Yi!" They saw Kamuzu Teru's eyes widen suddenly after his strike. This strike had missed completely. He felt no presence of a solid object. The strike did not land on Hong Yi. So where is he? Shadow. A shadow covered Kamuzu Teru. Is he above? Kamuzu Teru suddenly looked up, raising his sword to slash upwards. But before the sword could change direction, he merely tilted his head and saw a hand as white as jade pressing down towards his face. Too slow, I've seen through everything about you. Boom! Yishao descended from the sky, pressing down hard, smashing Kamuzu Teru's head directly onto the arena. Boom! Dust rolled, and the arena was smashed into a deep pit by Hong Yi. Kamuzu Teru's brain buzzed from the impact, and for a moment, it seemed he had lost consciousness. This Red Knight, why so fast? Buzz buzz buzz. Xian using Daolang was struck and saw stars. The Red Knight then lifted his body up. So nervous, do you like this woman? Boom! The Red Knight trembled, lifting Xian using Daolang into the air. Sometimes, when you're not strong enough, don't learn from others to be a hero saving a beauty. The best samurai in the East? In my great Xia, you're just cannon fodder. Get lost. Boom! The Red Knight hurled Xian using Daolang down to the ground like trash. Then his figure paused in midair, flickered slightly. He disappeared. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed. Roar! Boom! A shadow 100 feet long swept through the void, directly piercing the spot where the Red Knight had just been. A figure stepped forward, his white yin-yang robe billowing in the wind. Suji no Hashihito holding a talisman, chanting incantations. All those who fight in battle, array before me. White dragon, devour. Boom! A creature resembling both a dragon and a snake coiled behind Suji no Hashihito, its crimson vertical pupils flashing with fierce light, flicking its tongue at the Red Knight. A filthy big snake dares to call itself a dragon? Your little country really has no vision. The Red Knight concealed himself in another place, sneering. Then he raised his hand and grasped the void. Sword, come! Boom! A white flash appeared in his hand, cutting across the sky. Whoosh! The Red Knight flickered and vanished from his original spot. One sword cuts the heavens. His figure appeared behind the white dragon, and he swung his sword. Ox demon, bombard! Suji no Hashihito hurriedly took out the talisman again, reciting the incantation. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a bull-headed monster roared, reaching out its large hand to strike at the Red Knight. Bang! Its palm struck the Red Knight's sword, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Purple extreme eye. A flash of purple light flickered in his pupils hidden beneath the eye cover. Boom! The Red Knight's momentum surged dramatically. The terrifying power of the sword intent also increased. He reversed the sword and cut off the bull demon's wrist with a single stroke. A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. One sword's light chills 19 continents. The Red Knight seemed like an unparalleled swordsman, turning in the void, and then he slashed down. The white sword light illuminated the sky, and at that moment, it seemed everyone saw his figure, blooming a touch of blood red amidst the endless piercing white light. That was the Red Knight. Whoosh! As the sword fell, the bull demon's body was cleaved in two by the Red Knight. If not for half of its body hiding underground, the bull demon would have been slain by the Red Knight at that moment. But even so, Suji no Hashihito was severely injured. White dragon, retreat! Blue demon, red demon, twin demons, come forth! He clenched the talismans tightly, his spiritual power surging wildly in the air. Suji no Hashihito was serious now, and thoroughly enraged. Boom! A yin-yang gate opened behind him, and from the endless darkness, a deep breath emerged. A green, fierce head peeked out from behind the gate, showing a hint of fear. Then a fully red demon emerged from the gate, wielding a wolf-toothed club. The crying blue demon and the rugged red demon complemented each other, balancing one another. The red demon was tall and robust, while the blue demon was weak and small. Boom boom! The blue demon rode on the red demon's head, and the red demon charged at the Red Knight, wildly swinging the wolf-toothed club, howling as it rushed towards him. It was like an angry child roaring. When the Red Knight raised his sword, blocking the red demon's attack, but clang clang clang, a stronger shockwave resonated on the Red Knight's sword. Shockwave? Yishao showed a look of surprise. These two guys' attacks actually caused a shockwave. He countered with a punch aimed at the red demon's body, yet it felt as if he had struck a mass of cotton. Unloading force? I understand now. A look of astonishment flashed across Hongya's face. The attack from the red demon had a shockwave effect, and the presence of the blue demon provided them with a force unloading effect. The combination of these two was indeed difficult to handle. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would be troubled for a long time, but he was no ordinary person. Boom! Hongyi stomped one foot down, and 500 times the gravity erupted. I don't believe you can unload force against 500 times the gravity. Boom boom boom. The terrifying pressure suppressed the two demons in the void, and both let out fearful screams. Their bodies began to crack apart piece by piece. Blue demon, red demon, come back. Tsuji Munehito's face turned grim. This Hongyi actually had so many tricks up his sleeve. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Your 12 Shikigami. Let me see them. Hongyi laughed heartily, brandishing his sword and charging directly at Tsuji Munehito. Just then, a figure appeared behind Hongyi. Sarutobi Yuki's face showed a murderous intent as she brandished a kunai towards Hongyi's neck. The elusive ninja from the east. I've been on guard against you. Hongyi slightly tilted his head and sneered. Then he swung his hand and slapped. Smack! It struck Sarutobi Yuki, sending her flying. The left side of her fair face swelled up high. Hongyi's figure flashed and appeared above her. I said, I hate it when others sneak a shot of me. In principle, I don't hit women, but sometimes I have no principles. After saying that, Hongyi directly drove his elbow down. Boom! It smashed into Sarutobi Yuki's face. Everyone gasped in shock. This Hongyi was too ruthless. Such a kawaii girl, and he just hit her in the face. He even said he wouldn't hit women. He had sent Chu Wanyan to the ICU, and she still hadn't come out. Now it seems Sarutobi Yuki was also about to get a hospital bed. Yuki! A furious roar came, as Kamuzu Teru was enveloped in lightning, swinging his sword towards Hongyi. The man has feelings, the woman has no intention. Do you know what this is called? This is called a simp. Boom! Hongyi kicked and directly hooked Kamuzu Teru's neck. If you love her so much, then be with her. In the next moment, he grabbed one in each hand and slammed them together. Boom! Then he kicked them both down from above. Sorry, you two are too weak. You don't have the qualifications to fight me. Hongyi immediately turned around. At this moment, Tsuji Munehito stood in the void, his expression extremely heavy. A stack of talismans in his hand was burning fiercely. You shouldn't have harmed my friends. They are the most important people to me. TCH. What a classic line from a two-dimensional male lead. You really are full of yourself. Hongyi scoffed, his face full of disdain. Tian-e. Lu Ha. Xian Wu. Tai Chan. Tian Kong. Bai Hu. Appear. He summoned 6 Shikigami in one breath, which was almost Tsuji Munehito's limit. These 6 Shikigami were all once possessed by the ancestor of Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, and were much stronger than his own Shikigami from ancient times. Tsuji Munehito's fair palm trembled slightly. The power consumed by summoning the Shikigami was almost unbearable for him. But if he could defeat Hongyi, everything would be worth it. Just thinking about Hongyi rolling in bed with Jindu Nene, sweet nothings exchanged, his anger burned uncontrollably, and the killing intent overwhelmed everything, even though his body had reached its limit. Kill for me! Tsuji Munehito roared. The appearance of the 6 Shikigami completely filled the arena, surrounding Hongyi tightly in the center, unable to move an inch. This aura! I feel like I can hardly breathe. Is this the power of a master? Tsuji Munehito is too powerful. Someone exclaimed, if it were me, I would probably have been crushed by the pressure. Facing such an existence, Hongyi still has to fight him. I can't imagine what kind of pressure he is under. Hongyi is so manly. Don't rush. The situation hasn't reached the most critical moment yet. Hongyi's most powerful move hasn't been unleashed. Just hold on. Others comforted. No, I think it's a bit difficult. Until a senior in his 3rd year stroked his chin and analyzed. He was the 10th ranked genius in his 3rd year, working as a battlefield analyst, a supportive profession. But it was also an absurdly powerful supportive profession, one that every team wanted to have. His ability was to analyze a practitioner's weaknesses based on the information available. The more information he gathered, the more thorough his analysis of that person became. I have already analyzed Hongyi's skill. That skill is indeed very powerful. Moreover, it is a locking technique, but the only flaw is that its speed is relatively slow. The charging process seems a bit long, and most importantly, the locking technique can only target one person. Tsuchimikado Haruto is currently at a distance from Hongyi. If he attacks Tsuchimikado Haruto, then his Shikigami won't be attacked, and if he attacks the Shikigami, he can only choose to eliminate one of them. The worst case scenario is that as soon as Hongyi makes his move, he will be eliminated by the 6 Shikigami. He pushed up his glasses. If Hongyi is given enough preparation time, perhaps he could indeed win, but right now, I can only say the odds are not great. After hearing his analysis, the other students' expressions changed instantly. Could it be that Hongyi is going to lose? Tsuchimikado Haruto summoned 12 Shikigami right from the start. Can we say he is cheating? This is an absurd amount of help. Are you brain dead? He is at Onmyoji. If he doesn't summon Shikigami, what do you want him to do? Fly to the heavens? It's just like a beastmaster. His fighting style is also his pet's. I really don't know how your IQ got you into the God-guarding university. By taking shortcuts. 666. Unbelievable. The 6 Shikigami charged towards Hongyi, various divine lights illuminating the sky. Shikigami, crush this guy. Tsuchimi Haruto ordered with a cold smile. He knew Hongyi had a skill that could turn the tide, so he had set up coordinates around Hongyi from the very beginning. As soon as the Shikigami appeared, they could completely block him, and Hongyi wouldn't have any chance to unleash that skill. Moreover, he was also on guard against Hongya's spatial shifting ability. The ability of the sky was to confine this space. Hongya's teleportation would also lose its effect. Let's see how he can withstand it now. Tsuchimi Haruto glanced at the fallen Kamuso Toro and Yuan Fei Ketsuka. Toro, Ketsuka, my dear friends, thank you for the opportunity you have fought for me. Next, I will make those who harmed you pay the price. Feel the pain. Feel the fear. Hongyi. This is my Tsuchimi Haruto's method. As his words fell, various attacks whistled towards Hongyi. It was at that moment. Second stage of Heavy Eyes. Mastery of life and death. As Hongya's realm rose to the manipulation level, the Heavy Eyes also unlocked new powers. Mastery of life and death. Left eye gives life, right eye takes death. It can be said to master the power of life and death. If Hongyi were not covering his eyes with a red cloth, someone would see the white and black whirlpools swirling in his eyes. All the attacks, at the moment they struck Hongyi, were instantly enveloped by a black mist. The right eye, mastering death, froze all the attacks in the void. What is happening? What is that black mist? I feel a strong sense of death. That mist. I feel like if I touch it, I will die. Red Knight actually has a killing move. He's just 2 against the heavens. The palm's essence of life and death transforming into yin and yang, and yin and yang evolving into the 2 instruments. This move has many applications to develop, and the simplest yet most powerful application that Ji Shao has developed now is enemy and self-exchange. A black mist enveloped the attack directed at him, followed by a glow from his left eye. A burst of white light surrounded it. Then, Red Knight's action shocked everyone. He simply waved his hand lightly. Go! These terrifying attacks shot back towards the 6 major Shikigami. Damn! A 2-level reversal, ha! Red Knight can actually turn others' moves into his own. What a godly operation. Mom asked me why I watched the match on my knees. Red Knight is just too strong. How can we fight like this? You work hard for a wave of output, and he just bounces it back. What the hell? If I encounter Red Knight, I'll just admit defeat. Boom! 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 The powerful attacks were directly returned to the major Shikigami. Some quick-reacting Shikigami dodged, but a few were not so fast and were hit directly, heavily injured. Then, Red Knight grabbed with one hand. It's over. Sumagumo Haruto, the sword of Damocles. Boom! The silver greatsword appeared before everyone for the 3rd time. Then, the greatsword suddenly fell. This time, it was not aimed at Sumagumo Haruto, but at Red Knight. Sword, come! Red Knight shouted lightly. With one hand raised high, the silver greatsword was directly driven down towards him. Then Red Knight grasped the sword of Damocles. This sword was larger, heavier, and broader than his entire being, yet he held it with just one hand. Slash! Red Knight swung with one hand. The power of judgment transformed into sword energy and swept out directly. Those Shikigami couldn't dodge in time and were cut in half by his sword. Scatter! Even the barrier that sealed him was torn apart by Red Knight's sword. The power of the sword of Damocles was so strong that it was like a god blocking a god, a Buddha extinguishing a Buddha. The onlookers fell silent. Wait, big brother, this sword is so strong. Why didn't you summon it from the start? You've been fighting for so long, and we were all on edge. Were you just playing a game? Does Red Knight have some kind of hobby? I feel like he could easily kill 3 classmates from the little sun, but he still wants to fight back and forth for so long? Don't talk nonsense. You don't understand Red Knight's considerations. This is an exchange battle. A one-hit kill has no meaning. He definitely wants to communicate well with the students from the East Japan. And maybe Red Knight is also trying to enhance our viewing experience? Exactly. Our startled reactions have already satisfied Red Knight's desire to perform. He's probably tired of playing now. Brother, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Red Knight is actually quite nice. No, what you call communication is sending someone to the ICU. I've seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is my first time seeing a living king of hell. Red Knight walked step by step, approaching Sumagumo Haruto. Swish! He raised the great sword, directly aiming at his forehead. Kid, you lost. Is there anything else to say? Sumagumo Haruto's face showed horror. He indeed lost. His 6 Shikigami were either injured or incapacitated, and with the few that were previously bloodily beaten by Red Knight, he had almost brought out all his Shikigami. But he still couldn't match up. Why? How can you be so strong? You're clearly not even at the control level. Why are you so strong? This is impossible. It's unfair. This is unfair. Why are you stronger than me? I am the #1 genius on Myoji of the East Japan. Sumagumo Haruto roared in unwillingness. Haven't you figured it out yet? From the very beginning, I was just playing with you. If you hadn't shown me so much hatred, I would have just defeated you and called it a day. After all, you're just a simp, pretty pathetic. But the moment I showed up, you acted like you wanted to kill my whole family. How could I let you off the hook like that? So I can only play with you properly. How's that? I'm pretty good at controlling the rhythm, right? Every time I'm in a crisis, don't you think you're about to win? That victory is in your grasp? That thrill must be so intense it feels like your heart is about to jump out. I get it. It was the same when I played King of Fighters in the arcade. My opponent would always let me win, and just when I was about to celebrate my victory, they'd unleash a combo and take me out in an instant. That feeling of disparity is something only a few can truly understand. Hong Yi waved his hand, a nostalgic look on his face. Little did he know, Tsuya Haruto was on the verge of spitting blood. His expression was grim, and he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, this can't be happening. It's all fake. Isn't it fun to go from heaven to hell? You must really hate me right now, wanting to kill me, right? I love seeing you look at me with that kind of frustration while being unable to do anything." Hong Yi whistled and shot a smug glance at Ing Xiangtian. Ing Xiangtian's face was extremely grim. Hong Yi was just pointing out the obvious, as he too was one of those who found Hong Yi unbearable but couldn't do anything about it. For some reason, at that moment, Ing Xiangtian felt a bit of sympathy for Tsuya Haruto. I'm going all out with you. Tsuya Haruto lost his sanity, provoked by Hong Yi's words. He lunged at Hong Yi like a madman. Bang! Hong Yi raised his hand and punched him in the lower abdomen. Then he followed up with an elbow strike. Bang! Tsuya Haruto fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. But compared to his physical injuries, the despair in his heart was even greater. At that moment, the students looked at Hong Yi, their spines chilling. Compared to his extreme combat power, Hong Yi was also very skilled at breaking down others' mental defenses, making them doubt themselves and shatter their resolve. That was the most terrifying part. A slight misstep could ruin their careers. For example, Chen Anqing and Zhou Gu were almost made to doubt their lives and themselves by Hong Yi, their resolve shattered. If it weren't for Ing Xiangtian finding someone to counsel them, they might have really been done for. This Hong Yi is too terrifying. Don't offend anyone, but definitely don't offend Hong Yi. This guy is a demon, a blind demon. Damn. Some people looked at Hong Yi's smiling face and felt a chill run down their spines. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. Tsuya Haruto trembled, still shouting. You're so pathetic. No wonder Jingun and Ingzi doesn't like you. Forget it, bullying a weakling isn't interesting. Hong Yi shrugged and turned away. His two sentences pierced Tsuya Haruto's heart like arrows. Critical hit plus 999. Alright, Principal Ing, it's time to announce the winner. Hong Yi stood on the stage, speaking to Ing Xiangtian. Ing Xiangtian sighed and slowly stood up. Although Hong Yi had brought glory to Jinshin University and secured victory, he felt no joy. He even felt extremely stifled. Ing Xiangtian slowly began, I announce that the champion of this exchange battle is. But just then, before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly flashed by. It was the little Kiso Taro, who had been lying on the ground. He brandished his sword, his body darting towards Hong Yi like lightning, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Watch out, Hong Yi, get out of the way. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They never expected that Konoha Taro would strike at this moment, and most importantly, he came with the intent to kill. He wanted to kill Hong Yi. At this moment, Hong Yi still had not turned around, just facing away from him. Konoha Taro's face revealed a fierce killing intent. Only you. I will never forgive you. I want to kill you. His speed reached its peak. Everything happened in almost a second. He saw his knife pierce through Hong Yi's clothing. I told you, I was just playing with you. You must have been very happy just now, right? After all, I'm about to be killed by you, aren't I? A familiar voice rang in his ear. Konoha Taro's expression changed, and then he saw a hand covering his eyes. He didn't know when, but Yi Xiao had already appeared behind Konoha Taro. To publicly assassinate the pride of Daxia is a capital offense. Do you Eastern Japan want to go to war with Daxia? If so, then you can be the first pawn. Yi Xiao's eyes shot out a murderous light. Principal Yamamoto instantly understood Hong Yi's meaning and hurriedly got up. No, stop. He rushed towards the arena at high speed. You say stop and I stop? What are you? In my Daxia, killing the pride of Daxia is a capital offense. Yi Xiao directly used one hand to crush Konoha Taro's neck. Then, like throwing away garbage, he tossed him to the ground. You actually dared to kill him. Watching Konoha Taro die before his eyes, Yamamoto's expression changed instantly. A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. He was a 7th-tier disaster-level powerhouse, standing at the peak of the entire Eastern Japan. There were only 4 8th-tier rule-level powerhouses in Eastern Japan, one in the Eastern Shrine and one in the Western Tokugawa. The rest were a powerful ninja from the Sarutobi family and a samurai swordsman who had been in seclusion for years. Konoha Taro was that secluded samurai, his only disciple in over 30 years. One can imagine the turmoil that would ensue if he found out Konoha Taro died in Dacia. Yamamoto would definitely bear the brunt of it. Therefore, Yamamoto now wished he could take Honya's head back to Eastern Japan to apologize to that powerhouse. What can't be killed? In my Dacia territory, you dare to strike with lethal intent? Do you Eastern Japan want to go to war? This time it won't be like the past. If war breaks out, my Dacia powerhouses will charge straight in, able to slay your Eastern Japan's Mount Fuji. Invade your Eastern Japan cabinet. Who in Tokyo dares to block? Those so-called powerhouses of Eastern Japan, do you see them daring to speak? Don't think that you Eastern Japan truly have any extraordinary qualities. For now, we only need you to suppress the wild gods, otherwise, you will be completely erased from the Blue Star map. After Honya's words, Yamamoto was left speechless. Crazy. Too crazy. This kid really thought he was the supreme figure of Dacia. He actually dared to boast in public. A mere 4th-tier kid. He actually dared to shout at the entire Eastern Japan. Yamamoto had never seen such an arrogant person. If I, Hong Yi, step into the 8th tier, I alone can fight all of you Eastern Japan practitioners. I will accept anyone. I will eradicate you all. Hong Yi spoke coldly, his words carrying a chill that made everyone present shudder. Good, good, good. Is this the character of Dacia students? No respect for the elders. The cultivation of your country's students needs to be improved. Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said, "Pa, you are worthy to be called an elder? Just a pirate." Hong Yi sneered. You Eastern Japan's pride, defeated by me 3-1, now unable to accept defeat, want to assassinate me here. I now seriously suspect this was instigated by you, Yamamoto, just to destroy the future of Dacia, to remove a great enemy for your Eastern Japan. Master, please kill this old thief. Suddenly, Hong Yi turned to Su Changhen and said. Su Changhen nodded, slowly rising to his feet. With one step forward, the sword energy around him instantly transformed into a sword realm that enveloped the area. He then raised his hand, a massive hand that blocked the sky reached out, directly grasping towards Shashan Tian. Su Changhen, you! Shashan Tian's face changed dramatically. He did not expect Su Changhen to act so decisively. Did this master and disciple intend to suppress all 4 of them in the Great Xia? Damn it! The people of Great Xia are too despicable. Just as Su Changhen's palm was about to completely grasp Shashan Tian, another black hand shot up into the air. It actually deflected Su Changhen's attack back. Looking back, it was actually Ing Xiang Tian who had made a move. Ing Xiang Tian, what do you mean? Are you going to favor the Eastern Yamato thieves? This guy is plotting against my Great Xia. I have reason to kill him here. Su Changhen said coldly. Su Changhen, don't be so agitated. I am somewhat acquainted with Principal Shashan Tian. He is not the kind of person to do such things. This matter should be a personal issue with Kamizuno Taro, unrelated to Principal Shashan Tian and the other 2 students. The real culprit is dead, and this matter should be considered resolved. Ing Xiang Tian said slowly. Nonsense. Within Great Xia, my disciple was almost killed by Eastern Yamato dogs, and you tell me the real culprit is dead, so this matter is resolved? Ing Xiang Tian, are you Eastern Yamato or Great Xia? Su Changhen questioned. Nonsense. Su Changhen, what do you mean by that? I, Ing Xiang Tian, have served as the principal of the Magic Capital Vocational University for so many years, diligently contributing to Great Xia. How can you doubt me now? Ing Xiang Tian was furious. I am just stating the facts. I don't care. If it were people from other countries, it would be fine. But they are from Eastern Yamato, a treacherous race. Today, I have made up my mind about these 3. Boom! Su Changhen drew his sword, and the sword light soared into the sky. Su Changhen, as the sword god of Great Xia, you are too confused about right and wrong. If you capture Shashan Tian, Great Xia will inevitably go to war with Eastern Yamato. So what if we go to war? I, Su Changhen, am willing to lead the charge. Enter Eastern Yamato. Slay their 4 8th-tier powerhouses. If Great Xia goes to war with Eastern Yamato, it will affect the entire situation. Now, all the powerful nations are eyeing us. In the wilderness, even the gods are waiting to break through the gates of Great Xia. If we go to war now, the consequences are unimaginable. According to your words, if my disciple is really killed by their Eastern Yamato genius, should we just let it go? The real culprit has already been dealt with. Su Changhen, don't make a fuss. I know you hate Eastern Yamato because years ago, a strong person from Eastern Yamato ambushed Yili. This led to his tragic death at the hands of the gods in the wilderness. But one thing is one thing. This matter is different from that incident back then. Moreover, the strong person who intercepted him has already been killed by you, and you also caused a ruckus in Eastern Yamato. This matter has long been settled. Letting it go? What a good idea to let it go. I tell you, I have already endured the matter of my senior back then. This time, I cannot endure it any longer. These three must die today. Jinghong's Sword Realm. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Su Changhan struck with all his might, unleashing the Jinghong Sword Realm, with endless sword energy swirling in the void, determined to slay these three. Death Realm. Ing Xiang Tian's profession was a necromancer. As he made his move, endless undead soldiers revived within his barrier. Boom! The two attacks collided violently, shaking the void, and a fierce wind swept through most of the Jinshin University. Two figures, one black and one white, confronted each other in the void, like gods shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone looked on in terror at this scene. Just as the two were about to truly fight, another aura revived. That aura came from outside Jinshin University. Alright, you two, calm down. A figure dressed in a long cloak, robust and domineering to the extreme, walked over from a distance. Elder Zhong. Upon seeing the newcomer, the expressions of the two instantly changed. This person was one of the strongest in the Great Xia, commanding all the professionals of the Great Xia government. He directly took orders from the leader of the Great Xia, a powerful figure just a step away from the level of authority. At the same time, he was also the former president of the Jinshin University. Ing Shangtian, Ning Zhao, Su Changhan, and Yili had all once been his half-students. I already know the situation. The matter with the Eastern barbarians is not worth causing infighting among the strong of the Great Xia. In my opinion, you should each take a step back. Don't kill anyone, just detain them for now. If the Eastern barbarians want them, let them come here themselves. I will personally negotiate with them. With a wave of his hand, Zhong Yuan Kue said, killing them directly would be a waste. This time, I won't just stab them 10 or 8 times. I will make them pay. I'll write a letter to that Eastern emperor. I want to see what decision he makes. Zhong Yuan Kue said coldly. Senior Zhong, it's just that these three have special identities in the Eastern barbarians. This matter is quite significant. Ing Xiangtian frowned and advised. Special? How special? The deceased Kamuso Dolan was the sword saint of the Eastern barbarians, a direct disciple of Qian Beniyit, and Suji Munehito is also the most outstanding disciple of the Suji family. He is said to be the reincarnation of Saimai, and the last Sarutobi Ketsuka is the most prominent ninja of the Sarutobi family in this generation. In comparison, that little Yamashita, the vice president of the Eastern Barbarians University, seems rather insignificant. Ing Xiangtian analyzed. Is that it? That's special? I thought it was something more. Just 3 8th level beings. If they really don't submit, 3 8th level beings coming to invade the Great Xia, I alone can kill them all. Without 8th level powerhouses to hold the fort, the Eastern barbarians wouldn't even need us to act. The gods in the wilderness could swarm and slaughter them all. I actually hope they come. Zhong Yuan Kue sneered. But, Ing Shangtian still seemed worried about something. But what the hell? But, Xiang Tian, over the years, you've become increasingly indecisive. Are you even afraid of the Eastern barbarians? No wonder you look like a sissy. Now the leader is already dissatisfied with you. You know the consequences, right? Zhong Yuan Kue warned. Ing Shangtian's expression changed, looking extremely unpleasant with a mix of green and white. I'll also remind you not to forget your responsibilities and not to overstep your bounds. Ning Zhao is not dead. He will wake up one day. When he returns, he will still be the president of Jinshin University. Just take care of your Magic Capital Vocational University. This is the result of your own competition back then. Do you understand? Shangtian, don't feel resentful. I've said before, among you, Yili is the most sensible and the one I am most satisfied with in all aspects. Ning Zhao is a bit too pragmatic, while Changhan is too straightforward. You understand the principle that being too rigid can lead to breaking. Shangtian, your problem is that your ambitions are too high, but your skills don't match. I hope you can recognize your mistakes and correct them. After all, I am getting older, and I need someone to take over my position. Do you understand? Zhong Yuan Kue sighed and patted the shoulders of the two. We will follow Senior Zhong's guidance. The two bowed respectfully. Alas, what a pity for Yili. Forget it, let's not mention this matter. I'm leaving. Zhong Yuan Kue sighed, shook his head, and then turned to leave. There's no need to continue fighting. Senior Zhong has considered things more thoroughly. Let's go with Senior Zhong's plan, Su Changhan said. Then, the sword realm dissipated. Ing Shangtian's expression was indifferent, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. With a wave of his hand, he also dispersed the realm of death. The two fell from the sky simultaneously. Principal Ing. Yamashita looked at him pleadingly. Ing Shangtian shrugged, indicating that he was powerless to help. Zayayamada's face instantly turned ashen. Someone, hold them down. Su Changhen spoke coldly. Since Zhong Yuan Kuei's appearance, the official professionals had also arrived. They subdued Xiao Yamada and the other two. Thank you for your hard work, Hongye. This matter is resolved. You can go back and rest now, Su Changhen said. All right. Yi Xiao nodded. He turned and walked down the arena. Wait, Hongye. At that moment, Ing Shangtian suddenly called out to him. Hongye, after this battle, you will also be the strongest in Jinshin University. Right now, I happen to have a task, and I plan to have you and Luha each lead a team to complete it. Ing Shangtian sat in his seat, his expression cold, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. What task? Yi Xiao turned to ask. Do you know about the City of Original Sin? I know. Yi Xiao nodded. The City of Original Sin is located on the border of Daxia, a small town near the wilderness, which has many civilian god-hunting teams and many refugees from other countries roaming within. Due to its remote location, Daxia did not specifically send strong individuals to manage it, and over time it became a no-man's land. However, there are also strong individuals who have risen to the top in the City of Original Sin. There are 3 such individuals, and they built 3 towers in the City of Original Sin: the Black King Tower, the White King Tower, and the Red King Tower. All 3 possess peak controlling level strength. They dominate the City of Original Sin, and everyone in the city must bow to them. It's a relatively simple task. The Lord of the Red King Tower, the Red King, was recently killed by a deity in the wilderness, and now the Red King Tower is without a master. You will go to select a new Red King, and then subdue this Red King. He will serve as the official's eyes, monitoring everything in the City of Original Sin. Of course, you cannot reveal your identity as students of Jinshin University, just disguise yourselves as civilian god-hunting teams, Ing Shangtian said. You have about a month to choose your teammates, and you must bring 4 people. Ing Shangtian continued. That's all for now. So, can I refuse? Yi Xiao asked with a bright smile. You can, but this task will directly replace your graduation task. If you don't take this, I will assign you another task. Students of Jinshin University have a graduation task in their 3rd year, and the 4th year is for internships. Hongya, you can choose for yourself. It seemed that after Zhong Yuan Kuei's guidance, Ing Shangtian had become much quieter. Surprisingly, he did not make things difficult for Yi Xiao. Alright, since that's the case, I will take on this task. Yi Xiao nodded and then turned to leave. The City of Original Sin, quite interesting. After leaving the school, Yi Xiao returned to his villa after a long time. It seemed that since he moved in last time, he hadn't returned to his villa for several days. He felt quite nostalgic. Just as he lay down on the bed, Yi Xiao heard the incessant ringing of the doorbell outside. Who is it? Yi Xiao got up in annoyance. Opening the door, he was surprised to see Lin He. Hong Ye, there's an auction at the Imperial Capital Auction House. Do you want to go? I have 2 invitation cards, Lin He said, holding 2 exquisite invitation cards, smiling brightly at Yi Xiao. An auction? I have no money, I'm not going. Yi Xiao shook his head and was about to close the door. Hey, Hongya, wait. Aren't you curious about what items are up for auction? Lin He quickly held the door. Items? Yi Xiao took the invitation she handed over. In one corner, there was a list of auction items. One item caught Yi Xiao's attention, causing him to pause slightly. This is the heart of the Darklight Demon God? The Darklight Demon God is a renowned deity in the wilderness, at half a step to the level of destruction. There was once a person who single-handedly slaughtered a city of 1 million people and has a record of annihilating several small nations. Later, the Void Hunter team of the Great Xia intervened, and after 3 days and nights of continuous battle, they finally killed it. What remained was this Darklight Demon Heart. Beep, detected purple extreme eye promotion material. Dark Light Demon Heart. As expected, this Dark Light Demon Heart is indeed useful to him. He intends to use this heart to upgrade the Purple Extreme Eye to the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. It seems I have to go to this auction. Yi Zhao's eyes flickered. When is the auction held? He asked. Tonight at 7 o'clock, at the Guangda Hotel. Are you coming? Lin He said with a look of surprise. Yes, I will come. Ah, that's great. Lin He clapped her jade hands lightly. Remember to wear something formal. She chuckled lightly and then left with a brisk step. She looked quite happy, even humming a little tune. This even made Ji Xiao feel the most explosive illusion among the 3 major illusions of life. Does she like me? However, he was still determined to get the Dark Light Demon Heart. It's just that he was a bit short on cash. After thinking about it, the only person Yi Xiao could rely on now was his nominally cheap master, the great Xia sword god, Su Changhen. He called Su Changhen. I'm short on money. There's a bank card in the third drawer of the left bedside table in the second room on the third floor of that villa. The password is 66. Just go and take it, Su Changhen said. Moments later, Yi Xiao was stunned when he saw the string of zeros in the bank. There's $1 billion in here. And this billion isn't in Great Xia currency. This is in US dollars. It's yuan. Sword god, where did this money come from? The source is legitimate, and it's not a bribe. A couple of years ago, I killed a deity within the borders of the lighthouse country, and they needed the deity's corpse, so I sold it to them for $10 billion, Su Changhen said. His tone was as if he had just killed a chicken to sell the meat. Awesome. Yi Xiao could only silently give a thumbs up. No words to say, but with this $1 billion, the auction should be no problem. After changing his clothes, Yi Xiao quietly practiced in the villa. When the sky darkened slightly, Lin He arrived, driving a convertible Porsche. This guy, a mere intern teacher, could afford such an expensive car. He was no ordinary person. He must also be someone with money and power. However, on the other hand, in the capital, even if a coin fell from the sky and hit someone, they would have a worth of millions. A luxury car is nothing much. Lin He was wearing a red evening dress, white high heels, and sunglasses, dressed like a proper rich young lady. What capitalism? Yi Xiao silently sighed. Nonsense. The villa you live in, you are also a capitalist. Lin He angrily slapped his thigh and said, This villa is not mine. I'm just borrowing it. I'm from a poor family. Don't compare me with you capitalists. Yi Xiao scoffed. I'm not a capitalist. I'm a teacher. An intern teacher. Your teacher. A teacher driving a Porsche. Yi Xiao nodded perfunctorily. Humph. I've never seen you act so cheap before. When you suppressed the 3 proud ones of the East Japan, you were so handsome. Others called you a male god. Look at you now. You're just a ruffian. Where's the appearance of a male god? Then do you prefer a male god or a ruffian? Hong Yi raised her lips and asked. I don't like men. Although I don't know if it's true or not, the explanation is quite reasonable. Yi Xiao scoffed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and silently lighting it. The wild wind howled, and in the darkness, the faint glow of the tobacco flickered. Yet it couldn't compare to the dazzling headlights of a Porsche racing by. Before long, they arrived at the Guangda Hotel. The entrance was filled with luxury cars, and it was clear that today's guests were all prominent figures. In this era of professional revival, although humanity possessed immense power, the habits left over from the old days had not changed. For instance, people still preferred to drive, especially luxury cars. Yi Xiao spotted a middle-aged man with 6th-tier strength, likely the head of a certain family, stepping out of a Maybach. To be honest, the speed at which he flew over was probably more expensive than a Maybach. Yet these big families still enjoyed such displays, resulting in the prices of cars in Dacia not differing much from those in Yi Xiao's previous life. Luxury cars and high-end watches remained toys for the wealthy. The most down-to-earth person Yi Xiao had seen was the Dacia sword god, Su Changhen, who could transform into a beam of sword light and vanish into the sky at any moment. That was a real man, a peerless sword immortal, stunningly handsome. This was far more impressive than something with 4 wheels. Alright, you go in first. I'll park the car, Lin He called out, handing Yi Xiao an invitation. Yi Xiao silently got out of the car, holding the invitation as he walked toward the hotel. There were people at the entrance specifically guiding guests, handsome men and beautiful women. If a man approached, a woman in a chipa would greet him. If a wealthy lady or a young miss arrived, a tall, well-dressed man would welcome her, which was quite in line with the guests' preferences. Yi Xiao didn't encounter any of the cliched scenarios from novels, like fake invitations or being questioned for his attire. He presented the invitation and smoothly entered the hotel under the guidance of a beautiful woman in a qipao. The beautiful woman led the way, swaying her hips. This auction was not just an auction, it was also a cocktail party held by the upper-class families of the capital, with all the attendees being celebrities in the city. Yi Xiao spotted the old man, Xu Shanhe. There was also Tang Hao's father, Tang Qinlu, whom he had incapacitated, along with Tang Hao's brother, Tang Xian. And Zhang Rou was surprisingly here as well. When Yi Xiao looked at her, Zhang Rou also saw him. Today, she wore a white off-shoulder gown, adorned with luxurious jewelry around her fair, smooth neck, making her look as beautiful as a swan. However, there was not a trace of a smile on Zhang Rou's face, and her brows were slightly furrowed with worry. She resembled a cold, beautiful ice lotus, so stunning that one would want to reach out and pick it, yet the chill emanating from her made people keep their distance. Senior brother Hong Ye. Zhang Rou approached with a glass of wine, toasting Yi Xiao. Since Xiao Hongqian called Yi Xiao's senior brother, Zhang Rou followed suit. Did you come to the auction today too? Yi Xiao asked curiously. No, I'm mainly here for the cocktail party, the auction is just a side event. I actually didn't want to come, Jiang Ro said, covering one of her arms, her expression not looking good. Yi Zhao's gaze sparkled beneath the satin ribbon. It must be that the Chu family was forcing her again. Earlier, when he saw Jiang Ro, she was serving drinks next to Chu Shanha. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Did you come because of the auction, senior brother Hongye? Yes, there are things I need at the auction, Yi Xiao nodded. Then, who brought you? Jiang Ro's words were cut off as a woman in a perfect red dress walked in. Hongye, where have you been? I almost couldn't find you. I was just standing here. You must be blind. Yi Xiao replied. Hey, how are you talking to your teacher like that? Do you believe I'll remember this for your punishment? Yi Xiao. Oh, Jiang Ro. At this moment, Lin He finally noticed Jiang Ro. Teacher Lin? Jiang Ro looked surprised. I heard your voice but didn't see you. I've been very curious about you. Back when Hong Yi entered the Void God realm, it was also to find you. And the time when Yi Xiao got so angry that he sent Chu Yan from the Chu family into the ICU was also for you, right? The two most outstanding geniuses of Jinshin University are completely infatuated with you. Lin He teased. Teacher Lin, can we not talk about some things? Upon hearing Yi Zhao's name, Jiang Ro unconsciously tightened her wrist. Even after 3 months, just mentioning Yi Xiao still made her feel inexplicably anxious, sad, and wanting to cry. In fact, it wasn't until long after Yi Zhao's death that Jiang Ro gradually began to understand her feelings more clearly. She definitely liked Yi Xiao, but at that time, due to the dazzling brilliance surrounding him, she chose to retreat, to watch from afar, foolishly hoping to maintain this harmonious relationship among the three of them. But the truth proved that you never know which will come first, the future or the unexpected. If there was another chance, Jiang Ro felt she wouldn't hesitate again. I'm sorry to bring up your sad memories. Sai, I heard my sister mention your friendship. She's quite envious. Lin He said with a smile. Sister? Jiang Ro frowned. No, I misspoke. It's my brother. Brother. Actually, I've always wanted a sister, so I often slip up. You should know my brother, his name is Lin Ru, and he used to be Yi Zhao's roommate. I know him. Lin Ru is a nice person. Jiang Ro nodded. Yi Xiao was sandwiched between the two women, mostly remaining silent. He quietly watched them converse. Lin He seemed very good at guiding the conversation, and during their exchange, Jiang Ro's mood seemed to improve quite a bit. However, that sadness and regret remained deeply hidden in her heart. Yi Xiao took a sip of white wine. Perhaps, he really should be honest, let them live forever in sadness. Is that appropriate? But moments later, he instantly dismissed that thought. Before that person behind Motion surfaced, he still had to be cautious. Alright, the auction is starting. This is the main event. As Yi Xiao pondered, time slowly passed, and the auction officially began. What? So soon? Isn't there still a cocktail party? Yi Xiao was taken aback, then was pulled by Lin He, who linked her arm with his. She had her left arm linked with Yi Xiao and her right with Jiang Ro. The cocktail party is definitely after the auction. Are you silly? It starts naturally when everyone is here. Hurry up. Lin He gave Yi Xiao a I've never seen someone so dull eye roll and pulled the two towards another venue. How is it? This private room is nice, right? After settling into a luxurious private room, Lin He smiled and asked the two. Jiang Ro looked at her in surprise. This private room was not something just anyone could sit in. Only the heads of those prominent families in the capital, like Chu Shanha and Tang Qinlu, could sit here. What kind of background does Lin He have? Yi Xiao was clear. Lin Ru was Lin Shixiao's daughter, so Lin He must be too. Lin Shixiao, as the master of the Sun Mansion and captain of the Qishao Hunter team, was a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Xia. He had been fighting on the front lines of the wilderness, achieving great military exploits for the Great Xia. It wasn't surprising to have this kind of treatment. It's nothing, just relying on the blessings of my family elders. Lin He mumbled something, looking as if she didn't want to reveal her family's background, or perhaps she didn't want to rely too much on her father, living like a young lady who had everything handed to her. Unfortunately, the car she drove still heavily depended on her father. The auction began, hosted by a graceful and striking female auctioneer. Yi Xiao lost interest after a few glances. He could tell without needing to use his perspective ability that her curves were enhanced. Unless this woman was a breast enhancement specialist. But if that were the case, she wouldn't be here as an auctioneer. Girls like Bai Ruoyu, who were flat-chested, would surely be eager to give her money. The first item for auction. The auctioneer smiled brightly as she called for the first item to be brought out. During this process, Yi Xiao nearly fell asleep. It was really of no use. However, Jiang Ro did manage to purchase several items containing powerful energy along the way. These were the most direct means to enhance one's professional level. The next item for auction. It is an energy crystal extracted from a primary energy vein. Starting price, 1 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. As she spoke, the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, revealing a crystal shimmering with purple light. This energy crystal was similar to the one Su Changhan had given Yishao, both results of condensing an entire vein. To be honest, energy crystals became less efficient for high-level professionals in the later stages, as absorbing them one by one was not only slow but also contained many impurities. Therefore, powerful professionals would purify a batch of energy crystals, keeping only the purest one. This led to the emergence of a profession, energy crystal refiners. Previously, Su Changhan had refined a medium energy crystal vein for Yishao, which was already a significant feat. This one was inferior to Su Changhan's, being a primary one. However, the energy contained was still quite rich. Yishao noticed Jiang Ro's eager expression. 2 million. He decisively placed his bid. 2 million once, 2 million twice. The auctioneer cheerfully announced. 2 million three. But before she could finalize it, 3 million. An elderly voice rang out from the front box. Hearing that voice, Jiang Ro's expression changed slightly. Lin He's box was number 8. The box in front was number 2. The person sitting there was none other than Chu Shanha, the head of the top family in the capital, the Chu family. 4 million. Yishao didn't care and was too lazy to play along with this old man. He spoke directly. Chu Shanha paused for a moment. Box number 8, Jiang Ro, you are inside, right? Jiang Ro nodded and replied, yes. This energy crystal has family plans. You shouldn't bid anymore. When we return, I will compensate you with other things, Chu Shanha said lightly. A flash of unwillingness crossed Jiang Ro's eyes. What plans? I intend to give this energy crystal to Tong Xian. He has already been selected by Mu Luhua to participate in a mission to the city of original sin. His level is still low, and this crystal is needed to help him level up, Chu Shanha said calmly. The women of the Chu family must be understanding, know right from wrong, understand priorities, and contribute to the family, right, Jiang Ro? There was a slight pressure in Chu Shanha's tone. Jiang Ro still felt defiant. She wanted to fight for it, but Chu Shanha's next words rendered her speechless. Your mother hasn't seen you in a long time. She misses you very much. Jiang Ro's face turned pale. She knew Chu Shanha was threatening her, just like he had forced her to attend this banquet, because he had a hold over her. What Jiang Ro desired most was to see her mother. Fine, she was about to say she would give up. Head of the Chu family. Sorry, we can't let you have this energy crystal. We have great use for it too. Yi Zhao's calm voice rang out. Who are you? Just a student from Jinshan University, but this time I am leading a team for the mission in the city of original sin. I have already chosen Jiang Ro as my team member, so I need to upgrade this crystal for her. I'm sorry, but I can't give it to the head of the Chu family. Of course, if the head of the Chu family can offer a higher price for me to give it up, I would be willing to accept. Yi Xiao spoke casually, tossing a grape into his mouth. So it's you, kid. You've been quite famous lately. I've heard your name. But I wonder if you know a saying, the wood that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind? The last young man who spoke to me like that was also very talented, but unfortunately, he has fallen due to an accident, and grass has grown over his grave. It's truly a pity. As he spoke, Chu Shanha sighed deeply. Yi Xiao sneered. This guy was insulting him. What a petty old man. My master said that as long as he is around, I won't run into trouble, so I can do my work without worry, Yi Xiao replied calmly. You little brat. Who is your master? Speaking so arrogantly, aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? A young man from the Chu family spoke up. Immediately, the whole place erupted in laughter. The noble families were all laughing. In the entire Great Xia, there were only a handful of people qualified to say such things. Although no one knew how strong this young man's master was, his tone was certainly not small. However, Yi Xiao remained indifferent. My master has a bit of fame. I believe everyone has heard of him. Then tell us who your master is. There are many people we've heard of. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be it. I even know Butcher's son from the market. Is he your master? The young man continued to scoff. The education and cultivation of the Chu family really aren't that great. The head of the Chu family should properly discipline his descendants, Yi Xiao said with a cold smile. Weilan, shut up, Chu Shanha coldly reprimanded. He knew who was behind Hong Yi, that existence was not something anyone could slander. His own junior had a loose tongue, and if he let him continue, things would get troublesome. Aren't you all curious about who my master is? Yi Xiao said. My master's name is Su Changhen, and he is the vice president of Jinshan University. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. All the expressions that had been eager to see a joke vanished, replaced by serious faces. There were indeed very few people in the Great Xia who could say such words, but the sword god of Great Xia was one of them. The sword god of Great Xia had walked the blue star, battling countless deities, and with a single sword technique, he had intimidated countless strong enemies. Abroad, when mentioning Great Xia, everyone's first reaction was the sword god of Great Xia. He had once entered the East Japan alone and slashed Mount Fuji. He had entered the lighthouse with his sword, pointing at the 12 divine halls judgment. In the wilderness, he killed deities like slaughtering dogs, his remarkable military achievements known worldwide. He was the fastest rising genius in recent years, like a comet shaking the heavens. He was also recognized as the #1 in swordsmanship in Great Xia and even globally. Such a person was not someone they could mock. At this moment, the young man from the Chu family, Chu Weilan, also dared not speak. He must have been scared to the point of trembling. Yi Xiao let out a cold snort that echoed throughout the venue. No one dared to respond. If no one is speaking, then I will continue to raise the price. 5 million, Yi Xiao declared. Just now, my Chu family disciple spoke arrogantly and disrespected the sword god. This crystal will be purchased by my Chu family and given to the young friend as compensation. Chu Shanha in the second box slowly spoke. Then you should make a bid, Yi Xiao said. Chu Shanha, I bought it to give it to you, and you still want me to bid? Alright, I'll hold it in for now. 6 million. Chu Shanha coldly opened his mouth. His gaze towards the Chu Weilan became even more indifferent. A brainless fool, and with just 2 sentences, he caused the Chu family a loss of 6 million. How could such a loose-tongued person be worthy of being a direct descendant of the Chu family? Chu Shanha was extremely dissatisfied with him. This magic crystal would ultimately be gifted to Yi Xiao by the Chu family. As time passed, more and more auction items were brought up. Yi Xiao swept away all the items that could directly or indirectly enhance his level. Due to his identity as a sword god disciple, no one dared to compete with him. Finally, the last auction item arrived. The final item, this is a heart of a deity. A half-step destruction level deity. The magic heart of the dark light demon god. As the auctioneer spoke, he brought up a tray and lifted the red cloth. There lay a black heart covered in mysterious runes, quietly resting on the tray. The heart pulsed rhythmically, faintly appearing to still possess vitality. It looked quite eerie. The starting bid for this magic heart is 10 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. The auctioneer said with a smile. 20 million. The Tang family wants this magic heart. Please give my Tang Xian some face. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian, the top genius of the Tang family in box number 3, spoke up. 30 million. Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Giving you face? Who do you think you are, calling out here? Do you think you are the Daxia currency? Does everyone have to give you face? Tang Xian's face turned extremely ugly. Just as he finished speaking, someone came up to slap him in the face. It was a resounding slap. Put. Hong Yi, you are too ruthless. Lin He laughed loudly, patting Yi Xiao on the shoulder. At an auction, money is king, everything else has to take a back seat. What is there to say without money? Yi Xiao shrugged. Tang Xian was trembling with anger. 40 million, he immediately followed up. 50 million, 60 million, 100 million. Yi Xiao didn't even blink. Are you kidding? With the sword god's card in his hand, $1 billion, who was he afraid of? He didn't believe that Tang Xian could bring the entire Tang family's fortune just to bid for this magic heart. Tang Xian was about to explode with anger. His current level was perfect level 5, already at the peak. He needed this magic heart that matched his attributes to reach level 6 domain level, but now he was being disrupted by Yi Xiao. 100 million, he really couldn't come up with that much money. After all, he was still the heir of the Tang family, not the head of the family. The head of the Tang family was his grandfather. He had only brought 100 million with him this time. Son, Dad has another 50 million. Use it first. Tang Chenlu handed his bank card to Tang Xian. Okay, thank you, Dad. 120 million. With the bank card from his father, he felt a bit more confident. 200 million, Yi Xiao said while cracking seeds. Those 2 words directly silenced Tang Xian. Wasn't this guy just a student with so much money? Even if he was a sword god disciple, the sword god looked very simple, and his wealth couldn't be that great. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Su Changhen, while hunting deities abroad, often extorted and blackmailed countries like the lighthouse in Danying, or those few countries in Europe. Previously, a deity had caused chaos in the Fog City, almost breaking through the entire city. It was Su Changhen who took action, slaying that deity and incidentally breaking through the Fog City that the deity hadn't yet penetrated. Afterward, he demanded 500 million euros from the British royal family and left gracefully. They couldn't refuse him, after all, he was there to help them. Although he broke through the Fog City, it was due to the intense battle that caused the irresistible force, and it couldn't be blamed on him. Thus, Su Changhen tearfully earned 500 million euros. So don't be fooled by his usual white clothes and sword, relying on sword techniques to fly when he goes out. He is so poor that he only has money left. Just as Tang Xian was so angry he wanted to kill someone, he received a phone call. It was from the head of the Chu family next door. What? 300 million? Good. Thank you, Chu family head. I will remember this. Tang Xian was overjoyed. At a critical moment, Chu Shanhe was willing to lend him 300 million. After all, he was now considered Jiang Rou's nominal fiancé, so he was half a member of the Chu family. Chu Shanhe had suffered a loss at Hong Ye's hands and wanted Tang Xian to help him recover it. Previously, he had faced off against Ji Xiao, which could be seen as a case of the strong bullying the weak, and Su Changhen had reason to be concerned. Now that the young people were competing against each other, the sword god had no reason to say much. 300 million. With the sponsorship, Tang Xian became arrogant. He sat in his chair like a king, a smug look on his face. No matter how rich you are, can you be richer than me? He didn't believe Yi Xiao could be that wealthy. However, 500 million. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Tang Xian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. 500 million? He was dumbfounded. Was he quoting 200 million? 200 million? Was this a grocery shopping? This was in billions, not in yuan. 500 million once, 500 million twice, 500 million 3 times. Deal. In the end, the auctioneer hammered down the gavel. The demon heart belonged to Yi Xiao. Tang Xian slumped back in his chair. Without this demon heart, finding something of comparable quality to help him upgrade would not be easy. It seemed he would have to stay at the perfect level for a while longer. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who had bought the demon heart for 500 million, felt a bit guilty towards the sword god for spending so much money. He planned to give the sword god a call to report. 500 million? So frugal? The sword god's puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Xiao was stunned. Was this called frugal? In his previous life and the first half of this life, he had never seen more than 1 million. It's fine, spend as much as you want. I'm not short on money. I just sold a divine being's corpse for 800 million to a family in Dubai for research. Yi Xiao, so you've been busy chopping divine beings in the wilderness all this time. No wonder the sword god's combat power was rising so quickly, fighting day and night. How could his power not rise fast? He was already touching the realm of the 9th tier authority level. After the auction ended, Yi Xiao didn't want to linger any longer. He was eager to return and fuse the demon heart to complete his technique upgrade. So he left alone first. On the way, Tang Xian became increasingly unhappy. He saw Yi Xiao leaving and hurried to catch up. After leaving the Guangda hotel, Yi Xiao took a taxi back to the villa. The car drove steadily on the road, and before long, Yi Xiao returned to the villa. To his surprise, the lights in the villa were on. Yi Xiao unlocked the door with his key. He saw the sword god sitting on the sofa, silently polishing his stunning sword. You're back? How was the harvest? Very fruitful, thanks to the sword god. Yi Xiao smiled. He handed his bank card to Su Changhen. You can keep it. I could make a deck of cards with this. Su Changhen casually remarked. Yi Xiao, this way of showing off wealth was so plain and unadorned. Have you eaten? If you don't mind, could you cook me a bowl of noodles? Su Changhen asked. Of course. Just a moment, senior. Yi Xiao nodded and headed towards the kitchen. Just then, the lights in the villa suddenly dimmed. A gentle breeze blew in through the window. Then came a strange laughter. Kid, robbery. Hand over all your wealth. In the darkness, a figure stood in front of the window, wearing a mask and exuding a chilling aura. But that powerful presence made the house tremble slightly. This person actually possesses perfect level strength. Yi Xiao fell silent. I could understand if you were robbing me on the road, but you're robbing me at my home? This isn't just robbery. This is breaking and entering. Tang Xian wore a cold smile at this moment. He had already made all the preparations, first to give Hong Yi a good beating to knock him out. Then he would steal the demon heart and all his belongings, finally pinning the blame on the dark cult. This had nothing to do with him, Tang Xian. He thought this plan was incredibly clever. A bare-handed scheme. But just as Tang Xian was lost in his fantasies, slap! Yi Xiao directly raised his hand to turn on the light. He calmly took an apron from the table and slowly tied it on. Brother, have you eaten? How about a bowl of noodles? Ha! Tang Xian stood frozen in place. No, brother, I just want to ask why you look completely unafraid? My aura, perfect level. Do you understand? Perfect level. Such a powerful aura, shaking the air. I could turn you to dust with a single slap. Why are you showing no reaction at all? Tang Xian stood there dumbfounded. Don't just stand there, come sit down and have a bowl of noodles. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Tang Xian turned his head to look. Oh, I didn't notice earlier. There was actually someone sitting on the sofa. This person had their back to Tang Xian, quietly polishing a 3-foot green peak sword. Tang Xian frowned slightly. A swordsman, this person must be Hong Ye's junior brother, Xiao Hongchen. Humph, Tang Xian sneered, all his doubts swept away. Xiao Hongqian's strength was inferior to Yi Zhao's. These two were just pretending to be calm. Still trying to fool him, Tang Xian? What a joke! If he could be fooled, he would stand on his head and eat shit. Humph, kid, I said I'm here to rob. Hand over all your valuables. I'll spare your life. Tang Xian reiterated. Oh, brother wants money, huh? Yi Zhao poked his head out from the kitchen. Here, that card on the sofa has a few $100 million in it. Take it yourself. I'm cooking noodles. What? Tang Xian's brain almost short-circuited. What the hell? Cooking noodles? Isn't it more important to cook noodles or to have a few $100 million in a bank card? However, this card actually had a few $100 million. Even he, Tang Xian, the future young master of the Tang family, couldn't come up with that much money. He had a god-hunting team to support, which was a money-consuming beast, but with this bank card, they wouldn't have to worry about money for a year. Tang Xian's eyes were filled with intense greed. What? Is it inconvenient to take the card? You're quite cautious, brother, Yi Zhao said with a smile while cooking the noodles. Senior, pass him the card, the noodles will be ready soon. Yi Zhao called out. Okay. At that moment, Su Changhen slowly put away the sword in his hand. Tang Xian glanced over from a distance. This sword, why does it look a bit familiar? Where have I seen it before? It looks very much like a certain big shot sword. Where did I see it? He couldn't figure it out. This is, the sword god picked up the bank card, then slowly turned around. Here, the bank card you wanted. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew outside the window, lifting the sword god's long black hair. Tang Xian raised his hand to take the bank card. Then, reflexively, he looked up. And then, that glance left him speechless. Tang Xian's legs were trembling uncontrollably. I suddenly remembered, it seems I have some matters at home. I'll leave first. That card, I'll return it to you. It's not easy for you young people to earn money. I'll be going now. Then he stuffed the money back into Su Changhen's hand. Slowly, he turned around and walked in the direction he had come from. 1 step, 2 steps. Tang Xian could barely stand, his legs trembling rapidly. He was silently chanting in his heart, "Don't stop me! Don't stop me!" Just as he was only a step away from the window. Wait, the sword god suddenly spoke. Whoosh! Tang Xian's entire body tensed up. The noodles are ready, have a bowl before you leave, the sword god said, then tossed the bank card directly onto the table. At that moment, Yi Zhao came out holding 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. Brother, have a bowl, it's cold outside, a warm bowl of noodles will do you good. Tang Xian's face under the mask looked extremely ugly. He could only move his feet toward the dining table. It was just a dozen steps, but to him, it felt as distant as the ends of the earth. The sword god was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying his meal. Brother, want to eat? Why wear a mask? Take it off and eat, Yi Zhao said with a half-smile. Tang Xian's face was extremely grim. If he took it off, wouldn't his identity be exposed? But if he didn't take it off, what if the sword god killed him with a single sword here? Tang family's kid, stop pretending, we all know it's you. After finishing the last sip of noodle soup, the sword god said. Tang Xian, you're really foolish. Don't you know this villa is under the sword god's name? You came to rob without even doing your homework. You're really not a competent robber. Yi Zhao chuckled. Tang Xian's face turned ugly as he took off the mask. So you were all playing me just now? What else? I felt you following me right after I left the hotel. If it weren't for meeting the sword god, you would have really succeeded. Yi Zhao looked terrified. Damn it! Your luck is really good, Tang Xian said with a face full of unwillingness. Hong Yi, stop fooling him. If it weren't for the message you sent me, I wouldn't have come back, the sword god said. Ha ha ha, it's fun to trick him. I just didn't expect the heir of the Tang family to be so stupid. I wonder if the Tang family will go bankrupt because of him. Yi Zhao laughed heartily. Hong Yi, Tang Xian shouted angrily. He hated 2 people in his life. One was Yi Zhao who had crippled his brother, but Yi Zhao was already dead. The second was this Hong Yi who had been fooling him. Tang Xian wished he could kill Hong Yi. Bang! The sword god sent a wave of sword energy across the air, hitting his face. It's late at night. What are you shouting for? It's so noisy. Tang Xian, you dare to rob my disciple. Over the years, your Tang family has become more and more arrogant. You Tang Xian have some skills. It seems I need to personally ask your grandfather how he teaches the younger generation. Su Changhen sneered. A trace of fear flashed across Tang Xian's face, and he didn't care about the pain on his face. He directly knelt down with a thud. Sword god, spare me this once. I was wrong. Spare you? That's not up to me. It's up to my disciple Hong Yi, Su Changhen said. Hong Yi, what do you think is appropriate? Tang Xian, I know you are Jiang Ro's fiancé, and sooner or later, we will have a battle, not just you, but also the Chu family. You two families should clean your necks and wait for my return, Yi Xiao said coldly. Sword God, please strip him of his clothes and hang them at the Tang family's entrance. That would be enough. That's a good idea. The sword god nodded, but when Tang Xian heard this, his face turned pale. What a joke! Although it didn't directly harm him, this was really social death. The heir of the Tang family being stripped and hung at the entrance. If this got out, how would Tang Xian survive in the capital? God of the sword. No. But before he could finish his sentence, the god of the sword flicked his finger. He directly sealed up Tang Xian's mouth. Then, with a single hand gesture, all of Tang Xian's clothes were stripped away. He once again sealed off all of Tang Xian's combat power. Finally, with a wave of his large sleeve, a beam of sword light enveloped him and shot up into the sky, directly flying out of the villa's window. The next day, Tang family in the imperial capital. Strange. Where on earth has Xianer gone? He hasn't come back all day. He didn't come back in the morning. I don't even know if he had breakfast. Where has this guy gone wild? Tang Qianlu's face was cold, looking quite unhappy. Alright, Xianer is already so big, do you still treat him like a child? Isn't it normal for him to stay out at night? An old man sitting at the head of the dining table spoke up. He was the current head of the Tang family, the one in power, Tang Qingshan. Tang Qianlu's father, Tang Xian's grandfather. Sigh. I'm mainly. Tang Qianlu fell silent. He knew what Tang Xian was going to do yesterday, but he didn't stop him, because Hong Yi was indeed arrogant. Relying on the god of the sword from the great Xia behind him, he was excessively arrogant, so he was also happy to see his son get a little lesson. But he didn't expect Tang Xian wouldn't come back after one night. Tang Qianlu was a bit worried, but after thinking about it, Hong Yi was a manipulator-level practitioner, while his son was a perfect level 1. With such a big gap, it shouldn't be a problem, right? But there was a sense of unease in his heart that he couldn't shake off no matter what. That ominous premonition made it impossible for him to eat. Just then, head of the family, a bodyguard rushed into the hall, shouting, "What happened? Speak slowly." Tang Qingshan slowly broke off a piece of mung bean cake and leisurely put it in his mouth. What's the rush? Calm down. As a bodyguard of the Tang family, you should remain calm when something happens. Didn't anyone teach you this in training? This is too disgraceful. Your performance evaluation for this month is deducted. Tang Qingshan said lightly. No, head of the family. That. Young master has returned. The bodyguard stammered. Xianer is back? If he's back, then let him be. Why are you so excited? Quick, call Xianer to have breakfast, or these snacks will get cold. Tang Qingshan said slowly while chewing. But, young master, his clothes were stripped off by someone. Now they are hanging on the door. We can't take them down, the bodyguard said with difficulty. What? Boom! Tang Qingshan stood up in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Tang Qianlu's face turned even paler, as even a fool could tell that Tang Xian had gotten into trouble. Ah, who did this? Tang Qingshan immediately exploded in anger. Boom! He slammed a bowl of rice onto the table. Tell me, what did Xianer go to do yesterday? Tang Qingshan questioned Tang Qianlu. This, that. Tang Qianlu was terrified of Tang Qingshan. It was ingrained in his bones. His voice trembled, unable to articulate. Alright, not saying, then I'll go see for myself. Tang Qingshan stood up and walked directly towards the door. Tang Qianlu hurriedly followed. As soon as they reached outside the Tang family's estate, Tang Qingshan saw a completely naked figure hanging on the door. His mouth seemed to be sealed, unable to speak. His face was extremely fearful and embarrassed, but for some reason, he couldn't move. This is a sword energy seal. Tang Qingshan saw the terrifying power covering Tang Xian's body, and his expression changed instantly. It was Su Changhen's doing. Why would Su Changhen target Xianer? Tang Qingshan turned around, looking at Tang Qianlu with rage. Slap! He slapped him backhandedly. You tell me, why did Su Changhen suddenly attack Xianer for no reason? Tang Qianlu's face was extremely ugly. After being slapped in public, he didn't dare to retort. At this point, the matter could no longer be concealed. He could only honestly confess. Upon learning the whole story, Tang Qingshan trembled with anger. What courage! You really have guts. You dare to rob even Su Changhen's disciple. Are you not afraid of Su Changhen coming to my Tang family with his sword? It can't be that serious, right, Dad? For this little matter, Su Changhen wouldn't really come, would he? Besides, he has already punished Xianer. Tang Qianlu frowned. What do you know? Do you understand Su Changhen? If you did, you wouldn't have indulged your son in doing such things. It's done, and he was caught red-handed by the sword god. You fool! Back then, Su Changhen, in a fit of anger, charged into the East Japan with his sword, almost splitting Mount Fuji in half. his stunning sword was already pointed at the Emperor of East Japan. And a few years ago, Su Changhan was in the lighthouse country, almost overturning the 12 divine temples adjudication. He dared to draw his sword in front of 12 destruction-level powerhouses. Do you think there's anything he wouldn't dare to do? You stupid donkeys. You're all stupid donkeys. Only a brain kicked by a donkey would provoke this madman's disciple. If it weren't for the fact that one was his son and the other his grandson, Tang Qingshan would have slapped them both to death. Sigh. How did I end up with two stupid donkeys like you? Tang Qingshan sighed, pointing with one hand. He broke the seal of the sword energy and first released Tang Xian. Just then, the world changed color. The sky over the Tang family suddenly darkened. Only the sky over the several hundred acres of the Tang family was dim. Elsewhere, it was sunny and bright. Streams of terrifying sword energy swirled above the Tang family. As expected, I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Su Changhan is here. Tang Qingshan looked at the sky with a grim expression. From the depths of the clouds, a figure in white walked slowly. With a single gesture, endless sword energy surrounded him, eventually transforming into a brilliant Jinghong sword. The sword god raised his hand to grasp the Jinghong sword. Tang family head, long time no see. As Su Changhan slowly spoke, the sword energy spread across the sky, then directly aimed at the Tang family. Tang Qingshan's face turned dark. You damn, coming in with a big move right away? If you wanna blow up my Tang family's estate, just say so. Sword God, long time no see. What brings you to my Tang family today? I wonder if the Sword God has had breakfast. Why not honor this old man with your presence? Tang Qingshan invited with a smile. You think you deserve it? Su Changhan sneered. Your Tang Xian rushed to my house to rob me. How do you think we should address this matter? Tang Qingshan was taken aback. He looked at Tang Xian with a questioning gaze. No, didn't you say it was the Sword God's disciple who was robbing? TMD, how did it turn into the Sword God? You must know that robbing the Sword God and robbing the Sword God's disciple are two different concepts. The Sword God's status in the Great Xia is self-evident. If you rob the Sword God, you could be directly killed if the matter is serious. It's like robbing a high-ranking official of the state, important personnel in the government. If you do such a thing, no matter who you are, you won't have a good outcome. If it was just robbing the Sword God's disciple, you would only offend the Sword God. Although Su Changhan is powerful, the Tang family is not a soft meal. Tang Qingshan has operated in the imperial capital for so many years and still has some foundation. Even if he puts his face on the line, the Sword God wouldn't really do anything to him. But if it was Su Changhan who was robbed, then things would be serious. This matter could directly reach the head of the Great Xia. If this incident comes to light, the Tang family basically wouldn't be able to survive. Other families might even take the opportunity to kick them while they're down. That's why Tang Qingshan stared dumbfounded at his grandson. No, you dare to rob the Sword God, and I don't even dare. How the hell are you so brave? Why don't you come and be the grandpa? I'll just shrink my head and be the grandson. Tang Xian looked at his grandfather's questioning expression, equally bewildered. No, grandpa, I admit I did something bad, but my goal from the beginning was always Hong Yi. I wouldn't dare to do anything to the Sword God. I really didn't rob him. You have to believe me. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Tang Xian explained anxiously. Sword God, look, my grandson's words. So you mean I'm lying? Su Changhan turned the Jinghong sword in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy descended several meters, almost hitting the heads of the Tang family members. Su Changhan, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? If you have the ability, go ahead and destroy my Tang family. Do you dare? Su Changhan, if you don't dare, then stop shouting here. Finally, someone with a bad temper couldn't hold back. Tang Qinlu cursed at Su Changhan. The Tang family is really tough. It seems I need to ask Elder Zhong to report this to the leader and hear his opinion. After all, the title of Sword God of the Great Xia was given by the leader. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshan's face turned pale. Damn, Su Changhan wants to blow this matter up. Blow it up to the leader. If **** your mother. You bastard. I should have **** ed your mother back then. You stupid donkey. Tang Qingshan was furious and turned around to slap Tang Qinlu, who loved to eat big slaps. Tang Qinlu was stunned by the force of the slap. Dad, did I say something wrong? Does Su Changhan have evidence? He has no evidence. Why is he slandering my son? Tang Qinlu covered his face, still daring to argue. Ask him, Su Changhan, does he have evidence? He has no evidence. Just talking nonsense here. Do you all believe him? Tang Qinlu shouted angrily. Tang Qingshan was slightly taken aback. It seemed he really had no evidence. His back slowly straightened. Seeing their change in attitude, Su Changhan sneered coldly. Come on, bring your face closer. So satisfying to slap. Sword God, do you have any evidence that my grandson robbed you? Would I, Su Changhen, lie? Are you doubting me? Su Changhen coldly questioned, his eyes flashing with cold light. Seeing Su Changhen like this, Tang Qingshan was overjoyed. Sure enough, Su Changhen definitely had no evidence. Now he was even starting to play the rogue, even using pressure. He was anxious. He was definitely anxious. Tang Qingshan's back straightened more and more, and he even called for a bodyguard to bring over a grandmaster chair, sitting on it with a flourish. I'm not saying I doubt the sword god, but everything needs evidence, right? This matter is quite serious, so we should clarify it before we talk. Otherwise, it might tarnish the sword god's reputation. Tang Qingshan said with a forced smile. Oh, you have a point. Let me think. Initially, I handed the bank card to your grandson. Then, Su Changhen threw out a photo. It clearly showed Su Changhen handing the bank card to Tang Xian, who was receiving it. Tang Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Where the hell did this camera come from? Who taught you to take pictures like this? You should be taking scenic photos, or pictures of girls. At the very least, take some private photos. You're so good at candid shots, go take pictures of birds. How could you take a picture of me like this? Damn, there's no way to argue back. At that time, he really didn't know this person was Su Changhen. He thought it was Xiao Hongchen. Tang Qingshan almost fell off his chair. Is there really evidence? Turning around, he saw his grandson, who had been silent for a long time. He slapped him again. You little turtle. You even tricked me. Your grandmother. There's really no grandpa. Let me explain. Tang Xian covered his face and wanted to argue. By the way, this bank card is mine, and it's in my name. Does that count as evidence, Master Tang? So, how do you plan to resolve this? Are we going to settle privately or go talk to the Führer? Su Changhen said. Ha ha ha. Tang Qingshan kicked over the armchair, straightened his back for 2 minutes, then bent down again. Sword God, I think this is all a misunderstanding. There's no need to disturb the Führer. He's busy with so many matters. Let him rest well. We'll settle privately. Privately, Tang Qingshan said with a smile. Settling privately is good. I also like settling privately. So what does Master Tang plan to do? Kill the culprit? As he spoke, a sword energy pressed directly against Tang Xian's forehead. Tang Xian broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, frozen in place and too scared to move. No. Sword God, please calm down. Calm down. Tang Qingshan hurriedly stopped him. Although his grandson had made a foolish move, he was still the best heir of the Tang family. We'll compensate. Compensation. Sword God, name your price. Tang Qingshan said. Su Changhen slowly extended a palm. 500 million? Good. I agree. 500 million it is. Tang Qingshan waved his hand. 500 million was a lot, but for the Tang family, it wasn't much. Taking out a few hundred million was just a drop in the bucket. However, Su Changhen shook his head. Are you saying that Sword God wants $500 million? Tang Qingshan's expression slightly furrowed. After a moment, he nodded. All right, $500 million. My Tang family will pay. Although it was a lot and painful, it wouldn't break the bank. Unfortunately, the sword god was still shaking his head. Tang Qingshan was a bit confused. Could it be that sword god wants euros? Tang Qingshan hesitated. I don't want money. What would I do with that? I have enough to take a bath with. Su Changhen casually shook his head. I want 5 high-level energy crystal veins, and they must be refined energy crystal cores. What? Tang Qingshan's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. 5 high-level energy crystal veins, and they had to be refined? He couldn't even count it on his fingers. This was something that couldn't be measured with money. Recently, the owner of a high-level energy crystal vein had been willing to sell. The price had skyrocketed to 5 billion, and Su Changhen was asking for 5. Not to mention whether they could find them. Even if they could, the price alone would be 25 billion. Plus, refining energy crystals required an 8th level expert. There was only one 8th level expert in the Tang family. If he had to refine 5 energy crystal veins, that would cost him his life. Sword God, this is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Tang Qingshan frowned, feeling troubled. Oh, I think so too. Su Changhen nodded. Right, so please, Sword God, consider. Then I'll go find the Führer. Wait. Sword God, I agree. My Tang family agrees. Tang Qingshan shouted anxiously, cursing Su Changhen's ancestors in his heart. The head of the Tang family was furious for a moment. However, about refining the energy crystals. It's fine, just get me one within tomorrow, and the rest can be stored with you for now. Su Changhen waved his hand. Tomorrow, have your grandson personally deliver it to my villa. Good luck, old man Tang. Su Changhan waved his hand. Immediately, the sword energy dissipated like a galaxy. Su Changhan turned and left. Tang Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. This Su Changhan was really throwing one surprise after another, like riding a roller coaster, switching between heaven and hell. It was too much to handle. His life was about to be ruined. Once Su Changhan had completely left, Tang Qingshan still felt unsatisfied and kicked her grandson and son hard. Troublemakers. You two troublemakers. She then waved her sleeves and walked into the house. In fact, Su Changhan wanted these energy crystals for Yi Xiao and the others. One main reason was that Hong Yi was about to lead a team to the city of original sin. As for the selection of team members, he actually wanted to take Zhang Rou, Bai Ruoyu, and Xiao Hongchen with him. However, their levels were still too low. They hadn't reached the manipulation level yet. Yi Xiao was also troubled by this matter, so he seized the great opportunity today. Su Changhan resolved the issue in one breath. The energy contained in the refined energy crystals from the high-level energy crystal veins was simply unimaginable. Just one was already enough for all of them. The rest could be kept as savings. After all, there would be uses for them in the future. After all, each level had its own characteristics that practitioners needed to master. Simply using energy crystals to pile up levels would lose its meaning. Of course, with one exception. At this moment, Yi Xiao still didn't know that Su Changhan had gone to the Tang family. He was in his room, excitedly holding the Dark Light Demon Heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You meet the conditions for the Eye Technique upgrade. Purple Extreme Eye, purple. Purple Extreme Demon Eye, red. Consumes 1 demon heart. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Yi Xiao agreed without hesitation. Whoosh! The Dark Light Demon Heart transformed into numerous black light points. Yi Xiao removed the red cloth covering his eyes. The black light surged into his pupils. Ding! Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, red. Yi Xiao looked at the introduction of his newly acquired Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Purple Extreme Demon Eye, entering demonized state, overall combat power increased 5-fold. Also gains 50% physical resistance, 50% magic resistance, immune to 50% of mental attacks. Goodness, this is amazing. I love such straightforward eye techniques. Simply put, this Purple Extreme Demon Eye was like a berserk skill. His overall combat power skyrocketed 5-fold, plus various immunity effects. With this, his combat power was off the charts. With the Sword of Damocles, the Demon God's Phantom, and a series of other skills, if I unleash my full power, I can't even imagine how strong I would be. After reaching the manipulation level, Yi Xiao continued to grind. He was only at the 3rd stage of the manipulation level, but his combat power could not be assessed by normal means. At the very least, after activating the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, his basic combat power could easily crush ordinary manipulation level practitioners. This time going to the City of Original Sin, he doesn't need to panic anymore. No matter the Black King or White King, or the peak manipulation level, if they anger me, I'll just destroy their lair. Yi Xiao was incredibly excited. He loved the thrill of his combat power skyrocketing. Just as Yi Xiao was about to find a place to test his combat power, the Sword God returned. Hong Yi, have you selected the team for the City of Original Sin yet? Not yet, Sword God. Zhang Rou is confirmed, but Ruoyu and Hongchen's levels. That's not a problem. I've already prepared for them. Bring them along. Yi Xiao nodded. In that case, there will be 3 teammates, just one more to go. Do you have a candidate? Not at the moment. Then let me recommend someone. The Sword God spoke. Who? Shingon Ningningzi. Her? Yi Xiao showed a surprised expression. Didn't you say she knows your true identity? Bringing her along allows you to monitor her at all times. And if anything goes wrong, you can deal with her directly in the City of Original Sin. As he spoke, Su Changhan made a gesture of cutting his throat. Alright, then let's take her. Yi Xiao nodded. You all have to set off for the City of Original Sin tomorrow afternoon. There isn't much time left for you. Call them all to the villa immediately. Tomorrow morning, the Tang family will send something over. That thing is enough to elevate your combat power to a new level. Su Changhan said. Also, this time when you go to the City of Original Sin, you need to pay attention to one person. Who? Mu Liuha. Why? Yi Xiao frowned. His impression of Mu Liuha was limited to his self-introduction. His profession is God. Aside from that, he knew nothing. Because I have serious doubts about his identity. Mu Liuha might be a god manipulator, but he could also really be related to the divine. Because this person exudes an aura that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Sword God. What is a god manipulator? Yi Xiao asked with a frown. You know beast tamers, right? I know. It's similar to that, It's a rare profession among rare professions, even more abstract and outrageous than the cultivators of the martial Tao immortal. But this profession can also be considered a double-edged sword. It has different evaluations depending on the person. For disciples of noble families, it's an invincible profession, but for ordinary commoners, it's a useless profession. The combat power of a god manipulator comes entirely from the gods you enslave. And think about it, how can an ordinary family without background or wealth find a god for you to enslave? Noble families are different. They have enough capital to seek gods for their disciples, just like Tang Xian. If he awakens this profession, Tang Qingshan, this old bone that hasn't moved much in half a lifetime, would risk his life to go into the wilderness to hunt a god for him to enslave. The sword god said, "Sword god, do you mean you suspect Mu Liuha is a god manipulator?" Yi Xiao inquired. "That's right. I not only suspect he is a god manipulator, but I also suspect he is a god manipulator personally trained by Ying Shangtian." "What do you mean?" "Ying Shangtian personally went into the wilderness to capture powerful gods for him, and Mu Liuha's existence is to assist him in mastering the entire God Town University. Even Chen Anqing and Zhougu are the same. Previously, I went to Magic Capital University to check their files, and I found that all three of their files had signs of human alteration. Then I followed the clues and found that the original Zhougu, Chen Anqing, and Mu Liuha were just ordinary students. These three have stolen their identities. They should be pawns secretly cultivated by Ying Shangtian. So this time, you must be careful. You have already become a thorn in Ying Shangtian's side, Yi Xiao. Your situation is very dangerous." Su Changhan reiterated. "Don't worry, sword god. This time I will definitely protect myself. If Ying Shangtian really wants these three guys to eliminate me, then he better be mentally prepared for the talents he painstakingly cultivated to be slaughtered by me." A cold light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The city of original sin is not like the imperial capital. His mindset needs to change. It is a lawless place where killing is the norm, so this time, if someone is blind, he won't send them to the ICU VIP ward anymore. Instead, it will be a direct one-stop service to the morgue. The next day, Zhang Rou and the others all came to Yi Xiao's villa, and then Tang Xian sent over the energy crystal. He unusually wore a mask and walked with a limp. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Not only was his face swollen, but his leg was also broken. Tang Xian now looked at everyone with a resentful expression, almost making Yi Xiao die of laughter. "This energy crystal was personally sought for you by the sword god, condensed from a high-level mineral vein. Your levels are a bit low, so absorb this energy crystal here," Yi Xiao said. Then he turned and went upstairs. "Senior brother, don't you need it? The energy crystal from the high-level mineral vein is too much for the four of us. TM, especially the divine eye, at a perfect level. That's the first time a colored eye technique has appeared." Yi Xiao had always thought that colored eye techniques didn't exist, just a legend. After all, golden eye techniques were already at the peak level. But now he had really unleashed a colored eye technique. What does this mean? Beyond the peak level. He couldn't even dare to imagine it. Now, level 8 is already the top combat power in the Great Xia, although there might secretly be level 9 powerhouses. But that's not the point. What level is it to surpass the peak level? One slap for a blue star? Steady. Everything is steady. Yi Xiao excitedly jumped up from the bed. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. While a few people were absorbing energy crystals, there was a constant rumbling sound coming from upstairs. "Is the senior brother practicing some brand new skill? The noise is so astonishing," Xiao Hongqian said in surprise. "It must be a really impressive skill." Bai Ruoyu nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Rou looked up at the ceiling with a puzzled expression. "Isn't this just the usual sound of the bed shaking?" Only Shinguning Ningzi was smiling, stroking her red lips. "Ah, I really look forward to what new tricks my husband has developed." Moments later, Yi Xiao covered himself with a red cloth again and appeared before them with a cold expression. He forgave himself for solidifying the identity of this impressive senior brother, needing to maintain a cool demeanor in front of them. But the real him was just a big joker. Of course, this was something he couldn't say. "How's your absorption going?" Yi Xiao asked. "Feeling great. I've already reached manipulation level 9. Zhang Rou nodded. "I'm at manipulation level 7. Bai Ruoyu raised her hand. "Level 8, Xiao Hongqian spoke up. "Level 2, Shinguning Ningzi softly said while stroking her long hair. Everyone's gaze turned to her. "Ha ha ha, Shingu, you sly little thing. You're so useless. You absorb energy no less than us, and you're only at manipulation level 2. It's simply laughable." Bai Ruoyu laughed excitedly. She thought her level was the lowest, but unexpectedly someone was below her. This was pure joy. However, Shinguning Ningzi looked at her with disdain. "Who told you it was manipulation level? I'm talking about control level. I broke through to manipulation level a long time ago. Do you think everyone is as unambitious as you? Shinguning Ningzi rolled her eyes at her dismissively. You. Bai Ruoyu was so angry that her body trembled, unable to say a word, her little face turning bright red. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't get mad at an idiot. Anger is bad for your health. Bai Ruoyu kept muttering while holding her chest. Alright, stop arguing. If there's nothing else, we'll be setting off in 2 hours. This mission will take about half a month, so prepare what you need. Yi Xiao reminded them. He didn't expect Bai Ruoyu to be very strong. Her role in the team was somewhat like a mascot. Just existing was enough. Then my cosmetics, my bear pajamas, and my sheep toy, and, Bai Ruoyu counted on her fingers. Don't add more. We're going on a mission, not on vacation. Yi Xiao directly retorted. My suggestion is, don't bring anything, just bring one person. We'll go light. Bai Ruoyu immediately looked dejected. Then I'll just bring one sheep toy. No way. Senior brother, please, let me bring it. I can't eat or sleep without it. Bai Ruoyu pleaded, pulling Yi Xiao's hand. 2 hours later, she happily hugged a white cute sheep as she got into the off-road vehicle. Bank card, wallet, ID card, stuff them all in. She unzipped the plush curve at the back and stuffed some of her belongings inside. I heard that Mu Lioha and the others set off overnight yesterday, and Xiang Tian arranged a private plane to send them off directly. They really are in a hurry. I wonder what they're plotting. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Senior brother, what about us? Calm down, Hong Chen. The strong always make their entrance last. Their early departure is of no use, Yi Xiao said, sitting in the passenger seat with an indifferent expression. He picked up a cigarette and blew smoke rings out the window. What a pity, this was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and he wanted to drive it around for a bit. But when they left the capital, the guard at the gate told him that the blind weren't allowed to drive. Yi Xiao was so angry he almost ripped the red cloth off. Have you ever seen a blind person with glowing eyes and breathing fire? The car drove steadily along the official road. The city of Original Sin doesn't have a direct official road, it's several hundred miles away. We'll just fly over when the time comes, Yi Xiao said. How do we fly? Xiao Hongchen asked, puzzled. Look, doesn't Shinguning Ningzi have a shikigami that's a soaring serpent? We can just have it take us there, Yi Xiao pointed to the back and said. Oh, I see. Xiao Hongchen nodded, but Jiang Rou frowned upon hearing this. How did Hong Yi know that Shinguning Ningzi's shikigami was a soaring serpent? Had they interacted before? No wonder she didn't think much of it. Jiang Rou was unusually sensitive now, and any mention of Yi Xiao would send her thoughts spiraling out of control. Stop overthinking it. I met senior brother Hong Yi when we were both in confinement. Shinguning Ningzi casually glanced at Jiang Rou and reminded her. Yi Xiao stiffened, almost forgetting that this woman could read minds. He immediately cast a spell to prevent probing. Read minds? What nonsense! Before long, the car reached the end of the official road. Official personnel took over the vehicle. Yi Xiao watched regretfully as the G-Class drove away from him. Then Shinguning Ningzi formed a seal with her hands, and a serpent shadow like a dragon soared into the sky, carrying everyone directly into the depths of the clouds. Woohoo! Take off! So exhilarating! Bai Ruoyu shouted excitedly. She was riding on the serpent's neck, dancing with joy. Shinguning Ningzi mischievously made the serpent shake its neck. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly hugged the serpent's neck. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing her like this, Shinguning Ningzi laughed heartily without any restraint. Shingu, you wicked girl, Bai Ruoyu fumed. Just then, Jiang Rou pointed not far away and spoke. Look, that must be the city of Original Sin. 3 towering spires stood side by side, like solemn guards, guarding this city of Original Sin. The buildings beneath the clouds appeared incredibly small. The Red King Tower, the Black King Tower, the White King Tower, the city of Original Sin. They had finally arrived. I really don't understand. I don't understand. Why do you have to pay to enter the city of Original Sin? Isn't it a forbidden place? After entering the city of Original Sin, Bai Ruoyu kept complaining. Those people just now were from the Black King Tower. They're notoriously brutal. If you don't pay, they might just grab you and sell you to a brothel. Shinguning Ningzi said with a playful laugh. But we can't afford to offend the Black King Tower either. Senior brother just doesn't want to be so high profile, right? Shinguning Ningzi tilted her head, making an extremely cute expression. Put, why do you get to call him senior brother? What connection does Hong Yi have with you? Bai Ruoyu quickly pushed Shinguning Ningzi away. Just then, a disheveled woman hurriedly approached them, clutching a paper bag of steamed buns, and accidentally bumped into Bai Ruoyu. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you, little girl? I'm really sorry. It's just that I'm in such a hurry. You see, I have several children at home waiting for me to bring them food. I'm really sorry. As she spoke, she wiped her dirty hands on her clothes and then patted by Ruoyu's outfit, trying to brush off non-existent dust. I didn't dirty your clothes, did I? They look very expensive. I can't afford to pay for them. The woman showed a flustered expression. It's fine, Auntie, you don't need to pay. Just go. Hurry and take the food to your children. They must be starving. Ruoyu waved her hands repeatedly. Looking at the bag of buns in the woman's hands, she showed a look of pity. I have some money. Take it, Ruoyu said as she pulled out some change from her pocket and handed it to the woman. Thank you, little girl. Good people will be rewarded. The woman took the change with her rough hands, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, and then hurriedly left. How pitiful! Ruoyu couldn't help but exclaim. What are you pitying? Flat-chested little loli, are you pitying yourself? Shingongningsi said with a sneer. She was holding a wallet in her hand, shaking it in front of Ruoyu. Ah, my wallet, why is it in your hand? Ruoyu exclaimed. She quickly unzipped the zipper behind young Maimai, and indeed, her wallet and ID were gone. You stole my wallet. You shameless! She angrily scolded Shingongningsi. Why would I steal your wallet? I don't want such an ugly wallet. It wasn't me who stole your wallet, it was that woman just now. How is that possible? How could she? Ruoyu looked astonished. I told you long ago, the city of original sin is a lawless place. Don't trust anyone. That woman looked pitiful, but everything was a disguise. Including the buns in her arms, her dirty clothes and hands, and the children at home, it was all fabricated. In reality, she is a professional pickpocket, and an organized one at that. She specifically targets naive newcomers like you who look easy to deceive. What are you saying? Who's naive? I'm saying you're naive, and you still won't admit it. Why do you think out of the 5 of us, she only targeted you? Brother Hongye looks like a blind man. Ruoyu stammered, unable to respond. Alright, stop arguing. Ruoyu, Shingongningsi is right, you're too naive. If you hadn't come with us this time, you might have been sold off and counting money for them, Hongye said. This experience should serve as a lesson for you. Remember, next time you encounter such people, don't hold back, Yi Xiao advised. I know I was wrong. Brother, Ruoyu lowered her head and said timidly. Just then, another sunny-looking young man walked towards them. Hi, friends, are you new to the city of original sin too? Actually, so am I. It's quite difficult to navigate in an unfamiliar place. Why don't we stick together? As he spoke, the young man extended a hand. Yi Xiao smiled at him expressionlessly and then reached out to shake his hand. The young man smiled even more happily. The drug on your hand is indeed powerful. It could knock out an elephant. What a pity. Yi Xiao showed him a strange smile. The man's expression changed instantly. He reflexively tried to pull his hand back, but Yi Xiao's grip was like a steel clamp, firmly holding his wrist. Then Yi Xiao applied a bit of force. Crack! The young man's hand bone was crushed. In a place like this, there is no better way to establish authority than through violence. Ru, today I will personally give you a lesson. With that, Yi Xiao stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure directly suppressed the young man's back. Crack! He knelt on the ground, unable to lift his head under the weight of the pressure. Clang! Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a sword aura transformed into a sharp long sword in his grasp. Then Yi Xiao casually flicked it. Whoosh! The young man's head was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth. Yi Xiao raised his sword and slashed towards a nearby house. The woman outside feeding a baby saw the sword aura rushing towards her, and her face changed immediately. She hurriedly dropped the child to the ground and tried to dodge to the side, but the speed of the sword aura was too fast, slicing her body in half, and the child that fell to the ground was merely a doll. They're all in cahoots. From the moment we entered the city of original sin, we were being watched. If I'm not mistaken, these guys are from the Black King Tower, and the city guards are responsible for gathering information. Then one link after another tests our strength. If our strength isn't enough, the fate of the 5 of us won't be good. Interesting. Pickpockets, human traffickers, organ dealers. The Black King Tower truly deserves to be destroyed. Yi Xiao's expression grew colder. An ungovernable place, truly unrestrained. Do they really think the glory of the Great Xia cannot reach this place? Who is the leader here? Yi Xiao stepped forward, swinging his sword aura, and another house was directly sliced open. Not talking? Then I'll start killing. The bastards of the Black King Tower. Wiping them all out counts as a service to the people, right? Yi Xiao held his sword with one hand, and everyone present avoided his gaze. All pretending to be locals? Let's see how long you can keep it up. Ningningsi from the Divine Palace, I'm counting on you, Yi Xiao said. Don't worry, leave it to me. Not a single one of them will escape. Ningningsi sneered. Her gaze swept over the crowd. I'm sorry, senior brother, but everyone within your line of sight is from the Black King Tower. So, you can kill them all. Good, then I'll kill them all. Yi Xiao grinned, a bone-chilling aura spreading throughout the area. Boom! A vast sword aura in Yi Xiao's hand exuded a cold gleam. As soon as this sword aura appeared, everyone's expression changed. They had kicked a hard iron plate this time. This was a tough opponent. Wait! A loud voice rang out, and a burly man in a leather jacket, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward. I am the leader here. Whoosh! A flash of sword light swept across. His head fell off as if it had lost gravity. Then Yi Xiao slowly sheathed his sword, and all the heads of those present fell. No need, I just wanted an excuse to kill you. Yi Xiao sneered. The Black King Tower was already on his kill list. If the Great Xia wants to take over the city of original sin, it must topple the 3 giant towers and establish a new system here. Supporting a Red King is completely meaningless. But if they really want to take over, a 6th level practitioner from the imperial capital could easily push through the city of original sin. This mission has issues. Yi Xiao fell into deep thought. Let's go, first find an inn to stay in. Yi Xiao said to the others. Bai Ruoya nodded slightly, her face somewhat pale. She had never seen such a scene. The Red Knight that arrived in the city of original sin seemed like a different person, bloodthirsty and cold, killing at the slightest provocation. This made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Xiao watched silently, knowing that some things needed to be understood through personal experience. Only after suffering would one grow. The group arrived at an inn. The innkeeper was a lethargic, bald middle-aged man. Boss, we need 5 rooms. I want to share a room with Zhang Ro. Bai Ruoyu timidly raised her hand. Then it's 4 rooms. The innkeeper expressionlessly lifted his head and glanced at them. Each room is 30,000 a night. How will you pay? Whoosh! A sword was pressed against his forehead. How do you think payment should be made? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. The innkeeper stared at the sword against his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down uncontrollably. He trembled as he stood, his lips quivering, his face paling. No need to pay. Yi Xiao sneered and sheathed the sword. That's more like it. The keys. The innkeeper, looking terrified, handed them the keys with room numbers. Yi Xiao and the others turned to go upstairs. Just before leaving, he heard others arriving at the inn. Boss, how much for a night? 50,000 a night. No bargaining. So expensive. Stay if you can afford it, if not, get lost. Xiong Bi, coming to stay without money. Go sleep on the street. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. This city of original sin truly lives up to its name. After returning to his room, Yi Xiao gathered the team members for a small meeting. Currently, it seems that the Black King Tower profits through human trafficking, theft, and organ trade, so what about the White King Tower? Yi Xiao pondered. The leader of the White King Tower is a woman, if I'm not mistaken. Zhang Ro hesitated. The White King of the White King Tower is not only a woman but also from the East Sea, and her method of profit is quite simple. There is a flower street in this city of original sin that resembles our East Sea's Yoshiwara, and the White King Tower profits from that. Shingong Ningzi said. Anything that could be sentenced to death 100 times in the Great Xia is shamelessly thriving here in this city of original sin. This is unimaginable, Xiao Hongchen exclaimed in surprise. In the city of original sin, countless professionals and vagrants come and go every day. People are the most abundant resource here. These guys know how to exploit resources. Yi Xiao sneered. First, they target your money. If you have none, they target you. This city is truly a place where anyone can be taken advantage of. So, if both the Black King Tower and the White King Tower have their ways of profiting, what about the Red King Tower? How does the Red King Tower profit? Zhang Ro asked. The Red King Tower is the most principled tower. They profit by hunting deities and demons in the wilderness, which is why the Red King Tower is the poorest and has the highest death rate. The Red King met a tragic end for this reason. Every day, countless people want to ascend the tower and become the new Red King. By the way, among those who ascend the tower, 2/3 are from the White King and Black King factions. Once one side takes the position of the Red King, the balance of this city will completely collapse, and the final outcome will be that this city becomes a dictatorship, a true king. Yi Xiao sneered. What a city driven by greed. So what should we do next? Bai Ruoyu asked in confusion. First, find the whereabouts of Mu Luhua and their team. Second, the Red King has a legitimate daughter who is now scattered throughout the city of original sin. Find her and support her to become the new Red King. Third, destroy the White King Tower and the Black King Tower. That's it, it's that simple. Yi Xiao said. Now we will divide our tasks. Shingong Ningzi, you have mind-reading abilities. Team up with Bai Ruoyu to find the Red King's daughter. Hongchen, you and Zhang Ro will look for Mu Luhua and their team. Then what about you? Zhang Ro asked in confusion. I'm going to take a trip to the Black King Tower, and conveniently meet that legendary Black King, Yi Xiao sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the room. Coming, Yi Xiao said with a cold smile. Hong Chen, open the door, he instructed. Xiao Hongchen opened the door, and a burly man in iron armor walked into the room. His Majesty the Black King requests your presence, he said coldly to Yi Xiao. Let's go. Yi Xiao took a sip of tea and stood up. Hong Chen, just do as I arranged, and it'll be fine. With that, Yi Xiao followed the burly man out of the inn, heading towards the Black King Tower. Senior brother must have his own plans. We just need to follow what he says. Let's split up and act. Be careful, Xiao Hongchen said to everyone as she watched Yi Xiao's departing figure through the window. Okay. Several people nodded and went downstairs one after another. They were shocked to see that the boss who had received them was already dead in a pool of blood, while a middle-aged man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features walked in calmly, dragging the boss's corpse away. Then he changed into the boss's clothes and sat down over there, transforming into the new owner of the inn. It seemed that in this city of original sin, being an innkeeper was also a high-risk profession. Yi Xiao appeared at the bottom of the Black King Tower, following the burly man. The great door of the Black King Tower slowly opened. His gaze flickered slightly. Giant spirit, phantom, follow them and protect them well. Yes, master. Two shadows flew out from Yi Xiao's shadow. Let's go. His lordship the Black King requests you. The burly man, unaware, said to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao followed him into the Black King Tower. As soon as he entered the Black King Tower, Yi Xiao felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Before him was a dark, endless road, swallowed by an infinite darkness ahead, as if walking into the gaping maw of a deep abyssal beast, completely unaware of where this road would lead, whether it was danger or death. On either side of this road were laid blue stone walls, flickering with a dim green light, the only glimmer in the endless darkness. The burly man in black armor walked ahead, the sound of his armor rhythmically clanking. It was like a hypnotic pendulum clanging in your ear, filling the entire road with a certain suggestion. Yi Xiao was sure that anyone with insufficient mental strength who came here would easily be hypnotized. The Black King wants to see me. That can't be true, Yi Xiao said. The clanking of the armor suddenly stopped. What do you mean by that? The burly man's deep voice followed. Yes. Actually, I think if the Black King really wanted to see me, there would be no need to send a puppet to invite me, right? And to cast an illusion on me right from the start. I think that's quite unnecessary. Don't you think so? Yi Xiao scratched his head and said lazily. You figured it out? What else? Or do you think I'm a fool? Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Would a legendary hex master, the strongest in history, be unable to see through such a thing? What a joke! Since you've discovered it, then you can't leave here alive. Kid, boom! The burly man suddenly turned around, and a gust of wind rushed towards Yi Xiao. Boom! A large cleaver brushed past Yi Xiao's head. Whoosh! Yi Xiao bent down in response. Then he twisted his body and kicked the armored man away. Bang! A huge noise erupted, and at that moment, Yi Xiao lightly snapped his fingers. Scatter! All the darkness was immediately dispelled. The roar of chaos surged like a flood in Yi Xiao's ears. The tumult was filled with passionate shouts and flying spittle, and there was the setting sun hanging high in the sky. Yi Xiao opened his eyes. The blazing sun hung overhead, and he was standing on a ring of yellow sand and red earth. Surrounding him was a circle of countless frenzied gamblers. This venue resembled the Colosseum of ancient Rome. But this was not a gladiatorial arena, it was a casino. The ring Yi Xiao was in was the most popular attraction in the casino. The slaughter of slaves. The Black King Tower has a master of illusion. Yi Xiao looked at the countless figures on the high platforms around him, pointing and whispering, and instead of feeling any fear, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. From the moment he entered the inn, someone had cast an illusion on him. This guy's strength was at least at the 5th level of control. That was why he hadn't been detected by the likes of Shinguningzi. Black Armored Corps, what are you standing there for? Kill this kid. Yeah, I bet 100,000 on you. I fought for over 40 people to get this. What do you mean by that? I sold over a dozen girls to the Flower Street just to get this gambling capital. You can't lose. Black Armored Corps, kill this kid with the most ruthless and bloody methods. Exactly. You can't even kill a weak slave. You got kicked by someone. You're just useless. They roared at the black armored man leaning against a large knife opposite Yi Xiao. Puppet, and this in my hand. The spirit binding hand ring, its effect is to seal the power within the human body. So even if it's a professional, it's just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Does the Black King Tower treat me as a slave? How interesting. This Black King is quite amusing. After I killed so many of his people, the first thing he thinks of is not to kill me in anger, but to use me as a tool to make money. This guy really has a brain. But, the gladiatorial arena, that does seem quite interesting. Yi Zhao's gaze fell on the black armored man in front of him. Little puppet, I know the master controlling you behind the scenes can hear me. You tell him for me. I've never experienced the taste of being a slave, so I'm really looking forward to it, but I'm just a bit violent. Can the master's present accept that? As he spoke, Yi Zhao raised his hand and squinted his eyes, making a gesture. Just a little bit violent. The dark pupils of the black armored core flickered with red light. A young man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses sitting in the audience slightly narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel a bit of palpitations? Although this guy cracked the black illusion's illusion, which shocked me greatly, with the spirit-binding hand ring in existence, even if he is a physically powerful warrior, what kind of storm can he stir up? No need to be afraid. The young man pondered carefully. It's just bluster. Black armored core, suppress him. His pupils flickered slightly. Buzz. The black armored core in the arena moved, drawing out the large knife from his waist. Like a gale, he charged towards Yi Zhao. Then, boom! A knife came crashing down on Yi Zhao's head. Good. Smash his head. Black armored core. Well done. Smash his head. This round is mine. However, Yi Zhao simply turned around. A whip kick shot out directly. Bang! The head of the black armored man was kicked off by Yi Zhao. What? The young man in the white coat stood up in disbelief, his expression one of shock. How can he be this strong? How is this possible? To be able to kick the head off my proud black armor core, this guy's kick must have at least 10,000 tons of power. What kind of monster is this? Immediately after, Yi Zhao added another kick. Bang! The black armored man was directly kicked away, shattering into pieces in midair. Countless fragments were sent flying by Yi Zhao as if he were kicking a soccer ball towards the surrounding platforms. Damn! Iron pieces are flying this way. Shit! Is this kid crazy? How dare he attack us? Someone! Where are the people from the Black King Tower? Damn! Hurry up and subdue that kid. The scene erupted into chaos. Countless iron pieces fell like shooting stars onto the stands. Upon landing, they created deep craters several meters in diameter, and many people were killed instantly, their deaths extremely tragic. I told you all, my methods might be a bit violent. It's my first time as a slave, and I can't control my strength. Yi Zhao grinned wickedly. Damn it, this kid is insane. Shit, hurry up and subdue him. If this keeps up, he'll tear this casino apart. A young man in a white coat cursed loudly. He quickly got up and retreated with the crowd. Hey, friend, where are you going? Did you lose something? A flippant voice came from behind. The young man in the white coat's forehead twitched, and he slowly turned his head. He saw a young man with a red cloth blindfold casually tossing a black iron piece in his hand. Ha! The young man in the white coat was stunned, instinctively looking around the arena. He's clearly standing in the center of the arena. Turning back, what the hell? How did he appear right in front of me again? He hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Damn it, Black Phantom. Don't tell me I've fallen for your illusion too. Damn it. No, wait. At that moment, a thought struck him. Why is the spirit-binding bracelet in Yi Zhao's hand gone? Damn. This guy can teleport. The idea flashed through his mind like an electric current. Oh, friend, you finally remembered. Great, so let me give you a gift. Boom. Yi Zhao grinned and hurled the iron piece at the young man. Bang! His head exploded like a firecracker. The four guardians of the Black King Tower, Black Puppet, fallen. TSK. I've caused such a ruckus, and that Black King still hasn't shown up? Quite patient. But what if I release all the slaves in this place? A playful smirk appeared on Yi Zhao's lips. This is interesting. I can't wait. In the imperial capital, I can't act so recklessly. Whoosh! Yi Zhao's figure flashed and reappeared in the arena. Zzz. A vast sword energy emerged from his hand. Whoosh! Then, the sword energy shot straight up into the sky. A sword energy over 10 meters long was held in Yi Zhao's hand. Run quickly, everyone. Just one more look and it'll explode. As he spoke, he swung the sword energy down towards the stands. The few remaining people turned pale, drenched in sweat. They turned and fled. Boom! Yi Zhao's sword energy crashed down onto the stands, and then he swept around casually. Boom, boom, boom. Countless people were turned to nothingness by his sword. The entire area of the stands was completely cleared by his swift strikes. After all, how many good people could come to watch these things? No, strictly speaking, how many good people could survive in the city of original sin? Good people had already been drained of all their value like meat pigs. You ask about Yi Zhao? He is definitely not a good person. He has been in the city of original sin for less than a day, and the number of people who have died at his hands has already exceeded 100. Have you ever seen a good person with 100 lives on their hands? In this city of original sin, it's better to be a dead person than to think of good people. You would stab for your brothers, but your brothers stab you first, play with you and then sell your kidneys for money. This should be the right place. I didn't go wrong. Below the audience seats, there was a wooden door on either side, and the thick wooden planks had already been sliced open by Yi Xiao with a sword. He stepped into that wooden door. In the dark corridor, only the sound of Yi Xiao's footsteps echoed continuously. Kid, you stop here. I am He Huan, one of the 4 guardians under the Black Throne. You have already. At that moment, a man jumped out from the darkness. An eerie atmosphere surrounded him, especially his eyes, which seemed to swirl like a dark abyss. Whoosh! A beam of sword light shot past. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a body and a head crashing to the ground. Someone just introduced themselves. What did they say? Forget it. Yi Xiao shook his head and continued walking deeper into the corridor. How can he be so powerful? Who exactly is he? The head that fell to the ground looked at Yi Xiao's retreating figure and let out a final stammering sound, until the abyss in his pupils completely closed. After walking for another 3 or 4 minutes, Yi Xiao finally reached the end of the corridor. He kicked open the iron door. Hey, slaves! I'm here to rescue you. Looking up, in this vast storage room, there were iron cages lined up one after another. Inside the cages were many disheveled men and women. Not only were there people, but also monsters. Yi Xiao even saw 1 or 2 dangerous level deities inside. Alright, dear slaves, I will set you free now. The sword light in Yi Xiao's hand reappeared. Sizzle! He waved the sword light in his hand, opening all the cages. Whoa! Just as a monster saved from one of the cages let out an exhilarating roar. Whoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through its body. Monsters and deities can't be released. They're not slaves, they're beasts. Kill them first. Saying this, the sword light in Yi Xiao's hand flashed again. Monster? What do you mean? Monsters no longer have rights, right? Deity, you're amazing. You're so noble. Our noble deities have become beasts. Sizzle! Yi Xiao swiftly killed them all. Alright, slaves, you are free. Do whatever you want. Go and make that damned Black King reconcile. Turn his head into a urinal. Yi Xiao shouted. Who would have thought that even though the cages had been opened, these slaves still hid inside, not daring to come out. Their eyes were dim and had long lost their color. TSK. This Black King. Yi Xiao was a bit surprised. The Black King's methods were truly extraordinary. At that moment, a naked red-haired girl walked out from one of the cages. She looked to be only 17 or 18, slightly immature, but her eyes revealed a sense of determination. She was the only one among these slaves to step out. Are we really free now? The Black King won't catch us again? Of course you're free. What's your name? Yi Xiao asked. Hong Luo. My name is Hong Yi. We both have Hong in our names. Quite a coincidence. Yi Xiao said with a smile. However, Hong Luo had a blank expression. Can you kill the Black King? After a moment, she raised her head and said, Kill the Black King? Why do you want to kill the Black King? Because I hate him. I not only hate the Black King, but I also hate the White King, and even everything in the city of original sin. Why? Because they killed my father. The girl's eyes sparkled with intense hatred. Your father is. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened. My father's name is Hong Lai. He is the master of the Red King Tower. The Red King, the girl said word by word. Yi Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. What is this? It came without effort. It's a good thing I came to this arena. Otherwise, Ningzi from the Divine Palace and the others wouldn't even be able to find Hong Luo if they were looking for death. After all, who would have thought that the daughter of the Red King had ended up as a slave? And she was even captured. You are the daughter of the Red King? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Since Hong Luo was locked up in this place, it was clear that the Black King did not know her true identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imprisoned her here. However, there's no need to waste time on Ningzi from the Divine Palace and Bairuoyu. Giant Spirit God. A blue light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes. Any deity he enslaved would form a contract with him, allowing for remote communication without issue. Tell Ningzi from the Divine Palace that I found Hong Luo and to wait for me at the inn. Yi Xiao commanded. Yes, master, I will. Ugh. The deep voice of the Giant Spirit God rang out, but it abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He let out a painful roar. Hey, Giant Spirit God, what are you doing? Yi Xiao frowned. Master, be careful. Trap. Just then, Yi Xiao realized that the connection with the Giant Spirit God had been severed. Hong Yi, I know you can hear me. Your deity is quite impressive. I accept it. Just as Yi Xiao's brows furrowed tightly, he heard a familiar lazy voice from the other side. Mu Liu Ha? That's right. It's me. Hong Yi, just stay in the arena. You don't deserve to meddle in the upcoming matter. That deity must belong to me. The connection was completely cut off. That deity? Which deity? What is Mu Lioha plotting? Yi Zhao's brows knitted together. At that moment, Hong Luo gently tugged at Yi Zhao's sleeve. If I'm not mistaken, he was referring to the blood god, Korin. She said softly, blood god, Korin. What is that? It's a very powerful deity. At its peak, the blood god Korin is a despair-level deity. Wherever it goes, living beings turn into a sea of blood. As long as the sea of blood exists, the blood god does not die. Despair level. Yi Zhao's face showed shock. A despair-level deity is comparable to a level 7 disaster-level practitioner. Such practitioners are rare even in the Great Xia. In any part of the world, they are top-tier combatants. As long as the rules are upheld, disasters reign supreme. In a place like the East Japan, they would already be the president of a top university like East Japan University. The blood god is a despair-level deity. With such powerful strength, can Mu Lioha really subdue him? Yi Zhao asked in confusion. The blood god is no longer at his peak strength. He is currently in a state of slumber. Hong Luo shook her head. He was defeated by my father, who died sealing the blood god. A deep sorrow flashed in Hong Luo's eyes. What did you say? Yi Zhao was stunned. Isn't the Red King just a control-level practitioner? Who told you that? My father is a battle mage. His combat power is comparable to a level 7 disaster-level practitioner. He was once the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team, one of the 4 great hunting teams of the Great Xia. A hint of pride flashed in Hong Luo's eyes. Mentioning her father, the Red King Hong Lai, was her lifelong pride. What on earth is going on? Yi Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. What else was hidden behind the city of original sin? The story goes back a long time, about 10 years ago. These are stories I heard from my father. Back then, the City of Original Sin wasn't even called the City of Original Sin. It was a transit station connecting the Great Xia and the wilderness, where many hunting teams would stay, not just from the Great Xia but also from many other countries, as well as various civilian hunting teams. The Void Hunter team was one of them. At that time, the Void Hunter team was not yet one of the 4 peak hunting teams of the Great Xia. My father is the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team. But one day, a terrifying deity awakened in the wilderness. It must be the blood god Korin, Yi Zhao asked. Exactly. The blood god Korin is incredibly powerful. No one in the transit station of Original Sin City could match him. My father happened to be there with his team, and when faced with Korin, who aimed to turn all living beings into a sea of blood, my father naturally stepped in to fight him. The two erupted into a world-shattering battle, but even though my father was at the 6th level, he was no match for the already 7th level blood god Korin. 7 battles, 7 defeats. My father wanted to seek help from the imperial capital, but he sent out 12 distress letters, all of which vanished without a trace. No response. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. If the Great Xia knew about this, how could they remain indifferent? Absolutely impossible. Then there could only be one answer. Hong Lai's letters were deliberately intercepted. There must be a traitor within the Great Xia. That traitor has existed for over a decade, and he holds a high position within the Great Xia. He has been secretly working to weaken the strength and foundation of the Great Xia, the Void Hunters Hong Lai, and the Knightly from back then. Once he was. Even Ning Zhao. Yi Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. If all these events were orchestrated by that person, just how terrifying would he be? This is simply an existence with far-reaching influence. Yi Zhao had some doubts about Ing Xiang Tian. After all, he had ample motive. Even the recent upheaval in Original Sin City, the schemes of Mu Luha, might also have Ing Xiang Tian's shadow behind them. However, that person could not possibly be Ing Xiang Tian. He did not have such capability. That person's identity and status must be even higher. The more Yi Zhao thought about it, the colder he felt. All along, there has been a hidden hand manipulating everything in the Great Xia, cutting down its hopes. This person, his heart is worthy of punishment. Brother Hong Yi, what's wrong with you? Hong Luo looked at Yi Zhao, who was frowning and had a somewhat unpleasant expression, with some fear. It's nothing, you continue. Yi Zhao snapped back to reality and said, okay. Since my father couldn't wait for the Great Xiao's rescue, he had no choice but to suppress the blood god Korin by himself. My father used his body as bait and employed a secret technique scroll, temporarily raising his combat power to the 7th level of disaster. But the blood god Korin is too difficult to kill. As long as the blood river exists, he will never die. So no matter how my father attacked, he couldn't slay the blood god Korin. In desperation, my father could only separate his true body, the endless sea of blood, to prevent all of his combat power from being fully unleashed. Could it be that? Exactly. The Red King Tower, the Black King Tower, and the White King Tower were built by my father to seal the blood god Korin. Hong Luo nodded. So what happened later? What exactly happened? According to you, this Original Sin City was built entirely by your father, Hong Lai. Why did it end up becoming such a filthy, sinful place, harboring dirt and grime? Yi Xiao asked. A hint of sadness flashed in Han Luo's eyes. In order to suppress the blood god Korin, my father nearly wagered his own body. After that secret method, my father fell into a deep sleep for 10 years. Fortunately, before falling asleep, he used his last bit of strength to create a clone, a controlling level clone. My father's clone resided in the Red King Tower, sealing himself as the Red King. And at that time, he selected 2 young men he favored from original Sin City to guard the Black King Tower and the White King Tower, thus laying the foundation for original Sin City. So what happened later? What happened afterward? Yi Xiao asked impatiently. Later, let this king tell you what happened. At that moment, a loud and sinister voice echoed. The next second, boom! Yi Xiao stood in a place covered by a terrifying wave of energy, which suddenly exploded. Go! Yi Xiao grabbed Han Luo and activated spatial power, dodging away. Boom! 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 3 gigantic figures descended from the sky. Ha ha ha! Han Yi! We meet again! A loud laugh echoed as Yi Xiao looked up. On the shoulders of those 3 massive figures stood a familiar shadow. It was Zhou Gu, the Zhou Gu who he had once pinned to the ground, nearly sending him to the ICU. Brother Zhou, I heard you were almost crippled by this brat back then? One of the giants, a middle-aged man with thick hair carrying a large axe, laughed heartily. Who told you that? Brother Chen. Damn it, that bastard Chen Ansheng. I can't wait to bite him. Ah! Zhou Gu directly crushed his own golden eyes and then stomped them underfoot. Ha ha ha, you and Brother Chen have both been defeated by him. He must be very strong. I really want to fight him. The Black King laughed. No way, this brat is mine. Today, I will trample him underfoot, crush him to death. Zhou Gu extended his tongue, speaking with a strange expression. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhou, let's see who can kill this brat first. How about we see who can take off one of his arms first? The Black King laughed. Although Brother Mu said to hold him back, directly killing him counts as holding him back, right? Of course. I'll first dismember him and then stew the meat. Zhou Gu grinned savagely. You two are idiots, right? Yi Xiao tilted his head. Zhou Gu, didn't I beat you up last time? Now you're back for more? Humph. Han Yi, times have changed. A soldier should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days. It's been a month. I've far surpassed you. Ha ha ha, boom! The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth transformed into a tangible whirlwind around Zhou Gu, an extremely powerful aura erupting. Peak control level? Did you take drugs? Yi Xiao frowned. Was this guy forcibly pulled up from a dog hole? Ha ha ha, I've stepped into a world you can never reach in your lifetime. Feel the pain, Han Yi. Zhou Gu laughed loudly and was about to attack Han Yi. Wait, Brother Zhou, the story isn't finished yet. Let me finish telling this story before we deal with him, the Black King suggested. Alright, Zhou Gu nodded. Brat, do you know me? I know, you're the Black Brat. You're right, I am. Ha, what did you say? The Black King frowned. Stop wasting time, hurry up and speak. You have 1 minute, once you're done, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Yi Xiao sneered. Ha ha ha, you little brat are quite arrogant. I want to see how you send me to meet the King of Hell. I don't know who is more powerful, me, the Black King, or him, the King of Hell. The Black King scoffed. Where was I? Oh right, it was about Han Lai asking us to guard 2 towers, right? That bastard Han Lai. In name, we are the Black King and the White King, holding 1/3 of the ruling power of the city of original sin, but he never relinquishes power to me. Every time we need to make a decision, it has to go through him. With so many people in the city of original sin, the economy needs to develop, right? We need money, right? We try to find ways to make money, but Han Lai doesn't agree. He just goes to the wilderness to occasionally kill some demons and gods. How much can he earn? We've been his dogs for 7 or 8 years. Finally, we've endured and endured. From originally being a level 2 practitioner, we become level 4 practitioners. Everyone is at the control level. Why should he, Han Lai, sit above us? The city of original sin is such a great place, so many good businesses to do. How much money can be made? With money, our strength can improve. So we discussed it and decided to take down Han Lai. However, neither Bai Wang nor I can handle him together. This guy is really strong. After completely tearing our relationship apart, we planned to go all out. He tried to stop us many times in between. Although we couldn't defeat him, he couldn't do anything to us either. We were secretly working on these things, and he had no way to stop us. We just wanted to make this idiot suffer. He has oppressed us for 7 or 8 years and still wants to keep us down for a lifetime. Everyone is a king. Why should He Wang and Bai Wang be suppressed by him? Shi Wang, aren't we all kings? I refuse to accept it. He Wang said disdainfully. Yi Zhao's mouth twitched. Damn, Isn't this just an ungrateful wolf? He saved your life, gave you power, and helped you rise from a level 2 nobody to a level 4 controller. And you dare to say he's oppressing you and blocking your path to wealth? Isn't this just two dogs trying to bite their master? How despicable. How can a person be so shameless? And you say everyone is a king? You two are dog kings, he is the real king. Later, a big shot contacted us, offering to help us deal with the blood god problem and take down Hong Lai, allowing us to become the leaders of the original Sin City. We gladly agreed. However, that big shot had one more request: to get rid of you, you little brat. Oh yeah. Hei Wang revealed a sinister expression. The story is over. I want to see how you kill me, but before that, I will kill you first. Well said. Let me see the diversity of species. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Zhao's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Be careful. This kid has mastered spatial power and can teleport. Zhou Gu shouted. Whoosh! As the words fell, Yi Zhao's figure appeared behind him. King! Be careful! Two figures sprang out from behind Hei Wang. Swish! Yi Zhao directly sealed their throats with a sword. What trash, Hei Wang? Still needing help? Ridiculous! Yi Zhao laughed disdainfully. Whoosh! He moved again, slashing towards Hei Wang. Kid! Die! Attack! Kill him! Hei Wang and Zhou Gu moved simultaneously, and the three giant figures that had descended here. They were surrounded by divine power, three deities whose combat strength was not weaker than the giant spirit god. The profession of this Yu god, Mu Liuha, is really something. Yi Zhao retreated with his sword, sneering. This opponent was indeed a bit too many, 1 against 5 was not fair. So, let's play big. Boom! Endless mysterious runes ignited in Yi Zhao's eyes. Heavenly Thunder Array, Blazing Fire Array, Gale Array, Extreme Cold Array, Explosive Thunder Fire Suppression, Triple Kill Sword Array, Arhat Golden Body Suppression. Behind Yi Zhao, endless formations began to spread, covering the entire void. Normally, one would draw formations one by one, but Yi Zhao's formations appeared simultaneously in the void with just a blink of his eyes, 70 or 80 formations at once. Simply put, he was on automatic, while others were manual. Damn! Seeing this scene, Hei Wang couldn't help but curse. No, aren't we all just using cold weapons to hack at each other? Why are you using intercontinental missiles? Damn it! Hurry up and interrupt the spellcasting. Hei Wang roared. Boom! The three deities shot up into the sky like meteors towards Yi Zhao. A massive shadow covered the sky. Zhou Gu leaped to the side, his 5 elemental energies wildly fluctuating. A vast aura emerged from his body, enveloping him. You idiot! Don't get close! His move is a thought-formed array. Boom! Zhou Gu waved his hand, and the 5 elemental array appeared behind him. At the same time, he formed hand seals. Deep Blue, Tidal Wave, Fire Lion, Roar, Golden Spear, Piercing, Kunmu, Entwine, Hantu, Transform, Zizizizi. The 5 elements formation was like a massive cannon set behind Zhou Gu, converging into an incredibly powerful sphere of energy before him. Within the sphere, the 5 elements interacted, and its power surged exponentially, comparable to a mighty ion cannon piercing through the void. Boom! A blinding divine light burst forth, evaporating all the air in the void along its path with its terrifying might. At the same time, the dozens of formations behind Yi Zhao had also taken shape. Boom boom boom! Countless colorful formations soared into the sky, colliding with the divine light of the 5 elements. The 3 great deities braced themselves against the might of the formations, protecting the Black King in the center. Ha ha ha, kid, your grandpa is here. Luckily, with the protection of Brother Mu's divine spirit. Otherwise, breaking through this formation would be quite difficult. But you, a long-range mage, have run into me, a close combat warrior. You're not far from death. Heaven-splitting axe strike. Boom! The pitch-black axe light exuded a terrifying black glow capable of devouring all things, as if it were an abyss, completely engulfing one's vision and mind. Boom! The 3 giant deities opened a protective shield, firmly guarding the Black King, and then he swung his axe down towards Yi Zhao. Kid, you're strong, but that's not enough. Hong Lai is also very strong, yet he still died. In this world, an individual's power is limited. Only by understanding how to leverage strength can one go further. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Yi Zhao spoke calmly. The purple-black light in his eyes began to swirl like flames. With no outsiders around, we can silence them. A little exposure won't hurt, right? As the red covering was burned away by the purple-black flames, it slowly fell to the ground. The golden flames began to revive. At that moment, Yi Zhao's purple Extreme Demon Eye actually reacted with the ever-burning Lord Flame Eye. Ding! detected a reaction between the host's eye techniques. Ever-burning Lord Flame Eye, red, can merge with Purple Extreme Demon Eye, red. After merging, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye can use the Purple Underworld Divine Fire from the Underworld. Additionally, it will maintain the effects of Eternal Flames and Transformation. New effect added, Ignore Defense. Triggered the effect? Good, good, good. Merge. Yi Xiao laughed heartily. If he didn't merge, he might as well wait for the new year. Ding! Merge successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eye technique. Purple Extreme Demon Flame Eye, orange. Boom! An even more astonishing purple-black flame surged from Yi Xiao's eyes. It transformed into a pair of gigantic purple-black wings, igniting an entire space. With the underworld fire wings on his back and endless formations swirling behind him, at that moment, he stood in the void, resembling a divine being of the mortal realm. Sword! Yi Xiao shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Endless flames surged, and a long sword with black and red flame patterns emerged in his hand. Clang! As Yi Xiao activated the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, he also empowered it with the Martial God Eye. His attributes reached an earth-shattering level. He slowly raised the sword. Kid, you underestimate this king too much. You, a long-range mage. What gives you the right to look down on this king? Watch as I shatter your sword. Boom! The Black King's figure descended from the sky, his axe striking down on Yi Xiao's sword. Ah! I haven't said that in a long time. Finally, I have the chance today. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. The intense energy collided in the surrounding space. Yi Xiao extended his empty hand and rubbed his neck slightly. Who told you I was a long-range mage? I am a eye technique master. Boom! The purple-black flames swirled around the sword's body, causing the entire sword to swell dramatically. Get lost! Boom! Yi Xiao let out a roar like a wild beast, and with a single sword strike, he sent the Black King flying. How is this possible? Your physical strength is even greater than mine. Boom! The Black King shot through the air like a cannonball, creating ripples of shockwaves in the atmosphere. The layers of sonic booms echoed endlessly. And this was not the end. The formation behind Yi Xiao clashed violently with Jogu's 5 elements divine light. This entire arena was enveloped in a cacophony of various energies. Yi Xiao's expression was cold as he slowly raised his sword. It feels really good to show oneself with one's own identity. Big black guy. You call yourself the Black King, right? Well then, today, I, Yi Xiao, will wield my sword in the mortal realm and slay the king with a single strike. This sword will not only kill the king but also slay the gods. Boom! The black light surged like dark clouds, obscuring the sky. Yi Xiao's strike was overwhelming, akin to a boiling ocean. The might was astonishing. The Black King's expression changed instantly. Damn! How can this sword be so strong? Even Jogu's face changed. How is this possible? I've reached the peak of control. Why do I still feel fear? Is this guy really an insurmountable mountain? The figure standing in the void, with formations covering the sky and purple flames blazing, appeared to him like an unscalable mountain. Run! Damn! I've hit a brick wall. This kid is too damn powerful. The Black King shouted in terror, his figure shooting off into the distance. Block him! 3 deities transformed into a human wall behind the Black King. In just one encounter, they were engulfed by endless black light and purple fire sword energy. The god has been slain. The king should fall, Yi Xiao said coldly. The sword energy flashed and directly crossed the void, appearing hundreds of meters behind the Black King. Ah, I forgot this guy has mastered spatial power. I can't accept this. Seeing the terrifying sword light closing in from behind, the Black King felt his scalp tingle. He could already envision his body being split in two. Whoosh! The sword energy swallowed the Black King as it shot towards the distant sky, finally disappearing into the endless depths of the clouds. Next, it's your turn. Last time at school, I couldn't strike at you, but this time, if you can escape alive, I'll take your surname, Joe. Damn it! Jogu's face changed drastically as he turned to run. Suppress! Yi Xiao's word fell. An endless gravity pressed down on him like a towering mountain. Thud! Jogu was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move an inch, his grimacing expression revealing his immense fear. That's enough. You should die. You've lived long enough. In your next life, be more careful. Yi Xiao raised his sword and cleaved his head. With a wave of his hand, the phenomena in the void dissipated. Yi Xiao silently took out a red cloth to wrap his face. Interesting, Blood God, White King, Mulyoha, this mission is quite entertaining. I hope I can unleash all my strength. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly. After all, I'm not even sure how strong I am right now. In the city of Original Sin, at the top of the Red King Tower, Mulyoha stood lazily in front of a blood-red formation. Not enough. It's really not enough. To revive the blood god, a massive amount of blood is needed. Over the years, Han Lai has erased too much of his blood energy. Mu Liuha frowned. At that moment, a young man holding a sword strode in. How did it go? Did you catch them? No, they got away. It seems they headed towards the flower street. That's not my territory. Shen Anqing shook his head lightly. Hee, these two women can really run. In that case, let the White King and Wu Tongsen handle it. Just a few troublesome flies, they won't stir up much trouble. The urgent matter is to revive the blood god. Mu Liuha stroked his chin. Shen Anqing, how far can your sword strike in one go? And what is the power of your sword energy? With a single sword drawn, no one within 500 meters can escape. When the sword light emerges, everything in this city can be opened. What about cutting people? With a flick of the hand, thousands will fall. Shen Anqing said confidently. That's great. Since that's the case, take my divine army and help me with something. What is it? Blood sacrifice all living beings in this city. Mu Liuha spoke calmly, still looking half asleep, but his words sent a chilling sensation through the air, as if he were not about to kill people, but merely slaughter a few chickens. All right, Shen Anqing nodded silently. All he had to do was follow the orders. Everything else was none of his concern, including who to kill. He would do whatever the command was. The blood god must be resurrected, and it must be done with the generals under my command. Mu Liuha slowly raised his right hand, revealing a black magic circle on it, exuding endless strangeness. Don't you think so, Shadow God? He. I look forward to being colleagues with the blood god. Mu Liuha raised his left hand again, revealing a blood-red magic circle on the back of his hand. The moonlight spilled over the blood-red circle, revealing an ominous blood moon aura. The Black King and Zhougu can't kill the Red Knight, but as long as we can stop him, once the blood god is resurrected, I will fear no existence. Not even the great Xia sword god. Mu Liuha smiled. For now, let's just get some sleep. He pulled out a pillow from his belongings and lay down on it, falling into a deep sleep. Damn it! Why has Shen Anqing's combat power skyrocketed so quickly? He has actually reached the peak of control level. Is he on drugs? In a brothel on Flower Street, two women hid among the crowd, dressed in feathered robes, heavily made up, trying to blend in with the colorful and flirtatious prostitutes. What kind of clothes are these, you Eastern Japan harlots? So inconvenient to wear. And this makeup, why does my face look as white as a ghost? And this shoe, why is it so high? It's like walking on stilts. I can hardly walk. And why do you have to stuff two of these things in my chest? Bai Ruoyu stumbled and swayed, nearly falling to the ground if not for holding onto Shingong Ningningzi's clothes. Stop talking nonsense. Just walk properly. Shingong Ningningzi, looking graceful and charming, moved with ease. Bai Ruoyu was extremely jealous. They were both around 18 or 19, so why did she look like a little girl walking with her? The rules of Flower Street state that a woman's height must not be less than 168 centimeters, and the cup size must not be smaller than C. Look at you, which one of these is qualified? If you don't get some height and padding, others will think a minor has wandered into Flower Street. Shingong Ningningzi chuckled. You're insulting me. Bai Ruoyu shouted angrily. Honestly, is this an insult to you? You think this is? Shoo! Shingong Ningningzi quickly covered her mouth. The two retreated to the side. What's going on? The White King is coming. The White King? What? Bai Ruoyu was startled and slightly raised her gaze. Ahead, a woman dressed in a white palace outfit, stunningly beautiful, holding a folding fan, was slowly walking towards them amidst a crowd. Two figures followed her. One was a young man with flowing black hair, dressed in a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura. The other was a figure shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to see their face. Wu Tongxian. The other one should also be a teammate of Mu Liuha. Shingong Ningningzi clenched her sleeves. If they were discovered, they would be doomed. The White King himself is extremely powerful, and with him is a martial arts genius not weaker than himself, along with a mysterious figure in a black robe. The two lowered their heads, gathering their aura. This is already the 19th brothel, yet we still can't find any trace of them. Young Master Wu, where do you think they might be hiding? The White King smiled gently. Those two have no other options left. They simply want to meet up with Xiao Hongchen and Zhang Rou, or perhaps seek out Hong Yi. Now that Hong Yi is intercepted by the Black King and Zhougu, we need not worry about that. So, it only leaves Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen. Do you know where Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen are, young Master Wu? They are busy looking for us. Wu Tongxian's lips curled into a cold smile. Brother Ing, how long can your formation trap them? Ha. You can trap them for as long as you want. They are just two kids at the control level, not worth fearing. The figure in the black robe let out a harsh laugh. In that case, let's release them. Searching endlessly is pointless. I'll use Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongchen as bait to lure Shingong Ningningzi and Bai Ruoyu here. As long as we capture these 4, with hostages in hand, even if Hong Yi defeats the Black King and his men, they will still hesitate. By the time the Blood God is resurrected, even Hong Yi will not be a threat. Wu Tongxian said with a cold smile. He. Young Master Wu is indeed the brains of young Master Mu's team. What a brilliant plan. The White King lightly covered her lips with a folding fan and laughed. Bai Ruoyu and Xingong Ning exchanged glances. Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchen have actually been captured? Wu Tongxian even wants to use them to trick the 2 of them out. A look of horror flashed in Bai Ruoyu's eyes. Xingong Ning also bit her lip. If they want to break the deadlock now, there is no other way. They must find Hong Yi. Otherwise, with just the 2 of them, they can accomplish nothing. The White King and her companions brushed past Xingong Ning. The 2 felt their hearts leap to their throats, fearing their identities would be exposed. Xingong Ning signaled Bai Ruoyu to stay calm with her eyes. She is a descendant of the Eastern Divine Palace family, having been exposed to many things since childhood, including the culture of the Yoshiwara flower district during the Taisho era. She can guarantee that her makeup and clothing today are flawless. Even if she were to travel back to the Taisho era, she would still be a qualified dancer. Sure enough, the White King did not suspect them. The 3 merely brushed past them. The 2 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the figures of the White King and her companions gradually receded, the tension in their hearts also eased. Clap! Just then, the White King slowly closed her folding fan. The 2's hearts immediately rose again. They didn't even dare to breathe. Something's off. There's a smell of rats. It's very unpleasant. The White King covered her nose with the fan, frowning slightly. The source of the aura is right. Whoosh! Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow darted out like a flash of light. Run! We've been exposed. Xingong Ning grabbed Bai Ruoyu's wrist. The 2 suddenly retreated backward. Whoosh! A dark blade flashed past the spot where they had been standing. Boom! The entire pavilion was split in 2, wood chips flying and dust filling the air. Be careful, the second strike is coming. Xingong Ning pushed Bai Ruoyu away. She drew a short blade from her chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as her body was sent flying several dozen meters away. Blood gushed from her pale wrist. Sudden stabbing technique. You are from the east. Xingong Ning squinted at the figure in the black robe. You have quite the eye. Young lady of the Eastern Divine Palace, why must you associate with the people of the Great Xia? The figure in the black robe licked the blade in his hand. A woman who betrays the East, I think. You can go die. Hiss! She flashed and charged again at Xingong Ning. Damn it! Xingong Ning swung her blade, engaging in battle with the shadowy figure. But she was a yin-yang master, not skilled in close combat. After a few exchanges, her short blade was knocked away. A deep, bone-revealing cut was made on her shoulder. Who on earth are you? Why do you know the swift stabbing technique of the Sarutobi family? Xingong Ning frowned and asked. Who am I? Swish! The figure in black sneered, lifting his black cloak. Do you remember me? Xingong Ning. Seeing that familiar yet strange, hideous face, Xingong Ning was completely shocked. Brother Ketsumi, why is it you? You are not. Don't call me brother. You are not worthy. Sarutobi Ketsumi waved his hand, coldly reprimanding her. Back then, when the Shadow God revived, the chosen sacrificial person was clearly you, but the Xingong family, in order to protect you, the future hope of the East, ultimately chose my Sarutobi family to take on the sacrifice. The sacrifice became my sister Ketsahana. Xingong Ning, you really should die. Your own matters. Why should Ketsahana accompany you to death? Sarutobi Ketsumi shouted angrily. I know, brother Ketsumi, you chose to become the Shadow God's sacrifice to protect Ketsahana, and also to protect me. So all these years I have lived in great pain. I despise my family's selfish decision, and I am sorry for Ketsahana. I know Ketsahana likes Tohamin Haruto, so I left the East. I came to Dacia. I no longer appear before you, and I won't return to the East again. All of this is my atonement. Xingong Ning clutched her clothes and said, Nonsense! Xingong Ning, I thought that after I died for you, you would treat Ketsahana well. But what about you? You have Tohamin Haruto wrapped around your finger like a dog. Every time I see Ketsahana crying in the dead of night, holding that idiot's photo and weeping, I can't help but want to slaughter all of you, the Xingong family, the Tohamin family, and Tohamin Haruto. Now, even the only one who truly loves Ketsahana, Muko Taro, has been killed by that bastard named Hongya, but you still want to be with him. Xingong Ning, you really should die. You made my sister lose everything in this world. I will kill all of you. So, do you willingly become the Shadow God slave? You are the leader of the Shadow God cult, right? That's right. You guessed it. I, who should have been dead, devoted myself to the shadow god and became a slave, and even met that man. A godlike man. The man I can pledge my loyalty to for a lifetime. Is he Mukiura? That's right. It's Boss Muki. Boss Muki is the man who can bring about a revolution in this world. He is a divine master. As long as he is here, the gods are nothing but our slaves. He can completely change this filthy world and lead us to a brand new future. Boss Muki is the destiny of this era. He is the man destined to become the savior. Even the shadow god has submitted to him. Next, the blood god will soon submit to Boss Muki too. But before that, you pesky ants who love to cause trouble, go die first. Wutong Xian, Bai Wang, kill that girl. Sarutobi Kitsumi, I shouted loudly. Received. Bai Wang closed his folding fan, his steps flashing as he charged towards Bai Ruoyu. Wutong Xian also waved his sleeve, and 8 flying swords broke through the air. Not good. Jingong Ningxi's face changed dramatically. With Bai Ruoyu's strength, she wouldn't survive 10 seconds under their siege. Gritting her teeth. Swish! Jingong Ningxi pulled out a talisman from her chest. Countless white little figures scattered in the air, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. She quickly formed seals with her hands. Lin, Bing, Do, Jia, Jie, Shun, Lian, Zai, Shen, Yin Yang Master Jingong Ningxi. I respectfully summon Lord Taishan and the gods of the underworld. Revive, Boya, urgently, as the law commands. Buzz, countless small paper figures wrapped around Jingong Ningxi. Then those white papers actually began to burn. Jingong Ningxi, are you crazy? You actually used yourself as a sacrifice to invoke the Lord Taishan's ritual. Do you not want to live anymore? Sarutobi Kitsumi, I exclaimed in shock. Since you keep saying I owe you a life, then now I will return my life to you. Jingong Ningxi laughed lightly amidst the flames. Bai Ruoyu, go find Hong Yi. Only he can resolve all of this. Only he can defeat Mu Liuha, because he is. The words were left unfinished. Boom! The blood-red flames completely enveloped Jingong Ningxi. Countless blood patterns emerged on the white paper figures. It's here! The Lord Taishan's ritual. You all quickly retreat. Sarutobi Kitsumi, I leaped back. Boom! The sky was filled with paper figures, and 9 portals appeared in the air. Jingong Ningxi's 9 great Shikigami. Stand back! Feeling the terrifying aura from those 9 portals, Sarutobi Kitsumi's face turned exceptionally grim. Shadow God, grant me power. He stabbed a knife into his own chest. Boom! A terrifying black power descended from the sky. Quick, retreat! He shouted. The 9 great Shikigami appeared, half of which originated from the former Onmyoji ancestor Abe no Saimai, so one could imagine how terrifying their power was. Boom! Wutong Xian and Bai Wang also hurriedly retreated. Bai Ruoyu was left behind. Miss Bai Ruoyu, the master has ordered that you must be sent away. A white claw gripped Bai Ruoyu. You are Tong Shi? It's me. Miss Bai Ruoyu, hurry and go. Only by finding that man can we end all of this. If there's still time, the master might still be saved. Boom! Tang Shi let out a thunderous roar. He threw Bai Ruoyu into the distant sky, flying out from the flower street. Roar! The 9 great Shikigami unleashed their power, recklessly charging towards Sarutobi Kitsumi and the others. Jingong Ningxi, you absolutely cannot die. Otherwise, who will argue with me? Just wait, I will go find reinforcements. Bai Ruoyu took one last look. She summoned the dragon man and soared into the sky. She had to find Hong Yi. She must find Hong Yi. Boom! The 9 great Shikigami descended upon the flower street, and the entire street was immediately swept by a violent wind. Countless buildings were destroyed, and suddenly, this flower street, which Bai Wang had profited from for many years, was half ruined. Damn it! This Jingong Ningxi is really a madwoman. She doesn't care about the lives of a few Daxia people. Sarutobi Kitsumi, I cursed loudly. After invoking the Lord Taishan's ritual, Jingong Ningxi's Shikigami all fell into a rampaging state. It was almost a killing frenzy. Even with the borrowed power of the shadow god, it was still not enough. Heavenly Law Thunder Body, snowflakes falling. Bai Wang and Wutong Xian rushed in to help, but it was still very difficult to resist. This power has already reached a perfect level, even above 3rd tier. Bai Wang frowned. She truly did not expect that a little girl at the control level of 3rd tier could be so exaggerated when she went mad. I've never seen anyone use themselves as a sacrifice to invoke the Lord Taishan's ritual. This woman is simply insane. Damn! Sarutobi Kitsumi, I spat blood, and the power of the shadow god also inflicted great damage on him. His already battered body was about to suffer another heavy blow, and the little remaining flesh was being devoured by the gods. What to do? We can't hold on. Are we all going to accompany this madwoman? Sarutobi Kitsumi, I cursed. He still had many things to do. He hadn't seen the destruction of the Jingdong family, hadn't seen the downfall of the Tsumuji family, hadn't seen his sister become happy, and hadn't seen Mu Lyoha reach the pinnacle of this world. You all disperse. At that moment, a detached voice emerged. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone felt as if they had taken a calming pill. The tightly furrowed brows relaxed. A lazy figure descended from the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mu Lyoha extended a hand, blocking all the divine might of the 9 great Shikigami. Shikigami? Just lowly things. Shadow God, it's up to you. Don't worry, just dance. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from Mu Lyoha's hand. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying black light surged forward, repelling all the attacks of the 9 great Shikigami. In the end, it pierced through their bodies. Bang! The Shikigami's body turned into a flurry of white paper, like blossoms, in midair. The black light that pierced through further obscured the sky, even swallowing the sun's rays. The clouds were blasted open, creating a huge hole. That's all there is to it. Mu Lyoha rubbed his eyes, looking lazy. Sorry, boss, this time it was our. Forget it. Mu Lyoha waved his hand. You go help Chen Anqing. Next, I want the blood of everyone in this city of original sin to replenish the blood god. Mu Lyoha said casually, but the chilling intent in his words made the 3 shiver involuntarily. Young Master Mu, but that Red Knight. Red Knight? If he dares to come, I will personally deal with him. Right now, what you need to do is kill and feed the blood god with blood. Understood? Yes. The few of them soared into the air, disappearing into the Flower Street in an instant. Mu Lyoha walked barefoot to the highest building on Flower Street. In the endless ruins, he saw many figures. Many were dead, but more were alive. These can't be wasted either. Shadow God, I'll trouble you. Leave it to me, little Lyoha. Swish! Countless black tentacles emerged from his body. Immediately, countless tentacles shot out in all directions, piercing through everyone's bodies. As long as you have a shadow, you can't escape the Shadow God's attack. But since you exist in this world, how could you possibly not have a shadow? He. Mu Lyoha chuckled. The Shadow God was a gift from that adult for his 18th birthday, a powerful deity personally captured for him to enslave. The Shadow God was a 7th-tier despair-level deity, but his abilities were so extraordinary that even destruction-level deities had to be wary. To rule the city of original sin, the next step is to rule the Great Xia, and finally, to rule the Blue Star. Master, Lyoha will not disappoint you. Looking at the vast city of original sin, Mu Lyoha's thoughts drifted back. 13 years ago, on the streets of Greece, amidst heavy snow, a man in a black coat chose him, who was about to freeze to death at the time. Do you want to control your own destiny? I don't want to. Oh, why? It's meaningless. Then what do you think is meaningful? I not only want to control my own destiny, but I also want to control the destinies of everyone in the world. That is meaningful. Good ambition. Since that's the case, the contract is established. From now on, you will be called Mu Lyoha, and I will be your master. Coming back to his senses, all the living people on Flower Street had been drained into mummies, their blood flowing into the blood patterns around him. The power of the blood god was once again becoming active. It won't be long now, the blood god is about to awaken. Mu Lyoha whispered softly, the revolution is about to begin, a new era is coming, this belongs to me. The starry sea. Whoosh! In the crowded street, a beam of swordlight suddenly shot past. Countless severed limbs flew through the air, heads rolling down, and blood rained from the sky. This sword not only killed people. Run! Ah! The people of the city of original sin wailed in panic, fleeing in terror towards the distance. Kill! Chen Anqing held his sword, his expression cold and indifferent. As he spoke, a loud boom echoed. 3 women, cloaked in darkness, shot out from behind him. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 3 struck down, and the street was left devoid of life. All the blood seeped into the ground, flowing through the array beneath the earth, rushing towards the 3 cities of original sin. This street is cleared, let's move to another. Chen Anqing said calmly. He walked towards the end of the street with the 3 deities, turning out of this street into another bustling one in the city of original sin. The smell of blood? It's not far from here. Hong Yi navigated through the crowd with Hong Luo. Occasionally, pickpockets and traffickers attempted to steal from Hong Yi or abduct Hong Luo, but they were met with a swift strike from his sword, severing them in half. The blood god is distributed among the 3 cities. The lower half is in the Black King Tower, the upper half in the White King Tower, and the most vital head and heart are in the Red King Tower. Hong Luo explained to Hong Yi. The blood god was severely injured in battle back then. If he wants to recover, gather the 3 parts and break the seal. Is there any way? Hong Yi furrowed his brow slightly. By feeding him human blood. Hong Luo replied. So it is. Boom! At that moment, a beam of sword light shot from the end of the street. Be careful. Hong Yi pulled Hong Luo close, sidestepping the strike. But others were not so fortunate. The sword swept through, mercilessly slaying half the living on the street. A rain of blood fell, and Hong Yi raised a protective shield, sheltering the two within, untouched by the crimson. At the end of the street, a man in a blue robe approached, sword in hand, followed closely by the three deities. Upon seeing the three female deities, Hong Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Shadow? But moments later, he realized. Although he had lost contact with the shadow and the giant spirit god, their relationship with him had not been severed. No, it's an echo? If that's the case, then those three deities earlier were the shadows of the giant spirit god? Is this the ability possessed by the deities controlled by Mu Lyoha? Quite interesting. Hong Yi chuckled lightly. I quite like it. Chen Anqing approached with his sword, his eyes calm as if he were not killing humans, but pigs and dogs. Kill them all, leave none behind. This street is cleared, and we've basically taken down everything within the Black King Tower's range, Chen Anqing said indifferently. Whoosh! The shadows of the three deities surged forth, rampaging through the crowd. Hong Yi crossed his arms, watching them with leisure. This city of original sin was rife with sins, especially in the territories of the Black King and White King. As the saying goes, like attracts like, and no one is innocent. They all deserve to die. However, at that moment, one shadow suddenly lunged at Hong Yi. Interesting, no self-awareness, huh? Hong Yi chuckled lightly. Stay close to me. He took Hong Luo's hand and stepped forward. Then, they brushed past each other. Boom! The ground behind Hong Yi shattered under an invisible force, creating a massive pit about 7 or 8 meters deep. The shadow that had lunged at him was reduced to mere fragments. The tremendous noise naturally attracted Chen Anqing's attention. Hong Yi? Upon seeing the familiar red cloth, Chen Anqing's expression changed. He instantly understood. If Hong Yi was here, then the Black King and Zhougu must have lost. What's wrong? Seeing me, are you not running? Hong Yi smirked, teasingly. Running is the most meaningless thing. If you want to kill me, I can't escape. You do have some self-awareness. So, do you want to fight? Chen Anqing nodded. I only seek a battle. I have a sword. Do you dare to try? Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Anqing once again returned the sword in his hand to its sheath. Interesting. It seems you have learned something new from the sword techniques of the East. A swift sword, truly aiming to embody speed to the utmost? Hong Yi smiled. If you can withstand this sword, I wouldn't mind taking my own life here, Chen Anqing said, lowering his head. He knew deep down that once he encountered Hong Yi, there was no chance of escape. Hong Yi controlled the power of space, and no one could escape from his grasp. When Hong Yi was at the God Suppression University, he didn't kill because he was not allowed to. But here in the city of original sin, there were no such restrictions. Killing was a common occurrence. In that case, it was better to fight for life and death, but without regrets in defeat. After all, this day would come sooner or later, because the two of them were both swords of the Mu Lyoha, and swords would eventually break one day. Hong Yi, if this sword can cut you, then from now on, my Chen Anqing's sword shall never be broken. If I cannot cut you, then it would be the final responsibility of this sword. Watch closely, this is a sword that gathers all my life's strength. Swish! Chen Anqing suddenly raised his head. Swift shadow, dragon flash. Boom! His body transformed into a blue streak of light and instantly vanished into the air. 0.001 seconds later, a brilliant sword light, like a dragon's roar, sliced through the void. It was as if a deep blue divine dragon soared in the sky, slashing towards Hong Yi. At that moment, Chen Anqing transformed into the dragon's head, the sword striking at Hong Yi. Boom! The blue dragon roared as it descended from the sky. Good sword! Hong Yi held onto Hong Luo's hand, showing no sign of movement. However, no matter how fast the sword, if it cannot get close, what use is it? As he spoke, the red cloth gently slipped away. Boom! The sky was filled with purple flames soaring into the air, and the sword light was devoured by a wave of purple fire before it could even touch Hong Yi. The blue dragon couldn't even let out a mournful cry as it twisted and disintegrated in the void. Amidst the sea of purple flames, Chen Anqing's figure also became increasingly blurred. I have lost. Mu Laoda, it's up to you now. This man is unfathomable. Boom! A wave of purple fire dispersed the clouds. Hong Yi flicked his hand, and the flames returned to him. A pair of purple lotus flowers slowly emerged. At that moment, Hong Yi looked up in surprise towards the other side of the street. He saw a petite white figure standing there. Hong Yi Shixiang. No, should I call you Yi Xiao? Bai Ruoyu asked with red eyes. No, you have mistaken. Hong Yi turned around to pick up the red cloth on the ground, but Bai Ruoyu rushed over and snatched it away. How long do you plan to deceive us? You think that by turning the golden flame eye purple, I wouldn't recognize you? You are Yi Xiao, right? Why? Have you been lying to us? Why? Like this. Bai Ruoyu tightly clutched the red cloth, squatting down on the ground. Salty tears rolled down, soaking the red cloth. Yi Xiao's brows furrowed in surprise. Only then did he realize that Bai Ruoyu was covered in wounds, and even her most treasured clothes were stained with dirt, combined with her current state. What exactly happened? Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongqian were captured. Ning Ningzi from the Divine Palace sacrificed herself to save me. Mu Liuha has allied with the Shadow God cult, as well as Wu Tongxian and Bai Wang. They want to kill everyone in the City of Original Sin, then resurrect someone called the Blood God, and their ultimate goal is you, Bai Ruoyu said. Yi Xiao and Han Luo exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The three bodies of the Blood God are sealed at the bottom of the suppression tower, with your father's seal reinforcing it. It shouldn't be able to break free so quickly, Hong Yi said. No, my father is already dead. Once he died, the seal loosened, and if the head and heart of the Blood God are fed enough blood, they can summon the bodies from the other two towers back, to help himself escape. Hong Luo shook her head. So, the only paths before me are two. To go to the Red King Tower and duel Mu Luhua, or, first, save the people. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. Being torn between saving and killing is ultimately too passive. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Endlessly passively enduring is not my character. Doesn't Mu Luhua want the Blood God to escape? Then I will lend him a hand. With that, Yi Xiao pointed with one hand. A purple lotus flower slowly rose into the air from his palm. It then transformed into a purple meteor and shot towards the Black King Tower. Hong Yi, what are you doing? Hong Luo exclaimed in surprise. I want to release the Blood God. Are you crazy? Hong Yi, you're helping Mu Luhua. Hong Luo looked incredulous. Helping Mu Luhua? Am I such a good person? Isn't Mu Luhua trying to use Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongqian to threaten me? Then I will use the body of the Blood God to threaten him. I want to see how Mu Luhua will act if he can't get the Blood God. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying purple fire lotus collided with the Black King Tower. Bang! The entire tower began to tremble violently. In the next instant, the purple flames surged like a python, instantly engulfing the entire tower. The characteristic of eternal flame. You still say you're not Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu said resentfully. Alas! Yi Xiao sighed. He returned to his original appearance. Ruoyu, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that back then, I had my reasons. Anyway, I can only say, the current Great Xia is very dangerous. Dangerous? How dangerous? A huge hand has already overshadowed the entire Great Xia. As for the specifics, I'll explain it to you after this matter is settled. Yi Xiao shook his head. The urgent task is to seize the body of the Blood God. Boom! The Black King Tower twisted little by little in the purple flames, eventually becoming blurred. The earth trembled, and a terrifying aura began to revive. Boom! At that moment, from deep within the earth, a river of blood surged into the sky, and a thick smell of blood instantly enveloped the surrounding space. The purple demonic flames collided with the river of blood, and a terrifying force clashed in the void. Hong Yi, this river of blood is one of the three bodies of the Blood God. It has its own consciousness. How are you going to capture it? Hong Luo asked. Just watch. Yi Xiao stepped forward, and ancient runes shone in his pupils. Those eyes seemed to belong to an unparalleled overlord from ancient times. Double pupils support the heavens, one thought. Seal the realm. Buzz. Countless ancient runes spread around the river of blood. What is that? Hong Luo and Bai Ruoyu were incredibly astonished. Wrapped in the runes, the river of blood rolled wildly but could not escape the binding power of the double pupils. If it were in its prime, I would turn and flee from the despair-level Blood God, but now you are merely the remnant body of the Blood God, severely injured and not at your peak. Compared to your peak, you are far from it. If you want to escape, it is absolutely impossible. As the surrounding space was compressed by the runes, the river of blood was finally compressed by Yi Xiao into a small droplet. It floated in his hand. Is this the Blood God? Interesting. Yi Xiao chuckled and put it away. At that moment, a black tentacle shot across the endless void towards him. Mu Luhua, you can't sit still either. Boom! The purple flames automatically spread around him, protecting Hong Yi. The tentacle was forcefully bounced back. Should I call you Hong Yi? Or should I call you Yi Xiao? Once the #1 genius of the Divine Guardian University. Across the vast distance, a dark shadow was cast into the void. Call me whatever you like. Hong Yi is Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao is also Hong Yi. This does not affect my ability to kill you. Interesting. Kill me? Just you? Yi Xiao, do you think that taking the Blood God's body can threaten me? At worst, I will use the blood of all living beings in this original Sin City to reshape the Blood God's body. And you, the most important person, is still in my hands. Look! With a wave of his hand, in a patch of black shadow, Xiao Hongqian and Jiang Rou sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. Try it. Yi Xiao. Everyone says you are a person who values emotions and righteousness. If you have the ability, use the blood god's body to threaten me. I want to see if you have the guts to gamble with their lives. Mu Liuha sneered. Do you have the courage? Just try it. Even if you kill them both now, I won't even blink. Do you have the guts to try? But you, Mu Liuha, will lose all means to balance me, Yi Xiao. Are you sure you can withstand my wrath alone? Mu Liuha, do you dare to make a move? Boom! As Yi Xiao opened his eyes, pairs of eyes opened in the void on both sides of him. Two pairs of eyes, one pair exuding an ancient dark golden aura, with runes evolving in the air, faintly revealing a peerless martial god roaring within. The other pair of eyes, shining with silver light, reflected the void, from which a judgment sword hung high above the 9 heavens, punishing all beings. Finally, behind Yi Xiao, purple flame pupils slowly opened. Fire lotuses filled the sky, covering the void, devouring all things. You can try. How will you resist my wrath, Yi Xiao? 3 pairs of eyes illuminated the void. Yi Xiao exuded the pressure of his heavy pupils, locking eyes with Mu Liuha across the void, like a supreme overlord. Everything in sight was his territory. A flicker of apprehension crossed Mu Liuha's eyes. The pressure Yi Xiao exerted on him was unprecedented. Humph, Yi Xiao, your next target is the White King Tower. Then let's see. Who will take the White King Tower first? Mu Liuha snorted coldly, and the black shadow disappeared into the air. Coward! Yi Xiao waved his hand, dispersing the 3 pairs of eyes. The consumption of pupil power is severe. Without the divine wood pupil, I really can't hold on. Yi Xiao rubbed his eyes. The White King Tower, then let's see who is superior. Mu Liuha, the game has begun. Yi Xiao gazed into the distance, where a white giant tower soared into the clouds. Where are we going now? To the White King Tower? Hong Luo asked. No, to Flower Street. Yi Xiao shook his head. Ru Yu, lead the way. Tangxi said that if we hurry, Shengong Ning Ning Zi can still be saved. Bai Ruyu wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. The forbidden technique of the Onmyoji from the east, the Lord of Mount Tai sacrifices his own life to exchange for the life of the deceased. This is an equivalent exchange. However, Shengong Ning Ning Zi did not ask the Lord of Mount Tai to resurrect anyone. She allowed the divine power of the Lord of Mount Tai to descend upon the 9 great Shikigami to help you escape. It seems her life path has not been completely taken by the Lord of Mount Tai. The remaining life is like a candle in the wind, easily extinguished. If we go too late, we won't be able to save her. Let's go. Yi Xiao wrapped an arm around one person. Immediately, the power of space activated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared within a few hundred meters. Continuously using spatial displacement techniques, Yi Xiao rushed towards Flower Street. What a chaotic scene! All the people on Flower Street must have been killed by Mu Liuha. There's not a trace of life left. Standing atop the highest building on Flower Street, looking at the ruins, Yi Xiao's pupils glimmered with green fireflies. This was a small ability of the divine wood pupil, capable of sensing vitality. A rather useless ability, but it proved useful at this moment. Because everyone on the Flower Street is dead, Yi Xiao easily found a faint trace of life energy amidst the silence. Found her, let's go. Whoosh! The 3 disappeared from their spot. So many paper figures! Bai Ruwayu exclaimed as she looked at the ground covered in small white paper figures. The vast majority had already been destroyed. Either the paper figures themselves were damaged, or the blood patterns on them were ruined. The blood patterns on these paper figures were all written with the blood of Shinguningzi, carrying the power of the Lord of Mount Tai. Yi Xiao picked up a piece. If possible, her remaining life force can only be hidden within this paper figure. Buzz! The divine wood eye flickered with green light. The world changed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Amidst a sea of gray specks, he saw a glimmer of golden light. That was the light of life force. Found it! Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the paper figures soared into the sky. Among the countless paper figures, only one intact paper figure floated, with vibrant blood-red patterns and even a hint of golden light appearing on it. Buzz! Yi Xiao raised his hand, and the paper figure instantly fell into his grasp. As expected, Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. The remaining life force of Shinguningzi was on this paper figure. Yi Xiao exerted all his strength to activate the divine wood eye, and a powerful healing light enveloped him and this paper figure. That trace of life force gradually became more abundant. Is there still hope? Yi Xiao, Shinguningzi sacrificed herself to save me. Otherwise, she could have escaped alone. Bai Ruwayu's eyes revealed a struggle as she looked at the paper figure, her face filled with guilt. Don't blame yourself. In that situation, even I couldn't think of a better way. Don't worry, I will save her, although not right now. Yi Xiao put away the paper figure. With his current strength, it was difficult to heal Shinguningzi, because her physical body had already been destroyed, and only this tiny trace of life force remained. In the future, Yi Xiao would need to use the power of the divine wood eye to maintain her life force, if he wanted to reconstruct her physical body. he would need the strongest body in the world. If I could obtain a divine body for her, it might be better. Yi Xiao stroked his chin and thought. However, to restore her life force, the power of the divine wood eye is still insufficient. At the very least, I need the eye of life. There are two paths to advance the eye technique. One is through extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. The second is for Yi Xiao to level up. It seems I need to reach the mastery level in this city of original sin. Yi Xiao gazed into the distance. I will protect Xingguningzi well. For now, let's go. To the White King Tower. At the end of the flower street stood a massive structure, towering into the clouds like pure white jade. Let's go! Yi Xiao wrapped his arms around the two and instantly vanished from the spot. At the top of the White King Tower, Old Mu has sent news. Shenanxing, Black King, and Zhougu are all dead, and Yi Xiao is already on his way here. Sarufei Jiaming said with a grim expression. I didn't expect that the Red Knight is actually Yi Xiao. This guy is still alive. Wu Tongxian's eyes flashed with deep resentment. During the last newborn competition, he had been punched into the ICU by Yi Xiao's martial god Phantom. After being discharged, he diligently studied immortal techniques and created the Heavenly Thunder body to counter Yi Xiao's martial god Phantom. He had thought he heard the news of Yi Xiao's death. While he felt regret, he also felt fortunate, but later during the 10 Heroes battle, he was easily defeated by Red Knight's casual move that broke his Heavenly Thunder body. Now he was told that Yi Xiao and Red Knight were the same person. What had Wu Tongxian become? A mere Hisley? Twice humiliated by the same person. This grudge was irreconcilable. Why? In this world, if there is me, Wu Tongxian, why must there be Yi Xiao? If there were no Yi Xiao, I should be the number one at Jinshin University. A deep hatred erupted in Wu Tongxian's eyes. The task from Old Mu has come down. Do not let Yi Xiao approach the White King Tower. His goal is the Blood God body guarded at the base of the White King Tower. We must ensure that this Blood God body is preserved. Did you hear that? Yan Fijiming said. If Yi Xiao can kill the Black King, Zhougu, and Chen Anqing, with our strength, we cannot stop him. It would be better to take the Blood God body and retreat. The White King gently stroked his folding fan and said, Old Mu did not intend for us to fight him. Xiaohongchen and Zhang Rou are in our hands. Yan Fijiming smiled and said, Tongxian, go release those two and ask Yi Xiao if he wants a person or a god. Alright, Wu Tongxian turned to leave. No need to ask, I have already arrived. So I will say it one last time, I want the person, and I want the god too. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light shot straight into the sky. Half of the White King Tower was actually sliced open by this fierce sword light. Not good. Yi Xiao has arrived. Run! Yan Fijiming shouted angrily. Whoosh! The three turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the outside of the tower, jumping straight down from hundreds of meters in the air. 3 people. Let's see who I should kill first. Yi Xiao stood at the top of the tower, the sword in his hand radiating with murderous light. Heavenly Thunder Array. Activate. Wu Tongxian formed a seal with his hands, and array patterns emerged in the void. Yi Xiao, before you came here, I had already set up over 100 Heavenly Thunder Arrays in the White King Tower. Just in case, now you will be buried with these Heavenly Thunder Arrays. Wu Tongxian looked up at the sky, his white clothes fluttering, his body rapidly falling towards the ground. At this moment, Yi Xiao, looking down from above, was already enveloped by countless invigorating patterns. More than 100 third-level arrays. Even if they don't kill you, they will be enough to make you suffer. Yi Xiao. The next moment, the sky was torn apart by thunder, like a raging snake dancing in the void, the booming sounds echoing through the clouds and resonating across the world. Did it succeed? This Yi Xiao is nothing special. The White King clapped his folding fan and chuckled softly. Is it really that simple? Yan Fijiming frowned. No way. At that moment, their expressions changed drastically. In the midst of the endless thunder, a figure strolled leisurely towards them. Wu Tongxian, how long did it take you to set up these more than 100 Heavenly Thunder Arrays? Let me teach you a simple method for arranging arrays. Yi Xiao said with a light smile. What method? Wu Tongxian reflexively asked. Just look into my eyes. Yi Xiao's eyes shimmered with countless array patterns spreading into the void. Heavenly Thunder Array, right. Like this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if an invisible pen was sketching in the void, and more array patterns emerged. Around the 3 of them, arcs of electricity flickered, and waves of violent pressure surged towards them. Wu Tongxian, did you set up your array in the wrong place? Yan Fijiming frowned. Little did he know, Wu Tongxian's face was extremely grim. This is not my arrangement. This is his. How is that possible? When did he set it up? Yan Fijiming looked incredulous. Just now, Yi Xiao said coldly. This, how is that possible? Yan Fijiming was stunned. When he saw Wu Tongxian set up the Heavenly Thunder arrays, it took several hours to arrange over 100 arrays. Wu Tongxian even told him that he was very familiar with this array, otherwise, it would take at least a whole day to set up. Yet here with Yi Xiao, in just a few sentences, how many arrays had he set up? Damn! One doesn't even need to count to know that this array is far more than Wu Tongxian's. Half of the original Sin City was about to be covered. What the hell is this monster? One thought forms an array? Yan Fijiming's face was filled with horror. You are mistaken. I call this one thought forming 10,000 arrays. Thunder strikes. Boom boom boom. Countless thunders began to shine. Ah, no, my life is over. Lord Shadow God, save me. Sarutobi Kitsumi, I cried out in terror. However, this time, the power of the Shadow God did not descend upon him. How could this happen? Lord Shadow God, Boss Mu, you have abandoned me. Boom boom boom. Countless thunders crashed down, turning Sarutobi Kitsumi into charred remains in an instant. I am not willing. Katsahana-chan, brother, I love you. Boom. Ashes exploded into the sky, and Sarutobi Kitsumi was dead beyond resurrection. Run! Run fast! Wu Tongxian roared angrily. His figure flashed away at high speed. Bai Wang's face also turned pale. She fled desperately, her mink coat slipping off, revealing her perfect body, her soft chest standing tall. But she couldn't care less about covering her fair body. Surviving was the most important thing now. Where are you going? So anxious. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Hong Yi. No! Yi Xiao. Spare me. It was all Mu Lyoha who forced me. She is too strong. I had no way to defy her. Everything was instigated by her. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you want. Okay, I beg you. Her face was full of pleading, her pale hands tugging at the little fabric left on her body. Sensitive areas were faintly visible, tempting Yi Xiao, as if beckoning him. Was founding Flower Street forced by her? Killing Hong Lai was also forced by her? Slaughtering humans to provide blood for the blood god was also forced by her? What else did she force you to do? Yi Xiao asked with a cold smile. Yes, it was all her. Lord Hong Lai showed me kindness. How could I possibly kill her? Bai Wang nodded frantically. Heh, you and that Black King guy really are a perfect match. Truly shameless. Fine, I won't kill you today, Yi Xiao said. Really? Bai Wang was overjoyed. Thank you so much. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished my sentence. I really won't do anything to you, but I will hand over your fate to someone. To whom? Bai Wang's expression changed. To the person you truly should atone to. Yi Xiao grabbed Bai Wang's hair. Like dragging a dog, he flashed away. Whoosh! Hong Luo, I have sealed all her powers. Now, how to deal with her is up to you. Yi Xiao threw Bai Wang in front of Hong Luo. Hong Luo's eyes turned red in an instant. Thank you, brother Hong Yi. Thank you. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Bai Wang. Xiao Shantian Xinzi, do you still remember me? Hong Luo, no, let me explain. I was forced. You have to let me explain. Seeing Hong Luo's face filled with killing intent, Bai Wang's face turned pale. She scrambled towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you killed me. You killed me. Don't hand me over to her. No. Bai Wang let out a series of wails, her voice comparable to that of a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Shantian Xinzi, today, I will avenge my father. Whoosh! Hong Luo stabbed a knife into Bai Wang's body. Ah! Bai Wang let out a painful scream. Yi Xiao did not look back at her. Hong Luo's anger always needed an outlet to vent. After all, she was just a 17-year-old girl, losing her father, losing her home, becoming a slave, tasting bitterness. How could she not be angry? How could she not hate? Alright, next, it's just you left. Double pupil seal. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, and the surrounding void was bound by an invisible force. Wu Tongxian flailed around like a headless fly but could not escape. Yi Xiao, what do you want? If you have the ability, fight me. Wu Tongxian was drenched in sweat, his originally gentle face twisted in an unusual manner, black hair sticking to his forehead, completely losing his composure. Fight me? No, Wu Tongxian, you are not qualified for that. Your opponent is someone else. With that, Yi Xiao raised his hand and pointed into the air. Boom! A formation appeared, and then it was shattered by Yi Xiao's finger. Two figures sitting cross-legged emerged. Your opponent is not me, but him. As Yi Xiao pointed, Xiao Hongqian suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! A shocking sword intent burst forth from the top of his head. Sword God sword intent. Wu Tongxian's face turned extremely ugly. That sword intent shot up into the sky and then fell, drilling into Xiao Hongqian's body. Boom boom boom. Xiao Hongqian's whole body buzzed, his aura rising steadily. In one breath, he reached the peak of the control level. He slowly opened his eyes, and the piercing sword intent tore through the void. Wu Tongxian, you borrowed the power of the divine to reach the peak of level 4, while I used the power of the sword god to enter level 4. Today, you and I will fight again, to determine life and death, to settle the score. Hongqian sword, come. As Xiao Hongqian awakened, Jiang Rou also came to her senses, opening her beautiful eyes. Under the sword god's sword intent, Xiao Hongqian instantly entered a state of sword heart, his sword intent shaking and pulling Wu Tongxian to open up another battlefield. They were to determine the outcome of their previous unfinished battle, and at that moment, Jiang Rou also awakened. Brother Hongye, it is for this moment that. Jiang Rou opened her eyes and saw that familiar face. The words she was about to say abruptly stopped. Her lips trembled. In an instant, her eyes turned red, tears swirling in her eyes. Memories of the past surged to her heart bit by bit. It felt like it had been a long time, even though it had been less than a year. She felt as if they had always been together. From the initial strangeness to the curiosity of seeing Yi Xiao defeat the Snake Man in an instant. Later, when facing the strong of the teaching group, Yi Xiao stepped forward to save them. Yi Xiao, wrapped in golden flames, looked like a deity to her at that time. In the wilderness, during the special recruitment exam, Yi Xiao rushed towards the divine without hesitation. A beam of light pierced through the void, slaying the divine. What an extraordinary demeanor. That figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. Not to mention provoking Chu Shanha at the Divine Guardian University, and in the freshman competition, he crippled Chu Yen in a fit of anger. In fact, his existence sometimes felt like a shadow, constantly pushing her forward. His optimistic attitude always influenced her cold pride. Clearly, it was a wind borrowed from the heavens, yet she had an impulse to keep this wind named Yi Xiao by her side forever. The gentle breeze always brushed past everyone fairly, but she only wanted the wind named Yi Xiao to belong to her alone. Long time no see. In the end, 1,000 words turned into this one sentence. Long time no see. Yi Xiao nodded with a smile. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain something. You don't have to say anything. I believe you have your reasons. As long as you are back, that's enough. Jiang Rou said, her eyes red. Yi Xiao turned his head to look at the sky. His nose felt a bit sour. Perhaps, someone who truly cares for you never wants you to do anything. All she hoped for was that you could be well, even if you weren't by her side. I'm back, and this time, I won't leave. Yi Xiao grinned. Just then, a red beam of light fell from the sky, rushing towards Jiang Rou. Whoosh! Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he stepped out, disappearing from his spot. Yi Xiao raised his hand to block Jiang Rou. Mu Luhua, are you really looking for death? Boom! He summoned with a wave of his hand. A silver greatsword shot down from the vast clouds. Slash! Boom! He swung his sword towards the black beam of light in the void. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. The terrifying judgment light extinguished everything. Mu Lyoha was completely enveloped in a black shadow. Yi Xiao, come and fight. The final step of my plan is to kill you. He beckoned with a large hand. Whoosh! Endless black beams shot out from the massive shadow behind him. He moved through the void, circling Yi Xiao, as the black light evaporated the space around him completely. Sorry, but your plan has come to an end. Boom! Yi Xiao flicked his hand, and the sword of Damocles flew out. Boom boom boom! The sword of Damocles spun in the void, sweeping away countless black lights, shattering an uncountable number of black rays. The momentum of the battle between the two was astonishing, reaching the realm of perfection. Even the massive White King Tower was shaken to ruin by their aftermath. Look, Yi Xiao, the blood god's body has disappeared beneath the White King Tower. Jiang Rou exclaimed. It has been intercepted by this guy. Quite interesting. Yi Xiao looked at Mu Lyoha, who was wrapped in the black shadow. Boom! Interesting, right? Yi Xiao, let me show you something even more interesting. A hand emerged from deep within Mu Lyoha. A mass of blood light gradually expanded in his hand. Blood god, Kong Un. Boom! The blood-colored patterns on his left hand erupted with a rich glow, shooting into the void. Show yourself! A river of blood rolled in the void. Immediately, the black shadow also extended in the void. Blood god, Kong Un, welcome to your joining. Ha ha ha, let us dominate this world together. The shadow enveloping Mu Lyoha erupted with wild laughter and roars. Yi Xiao squinted his eyes. You look a bit familiar. Yi Xiao recalled slightly. Oh, back in the wilderness, I encountered a brainless guy who said he wanted the power of the Shadow God to descend. It wouldn't be you guys from the Shadow God cult, would it? Tisk tsk tsk. At that time, I was still amazed by how awesome the Shadow God was, saying he wanted to kill me. I thought he was some invincible deity. I never expected he was actually enslaved by humans, being treated like a dog. You should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have been scared, making me terrified until now. Shadow God, so impressive. You scared me to death, Yi Xiao mocked. The shadow god's face grew increasingly ugly. Kid, I remember now. So it's you. Good, good. Today we'll settle old and new scores together. Boom! A shadow rushed into the void. Die! Yi Xiao felt a chill behind him as a black tentacle extended from his shadow. Interesting. Clang! He turned and slashed down with his sword. The river of blood churned in the void, transforming into a massive figure. Roar! I, Kongin, have finally seen the light of day again. My other half. Return! Boom! The figure extended its blood-colored palm, nearly covering the entire original Sin City. Not at peak state, his current strength is at most at the perfect level. It's not that he can't be killed. War God's Eye. Buzz! A pair of dark golden pupils opened behind Yi Xiao. A towering figure, covered in mysterious runes, emerged. Roar! The war god let out a furious roar. Then, he punched towards the blood-colored figure's outstretched palm. Boom boom boom! The terrifying waves collided, causing the air to explode, and more buildings turned to dust in an instant. Compared to the endless blood god whose palm nearly covered a city, the war god's phantom seemed much smaller. But he was roaring. The earth-shattering roar fiercely resisted the blood god's power. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Watch me take down Mulyoha first. Yi Xiao placed Jiang Rou on a house. Boom! The purple flames transformed into two pairs of wings that blocked out the sky behind Yi Xiao. He wielded the silver sword of Damocles and shot into the void. Mulyoha! Yi Xiao! Boom! The black and purple figures collided. Boom boom boom! Countless sparks flew in the void. The scene was simply earth-shattering. Burn for me! Yi Xiao slashed with his sword, and the purple flames surged, touching the black shadow on Mulyoha. The two became entangled violently. The blood god and the shadow god are both difficult to deal with, and their abilities lean towards the unsolvable level. In that case, I can only forcefully seize it. Yi Xiao opened a pair of pupils once again. This pair of pupils was called the Divine Eye. The shadow god is attached to Mulyoha, making it difficult to forcibly use the Divine Eye. In that case, let's first separate the shadow god from him. The green fluorescence began to flicker in Yi Xiao's pupils. In the void, great trees began to take root, eventually transforming into countless divine wood guardians. These divine wood guardians charged towards Mulyoha without a word. Yi Xiao, do you have no means left? You even brought out these useless things. Mulyoha laughed disdainfully. Countless black tentacles shot out from the shadows enveloping him. As expected, as more and more shadows detach, the connection between the shadow god and him will weaken. Then let me add some fire. Boom! Yi Xiao raised a hand. Boom boom boom! Endless formations emerged around Mulyoha. Explode! At his command, various powerful formations roared and exploded in the void. Block! Mulyoha sneered. The power of the shadow god was simply an omnipresent divine object. No amount of attacks could harm him. More and more shadows were shattered by the formations, yet they reassembled again. Alright, now is the time. As Mulyoha and the shadow god's connection grew weaker, Yi Xiao opened his eyes. Shadow god, look into my eyes. Boom! The shadow god reflexively looked at Yi Xiao. Buzz! In an instant, the divine eye activated. The shadow god's movements froze in the void, and countless tentacles also halted in midair. What on earth is happening? Mulyoha's face showed horror. A chill rose in his heart as he felt the shadow god seemed to have lost contact with him. In his anxiety, he wanted to summon the blood god back. However, the martial god's phantom summoned by Yi Xiao firmly controlled the blood god. The blood god had no chance to assist. Swish! Yi Xiao slashed with his sword, and more than half of Mulyoha's body was directly severed. Boom! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Yi Xiao's eyes widened. Now that Mulyoha was severely injured, at his weakest moment, he fully activated the Divine Eye. The mark belonging to Mulyoha deep within the shadow god's soul gradually became blurred. A brand new mark was being drawn. No! No! Mulyoha seemed to sense something and let out an unwilling roar. No! Ah! Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Why do you also have the ability to control divine beings? This is impossible. Why? I should be the only one. Mulyoha said in disbelief. There is nothing impossible in this world. If you think you are unique, then you are gravely mistaken. The black emblem on Mulyoha's right hand began to slowly disappear. Meanwhile, the emblem on Yi Xiao's hand became more and more solid. No! Give my shadow god back! Mulyoha shouted hoarsely. Yours? No, it's mine now. Boom! Yi Xiao stretched his body, and the black shadow enveloped him entirely. Hiss hiss hiss! Countless black tentacles extended from the shadow, piercing Mulyoha through and through. Pfft! As the vitality of the wood flow river gradually weakened, the power of the blood god also diminished. Ah! Damn it! No! My power! Come back, the blood god roared. The enormous shadow that obscured the sky shrank at a visible speed. Boom! The martial god's shadow seized the opportunity and roared, throwing a punch. Boom! A rain of blood exploded in the sky. Yi Zhao's eyes flashed, immediately trapping all the blood together. Woodflow River, you have lost this game. Now not only is the shadow god mine, but the blood god is mine too. This trip to the city of original sin has been quite rewarding. Hee hee, thank you very much, Woodflow River. Yi Zhao chuckled. Put! Woodflow River spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. I am unwilling. I am the divine controller. I am the child of destiny. Why would I lose? I am unwilling. Bang! Yi Zhao raised his hand and grabbed his head. Tell me, who is the person behind you? You want to know? I won't tell you. That lord has many pieces on the board. I am just one of them. Yi Zhao, just wait. Fear and nightmares will envelop you. Opposing that lord, none of you will have a good ending. Just wait. Yi Zhao, I will wait for you to find me in hell. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zhao's expression darkened slightly. Since he couldn't extract any information, then, kill him. Boom! The tentacle gently pulled, and Woodflow River's body was torn apart. Too many people? One day I will root you out. Traitor! Just wait. He slowly turned around. Boom boom boom. Woodflow River's body completely exploded in the air, turning into dust. On the other side, a shocking sword intent dispersed the dust. You have lost. Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongqian held a sword, pressing it against Wu Tongxian's neck. Wu Tongxian's arms had already been severed, and the elegant young master fell to the ground in a sorry state. I have lost, but I did not lose to you. I lost to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao, can you tell me, why is Zhuge Liang born when Zhou Yu is alive? Yi Zhao glanced at him indifferently. I am not Zhuge Liang, and you are not Zhou Yu. Most importantly, I have never regarded you as my opponent. Saying this, he brushed past him. Hee hee, Yi Zhao. Shoo! Xiao Hongqian raised his sword and beheaded Wu Tongxian. Villains always have to spout nonsense before they die. I really hate this kind of fool. My advice is to kill them quickly, Xiao Hongqian said, then sheathed his sword. Looking at Yi Zhao, he smiled brightly. Long time no see, senior brother. You brat, no more senior brother. Just call me Yi Zhao like before. The two embraced tightly. Xiao Hongqian punched Yi Zhao's chest. You really kept us in the dark. No choice, the sword god said. To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow. It really is like master's style. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards Zhang Rou and the others. This mission can be considered a complete success. Let's go back and write a report. Tell the sword god about this matter, some things. Let him handle it. By the way, where is Ning Ning from the Divine Palace? I didn't expect things to turn out like this. A hint of sorrow flashed in their eyes. Yi Zhao shook his head. Alright, let's be optimistic. She's not dead yet, and I will find a way to save her. However, after this experience, I feel that the imperial capital will become even more dangerous. That hidden hand is truly too powerful. So, I suggest we don't go back for now. Yi Zhao said. If we don't go back, where should we go? Zhang Rou said, brushing her hair. Well, with so many god-hunting teams in this world, having one more doesn't make much of a difference, right? What do you mean? That's right, just as you think. In the capital, the Chu family. In Chu Shanha's study, he held a brush and wrote 4 large, flamboyant characters on the sheep wool paper spread before him. Mountains and rivers in turmoil. Send the order down. Wu Tongxian colluded with the dark cult. Expel him from the Chu family, and from now on, he has no relation to the Chu family. Chu Shanha said. Yes. Someone bowed and then turned to leave. Before long, a new piece of news spread throughout the capital. The Chu family had expelled Wu Tongxian from the family, completely disowned, leaving no room for sentiment. What on earth happened? Isn't Wu Tongxian Chu Shanha's adopted grandson? He was highly valued, and now he's been expelled by Chu Shanha? Yeah, the Chu family has used countless resources to cultivate Chu Shanha. Now they just say to drive him away? You all don't know yet. Wu Tongxian got into trouble during a mission in the city of original sin, that Mu Liuha and Wu Tongxian betrayed the great Xia and colluded with the shadow god cult. They attacked Hong Yi and their team. Heavens, is this true? Are Hong Yi and the others okay? They're definitely fine. If something happened, how could this news come out? The acting principal of the God Suppression University, in Shangtian, has already been taken away for questioning by that person. The sword god is also heading towards the Chu family. Look, that sword light in the sky. Boom! A brilliant sword light shot through the air, crossing the sky towards the Chu family estate. It's over. Just a few days ago, the sword god visited the Tang family, and after that incident, the head of the Tang family directly closed the door for 3 weeks without seeing anyone. This time he has descended again. I wonder what the Chu family will face. The people of the capital looked up at the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. A sword light crossed 1,000 miles, truly worthy of the sword god of the Great Xia. He's coming. Let's go greet the sword god of the Great Xia together. At this moment, Chu Shanha, who was writing in the study, suddenly stopped his movements. The white jade brush in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The 4 characters mountains and rivers in turmoil on the desk were also stained by spilled ink. Chu Shanha, a thunderous voice echoed. In the next second, a terrifying aura followed. Boom! A dazzling sword light, carrying the power to slay gods and demons, charged straight into the Chu family estate. None of the Chu family disciples dared to take it head-on, and they were all knocked back, spitting blood from the overwhelming sword energy. Good for you, Su Changhen. Isn't this too overbearing? Chu Shanha's expression turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, the doors and windows of the study exploded open. A brilliant sword light shot towards his brow. Su Changhen, you are bold, breaking into my Chu family estate, and you want to kill me. Who gave you this right? Boom! The aged Chu Shanha roared, yet his voice still held the power that could shake mountains and rivers. His profession was a beast master. He could fuse with the powerful bloodlines of demons and use them as his own. In his youth, Chu Shanha had once slain a king among demons in the wilderness. The 9-headed golden lion, this demon's strength was not weaker than that of a god, with a combat power reaching level 6 in the domain. Moreover, its potential was immense. As long as it didn't fall, it was certain to reach level 7 strength. Later, this 9-headed lion was slain by Chu Shanha, and its bloodline fused into him. His strength soared, earning him the reputation of shaking mountains and rivers with his roar. It could be said that Chu Shanha was a being forged through battle. In his youth, he was an exceptionally talented prodigy, cultivated as the heir within the entire Chu family. Boom! A fierce golden lion head emerged, and the earth-shattering sound waves shattered the void. Rolling out, it firmly blocked Su Changhen's sword in front of him. Su Changhen, do you think I'm that useless Tang Qingshan? Back in the day, when I was fighting in the wilderness and making achievements for the Great Xia, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. Get lost. Boom! The sword energy surged out, a terrifying wave engulfing most of the Chu family estate. In the next second, countless buildings exploded, wood chips and stones flying everywhere. Chu Shanha soared into the sky, looking down at the ruins below, where the Chu family disciples were all injured, his expression turning extremely grim. Moreover, the most absurd part was that Su Changhen had deliberately held back. The entire estate was destroyed in an instant, everyone was injured, yet only a simple house in the corner remained unscathed. Chu Shanha's face darkened. That house contained his own daughter, who was also Jiang Rou's biological mother. This Su Changhen was simply vengeful, and his control over power was something he could never match. Good. What a great Xia sword god. People often say the great Xia sword god is domineering and vengeful. I didn't believe it, but seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation, indeed a generation of heroes. Chu Shanha said with a stern face. Su Changhen raised his hand, and the Jinghong sword danced around him. Then he pointed. Slash! Chu Shanha's expression changed drastically. This Su Changhen wasn't satisfied with one strike and was coming for a second. Damn it! Su Changhen, you are bold, recklessly attacking the great families of the imperial capital. Do you not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth? Chu Shanha was furious. Great families of the imperial capital? You think you deserve it? A bunch of scoundrels colluding with the fallen gods of the wilderness, conspiring to kill my 2 disciples, and you dare to call yourselves people of the Great Xia. Su Changhen continued his movements, speaking coldly. Humph, Su Changhen, nonsense. That is a personal matter of Wutong Xian. What does it have to do with my Chu family? My Chu family has already expelled him. From now on, we have no connection whatsoever. Chu Shanha extended his hand, his arm transforming into a giant white tiger's claw, reaching for the sword energy. I've heard your Chu family schemes even in the wilderness. Just patting your butt and expelling Wutong Xian is enough? If all my disciples are wiped out today, your Chu family will have to change your face. Chu Shanha's expression darkened because he was hit right on the mark. Although their plan was very well laid out, the probability of failure was almost non-existent. But they had still prepared 2 plans. If successful, it would mean the Red Knight team was brutally killed by the White King and Black King, and the fierce beasts had been slain by Mu Luhua. If they failed, they could just withdraw. However, they didn't expect the Red Knight to be so powerful, breaking through their net, resulting in heavy losses for the Chu family. However, that lord said, as long as they gritted their teeth, the sword god couldn't do anything without evidence. Boom! I can't be bothered to waste words with you. You don't deserve to listen. Chu Shanha, today your Chu family is finished. Boom! Su Changhen unleashed his full power, and 2 great sword realms directly broke through the air. Chu Shanha's face turned pale. Wasn't it said that Su Changhan was just scaring him? That he wouldn't dare do anything? Why did he look like he was ready to fight to the death? My lord, did you miscalculate? No, my lord. How is this different from what you said? No way. I'll take a gamble. I'll bet that Su Changhan won't dare to strike. Alright, I'll bet he's just blustering, trying to scare me. What storms have I not seen over the years? Am I afraid of you, Su Changhan? Who are you trying to scare? If I get scared today, I won't be called Chu Shanha. Boom! A beam of sword light shot directly towards Chu Shanha's chest. Damn! Su Changhan, you're serious. He hurriedly activated the abilities of the armored war beast, forming a set of armor around him. But even so, bang! Chu Shanha was still sent flying thousands of meters by a beam of sword light. Wasn't this supposed to be just a scare? Are you not following the rules of martial arts anymore? Bullying an old man in his 60s or 70s. Sneaking attacks and deception. No martial ethics. Chu Shanha's mind was in a daze. Even if he could withstand this sword strike, his pampered body could not. If it were his younger self, he could have rushed up in anger to battle Su Changhan for 300 rounds, although he would most likely lose. But now, in this body, he could only say that in a fit of anger, he was just angry for a moment. Su Changhan, I tell you. Chu Shanha stood up and howled to the sky. Bang! A beam of sword light came crashing down. Damn! Don't hit the head. I've already finished my brain platinum. Bang! Chu Shanha was knocked down to the ground again by another sword strike. However, he also knew that Su Changhan did not carry any killing intent. Because he couldn't kill him, that was the bottom line. They had no evidence. He was just here to give him a beating. But this beating not only brought shame to the Chu family in the entire imperial capital, but also left Chu Shanha's old face nowhere to hide. In front of so many people, being beaten by a young man who could be his son, and he didn't even dare to retaliate. No, what are you filming over there? You want to livestream, right? My heroic image cannot be seen by you. Slap! Chu Shanha casually shattered the camera in the hands of a girl at the other end of the street. The next second, Su Changhan's sword light came again. Being beaten. I can accept, but absolutely cannot be seen by others. Otherwise, it's Chu Shanha's face. Ha! Then he saw that the girl calmly took out another camera from the car's trunk, set it up, and started live streaming. She even deliberately opened the trunk for Chu Shanha to see. Damn! This girl is a second-hand camera dealer. It's over. My heroic image will be seen by everyone in the Great Xia. Bang! Su Changhan struck down again with his sword. Su Changhan, if you hit me with your sword again, I will. Slap! A hand flew over. Don't like using a sword? Would slapping be better? Chu Shanha? Ah! Su Changhan, I will never forgive you. Chu Shanha roared and was slapped away. Just as Su Changhan was about to strike again, a figure walked over from the horizon. Alright, Changhan, you've vented enough, haven't you? Zhong Yuan Kuei smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and a prohibition flew out. Chu Shanha, the supreme leader wants to see you. Chu Shanha's face turned pale. I don't know, General Zhong. Why does the supreme leader want to see me? You'll know when you go. This time, the supreme leader is very angry. Ing Shangtian has dismissed the positions of 2 school principals, stripped him of all powers, and confined him in the sky prison for 3 months, Zhong Yuan Kuei said lightly. Chu Shanha's face turned ashen. How ruthless! Ing Shangtian could be considered half a disciple of Zhong Yuan Kuei. No mercy in handling matters. The supreme leader is indeed as harsh as he was back then. However, as long as he remembers that person's words, grits his teeth, without evidence, they cannot touch him. At most, he would suffer a bit. Whatever suffering he endured today, he could repay double in the future. Yes, Chu Shanha bowed and accepted the prohibition, then tidied up his dusty clothes and walked towards the Forbidden City. Sigh, I can be sure it's them, but there's no evidence. The person behind them is too well hidden. Even if you kill them in a fit of rage, it would be meaningless. Instead, it would alert the snake, and that guy would hide even deeper. You can only lure the snake out of its hole and take your time with it. Zhong Yuan Kuei patted Su Changhan's shoulder. Fortunately, this time, Hong Yi is fine, otherwise, I would spare no effort to take down these 2 traitors, Su Changhan said coldly. A violent and fierce aura began to distort the surrounding void. Changhan, calm down. What Great Xia needs is the white-clad sword god, not the blood-clad sword immortal. Don't let it affect you. Zhong Yuan Kuei pressed down on Su Changhan's shoulder and said, Sorry, Senior Zhong, I lost my composure. I will adjust my mindset. Su Changhan nodded. Some past memories began to surface, but were quickly suppressed. For now, let's seal off the Chu family, Zhong Yuan Kuei said. Su Changhan nodded, his hand forming a sword seal, and 9 beams of sword light pierced through the sky. He then surrounded the entire Chu family. Today, I, Su Changhan of the Great Xia, will use my sword to subdue the Chu family for 9 months. Within these 9 months, no one from the Chu family is allowed to cross the boundary. Those who do will be killed without mercy. If you dare to let one escape, I will kill one, until there is no one left in the Chu family to kill. Su Changhen's cold voice echoed above the Chu family estate. Everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes. This Su Changhen was simply a madman. By the way, Senior Zhong, perhaps there is someone who can uncover that guy's true identity. Suddenly, Su Changhen said with a flash of inspiration, "It's useless, I've already gone to find him. Although he can calculate the ancient and modern from the stars, I was still a step too late. He has been cursed with a disaster spirit. As soon as he dares to reveal that person's identity, he will explode and die." Zhong Yuan Kue shook his head. "What a pity. The only thing I want to ask now is where Hong Yi and the others have gone?" "Them?" Su Changhen smiled brightly. "The most dangerous place is the safest place. In the wilderness, Dongqian district. Be careful, the demons are attacking the city again. Block them for me." In the endless wilderness, there stood a massive city, like an ancient fortress, stretching endlessly in the wild. This was one of the 4 strongholds built by the 4 great hunting god teams in the wilderness. These 4 pieces of land were established as war fortresses after countless battles by the great Xia's hunting god teams, rising from a barren land. They were the 4 barriers guarding the great Xia. Damn, that guy has appeared again. Damn it, that dog stealing demon cores. No sense of martial ethics at all. Exactly, I really want to kill him. No way, can you beat him? Once that purple flame comes out, it will burn you to ashes. Damn, that purple flame is simply a cheat. Every time, it's like making a wedding dress for him. I'm done with this disaster star. As the members of the hunting god teams cursed, a figure with purple flame wings leaped down from the city wall. With a terrifying purple flame greatsword in hand, he swept it across. Countless demons were instantly evaporated into ashes. Ruayu, Hong Chen, collect the demon cores. We are retreating. Zhang Ro, you cover the rear. Yi Xiao grinned and turned to soar into the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless demon cores flew into his grasp. Hey, we made a profit this time. Boom! Xiao Hongchen slashed out with a sword, the terrifying sword-like repelling all the hunters. Bai Ruayu waved her small hand, and 9-tailed spirit cats sprang out, creating phantoms. In a mere instant, over 100 9-tailed spirit cats had gathered the demon cores. Finally, Zhang Ro stood on the city wall, her hand forming a seal, and a chilling ice wall blocked the path of all the hunters. By the time the hunters broke through the ice wall, Yi Xiao and the others had long since disappeared. Ah, damn it! Where did these guys come from? So infuriating. When did such freaks appear in Dongqian district? Specializing in stealing kills, it's too despicable, but they are really strong. This strength, damn, none of those 4 are easy to deal with. I heard that several hunting god teams went to confront them, but they were all beaten back. Their leader, Chang Qing, is really strong. Even perfect level experts can't gain any advantage against him. So what if they are strong? Dongqian district is not lacking in powerful hunting god teams. In my opinion, this matter needs to be reported to the 9th team. The so-called 9 great teams are the most elite group of civilian hunting teams under the 4 great hunting gods of the Great Xia. As maintainers of order, they assist the 4 great hunting gods in managing the 4 regions. In the Eastern Qian district, 3 teams have been selected to be part of the 9 great teams: the Radiant Shadow hunting team, the Black Sun hunting team, and the Purple Fiend hunting team. As members of the 9 great teams, the minimum standard for joining is a mastery level of 4. There are also many individuals at levels 5 and 6. The 9 great teams are responsible for maintaining order in the 4 districts, but the Dark Knight hunting team's behavior is too disgraceful. They have clearly violated the rules of the 4 districts, and the 9 great teams must step in to punish them, the hunters said in unison. In the Eastern Qian district, West Street, Villa 311. Feels good, feels good. This time we've snatched so many magic cores. After purifying them, our strength will increase again. Xiao Hongchen excitedly poured himself a glass of water and drank it down. Where's Hong Luo? She's asleep. That girl has worked hard, helping us purify the magic cores day and night these past few days, Zhang Ro said with a smile. But, Yi Xiao, you didn't expect that the girl we found in the Red King Tower was actually a descendant of the Red Dragon, did you? I really didn't expect that, Yi Xiao said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. That day, after slaying Mu Liuha and enslaving the Shadow God and Blood God, Xiaoyao went to the Red King Tower and discovered an astonishing secret. Hong Luo was not the daughter of Hong Lai. She was an abandoned baby he found in the wilderness, and this baby had the bloodline of the Red Dragon. According to legend, there is a dragon god in the wilderness, with combat power rivaling that of a level 9 authority. He commands 8 dragon kings, all of whom are supreme divine beings. The Red Dragon is one of them, with combat power at level 8. The red dragon's innate divine power is a flame that purifies all things. By chance, Yi Xiao discovered that the magic cores obtained from slaying demons could allow Hong Luo to purify the demonic nature with her innate flames, without losing a single bit of spiritual essence, and its effect is not weaker than that of a spirit crystal. Thus, they embarked on the path of a corpse collecting team, establishing the Dark Knight hunting team, and all used aliases. Yi Xiao's code name is Evergreen, Zhang Rose is Snow, Xiao Hongqian is Sword Maniac, and Bai Ruoyu is called Baiyu. Hong Luo is naturally the Red Dragon. The 5 of them formed the hunting team and came to the Eastern Xian district to fight demons and slay gods alongside countless other hunting teams. How's it going? The improvement is significant. In just over a month, my strength has reached mastery level 5. Zhang Ro opened her eyes, a smile flashing across her face. With a pile of magic cores, it would be hard for them to improve slowly. Mastery level 6. I'm at mastery level 7. He. I'm the fastest. Bai Ruoyu said with a beaming smile. She was finally not at the bottom anymore. Yi Xiao, how about you? Zhang Ro asked. Yi Xiao shrugged. As you can see, mastery level 1. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao, you're holding us back. Bai Ruoyu laughed, pointing at Yi Xiao. Do you want to have a match with me? Slap. She quickly covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. No way. Who would want to seek out punishment for no reason? Although Yi Xiao was only at mastery level 1, his incredible combat power could easily surpass even those at perfect level 5 or 6. The Eye of Life has awakened. To be honest, this eye technique is really powerful. It can bring back the dead, and as long as the time isn't too long, I can save them even if they have stopped breathing. But unfortunately, Ning Ningxi's physical body is gone. Yi Xiao took out a piece of paper from his pocket, shaking his head helplessly. Just then, a commotion came from outside the villa. Where is the leader of the Dark Knight hunting team, Evergreen? When he opened the door, he saw a group of hunters surrounding a proud-looking blonde standing outside. The blonde was covered in various tattoos, looking to be in his 30s, yet he still exuded the energy of a spirited young man. Are you the Evergreen of the Night Hunter team? The yellow-haired boy raised his head, pointing his chin at Yi Xiao. That's me. Do you know who I am? No. You don't even know me? The yellow-haired boy frowned, a look of dissatisfaction flashing across his face. Isn't it? Big brother, are you the great Xia Currency? Shouldn't I recognize you? Yi Xiao looked speechless. What kind of person is this, asking if I know him for no reason? He's not even a big star. If you were a middle-parted, suspenders-wearing basketball boy, I might recognize you. Unfortunately, the yellow-haired tattooed spirit really doesn't know him. Alright, my name is He Mingyu. You may not know me, but you should know that in this Eastern Xian district, my words carry more weight than the great Xia Currency. Because I am a formal member of the Purple Sha Hunter team. The yellow-haired boy looked down at Yi Xiao, showing a disdainful expression. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. How powerful can he be? Isn't it just that these hunter teams are too trashy? Oh, Yi Xiao said. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. I've been busy all day and I'm tired. The hunters around He Mingyu felt their teeth itch with anger upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. You're tired? You've been robbing our magic cores all day. What face do you have to say you're tired? We've been working hard for half a day and haven't even gotten a single one. That's really tired. Wait a minute. You need to take out all the magic cores you stole from them and return them. Then, each person should apologize, and you can go back to sleep. He Mingyu called out to Yi Xiao, waving his hand to give orders. The hunters around were delighted. As expected of a member of the 9th team, he was simply exuding dominance, his authority overwhelming. With just a few words, he could make this Evergreen spit out what he took from them. Are you out of your mind? Yi Xiao frowned. I still have a box of brain platinum. Do you want it? To supplement your brain. He Mingyu? The hunters? He Mingyu's face turned red. You dare to talk to me like that? Does the Night Hunter team not want to mix in the Eastern Xian district anymore? He Mingyu questioned angrily. I remember the Eastern Xian district is controlled by the Void Hunter team. When did it become your He Mingyu's say? You say I can't mix, so I can't? Is the Void Hunter team aware of how powerful you are? Yi Xiao coldly questioned. He Mingyu's face turned pale. What a sharp-tongued kid. But no matter how eloquent he is, he's just a rookie with no background. If he can't do it openly, he can do it secretly. I'll ask you one last time, are you really not going to hand over the magic cores and apologize? Not going to. Alright, good kid. I remember you. Go. After saying that, he turned around angrily and walked directly towards the outside of the villa. Are we just going to let it go like this? Shouldn't we teach this kid a lesson? Yeah, this kid is so arrogant, and he treats you like a fool. You can't let him off so easily. Look at him, He clearly doesn't take you seriously. Not taking you seriously means not taking the Purple Sha Hunter team seriously. The hunters surrounded He Mingyu, chattering away. Slap. He Mingyu directly slapped the head of the one who was stirring the pot the most. Are you all treating me like a fool? Still here stirring trouble? Damn it, we are the hunter team, not thugs. Going to someone's house in broad daylight to beat them up. Do you think that's reasonable? A bunch of hunters thought about it. They all shook their heads. It does seem a bit unreasonable. So are you just going to swallow this anger? Someone asked. No way. Am I He Mingyu the kind of person who can suffer in silence? I tell you, when doing things, one must be meticulous. A dark night with a strong wind is the perfect time for murder. Just because I can't do anything to him openly doesn't mean I can't do something to him in secret. He Mingyu sneered. What you mean is, that's right, wait until night falls. He smiled coldly. In this Dongchen district, which small hunting god team would dare to disrespect He Mingyu? None. Not a single one. This kid was the first to slap his face in public. This hatred He Mingyu could remember for a lifetime. A gentleman does not forget a grudge. The Dark Night Hunting God team, huh? Then I'll make sure you all are crippled in the dark of night. He Mingyu laughed coldly. That night was cool as water. After Yi Xiao and the others had dinner. It's been a long time since we played together. Let's play some mahjong tonight and welcome our guest, he said with a smile. Hong Luo is still growing, so she should go to sleep first. We'll have some fun. Jiang Ro nodded. They immediately set up a mahjong table in the living room. They started playing. Brother Huang, I'm counting on you this time. You need me to deal with a kid like this? I say, He Mingyu, you're getting worse with age. Huang Tiancheng sat back in his chair, legs crossed, looking disdainful. As far as I know, this kid is only in his 20s. What kind of expert can he be? Level 3? Level 4? You can't handle this? Then you might as well wash up and withdraw from the purple evil. Huang Tiancheng sneered, his face full of mockery. Brother Huang, this is just in case. Those useless hunters are bragging about how powerful that Shangqing is, I thought. If something goes wrong, it wouldn't be good. If I can handle it myself, you don't need to step in, and I'll pay the reward. Is that okay? He Mingyu said cautiously. That's fine, as long as the price is right. Huang Tiancheng looked indifferent. Dealing with a kid who hasn't even matured yet was nothing more than a slap to him. Then thank you, Brother Huang. He Mingyu smiled. Huang Tiancheng was also part of the Purple Evil Hunting God team, but He Mingyu was still far behind him. Huang Tiancheng was an elite member of the hunting team, and he was indispensable for every hunting mission in the wilderness. He had killed countless monsters, while He Mingyu was just logistics, not even in the same league. Moreover, Huang Tiancheng was very strong, a perfect level 4 powerhouse, combined with his heavy-armored swordsman profession. He could both defend and charge, and his single-target combat power was also very strong. With him taking action, there would be no surprises. That kid was definitely going to be finished. At that time, they would strip them naked and hang them on the streets of Dongchen district, making them the laughingstock of everyone. Ha ha ha, He Mingyu laughed wildly. Action! This time, he not only called Huang Tiancheng but also brought along 4 or 5 controlling-level professionals. Together, they would night raid Yi Zhao's villa. Yao Lian used the formation to seal off the villa. When they arrived outside Yi Zhao's villa, He Mingyu said to a young man, Okay, brother He. Swish, swish, swish. The young man drew in the air, and a series of formation patterns spread out, covering Yi Zhao's villa with a layer of light. He. Brother He, my spirit-locking formation not only locks people but also sound. Even if you blow up this villa, no one will hear a thing. Yao Liang said proudly. Boss, I heard that the Dark Night Hunting God team has 2 beauties. How about we have some fun inside first? Yao Liang rubbed his hands, his face lewd, saliva almost dripping down. You brat, TSK. You have some ideas. I like it. He Mingyu pointed at him, smiling. But, of course, such good things should be enjoyed by Brother Huang first. Saying this, he looked at Huang Tiancheng with a flattering expression. You're quite the opportunist. All right, stop wasting time, hurry up and take action. I want to see just how beautiful she is. Huang Tiancheng said with a cold smile. Yes. A few people stepped into the formation. At this moment, Yi Zhao's eyes glimmered slightly. So dedicated? Even set up a formation? TSK. Well prepared. Bang! Yi Zhao slapped the table. Hey, I won. Damn, how come you always win? Yi Zhao, are you cheating? Bai Ruoyu said angrily. I refuse to accept this. Let's play another round. Even if we play 100 rounds, you'll still be at this level. Alright, stop playing, the guests are here. Yi Zhao said with a smile. The guests being here is none of my business. They came to find you. Hurry up and play another round. You guy. They are experts from the Purple Sha Hunter team. Aren't you afraid? I'm so scared. I'm terrified. So let's play another round. Yi Xiao was speechless. This girl was fearless. Then let's play another round. The few of them shuffled the mahjong tiles. Just then, several figures broke through the window. The tea is over there, pour it yourself. Wait for us to finish playing. Yi Xiao pointed to the tea table. He Mingyu? Huang Tiancheng? No, brother, we didn't come here as guests. Good kid. You're quite calm. Huang Tiancheng said with a cold smile. It's fine, after all, it's not a big deal. Bang. Yi Xiao casually replied while playing mahjong. Interesting. You're quite fearless. Huang Tiancheng laughed, but the corners of his mouth turned down, and his gaze grew colder. Brother Huang, what should we do next? He Mingyu leaned forward to ask. Didn't you hear them inviting you for tea? What are you standing there for? Drink tea. After saying that, he walked over to the nearby sofa and sat down, leisurely crossing his legs. He poured himself a cup of tea. They aren't afraid even when facing great danger. What are you afraid of? Huang Tiancheng frowned as he looked at He Mingyu's slightly fearful expression. Yes. He Mingyu replied with a furrowed brow. Let them play. Once they're done, it'll be our turn. Huang Tiancheng watched Yi Xiao leisurely. It seemed he was pondering why this young man, who exuded an aura of only being at the first level of mastery, dared to treat them as if they were nothing. Hey, I won again. Yi Xiao grinned. Good. Full sweep. Won again. He laughed heartily, looking proudly at the others. TCH. I'm done playing. I'm going to sleep. Bai Ruoyu flicked her ponytail and turned to head back to her room to sleep. I'm hungry, Hongchen, let's cook some late-night snacks. How about hot pot? And 2 more boxes of beer. Sure. Xiao Hongchen nodded. Do you want to join us? Yi Xiao asked Zhang Ro again. I'll drink a little with you guys. Zhang Ro said softly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Alright, then Hongchen, you go prepare. With that, Yi Xiao stood up. Hey, you guys over there, have you finished your tea? We're going to eat late-night snacks. You can leave now. We don't allow freeloaders. Xiao Yao casually called out. Huang Tiancheng? What kind of joke is this? Do you think we're dogs, that you can just tell us to leave? Bang! He Mingyu slammed the blanket down on the table. Kid, are you treating us like monkeys? Yi Xiao grinned. Hey, you guessed right. Damn! He Mingyu was furious. Kill him. The man is to be disabled. The woman is to be tied up. He ordered angrily. Huang Tiancheng remained calm on the sofa, sipping tea, while several hunters around He Mingyu charged forward. Monkeys are only responsible for performing in the trees. How can they attack the audience? Seeing the few people pouncing towards him, Yi Xiao sneered. Besides, I don't like it when others stand and talk to me. How about you kneel instead? Swish! A flash of runes flickered in his eyes. The double pupils trembled. Boom! Several people were overwhelmed and pressed to the ground by a terrifying gravity. Crack! The bones in their bodies made faint cracking sounds. Ah! It hurts! It's broken! My bones! Spare me! My bones! It hurts so much! A few people let out screams like slaughtered pigs. So noisy! Yi Xiao dug at his ears. Shut up, or people will think I'm slaughtering pigs in my house. With a casual flick of his hand, several black shapes sealed the mouths of the people. Much quieter now, let's not delay, let's continue. Boom! The pressure expanded again. The bodies of several people were pressed against the ground, their flesh torn apart by the force of gravity. Blood vessels ruptured, bones turned to dust. Then came the deformation of their internal organs. Just like that, a living person could be crushed into a paper-thin figure. Continue, come on. Xiao Yao waved at He Mingyu. Or do you want to try it yourself? He Mingyuan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Yi Xiao's strength to be so astonishing. These few hadn't even touched the hem of his clothes before being incapacitated. What would he go up for? To embarrass himself? To perform a self-destructive act? His mind wasn't that foolish. I invite Brother Huang to take action, he said to Huang Tiancheng. A bunch of useless trash. Huang Tiancheng stood up. Kid, not bad. I'll give you a chance to join my team and be my servant. I'll spare you this once. Huang Tiancheng, with his hands in his pockets, stood nearly 2 meters tall, confronting Yi Xiao. Watch my lips. Yi Xiao grinned. He made a standard gesture of disdain. Alright, you don't cherish the opportunity, then go die. Boom! Huang Tiancheng shot out like a cannonball. A sonic boom echoed through the air. A gold and silver sword axe appeared in his hand. Die! Boom! As he swung the sword axe, the entire villa trembled incessantly. Good! Brother Huang is a perfect level tier 3 powerhouse. Kid, you're dead for sure. If you don't die, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. He Mingyu trembled with excitement, clenching his fists. Then, Boom! As Huang Tiancheng brought down his sword, He Mingyu nearly jumped up in excitement. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Huang Tiancheng's body was frozen in place. Upon closer inspection, fine black lines were wrapped around his sword axe, body, limbs, and even his neck. That was one of the Shadow God's abilities. Endless shadows could transform into anything, moving as if they were extensions of his own body. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Huang Tiancheng roared in frustration as the shadows wrapped around him. He exerted all his divine power, and the sword axe emitted a fierce glow, trying to break free from Yi Xiao's restraint. Slap! Yi Xiao gave him a slap. What are you screaming for? Shut up! Huang Tiancheng's forehead throbbed with veins. Kid, let me go. Don't you know my identity? Do you know my status in the Purple Sha Hunter team? Do you know what happens when you offend me? Huang Tiancheng gritted his teeth. Your words are just like that idiot He Mingyu. Ha! I'm not someone that idiot He Mingyu can compare to. I'm a core member of the Purple Sha Hunter team. My brother is one of the 3 vice captains of the Purple Sha Hunter team, a tier 6 domain level powerhouse. I advise you to let me go obediently, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Huang Tiancheng sneered. This person has no hobbies, just likes to go against others. The more you say to let me go, the less I can. As he spoke, Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the shadow form threads tightened around him. Huang Tiancheng screamed in pain. Roar! Kid, you're finished. You've committed a capital crime. You Dark Knight Hunter team don't want to live anymore. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all. Send you to the mines to dig for the rest of your lives. Then play with your women. After playing, sell them all to the brothels, to be prostitutes. Huang Tiancheng shouted with a twisted face. Yi Xiao's expression turned cold. You, this guy, are pushing yourself to a dead end. A strong killing intent erupted from his eyes. You dare to kill. He Mingyu was terrified. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to harbor such murderous intent towards Huang Tiancheng, and it seemed like he was about to act on it. What's there to be afraid of? This bastard must die today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save him. Yi Xiao's gaze was icy as he spread his 5 fingers and then slowly clenched his fist. As Yi Xiao's palm tightened, the shadowy threads gradually constricted, sinking into Huang Tiancheng's flesh and bones. They carved out hideous wounds. You want to kill me? How dare you? Huang Tiancheng showed an expression of extreme fear. Just a few words of offense, and you want to kill? Brother, don't joke around. He finally became afraid. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. I apologize to you. Alright, I apologize. Don't be impulsive. Huang Tiancheng said in fear. Yes. We apologize. Don't be impulsive. Killing is not good for either side. He Mingyu also advised in the same way. Benefits? I don't need them. I only know that those who say the wrong thing must pay the price. Just a few words. Is it necessary to take it so seriously? Huang Tiancheng trembled and exclaimed. I am that serious. Boom! Yi Xiao's wrist tightened completely. Whoosh! Huang Tiancheng was cut into pieces by the threads. Countless chunks of flesh fell from the void. Yi Xiao waved his hand, and purple flames spread, evaporating his remains completely. You actually dared to kill him. Are you trying to have a life and death struggle with the Purple Sha Hunter team? He Mingyu pointed at Yi Xiao in fear and screamed. Since I've killed him, then let's not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Xiao stepped forward. A terrifying pressure descended upon He Mingyu. Since it's a life and death struggle, you don't need to live anymore. Boom! A purple flame appeared. The few of them couldn't even scream before being enveloped by the terrifying flames. Then they were completely consumed, turning into a wisp of dust that vanished without a trace. Then Yi Xiao waved his hand. The formation covering the villa also dissipated. Time to eat. He chuckled lightly, casually picking up a can of beer and drinking it all in one go. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen also came out of the kitchen holding a hot pot. The boiling red oil hot pot, rolling meatballs, vegetables, and beef and lamb rolls. Tomorrow, you all continue to collect magic cores, and bring home Luo along, Yi Xiao said as he took a bite of the vegetables. What about you, Yi Xiao? The two frowned. I have my own plans, you don't need to worry. All right. The two exchanged glances and then nodded. After eating and drinking their fill, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Hongchen and the others went outside the city to continue hunting demons and seizing magic cores. Yi Xiao moved a table and set it directly outside the villa door. He poured a cup of tea and began to drink by himself. Bang! What did you say? Tiancheng is missing? In the main base of the Purple Sha Hunter team, in one of the villas, a man who looked similar to Huang Tiancheng slammed the table and stood up. What the hell is going on? Explain it clearly to me. It's like this. Someone reported. Moments later, looking for death. This Dark Knight Hunter team, Huang Tian trembled with anger. Go! Demand him back. I want them to obediently bring Tian Chang out for me. Otherwise, let your Dark Knight Hunter team go to the wilderness as cannon fodder. Huang Tianli walked out of the villa with a face full of anger. He took a few trusted aides and headed towards Yi Zhao's villa. Vice Captain, that's the captain of the Dark Knight Hunter team, Changqing. Someone pointed from a distance at Yi Zhao, who was drinking tea at the villa entrance. Humph, go and get him. Huang Tianli snorted coldly and strode towards Yi Zhao. Kid, where is my brother Huang Tianchang? He shouted at Yi Zhao from afar. Who are you? Yi Zhao casually glanced at him while holding his cup. Huang Tianli, captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team, Huang Tianchang is my brother. Oh, so you are that bastard's brother. Are you here to find him? Of course. Where is he? Quickly bring my brother out safe and sound. Otherwise, I will tear down your villa. Huang Tianli shouted angrily. Your brother is dead. I killed him. What's the matter? Yi Zhao replied indifferently. What did you say? It took Huang Tianli a while to react, and even his trusted aides looked incredulous. How could someone be so arrogant, daring to kill Huang Tianli's brother? Tired of living? Don't know how to write the word death? Can't understand human language? I knew it, just like your brother. I'll say it one last time, your brother is dead, I killed him. Yi Zhao said casually. You dare kill my brother? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Huang Tianli. I've already killed him. What are you talking about? Not convinced? Hold it in. Yi Zhao took a sip of tea calmly. Want some tea? Yi Zhao poured him a cup and pushed it towards him. This cup was used by your brother when he was alive. He drank from this cup before I sent him on his way. Yi Zhao said casually. You are really looking for death. Boom! Huang Tianli was the genuine vice captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team, with a strength of level 6 domain. Once enraged, the heavens and earth would change color. Thunder God domain. Golden lightning began to dance all over his body, and even his eyes flashed with thunder. His domain was awakening. Yi Zhao calmly swirled his teacup. Yi Zhao. At that moment, a startled voice came. Several figures appeared not far away. Why are you back? I told you not to come back. Yi Zhao frowned. No, Yi Zhao, it's not that we came back, it's that everyone has returned. Zhang Ro said anxiously. What happened? Yi Zhao frowned. A god is attacking the city. A destruction-level god. The Black Dragon King. I suspect he is coming for Hon Luo, Xiao Hongchen said. A god? Yi Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. Just then, the domain that Huang Tianli had unleashed enveloped Yi Zhao and Zhang Ro. Just right. Since your whole team is here, let's have you die neatly. He transformed into a terrifying giant of lightning, looking down at them, speaking in a deep voice. Feeling the terrifying might of the thunder, Zhang Ro and the others looked very serious, while Yi Zhao remained quite calm. A god is attacking the city. As the vice captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team, aren't you going to resist the god? Yi Zhao asked. After I kill you and avenge Tianchang, I will naturally go. Huang Tianli replied with a cold smile. Oh, then you might not have that chance. Yi Zhao grinned. He then turned his head. Zhang Ro, do you know what date it is today? Zhang Ro frowned slightly. Then she spoke. It's November 30th. Yes, November 30th. Huang Tianli, come on. The one who killed your brother is me. Come and kill me. I beg for death. Yi Zhao provocatively made a face. Kid, you are too arrogant. Boom. Huang Tianli clenched his large hand, and a massive golden thunder spear appeared in his grasp. He then swung it forcefully, and the golden thunder spear shot towards Yi Zhao. Hee, it's been a long time since I've used it. Super Eye mode, let's play big today, just you. Purple Extreme Immortal Demon Eye. A playful expression surfaced on Yi Zhao's face. Boom! The gigantic thunder giant swung a fist towards Yi Zhao's forehead. Brilliant lightning intertwined on his fist, as if a vast sea of thunder was tearing through the sky. A domain-level practitioner, even against equally ranked strong opponents within his established domain, would find no advantage, because the domain was his home ground. The domain would suppress others within it. Die! Huang Tianli roared. The thunder giant's eyes shone with lightning, and the void trembled with each opening and closing. Yi Zhao looked at the fist coming towards him, resembling a colossal meteor, and grinned coldly. 3. He softly spoke and then silently counted. 2. The lightning fist was getting closer, the surrounding air twisted layer upon layer, and Yi Zhao's figure became blurred, as if he would be completely vaporized by the sea of thunder in the next second. 1. Ding! Host detected to be facing a life and death crisis. Super Eye mode activated. Please choose Super Eye. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Eternal Green Eye, Fantasy Demon Eye, Purple Extreme Immortal Demon Eye, Supreme Array Eye. I choose Purple Extreme Immortal Demon Eye. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a Nike arc as he spoke each word clearly. Boom! The next second, the world turned upside down. At this moment, outside the massive fortress in the eastern Xian district, roar! Deep within the clouds, a gigantic black shadow was rolling. Boom boom! Thunder flashed within the dark clouds, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire land. In the dense dark clouds, one could vaguely see the shimmering black scales and the sharp claws that could seize the moon and pluck the sun. Is that the destruction-level Black Dragon King? This momentum is truly terrifying. If it weren't for the Void Hunter team not being in the eastern Xian district, this black mudeel wouldn't dare to act so recklessly here. However, with only the three of us, it's still too difficult to deal with this mud eel. Even if we can't win, we must fight. The eastern Xian district cannot fall. On the highest lookout tower in the eastern Xian district, three proud figures stood tall. These three were the captains of the 9 hunting teams in the eastern Xian district: Black Sun, Purple Sha, and Yaoying. All were powerful practitioners at the 7th level disaster rank. Let's make a move and let this black mudeel taste the might of our 9 teams. The three exchanged glances. The next second, purple light, black light, and golden light shot up into the sky. Roar! Deep within the clouds, the Black Dragon King roared. Boom! A dragon claw, as massive as a heavenly pillar, reached out from the depths of the clouds, grasping downwards. Great Sun Black Hole Fist. The captain of the Black Sun hunting team, bearing a pitch-black sun, charged forward and smashed his fist towards the Black Dragon King's claw. His profession was a rare one, known as the Sun Will Master. He possessed the power to manipulate the sun, and he was a freak among Sun Will Masters. The Night Sun Will Master. Not only did he wield the terrifying heat of the great sun to annihilate everything, but he also had the encompassing nature of the night that devours all. Radiant Sky Absolute Blade. The captain of the Yaoying hunting team was a swordsman, and a 3-sword style swordsman at that. He held 2 tang swords in his hands, with another clenched in his mouth. Swish swish swish. Dazzling golden sword light pierced through the sky, layer upon layer, as fast as lightning. Ghost Spirit. The captain of the Purple Sha hunting team bore a massive purple mist creature on his back, which was his ghost spirit, possessing the toxicity to corrode everything. His profession was a ghost master. Boom! The 3 disaster-level practitioners collided with the Black Dragon King in the void. But after just one exchange, they were all sent flying. Damn! This Black Dragon King is too strong. The captain of the Radiant Shadow hunting team gasped for breath, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Hey, Black Sun, you fought him before, how does it feel? He asked Black Sun, who was standing nearby. Black Sun slowly raised one arm. See for yourself. To their shock, Black Sun's entire arm had vanished. It is said that the 9 Dragon Kings under the Dragon God each wield a terrifying power. The Red Dragon King purifies everything with fire. The White Dragon King ignores all defenses with holy light. The Green Dragon King possesses an immortal vitality. And the Black Dragon King possesses the ultimate terrifying physical strength. Zisha said gravely. So, to repel him, we must first break through his physical body. Vice captains, charge together. Zisha shouted. Boom! 8 figures, already poised for action, charged into the sky with their weapons. A team of 3 vice captains. Is everyone here? Here. Good. Follow me. The 3 captains roared, ready to charge at the Black Dragon King once more. Captain, Huang Tianli hasn't arrived. Someone from Zisha's side spoke up. Where is he? Zisha's expression tightened. At such a critical moment, how could their vice captain, Huang Tianli, not be here? It seems he went to seek revenge. Someone killed his brother. The vice captain answered honestly. In this eastern Xian district, who dares to kill a member of my Radiant Shadow hunting team? He frowned, but moments later, he shook his head. Forget it. If he hasn't come, then he hasn't come. You too, come with me. 8 plus 3, a total of 11 figures clashed fiercely with the Black Dragon King. It must be said, the physical strength of the Black Dragon King was terrifyingly powerful. Despite their full efforts, they not only failed to shake the Black Dragon King's scaled defenses but were instead sent reeling back, their blood surging. Damn it! This defense is too abstract. It can't be broken. Like diamond. Black Sun gasped heavily. It is rumored that only one person's attack power in the same realm can break through the Black Dragon King's physical defenses. Yaoying frowned and thought. Who? The great Xia sword god, Su Changhan. With the ultimate sword, he opens the heavens and cleaves all things. Damn! If the sword god were here, this black mudloach wouldn't be so arrogant. They spat. The Black Dragon King was too strong. Just the few of them might not be able to stop him today. But at that moment, a change occurred in the eastern Xian district. Boom! A terrifying aura awakened within the city. No, it wasn't one. It was 2. 2 completely different auras. One was ethereal like a fallen immortal, dust and light moving through the 9 heavens. The other was brutal like a demon god, as if it wanted to trample the sky beneath its feet at any moment. But what was the same was that both auras carried a fear that made one want to bow and worship, because they were too strong, powerful enough to belong to an entirely different era. There are more experts? Haiyu Gaosho. The two celestial and demonic auras intertwined, with profound black and white runes emerging from the void. Then, they saw a figure materialize. It was a figure in black, with blood-red eyes, disheveled black hair, and skin covered in black runes, exuding a thick aura of brutality. Just a glance made the others grunt, their minds shaken as if struck hard. Who is this existence? Who is it? Who exactly is it? The Void Hunting Team is not in the Eastern Xian district. What expert is hiding here? The others were instantly shocked. That brutal figure was simply too terrifying. His eyes seemed to explode like countless stars, burying countless beings within. The scene of that hell on earth made even the seasoned hunters, who had long fought in the wilderness and were accustomed to life and death, tremble all over. How many lives has he killed? This killing intent, a vice captain said, his lips quivering. Kak. The demon-clad Yi Xiao strode forward. Black dragon. Good stuff. Truly a fine ingredient. Kak. I want to eat you. He raised his gaze to the rolling black dragon deep within the clouds, his blood-red pupils filled with intense greed. Roar! The Black Dragon King seemed to sense Yi Xiao's gaze. That look, as if viewing an ant, enraged it. Boom! The black dragon extended its claws, this time directly reaching for Yi Xiao. Kak. Come. The demon-clad Yi Xiao let out a piercing laugh. A blood-red demonic flame surged around his body, black runes crawling across his face. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Xiao charged forward. Bang! He grasped the Black Dragon King's claw with one hand. Come down, come play. Then he forcefully swung it. Boom! The clouds rolled and pressed down. A massive creature was forcibly pulled down from the depths of the sky. How is this possible? He pulled the black dragon down from the sky? The three captains' eyes nearly popped out. This was absurd. The Black Dragon King's physical body was powerful, and its strength was naturally immense. Yet this guy managed to pull the entire black dragon down with just one hand. The nearly 1,000-meter-long body lay sprawled on the ground, like a mountain of dragons and snakes rising. Roar! The Black Dragon King's enormous eyes flashed with disbelief. In the next moment, it opened its massive mouth and roared, slapping its palm towards Yi Xiao. Ha! You want to see who is tougher? Come on! I'm tough as nails. Yi Xiao, like a madman, lunged directly at the Black Dragon King. He embraced the dragon's claw. Ha! Get up! Roar! With a roar like a beast, Yi Xiao let out a sound. A crisp cracking noise echoed. Crack! The Black Dragon King's claw was actually torn off by him. This. What kind of monstrous strength is this? He tore off the Black Dragon King's claw? The three were numb. Where did this come from? It was completely unlike a human, bizarre and eerie to the extreme. Roar! The Black Dragon King writhed in pain, its massive body thrashing, the ground torn apart by its flesh. The Black Dragon King almost went mad as it lunged at Yi Xiao. Ha! Fun! The sound of crispy shark. Come again. I want to eat you. A man and a dragon began to roll on the ground. Yi Xiao's body was covered in black runes, the blood flames growing ever denser. He plunged both hands into the Black Dragon King's body and then tore with all his might. Rip! Countless black dragon scales were ripped off, exposing the flesh beneath. Yi Xiao, in a frenzy, lunged at the exposed flesh to bite. Black blood filled the air as the Black Dragon King let out a fearful and furious roar, its massive body thrashing desperately. The captains were dumbfounded. Where did this ancestor come from? It was even more like a Black Dragon King than the Black Dragon King itself. At that moment, on a nearby rooftop, a figure in white, ethereal as if descended from the heavens, slowly descended. Upon closer inspection, he looked exactly like the demon-clad Yi Xiao. Dressed in a white robe, golden runes covered his body, clinging to his face, and his long white hair danced in the wind. The wildness of the demon-clad one is too strong. He held a cloth bag in his hands, quietly watching the demon-clad Yi Xiao, who was rampaging like a malevolent spirit. There are a few more ants here? Are they the captains of the Hunter God team from the Eastern Qian district? Yi Xiao glanced at the cloth bag in his hand. Which of you is the captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team? I am, and you are. Purple Sha looked at Yi Xiao, his brows slightly furrowed. It was too celestial. If the shadow in the demonic attire earlier was a tyrannical demon king, annihilating countless beings to the point where just a glance could make one explode, then this figure in white was hardly human. His gaze was so cold it seemed devoid of life, as if the heavenly path was equally observing all things, regarding everything as mere ants. These two not only looked alike but were also two extremes. Here, I have something to return to you. Yi Xiao said. He casually tossed the cloth bag to the captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team. This is. He took the bag, opened it, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside was a head. Moreover, it was a head that was bloodied and mangled. Even the bones had been crushed, the flesh a blurred mess. Yet from the faint features, he could still discern who it was. He was Huang Tianli, the vice-captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team. Huang Tianli, you killed him? A look of disbelief flashed in Purple Sha's eyes. The other captains and vice-captains also gasped in shock. I didn't kill him, the demonic attire did. It was too forceful and nearly crushed his head, Bai Yishao said expressionlessly. Hiss. The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. Wasn't Huang Tianli supposed to be looking for the murderer of his brother? Wasn't the one who killed his brother the captain of the Dark Knight Hunter team, Chang Cheng? What was the situation with these two freaks? Purple Sha opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Bai Yishao spoke first. It's begun, the demonic attire is about to hunt. Purple Sha and the others were startled and turned to look. They saw the demonic attire Yishao let out a thunderous roar. That roar was like a thunder hammer striking at everyone's hearts. The entire Dongqian district heard this explosive roar, as if a demon god was raging. Boom! The demonic attire thrust one hand like a sharp arrow into the body of the Black Dragon King, then began to run wildly. Crack, crack, crack. The Black Dragon King's scales were all pried off. The pain nearly drove the Black Dragon King mad. Step 1, scale removal. Bai Yi said. Step 2, tendon extraction. The demonic attire Yishao ran from the dragon's tail to its head, then leaped into the air again. He flipped and landed back at the dragon's tail. Roar! He wrapped his arms around the dragon's tail and forcefully twisted. Boom! A large wound the size of a person was opened in the dragon's tail. Without hesitation, he reached in. With a strong pull, whoosh! A translucent dragon tendon was pulled out. Step 3, dismantle the dragon bones. Bai Yishao said. As that translucent white dragon tendon was extracted, the Black Dragon King seemed to lose half of its life, collapsing on the ground and letting out a weak roar. Fear flashed in its enormous pupils. The Black Dragon King wished it could slap itself to death for being so greedy, trying to capture the bloodline of the Red Dragon. It was putting its own life on the line. Boom! With all its might, its body tried to soar into the sky, fleeing this terrifying place. Ah, where do you think you're going? I already said I want to eat you. Don't go. Boom! The demonic attire Yixiao's hand sank deep into the Black Dragon King's flesh, forcibly pinning it to the ground. You can still fly. This is dragon meat right in my mouth. I can't let you fly away. Saying this, the demonic attire Yixiao shoved his entire arm into the Black Dragon King's body. Let me see. Bones. The bones are here. Ah, found it. The bones. Boom! He pulled hard, extracting a piece of bone. Then the demonic attire went wild, punching and smashing down on the Black Dragon King's flesh. A rumbling sound echoed, like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the heavens and resonating in the ears of several captains. They watched in horror as this formidable Black Dragon King was being treated as mere food by the brutal man before them, being dismembered step by step. How terrifying! This man truly exuded a demonic might. They racked their brains, unable to comprehend where this man had come from. Roar! The Black Dragon King let out a final, earth-shattering wail, the light in his eyes fading at a visible speed. In the next moment, it became completely dim. That's right, the Black Dragon King was dead. A god of destruction had been brutally tortured to death by Moe Yishao. Crack! Tear! Moe Yishao was tearing apart the flesh and blood of the Black Dragon King, the black patterns on his body growing increasingly intense. That violent aura seemed almost tangible, as if it would burst forth at any moment, annihilating everyone present. Let's see, it's about time. Bai Yishao frowned, taking a step towards Moe. Oh, right, the Night Hunter team is under our protection. If you want to touch them, you can decide for yourselves, he said to the captain of the Purple Sha Hunter team. A chill ran down Zisha's spine, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Brother, I'm already drenched in sweat. Moe, let's go. Stop eating. Bai Yishao appeared in front of Moe, reaching out to pull him away. Ah, you're disturbing my meal. You're such a damn nuisance. Moe slammed the black dragon's flesh onto the ground and then threw a punch at Bai Yishao. In that moment, the air exploded, the sound crackling around them for thousands of meters. The immense power of the punch shook the surroundings, as if it would pierce the sky. The momentum was truly invincible. The three captains were left dumbfounded. Had he not gone all out against the Black Dragon King just now? Who were these two young men? Could they be level 9 professionals? Bang! Bai Yi extended his pale hand, golden patterns shining brilliantly. It was dazzling, contrasting sharply with the black demonic patterns. Boom! The fists collided. Thud thud thud. A powerful force erupted like a raging wind. Damn it! Are they both monsters? Too strong. Just a collision, and I almost got blown away. Damn! These two guys, the three struggled to stabilize themselves on the rooftop, fighting against the fierce wind. "Moe, your temper is a bit too bad, isn't it?" Bai Yi Xiao frowned. "Mind your own business. Get lost." Boom! Moe Yi Xiao launched another punch. Bang bang bang! The two clashed rapidly in the void. The black and white shadows collided with each other. "Moe, your temper can only be beaten into submission." Bai Yi Xiao raised a hand. Boom! Golden runes filled the sky. Then he slammed a fist down towards Moe Yi Xiao. It was as if a deity was striking down to obliterate the earth. Boom! This punch sent Moe Yi Xiao crashing into the ground. "Alright, let's go." He silently descended into the pit, retrieving Moe Yi Xiao, and then their figures vanished into the horizon. Damn! They finally left. I was almost scared to death. The captain of the Yaoing Hunter team clutched his chest. When he told me to kill Huang Tianli, I even thought he was going to kill me too. I was so scared I almost leaned in. Zisha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Hey Ri, Yaoing, disperse. Disperse. The Black Dragon King has been taken down." The few shook their heads and began to leave. Damn, two freaks have emerged from the Dongqian district. After Bai Yi Xiao took Moe Yi Xiao away, the black and white light and shadow merged together. A figure walked out from within. Phew! This purple extreme immortal demon eye is truly outrageous. I almost couldn't stabilize myself. Yi Xiao rubbed his eyes, genuinely surprised that the purple extreme immortal demon eye had caused him to split into two versions of himself. One was an extreme demon, the other an extreme immortal. One symbolized brutal slaughter, the other was devoid of emotion and desire. If it weren't for the system stepping in to balance him, he would have been driven to mental collapse by this eye technique. However, its power was indeed undeniable. Both versions of himself possessed strength that could be described as heaven-defying, annihilating enemies as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. It was hard to fathom where the upper limit of their power truly lay. Tomorrow the super eye will be restored. This time, it's like I've exploited a bug. Not only did I resolve the trouble, but I also intimidated quite a few opponents. The Dark Knight Hunter team will have a much easier time in the Eastern Shin district from now on. Yi Xiao chuckled as he returned to the villa. "Yi Xiao, are you okay?" Seeing Yi Xiao return, several people hurriedly surrounded him. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Yi Xiao shook his head. Zhang Rou stepped forward and grabbed Yi Xiao's collar, scrutinizing him closely. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Even now, she still felt lingering fear. At that moment, just as the fist of the Thunder Giant was about to land on Yi Xiao, his entire aura suddenly changed, two different auras intertwining around him. Then, Huang Tianli's Thunder God domain was directly shattered. Yi Xiao was enveloped in terrifying demonic energy, and before anyone knew it, he appeared right in front of Huang Tianli. With a single motion, he forcefully pulled his head off his neck. He even nearly crushed it due to the excessive force. The demonic energy surrounding Yi Xiao instilled fear in them. They had never seen him in such a terrifying state. The demonic Yi Xiao casually tossed Huang Tianli's head to the ground and then, as if going mad, soared into the sky, roaring in rage. Later, another Yi Xiao in white appeared and picked up Huang Tianli's head. The white-clad Yi Xiao was so cold, like a robot, devoid of emotion and desire, making them feel that this person was merely someone with Yi Xiao's face. Fortunately, in the end, Yi Xiao was fine. They felt relieved. "Yi Xiao, what was that earlier?" Zhang Rou asked with a frown. They weren't deaf. They had heard the earth-shattering dragon roar and the frenzied shouts of the demonic Yi Xiao. They had a rough idea of what had happened. "I used a power that doesn't belong to me and almost lost control." "Making you worry," Yi Xiao said with a smile. "Alright, rest assured, our crisis has been resolved." "Humph, Yi Xiao, you really aren't considerate. You kept us at a distance, wanting to bear everything alone." Bai Ruoyu pouted, her small face full of dissatisfaction. "Exactly. Yi Xiao, we are a team. Since we are a team, we should share life and death together. You must never leave us to face danger alone again." Zhang Rou said anxiously. "Ha ha ha, alright, sorry. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. He had originally planned to use the Super Eye mode to take down Huang Tianli in an instant. Then, while the time was still on his side, he would directly attack the headquarters of the Purple Sha Hunter team, drag their captain out, and establish his authority. He didn't expect a Black Dragon King to appear just in time, so he simply decided to use the Black Dragon King to make a statement. It seemed the effect was even more pronounced. Now the three major teams were probably terrified of their Dark Knight Hunter team. "Yi Xiao, are you still going to hunt for demon cores tomorrow?" "Yes, we will continue as planned, Yi Xiao replied. But now, the dissatisfaction from the other hunter teams is growing stronger. Moreover, if this time, the three major teams, there's no need to fear the three major teams. We don't need to care about the other hunter teams. If they dare to bark, I'll take them down first, Yi Xiao said with a cold smile. After he warned the third team, he really didn't think those three guys had the guts to let their subordinates come looking for trouble again. The next day, the Dongxian district, located in the wilderness, almost daily faced waves of demons attacking the city. This had almost become a routine. Most of them weren't very strong, but they had the advantage in numbers. So, early in the morning, many hunter teams were already on the city walls, waiting for the demons to come and attack. This was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Demons had magic cores inside them, which could be sold for a good price in exchange for other things like potions, skill scrolls, weapons, and equipment. For more than half a month, every time the demons attacked, all the magic cores were snatched away by the Night Hunter team. If the demons attacked the city 3 times in a day, they would snatch them 3 times. If they attacked 5 times, they would snatch 5 times, regardless of whether it was day or night. As long as the demons came, the Night Hunter team would appear. This led to them almost monopolizing all the magic cores, leaving the other hunter teams with nothing. With no choice, they could only venture deep into the wilderness to hunt demons. But the wilderness was fraught with danger, and the level of risk was exponentially higher. In the past half-month, several hunter teams had lost more than half of their elite members. But if they didn't go, they would have to starve, and in the end, they vented all their frustration on the Night Hunter team. Now, it was said that the Night Hunter team had been severely punished by the vice-captain of the Purple Shah Hunter team. Finally, after half a month, they finally had a chance to obtain magic cores. They no longer had to keep their heads down. The hunters were all in tears. They gazed at the distant mountains and forests, their eyes filled with anticipation. Demons, magic cores, come quickly, my horses. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled. Various oddly shaped demons rushed out from the mountains and forests. Even the sky was dark with many flying demons rushing in at high speed. The demons are coming. Kill them. The hunters were ecstatic. They swore they had never felt so close to the demons as they did today. Boom! Figures leaped down from the city walls, plunging into the mass of demons, powerful energies and weapons sweeping across the battlefield. It was a scene of chaos. At this moment, in a corner of the city wall, the figures of Yi Xiao and his companions quietly appeared. It's about time, let's take action. Today's goal is to leave none alive. Yi Xiao smiled at the hunters, whose eyes were bloodshot as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Happy, right? Want magic cores, right? Hee hee, I'm happy too. I want them too. Sorry, not a single one will be left for you. Whoosh! Purple flames soared into the sky. Yi Xiao's figure vanished from the spot. Xiao Hongchen and the others also dispersed. A streak of purple light streaked across the sky. Wait, why do I have a bad feeling? A professional wielding a giant axe suddenly stopped, scratching the back of his head. Why does it feel like I'm breaking out in a cold sweat? Just then, someone shouted loudly, "Look, the sky!" Everyone looked up and saw a figure engulfed in purple flames weaving through the crowd of demons in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shrouded in a curtain of purple flames. Damn, that familiar flame. The hunters' faces darkened. Sure enough, the next second, a surge of sword energy, an icy mountain, and rolling thunder erupted. Even a roaring dragon man and a 9-tailed spirit cat, like a phantom, appeared on the battlefield. That damned Night Hunter team was back. They were back again. Damn, what sin have I committed to deserve this? Why do you have to send such a group of guys to punish me? Night Hunter team, please, give us a break. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Damn, that's my kill. Don't steal my kill. No, you want to steal the magic cores from me too. You're robbing me so openly now. Huh? Stop. These are my underwear. You can't expect me to go home bare-bottomed. Don't pull. My underwear is torn. You lecherous cat. The angry shouts rose and fell, nearly driving the hunters to the brink of explosion. Yi Xiao stood alone in the void, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let's go big. Finish them all and get ready to wrap it up, he said loudly. Boom! With a single step, a vast palm of purple flames descended from the sky, engulfing everything in its path. The void itself was set ablaze. The demons didn't even have a chance to scream before they were reduced to ashes. All that remained were scattered magic cores. Shadowy tendrils reached out, effortlessly collecting all the magic cores into a bag. It's over, retreat. Thank you, colleagues, for your generosity. He even took a bow in mid-air to the hunters. Then, a few of them vanished without a trace. The hunters were left fuming, their mouths twisted in anger. The Night Hunter team is too disgraceful. They left us no way out. This time, we must report them to the 9th team. Exactly. They've already incurred the wrath of the masses. Report them to the 9th team and let the 3 captains take revenge for us." The hunters waved their fists, resembling aggrieved wives. After the demon tide ended, the leaders of dozens of hunter teams, big and small, wrote a proclamation denouncing the Night Hunter team. They split into 3 groups and submitted it to the 3 major hunter teams. After reading the proclamation, the captains of the 3 major teams looked extremely grave and subsequently notified the entire Eastern Shen district that a celebration banquet would be held the next day to celebrate the fall of the Black Dragon King and the victory of the Eastern Shen district's defense, inviting all members of the Night Hunter team as well. They also informed the hunters that the matter would be dealt with seriously at the banquet the next day. The hunters were ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, the captains of the 3 major teams have taken action. This time they're finished. The Night Hunter team never learns. They should be properly punished. How about we nominate them to be sent to cultivate the wilderness at the banquet?" "Ha ha ha, that's a wicked idea. Sending them to cultivate the wilderness is practically a death sentence. But I like it. He. This cursed Night Hunter team, they've finally met their comeuppance this time." The hunters spread the news, even planning to go to a tavern tonight to drink until they were drunk. "Yi Xiao, this is bad. This time the captains of the 3 major teams are all blaming us." Zhang Rou and the others frowned as they received the invitation. "What's there to be afraid of? When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll cover it. Besides, maybe the guys from the 3 major teams just want to invite us for a meal," Yi Xiao said, glancing at the invitation on the table and chuckling softly. "How is that possible? So many hunter teams wrote a proclamation to denounce us. Even for the sake of public opinion, the 3 major teams won't let us off. And we even killed the Huang brothers. Yi Xiao, can that ability of yours that can become very strong be used again?" Bai Ruoyu asked. Yi Xiao shook his head. How about we run away overnight? There are 4 districts, not just the Eastern Xian district." Bai Ruoyu's eyes dimmed, then she suggested. "It's fine, don't worry, trust me. Let's go, tonight we drink," Yi Xiao said with a smile. "Why go drink? Celebration banquet. They're holding it tomorrow, so we'll have it today. Just go to Sister Lian's bar, drink, chat, and we'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Why panic? A bunch of insignificant people can't do anything." Yi Xiao looked indifferent. "You have a good mindset. Since you, the captain, say so, then we have no choice. Let's accompany the gentleman to the end. Let's drink until we drop tonight." White Ruoyu is also a carefree girl, drinking today and forgetting about tomorrow. "This time, as usual, I'll bring the red radish." "I want to go too." Hong Luo firmly raised her hand. "I am also a member of the Night Hunter team. How can the celebration banquet not include me? I want to go too." This time, Hong Luo's attitude was very resolute. "Well, fine." In the end, Yi Xiao couldn't withstand her persistent nagging and had to agree. It should be fine to take her along. After all, the order in the 4 major districts is not as strict as in the cities of Daxia. Here, it is relatively more free and chaotic. Moreover, Hong Luo has developed quite well. Compared to Zhang Rou, she is not lacking at all, and no one can tell she is still a 17-year-old girl. At 7 in the evening, the night fell over the Dongxian district. A few of them headed towards the bar street in Dongxian district. The Night Hunter team's job of hunting demons and deities is fraught with risks and high mortality rates. Therefore, most ordinary Night Hunter teams live life with their heads on the chopping block. Not knowing when they might die, they are often extremely indulgent in pleasures. Among these, alcohol, tobacco, and women are the favorites of the Night Hunters. However, due to Daxia's prohibition of the pornographic industry, the bar culture in the 4 major districts has flourished immensely. The Sister Lian that Yi Xiao mentioned is the owner of a bar on the bar street. She is a woman full of charm. The name of her bar is also quite unique, Lielian Bar. Yi Xiao once asked what it meant, and Sister Lian just smiled and touched his face. "Little brother, do you know what people come to bars for? To drink? Drinking is just one part. More often, men come to find women. This is called hunting for beauty. If they hit it off, just outside this door is a hotel where they can indulge freely, each taking what they need, and the next day, they put on their clothes and don't recognize each other. If they meet on the battlefield, they won't hold back. So do you understand?" Sister Lian claimed she just took the homophone for hunting beauty, but Yi Xiao didn't think so. Sister Lian is a very passionate woman, with long, wavy hair that dances like flames and alluring red lips, making her the most famous rose on this bar street. If men come to hunt for beauty, they can't find a woman more alluring than her in the entire bar street. Yet, this enchanting rose has never been picked by anyone, and no one dares to cause trouble in Lielian Bar. From this, one can see how extraordinary Sister Lian is. "Oh, little ones, you're back again. This place isn't really suitable for young people to frequent." As they opened the door, Yi Xiao and the others walked into the bar. they took a seat at the bar. Little one, you don't have a crush on me, do you? Sister Lian brought over the drink menu, her red lips close to Yi Xiao's face, smiling. Of course, who doesn't like Sister Lian when they come to Lielian Bar? Yi Xiao chuckled softly. Hee, little one, you really know how to talk, I love to hear it. I'll treat you to a dozen beers. Saying this, Sister Lian placed several bottles of beer in front of them. It's a pity that I'm already in my 30s this year, not worthy of you young lads, that girl next to you is more suited for you. Sister Lian smiled and glanced at Zhang Rou. Shui is shy, don't tease her, Sister Lian, Yi Xiao thought, shaking his head. Sister Lian pursed her red lips. I've recently heard quite a bit about your Night Hunter team. TSK. Tomorrow, the 3 major teams are coming to judge you. Do you still have the mood to drink here today? Sister Lian asked with a smile. Drinking is something to do at any time. Changqing likes to drink, so our whole team came along to accompany him. Sister Lian, I toast you a glass. Saying this, Zhang Rou picked up her glass with a smile on her face. Alright then. Sister Lian gently clinked glasses with Zhang Rou. Are you here to celebrate today? Yes. Zhang Rou nodded. That makes it interesting. Look, everyone drinking here today, they're all here to celebrate too. Sister Lian pointed to the men and women filling the bar. These were all members of the hunter team who had their magic cores snatched by Yi Xiao and the others during the day. Now they were enjoying themselves in this bar. It wasn't just at Lian Bar, the entire street of bars was like this. But your celebration seems a bit different. Sister Lian laughed. The chaotic sounds in the bar reached Yi Xiao and the others' ears. If you ask me, the Dark Knight Hunter team deserves it. If the 3 major teams had warned them the first time, told them to be more restrained, hand over some magic cores, and apologize to us, they wouldn't have ended up like this. TCH, I say they're just too greedy. If they could leave a way out, we wouldn't be targeting them like this. Exactly. They had to snatch our livelihoods. A few young kids with such big appetites. This time we must hit the Dark Knight Hunter team so hard they can't get back up. Drink! Cheers! Let's celebrate the downfall of the Dark Knight Hunter team in advance. Brothers, drink! The Dark Knight Hunter team is finally going down. Ha. This is great. Look, everyone is saying your Dark Knight Hunter team is going to be finished tomorrow. The captains of the 3 major teams are all level 7 professionals. Little guy, can you handle it? Sister Lian teased. A man can't say he can't. Yi Xiao casually took a sip of his drink. Those guys, I think they're just drunk on fake wine, Yi Xiao said disdainfully, pointing at them. He. Although the little guy is young, he has quite the spirit, but, sister isn't selling fake wine. Saying this, Sister Lian brought over 2 plates of snacks. Little brother, I love hearing you talk, so I'm giving you 2 plates of snacks. Do your best tomorrow, after all, it's hard for me to meet another boy who speaks so nicely like you. Sister Lian giggled, covering her lips. Don't worry. If we come again tomorrow, how about Sister Lian treating us to drinks? Yi Xiao squinted and asked. Sister Lian looked deeply at Yi Xiao and then nodded. Of course. You can drink as much as you want then. Then for Sister Lian's drinks, we must get through this hurdle. Yi Xiao and the others drank and snacked, and before long, time passed. At this moment, most of the hunters present were also getting tipsy. In a dark corner, a man in his late 20s raised his glass. He was the captain of a well-known hunter team in the Dongchen district, the Zhanpeng hunter team, Zheng Zipeng. He was one of the better teams under the 9 major teams, and he was one of the initiators of this recent proclamation event. After all, before the Dark Knight Hunter team came to the Dongchen district, their hunter team had always taken the largest share after each demon tide, so they were direct victims of the interests. He walked towards the bar with a glass in hand, his eyes roaming over Zhang Rou's perfect body curve. His lecherous gaze was extremely malicious. Little beauty, I've been watching you for a long time, come have a drink with me. He placed the glass next to Zhang Rou's seat. Zhang Rou slightly raised her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Oh, so it's the Snow Beauty of the Dark Knight Hunter team. Zheng Zipeng recognized Zhang Rou. What? Snow Beauty, you came out to drink today? What are you drinking? None of your business, get lost. Before Zhang Rou could speak, Bai Ruoyu had already crossed her arms and splashed a drink in his face. TSK. The 2 beauties of the Dark Knight Hunter team are still as wild as ever, but the wilder, the more I like it. He wiped the wine off his face nonchalantly, even stuck out his tongue to lick a sip. The wine drunk by beauties is always sweet. That lewd expression made Bai Ruoyu's skin crawl. Get lost, perverted creep, so disdainful of me, huh? I was just saying if the 2 beauties. Oh no, 3 beauties, I didn't expect the Night Hunter team to hide such a little beauty. His gaze fell on the corner where Han Luo was sipping juice. If the 3 beauties are willing to accompany me for a night, I'll speak a few good words for you to the 3 lords of the 3rd team tomorrow. Then we can just punish 2 men, and as for the 3 beauties, you can join my Golden Rock Hunter team. My Golden Rock Hunter team welcomes the 3 beauties with open arms. Don't you all agree? He turned to greet his teammates sitting nearby. Yes, yes, yes. We love having beauties join us. The all-male Golden Rock Hunter team erupted in joy. The hunters present watched the unfolding drama with amused expressions. Bang! A wine bottle was slammed onto the table. Sister Lian, I believe you don't sell fake wine, but what if someone drinks fake wine in your bar? Yi Xiao teased as he set down his cup. Sister Lian sat at the bar, her slender fingers holding a lady's cigarette. Smoke rose slowly. Sister Lian rested her chin on her hand. Then I'll trouble my little brother to help me deal with it. Of course, I'd love to. Yi Xiao slowly stood up. Do you want me to keep you company for a night? He blocked Zheng Ziping's path. You, get lost. I want 3 beauties. Zheng Ziping looked at Yi Xiao with disdain. A flash of contempt crossed his eyes. On a normal day, he wouldn't dare speak to Yi Xiao like this, but after drinking too much tonight, as the saying goes, alcohol gives courage. Plus, knowing that the 3 teams would deal with the Night Hunter team tomorrow, and with many beauties and colleagues watching, Zheng Ziping, in a moment of heat, dared to confront Yi Xiao directly. Interesting, you're the first to tell me to get lost. Bang! Yi Xiao activated his War God Eye and Purple Extreme Demon Eye. He slapped Zheng Ziping on the head. Drank too much fake wine? Your brain not working? Can't turn it? Want me to swap your brain for you today? Bang! Yi Xiao pressed his head down and slammed it hard against the ground. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Zheng Ziping's head nearly exploded. A formation pattern flashed, and the ground remained intact. The bar's floor was reinforced with a formation. Otherwise, Yi Xiao's blow would have created a several-meter-deep pit. But while the ground was fine, Zheng Ziping was in trouble. Ah! He covered his head, crying out in pain. How's that? Want me to help you wake up? Yi Xiao asked coldly. Chongqing, you dare hit people. This scene shocked the other hunters. The Night Hunter team was too arrogant. They were about to be judged by the 3 captains tomorrow, yet they dared to be so brazen today. Don't they know how to write the word death? Chongqing, do you want to die? Let our captain go. Exactly. No fighting allowed in Dongchen district. Do you want to add more charges to your crimes and never recover? That's right. Let Captain Zhang go. Then apologize to him. Compensate for his medical expenses. The hunters present spat angrily at Yi Xiao. Interesting. I'm so scared. So scared. Yi Xiao scanned the room. A cold smile appeared on his lips. So I'm doomed, and I'll never recover. How terrifying. So I've decided to kill him. As the words fell, bang, a head exploded in Yi Xiao's hand. I want to see how you won't let me turn the tables. Yi Xiao grinned wickedly, looking at the many hunters. You, how dare you kill someone? The hunters stared at the bloodied head that had burst open like a ball, their faces turning pale. It wasn't that they had never seen a dead person, but they were purely frightened by Yi Xiao's arrogance. On the eve of the trial of the 3 captains, everyone thought the Night Hunter team was so worried they couldn't eat or sleep, yet they leisurely came to the bar to drink. That would have been enough, but while everyone thought the Night Hunter team would have to keep their heads down, they used facts to declare to the world their still proud nature. Either they didn't take the 3 captains seriously at all, or the Night Hunter team was a bunch of reckless lunatics. But judging by Chongqing's actions today, they were undoubtedly a group of madmen. They brazenly killed a captain of the hunter team. They were simply out of their minds. Yi Xiao casually took 2 napkins from the bar and wiped his hands. The trial of the 3 captains for my Night Hunter team is tomorrow's celebration. Today my Night Hunter team is still in the clear, so don't come provoking me like you've drunk fake wine. Otherwise, one by one, I'll take your heads off to hear a sound. Don't doubt it, I have the ability to do so. He casually burned the blood-red napkin. He said lightly, clean up the trash. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and instructed the members of the Golden Eagle Hunter team. After all, this is Sister Lian's bar. Too dirty will affect business. The members of the Golden Eagle Hunter team trembled in fear. 2 of them rushed forward to pick up Zheng Ziping's headless corpse, while 2 others held back their disgust to clean the blood on the ground. Their bodies shook, sweat pouring down their backs, not daring to stay here a moment longer. They feared that Yi Xiao might get carried away and blow their heads off too. Here, little brother, drink up. You were really brave just now. I was stunned. Yi Xiao sat back at the bar, and Sister Lian placed a glass of beer in front of him. Daring to drink fake wine in Sister Lian's bar, you definitely have to pay the price. Yi Xiao teased. Sister Lian smiled faintly, her expression turning serious. But seriously, little brother, doing things so recklessly, have you already thought of a way out? Not really, but my Chongqing's character has always been to drink today and forget about tomorrow. Tomorrow's matters will be thought of tomorrow. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, I block them. When water comes, I cover it. Saying this, he downed the beer in his glass. Thanks for the hospitality today, Sister Lian. I'm leaving, going back to sleep. Yi Xiao placed the money on the bar, and a few of them filed out of the bar. It's raining, Hong Luo, come, give me an umbrella. Creak, the bar door closed behind them. Sister Lian squinted her eyes, watching the figures disappear into the rain. Interesting little guy, and that red-haired girl, who exactly is she? Sister Lian lit another lady's cigarette, the rising white smoke enveloping her face. Did you hear? Last night, the captain of the Night Hunter team, Chang Qing, killed the captain of the Golden Eagle Hunter team, Zheng Zipam, on Bar Street. Damn it! This Night Hunter team is too arrogant. They really don't take the three captains seriously, do they? If you ask me, the Night Hunter team is a bunch of lunatics. They do things without considering the consequences at all. People outside say our hunter team has their heads stuck in their pants. If you ask me, this Night Hunter team is the one that truly doesn't care about their lives. Damn! So crazy. A bunch of lunatics. This is just reckless. Let's not provoke them for now. Anyway, the trial of the three captains is today. Just wait to see how he meets his end. Exactly. If the Night Hunter team can get through this, I'll let you shove my head up your ass to find treasure. F***CKU. Get lost. Damn. Who are you disgusting? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The celebration banquet for the three major teams arrived as scheduled. Since everyone in the Dongqian district was rough and tough, there weren't too many formalities. The banquet was set up outdoors with a few tents and hundreds of tables, just like a rural feast. As long as there was enough meat to eat and enough alcohol to drink, that was all that mattered. After all, many people might not make it to tomorrow. Who cares about being picky? The well-known and somewhat powerful hunting teams in Dongqian district were all present. Hundreds of fragmented teams. Those who didn't receive invitations should reflect on themselves. This has always been the standard for many years, whether their strength has improved or not. They're here. They're here. Damn, the Night Hunter team has arrived. **T. I thought they had run away overnight yesterday. I didn't expect them to really dare to come. This Night Hunter team is really not afraid of death. It's against the rules in Dongqian district to kill, and they don't care at all. They simply don't take the three captains seriously. Damn, I'm saying it here. Today I want to see how the Night Hunter team dies. At the front, sitting were the members of the three major hunting teams, along with the three captains, Yaoying, Zisha, Heiri. As Yi Xiao walked over with his team, the crowd naturally parted to make way for him. Besides the three tables at the front for the three major hunting teams, the fourth table was marked with the name of the Night Hunter team. Look, the three captains are so considerate. They even arranged for the Night Hunter team to sit at the fourth table. This means they are going to be criticized properly. Humph. I wonder if Changqing dares to act up today. If he does, the three captains can easily suppress him with just a wave of their hands. Exactly. The three captains are too strong. Just standing there, their aura makes me want to explode. I don't even dare to get close. I'm afraid I'll melt away. Several hunting teams looked at the Night Hunter team with ill intentions, waiting to see their jokes. As time passed, the other hunting teams had mostly arrived. First, the captains of the three major teams gave their speeches. The captain of the Zisha hunting team stood up and said a bunch of polite words. Something about defeating the Black Dragon King being the result of everyone's joint efforts, a credit to the entire Dongqian district. Something about the fall of a destruction-level deity, which made the capital very pleased and praised their Dongqian district greatly. There was even news that a vice-captain from the Void Hunter team, which had been deep in the wilderness fighting, would return to Dongqian district in a few days to take command here. It should be noted that the three vice-captains of the Void Hunter team all had level 8 rule level strength. Although they were just starting out, they were still quite powerful. Finally, there is one major matter. The captain of Zisha paused for a moment and slowly spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone sat up straight. They knew that the most important and crucial matter of this celebration banquet was about to be announced. That was the handling of the Night Hunter team by the three major hunting teams. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao remained calm, drinking and eating, carefree and happy. Oh, so calm? He's pretending. I bet $100. He's definitely sweating all over right now. Ha ha ha. I've been wanting to see that annoying face of Changqing get what he deserves for a long time. I really want to see him suffer. You'll see it soon. Stay tuned. Ha ha ha. The entire Night Hunter team is going to explode. Even Bai Ruoyu couldn't sit still anymore. Zhang Ro, could it be that we're really going to be finished? Don't be afraid. Look at Yi Xiao. He's still so calm. What are you afraid of? Stay calm. Exactly. If Hong Luo isn't afraid, what are you afraid of? Xiao Hongchen also nudged Bai Ruoyu and said, "That's right. At worst, we die. People die, birds fly to the sky. What are we afraid of? You don't have birds, thanks. Xiao Hongchen, are you being a rogue? You're going to die. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. The captain of the Purple Shah Hunter team smiled. It seems everyone has guessed it. Of course we guessed it. Ha ha ha. We've been looking forward to this for so long. Exactly. I didn't sleep a wink last night just to wait for this. It's up to you, the three captains. We completely trust your judgment. The hunters shouted. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you all to trust us so much. I raise a glass to you all. The captain of the Purple Shah Hunter team raised his glass and chuckled. Since everyone already knows, we won't hide it any longer. Actually, we plan to form a brotherly alliance with the Dark Knight Hunter team. From now on, the Dark Knight Hunter team will be the spokesperson for our three teams in the Eastern Shen district. The captain of the Purple Shah Hunter team announced loudly. Good, good, good. I knew it was this. Ha, did I hear wrong? What? Dark Knight Hunter team? Spokesperson? No, could it be that my entrance was wrong? Suddenly, the venue erupted into chaos. The hunters felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning. Were the captains of these three teams on drugs? Had they been possessed? They were not only ignoring the Dark Knight Hunter team's antics but also making them their spokesperson? What did that mean? Would the Dark Knight Hunter team's tail be sticking up in the air? They would all become the little tyrants of the Eastern Shen district. What would they do then? Would they not have to mix in anymore? Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. No. Why was it like this? It was completely different from what they had imagined. In contrast, Yi Xiao quietly ate his food with a smile. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Did he already know this would be the outcome? Does that mean the rest of the hunter teams were all played for fools by Yi Xiao? The worst off had to be the Golden Pun Hunter team, whose captain had been shot in the head and now didn't dare to make a sound. They not only faced no punishment but also gained fame and fortune. It was simply a sight too tragic to behold. Yi Xiao, Yi Xiao, did you know it would turn out like this all along? Yi Xiao, I don't even know what to say. Not only the hunters but even the members of the Dark Knight Hunter team were in shock. They had no idea what kind of mind control Yi Xiao had used on the captains of the three teams. Yi Xiao, thank you. I didn't expect you to go so far for our Dark Knight Hunter team, even selling yourself. You've worked so hard. Bai Ruoyu said, tears streaming down her face. Yi Xiao, I sold a Ikuan. Who told you I sold myself? Yi Xiao looked bewildered. Then, how do you explain? They wouldn't help us for no reason. Yi Xiao, I know you don't want us to worry. You do good deeds without seeking recognition. Yi Xiao, you are a truly good person. Bai Ruoyu said, her face tear-streaked. I can't communicate with you. Yi Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. With such imagination, you should write a book. It would sell like hotcakes. Xing Chang, what do you think? The three captains asked Yi Xiao. Let's forget about the spokesperson thing. I don't think our Dark Knight Hunter team has that kind of capability. In fact, our Dark Knight Hunter team just wants to hunt demons properly, contribute to the Great Xia, and earn some money with our own hands. But it seems that the other hunter teams in the Eastern Shen district are quite hostile towards us. Yi Xiao sighed faintly. I think that strong teams should share some pressure for weaker teams, so every time demons attack, I lead my team to the front lines to share the pressure for the brothers behind. But unexpectedly, the brothers think I'm robbing their resources. Sigh. He sighed deeply as he spoke. Yi Xiao's words made the hunters present twitch at the corners of their mouths. No, big brother, how are you pretending to be pitiful? We are the victims, and you weren't like this yesterday. Are you a Peking opera inheritor? Your face-changing skills are impressive. Even the three team leaders exchanged glances. If they didn't really know what you had done, they would have believed your words. But recalling those two powerful figures, the three dared not speak the truth. They could only cool their faces. I didn't expect that you brothers from the Evergreen team would encounter such unfair treatment in my Eastern Shen district. Don't worry, we will definitely seek justice for you. It was impossible not to be afraid. The two big shots behind the Night Hunter team could kill the Black Dragon King as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Moreover, with Chang Cheng and those two big shots looking so alike, they might even be siblings. With that relationship, let alone their three teams, even the Void Hunter team would be in trouble. So, the other hunters could only endure the grievances. Bang! The captain of the Purple Shah Hunter team was the angriest, slamming the table and standing up. There was no choice. Their team had indeed had conflicts with the Night Hunter team, so he had to express his stance immediately. You all are too disgraceful. Is there something wrong with killing the monsters you yourself have slain and taking the magic cores you have seized? If you can't compete with them, it's your own weakness. How dare you cry here? A bunch of useless trash. I'm embarrassed for you. So many of you can't even compete with the Night Hunter team. It's completely because of your lack of skill. You deserve to starve. If it were in my purple Shah hunter team, you would all be sent to clean the toilets." The hunters were dumbfounded by the scolding. How could the usually arrogant captain of the purple Shah hunter team look like a sycophant of the night hunter team today? Let me tell you, from now on, the night hunter team is under the protection of my purple Shah hunter team. Anyone who dares to make things difficult for them will be our enemy. Do you hear me? And my Yaoing hunter team, and my Hei Ri hunter team. The hunters now realized that the night hunter team had strong backing. They were like a fierce dragon crossing the river. With these three teams protecting them, who would dare to express dissatisfaction? They could only shrink back and keep their heads down. Only the Jinpeng hunter team, whose captain had died, watched the night hunter team from the back, gritting their teeth. Their eyes were filled with deep resentment. Damn that night hunter team! Ah, damn that night hunter team! Back at their residence, the members of the Jinpeng hunter team all frowned, their faces full of unwillingness, nearly biting their teeth in frustration. Among them, the vice-captain Sun Haoxuan was the angriest. In a fit of rage, he overturned the entire table, sending pots and pans crashing to the ground. No one knew that Sun Haoxuan was actually gay and had long had a crush on his captain, Zheng Ziping. So when Zheng Ziping's head was crushed by Yi Zhao's slap, he felt his heart shatter. Vice-captain, now that the Night Hunter team has the support of three major teams, how can we deal with them? The team members frowned. They couldn't match them in direct strength, and leveraging their position was useless. Did they have to swallow this anger? Vice-captain, I've contacted many hunter teams, but they all chose to give up. With three major teams backing the Night Hunter team, what can we do? We can only endure this anger. The team members said one after another. Endure my ass. Absolutely not. If you can endure this anger, I can't. Sun Haoxuan said coldly, waving his hand. Then Vice-captain, what do you suggest we do? Someone asked. I'll think of a way. Sun Haoxuan sat in a chair, taking swigs from a bottle of ergotu. The others sighed and went back to their rooms to sleep. With no way to take revenge, constantly thinking about it would only lead to their own downfall. Only the captain is dead, not a father. Just as Sun Haoxuan was about to finish an entire bottle of ergotu, a sudden high-pitched sound of a violin came from outside the window. It stirred the heart like a magical sound. Sun Haoxuan frowned. He staggered to his feet. The bottle of ergotu had already made him quite drunk, and he could barely walk straight. Who is it? Do you have any manners? It's the middle of the night, it's so noisy. Sun Haoxuan stood under the moonlight, looking around. At that moment, he spotted a shadow on a nearby large tree. Surrounded by moonlight, it was a young man, dressed in a black tailcoat with a white suit lining. He had silver hair that swayed gently in the breeze, and his red eyes revealed a unique depth. With years of experience, he could tell at a glance that this young man was not simple. He exuded an air of mystery. The wind tonight is quite boisterous. The young man took a slight step forward, and in the next moment, his figure vanished atop the treetops. Sun Haoxuan's body trembled, and he saw that the young man had somehow appeared right in front of him. You harbor hatred in your heart. Do you want revenge? The young man asked without stopping his movements. Sun Haoxuan swallowed hard. Who are you? Too many questions. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want revenge? Yes. That's good. Listen to me, and you can take your revenge. The young man smiled slightly. I heard that the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team is about to return. That would be a good opportunity for your revenge. Are you saying I should go find the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team to report? No. Reporting is meaningless. In a world where the strong are respected, all fairness and righteousness must give way to strength. You are insignificant. They won't listen to you. Then what should I do? Sun Haoxuan frowned and asked. Make a big deal out of it. How do I make it a big deal? That depends on whether you're willing to sacrifice. The young man said with a smile. As long as it can be for the captain's revenge. Very well, then you will listen to me. The first step is to kill all the members of your team. The young man pulled the violin. Boom! As the young man made his move, a purple flame rose from behind him. The flames howled in the fierce wind, roaring. The scorching heat hit Sun Haoxuan's face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. This is the ability of the Dark Knight Hunter team captain, Sheng. That's right, this is his ability. The next step is boom! The young man flicked the violin, and the purple flame transformed into a giant dragon, roaring towards the villa. In an instant, the entire villa was engulfed in purple flames. What are you doing? My team members are all inside. Sun Haoxuan's face changed dramatically. I told you, if you want revenge, you have to pay a price. The first step is sacrifice. Boom! The purple flames soared into the sky, quickly consuming the villa. Sun Haoxuan saw shadows moving inside the villa, struggling to escape, but they were all forced back by the flames controlled by the young man. In no time, the entire villa turned to ashes. Only wisps of purple still intertwined with the ground, continuously burning. Frame and slander, right? As long as you firmly assert that it was the Dark Knight Hunter team Captain Cheng who killed your team members, and then combine it with his ability of fire, the credibility will reach 80%. Plus, there are many people in the Dongchen district who are dissatisfied with the Dark Knight Hunter team, and there are plenty who will kick them while they're down. By manipulating public sentiment and opinion, you can achieve revenge from below, the young man said with a smile. Why are you helping me? Sun Haoxuan felt confused. We have a common enemy. I don't want to confront others head-on like that fool. I prefer to use others as a knife, so you will be my knife, and we will each get what we need, the young man said with a smile. Alright, I'll be your knife. I want to personally kill the captain of the Night Hunter team, Changqing. Sun Haoxuan nodded vigorously. Very well, I hope you can succeed. The young man smiled and then leaped back. Let me give you one more thing, or else it would be unfortunate if you accidentally died. A purple porcelain bottle fell into Sun Haoxuan's hands. What is this? Sun Haoxuan frowned. The immortal blood of the king of the Azure Dragon. Whether you use it or not is up to you. As the words fell, the young man's figure disappeared into the night. Only a faint voice remained. The wind tonight is quite noisy. Sun Haoxuan tightly gripped the porcelain bottle in his hand, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Night Hunter team, I will definitely avenge this grudge, along with the hatred of my teammates. Saying this, he opened the bottle cap and drank the immortal blood in one gulp. Then, gritting his teeth, he charged towards the purple flames. Boom! Half of his body was engulfed in the blazing purple fire. However, a shimmering light protected his body, preventing him from dying tragically in the flames. Sun Haoxuan let out a earth-shattering scream. Not far away, a figure stood in the shade of a tree. That's quite ruthless. I hope this knife doesn't break so quickly. He smiled faintly. Mulyoha, you really are useless, wasting that esteemed person's regard for you. But, if you don't die, how could this good opportunity come to me? After being hidden for so long, I finally have a chance to come out. How wonderful. Next, watch me strike for the kill. He gazed into the distance, looking beyond the eastern Xian district. Even if you manage to survive this round, I wonder if you can withstand the upcoming treason charge, Hong Yi. He. The young man sneered, his figure completely disappearing into the night. What's wrong? Still not asleep? Zhang Ro, draped in a nightgown, came to the living room and found Yi Xiao standing by the window, gazing at the distant sky. Can't sleep. I'm thinking about things in the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, that hidden figure had always been a weight on his heart. Moreover, Mulyoha also mentioned that this guy has many pawns under him, and he is just one of them. Calculating the time. I think the new opponent should be arriving soon. Yi Xiao shook his head. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not cease. That person's goal is very clear, to strangle all the talents of the Great Xia in their cradles, even going so far as to send assassins. After Yi Xiao's death, Hong Yi had already become the second target. New assassins would definitely continue to appear. Actually, this is a good thing. As long as Hong Yi is alive, the assassins will keep coming. The more they act, the more traces they will leave, and most importantly, they will focus their attention on me, making the other talents of the Great Xia safer. Yi Xiao said with a light smile. Yi Xiao, you. Zhang Ro tightened her clothes, wanting to say something, but then she saw the purple flames tearing through the night sky in the distance. Immediately after, a thunderous roar echoed. Captain of the Night Hunter team, Sheng, I will not rest until we settle this. The voice was so loud and tragic that it almost shook half of the eastern Xian district. What happened? What's going on? Zhang Ro and Yi Xiao exchanged glances. Yi Xiao, what exactly happened? Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchen also rushed out of their rooms. I don't know what happened. Let's go take a look. Yi Xiao shook his head. The few of them quickly put on their clothes and leaped into the night sky. Before leaving, Yi Xiao seemed to sense something. He turned his head slightly. In the treetops not far away, he caught a glimpse of a shadow that flashed by. Phew, that was close. This red knight really has some power. Almost got discovered. The young man gently patted his chest. Alright, this game has been set up. It's time to make preparations for the next move. He slowly walked towards the nightfall. A gust of air enveloped his body, and in the next moment, he actually transformed into Yi Xiao's appearance. Not used to it, but fine, I'll just make do for now. The young man's figure disappeared into the night. What's wrong? Yi Xiao? Zhang Ro asked when she saw Yi Xiao frowning. No, it's nothing. Just a bit curious. A flash of contemplation crossed Yi Xiao's eyes. If it were someone else, they might think they had seen it wrong. But he was a pupil master, he would never be mistaken. So, there was only one possibility for the situation. His enemy had arrived. Let's go. Let's see who is playing tricks. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Then, he and Zhang Ro's group flew towards the place where the purple flames soared into the sky. By the time they arrived, there were already quite a few people present. Many were members of the nearby God Hunter team, drawn in by the shouts. They're here! They're here! The Evergreen and Dark Knight God Hunter teams have arrived. The crowd parted to make way for Yi Xiao and the others. They saw a young man half kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds, with a face full of despair. Behind him was a villa reduced to ruins, the ground charred black, with purple flames flickering. They're dead. All dead. My teammates are all dead. Evergreen, why did you kill them? Why? The young man raised his head and shouted angrily at Yi Xiao. He looked as if he had truly suffered countless grievances. Big brother, I just got here, everyone saw it. Yi Xiao spread his hands helplessly. Who doesn't know you, Evergreen, have the ability to teleport? Disappearing first and then arriving late is just your usual tactic. Someone nearby spoke up. Exactly. Look, Evergreen, this purple flame, is it not your usual ability? Someone pointed at the villa that had been burned to ruins. The purple flame is indeed my ability, but does that mean I did it? By your logic, if one day you were stabbed in the throat, would you say it was done by my Dark Knight God Hunter team's sword fanatic? Yi Xiao retorted. They wouldn't just randomly accuse you. Look at their team members, all dead. And you yourself are in this miserable state. Do you think they would go to such lengths just to frame you? Yi Xiao sighed. If you insist it was me, I hardly know them. You can't say you don't know them. You have a grudge against them. You killed their captain, Zhang Zipeng, at the Lianlian bar. You must be afraid they would retaliate. So you wanted to strike first and kill them, right? Yi Xiao, if I were the one to kill, how could I possibly leave a survivor? That's because I once accidentally drank the blood of the Azure Dragon King. My vitality is strong. You can't kill me in a short time. Sun Haoshuan gasped as he spoke. Evergreen, you rely on the protection of the three major teams. You act recklessly, like a fierce god, killing all members of my Golden Pang God Hunter team. I will never forget this grudge in my lifetime. Tomorrow happens to be the time when the adults of the Void God Hunter team return. I will report everything to the adults. Please let them decide for us. Sun Haoshuan said coldly. That's right, Sun Haoshuan. Report to the adults of the Void God Hunter team. We ask the adults to decide for us. The Dark Knight God Hunter team is truly too overbearing. Relying on their backing, they now dare to destroy teams at will in the city. What have they done to the rules of the Dongchen district? The crowd said indignantly. Yi Xiao lit a cigarette. The situation has become very clear. Someone wants to use a knife to kill. Sun Haoshuan is that knife. Although it's unclear whether he is aware or not, Yi Xiao is more inclined to believe he is aware. The hunters present already harbor grievances against him, and with just a little provocation, their resentment flares up. Therefore, any attempt at self-justification now is meaningless. These people won't listen to his explanations, they just want to beat a drowning dog. They want to completely crush Yi Xiao into the dust. Softness is useless, so he might as well go all out. At worst, if he exposes his identity, the Void Hunter team won't do anything to him. Since you insist that I did it, how about, let's see what I can really do. Boom! A terrifying purple flame erupted from Yi Xiao's back, soaring into the sky. If reasoning won't work, then let's not reason. Isn't it more straightforward to subdue people with force? Chongqing, you want to kill to silence me. Chongqing, you dare to make a move. Are you crazy? Seeing Yi Xiao's actions, everyone's expressions changed instantly. This Chongqing is too arrogant. He's simply gone off the deep end. He's a madman who acts without considering the consequences. Is there any better way to deal with you idiots than to take action? Open your eyes and see clearly the character of Chongqing. If I make a move, there will be no survivors. Boom! Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Xiao stepped forward, and the sky was filled with purple flames transforming into countless chilling sword energies, the piercing sword energy carrying the power to incinerate everything. The terrifying pressure made even those at the perfect level, 3rd or 4th tier, tremble. He stood firm, the chilling flame sword energy rolling, like a terrifying wall of sword energy, stretching across the night sky, igniting a chasm. The hunters all turned pale. Yes, with Chongqing's earth-shattering strength, why would he need to leave any survivors? With this move, if he wanted to kill, none of the hunters present could escape. Come on, since you all say I, Chongqing, am a killer, then I'll show you what I can do. Boom! The next second, the sword energy formed from purple flames surged forward. Swish swish swish, the sky full of sword energy shot towards the hunters. Instantly, the hunters' faces turned white. Chongqing, we were wrong. Chongqing, stop. I have elders above and children below. Don't kill me, Chongqing. I just came to watch the fun. It has nothing to do with me. Chongqing, I call you Dad. Daddy, forgive your dear son. The hunters were terrified, their faces pale. Their guts were about to spill out. Damn Sun Haoxuan. Damn it. You set me up. Damn. Sun Haoxuan. What the hell do you mean? Exactly. Sun Haoxuan. You're slandering Chongqing, right? Sun Haoxuan. How could my dad Chongqing possibly kill someone? You must have killed your own teammate and framed my dad Chongqing. Sun Haoxuan, you're on the path to death. The hunters rallied, invigorated, spitting curses at Sun Haoxuan. Some even spat a mouthful of ancient phlegm at him. What the hell? Sun Haoxuan turned green with anger. This situation is nothing like I imagined. Shouldn't we all be criticizing Chongqing together, and then Chongqing would be helpless in the face of public opinion? Finally, let the big shots of the Void Hunter team make the decision, and then Chongqing would be wrongfully imprisoned, right? Why has it turned out like this now? Who was it that told me that public opinion is terrifying? That you can use people's hearts and public opinion to oppress others? They completely forgot that this Chongqing is a madman who doesn't play by the rules. You can't use normal means to deal with a madman. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The purple fire sword energy cut through the sky, Yi Zhao's gaze sharp, revealing a killing intent. The hunters were thoroughly frightened. This Chongqing was really coming to kill them. 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. At that moment, Yi Zhao's lips parted slightly. Swish! In the next moment, a silvery light appeared beside the swirling sword energy. A young man clad in a silver battle robe materialized, his sword-like brows raised, and then he flicked his robe. Swish, swish, swish. The sky full of sword energy was swallowed by his silver robe. What is this place? What is happening? The young man in the silver robe coldly scanned the scene, questioning in a chilling voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several figures rushed to the scene. It was none other than the captains of the three major hunting teams, Zisha, Yaoying, and Eri. Vice Captain Sikong. The group cupped their hands towards the young man in the silver robe. Indeed, the silver-robed youth was one of the three active vice captains of the Void Hunting team. Sikong Yao. Strength, Rule Level 3. Profession, Rare Profession, the Voidbreaker, Mastering the Power of Space. We greet Vice Captain Sikong. Upon seeing the silver-robed youth appear, all the hunters present bowed. The Dongqian district was established solely by the Void Hunting team, whose captain was a top-tier powerhouse of the Great Xia, often elusive, battling on the front lines of the wilderness. Therefore, all affairs in the Dongqian district were entrusted to the three vice-captains to manage externally. They were the true figures standing at the pinnacle of the Dongqian district. Vice Captain Sikong. This Chongqing, from the Dark Knight hunting team, he killed our Golden Peng hunting team members. Now he wants to kill to silence us. At this moment, Sun Haoxuan crawled to Sikong Yao's feet, crying and snotting. What happened? The undying blood of the Azure Dragon King? Sikong Yao squinted his eyes and said, Do you have a connection with the Azure Dragon King? No. I just happened to drink a drop of the Azure Dragon King's undying blood. Sun Haoxuan waved his hands in explanation. Oh, then go on. Sikong Yao waved his hand. The thing is, ababa, balabula, la 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 la. Sun Haoxuan embellished the story, speaking with tears and snot. Is that how it happened? After Sun Haoxuan finished, Sikong Yao scanned the crowd, questioning. Vice Captain Sikong. The captains of the three teams wanted to speak. Shut up. Sikong Yao spoke coldly. I didn't ask you. The three instantly fell silent. Sikong Yao's questioning gaze fell on the hunters. Is the matter truly as he said? The hunters exchanged glances, first shaking their heads and then nodding. They glanced at Yi Xiao, fear flashing in their eyes. They truly dared not speak carelessly now, fearing that Chongqing would strike first and cut them down. Are you all afraid of him? Sikong Yao looked up at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's gaze was indifferent as he lowered his head to meet Sikong Yao's eyes. Why lower his head? Oh, because Sikong Yao was a white-haired youth with dead fish eyes, only 1.60 meters tall. The hunters shook their heads and then nodded. The main idea was to avoid offending either side. Sigh. To make these guys so afraid of you, you must have some strength. Sikong Yao stroked his chin, sizing up Yi Xiao, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. What that sun guy said just now, is it true or false? If I say it's false, will you believe me? Yi Xiao retorted. Hee, interesting. It's been a long time since I've met someone who talks to me like this. I'll give you 3 minutes to explain, otherwise, all 5 members of your Dark Knight hunting team will be thrown into the Black Death prison. Sikong Yao said. Hee, the top vice captain of the Void hunting team is just someone who listens to one side of the story. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen sneered. No, you expressionless brat, I'm not just listening to one side. Both you and Sun Haoxuan will be thrown into the death prison. I will personally participate in the investigation of this matter, Ssssss-Level said with a smile. I want to know how many monsters and spirits have emerged in the Eastern Chen district while the Void Hunter team has been fighting on the front lines. Since I, Ssssss-Level, have returned today, then, everyone, one by one. No one can escape. I will root them all out and kill them cleanly. Ssssss-Level flicked his silver-white battle robe and said coldly. Instantly, all the hunters shivered. Truly, the Void Hunter team exuded an impressive aura. But just then, an untimely voice broke in. Dead fish-eyed kid, it's been a while. When are you going to change that arrogant personality of yours? Upon hearing this nickname, Ssssss-Level's expression stiffened. Immediately, the veins on his forehead began to throb. Dead fish eye, that was his Achilles heel. On the wilderness front, those who dared to call him Dead fish eye had all been strung up as human corpses by his void power. He never expected that upon returning to the Eastern Xian district, someone would still dare to call him that. Looking for death. Who is it? Get out here. Ssssss-Level exploded in anger. Slap! A fair hand descended from the sky, pressing down on Ssssss-Level's head. The next second, the familiar scent of a lady's cigarette wafted over. Ah, dead fish-eyed kid, it was me who called you. I'm here. Are you going to tell me to get lost? The familiar voice reached his ears, and Ssssss-Level's brow instantly relaxed. Sister Lien. He looked up in surprise at the alluring red-haired woman in front of him, a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Whoa woo, Sister Lien, I missed you so much, Ssssss-Level shouted as he lunged towards her. Ah, stay away from me, that undeveloped smell on you is really making me uncomfortable. Sister Lien pressed down on Ssssss-Level's head with one hand, preventing him from getting any closer. The hunters exchanged glances. Wait, is this the style of the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team? The captain of the third team looked completely bewildered. Where did the imposing Ssssss-Level vice-captain go? Even Yi Xiao twitched at the corners of his mouth. Wait, brother, where did that impressive demeanor you had just now go? Kid, it's been a few years, you haven't grown taller, but your temper has gotten worse. Saying this, Sister Lien came up and locked Ssssss-Level's throat. Ah, ouch, my neck is going to break. I'm sorry, Sister Lien, I'm sorry. Ssssss-Level struggled and shouted. After years apart, Sister Lien's skills were still as proficient as ever. Sister Lien, this is... At this moment, Yi Xiao spoke up in surprise. Oh, I forgot to introduce you, this is my little brother, just call him Dead Fish Eye. Sister Lien pointed at Ssssss-Level. Little brother, don't be fooled by his childish appearance, he's over 30 this year, and this Dead Fish Eye's temper just gets worse every year. Sister Lien waved her hand. Ah, Sister Lien, you're not much better, you're already 40. Bang! A fist descended from the sky. Ouch! A large bump appeared on Ssssss-Level's head. Don't pry too much into a lady's age, boy. Ssssss-Level quickly shut his mouth. Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. 40? Earlier, Sister Lien had said she was in her 30s. That's age misrepresentation. Alright, Dead Fish Eye is back, come have a couple of drinks with me, Sister Lien said. However, upon hearing this, Ssssss-Level's expression turned serious. That won't do, Sister Lien. The Night Hunter team is currently suspected of killing another hunter team. I need to capture them for investigation, Ssssss-Level said. But Sister Lien burst into laughter. Kid, you've been fooled. If you say others would do such a thing, you can't say the Night Hunter team would absolutely never do that. Ssssss-Level frowned. Why? Sister Lien, how can you be so sure? Sister Lien nodded. Of course, do you know who that little girl is? She said, pointing at the red-haired girl who had been hiding beside by Ruoyu. She is. Ssssss-Level scrutinized the red-haired girl closely. In the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. She can't be. Sister Lien nodded. That's right, Hong Luo is that guy's daughter. Hong Lai's daughter. Ssssss-Level's gaze turned red instantly. Hong Lai's daughter. She's actually still alive. Actually. He trembled as he reached out towards Hong Luo. Hong Luo, frightened, hid behind Bai Ruoyu. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come over, you pervert. Bai Ruoyu shielded Hong Luo. No, I mean no harm, I'm just too excited. I didn't expect Hong Lai's daughter to still be alive. I'm really too excited. Ssssss-Level shook his head. So, now you understand, right? The Night Hunter team would never do something like this. If you don't trust my judgment, do you not trust Hong Lai's judgment either? They are people worthy of Hong Lai's trust. Sister Lien's eyes also turned slightly red as she turned her head and took a deep drag from her cigarette. Back then, the Void Hunter team had only been established for a short time, and she was just an emerging ordinary member of the team, while Ssssss-Level was even worse off, a recent college graduate who could only be considered a peripheral member of the Void Hunter team. And Hong Lai, yes, he was their senior, the vice captain. He was also one of the oldest founders of the Void Hunter team. After Hong Lai's death, Sister Lian inherited his position as vice captain and continued to serve in the Void Hunter team for 3 more years. After that, disheartened, she stepped down from her heavy responsibilities and opened a bar in the Dongqian district, named Lai Lian Bar, with Lai representing Hong Lai, and Siko Miao became the 3rd vice captain of the Void Hunter team. Therefore, the bond between them was deep. For Siko Miao over a decade ago, Hong Lai was his faith, the lighthouse guiding his path, so he would never doubt the person chosen by Hong Lai. Now you should understand, kid, someone is definitely lying about this. As for who is lying, I think you should already be very clear, Sister Lian said as she extinguished her cigarette. Siko Miao nodded, and with a swish, he suddenly turned around, raising his hand casually. Sun Haoshuan's body was enveloped by an invisible force and lifted into the air. Speak about what? Sun Haoshuan struggled to respond. Who is manipulating you from behind? Otherwise, you alone could never do such a thing. At the very least, the ability to imitate others is not something you can achieve. I don't know what you're talking about, Vice Captain Sikong. Everything I said is true, Sun Haoshuan said, struggling, still daring to be stubborn, not admitting it. Fine. Sun Haoshuan waved his hand. A spatial rift appeared. In the next moment, crack, Sun Haoshuan's arm was directly severed by the void. He let out a painful scream. Are you going to talk or not? I will talk. Spare me. Sun Haoshuan was completely terrified. The murderer is. Boom. In the next instant, purple flames enveloped his body. Curse. Siko Miao's expression darkened. The purple flames actually began to cling to him through the power of space. What a strange method. He waved his hand, and the power of space suppressed the purple flames. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook. Chongqing, I'm here to save you. Let's kill these damned humans together. Boom! A dragon claw covered in green scales descended from the sky. Instantly, Yi Xiao and Siko Miao's expressions turned strange. The Azure Dragon King? What do you mean? Who are you here to save? Is this Azure Dragon King out of his mind? Siko Miao looked at Yi Xiao with a strange expression, then waved his silver robe. Whoosh! A long spear appeared in his hand. Spear of penetrating void. Boom! Siko Miao stepped into the air and thrust the spear towards the descending Azure Dragon Claw. The Dragon King's physical body is very strong, with immense power. If it's just a contest of physical strength, Deputy Captain Siko might not fare well. The captain of the Black Sun Hunter team retreated, watching the Dragon Claw and the spear. He was the most qualified to say this. On that day, he had taken a Dragon Claw from the Black Dragon King with his fist, and half of his arm was rendered useless. If humans were to clash with the Dragon King using sheer physical strength, they would definitely suffer, even those renowned martial artists known for their physical prowess. Unless, of course, your body was terrifyingly strong like the demonic attire of Yi Xiao, but such cases were exceedingly rare. You don't understand, do you? That dead fish-eyed guy is a void manipulator, controlling spatial power. How could he possibly clash head-on with them? Sister Lian chuckled softly, covering her mouth. The next second, as expected, whoosh, the long spear actually vanished into the void, and then, slash, the Azure Dragon King's claw was pierced. Blood rained down from the sky. So that's how it is. Yi Xiao, who also mastered spatial power, immediately recognized the technique Siko Miao was using. By utilizing spatial power, he transmitted the spear into the flesh of the Azure Dragon King, bypassing the defense of the dragon scales, delivering a heavy blow. Azure Dragon King, since you have the guts to cause trouble in my Dongqian district, then you shall remain here forever. Siko Miao sneered. He swung the spear. Spear of rending void. Boom! A series of spatial black holes opened as Siko Miao shook the silver spear, forcibly tearing off one of the Azure Dragon King's claws. This kid's mastery of spatial power is becoming increasingly exquisite. Sister Lian nodded in satisfaction. By unleashing spatial power at the wound of the Azure Dragon King, he used the force of space to rip off one of its claws. Such skill was not something an ordinary void manipulator could achieve. Oh, the Azure Dragon King cried out in pain. Chongqing, come help me. Let's break out together. Yi Xiao was left speechless. What the hell? Is he randomly calling for teammates here? No martial ethics. Do I even know you? Hee, it seems someone has been feeding the Azure Dragon King some good lines. If I weren't here today, little brother, you'd have no way to defend yourself. Sister Lian chuckled lightly. After all, the dignified Azure Dragon King risked danger to come to the Dongqian district just to save you. There's no way you two are in cahoots. Not even a ghost would believe that. Unfortunately, this scheme was exposed early, making the Azure Dragon King look somewhat foolish. Little brother, let the dead fish-eyed kid deal with the Azure Dragon King. You should do what you need to do. I think you want to root out that person who's been targeting you in the shadows. Sister Lian took a puff of smoke and smiled. Yi Xiao nodded. Thank you, Sister Lian. I'll treat you to drinks afterward. Then you better order a few more bottles to help me boost my sales. Sister Lian exhaled a puff of white smoke with a smile. Definitely. Whoosh! Yi Xiao's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Shadow God, find him for me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless black tentacles emerged from the shadows behind Yi Xiao, extending in all directions. In the wilderness. La la la. La la la. I'm a silent. A silver-haired boy in a suit walked through the woods, holding a violin in one hand and a bow in the other. As expected, this knife is too dull. It broke right away. What a pity for the Azure Dragon King. He's in trouble now. No time to waste. Let's hurry. The silver-haired boy shook his head. His figure began to blur, as if he would disappear from the spot in the next second. Just then, whoosh! The air was pierced, and a black tentacle surged towards this place at an incredibly fast speed. Suddenly, it wrapped around the entire body of the young man. The tentacles of the Shadow God? The silver-haired boy's teleportation was forcibly halted. He raised his gaze and saw that the night sky had been obscured by a purple flame canopy. Oh, no, rather than a flame canopy, it looked more like outstretched wings. A figure with gigantic flaming wings loomed, covering the sky with flames. He wielded a nearly 10-meter-long silver giant sword, resembling a divine cross of judgment upon the world. Finally found you. Thinking you could escape after doing something bad? That's not how good kids behave. Yi Xiao grinned, then suddenly dove down. Swish, swish, swish. Countless tentacles shot out from his shadow, rushing towards the silver-haired boy. That useless Mulyoha, dying only to make things easier for you. What a disgrace. The silver-haired boy scoffed. His body tensed slightly, and the next moment, crack, all the black tentacles were broken free. Swish, swish, swish. Array after array appeared in the void, surrounding the boy in a ring. Soon, 10 great arrays were imprinted on his body. Speed enhancement, defense enhancement, attack enhancement, recovery enhancement, magic resistance enhancement, magic attack enhancement. 10 consecutive enhancement skills. You really are afraid of dying. A look of astonishment appeared on Yi Xiao's face. In our line of work, protecting oneself is the top priority. As long as you're alive, there's hope. The silver-haired boy smiled slightly. He retreated backward, clearly not wanting to clash head-on with Yi Xiao. Buzz! A dark abyss tore through the void, appearing before the boy. Armed with various weapons and shrouded in black mist, the underworld soldiers surged out from the abyss. The shadows of countless underworld soldiers charged towards Yi Xiao. You're the most life-preserving guy I've ever seen. Boom! A blood-red hand suddenly reached out from behind Yi Xiao. The power of the blood god. You've mastered this too. That useless Mulyoha. Did he go specifically to aid the enemy? Shock flashed across the boy's face, and he couldn't help but curse. Boom! The blood-red hand descended from the sky, devouring the countless underworld soldiers, even swallowing the black abyss. You can't escape. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered. Buzz! Buzz! Centered around him, the formations began to spread. 10 directions great suppression. Hundreds of formations covered the forest, trapping the silver-haired boy inside. I can't escape. I can only confront him head-on? A hint of helplessness flashed in his crimson eyes. I don't want to fight. I really don't want to fight. I'm so annoyed at having to do it myself. Boom! As he drew the violin, the sound grew increasingly piercing. Zing! 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 As the boy continued to draw the violin, the ground began to tremble. The next moment, the wilderness cracked open, and trees turned to ash. Rumble! Golden light illuminated the void. Then, a massive fortress emerged from the ground. That is, in front of the gigantic fortress, a golden figure wearing a crown was tightly bound by numerous thick chains atop the fortress. The god of music theory. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. This was undoubtedly a destruction-level deity, completely burned to ashes 7 years ago by the God Hunter team led by Qi Xiao with the power of the sun god. This deity was said to have a voice capable of destroying worlds. Once it spoke, all things would collapse into the cycle of death. Who would have thought it would appear here now? No, this is the remnants of the god of music theory. The power of the sun god didn't completely burn her to ashes. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This was yet another extraordinary existence. The remnants of the god of music theory were not something a perfect-level practitioner like the silver-haired boy could control. There must be someone helping him from behind. How many of these young monsters has that person cultivated? The shadow god and blood god of the wood flow river, the god of music theory in the form of a silver-haired youth. After laying out plans for so many years behind the great Xia, what other trump cards does he have? God of music theory? What is going on? A female voice came, and Sister Lian's figure appeared beside Yi Xiao. She was smoking a white cigarette, her expression quite serious. Sister Lian, Little brother, there's no time to talk. If the god of music theory speaks, this area will be destroyed. She is known as the goddess of sound and ruin. If it weren't for the great Xia sword god Su Changhan locking her throat with a sword back then, Lin Qixao would have had no chance to use the power of the sun god to burn her. Once the god of music theory opens her mouth, the entire Pacific Ocean will be drained. Sister Lian said with a grave expression, so terrifying? That's right. Although the god of music theory is only classified as a destruction-level deity, her terror level is even close to that of a world-destroying deity. A world-destroying level corresponds to a level 9 practitioner, a power level. Even the great Xia sword god has not reached this height. However, you don't need to worry too much. This is just a remnant body and cannot exert her full strength from back then. Sister Lian raised an eyebrow and extinguished her cigarette. It's been 7 or 8 years since I last fought. I really don't know if my skills have become rusty. She took a step forward. Whoosh! A wave of red light expanded around Sister Lian, her hair flowing like flames in the void. A set of thin red gold armor enveloped her body. Her aura grew stronger, as if a terrifying power was gradually awakening within her. This is, Yi Xiao suddenly remembered. He had seen it in textbooks during middle school. The top female practitioner of the Great Xia, the vice captain of the Void Hunter team, known as the Goddess of War, Shangwan Lian. Profession, warrior. Bang! Sister Lian stomped one foot, and the air exploded with a loud bang, breaking the sound barrier with physical strength. Yi Zhao's expression changed slightly. Shangwan Lian's figure appeared above the god of music theory, and then, bang! A kick descended like a hammer, forcibly closing the god of music theory's mouth, which was about to open. Little brother, with me here, the god of music theory can't speak. You go catch that silver-haired kid. Shangwan Lian punched the god of music theory's body. Crack, crack, cracks began to appear. Her terrifying destructive power was like that of a female tyrannosaurus. Okay. Yi Xiao didn't linger too long. He gripped the sword of Damocles. Boom! He slashed down towards the ground. Where are you going? Whoosh! Yi Xiao's body flickered, the power of space overflowing, disappearing into midair. In the next moment, the fleeing figure of the silver-haired youth was getting closer to him. So that's it. The violin in your hand is the artifact that binds the god of music theory. You can't stray too far from her. Yi Xiao grinned. Otherwise, if conditions allowed, with his temperament of a dead friend is not a dead Taoist, he would have run away long ago. Clang! A silver Damocles sword fell, and the silver-haired youth gripped the Bada block in front of him. I told you I'm a certain strategist. Don't chase me and hit me. Damn it! The silver-haired youth's calm expression finally broke. Buzz! The bow in his hand transformed into a long knife, waves of sound rolling and shooting towards Yi Xiao. Hee, do you know a saying? A strategist enters the game with his own body, and then dies. The path vanishes. War God Phantom, open for me. Dawn! A towering golden giant phantom appeared behind Yi Xiao. The aura of the wild spread, the war god roared at the heavens, and that shadow became increasingly solid. Yi Xiao touched his pupils, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His martial god's phantom became increasingly clear, and a faint aura of the ultimate path unexpectedly emanated from above. Could it be that this is moving towards the martial Dao's heavenly eye? Yi Zhao's face showed surprise. He had felt the divine might of the martial Dao's heavenly eye, a pair of heavenly eyes that illuminated the past and present. Slaying immortals, gods, and demons, its power was deemed invincible. Boom! The martial god's phantom stepped forward, then swung its divine fist. With one punch, it sent the silver-haired youth flying. Without the god of music theory, you are weak beyond words. Boom! The martial god's phantom waved its hand and grabbed the silver-haired youth. Speak! Who is manipulating you and Mu Lioha from behind? Pa! The silver-haired youth spat. Do you think I look like a fool? How could I possibly tell you? The silver-haired youth wore a disdainful expression. Should I call you Hong Yi or Yi Xiao, or perhaps Chongqing? Forget it, no matter which. I just want to tell you that I know what you're plotting. You're not returning to the imperial capital because you're hiding from that person, right? But that person has completely set their sights on you, just like Yili of the past, just like Han Lai. As long as he wants to kill someone, no one can escape, and you are no exception. Mu Lioha and I are just a part of his plan. There are many like us, and they will appear. It's useless no matter where you run, Yi Xiao. Besides death, you have no other path to take. The silver-haired youth had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, speaking indifferently. Just kill me. The mission has failed, and I can't possibly go back alive. Anyway, this time I acted on my own, and I bear the consequences. You are right, a strategist entering the game, death is the end. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking as if he didn't care what happened to him. Little brother, don't kill him yet, I might have some clues. At that moment, Shangwan Lian stepped through the void. Sister Lien, did you deal with the god of music theory? Ah, it's been a long time since I fought, and I've gotten a bit rusty. I accidentally blew her head off. Sister Lien rubbed her elbow as she spoke. Alright, the main matter is urgent. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the silver-haired youth. If I'm not mistaken, you are the brother of the dead fisheye, right? 15 years ago, when the demons breached Baizhou City, the angel orphanage, the silver-haired youth's body trembled. But at this moment, Yi Zhao's gaze suddenly sharpened. You, what did you say? Boom! At this moment, in the direction of the Dongqian district, a flickering silver light pierced through the sky. The gun of annihilation at the end. Sikong Yao's roar echoed. Vacuum crusher. Boom! A silver spear light that pierced through the universe erupted in an instant, followed by the wails and roars of the Azure Dragon King. Whoosh! A complete Azure Dragon silhouette swept across the sky. The Azure Dragon King fled in panic. The silver-haired figure in battle robes followed closely behind. Humph! If it weren't for the immortal blood in your body, I could kill you as easily as slaughtering a dog. The so-called Dragon King is just a bunch of tough-skinned, thick-fleshed fellows. Sikong Yao waved the sharp divine spear in his hand, speaking disdainfully. Hey, dead fisheye, you're here. Sister Lien waved at him. Sikong Yao approached with the long spear in hand. Sister Lien, is this the culprit? Shouldn't we keep him alive for the new year to make cured meat? Whoosh! Sikong Yao raised the divine spear, aiming at the silver-haired youth's forehead. Their hair colors were strikingly similar, and Sikong Yao's azure eyes and the silver-haired youth's blood-red eyes reflected each other. You! Sikong Yao's brows suddenly furrowed. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. That feeling, as if in an instant, it pulled him across time and space, back to the disaster that scorched the earth over 20 years ago, forced apart from his loved ones in swaddling clothes. Sister Lien, Sikong Yao spoke with a flickering gaze. Shangguan Lien nodded. It's just as you think, he might be your long-lost brother. Sikong Yuan, how is that possible? Sikong Yao's pupils constricted. 20 years ago, in a small city of the Great Xia, Baizhou, an orphanage called Angel, 13-year-old Sikong Yao was with his younger brother Sikong Yuan, who was not yet 3. Later, in the wilderness, a deity attacked Baizhou, and the entire city collapsed in an instant. Too fast, just one night, the deity silently unfolded its domain, enveloping the whole city. Sikong Yao still cannot forget that night when he woke up to a sky full of sparks. The towering buildings turned to ruins. Monstrous demons, fierce as beasts, ran rampant in the streets. All order was consumed and buried by the raging fire. He fled with his brother, powerful demons chasing from all directions. To save his brother, he led the demons away alone. Then, he encountered Hong Lai and was saved. But when he turned back, his brother had already vanished without a trace. Sikong Yao's hatred for the demons and deities is rooted in this reason. He always thought his brother was dead. After all, how could a 2.5-year-old child survive alone in this chaotic world? Unexpectedly, the person before him. But if that's the case, what should his stance be? Swish! Sikong Yao sheathed his spear. Sister Lien, you're mistaken, he is not my brother. My brother died in the belly of a demon 20 years ago. He slowly turned around. Hey, dead fish eyes, he is. Sister Lien wanted to say more. You're mistaken, Sister Lien, he is just an enemy. Kill him, Sister Lien. Sikong Yao said coldly. Whether or not he was clear about it, that deep-rooted call of blood ties could not be wrong. But, before being a brother, he was still the vice-captain of the Void Hunter team. There are things to do and things not to do. That's right. I have no family in this world. Don't think you can play the emotional card to extract any words from me. The silver-haired youth sneered. Turning his head away, his blood-red eyes were filled only with coldness. Little brother, lock him up. Sister Lien gritted her teeth and said, killing him could not be done for now. Many things needed to be extracted from his mouth, but capturing him was not a problem. Okay. Yi Xiao nodded. Ancient runes flickered in his eyes. Dual pupil divine power, sealing all things with a thought. Swish! Runes burst forth around the silver-haired youth. His blood-red eyes turned. Looking at the runes about to cover his body, he gritted his teeth hard. My lord, please grant me your final brilliance. Boom! The bow in his hand was forcefully broken. Buzz! A black chain floated in midair, and on that chain, a pitch-black mandala flower mark appeared. This is the mandala cult. Sister Lien's eyes widened. Crack! The next second, the pitch-black chain ensnared the silver-haired youth's body. Boom! A terrifying black light surged into the void. Great mandala deity, master of death and revenge, power of the descending deity. Zizizi! The black light enveloped the silver-haired youth, his aura continuously rising. He instantly broke through the 6th level domain category, heading towards the 7th level disaster level. Boom boom boom! Purple-black lightning trembled around, and a black mandala flower bloomed on the silver-haired youth's forehead. Unknowingly courting death, dare to cause trouble. Boom! Just as Yi Xiao and Sister Lian had not yet moved, Siko, who had already walked far away, suddenly turned around at an incredible speed. He held a spear shining like the stars, piercing through the void. Spear of piercing at the end. With his strength, even if the power of the descending god was formidable, it would be of no use. Siko spear swept through like a bamboo being split, instantly extinguishing all the black light. Just as he was about to pierce the silver-haired boy's chest, a flicker of hesitation visibly flashed in his emerald-green pupils. But the next second, it was replaced by determination. Whoosh! The spear pierced through his heart. The medium of the descending god was abruptly severed. It came quickly and left just as fast. The black mandala flower exploded in the void. Hey! Dead fish eyes! Sister Lian's eyes flashed with a hint of compassion. Don't say anything, Sister Lian. For the rest of my life, I will dedicate myself to the great Xia and fight to the death. Siko hoarse voice rang out. The silver-haired boy grasped the spear that had pierced through his heart. Vice captain of the Void Hunter team, Siko, you truly are adorned with glory. Your brilliance hurts me so much. Various complex emotions flickered in his eyes. You've taken the wrong path. You shouldn't betray the great Xia, Siko said coldly. No, I'm just a bit less fortunate than you. I didn't encounter a righteous person to guide me, but that doesn't mean I've taken the wrong path. Siko, you have your beliefs, and I have mine. Your beliefs are destined to end in tragedy. Siko suddenly withdrew his spear. Blood splattered. Thud! The silver-haired boy's body collapsed to the ground, and his eyes slowly closed. Hey! Dead fish eyes! Don't speak, Sister Lian, I want to kill. Gods! Swish! A silver light shot into the sky. Siko figure vanished from the spot. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Sister Lian, I am also an orphan. The orphanage that took me in was called the Angel Orphanage. What did you say? Sister Lian frowned. A small city in the Great Xia, Jiangzhou, Angel Orphanage. I stayed there until I was 16, until I was admitted to the Town God University, Yi Xiao said. What on earth is going on? Sister Lian was confused. It's a long story, so I'll try to keep it brief. Yi Xiao simply recounted his journey to the city of original sin, defeating Mu Luhua, sensing the shadows behind the Great Xia, and ultimately choosing to come to the Eastern Chen district. What did you say? Someone intercepted Han Lai's 7 distress letters back then. For 10 years, he had to bear his injuries alone, suppressing the blood god under the tower. Yet we all thought he was dead. Sister Lian couldn't help but clench her fists. Boom! She stomped down, and the ground cracked, revealing a giant 10-meter deep pit. One can imagine how terrifying it was when this Valkyrie was enraged. Within the Great Xia, there is a very large black hand. This guy has been operating in the Great Xia for at least 20 years. According to your words, such a person who can cover the sky with one hand is rare in the Great Xia. This person is hidden too deeply. From Mu Luhua to this guy, everyone is utterly loyal to him. So far, I haven't gathered any useful information. Yi Xiao shook his head. However, I have indeed gained some results now. The Angel Orphanage. That's right. And the Mandala cult. Sister Lian nodded. Mandala cult, does Sister Lian remember? Yes. When I was still the vice captain of the Void Hunter team, the Mandala cult once stirred up a frenzy in the Great Xia. The Mandala cult worships the Mandala deity. The black mandala symbolizes death and revenge, a world-destroying deity. Its power is terrifying. The Mandala cult once held a collective descending ceremony, summoning over 100,000 followers to awaken the true form of the Mandala deity. The final result was that the 4 great hunting gods acted together, annihilating the Mandala cult in one fell swoop, thus putting an end to that incident. The leader of the Mandala cult ultimately fled to the lighthouse, and from then on, this cult vanished without a trace in the Great Xia, Sister Lian said. I was also part of the Mandala cult back then. This cult was quite a colorful chapter in the history of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao seemed to recall something. It was probably when he was in elementary school. The news had reported several times about an evil cult that swept through Great Xia like a storm. Moreover, at that time, many people on the streets of Jiangzhou had black mandala tattoos inked on their bodies as a sign of their faith. It was truly bizarre. Later, this matter calmed down, and he never expected such astonishing events had occurred behind the scenes. Yi Xiao was still young then and completely unaware. Sister Lian, from the information I've gathered so far, this person must be related to the Angel Orphanage and the Mandala cult. There's something I wonder if you can help me with, Yi Xiao asked. What is it? Investigate the Mandala cult. I'm planning to return to Jiangzhou soon. It's been a long time since I last went back. I hope you can keep an eye on the Mandala cult for me. Yi Xiao said. I will, after all. We have a common enemy. That guy killed Han Lai. If I find out who he is, no matter his identity or status, I will crush his head, Sister Lian said fiercely. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Boom! At that moment, the void trembled, and a silver beam of light flickered in the distant sky. Sikong Yao, little brat, have you taken some spring medicine? A deity roared from deep within the wilderness. It's you damned bastards I'm killing. Sikong Yao howled to the sky. Vacuum crusher, gun of annihilation. Boom boom boom. A vacuum was directly created in the wilderness by his attack. That dead fish-eyed kid is getting a bit too carried away. If this continues, he'll be in trouble. I need to help him. Sister Lian touched her forehead. In his 30s, and still so violent. Whoosh! She stepped out, shattering the air and disappearing from the spot. Yi Xiao twitched his mouth. Sister Lian, you criticize others, but aren't you just as violent? Yi Xiao shook his head and turned to fly towards the city. Not long after Yi Xiao left, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the area. The mandala lock has saved your soul, so you don't need to pretend to be dead anymore. Whoosh! The silver-haired boy on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Let's go, he said, twisting his neck. Where to? The figure in black asked, puzzled. Jiangzhou. The silver-haired boy waved his hand, looking at the distant sky. Killing Yi Xiao is that adult's order, but from now on, I have one more person to kill. Who? My righteous brother. Sikong Yao. The silver-haired boy's blood-red eyes glowed fiercely. Hee, brothers turning against each other, this is my favorite act. Extremely exciting. The figure in black chuckled. Since I'm free, I'll accompany you to Jiangzhou. By the way, it's interesting to note, is Yi Xiao really that powerful? Yu and Mu Liuha both fell at his hands. Strong. He is the most monstrous guy I've ever seen. His methods are incredibly diverse. The information says he's a pupil master, but I find it hard to believe that a pupil master possesses so many bizarre techniques, the silver-haired boy Sikong Yuan said. I suspect he has mastered many pupil techniques. This guy named Yi Xiao must have some secret. Sikong Yuan shook his head. I really want to have a match with him. The black-robed figure couldn't help but lick his lips. I advise you not to seek death, otherwise, even your body, which has undergone the trials of the 12 demon gods, will be blown apart by him, Sikong Yuan said with a smile. The more you say that, the more I want to fight him. Sigh. Go to Jiangzhou and give it a try. But you only have one chance. If you fail, you will undoubtedly die. Rest assured. One chance is enough for me to kill him. The black-robed man cackled. The silver-haired youth shook his head, saying nothing more. After this battle, he would be more careful and cherish his life. So, if the black-robed man wanted to seek death, relying on his survival through the trials of the 12 demon gods and looking down on Yi Xiao, then he could only say to let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. Yi Xiao, how did it go? Bai Ruoyu and the others asked upon returning to the Dongqian district. It went relatively smoothly, but I got some news. Get ready. We need to return to Jiangzhou. Ah, are we really going back? Bai Ruoyu suddenly exclaimed. Yi Xiao nodded. That's great. I can go see Dad. Returning to Jiangzhou would inevitably pass through the provincial capital, and Bai Ruoyu could go back to see her dear old Deng. Zhang Rou also showed anticipation, thinking that it had been over half a year since she left home, and she could finally go back to see her father. She could also visit her alma mater and see some old acquaintances. Calculating the time, university should be on winter break soon, probably in the next few days, Yi Xiao said with a smile. Let's organize ourselves. We can stay here for at most 3 more days. In these 3 days, we will do our utmost to hunt for demon cores. We don't know what awaits us when we return to Jiangzhou. A glint of excitement flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. He had a premonition that this return to Jiangzhou would not be so simple. In the following 2 days, Yi Xiao and his team hunted demons frantically, acquiring demon cores. The strength of the 3 members of the team all improved. Even the demon core processor, Hong Luo, reached the control level, processing demon cores faster and more easily. The day before their departure, Yi Xiao and the others were drinking at Sister Lian's bar. Not only was it to fulfill a previous promise, but it also served as a farewell from Sister Lian. Sister Lian, I don't plan to take Hong Luo back to Jiangzhou this time, it's too dangerous. I'll leave her with you. Xiaoyao poured a glass of beer and said, Don't worry, with me here in the Dongqian district, no one can touch her, Sister Lian replied with a smile. No, Yi Xiao, are you going to abandon me? But Hong Luo looked very unwilling. Hong Luo, listen to me. This time when we return to Jiangzhou, we might encounter many dangers. I don't want you to follow us into danger. But, you are avenging my father. You saved me from the city of original sin. I'm sticking with you. I won't go with anyone else, Hong Luo said excitedly. You would only be a burden to him. A figure in a silver robe appeared beside Yi Xiao and the others, holding a whiskey bottle. His face was slightly flushed, clearly having drunk too much. Little girl, with your strength, you can't help them at all and would only drag them down, forcing them to protect you when danger arises, Si Kong Yao said drunkenly. Hong Luo blared at him fiercely. Don't call me little girl. You, with your 1.60 meters, are a bean sprout, shorter than me. As she spoke, Yi Xiao and the others seemed to notice. Hong Luo was indeed quite tall, standing a bit taller than Si Kong Yao. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Si Kong Yao felt a mix of shame and anger. Height doesn't determine anything. Even though I'm short, I'm strong. And even though you're tall, you're weak. Besides, you're only 1 centimeter taller than me. That's an insignificant height, Si Kong Yao said indignantly. Hey, didn't you already say that, dead fish eyes? And as far as I know, you're wearing 5 centimeter height increasing insoles, Sister Lian said, holding a cigarette. Si Kong Yao's expression froze, and his face instantly turned bright red. Don't change the subject. Let's get back to the point. You're too weak. Not only can you not help them, but you'll also drag them down. If you stay in the Eastern Xian district, I can help you become stronger. By the next time we meet, you'll definitely be able to help them. Really? Hong Luo asked, half in disbelief. Of course it's true. I swear by Brother Hong Lai's name. All right. Hong Luo nodded reluctantly. Si Kong Yao looked at Hong Luo, and for once, his gaze softened. Brother Hong Lai, this is the last thing I can do for you. From now on, Hong Luo is my little sister, Si Kong Yao, as long as I'm here. Yi Xiao squinted his eyes. This guy Si Kong Yao. He had seen enough. He was simply the male version of Bai Ruoyu, a total tsundere, but with a good heart. Free wine is the best. Once you leave the Eastern Xian district, it will be hard to find wine as good as Sister Lian's, Yi Xiao said, looking at the ice cubes swirling in the brown liquid with a smile. Come anytime if you want to drink. But I hope the next time I drink this wine, it will be a celebration banquet, to drive all the demons and gods off Blue Star, Yi Xiao said. At that moment, Sister Lian suddenly remembered something. Right. Yesterday, there was a package for you. It's been sitting here, you should open it and take a look. Saying this, she took out a package. Yi Xiao opened the package. Buzz! A blinding sword light suddenly revived. This is. Xiao Hongchen leaned in closer. The sword intent of my master. It's the sword god. Sure enough, the silver-white, imposing sword intent transformed into a figure in a white robe in the void. Long time no see, Hongchen and Yi Xiao. Su Changhen's figure then appeared. I've met the sword god. At this moment, even Sister Lian and Si Kong Yao bowed respectfully to Su Changhen. Su Changhen was a figure of the same level as their Void Hunter team leader, a renowned sword god of the Great Xia, intimidating 100 nations, single-handedly guarding the imperial capital. You are here too, send my regards to the Void. Su Changhen nodded. Will do, Si Kong Yao said. Alright, the matter at hand is urgent. This sword soul avatar of mine has consumed too much energy coming from the imperial capital to here, and will soon dissipate, so I'll be brief. Yi Xiao, the imperial capital is under my watch, everything is normal, so you don't need to rush, just go at your own pace. Remember to protect yourselves. Also, the 5 energy crystal veins I got from the old man of the Tang family, the other 4 have been condensed as well. I'm mainly here to deliver this to you. One of them, I've made a breaking divine talisman. This talisman is for your protection. It can break all domain restrictions, and is specifically designed to counter gods. Even a despair-level god would be half dead if they accidentally consumed it. The other 3 are purely to enhance your strength. Energy crystals are good things, but you shouldn't rely on them too much. You should deepen your understanding of your own profession, that's the key. Otherwise, if your level and understanding don't match, you'll get stuck at level 6 and won't be able to comprehend the domain. You must pay attention to this. Alright, that's all. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. The next moment, Su Changhen's figure disappeared. The sword god was always like this, never dragging things out. Thank you, sword god. Yi Xiao picked up the 3 golden energy crystals from the package. There was also a small stick, like an iron pestle, embedded with a golden energy crystal. You all hurry up and absorb these energy crystals. Enhance your strength as much as you can. Yi Xiao handed one of them to Bai Ruoyu and the others. Calculating the time, my strength should also be pushed up a bit. Yi Xiao estimated that after absorbing these 2 energy crystals, he should be able to reach the perfect level. What? You say understanding? He didn't need that thing. Domain? The system would provide it. Leaving Sister Lian's bar, he returned to the villa. Bai Ruoyu and the others obediently went to absorb the energy crystals. Yi Xiao also took out 2 energy crystals, 1 in each hand, and began his frenzied absorption mode. In no time, his level shot up to the 9th level of control. Ding! Detected that the host is about to advance to the perfect level. Please choose the upgrade eye technique. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. So far, the Eye of Life, Eye of Punishment, and Martial God Eye were all just a step away from turning golden. Among the remaining eye techniques, the Purple Extreme Demon Flame Eye, the Divine Control Eye, and the Formation Eye could all be upgraded. The Divine Control Eye is more of a support type, not considering it. The Formation Eye is decent, but the power increase is too limited. Then, I'll choose the Purple Extreme Demon Flame Eye. System. I choose the Purple Extreme Demon Flame Eye. Ding. Detected that the Purple Extreme Demon Eye has mutated. It is now the Purple Extreme Demon Flame Eye, Orange. Ding. Advancement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Purple Extreme Immortal Fire Eye, a Black. Purple Extreme Immortal Fire Eye, a master of the immortal fire of the celestial, the pure day fire, purifying all things with celestial fire. The Immortal Demon Eye technique is fully opened, capable of producing an external avatar, mastering one of the powers of the Immortal Demon, and can be used together with other eye techniques. Sure enough, Yi Zhao's expression was invigorated. He had indeed made the right bet this time. An external avatar at the same level as his own strength, and it could also be used with other eye techniques. What does this mean? It means he could simultaneously release 2 martial god phantoms and wield 2 Damocles swords. He could even control 3 divine beings with the external avatar. Everything was doubled. Most importantly, the external avatar was equivalent to an extra life for Yi Zhao. He had gained an extra life. This eye technique was truly powerful. Not bad, not bad. Next, let's see if there are any other eye techniques. As usual, let's fuse all the strange and bizarre eye techniques together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Exploration, Red. Eye of Exploration can probe the information of characters 1 major level higher than oneself. Cannot be upgraded. Support eye technique, not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Weapon Control Eye, Red. What is this? Divine Weapon Control Eye, Red. Great Tao Artifact Eye, Orange. 10,000 Weapons Immortal Eye, Gold. Divine Weapon Control Eye can control the 9 legendary divine weapons, including the Shenyuan Sword and the Flying Blade of Immortals. Can instantly kill any existence 1 major level higher, regardless of quantity. Awesome! Another killing move. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. This eye technique was indeed impressive. He looked at the remaining energy crystal in his hand, which was already quite depleted, and absorbed it all in one breath. Perfect level, 4th stage. That's acceptable. In that case, I can instantly kill everything within the 4th stage of the domain level. With full firepower, there shouldn't be anything to fear within the domain level. I'm getting closer to reaching the peak of the Great Xia. Just wait, you trash from the Imperial Capital. Once I reach level 8, I'll pull your head off and use it as a urinal. Yi Zhao's face turned cold. Exiting seclusion, he stood up and slowly opened the door. How's it going? How's your level up? Seeing the 3 sitting on the sofa, Yi Zhao asked. 9th level of control. Bai Ruoyu bit her lip unwillingly. She was too weak, her understanding of the profession was too low, and she couldn't break through to the perfect level for now. Perfect 2nd stage, Xiao Hongchen said. Perfect 3rd stage, Zhang Ro chuckled. Yi Zhao wasn't surprised. After all, it was a precious resource refined from a large energy crystal vein. Without considering understanding, 2 energy crystals of this level could push a practitioner from level 4 to level 6. But Yi Zhao had mastered too many eye techniques, each one incredibly powerful, so the energy required was also substantial. 2 pieces that could allow him to reach perfect 4th stage were already quite rare. It's all good, the improvements are nice. Alright, let's get ready to head back. Yi Zhao chuckled lightly. The few of them went to the bar to bid farewell to Sister Lian. Let Dead Fish Eyes give you a ride. He has set up spatial anchor points in many places in Daxia, Sister Lian said with a smile. I can send you directly to the province where Jiangzhou is located, Sikong Yao said. That would trouble you, Deputy Captain Sikong. Not a bother, Sikong Yao replied with a cold expression, flicking his silver robe. However, I think you're strong. When you reach my level, I hope to have a match with you. Yi Zhao smiled. Of course, that's no problem. He stepped into the spatial portal constructed by Sikong Yao. Before leaving, he turned back and grinned. But, for someone who is 1.85 meters tall like me, reaching Deputy Captain Sikong's height of 1.6 meters is a bit difficult. Crack! Shangwan Lian looked down. Sikong Yao had accidentally bitten his own teeth off. Sharp-tongued kid, you sure run fast. Looking at the figure that had already disappeared into the portal, Sikong Yao's face darkened frighteningly. Through the spatial portal, Yi Zhao and the others traversed the folded space, covering thousands of miles in an instant. When they emerged, they had already arrived at the provincial capital. Ah, I know this road. I want to go back and see my dad, Bai Ruoyu said with a smile. She hailed a taxi on the street. Let's rest at my house tonight. Tomorrow I'll have my dad take you over, Bai Ruoyu said with a smile. Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead. He changed his appearance again and put on a red cloth to cover his eyes. Red Knight was online. The news of Yi Xiao's death had caused quite a stir. He didn't want too many people to know. It would cause trouble and unrest, and acting under the identity of Red Knight, which no one recognized, would be much more convenient. Jinshin University should be on break by now. Has Sister Qing come back? Yi Xiao asked. Let me make a call. Bai Ruoyu dialed the number. Oh, she's back. Sister and Dad are both here. Let's hurry back. I haven't seen Sister in a long time. I miss her. The car headed towards the Bai family villa. Once they got out of the car, Yi Xiao and the others found that there were quite a few people gathered outside the Bai family villa. What happened? Yi Xiao frowned. They squeezed through the crowd and asked one of the onlookers. What else could it be? Governor Bai is resigning in disgrace. They saw Bai Ruoyu's father and Bai Ruoqing facing many cameras at the villa's entrance, both looking quite haggard. What on earth happened? No wonder Sister's tone was off when she answered my call just now. Bai Ruoyu frowned. Sigh. This matter has to start from a month ago. The bystander sighed. The top scorer of the college entrance examination, Yi Xiao, do you remember him? He later won first place in the freshman competition at Jinshin University. This is the pride of our entire province. Then, Governor Bai, with the momentum to create more brilliance, selected talents from all high schools in the provincial capital and established a genius class. As a result, the geniuses in this class were abducted by a black light in the wilderness during practical training. Even Governor Bai couldn't find the missing genius class students. He had no choice but to resign in disgrace now. Wilderness? Black light? Yi Xiao and the others exchanged glances. Let's go find Governor Bai and understand the situation, Yi Xiao said, patting Bai Ruoyu's shoulder. The few of them squeezed through the crowd. Sister! Bai Ruoyu waved to Bai Ruoqing in the corner. Excuse me for a moment. Bai Ruoyu gestured to the reporters and turned to walk towards the corner. Ruoyu, you're back. Seeing Bai Ruoyu and the others approaching, Bai Ruoqing rubbed her forehead and revealed a weary smile. Sister! What on earth is going on? Bai Ruoyu asked anxiously. Sigh. This matter is quite long to explain. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. Now she couldn't find the students, her father was about to resign in shame, and she felt powerless. Teacher Bai, perhaps we can help you, Yi Xiao said. You are. Hong Yi? I didn't expect you to come too. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Bai Ruoyu's sister, Bai Ruoqing. She extended her fair hand towards Yi Xiao. The weapon on her chest pushed forward slightly. Hong Yi. Yi Xiao touched his nose, estimating that she had grown even larger since he last saw her at Teacher Tang's house. At 26 or 27, still undergoing a second growth spurt? How come Bai Ruoyu seemed to be lacking? Although this is our first meeting, I have long heard of your great name. You easily suppressed the 3 genius academies from Dongying at the exchange conference. You publicly embarrassed the principal. You are quite famous in the capital, Bai Ruoqing said with a smile. It's all trivial matters, no need to mention them. This time, I'm accompanying Ruoyu and the others back to complete some tasks, but I can't say much about it. I hope Teacher Bai can keep our return a secret. Hong Yi said. Rest assured, I still have this professional ethics, you can trust me, Bai Ruoqing said with a smile. Come on, let's go home first. Is Dad okay? Bai Ruoyu said worriedly. He's fine, Dad is an adult and can handle it. Bai Ruoqing welcomed Xiaoyao and the others into the house. Before long, Bai Xianqing returned with a frown, looking exhausted. Ruoyu, you're back. Dad, what happened? Sigh. It's not easy, this time I really have to resign. I don't mind, but those are all the pride of our great Xia. I had high hopes for them in next year's special recruitment exam. Bai Xianqing shook his head. It's all my fault. How could such a good person just disappear? Sigh. He sighed deeply. Uncle Bai, could you tell us more about this matter? I might have a way. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. You? Bai Xianqing looked at the oddly dressed young man in front of him and shook his head. There's no way, even I, a level 6 professional, couldn't find out that divine being's strength is definitely very powerful. How do you know if you don't try? Sigh. Fine, Bai Xianqing said. At that time, we were training on the outskirts of the wilderness. I was following them closely, intending to find some monsters to enhance these kids' practical abilities. After all, they need to slay monsters during the special recruitment exam and the college entrance examination. But suddenly, a black light appeared. Of course, I activated my domain immediately, but that black light actually ignored my domain. Even my attacks were disregarded. My attacks fell on it and directly missed. the black light enveloped those kids and vanished without a trace in an instant. Bai Xianqing shook his head. I see. If you don't mind, could we go to the wilderness together? That is too dangerous. After all, you are still students. There are plenty of powerful monsters and divine beings of level 4 or 5 in the wilderness. Bai Xianqing hesitated. Dad, don't underestimate me. I now have control level 9 tier combat power, she said, raising her fist proudly. What? Control level 9 tier? Bai Xianqing was directly shocked. This was a level that even fourth-year graduates from the Divine Guardian University couldn't reach. Only the very top graduates might have a chance. How long has Bai Ruoyu been in school? Half a year. In just half a year, she has become this powerful. It's simply unbelievable. Has she been taking drugs? So, there's no need to worry about our safety. Dad, let's go take a look together, Bai Ruoyu said with a smile. All right. I was planning to explore the wilderness again anyway, so let's go together. Bai Xianqing nodded. The group walked out of the house and soared into the sky towards the wilderness. They disappeared right here. Bai Xianqing spoke in a mountain ridge on the outskirts of the wilderness. Really? Yi Xiao opened his eye technique and even used the probing eye. Buzz buzz buzz. Everything around him became clear in his sight. At that moment, Yi Xiao looked up and noticed something was off. The faint mist enveloping the mountain ridge. Entity, Mist God level, Despair level 3 abilities, Concealment, Invisibility, Mystification, Confusion technique, Void Shadow, Poisonous Mist, Heaven Destroying Black Poison Domain. Weakness, Fire. I see, this mist is actually a physical entity. Quite interesting. Yi Xiao grinned. He had already discovered that this mist was the true form of a deity. Moreover, this was a deity skilled in concealment and could even turn itself intangible. No wonder Bai Xianqing couldn't attack or detect it. What a cunning deity, transforming into thick fog here, waiting for prey to come. For such a high-level deity to be lying in wait like this is truly embarrassing. Yi Xiao shook his head. At that moment, a commotion arose. Governor Shu, it's right here. This is where those children disappeared. Not far away, a man dressed in a black suit with a rather gloomy appearance appeared with a group of people. Who is that? Yi Xiao frowned and asked. That's the newly appointed governor. He was my father's political rival, and lost to my father during the competition. Bai Ruoqing whispered. At this moment, Governor Shu seemed to have noticed Bai Xianqing and the others. With a cold smile, he approached them with his group. Yi Xiao frowned, took a step back behind the others, changed his appearance, and removed the red cloth. Better to hide a hand. There were quite a few reporters present, and attracting attention wouldn't be good. Oh, Governor Bai, why are you here again? If I remember correctly, Governor Bai has been here 7 or 8 times in the past 3 days, each time with nothing to show for it. Is Governor Bai so unwilling to let go of this position? Xu Hua sneered sarcastically. The position of governor doesn't matter, but the children went missing because of me, and I have a responsibility to bring them back. Bai Xianqing said calmly. Governor Bai truly deserves to be a good governor. However, as the newly appointed governor, you shouldn't trouble Governor Bai with such matters. You all should go back. I will personally rescue the children, Xu Hua said lightly, but Bai Xianqing remained unmoved. Don't you understand? Bai Xianqing, you are no longer the governor. I am the governor. Is what I'm saying not clear enough? You can't rescue these children. You're just causing trouble here. Don't make things worse for me. I will rescue the children. Xu Hua's face darkened. Exactly. Governor Shu is right. Old Bai, be obedient, you should go back first. Once Bai Xianqing lost his footing, those who usually treated him with respect now changed their expressions. They all sided with Xu Hua. In the past, they would call him Governor Bai, but now they referred to him as Old Bai. You all. Bai Ruoyu trembled with anger. A bunch of fair weather friends. Bai Xianqing, however, remained calm. Such things were all too common in the political world. He had seen it many times before and was no longer surprised. Governor Shu, is it? Who said Governor Bai is causing trouble here? Our Governor Bai already has a lead. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned to him in unison. Even Bai Xianqing looked confused, wondering when he had any clue. Who are you? Just an unknown nobody, Yi Xiao replied casually. Since you're an unknown nobody, then let's. This is my daughter's classmate, a top student from Jinxing University, Bai Xianqing said. Although he didn't understand why Yi Xiao was changing his demeanor, he couldn't let his guest be insulted. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were suddenly choked back. A student from Jinxing University was not someone to be dismissed lightly. What evidence do you have? We have our leads. Doesn't Deputy Governor Shu believe it? Yi Xiao grinned. Especially the emphasis on the word deputy made Xu Hua want to slap him. Alright, then let's have a competition. Let's see who finds it first. But, by governor, if you lose, you have to be my secretary from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. People on Shu Hua's side began to shout, "Secretary sounds good. Easy work." Yeah, Deputy Governor Shu just took over the governor's position. He doesn't know much about the work, and old Bai can help him out as his secretary. But Bai Ruoyu and Bai Ruoching were trembling with anger. "Dream on if you think my dad will be your secretary," Bai Ruoching shouted angrily. "Dad, bet with him. Trust my classmate." Bai Ruoyu tugged at Bai Xuanqing's arm. After spending so much time with Yi Xiao, she understood him well. He would never do something without confidence. Bai Xuanqing looked at his daughter's determined eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "All right, I'll bet with you. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Then I look forward to secretary by serving me tea and water." With that, Shu Hua burst into laughter. The others joined in, laughing heartily. Bai Ruoyu and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes at Shu Hua. He activated his probing eye. Character, Shu Hua profession, would mage strength, domain level 1. There was a small note below. In order to bring down Bai Xuanqing and gain the position of governor, he colluded with the fog god and kidnapped children. I see, this guy is quite cunning, colluding with the wild gods. Once this crime is exposed, TSK, Yi Xiao chuckled. Now, all the necessary elements were in place. Next, he should help Bai Xuanqing turn the tide and create a moment of severe face-slapping. Yi Xiao remained calm while both groups searched around. At that moment, Shu Hua suddenly looked up at the white mist floating above and was about to speak. "Ah, got it. The mist above us seems very strange," Yi Xiao interjected. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to him. Shu Hua was momentarily speechless. The words he was about to say were swallowed back down. He glared at Yi Xiao with resentment. "Strange? What's strange about it?" someone asked. "By governor, tell me. This mist has been thick and unyielding, floating above us, very peculiar. They say the wild gods are full of tricks, and I was wondering if the mist could possibly be some kind of divine illusion," Yi Xiao said slyly. As soon as he said this, everyone present showed signs of contemplation. Shu Hua's face turned even uglier. He even felt a cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. "Divine? Let me see." At that moment, someone stepped forward and threw a punch at the mist above. Boom! The punch struck into the thick fog, instantly dispersing a patch of white mist, but soon the mist began to condense again, as if nothing had happened. "What's strange about it? It's just ordinary mist. You all have too wild imaginations." The person shook his head dismissively. Shu Hua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiao noticed the change in his expression and continued to sneer. "This isn't right. Let's assume this fog is really transformed by a deity, capable of snatching people away from Mayor Bai's hands. It must have domain level strength. How could your perfect level attack even hurt it? Moreover, I've heard that the nemesis of thick fog is blazing flames. Why not? Let me give it a try." As soon as the words fell, boom! Yi Xiao's purple extreme immortal fire eye activated instantly. White flames surged and rolled up from around him. An endless holy radiance immediately enveloped the entire area. The terrifying pressure of the white day pure fire spread out in circles towards the surroundings. Everyone looked at the flames Yi Xiao was holding with faces full of shock. What kind of flame is this? The pressure is too terrifying. This kid is clearly just a student, yet he makes me feel a chill in my heart. A few people were in awe. Meanwhile, the white fog in the sky was gradually retreating, clearly terrified of the flames. Hee, interesting. A prodigy. Show me your true form. Boom! Yi Xiao flicked his hand, and the white flames transformed into a white lotus soaring into the sky. Upon contact with the fog, it began to spread at a visible speed. "Ah, it hurts. The flames hurt. Damn it, get away from me." A voice came from deep within the fog, followed by a rolling motion, and a humanoid creature emerged. Hee, found you. Yi Xiao grinned. The others all turned pale. They never expected to actually be found, especially Shu Hua, whose face turned extremely ugly. He had actually lost. Fortunately, he decided to go all out. He shot a glance at the fog god. The fog god instantly understood. "Dare to burn me with fire. You all shall die. Watch my domain unfold. Heaven-destroying black poison domain." Buzz! The surrounding world changed dramatically, and a terrifying black mist spread out, enveloping everything. The black gas was toxic. Touching it meant death. Yi Xiao witnessed someone being contaminated by the black gas and turning into a corpse in an instant. Bai Xuanqing's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward, wanting to summon a domain to protect everyone. "Uncle Bai, leave it to me." Unbeknownst to him, a pocket-sized flying knife had already appeared in Yi Xiao's hand. The blade shimmered, as if it could slay deities across realms. "Please, turn around, my treasure." Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Boom! A terrifying divine might awakened from the slaying immortal flying knife. Go! Yi Xiao flicked his hand. Whoosh! A golden stream of light seemed to slice through time and space from ancient times, descending into this world. What is that? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the flying knife in Yi Xiao's hand, which radiated a terrifying pressure. The aura of this flying knife was too horrifying. It felt as if an invincible deity was gazing at them. Even Bai Xuanqing's hair stood on end. He would die. As long as this flying knife swung towards him, he would die. Even if he was a domain-level 4-tier practitioner, even if he exerted all his strength and unleashed his domain, he would still die. Is this person really a student? When did the students of Jinxing University become this powerful? He himself graduated from Jinxing University, and at Yi Xiao's age, he couldn't even compare to a single hair of his. The concept of the slaying immortal flying knife's cross-realm killing was on a conceptual level. Anyone within the 4 tiers of domain level would be instantly killed. Even if suppressed by a higher level existence, they would still be slain in one blow. There was no escape. What is that? Ah! The fog god looked at the flying knife shooting towards him, and his scalp went numb, sweat pouring down his back. Block it! Block it for me! He screamed in terror, and the domain shrank wildly. Layers of black mist blocked his path. He couldn't help but feel fear. The pressure from this flying knife was too strong, even stronger than the flames before. If this flying knife fell, he would undoubtedly die. Damn it! Where did this little ghost come from? This combat power is a bit cheating, right? Shu Hua's face was extremely ugly. Yi Xiao's displayed strength had deeply shocked all of them. They had originally thought that their biggest opponent was just Bai Shenqing, but they didn't expect this kid's threat to be more than double that of Bai Shenqing. Wasn't he supposed to have just awakened his profession not long ago at his age? At most, he should be at the level of a second-tier professional. Why was he so powerful? Shu Hua was baffled. Meanwhile, the flying knife had already cut through the void and was heading towards the fog god. Sizzle! With unstoppable momentum, the slaying knife pierced through the fog as if it were an uninhabited realm. In an instant, it dispersed the thick black mist. Radiant light broke through the poisonous fog. The slaying knife was surrounded by dazzling divine light, blinding everyone. All the poisonous mist had turned to nothing before it even got close. Ah! With a sharp scream from the fog god, he was directly silenced. With the fog god's death, the mist swirling in the air slowly dissipated. On the mountainside, several young people were seen tied together. Ah, found them. These are the students from the genius class, right? Finally found them. Hiss. I didn't expect the students from the genius class to really be held captive by the fog god. The high-ranking officials and reporters were all in shock. Alright, now Deputy Governor Shu, you've lost, right? Yi Xiao said with a light smile, spinning the slaying knife in his hand. After one use, the slaying knife needed some time to recharge. The one in his hand was now just a toy, without any power. Humph, you won. Shu Hua snorted coldly and waved his sleeve fiercely. Since we won, Deputy Governor Shu, you should admit defeat and give up the governor's position. Yi Xiao said. Shu Hua frowned. When did I bet with you that if I lost, I would give up the governor's position? We bet that if I won, Governor Bai would be my secretary. I never said what would happen if I lost. Besides, these students were captured by the fog god because Governor Bai neglected his duties. Now that they've been rescued, it should be Governor Bai who is grateful, right? Otherwise, if anything happened to these kids, just resigning in shame would be too easy for you. Shu Hua sneered, firmly clinging to his position as governor. With the fog god dead, there was no evidence, and his collusion with the fog god would never be discovered. That's right. What Deputy Governor Shu said makes sense. Although Old Bai has made up for his mistakes, he won't be held responsible anymore, but we think it's still not possible for him to regain the governor's position. Yes, this time, Governor Bai was lucky to find these students, but who can guarantee that such a situation won't happen again? If it happens again, will Governor Bai be so lucky a second time? Exactly. Moreover, just now, I saw Deputy Governor Shu's gaze constantly glancing up. Perhaps he has already discovered the problem. He was just a step too late. What do you mean by a step too late? Deputy Governor Shu did that on purpose. He wanted to give Old Bai a way out. I didn't expect Old Bai to not cherish this opportunity. Sigh. Old Bai, your performance today has really disappointed us. The sycophants around Shu Hua began to flatter him wildly. Shu Hua had a satisfied expression on his face, looking at Bai Shenqing with pride. That expression was truly nauseating to Bai Ruoyu and the others. Even Yi Xiao couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. A sycophant going to such lengths, spouting nonsense, was truly rare in the world. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought Deputy Governor Shu was colluding with the fog god to bring down Governor Bai. Yi Xiao sneered as he spoke. As soon as these words were uttered, not only did Shu Hua's face turn extremely ugly, but even Bai Xuanqing's expression changed. Is this true? He looked deeply at Shu Hua. Bai Ruoyu's eyes were practically spitting fire. She believed Yi Zhao's words 1000%. The fact that Yi Xiao said this meant that it had to be true. Xu Hua, for his own selfish desires, actually colluded with the gods of the wilderness, framing his own father. This was simply courting death. How could it be true? I've never done such a thing. Are you accusing me without evidence? Xu Hua stubbornly refused to admit it. After all, the fog god was already dead, and with no one to testify against him, what could they do to him? He was not afraid at all. We have no evidence. Really no evidence? Yi Xiao twirled a flying knife with his fingertips. This flying knife of mine is called the soul-devouring flying knife. Any being I kill, whether it be a god, human, or demon, their soul will enter my flying knife. I can summon the fog god to confront you. Xu Hua's face changed instantly, but the next second, he started to shout. Go ahead and call. If you have the ability, then call. Don't just try to scare me. I tell you, I wasn't raised to be scared. I'm not afraid. Xu Hua shouted, trying to appear confident, but upon closer inspection, his expression was already somewhat panicked. Fine beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead. Alright, then I'll show you. Yi Xiao sneered. He manipulated the power of the shadow god. The shadow god silently rushed into Xu Hua's shadow. Then it slowly rose, transforming in midair into the form of the fog god. Yi Xiao had no evidence, but finding evidence by looking at the answer was not a difficult task. If there was no evidence, then he would create one himself. It all depended on whether Xu Hua could withstand this simple psychological game. Hey, Xu Hua, I died so unwillingly. The voice came from behind. Everyone turned around to see the fog god, formed from mist, appearing behind Xu Hua. Upon seeing this scene, Xu Hua's face turned deathly pale. How could this be? Xu Hua, you promised me, as long as I could help you capture these little ghosts. Once you become the provincial governor, you would sacrifice powerful professionals to me every month for my enjoyment. But why has it turned out like this? Why was I killed by the people you brought? Xu Hua, you bastard, you caused my death. If I die, you won't have it easy either. The fog god screamed hysterically. You, don't talk nonsense. I've never done such a thing. What nonsense are you talking about? Damn evil god, even in death, you want to drag me down with you. Xu Hua's face was extremely difficult to bear, and even his legs were trembling slightly. Yi Xiao saw this and sneered. This guy was nothing more than that. His psychological defenses had already crumbled halfway. Next, he would add fuel to the fire. Xu Hua, the fog god has already said this. Do you have anything else to argue about? Did you or did you not collude with the gods of the wilderness? Xu Hua gasped and shook his head. He absolutely could not admit it. If he admitted it, he would be finished. Colluding with the gods of the wilderness was a death sentence. Betraying the talents of humanity was also a death sentence. Framing and slandering officials of the Great Xia was the worst of the worst. Even if Xu Hua died 100 times, it would not be too much. He absolutely could not admit it. I didn't do anything. It was you. Wasn't it you? You controlled the soul of this fog god to say such things. Everything is your scheme, right? He turned to Yi Xiao and said fiercely. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He secretly activated the pressure of the heavy eye. Instantly, Yi Xiao transformed, resembling a ruler of the earth judging the world. He exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, and the dark golden ancient heavy eye was deeply imprinted in Xu Hua's heart, almost making him unable to control himself from bowing down in worship. Xu Hua, you actually insist that you never did such a thing. Then there's only the last resort left. That is to personally release the soul of this fog god. At that time, whether I have wronged you or not will be clear as day. As soon as these words were spoken, Xu Hua trembled violently, nearly losing control and collapsing to the ground. Xu Hua, did you or did you not do it? Boom! A terrifying pressure once again enveloped the area, crashing against Xu Hua's psychological barriers. This time, it finally shattered him completely. I did it. Yes, I did. It's true. I colluded with the fog god. I wanted to pull Bai Xianqing down from his position. Why for so many years? I have always been the deputy governor, while he is the true governor. Why should I always be beneath him? I am unwilling. What is it about me, Xu Hua, that is inferior to him? I am unwilling. Xu Hua's mind, shaken by Yi Xiao, completely collapsed, and he spilled everything truthfully. Ha ha, you finally spoke the truth. Yi Xiao grinned. He reached out and beckoned. The fog god instantly transformed into a black tentacle, flying back into Yi Xiao's body. I must say, my soul-cutting flying knife has been used as a soul-devouring flying knife this time. Yi Xiao lightly tossed the flying knife and put it away. Could it be? You have been deceiving me all along? Xu Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Xiao. Otherwise? that fog god would have long been turned to nothing under my strike. Yi Xiao shrugged. Shu Hua, you have lost. No, damn it. You manipulated me. You manipulated me. You tricked me. He turned his head, only to see those who had once followed him now distancing themselves, looking at him with disdain. Listen to me. Let me explain. It's not like that. Explain your ass. Shu Hua, you traitor to humanity. You dog with wolfish ambitions. Shu Hua, you deserve to die. How dare you frame Governor Bai? I wish I could kill you, this treacherous scoundrel, right now. Governor Bai, I have long known that Shu Hua had issues, so I have been lurking by his side, just to expose his true colors one day, and to give you, Governor Bai, justice. The one who said this was the guy who had been calling him Old Bai with the most enthusiasm earlier. Yi Xiao and the others were left speechless. This was what it meant to speak nonsense with eyes wide open. They had seen it today. Bai Xianqing frowned. He ignored these opportunistic fence-sitters. Shu Hua, if you want my position, I have no objections, but you absolutely should not use these children, the future hope of Daxia, as bait, even betraying Daxia. Today, I will shoot you down. Whoosh! A handgun appeared in Bai Xuanqing's hand. His profession was a gunsmith. Domain activated. Super Energy Light Realm. He expanded his domain, enveloping Shu Hua within it. Die! Shu Hua! Bang bang bang! The earth-shattering sounds of battle erupted. Yi Xiao did not look further. Bai Xianqing was a 4th-tier domain level, and Shu Hua was definitely no match for him. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Bai Xianqing returned, dragging Shu Hua back like a dead dog. Thank you very much today, young friend. He sincerely cupped his hands towards Yi Xiao. If it weren't for your strong assistance today, I really can't say how things would have turned out. Yi Xiao shook his head. Governor Bai is being too polite. You are the governor of the southern province and also Ruoyu's father. Helping you is only right. Regardless, I will remember your kindness today. If you ever need anything from me, Bai Xianqing, just call. Bai Xianqing patted his chest and guaranteed. Thank you, Governor Bai, but I do have one thing I need your help with. Speak. I want to know about the destruction of Baizhou 20 years ago, as well as the Angel Orphanage in Jiangzhou. Indeed, Baizhou is a city under the southern province. Most importantly, it once bordered Jiangzhou. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Xiao must return. No problem. I'll help you check everything I can find. The group prepared to leave the wilderness. At that moment, the previous fence-sitters gathered around one by one. Governor Bai, get lost. Bai Xian coldly tossed out a word and then left with Yi Xiao and the others. At this time, in Jiangzhou City, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the void. This is the city where Yi Xiao lived for 18 years, and the school beneath your feet, Jiangnan High School, is Yi Xiao's alma mater. Sikong Yuan said to the man in black robes. Oh, interesting. The man in black glanced at the lush campus beneath him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He slowly clenched his fist and then punched down. Inside Jiangzhou City, Jiangnan High School. Sigh, Dad, can you stop sighing? Tang Yun helplessly lifted her head from her lesson plan. What's wrong with sighing? You don't understand. The genius of Jiangzhou City has fallen. I feel so bad. I just don't know what to do. Tang Qingsong said with a serious face, covering his chest. Dad, I know you're very sad about Yi Xiao's fall, but you can't just make me do everything for you. At this rate, you might as well give me the principal's position. Tang Yun said speechlessly. Big, rebellious daughter. Simply rebellious. You're driving me crazy. I'm not dead yet, and you're already eyeing my principal position. Tang Qingsong clutched his chest. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. I have heart disease. Dad, if you can't act well, then stop. The heart is on the left. Why are you covering the right? What if I have it on the right? Yesterday I saw you carrying a whole cow from Uncle Wang's house, not even breaking a sweat. Tang Yun rolled her eyes. Sigh. Little Yun, you don't understand. You don't know what Yi Xiao means to us in Jiangzhou City. This kid Yi Xiao, I've seen his talent since he was little, destined to be a dragon among men. Sure enough, he topped the special recruitment exam in the southern province, first among the freshmen at Jinshin University. He is the pride of Jiangzhou City, but now he's actually dead. This makes me sadder than if my daughter had died, Tang Qingsong said with a pained expression. Tang Yun was speechless. What does it mean to say your daughter is dead? Do you have a father like this? Dad, a person cannot come back to life. Yi Xiao is my student. I will be even sadder than you. But the living must always look forward, right? Doing your duty as a principal, nurturing more outstanding students, is what you should do. That way, Yi Xiao will be comforted in the afterlife. Tang Yun said earnestly. That's right, daughter, you're right. From today on, I will not watch dramas, not get sick, not play games, not chat in groups. I will work hard, life and death like this. I am the pen in the night, the guard on the city wall of lesson plans, resisting the cold flames, at dawn. Dad, stop fooling around. If you keep this up, the readers will say you're just padding the word count. Hurry up and get to work. Okay, good daughter. I'm coming. Tang Qingsong reached out to take the documents from Tang Yun's hands. Just then, the teaching building began to shake violently. Tang Qingsong and Tang Yun exchanged glances. Not good. Something's wrong. Thud. The documents fell to the ground, and the two figures instantly disappeared from the room. At this time, in the southern provincial city. Achoo! Yi Xiao sneezed. Who is cursing me? Forget it, doesn't matter, let's hurry back. After bidding farewell to Bai Xian, Yi Xiao and the others, along with Bai Ruoqing, headed towards Jiangzhou City. Sigh. Ever since the news of Yi Xiao's fall came out, I haven't seen Yin Yun. I wonder how she's doing now. Bai Ruoqing shook her head. Hearing this, Bai Ruoyu and the others exchanged glances. I haven't seen Teacher Tang in a long time. I really miss him, Zhang Ro said softly. Then let's pick up the pace. Yi Xiao chuckled. Whoosh! The group unleashed their full power and instantly vanished into the horizon. Jiangzhou City. The teaching building shook violently as Tang Qingsong and Tang Yin rushed out, just in time to see the building collapse. Damn it! Stop right there! As a mentalist, Tang Yun immediately displayed impressive power. Buzz! An invisible force instantly shielded the collapsing building. Quick! Get out! Go to safety! Tang Qingsong urged, waving his hand vigorously. Students poured out of the building in a frenzy. Who the hell is it? Is it the scum of the dark cult attacking Jiangnan High School so brazenly? Tang Qingsong gritted his teeth. Oh, is there a mentalist here? Quite a decent profession, but unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. Whoosh! A figure in a black robe appeared beside Tang Yun. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Yun glared at the tall figure in black. It was obvious that the collapse of the building was the doing of this black-robed person. I don't want anything. I just crave a good fight. Why harm these innocent children if you crave battle? Interesting. Don't you find the fearful expressions of humans when facing life and death to be quite amusing? Every time I see this scene, I feel incredibly delighted. You call that interesting? You're a pervert. Humph, call me what you will. But, don't you dare stop this interesting scene. Boom! The black-robed figure kicked out, striking Tang Yun hard in the abdomen. Bang! Tang Yun was sent flying. Losing control, her mental power broke off. The collapse of the building resumed, debris and steel began to fall. Students fled in panic, their faces twisted in terror like the third emoji in your phone. You ner! Tang Qingsong roared. Who the hell are you? In the Great Xia territory. You dark cultists are like rats in the sewers. How dare you show your face, seeking death? Boom! Tang Qingsong unleashed his full power. His profession was summoner. Two summoning circles appeared, and a pitch-black dragon and a golden lion, as if cast from gold, charged out, roaring as they attacked the black-robed figure. You are like a mole. Get lost! He casually slapped out, and the two summoned beasts were instantly sent flying, heavily injured and crashing to the ground. Tang Qingsong was also affected, spitting blood as he was thrown back. Anyone who hinders my enjoyment of interesting things deserves to die. The black-robed figure spat and turned to continue watching, but the collapsing rubble was suddenly held aloft by an invisible force. Turning around, he saw it was Tang Yun, who, despite being severely injured, was desperately controlling the debris to protect the children. You're quite tenacious, like a little cockroach, the black-robed figure sneered, walking towards the fallen Tang Yun. You ner! Damn you! Come at me! Tang Qingsong picked up a golden halberd, slamming it down as he swept it towards the black-robed figure. Trash! Get lost! The black-clad man turned and punched, sending Tang Qingsong flying. Ants! The entire Jiangzhou city is nothing but ants to me. If it weren't for wanting to fight that guy, I would have destroyed all of you long ago. The black-robed figure roared with earth-shattering intensity. Old Tang! At that moment, someone arrived. It was none other than the mayor of Jiangzhou City, Zhang Ro's father, Zhang Mian. What on earth happened? There's no time to explain. Old Jiang, this guy is very strong. Let's take him down together. Tang Qingsong shouted. No problem. Zhang Mian's profession was an elementalist, mastering the metal element, primarily focused on killing. Unfortunately, both of their strengths were merely at the control level. The gap between them and the man in the black robe was insurmountable. Even when they exerted all their strength, they were still sent flying after a few exchanges. Injured, they fell to the ground. Damn it! You three ants! Time and again, you provoke me. Are you really looking for death? Boom! From beneath the black robe, a powerful arm emerged. Buzzing, black patterns covered the entire muscular arm. Demon God arm, die for me! Boom! He threw a punch from a distance, and a fist like 10 jang wide appeared between heaven and earth, a terrifying pressure rippling through the school. The students looked at their fallen teachers, all showing fear on their faces. What to do? Even the principal and the mayor are no match for this person. Teacher Tang, are we really going to die here today? Who can come to save us? The students trembled all over. Just as that overwhelming demonic fist was about to completely crush the three of them, a wisp of white flame emerged from the void. It stood in front of the terrifying fist light. Oh, this aura has finally arrived. The man in the black robe grinned. Time rewound to a minute earlier. Something's wrong. It's extremely wrong. A few people were flying in the sky. At this moment, Yi Xiao frowned. There's a terrifying demonic energy reviving in the direction of Jiangnan High School. Something has happened. I'll go ahead. Whoosh! Yi Xiao used spatial power, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Ha! It's still over 300 miles to Jianzhou. How did he sense it? Bai Ruoqing looked confused. Oh, sister, just don't worry about it. If he says something has happened, it definitely has. Let's hurry, Bai Ruoyu said. The group immediately quickened their pace. Buzzing, the white flickering flames began to revive from the void. The terrifying might of the daylight purifying fire seemed capable of turning everything to ashes. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the scene felt like a crematorium. What is that? Zhang Mian and the others looked in astonishment at the reviving white flame. The next second, boom! The white flame transformed into a giant beast, swallowing the fist light whole. Then, the giant beast roared and charged at the man in the black robe. Interesting, coming in with a killing move. No need for probing? The man in the black robe sneered. He extended an arm, dense with demonic patterns. Demon God roar. Boom! He smashed out a punch, and the black fist light reappeared in midair, entangling with the white flame giant. Who has come? Who is it? Is it a rescue? Tang Qingsong and the others frowned. At this moment, a figure emerged from the void. He had wings on his back, one side engulfed in purple flames, the other side rolling with white flames. The two pairs of fiery wings seemed to cover the sky. He held a silver sword in his hand, resembling a divine artifact judging the mortal realm. The moment they saw that figure appear, Tang Qingsong blurted out, Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao's body trembled slightly. He turned his head and whispered, You're mistaken. Boom! Yi Xiao shot towards the man in the black robe like a meteor. His eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Whoosh! He swung the sword of Damocles, cleaving through the fist light. Ha ha ha, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long. The man in the black robe laughed heartily. He threw off the black robe covering his body, revealing a muscular body clad in a tank top, his yellow hair cut short, looking quite fierce, with bulging muscles that seemed to exude male hormones, almost bursting forth. Demon God patterns. Full coverage. Ha! Boom! His upper body suddenly tore apart, and then his whole body was covered in black tattoos, with blood flames swirling above his head, exuding an aura that was like a demon god in the world, simply overwhelming. I am Li Badian. Profession, Demon God Warrior. Ha! He swung a punch towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he actually drew the sword of Damocles. Then he activated the martial god eye and the purple extreme immortal eye. Buzz! Yi Xiao's physical combat power soared several levels. Boom! He thrust out his fist, and the two massive fists collided. In that moment, it was as if a meteor struck the earth, and a terrifying shockwave violently rolled between the two. A wild wind swept through the entire school. Quick! Protect the students! Tang Qingsong and Zhang Mian struggled to get up. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. Dad! Zhang Mian looked up. Jiang Ro? Tang Qingsong also showed joy. Hong Chen! Jiang Ro! You're back! Yun Yun, I'm here! Bai Ruoqing waved with a smile. Wow! So it's true, there really is terrifying demonic energy here. This guy is really impressive. Bai Ruoqing showed a look of surprise. Even from such a distance, it was hard to feel that aura. He was simply a monster. However, just based on the strength he displayed in the wilderness, calling him a monster should not be wrong. So strong. Hongchen, Jiang Ro, who exactly is this? Why does he have such powerful strength? Yeah, Jiang Ro. His power is too terrifying. It must be at a perfect level. Zhang Mian and the others looked in awe at the two clashing in the arena. He is my senior Hong Yi, and his strength is indeed very strong. Jiang Ro nodded. But that guy is also very strong. I've never seen anyone who could clash with Yi. Senior Hong Yi in physical strength. Bai Ruoyu pointed at the yellow-haired crew-cut guy named Li Badian. What kind of monster is Yi Xiao? His physical strength can actually clash head-on with Li Badian. Li Badian is a freak who has undergone the 12 trials of the demon god. Si Kongyuan, hiding in the shadows, was filled with shock. Is there really nothing Yi Xiao can't do? His methods are simply too diverse. Exotic flames, that white flame that appeared earlier might be a new technique he mastered. And the terrifying martial god Phantom, the silver greatsword that judges all realms, the ability to seal space, the ability to control deities. It's hard to imagine how one person could possess so many abilities. This is simply a hexagonal warrior. So strong. You are so strong. You are really so strong. Watch my demon god 9 transformations. First transformation, Black Dragon cover. Roar roar roar. Li Badian roared. The demonic patterns all over his body began to change, eventually transforming into a tattoo of a demonic dragon with wings spread wide, as if it were about to roar at the sky. Die for me! He felt all the power in his body surging, frantically throwing a punch towards Yi Xiao's forehead. Yi Xiao's expression was calm, and in that moment, he softly spoke. Xianyuan sword. Buzz. Boom. A golden long sword appeared in Yi Xiao's hand, the Xianyuan sword, the sword of the ancient human emperor, with one side engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants. At the hilt, one side depicted the art of farming and animal husbandry, while the other side depicted strategies for unifying the seas. In any era, the Xianyuan sword has an endless elegance. This sword symbolizes the supreme sword of humanity, possessing the divine power to destroy heaven and earth, slay demons, and eliminate evil. With this sacred sword of humanity, it couldn't be more suitable to cut down Li Badian's demonic form. Buzz! The Xianyuan sword trembled, and golden runes intertwined in the void, finally transforming into armor on Yi Xiao's body. The golden battle armor, with a red cape behind, made him look like a sovereign. The Xianyuan sword is different from the immortal Slayer flying knife. The so-called flying knife, once unleashed, guarantees death, while the immortal Slayer flying knife is a one-hit kill. The Xianyuan sword, on the other hand, amplifies the wielder's combat power significantly. Although within the 4th tier of the domain level, death is certain, with the divine might of the Xianyuan sword, at the 5th tier, it dominates, at the 6th tier, it crushes, at the 7th tier, it stands firm, at the 8th tier, it levels the field, at the 9th tier, it's a trade-off. Boom! A golden Tenjiang sword blade surged from the Xianyuan sword. Yi Xiao held the sword in one hand and stepped forward, causing the ground to crack open violently. Clang! He swung the sword down towards Li Badian. Roar! Li Badian roared in anger, both fists thrusting forward, summoning a two-headed demon dragon that roared and lunged at him. I'm targeting creatures like you. Boom! Yi Xiao swung the sword, shattering the two-headed demon dragon into pieces. He then used the Tenjiang sword light to send Li Badian flying. Ah! Boom! Li Badian gripped the Xianyuan sword tightly with both hands, letting out a furious roar. His arms began to crumble under the shock of the divine might. In the next moment, his entire body exploded in mid-air. We won! Bai Ruoyu screamed, jumping up and pumping her fist. Great! The others breathed a sigh of relief, just about to approach Yi Xiao. But they saw Yi Xiao grip the Xianyuan sword tightly, his expression still solemn. Don't come over! He raised his hand to stop their movements. Sure enough, in the next second, the exploded fragments began to merge back together in mid-air. Roar roar roar! Li Badian let out a deafening roar. His aura surged once more. Demon God 9 transformations, second transformation. Demon Tiger Cloak. Swish! The demon dragon tattoo on his body transformed into the roaring king of beasts. Roar! Li Badian roared, and the rolling sound waves surged towards Yi Xiao like cannonballs. Whoosh! Yi Xiao swung the Xianyuan sword, slicing through the sound waves. He has several lives, and dying once makes him stronger. This ability is quite interesting. Yi Xiao opened his replication eye. Ding! Blood of the demon god. Cannot be replicated. Cannot be replicated? He was slightly taken aback. I see, it's not a skill, but a gift. In that case, I can only kill you, no matter how many lives you have. Swish! Yi Xiao infused himself with the power of the Imperial Way and charged forward with his sword. He, Li Badian passed the 12 trials of the demon god and received the gift of the demon god's blood to achieve the 9 transformations of the demon god. He has 12 lives, and each resurrection increases his strength compared to before. Yi Xiao, I wonder if you can kill him. Sikong Yuan, hiding in the shadows, chuckled softly. Roar roar roar! Li Badian roared, leaping into the air like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, a massive black tiger phantom appearing around him as he lunged at Yi Xiao. Tiger bite! Get lost! Yi Xiao shouted fiercely, swinging the Xianyuan sword and sending him flying. I want to see how many lives you have for me to kill. With a step forward, traversing the void, Yi Xiao's figure descended from the sky, holding the Xianyuan sword. He aimed downward and struck. Whoosh! The Xianyuan sword pierced directly into Li Badian's crown. Then, the divine might shook, and Li Badian's body instantly exploded into fragments. But in the next second, he resurrected again. Demon God 9 transformations. Third transformation, Demon Blade transformation. With the black blade tattoo, he wielded a large black knife and slashed at the Xianyuan sword. The combat power of these two has already reached the domain level, and it's not an ordinary domain level, at least above the 5th tier. Tang Qingsong and Zhang Mian stared intently at the two who were in a frenzied battle. Zhang Ro, your senior's combat power far exceeds that of his opponent, but the opponent's ability is too bizarre. He can die and come back to life, and each time he becomes stronger. This battle will be very troublesome, Zhang Mian said. What kind of profession is he? I've never seen such an outrageous profession. Tang Qingsong frowned, finding it too difficult to deal with. He should just be an ordinary martial artist profession, but this profession has mutated. Mutated? That's right. Rare professions are a kind of mutation, but this is congenital. However, if there are congenital ones, there will also be acquired ones. If one artificially causes a mutation later, they will gain even more powerful strength. He might be that kind of profession, Zhang Mian said. This was something his wife had once told him. His wife also mentioned that in some prominent families in the imperial capital, there are many individuals with congenital mutated professions. Those who possess rare professions are all exceptional, with great strength. But his wife also said that if one wants an acquired mutated profession, the cost is extremely staggering, such as hunting an 8th level deity or inheriting from a 9th level deity, and 99% of the families in the imperial capital cannot afford that. Behind this Libatian, there must be a very powerful backing. Zhang Mian pondered. Why would such an existence set its sights on a small Jiangzhou, a Jiangnan high school? Swish, swish, swish. The black blade light danced in the arena. It collided again with the golden light of the Xianyuan sword. Boom! He was once again shattered by Yi Xiao's sword. Zizzizizi. Yi Xiao dragged the Xianyuan sword over. Do you have many lives? I want to see how many more you have. Just as Li Batian revived, Yi Xiao struck him down with a sword light. Dead and revived, another sword. Yi Xiao still felt it wasn't enough. Boom! The phantom of the martial god loomed large. Revive and punch once, revive and punch again. In just 2 minutes, Li Batian had lost 4 lives to Yi Xiao. Adding the previous 2, 6 lives were already gone. Damn it! A hint of retreat finally appeared in Li Batian's eyes. This guy's strength is a bit astonishing. Fine, I'll spare him today. We'll fight again another day. Devil God 9 transformations. 4th transformation, shadow transformation. Swish! Li Batian's figure soared into the sky, rushing off into the distance. He was already thinking about escaping. Oh, afraid? Being afraid means you don't have many lives left. Since that's the case, leave your life behind completely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden blade on the Xianyuan sword surged. This sword is the supreme sword of humanity. When drawn, it can sever the sun, moon, and stars, opening the path of humanity for eternal prosperity. Zizzizizi. The golden blade directly expanded to 1,000 zhang. The giant blade spanned the heavens, as if it could split the world in half with a single strike. Fall for me! Yi Xiao shouted angrily. Immediately, the golden 1,000 zhang blade slashed down towards the distant sky. Boom! The white clouds were cut apart, the sky was torn, and that earth-shattering sword struck towards the fleeing Li Batian. 1,000 zhang Xianyuan sword, even if the true body of the devil god came, would still decay. Ha, Li Batian is almost done for. A guy with a brain filled with muscles doesn't deserve to be my colleague. Sikong Yuan shook his head. Once Li Batian dies, Yi Xiao will definitely notice me. It's time to leave. Swish! His figure began to fade and finally disappeared into the nearby space. Angel Orphanage. I didn't expect that Yi Xiao is actually that person's son. If that's the case, isn't he our experimental subject? Damn it! Who let him go back then? Clearly an experimental subject, yet he has become our great enemy. Could it be there is a traitor? Sikong Yuan closed the document. I need to take this with me, but before I leave, I must leave the soul-seizing great formation behind. That guy has said that this formation, even a 7th level practitioner can't open it for a while, and turning this Jiangzhou into a dead city is more than enough. Sikong Yuan sneered. Swish! His figure instantly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the west of Jiangzhou, then in the south, north, and east. He had set up a formation disk in all 4 directions. Good. Next, according to the incantation. What's the incantation? Let me hear it. The incantation is naturally. Sikong Yuan suddenly froze in place. Why are there still people around me? Wasn't Li Batian already killed? He turned his head, his pupils suddenly constricting. It was Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had actually appeared here. That Jiangnan High School. He turned his gaze towards Jiangnan High School, where the overwhelming imperial sword energy was still surging, not dissipating. Yi Xiao was at Jiangnan High School. What appeared here was. Moments later, Sikong Yuan grinned. I see now, Yi Xiao, you've only sent a weak clone here? What a pity. If your true self had come, I might have been a bit wary. But a mere clone coming here is truly underestimating me. Sikong Yuan. A violin appeared in his hand. Sikong Yuan held a broken bow. The enormous dark hell reappeared. A mere avatar dares to ruin my good plans. Go die. Yi Xiao. Sikong Yuan laughed savagely. However, in the next moment, Yi Xiao extended a hand, grasping the air. Xian Yuan's sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The familiar holy sword of humanity reappeared, the terrifying imperial dragon energy swirling in the void. Clad in golden battle armor and a blood-red cloak, Yi Xiao instantly resembled a ruler of the earth. He gently swung his sword, and the dark hell was instantly cleaved in two. Boom! The earth trembled violently. How is this possible? Why? Aren't you at Jiangnan High School? Sikong Yuan's expression changed instantly. Turning to look, the imperial sword energy from Jiangnan High School was about to soar into the sky, even more intense. But here, Yi Xiao's displayed combat power was not weak at all. At the very least, killing him would be a piece of cake. How could there be such a bizarre occurrence in the world? Could there be two Yi Xiaos with identical strength? Nothing is impossible, just a simple external avatar. Alright, since you already know, then hurry up and die. I didn't expect you to escape last time in the Dongqing district. Who can save you this time? Boom! Yi Xiao raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Damn it! An external avatar with identical strength. Yi Xiao, who exactly are you? You should only be our experimental subject. I don't believe it. Sikong Yuan roared. Although he prided himself as a strategist, he couldn't figure out why there were two Yi Xiaos, and both were so powerful. Alright, I won't play with you anymore, let's end this. Yi Xiao raised the Xianyuan sword. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan High School, Yi Xiao, holding the Thousand Zhang Xianyuan sword, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the avatar has caught that guy. Did he really think I wouldn't notice he's been spying the whole time? Ridiculous. Since that's the case, it's time for me to end things here too. Whoosh! He swung down the Thousand Zhang Xianyuan sword. Li Badian turned back, only to see a massive golden sword blade descending like a curtain, blocking out the sun. It was as if even the sky and the universe were being cleaved in two by this sword. All things were being obliterated within. There's no way out. At worst, I'll sacrifice another life to escape. Li Badian gritted his teeth. Boom! A fist struck out into the void. What if you kill me? I still have 5 lives left. Come! Whoosh! A sword fell, and Li Badian's body exploded directly. The terrifying imperial sword energy surged in waves. Just as Li Badian's body was restored, it was immediately torn apart by the sword energy. How is this possible? This can't be. Is he trying to cut away my 6 lives? No! Restoration, death, restoration, death, restoration, and then death again. Li Badian felt the blood of the demon god within him gradually thinning, and the 12 lives he possessed were visibly decreasing, leaving him with only the last one. He finally trembled in fear. No! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Having inherited the blood of the demon god, after passing the 12 trials of the demon god and learning the 9 transformations of the demon god, I should become the strongest warrior in history. I want to reach the peak. I don't want to die. Why has the ending turned out like this? Li Badian screamed in terror. The last life was stripped away. Now, he was left with only his original life. Boom! The imperial sword energy surged, and this time Li Badian was truly crushed into nothingness. Dead beyond death. The Thousand Zhang Xianyuan sword, one strike severing 6 lives. This is the terror of divine weapons. Finally killed him. But how come that guy's subordinates are all so freakishly powerful? Luckily, I'm more freakish than they are. Yi Xiao shook his head. He sheathed the Xianyuan sword, and the golden battle armor faded away. Next, let's see what the situation is. Whoosh! He leaped into the sky, rushing towards the location of his external avatar. Buzz! At the location of the external avatar, a terrifying golden sword energy shot up into the sky. Sikong Yuan was completely shattered by the distant sword. Ah! Lord God! Save me! Finally, he couldn't help but start screaming. Boom! The sky pressed down directly. What is that? Both the avatar Yi Xiao and the main body Yi Xiao looked up simultaneously. They saw the clouds in the sky shifting, revealing a large face. Human ants! Die! Boom! The clouds rolled down, and a giant hand reached from the heavens towards Yi Xiao. The aura of a deity. The giant hand was covered in countless black, strange runes, and a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth, as if this hand alone could suppress the entire Jiangzhou city. Boom! The avatar Yi Xiao stepped forward, his entire being radiating with energy. The Xianyuan sword unleashed its full power, the Thousand Zhang blade sweeping across the sky. Then he raised his hand. Please, turn around, my treasure. Whoosh! The immortal slaying flying knife simultaneously sliced through the void and shot out. The 1,000 Jiang Shenyuan swords divine might reach the heavens, and the immortal slaying flying knife could cut through anything. What is this aura? Terrifying human! I cannot spare you! A booming voice echoed from above the heavens. The runes on the giant hand surged, and the terrifying aura began to distort the surrounding space. The entire Jiangzhou city was in turmoil. All the citizens looked up in fear at the giant hand descending like a pillar of heaven. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable terror. What is happening? Zhang Mian, Tang Qingsong, Zhang Rou, and others rushed over. Don't come over. Quickly disperse all the citizens. It's too dangerous. Yi Zhao's main body shouted angrily. A green light flowed in his eyes. Divine Wood Avatar. Buzz. Thousands upon thousands of Divine Wood Avatars surged out. Within 100 kilometers, not a single person can be left. Disperse them all. With a command, the Divine Wood Avatars scattered in all directions. Mayor Zhang Mian, we cannot guarantee what will happen next. That guy's strength is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, that Li Badian has gained his power. So, in the upcoming battle, I will fight with all my strength. I can no longer care about what will happen to Jiangzhou City. So, Mayor Jiang Mian, please forgive me. It's fine, as long as the people are safe. You must defeat him. Jiang Mian nodded vigorously. Of course. Yi Xiao nodded firmly. Child. At that moment, Tang Qingsong called out to them. Child, you must come back alive. You remind me of a child I once met. He was an optimistic and excellent person. My pride, but unfortunately, he died. I don't want to see such a tragedy a second time. You must come back alive. Preserving our lives is the most important thing, Tang Qingsong said. All right, don't worry. I won't die here. At this moment, the avatar Yi Xiao let out a roar in midair. Damn it! This guy isn't the main body. It's an avatar. How can a mere avatar possess the strength of an 8th level practitioner? What kind of heaven-defying power is this? Am I really a 9th level being? Boom! The void trembled, and intense ripples swept in all directions. Even the surrounding buildings exploded as a result. The demon god's massive hand suppressed all things, and the immortal slaying flying knife was actually deflected. Even the 1,000-foot swordlight was crushed by him. Bang! The avatar Yi Xiao was sent flying like a cannonball by a single slap. He crashed through dozens of buildings. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's physical strength was extremely strong, and his recovery ability was astonishing. Otherwise, anyone else would have been killed by that slap. Buzz buzz buzz. The power of the Eye of Life flowed over his body, and the avatar Yi Xiao's injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. I can't win. This guy's combat power as an avatar has already reached the realm of an 8th level practitioner. This is a destruction level deity. The avatar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, even if I can't win, I have to fight. Let's go together. Yi Xiao shouted loudly. Buzz! The two of them unleashed terrifying martial god phantoms simultaneously. The main body wielded the silver sword of Damocles, while the avatar held the golden Shenyuan sword. The two martial god phantoms let out a roar. Blood god, shadow god, charge! Black shadows and a crimson river surged through the air, enveloping both Yi Xiao and the demon god's avatar. Kill! The two roared as they charged forward, unleashing all their firepower, with all their eye techniques, whether useful or not, erupting with divine power. Even in his sublimated state, Yi Xiao could contend with a 7th level practitioner, but this demon god avatar was comparable to a destruction level deity. Too strong. The massive black hand formed from runes slammed down, and the two were instantly sent flying. Damn it! We can only use that method now. The two exchanged glances. They dispelled all their eye techniques and faced the demon god's avatar without any defense. Boom! The demon god swung a fist, as if intending to shatter the two into pieces. Just then, Super Eye mode activated. Boom! The demon god actually transformed his fist into a palm and reached for the two. Damn it! He wants to capture us alive. The main body and the avatar's expressions changed drastically, and their eye techniques activated in an instant. They scattered to avoid it. Use this. Swish! Yi Xiao pulled out a god-breaking talisman. Although it can't kill him, it can buy us some time. Buzz! The god-breaking talisman flew out, transforming into a streak of light as it charged toward the demon god. What an ant-like thing! The demon god's massive hand reached down. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a terrifying mushroom cloud rose in the void. Bastard! One of the demon god's wrists was actually blown off by the god-breaking talisman. Moreover, the exploded talisman transformed into golden chains that tightly bound the demon god's body. Trivial skills. How dare you show off in front of me? Get lost! The demon god was too enormous. His figure loomed over the entire Jiangzhou city, and when he roared, the sky trembled. The earth let out a mournful cry, as if it were a 9th-level earthquake. There's no time. The power of this god-breaking talisman can only bind him for a while. At most 3 minutes. The two Yishaos exchanged glances and said, "We need to find a way to deal with him in 3 minutes." Yishao narrowed his eyes. The demon god's intention was not to kill him but to capture him alive. Coupled with what Sikong Yuan had said before, that he was an experimental subject, Yishao felt that there might be a significant problem hidden behind this, even related to his own background. Break the situation. Break the situation. Clang clang. Cracks began to appear on the golden chains. The incarnation of the demon god roared with a terrifying aura that shook the air. He was about to break free. Once the demon god emerged, they would all be doomed here. Roar! A massive hand broke free first. That ominous hand of demonic energy reached directly over Yishao, grabbing towards by Ruoyu and the others. The barriers of the shadow god and blood god were instantly shattered. Damn it! The incarnation of Yishao brandished the Xianyuan sword and charged forward. Get away! Boom! That punch struck him, and the incarnation of Yishao was sent flying. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yishao! Zhang Ro cried out in shock. What did you say? He is Yishao! Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. Tang Yun, Tang Qingson, by rewatching, Zhang Mian, all wore faces of disbelief. Isn't Yishao already dead? He is Yishao? Is this real? You're not lying to me, are you? A look of disbelief flashed across Tang Qingsong's face. Yes, he is Yishao. The situation behind this is very complicated, so we can't tell you, but he is Yishao, Bai Ruoyu said. Xiao Hongchen gripped the sword tightly in his hand, saying nothing. Get out of the way. At that moment, a loud shout came. The real Yishao charged over. System! I want to kill that guy. Is there any way to kill that guy? Yes, the Rhodes End Level I technique. I want the Rhodes End Level I technique. Ding! The conditions for triggering the Rhodes End Level I technique have not been met. What are the conditions for triggering the Rhodes End Level I technique? True meaning. The true meaning of a path. Please comprehend it yourself, host. True meaning. What is true meaning? Yi Zhao's mind raced. There was no time to think. The demon god was swinging his fist again. Get up! He unleashed the golden martial god phantom. Boom! But with just one punch, the martial god phantom was on the verge of shattering. The usually invincible divine skill seemed to lose its effect at this moment. The gap in levels was simply too great. Damn it! Damn gods! I will drive every last one of you off this planet. Yi Xiao howled to the sky. In that instant, the shattered martial god phantom seemed to merge with Yi Zhao's body. Boom! Another punch came, like a cannonball, shaking all the buildings in Zhengzhou to ruins with the shockwave. This was the terror of a destruction-level deity. What is destruction? Wherever it goes, everything is annihilated. When such a deity descends upon a city, it is a catastrophe. Even the great Xia sword god dragged the deity into the wilderness to fight. Boom boom boom. The golden figure and the black fist collided violently. Yi Xiao was drenched in blood, but the power of the Eye of Life kept him from dying. Since he couldn't die, enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't withstand was nothing to fear. As long as he couldn't die, he would fight to the death. Shatter! Reassemble! Shatter! Reassemble! Yi Xiao held on, not allowing the martial god phantom to completely collapse. Yi Xiao! Zhang Ro and the others were in tears. Bai Ruoyu buried her head in her sister's chest. Xiao Hongchen's veins bulged, as if he were about to crush the sword in his hand. No! Look! The void around Yi Xiao! Something is spreading! At that moment, Zhang Ro suddenly said. Looking closely, although the martial god was collapsing, the golden runes in the void were increasing. Quick! Look! Yi Zhao's forehead. It seems like something is about to open. Zhang Ro suddenly exclaimed. That is. Bai Ruoyu's expression changed drastically. She remembered the sudden descent of the deity during the exam in the wilderness. Yi Zhao's forehead also had a vertical eye like that. With a single glance, it had exploded a deity. Incredibly terrifying, that unprecedented aura of terror seemed ready to destroy the world. With the opening of the golden vertical eyes, Yi Zhao's pair of eyes grew brighter. I understand. The martial Dao heavenly eye is the end of the martial Dao path. Martial Dao, unyielding through 100 trials, undefeated through 100 battles, is true martial Dao. As long as life continues, the fight never ceases, that is martial Dao. Boom! A surge of golden aura erupted from Yi Zhao's crown and surged into the vast sky. Martial Dao heavenly eye, open! The heavenly eye illuminates the past and present. Ding! Congratulations, host. Comprehended the true meaning of the martial Dao. Obtained martial Dao heavenly eye, gold. The system's voice rang out. Beyond Blue Star, in the endless chaotic universe, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Finally, in this life, someone has inherited our path. Old friend, I will go ahead. Buzz. The golden light from Yi Zhao's brow shone directly from Jiangzhou to the wilderness. Instantly, countless auras in the wilderness revived. The weakest among them were comparable to level 6 professionals. Among them was also a destruction-level deity, with an aura indistinguishable from that of a demon god's avatar. Those auras were all approaching Jiangzhou. Hey, kid, can you hear me? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Yi Zhao's mind. Who are you? I am the master of this path. Instantly, Yi Zhao recalled the figure he had seen when he activated the Super Eye mode, in the boundless vast void. That figure merely opened its eyes slightly, and the ancient stars shattered. It was terrifying to the extreme. Kid, to make a long story short, I don't want to waste time. This path is now entrusted to you. Your current strength is not enough to unleash the full power of this path. However, with me here, you can now possess 1% of my peak combat power. This power is enough for you to do some things. For example, follow the source and take down the true body of this big guy. The voice said fiercely. Kid, since you have successfully obtained my path, you should have already understood. That's right. To awaken the golden ultimate eye technique, you must comprehend the true meaning of this path. This time, you stumbled upon success. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Go for it. Kid, if we are the setting sun that fell yesterday, then you are the newly risen sun. You will become the hope. Next, rely on this power. Go stir things up. I know you've been holding back for a long time. Go ahead and stir things up. Buzz. A terrifying aura revived from within Yi Zhao. This is 1% of the power. Yi Zhao's eyes widened. So terrifying. I feel like I could knock down the sword god with a single punch. Boom. The void trembled. The demon god's avatar swung its massive demonic etched arm and punched towards him. Kid, die. Yi Zhao stood still, watching the enormous fist slowly approaching, like a mountain of demons descending from the sky. Yi Zhao, quick, dodge. Yi Zhao, your excellency, don't just stand there. Everyone shouted. Yi Zhao remained motionless. At his brow, a golden vertical pupil slowly opened. It felt as if a terrifying existence that had been asleep for many years had awakened. This sensation was even more refreshing than activating the Super Eye mode. The Super Eye mode had a feeling of being controlled, but at this moment, he truly felt in command. Everything was self. You've been hitting for so long, now it's my turn. Yi Zhao looked at the fist and slowly spoke. Heavenly Eye, reverse the ages. Buzz. A terrifying beam of light erupted from Yi Zhao's vertical pupil. Wow! In a single encounter, the demon god's arm exploded. Next, with this move, I won't hold back. I'll turn you into dust with one strike. Heavenly Eye exterminates all gods. Buzz. The second extremely terrifying divine light surged from his brow. Damn it! The aura of the ultimate path. Why do you have the aura of the ultimate path? You are just an experiment. Impossible. The incarnation of the demon god let out a terrified roar. Its body swung wildly. No! When I descend, I will surely kill you. The incarnation of the demon god roared in anger, unwilling to accept defeat. Boom! A golden beam of light shot out, instantly engulfing the demon god's incarnation, and then it shot out again with unrelenting speed and power. It pierced into the wilderness, sweeping across 1,000 miles, annihilating countless demons and causing a large number of deities to fall. There is still time, then I must trace back to the source and kill it. Demon god, have you cleaned your neck? Yi Xiaotian gazed into the distance, as if he could see the place where the true demon god resided. A cold expression appeared on his face. Yi Xiaotian, are you okay? At this moment, several people hurriedly approached. They were somewhat afraid to get close. Yi Xiaotian's aura was too terrifying, and just standing in front of him made them feel as if they were about to suffocate, even giving rise to an uncontrollable feeling of worship. I'm fine, we'll talk about it later. I'm a bit busy right now, there are some things I must do. For example, revenge, Yi Xiaotian said coldly. You all, wait for my return. Soon, soon. He waved his hand lightly, and the void directly tore open a large hole. Yi Xiaotian stepped into it. I said there will be no gods tonight. Thus, the gods shall fall.